In the entrance assessment of the Holy Land, I just said 1 + 1 is equal to 2, which unexpectedly alarmed the Supreme Empress in seclusion to personally accept disciples, and a huge dimensional crack appeared in the sky. The next moment, the immortal king bestowed upon me the law image of the 9 heavens, just because I transmigrated into the young master of the Yi family, the strongest existence in the 3,000 states, with peak cultivation that shook the ancient sky. I thought I would start at the peak and enjoy life, but I didn't expect that I couldn't cultivate, and the previous owner didn't want to be a hothouse flower, always believing that my fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. So I sneaked off to the Taiyi Holy Land to seek apprenticeship, which left me speechless as a newcomer who had just transmigrated, lying flat like a salted fish. Isn't it annoying? Looking at the magnificent and glamorous palace in the distance, I couldn't help but curl my lips. It's simply delaying my future to seek apprenticeship here. Suddenly, an electronic sound rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations! The host has awakened the sincere system. As long as you tell the truth, you can get rewards. Release the task, join the Taiyi Holy Land through the Heartstone test, and receive the reward of the Golden Crow Supreme Body. The Golden Crow Supreme Body, as long as there is sunlight, can maintain its vitality. As for the limit, as high as the sun is, it will be as high. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up, immediately changing my mind about lying flat. To strike iron, one must be strong oneself. In this dangerous cultivation world, becoming stronger oneself is the most secure. Shortly after, I followed the enchanting fairy to the square of the Holy Land. The enchanting fairy is the elder of the Holy Land, and I unintentionally helped her when she sneaked out in the past. Seeing that she was eager to seek the Tao and had a good character, she took me as her disciple. Just as I entered the square, I saw the cold and proud sect master sitting on the high platform. Below, on the left and right sides, there were 3 people standing on each side, their aura slightly inferior to that of the enchanting fairy. Who were the other elders? There were about 100 proud individuals from various ethnic groups on the square. The graceful fairy instructed me, "You must not lie later, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you understand?" I nodded, secretly amused, knowing that I would definitely answer truthfully. I had already heard most of the assessment questions, mostly about names, family background, and identity. However, with my extraordinary identity, would revealing the truth scare these people? Just the thought of it was exciting. The test proceeded quickly, and soon everyone passed the first round of testing. This level was also the simplest, as the Taiyi Holy Land does not tolerate dishonest individuals, and passing only requires honesty. At this moment, the graceful fairy led me forward, causing confusion among the crowd. What does it mean for a fairy to bring a mortal here? Is she preparing to select a disciple from among us? I wonder, could it be that she is going to take him as her disciple? The sect leader, seeing Manhwa bring a mortal over, also felt puzzled and asked, "Elder, what's the matter?" Manhwa bowed and said, "This is the disciple I have chosen. According to the rules of the sect, he must also pass the heart-testing stone test." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The fairy Manhwa is taking on a disciple, and he's just a mortal? The master on the throne was also a bit dumbfounded. The great elder was the second strongest force of the Taiyi Holy Land, yet he had to take on a mortal as his disciple. If this news were to spread, it would surely be the subject of gossip and ridicule among disciples of other sects, even becoming a laughingstock. The astonishment of the various tribes quickly dissipated, replaced by extreme envy. I refuse to accept this. Am I really inferior to a mortal? Even if the enchanting fairy wants to take him as her disciple, how could he dare to agree? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from those who envy him to the point of having no place to bury his body? For a moment, there were murmurs of discussion all around, and everyone disapproved of the enchanting fairy taking a mortal as her disciple. Faced with doubts, I remained unfazed on the surface, but inside, I was secretly pleased. Is this what it feels like to be envied, jealous, and hated by others? So satisfying. Manhwa was about to get angry and scold the person who spoke disrespectfully, but the voice of the sect leader sounded again. "Manhwa, do you really want to take him as your disciple?" They were already close friends, and now calling him by name, along with the questioning, naturally showed their attitude. This kid is immortal. He disagrees. Manhwa had long anticipated this scene, took a deep breath and said, "My mind is made up. According to the rules of the sect, elders have the right to take disciples." Yi Tian instantly felt that his master's figure was magnificent. "I adore you, my good master." Without this tough attitude of the master, maybe the system's mission will be lost. Then he can only go home to swing and cane his dad, which is not the optimal choice. Seeing such an attitude from Man Now, the patriarch didn't say anything else, only to inadvertently see the corner of Yi Tian's snickering mouth. Her willow brows slightly knitted. It's still a guy that sucks. Mania's character was best known to her, high-minded and not low-eyed. She didn't even look at any of the celestial pride in the Great Hall more than once. So why would she look at this fellow? Could it be that he's been drugged? At that moment, an elder on the left side of the patriarch stood out, in a gray robe, with a waist-length white beard, and a whisk tip in his hand, only to hear him say in a conspiratorial voice, "Countless heavenly prides are fighting for their heads to join my holy land, but Ferryman Meow, as the Grand Elder, wants to accept a mortal as her disciple. That's an insult to my holy land's reputation, and if the word gets out, how will it end? This person is the second elder. The generation is high, the quality is low." As soon as he appeared on the stage, the rest of the elders watched with an attitude of watching the show. The first elder and second elder had always had an open and secret fight, and now that there was this opportunity to count each other out, he naturally wouldn't let it go. The manly fairy indifferently glanced away. "My accepting a disciple has nothing to do with you." The second elder was so angry that his beard curled up. Fine. I'd like to see how he can pass the test." The manly fairy wasn't speaking. Her attitude just now meant everything. "This disciple, she's taken." She turned and barked again, "Remember what I told you." Yi Tian patted his chest with a look of "You don't worry. Isn't that the truth? I never lie." After saying that, the manly fairy turned around and left, leaving Yi Tian in front of the questioning stone. He pressed his palm against it, and the two golden strands on the stone immediately swam over and firmly locked his hand. The patriarch, from head to toe, measured Yi Tian for a long time, and didn't find any flashpoints. Other than being born handsome, nothing. Although extremely reluctant, with such an attitude from immortal man Meow, she couldn't refuse. Forget it, just let her go. Mortal life expectancy of 100 years. His own closed door may be his grave grass or 2 meters high. The patriarch opened his mouth and asked, "What's your name?" "Yi Tian." He answered dryly. Ding! Suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in his head. The host tells the truth and is rewarded with 666 points. Officially opening the system store. Chapter 3, Exposing Yourself as the Son of the Immortal Emperor and the Store? Yi Tian was a bit surprised. He immediately opened the system store and checked it out. All sorts of assorted things of varying efficacy appear before you. In the Starry Star practicing heart decision, every time a star was lit up in the sea of consciousness, the strength of the divine consciousness doubled. Price, 999. 999. 999 points. The higher the cultivation level, the more important the divine sense is, and it is even possible for the divine spirit to go out of the body, and for the physical body to be destroyed while the divine spirit survives forever. It was only the price of this rush that made Yi Tian not dare to look at it more. The return to the essence pill, a 10th grade elixir. When the realm reaches a bottleneck, taking this elixir will allow you to drop to the lowest level of cultivation but retain your full strength. In other words, the strength stays the same and the realm is lowered, raising your ceiling. Price, 555 points. Looking through many more items, there were quite a few things that were against the heavens. He rummaged through the original owner's memories. Most of them were not inside his own home, so it was evident that the things were really expensive. However, these prices were ridiculously high, and Yi Tian could only look away. Not only are there expensive ones, but there are some cheap ones as well. Earth Mind Medicine. Price, 555 points. Excellent Spirit Stone. Price, 500 points. This system store sells everything, from small household items to large elixirs. As long as you have the money, you will have everything. It's a real pain in the ass for a poor guy like me. The level of points is determined by the impact, difficulty, and importance of the host's answer, and the reaction of others. The system said. The patriarch waited for a while and saw that the questioning stone was no different than asked, "From where?" At those words, Yi Tian gave a slight lurch back to his senses. The more impactful the answer, the higher the points. He swept the crowd and laughed from within the no man's land. Ding! The host shocked people by telling the truth and aroused the crowd's emotions, gaining 2,000 points. Quiet. The hall was deathly silent. Yi Tian's words caused the crowd to freeze. They didn't dare to imagine. No man's land? What a fairy world joke. This kid brags. No man's forbidden zone, that is a place where no one can survive. From ancient times to the present, no one has gone in and been able to come out. Even countless great powers have talked about it. What a ridiculous lie of ignorance. How dare a mortal claim to come out of it when even the mighty cannot survive? How did this kind of person come to be seen by Fairy Manmio? Humph. If you dare to lie in front of the questioning stone, even immortal man Meow can't protect you. The patriarch on the seat, despite having a mind like water, was still stunned by Yi Tian's reply. The others only knew that the no man's restricted area was terrifying, but she had a high level of cultivation and a clearer understanding. One's own soul was nearly dispersed just by having his divine sense outward and probing the forbidden area. But she was at the peak of the sage realm. Even she couldn't peer into the forbidden zone, let alone this mortal coming out of it. And he had the audacity to lie in front of the questioning stone. She shook her head lightly and looked over at the Manhwa fairy. Man-ami, you've gone too far with this one. All the celestial pride felt ridiculous. Just waiting to see Etion's joke. How could a mortal come from a no-man's land? The manly fairy in the distance frowned slightly, her face showing concern. He had been told 1,000 times, and he still talked nonsense. Also from no man's land. Why don't you say your own family is a great emperor? If it wasn't for the fact that the questioning heartstone test couldn't be interrupted, she would have immediately rushed up to beat up Etion violently. Now there is no way out. The words have been spoken, cannot be retracted. A moment can only think of ways to save his life. After all, Master and Disciple 1. LOL, consider yourself blind. The second elder was gloating at this time. No man's land, that's what it is. No one, even the great emperors couldn't enter. How dare he, a mortal, claim to come from inside? In ancient times, a great emperor wanted to enter the forbidden zone to find out what was going on, but just after stepping into some distance, he was left in place and became white bones. At the time of his death, he was still carrying the emerald green space ring on his finger bone. This news came out and quickly attracted widespread attention from all over the world. Countless people wanted to seize the relics, but they were contained by the might of the forbidden land. The distance of just 2 steps had become a heavenly moat, and now, the remains of that great emperor remained at the edge of the forbidden land, becoming a sign that the forbidden land was inaccessible. The second elder immediately came out to taunt Etion. What time has it been? And a bull horse and snake god like you has come out to show your face? You can't even find a good reason to lie to people. This kind of unassailable lie makes me feel that you are an imbecile. The words were hard to hear, but the crowd agreed that they were. And if they weren't out of their minds, how could they tell such a stupid lie? The more the second elder spoke, the more he got on top of it, and then he unapologetically rebuked angrily, the no man's forbidden zone is the legacy of the ancient great emperors. For you, a mere mortal, to dare to say that you're from the no man's forbidden zone is nothing short of defying imperial might. Someone, throw this idiot out. The patriarch didn't comment, lying in front of the questioning stone. If he was a person of the devil's way, he should be beheaded on the spot, but his lie seemed particularly idiotic. Just treat it as a guy with an underdeveloped brain and throw it out. The second elder even made a point of glancing at the manly fairy, not hiding the smugness in his eyes in the slightest. I also hope that the grand elder will wipe his eyes next time and not bring back this kind of clueless person. The manly fairy's face was gloomy, and there was a slight change in the way she looked at Etion. It's really an asshole. It's all your fault, you bastard, for making me lose face. How come I didn't see that you were out of your mind when I first took you on as a disciple? Just as she wanted to retort, she heard Etion calmly say, do the elders have any proof that I'm lying? The questioning stone hasn't even responded yet. And you're better than the questioning stone? Fine. Then we'll wait for the questioning stone to give proof to convince you. The second elder sneered. The crowd laughed at Etion's sophistry. You don't even need to ask for a heartstone for this kind of lie. A sane person can give an answer. Etion secretly laughed in his heart. This old thing is really farting with his mouth and defying the emperor's authority. Have you ever fucking seen the great emperor? You wouldn't be scared to death if you knew who I was. After waiting some time, there was no difference in the questioning stone. The crowd couldn't help but wonder. Normally, if it was a lie, the questioning stone would usually produce results in about 3 breaths. But there was no change yet. Could it really be broken? It shouldn't be. This Tai Holy Land was created a long time ago, and I've never heard of any problems with the Heartstone. After waiting for a while longer, there was still no abnormality in the questioning stone. Then I'm afraid there's only one possibility. The crowd mentally exhaled an answer. But, how could it be? There wasn't a single ancient book that didn't record that the no man's restricted area was a forbidden place for life, and that merely being close to it would make one's heart and mind restless and terrified. Even the rock birds that could fly to the edge of the world didn't dare to fly into that area. No man's forbidden zone, no man's smoke. This was already the common sense of the 3000 Dao continent, and now there was someone who was going to come and break this common sense, or a mortal. This was really hard for them to believe. At this point, I don't know who said something, could he really be from the no man's land? How can that be? No one can live there, let alone a mortal like him. There might be a problem with the questioning stone. Is it possible that what he said is true? That statement seemed to be the only explanation, and the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the words. Chapter 4, Crowd Shock. Punching others in the face impossible. It must be the questioning stone that's broken. They were still unwilling to believe that Etion was from an uninhabited forbidden area, and they all turned their gazes to the Tai sacred land patriarch high above. hoping that the other party would explain. The patriarch looked serious as if he was thinking about something, while the elders looked at each other. Only they knew that it was impossible for the questioning stone to be broken. It contained the heavenly Tao consciousness, and as long as they were within the 3000 Tao continent, no one could lie in front of the questioning stone. Did this kid really come from that place? It's just too unbelievable, isn't it? If the other party was a supreme being, or a saint realm uttering this in front of the questioning stone, they would still reluctantly believe it, but the other party didn't have the slightest fluctuation in aura, and was completely mortal. Yi Tian's state again made the elders uncertain. They simply no longer cared about the eyes of those heavenly prides who were begging for an answer, and each of them closed their eyes to rest their minds and hung high. There are still people nicked on their own heads, so let the patriarch explain. The second elder's smug face also gradually solidified, and while puzzled, he only felt that his old face was on fire, as if he had been slapped hard like that. In his life, he seldom suffered defeat, but today, he was slapped in the face by a mortal in public, so his mood inevitably got worse. What's wrong with this kid? Not mortal? How is he from that place? The second elder kept searching for reasons in his heart. He simply didn't believe that Yi Tian really came from an uninhabited forbidden area. No way. Absolutely no way. In today's world, no one's forbidden area was impassable even for great emperors, and he was just a mortal. It was impossible. The thought of it made him confident again that there's one last question in the back, and I can't believe that the questioning stone is still unresponsive. The manly fairy's complexion changed from worry at the beginning to huffing, then from huffing to shock, and now it was still a mixed bag of emotions. She was all ready to step in and bail out Yi Tian, at the very least letting him leave with a bit of dignity. But I didn't expect a reversal, or something as amazing as this. If she didn't know what level of treasure the questioning stone was, she would probably have assumed that something was wrong with it. At first, because he was a mortal, he didn't ask much about it, but now at a glance, I'm afraid that this kid's identity is not simple. Yi Tian took in the expressions of the people around him and continued, "Elder, may I ask the next question?" The crowd came back to their senses. There was no abnormality in the questioning stone, and the patriarch and elders didn't say anything. Could it be that what Yi Tian said was true? The crowd of celestial pride were secretly surprised in their hearts. The sovereign was silent for a long time. She couldn't decide on the main meaning at this time, frowning and pondering. According to the rules, as long as there was no reaction from the asking stone, it meant there was no problem. Although she didn't believe it either. After all, that place was too scary, but now that so many people were watching, and the general regulations were more than there, she couldn't refuse. After thinking for a little while, her eyes narrowed slightly and she stared at Yi Tian tightly, and after meeting the other party's eyes, she asked, "Tell me about your life carefully." As soon as these words came out, all the people present gathered their gazes on Yi Tian. What will he say this time? Yi Tian cleared his throat and scanned the circle. Seeing that the crowd was not curious, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "That's a lot of system points to gain, right? I come from the Yi clan of immortals within an uninhabited forbidden area. My father is the clan leader. I have a number of sisters, and my entire family, including my mother, are all at the great emperor realm without exception." Put. I don't know who couldn't help but laugh. Everyone rolled their eyes, very speechless. Who doesn't know how to brag? Still a family of great emperors. Don't you know that now that great emperors don't come out, the holy realm is the highest? For them, the great emperor only exists in the legend, which is not the existence of the shaking of the ancient world. To his family will become a cabbage. The corners of the manly fairy's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. It's so humiliating. I thought the last answer was outrageous enough, but this one blows up even more. The face of the patriarch on the seat was like stopping water. In her heart, she had already defined Yi Tian as a madman. If it wasn't for the fact that the ceremony was in progress, she would have blown the other party out of the door by now. The people see the Heartstone is not different, has not been in waves. The Heartstone has never been used on mortals. In case it happens to be ineffective, when Yi Tian was about to open his mouth again, he saw the second elder come out and interrupt. "Since you said that you have a family of great emperors, then you must know how to become an emperor?" He looked like he was determined to win, just waiting for Yi Tian to be unable to answer and sit on the fact that he was lying. Then he could throw this annoying mortal away. The world knew that there was the realm of the great emperor, but they didn't know that there was still one thing missing, and that by simply cultivating, they wouldn't become a great emperor in their lifetime. Only to see Yi Tian nodding his head unhurriedly. "Naturally, I know. The world thinks that as long as one goes through cultivation and has enough cultivation to become a great emperor, but they don't know that the highest realm in the 3000 Tao continent is the peak of the Saint realm, and the great emperor realm doesn't belong here. Above the 3000 Tao continents, there is also the immortal domain. which was connected to the 3,000 Tao continents during the ancient times. And whenever someone wanted to break through to a higher realm, the immortal domain would drop a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. And this strand of Hongmeng purple qi is the key to becoming an emperor. The crowd was stunned. Whether that was true or not, it sounded a little bit like it was true. No one was more surprised than the patriarch and the elders. This kind of information was only known to a few, but this mortal knew it all. And they couldn't help but look at the manly fairy on the side. The manly fairy shrugged helplessly. I didn't tell this kid. Where did he get that from? In order to get rid of the suspicion, the manly fairy had no choice but to ask Yi Tian, how do you know these things? The crowd stared daggers at Yi Tian, wanting to see what he had to say. Yi Tian continued. My parents were originally from the immortal domain, only that after coming to the 3000 Tao state, the passageway connecting to the immortal domain was suddenly closed, and my father forcibly tore off a corner of the immortal domain before the passageway was closed, refining it to become the current uninhabited Forbidden Land. Got to, pulling again. Everyone is obviously speechless. Let you kid to tell the truth. Day after day Nat left bragging. It's not enough to brag, but to brag so outrageously, and not to see if it can be bragged? The second elder's face was unsightly, and he secretly swore in his heart, I will make you kid reveal his flaws. How can such arrogant and ignorant people enter my Tai Holy Land? Then may I ask, why would you, the son of a great emperor, cast aside your dignity and choose to worship the Tai Holy Land? Choosing to worship immortal man Miao as your teacher? Could it be that the several great emperors in your family are unable to teach you to cultivate? Or, the second elder glanced at Yi Tian and laughed teasingly. Fancy something from the Tai Holy Land and are ready to plot against it? Good question. If this question Yi Tian can answer up, give a reasonable explanation, naturally no need to say more. If you want to answer up, that plotting hat is too big. The second elder is trying to force him to death. The gazes of all the celestial pride were all on Yi Tian, wanting to see if he would panic and reveal his chicken feet. But Yi Tian didn't have the slightest bit of nonchalance and looked calm and collected. Man Miao Fairy was worried in her heart. If he was labeled, he would die for sure, and she couldn't be soft herself. After all, she was the Grand Elder and had the responsibility to safeguard the interests of the clan. Chapter 5, Passing the Test. Golden Crow Supreme Body. Yi Tian rolled his eyes in his heart. Fancying something and saying I'm scheming? Tell me what's on my mind here. As far as this poor look of the Tai Holy Land was concerned, he really couldn't look at it himself. However, this question is quite tricky. If you lie will certainly be found. Expose the system is also never possible. This is their biggest card. If exposed I'm afraid the end is not good. So this answer needs to be refined a bit. He looked down and frowned lightly, going over the memories of his predecessor. Why come out? This is because a scene appeared. The predecessor to see around the people have begun to cultivate, and they are still chasing chickens everywhere. Thought to move mountains and fill in the sea omnipotent that is the adult's ability. Until they are surrounded by people flying up to the sky, he just figured out that they actually do not have the qualifications to cultivate, but being born with a mortal body. No matter how much his father examined him he just couldn't find the cause, but time and time again he was disappointed. He began to yearn for the outside world. The world was so big, surely he could find a solution. So he snuck out. Can't think of any answer to round it off. Can you? Ha ha ha. Kid, don't be fussing. Accept the judgment. The second elder saw Yi Tian's many final words and mocked with glee. I knew it. Now it's showing its true colors. Yeah, being able to cheat the heart inquiry stone here is enough to make him proud for the rest of his life. Where is the lifetime? In a moment the patriarch will surely behead him. Stay away. Be careful of splashing blood. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, swept a glance at the crowd, and in slightly sad words, said, this life of mine is like walking on thin ice. Living around geniuses since I was a child and watching them reach the Saint Realm one by one caused irreversible damage to my young mind. In this environment, I'm often overwhelmed and can't catch my breath. And since I can't cultivate anyway, I might as well come out and look for a chance. I believe that the 3000 Tao states are vast in territory, and I'm sure I'll be able to find a way for me to cultivate. The short version of this is, I can't fit into the circle of geniuses, so I came out to look for opportunities and see if I can solve the problem of mortals being unable to cultivate. Worshipping the Tai sacred ground is because I heard Master say that the Tai sacred ground is the place where countless heavenly prides aspire to be. As for why you worship Man Miao Fairy as your teacher, Yi Tian's tone turned slightly mocking. If I don't worship her as my teacher, do I worship you? An ugly monster with half a foot in the coffin? I can still distinguish between ugly and beautiful. You, the second elder's that face darkened, his wrinkles all squeezing together like an unsightly chrysanthemum. The second elder swept a glance at the questioning stone, trying to prove with facts that he was lying, but the questioning stone remained unchanged. How is that possible? Not only the second elder, everyone couldn't believe it. There was still no change? Yi Tian's words were already so outrageous. Was the questioning stone really bad? Yi Tian blew the bull as a person can see the problem. First of all, there are countless great emperors in his home. Why would he come out? Where in heaven is there a better place than his home? If it were any person in the Great Hall, born with a mortal body and a great emperor in his family, he would definitely choose to swing and lie down, because up to now, from the end of the day, he had never heard of mortals being able to cultivate, and there were countless elixirs to prolong one's life. So what if one could not cultivate? Isn't cultivation just going against the grain, for longevity and freedom from oppression? I was born with all of this. What risk do I take to come out and look for a chance? Isn't this purely and simply having a big brain disease? May I ask if there are any more questions? Yi Tian asked. The patriarch on the seat was silent for a long time, and the second elder was also half dead from Yi Tian's words just now. He didn't believe that Yi Tian didn't lie, but for several consecutive questions, the asking stone never changed, and now it seemed that even if more questions were asked, the asking stone would still be unresponsive. Something must have gone wrong with the questioning stone. Am I considered passed without the question? The crowd looked at the seated patriarch, waiting for her decision. In their hearts, this Yi Tian was not worthy of worshipping the Tai Holy Land. Full of lies, must be an extremely hypocritical person. Although the patriarch is reluctant, but also to announce the results. The rules are here. She cannot just based on feeling messed up the rules. Ask the heart of the stone is not different, even if it passes. Just as he was about to make the announcement, the second elder beat him to it. I demand to test the effects of the questioning stone. I suspect something is wrong with it. Manhwa Fairy rolled her eyes. What is the questioning heartstone made of? Aren't you clear about it? How could it be broken? Although the second elder knew the origin of the questioning stone and was clear that nothing would go wrong, there was still an unwillingness in his heart to try even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Yi Tian saw the golden lines wrapped around his hand loosen and knew that the seat patriarch had acquiesced, so he had no choice but to agree. You, go lie. The second elder pointed to a heavenly pride at the very front and said, that heaven's pride didn't push back, and went forward, placing his hand on it. Let me ask you, what is your name? The second elder asked. Wang Sledgehammer. In an instant, the questioning stone emitted an intense red light, and those two gold strands became even more entangled, and the questioning stone also continued to absorb this person's aura. This is a means to prevent the escape of the devil's way. This turn of events made the second elder dumbfounded. There is nothing wrong with the questioning stone. With a wave of the manly fairy's white hand, the taboo of the questioning heartstone was lifted, and that celestial pride continuously wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead. Now in this situation, although everyone didn't believe what he said, they had to admit that this mortal had indeed passed the test of the questioning stone. The manly fairy finally breathed a sigh of relief. The patriarch's face was as usual as he looked around and then spoke. Now open the second round of examination. This meant that Yi Tian had passed the test. He had just returned to his master's side and immediately ate a large chestnut. Ouch! That hurts! Ouch! The manly fairy pouted angrily. Who told you to talk nonsense? Yi Tian corrected. I'm telling the truth. Fairy Mania Fairy rolled her eyes in disbelief. Yi Tian was helpless. No one believed the truth now. You can just walk through the two tests behind you in a moment. The results don't matter, the manly fairy said. Yi Tian nodded. Having passed the Ask the Stone session, the system has already handed out the rewards and is just waiting to be claimed. Claim your reward. The host has successfully passed the questioning stone test and is fusing the Golden Crow Supreme Body. This conversation has a huge impact, rewarding 5,000 points. Yi Tian only felt a warm sensation flow to his limbs and then coalesce in his abdomen at the dantian. There were no earth-shattering visions, but he could feel the changes in his body. The pores were breathing all the time. That was the manifestation of the influx of spiritual energy. And now that it was midday, he only felt like bathing under the warm sun. His mind was much clearer, and the intake of spiritual energy was more than a few times faster. This is still inside the hall. Cannot be direct sunlight. If you go outside, the effect is definitely better. As a square stone tablet appeared, the second round of examinations officially began. Still put your hand on it and judge the talent by virtue of the color. White is the lowest, gold is the highest, and in between, blue, purple, black, and red. This Yi Tian is immortal. I'll see how he passes the qualification test. This is not true. Manhwa Fairy personally accepts disciples, as long as they pass the first level, even if the next two levels do not pass. It is fine, as an elder has the right to accept disciples on his own. When the crowd of celestial pride heard this, they were envious. Even a mortal being looked upon by a manly fairy was considered to have flown the coop. Still, more people were ready to see him laugh. Mortal. So what if he worshipped under the mannish fairy? So what if you don't get caught lying in front of the questioning stone? Mortals are mortal after all. Chapter 6, Yi Tian's Test. Born with an anomaly, not to mention a mortal full of shit. From the beginning to the end, no one took what Yi Tian said seriously. There is only envy and jealousy. The crowd mingled. A number of conspiratorial voices came out. Hey, it's true that hard work is no match for good luck. Don't we people cultivate desperately for years and years just so that we can have whichever elder looks highly upon us and accepts us as disciples? It's good that people are good, even though they're no asses themselves. By virtue of having a good master, they can easily become the shut-in disciple of the great elder of the Tai sacred ground. Isn't that so? Passing the first round of tests, people just walk through the last 2 rounds, which is something we can compare to. Maybe the first round of the questioning stone test was also a backroom deal to pass. And a family of great emperors. In the great hall, quite a few people stared darkly at Yi Tian. The heart is jealous to the point of pus. He couldn't wait to see Yi Tian go to the talent test, so as to gather around to see how much of a waste Yi Tian really was. The second elder hated Yi Tian even more. The heart laughed coldly. Although the remaining test Yi Tian, however, Manhwa Fairy also has the right to accept disciples on her own. But for a hallowed elder of the Tai Holy Land to accept a waste with no cultivation qualifications as his disciple, the face is also considered to have lost all the face. Spread out will not be able to avoid being laughed off the teeth. And Fairy Man Meow is the grand elder of the Tai Holy Land. Making such a move would even bring shame to the entire clan. The patriarch wouldn't say anything on the surface. But in the future, if he or she were to fight with Fairy Mania, it was also absolutely impossible to pull the plug and help Man Meow Fairy again because they were on good terms with her. The second elder was outwardly acting immovable at the moment, but already, he was silently expecting the scene that he had fantasized about in his heart to come soon. The second round of testing begins. On the Grand Hall, among the hundreds of celestial pride, a celestial pride stepped out from the crowd. Human race, Great Yan Dynasty, Feng Tianyang. He bent his head in salute, and after taking a deep breath, he pressed his palm on the square stone tablet. A white pillar of light rose from the spirit measuring stone. After reaching a height of 1 fathom, it transformed into blue and continued to rise until it reached a height of 2 fathoms when it stopped completely. The color eventually settled on purple. Zhou Guofeng of the Red Gold Dynasty. Purple B-grade talent. Test passed. Stand to the right. After one person passed, followed by another, Heavenly Pride broke away from the crowd to come to the square stone monument for testing. White inferior talent. Eliminated. Blue D-grade talent. Pass. Stand to the right. Red A talent. Pass. Stand to the left. Black B talent. Pass. Stand to the left. Inside the main hall, the pride of the various clans that could come to the Tai Holy Land for the initiation test were all top geniuses within their own forces that possessed the highest talent and stood proudly above the crowd. And under the harsh scrutiny of the Tai Chi Holy Land, their talents were further categorized into 3, 6, 9 grades. Some measured white subpar talent and were eliminated on the spot. Those who measured blue D-grade talent and purple B-grade talent could only stand on the right side of the hall, farther away from the elders. Even if one ended up entering the Tai Holy Land, it would be impossible for them to be accepted as disciples by the elders. Instead, he could only become an ordinary disciple within the Tai Holy Land. Only those who measured black and red talent on the right could stand on the left side near the elders, gain the opportunity to be taken as a disciple by the elders. Nearly 100 heavenly prides finished testing one after another, but never see the golden gift appear. The seated patriarch gradually lost interest. His lips and teeth lightly opened and yawned. With nearly 100 heavenly prides, Yi Tian was the only one left without testing. Go ahead. Just measure and come back. The manly fairy's expression was calm, and she didn't place any hopes on Yi Tian. It had already been thought that no matter what the outcome was, he would forcefully take Yi Tian in. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his body, a flash of anticipation passed through Yi Tian's eyes. I wonder what color my Golden Crow Supreme body would be when I went up to test it. On the main hall, the crowd of celestial pride who had finished their tests were giving Yi Tian sidelong glances. The gazes of the celestial pride who had passed the second round of testing looked at Yi Tian with a hint of teasing. It's like watching a dancing monkey. The dozen or so celestial pride who were eliminated clenched their fists and looked at Yi Tian. Jealousy was written in his eyes and his teeth were clenched, hating that he could not eat Yi Tian alive. Feeling their eyes as sharp as knives, Yi Tian just gave a shallow smile. See, the little master is just lucky. You can't pass the test, and you have a beautiful master to cover you. What's more, the self that had obtained the Golden Crow Supreme body had long since changed from the past. Then let me see. The Golden Crow Supreme body given by the system. In the end, give or not. Yi Tian slowly raised his right hand and pressed it on the square stone tablet. It only felt like a huge suction force was created on the square stone tablet. But as he gazed at it, the square stone monument only trembled slightly. but it did not light up in any color. The second elder, who had been crying and waiting for this moment for a long time, immediately seized this opportunity. Cold laugh out loud, a thumbs down. Not even a white inferior talent. Immortal man meow. Your good disciple has truly refreshed the lower limit of my Tai Holy Land's qualification test. Alright, the test is over. Yi Tian is eliminated. The second elder was so eager to find trouble with the manly fairy that he didn't realize that the square stone tablet was trembling. The patriarch of the seat, however, saw it at a glance. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes, but he quickly calmed down again, thinking that he must have been mistaken. How could a mortal with not even a hint of cultivation make the square stone monument tremble? Eyes looking at Man Meow Fairy, he faintly said, Mania, you have the right to take on disciples on your own though. But I also hope that you will take the face of the clan into consideration when making your decision. The manly fairy lowered her head with a red face. I was so ashamed that I couldn't dig a hole in the ground under my feet and go in immediately. Admitting a disciple who wasn't even the least talented would not only be a disgrace to himself, but the clan would also be blindsided because of himself. But thinking about it, the qualifications were inherently destined, and one could not blame Yi Tian. You can't just leave Yi Tian alone because his qualifications aren't good, right? The manly fairy clenched her teeth. Still, he decided to forcefully accept Yi Tian. The second elder, however, grasped the opportunity tightly and said righteously, Man Miao, can't you understand the meaning of the patriarch's words? Humph. A yellow-bellied child who opens his mouth and closes his mouth about a family of great emperors is nothing but a good mouth. The rest is nothing. To have no character and no talent, it's simply the waste of wastes. Are you seriously going to? Boom. The second elder hadn't finished speaking. The square stone monument immediately rose a white pillar of light that rushed the dome of the great hall after a burst of violent trembling. In a breath of time, next to the white light pillar, there was actually another independent blue light pillar rising. At the same time, independent pillars of purple, black and red light rose one after another. The entire 5 pillars of light converged into a 5-clawed golden dragon, hovering above the dome overlooking the living world, erupting into a terrifying roar that shook the hearts of the people. The entire hall trembled with this dragon roar. Many celestial pride on the ground couldn't carry the horrible pressure, and were actually hard-pressed to prostrate themselves on the ground, and a bright red blood flowed out of their ears, noses and throats. Chapter 7, What's Wrong with His Brain? The other can't believe it. That golden dragon's aura was still gradually climbing, and its already enormous size was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dome of the great hall became bound to the golden dragon. It actually coalesced into a solid body and crashed a large hole in the dome to break out. The sky and earth changed in color. The dragon soared above the 9 skies, and the entire sky above the Tai Holy Land was enveloped by the huge body of the golden dragon that kept circling around. Within the 3000 Dao State Xian domain, countless terrifying divine senses converged at the outskirts of the Tai Holy Land. Such horrifying visions. Could it be that this one from the Tai Holy Land, the saint and the emperor? Fellow Taoist, be careful what you say. The might of the saints. How dare we speculate? Tai Holy Land. Inside the main hall, the second elder's teeth clenched as he looked up at the sky. It was intended to use Yi Tian's waist as an opportunity to suppress the manly fairy. However, how could he not expect that the terror of Yi Tian's talent was so great that he was able to invoke heaven and earth visions? Excited hands, trembling and shaking, the second elder's eyes were fixed on Yi Tian. Damn little liar. Is this what you call having no cultivation qualifications? Damn. You are so damned. The patriarch on the seat, at this moment, had already stood up, gazing between the clouds in the firmament, the huge golden dragon hovering. Only she, who was a saint, could deeply perceive that this golden dragon was not some ordinary heaven and earth vision at all. Rather, it is a convergence of qi, with a hint of the ancient atmosphere, the auspiciousness of the Hongmeng. This, in fact, contained the opportunity to become an emperor. If this son of Yi Tian grew up, he even had a chance to be a saint and an emperor with the immortal domain closed. At this moment, even the patriarch could not be calm, gazing deeply at Yi Tian. Is this what you said about having no qualifications for cultivation under the asking stone test? Man Miao, you really have found a good disciple. The patriarch's gaze looked toward the manly fairy. In the depths of his eyes, a touch of imperceptible jealousy even surfaced. Fairy mania covered her mouth. In the midst of an overwhelming shock, simply could not believe what was appearing before his eyes. He went out to practice on his own and was saved by Yi Tian, who was a mortal. It was just to repay the favor and take him as a disciple to protect him with a worry-free voice, not even thinking that he could have any proud talent. Become a disciple that you can be proud of. I'm happy enough when I'm peaceful and don't get myself into trouble. How? How did that happen? I've collected a whole lot of demons. Ha 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 ha. In the great hall, as the golden dragon took to the air and flew above the 9th heaven, the terrifying pressure disappeared, and the disciples who were prostrate on the ground and bleeding from their 7 orifices after being eliminated in the second round of the test erupted into mournful laughter, laughing with tears in his voice. Ha 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 ha, I myself, a white inferior talent, earlier dared to mock a demonic genius with a golden talent. Joke, I'm a joke. It's not just this crumbling disciple. In front of the heaven and earth vision that Yi Tian had invoked, the terrifying golden dragon, it was those disciples who had passed the second round of tests who felt as small as dust. To think that earlier, he still had the nerve to laugh at Yi Tian. It's just that what's happening in front of us is just too unbelievable and appalling. Who among the people present was not a top genius who was proud and gifted? How could there be? How would there be any desire to believe that someone could be better than they are? Didn't Yi Tian say before the questioning stone that he couldn't cultivate? And you can't feel the aura in his body at all. How is it possible? How could he have such a terrifying physique? All the celestial pride collectively closed themselves off. Some have even begun to doubt themselves. Eyes confused, he looked to the person next to him. Difficult. Could what Yi Tian just said be true? As soon as the words were uttered, they were immediately countered by the majority. Really? An uninhabited forbidden area that is difficult for saints to enter. A Yi immortal clan in the forbidden area. A family of immortal emperors? Is this possible? It's just not realistic. It was the several elders who also shook their heads and laughed bitterly, feeling ridiculous. It's not true that Yi Tian's talent is arrogant, but there's no one in the forbidden area. But there's another appalling name. Land of the Dead. No Man's Land has existed for an unknown length of time. No one knows how it came to be or why it exists. Only ancient texts recorded that the No Man's Land had existed at the beginning of the birth of the 3000 Tao states. Since ancient times, I don't know how many heavenly prides, how many dominated domain, leading an era of heroes and heroes. In order to conquer, no one forbid this mysterious place to bend. Couldn't even take a step into the restricted area. The sunken body disappeared without a trace in the river of time and was completely forgotten. Now all of a sudden there's a mortal who doesn't even have cultivation. Told you he came out of this man-eating No Man's Land. He also has a family in No Man's Land. The family is full of immortal emperors. His dad's the one who came up with the No Man's Land. Who would believe that? How is that to be believed? Shouldn't oneself, feel ridiculous for such slippery statements? Even now, this mortal, during the second round of the talent test, had triggered a heaven and earth anomaly and measured a golden talent that was hard to come by in the previous year. But if everything he says is true, he doesn't want to be the son of a good immortal emperor, but comes to this place? What's wrong with him? Is it me who is sick or is it him? Everyone in the Great Hall found it funny. There is no point in believing a bit of this kind of thing that is beyond one's realm of perception. Hyper. Above the night sky, the visions continued, and the golden dragon was still roaring, bringing the crowd's thoughts back to reality. On the seat, the patriarch sighed. In his heart, he knew that Yi Tian, who had no cultivation, had no way to rely on his own power to make the vision stop the golden dragon from dissipating. Curving his fingers, he shot a flat, uninteresting snowflake towards the golden dragon hovering above the 9 heavens. The inconspicuous snowflakes flew out of the dome of the great hall and blossomed, instantly converging into a giant net of ice filaments, wrapping up the golden dragon as a whole. Collect! The sovereign's 5 fingers bent, trying to rely on the giant net of ice silk to suppress the vision and the golden dragon. However, the golden dragon was actually casting an angry gaze towards the sovereign. It was like a great insult. A loud roar erupted. Hyper, a strike from a peak saintly powerhouse, the patriarch of the Tai Holy Land. It was actually dissolved into nothingness under this roar. A flash of surprise flashed through the patriarch's eyes. Ha, it's really something. Mania. Protect your precious apprentice. This father will go and collect the vision. Yes. The manly fairy pulled out a silver frost-fine sword in the void and flew up to the money to protect Yi Tian's left and right. Dangerous gazes were fixed on the second elder. It was clear in his heart that in the absence of the patriarch, the only person present who could pose a threat to him was the second elder. Just as she had suspected. Hearing that the patriarch was going to collect the visionary golden dragon, the second elder was having the idea of taking the opportunity to kill Yi Tian, knowing that if he kept the son, in the future, he would be unable to raise his head in front of Ferryman Meow for the rest of his life. Chapter 8. It's worthless to become a great emperor if you have a bad characterable to the second chief felt wronged. Sovereign, when you left, did you need to instruct Ferryman Meow to protect Yi Tian? With this kind of talent, one wants to kill him in public. Even if you have the heart of a thief, you don't have the guts. I'm afraid that if I don't make a move, I'll be pinched to death by some old monster hidden within the Holy Land who is peeking in. Am I that stupid? Over the Tai Holy Land, the patriarch arrived in front of the visionary golden dragon by taking to the air, gazing at the golden dragon. His expression was quite grave. The chi is converging, and there is also a trace of the innate Hong Ming chi. If that's the case, it's just as well, but violently breaking you up could potentially break that kid's foundation. That's tricky. That said, the sovereign's foot took a step in the void. A large covering tens of thousands of meters was instantly created under her feet. The large formation with ancient patterns emitted a light blue light, firmly confining the golden dragon so that it could not move a single bit. The golden dragon is indeed terrifying. Between the mad struggles, even the heavens and earth trembled. Unfortunately for its owner, Yi Tian, his cultivation level was still too low. Facing a saint, it still couldn't resist. The patriarch also smiled gently. Collect. The large formation quickly contracted, and along with the golden dragon piece, it shrunk to the size of a palm in a few breaths. The golden dragon that had become smaller in size curled up in the formation, like a loach being grasped by the patriarch in his hand, and aimed a slap at Yi Tian below. The formation, along with the golden dragon, entered Yi Tian's body. The patriarch also returned to the great hall in the next second. His eyes looked towards Yi Tian. The golden dragon has gathered the chi of heaven and earth. It's a pity to break it up. I used a formation to imprison it within you, and when you can fully control it, it will become a great help to you, and can even save your life at critical moments. The heaven and earth visions disappeared, and Yi Tian, who had finally gotten rid of the square stone monument, scratched his head. The already small amount of aura in the body had all been drained just now. Yi Tian couldn't feel the golden dragon's presence at all at this moment. Snap! The manly fairy slapped Yi Tian on the side of his head. The patriarch has given you a chance. Why don't you say thank you? Yi Tian covered his head with an aggrieved face. Ouch. That hurts. With that, he bared his teeth towards the sovereign. Thank you. Beautiful. The manly fairy stumbled and almost fell headfirst to the ground. Wait. The second elder stood out with a gloomy face. Patriarch, is it too early for you to reward Yi Tian's chance at this moment? Earlier, during the questioning heartstone test, but we all heard it with our own ears. Yi Tian himself said that he has no cultivation qualifications. The second elder sneered and looked around the room. You all should remember that, right? It was Yi Tian himself who said that he had no qualifications. But now, he has been detected with such a terrifying talent and system that he even caused a heaven and earth anomaly. So, doesn't that prove that he lied during the questioning stone test? There was the second elder who stepped in to stir up trouble. The many celestial pride in the great hall were in an uproar. Right. Earlier Yi Tian lied about the lack of reaction from the questioning heartstone. Even if Yi Tian said something outrageous, we can only believe it. But what Yi Tian said in front of the questioning stone just now doesn't match up in the present. Yeah, it's clearly Yi Tian who lied. There was a lot of talk in the great hall. The manly fairy gazed at the second elder who revealed a smug smile. There was a flash of warm anger in his eyes. Couldn't understand how he could be so persistent in getting himself into trouble. Haven't you been hit in the face enough? Sovereign. The manly fairy blocked in front of Yi Tian, her gaze looking towards the patriarch. Patriarch, the questioning stone is the founding treasure of my Tai Holy Land, left behind by the clan's first ancestor. For tens of thousands of years, there has never been a mistake. And after Yi Tian was subjected to the questioning heartstone test, the second elder he himself called someone to go up and lie to test if there was any problem with the questioning heartstone. Now he actually has the audacity to come out and say that it was my disciple who lied. The manly fairy's expression was cold as she bent down to salute the patriarch. Manhwa feels that the second elder is deliberately targeting me and my disciple. Since that's the case, Manhwa stretch please have a duel with the second elder from the same sect. Whoever survives will be right. Look to patriarch for fulfillment. The Tai Chi Holy Land is such a big clan. There are many disciples, and frictional fights between refugees. But the infighting will be left unchecked will make the clan extinction. Disciples' door heart of the fire is not vented out, and will be accumulated grudges have been long into a big trouble. Thus came the term dueling in the same discipline. If the relationship between fellow clansmen really reaches a point where they can't be reconciled, they can apply for a duel like the clan. Dueling parties, dead or wounded, the winner decides what's right and wrong. But this, too, was limited to just between ordinary disciples of the same sect. But whenever two disciples with better qualifications, the relationship is even worse, the clan will find a way to mediate. It hurts to lose one. Not to mention the two elders. It was naturally impossible for the patriarch to agree. The eyes looked towards the manly fairy. Grand elder, don't be ridiculous. The second elder grinned. It was definitely impossible to beat the manly fairy, or else he wouldn't be the second elder. But now occupying the right is the supreme elder. Came the second elder also dared to open his mouth to say a few words. Patriarch, I'm doing this all for the sake of the Tai Holy Land. Yi Tian lied as a matter of fact. Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, the clan rules are here. Should we break the rules because of him? If a rotten person like Yi Tian, who lies so much, can be admitted to my Tai sacred ground? How should the many proud sons of heaven present who have been eliminated by their backs feel? If the world knows that my Tai Holy Land is a place where one can enter by relying on connections, which heavenly pride will still dare to come to my Tai Holy Land in the future? As the second elder's voice rang out, inside the great hall, more than a dozen eliminated celestial pride immediately erupted into roars of discontent. Right, the hallowed Tai Holy Land has strict rules, and it places the highest importance on character. We have all traveled thousands of miles to come here with admiration for the Holy Land, and although our qualifications are lacking, our character is flawless. But what about this Yetion? Full of lies. Just because his qualifications are a bit better and he has a master who is a great elder to protect him, the Tai sacred ground is going to accept him? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. Within the great hall, it was the other elders that muttered, good qualifications, no character, becoming a great emperor is in vain. My Tai Holy Land doesn't just rely on strength to dominate the Xian domain, it also relies on credibility and rules, so I can't afford to be a rule breaker. Yes, if this Yetion is an evil cultivator and accepting him to raise him up, wouldn't he be raising a scourge for the world? Fist tightly compressed, Fairy Mania. Even though he also felt that Yetion had told lies, he still steadfastly protected Yetion behind him. Instead, the patriarch closed his eyes and let out a long sigh with his back to the crowd. She was also the only one present who knew that Yetion was more than just well qualified. He's in possession of the position of a great emperor. Staying in the sect, within 1,000 years the Tai Holy Land would be able to have a great emperor sitting in its midst. Chapter 9, System. He doesn't believe you exist. But, the clan's ancestral rule cannot be broken. It's a fact that Yetion lied. If it was really an evil cultivator, being single-handedly nurtured by the Tai Holy Land, this is a responsibility that no one can afford. There was a long silence. The patriarch turned around and looked at Yetion with a cold gaze. You obviously have such natural talent. Why did you say that you couldn't cultivate just now? The patriarch asked a question and could not fail to answer. Yetion frowned slightly. Mentally, I was hesitant to answer. If you lied, you would inevitably be detected, and you couldn't think of any good reason to explain yourself. But if one were to be honest, wouldn't one's possession of the system be exposed? Doesn't seem right either. When he himself was tested at the questioning stone, he said that he came out of the no man's land of the forbidden zone. The askance stone has been passed, and all these people still don't believe in themselves. Wouldn't it be even more unbelievable to name even more bullshit systems? The more Yetion thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. And the name of the system is called the truth-telling system, and it rewards points for telling the truth. Apparently the system wants you to be a good honest boy too. Well, that's a problem. Under the gazes of everyone in the large hall, Yetion slowly raised his head. Seriously, you back to the beautiful patriarch. I wasn't lying when I said I wasn't difficult to cultivate when I was testing at the questioning heartstone earlier, and now the reason why I can cultivate again, and have been tested for such awesome qualifications, is because I have a hangover. The moment these words were uttered, everyone in the great hall revealed puzzled gazes. The crowd of celestial pride exchanged words. What's a plug-in? A spell? It sounds like the name of a magic weapon, but it may not be. Well, formations are also possible, or cultivation spells. The second elder stared at Yetion sorrowfully. The voice was icy cold. What kind of treasure is an external plug-in that can make a mortal who can't cultivate gain such a horrible qualification in a short period of time? Ha! I won't doubt you for a moment. Since you say you have a hang-up, then show it to the crowd and we'll know if it's true or not once we try it. After experiencing the earlier face-slapping of the askance stone, this time, the second elder learned his lesson. Even if Yetion was full of nonsense and pulled some kind of hangout out, it also didn't question it first, but waited for Yetion to take out the plugin and make sure it was real or fake, then decide whether or not to trouble Yetion. However, Yetion scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. That one. It's pretty hard to explain. This plugin I'm talking about isn't what you guys perceive as a spiritual weapon fabric, or formation kung fu's. This plugin I have is a system, or a body of consciousness that exists in my sea of consciousness. As long as I fulfill the tasks it sets me, it gives me all sorts of rewards beyond the ordinary imagination. My golden crota body is what the system rewarded me with when I just completed the mission. Ding! The host truthfully dumbfounded people and aroused the crowd's emotions, gaining 20,000 points. Silence. Deathly silence within the entire hall. After listening to Yetion's description, almost everyone looked at Yetion with a gaze of looking at a fool. Put. In the crowd, I don't know who didn't hold back a laugh. Even the second elder, who hated Yetion with a passion, was amused by Yetion. Looking at Yetion with a face full of mockery. Body of consciousness? As recorded in the ancient books, it is the legendary immortals of the immortal realm who have never possessed such means. Not to mention that it is only a body of consciousness that has no entity residing within your sea of consciousness. What? It's hard to believe that this body of consciousness residing within your sea of consciousness is the heavenly Tao consciousness? You're the son of Qi. Ha! Yi Tian stared at the second elder with wide eyes. Despite the fact that the second elder was mocking himself, he was not angry at all. Instead, there was a great sense of having found a soulmate. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? 3,000 Tao states, even in the immortal world, can not only the supreme heavenly Tao be able to do it, like the system that can turn itself immortal with no qualifications into a demonic genius out of thin air, and change physical rewards to itself out of thin air. It doesn't matter if the heavenly Tao exists or not. The important thing is to compare the system to the way of heaven. This group can understand it. Yi Tian looked at the second elder with a touched expression. There was even an urge to go up and hug him. You're such a nice guy. Yep, kinda got you right. This body of consciousness in my sea of consciousness is the heavenly Tao, and it might even be an even more terrifying existence than the heavenly Tao. Ding! The host spoke the truth in a way that was hard to accept and aroused the emotions of the crowd, gaining 30,000 points. The second elder had a black line. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Damn! Are you okay? You can't talk nonsense, but if I give you a pole, you'll climb up it? The manly fairy who was in front of Yi Tian covered her face with her hands. Have given up on the treatment. The big deal is that I will try my best to escape with Yi Tian later. He only prayed that no one would notice him at this stage, much less think about the fact that he was Yi Tian's master. It's so humiliating. Sovereign covered his forehead with his hand. Helplessly, he looked at the manly fairy. Oi, man Ami, it's good that you brought back a demonic genius, but bringing back a fool is your fault, isn't it? How can this patriarch help you round up? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The second elder laughed wildly. After the laughter stopped, the sound suddenly lingered. Fingering Yi Tian, his eyes looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, need I say anything more? Originally, when he said that he was the son of a great emperor and had come out from the no man's restricted area, I only thought he was a person who was full of nonsense and selling his name. Nowadays, he's just crazy. All of the celestial pride nodded their heads. Couldn't agree more with the second elder's statement. The second elder, on the other hand, immediately turned around and cupped his fists towards the patriarch. Patriarch, at this point in time, do you still want to favor Fairyman Meow and this crazy disciple of hers? To be able to babble to this extent, this son will not be able to drag his evil ways with him. I ask the patriarch to order the immediate killing of this son, to condemn the sect, to abolish all of immortal man Meow's cultivation, and to expel him from the Tai Holy Land. The patriarch's expression was grave. The eyes gazed at manly fairy Yi Tian, trying to keep both of them, but there is no reason to do so, riding the tiger in place. System, he doesn't believe me when I tell the truth and wants to kill me, eh? As the atmosphere froze and the smell of gunpowder filled the air, Yi Tian's voice rang out, greatly speaking to the system in front of everyone. Griffin's taunts bore me, but the matter is the host's. The system voice sounded in Yi Tian's mind. Yi Tian's eyes widened. What do you mean? This what's his name second elder doesn't trust you and you hate him. It's my business. You don't want to help at all? A moment later, the system voice sounded again. The following options are offered to the host. Option 1, consume 1,000,000 points and invoke a heavenly tribulation to blast the target to death, to take the heat out of the system. Option 2, consume 30,000 points to invoke the pressure of heaven and earth to solve the immediate trouble. Chapter 10, I am nothing when it comes to being more powerful. The system wants the host to choose one. Yi Tian sniffed. The mind is speechless. You're pissed off and draining my points? The problem is that I don't have 1,000,000 points yet, and even if I did, I couldn't possibly use them to take it out on you. Could I? System, I choose 2. Yi Tian said in a loud voice. The choice is successful. The host has successfully spent 30,000 points. The pressure of heaven and earth is descending. The second elder snorted out a laugh. TSK, 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 and what a nutcase. Start talking to the air. As soon as the words fell, the hall became dim. Feeling puzzled, the crowd raised their heads in curiosity and looked towards the sky through the large hole in the dome of the great hall that had previously been knocked out by the golden dragon. It was only then that I realized that it wasn't the great hall that had become dim. Rather, the entire sky above the Tai Holy Land was dimmed. Above the night sky, the sun looked like a tengu eclipsing the sun, becoming dark a little bit. With that, a terrifying to the extreme pressure landed in the Tai Holy Land. This terrifying pressure didn't hurt anyone or destroy any buildings. It's just that as the mighty pressure descends, Everyone within the Tai Holy Land except for Yi Tian felt like they had turned into puppets on strings, manipulated by some mysterious force. The feeling of powerlessness spread all over his body. It was as if he was like a piece of fish on a plate that could be slaughtered at will by this terrifying power, especially the second elder. He was subjected to the heaviest pressure of heaven and earth. It just felt like a big hand in the underworld had grabbed his heart. At any moment, he could crush his heart to pieces. It's so hard to feel. What is it? I feel like I'm dying. The crowd of celestial pride within the great hall were not well pleased. The patriarch even covered his chest. Incredulous gazes were directed at Yi Tian. What's going on here? Why is it that even I, who am a saint, feel that my life is being held by something? Yi Tian calmly said, "This is what I call the heavenly Tao, though you may still not want to believe it. But I can responsibly say that when I complete the quests given to me by the system, I will not only receive quest rewards but also points. This point allows me to exchange all sorts of treasures to the system, and likewise, I can buy anyone's life with the points, even though I haven't started cultivating yet. As long as I have enough points, it's immortals I can kill." Ding! The host's truth is frightening. Gaining 6,000 points. The heaven and earth pressure bought by 30,000 points descended and lasted for half an incense stick of time. After the pressure dispersed, the crowd in the great hall breathed a sigh of relief. Even though it was still hard to believe Yi Tian's words, there was a hint of scorn in his gaze towards Yi Tian, especially the second elder who felt the deepest pressure of heaven and earth. Swallowing hard, "And how many points do you have now?" Yi Tian didn't hesitate to open his mouth. 0. "I've just purchased the heaven and earth mighty advent all used up." The second elder's expression eased slightly. In his cognitive view, points were equivalent to auras, and systems were equivalent to magic weapons. For a magic weapon to explode with power, it was necessary to inject enough aura into it. Otherwise it was an innate magic weapon, held in the hands of a mortal with no aura. It would simply be a burnt stick that could not be destroyed. In that case, if what Yi Tian said was all true, but now without points he is not a threat. So how many points do you make your so-called system consume to kill an immortal? On the side, the patriarch asked this question that everyone present was concerned about. Yi Tian wasn't sure. On the system interface, there are no explicit prices. It could only be calculated based on the fact that the system had just said that 3 million points could blast the second elder. Millions or tens of millions, I guess, or maybe billions and billions. Well, I only get a few thousand or so points for completing a quest, so compared to spending points to kill immortals, it's probably more realistic for me to go and kill them after I've cultivated myself into an immortal. The second elder nodded repeatedly. It is already completely free of worries. Looking at Yi Tian with a sneer on his face, how great I was when it turned out to be nothing. The second elder was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to make things difficult for Yi Tian and Ferryman now. He was about to continue speaking, but the patriarch spoke up to stop him. Okay. Yi Tian passed the questioning stone test one after another. And when he spoke of the so-called system that was comparable to the heavenly Tao and the second elder questioned it, a heaven and earth pressure did appear as well. Although I can't believe that Yi Tian is telling the truth. I can't come up with substantial evidence to prove that Yi Tian has told a lie. In that case, let's start the third round of tests. The second elder's fists clenched. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth. In his heart, he knew that the patriarch was close to immortal man Meow and would favor immortal man Meow. But when the patriarch really found a reason to favor the manly fairy brightly and openly, the second elder still felt anger. But what could he, a second elder, do other than look for opportunities? One can only watch as the 3 rounds of testing begin. During the second round of qualification testing, the nearly 100 celestial pride within the hall were divided into 3 categories. White subpar talent is eliminated on the spot and cannot participate in the third round of testing. One could only wait for the final test to be completed and then choose to go home, or stay in the Tai Holy Land as a bottom grade. Miscellaneous disciple doing dirty work, measured blue D talent, and measured purple B talent. After the 3 rounds of testing, those who passed became inner disciples, and those who didn't were outer disciples. And those who measured black and red talent passed all 3 rounds of testing. Those who pass will be taken directly back to their dojo by the elder and accepted as personal disciples. Those who do not pass become elite disciples. The third round of tests in the Tai Holy Land. Fighting. Inner and outer disciple entrance test. Blue and purple talent totaling 74 disciples. The 2 people whose names are called will come to the ring in order to fight. In the center of the hall, a ring with a diameter of hundreds of meters and covered in runes slowly rose. The first match of the third test. Zhuge Ru of the Southern Yang Kingdom versus Bai Linger of the Northern Liang Kingdom. The 2 celestial pride whose names were called jumped onto the ring one after another. Cultivation together. After countless years of development, the realms of cultivators had formed a meticulous and strict division. From the beginning of the practice of mortals, the The realms were subdivided into 9 major realms: bone training, soul purging, chi refining, foundation establishment, yuaning, fulfillment, returning to one, sainthood, and emperor. Among them, each major realm contained 9 minor realms. The higher the realm, the greater the power gap between cultivators. For example, there was basically no gap between the strength of a cultivator at the second level of the bone training stage and a cultivator at the first level of the bone training stage. The odds are that the two will fight to the death. But the power gap between a sage second level cultivator and a sage first level cultivator was 100,000 miles apart, and could even be described as if they were falling through the sky. A small realm difference. A sage 2 cultivator was able to hang a sage 1 cultivator and beat him up. Chapter 11, admitting defeat just after entering the ring. The Tai Holy Land, as the 3000 Tao states, the top power of the Xian domain. It is to accept disciples, but they all start at the foundation establishment stage. The 2 people who jumped onto the ring and were about to start fighting for the inner disciple quota were 2 foundation stage cultivators. The one named Zhuge was the 3rd level of foundation establishment. The next point named Bai Linger, the 2nd level of foundation establishment. With a start, the 2 fought each other with their own skills. Bai Linger wielded a soft silver thin sword with a tiger-like grip. Zhuge, however, was holding a feather fan to deal with it easily. A few rounds later, Bai Linger body spirit energy not support defeat. Zhuge Confucian is calm hands clasped. Said Alet. The battle for the inner disciple quota is one that the elders basically can't muster much interest in. And with your talent, they won't be able to pose much of a threat to you in the future. The manly fairy carefully explained to Yi Tian. Originally, Yi Tian being immortal, it was impossible for the manly fairy to say such words. After learning that Yi Tian's talent was terrifying, he also really had the idea of cultivating Yi Tian. Indicating Yi Tian's gaze towards the dozen or so celestial pride who stood on the left side of the main hall and had their black and red talents detected. Tianer, they are your future opponents. You cannot watch the battle for the inner disciple quota, but you must watch the battle for the pro-disciple quota between these dozen or so people later on. And, with your golden talent, you're also going to be in the ring later to fight one of these dozen people. Yi Tian picked his eyes. People are a little confused. These dozen or so people, they were all clear-cut Yuaning cultivators. He himself was now devoid of cultivation and couldn't even defeat a bone training realm cultivator. Running off to fight a Yuaning cultivator? Master, when it's my turn to go up later, can I admit defeat as soon as I go up? The manly fairy grabbed Yi Tian's wrist. After checking to make sure that Yi Tian really did not have any spiritual energy and cultivation in his body, he did not want Yi Tian to go to the fight. It was normal to not have the cultivation to beat a Yuaning cultivator. Hard hitting hurts itself more than it's worth. The rules say it's not allowed to admit defeat. Cultivators fight with each other. Not only is the realm power, but also their respective moral heart. The initiative to admit defeat may lead to damage to the moral heart to affect future achievements. The mouth says so. The manly fairy, however, said with a twist of words, but this is between cultivators of the same realm. When you go up there later, Tianer, just say you're not competing. With master backing you up, no one can take the rules and force you hard to compare. Yi Tian nodded his head with a well-behaved face. The beautiful master teacher is overbearingly protective of herself even if she is. He also called himself Tianer with every mouthful. Yi Tian was touched in his heart as he listened. In the ring, the 3 rounds of testing for the inner disciple quota were going on very quickly. A total of 74 celestial pride competed for the inner disciple quota. After half elimination, 37 people made it to the inner gate and 37 to the outer gate. Soon, the battle for the pro-disciple quota began. For the pro-disciple battle, there are a total of 13 disciples with black and red talent. The only disciple with red talent can pass straight through and choose an elder to worship. The remaining 12 black gifted disciples, those whose names are called in order, will come to the ring for the fight. The fight was about to begin. That disciple who could have clearly passed straight through and been detected with red talent, but instead stood out. Slow, that disciple's gaze went to the seated patriarch. Toward the patriarch, he bowed and saluted a patriarch. Disciple doesn't want to engage in privileges like some trash just because he's talented and has a good master. Disciple by Yunfeng, applying to participate in the fight like everyone else. Yi Tian scratched his head, his gaze looking towards Ferryman Miao Master. This trash he's talking about, is it me? Fairy Mania wasn't very willing to answer that question. Giving Yi Tian a look, he let Yi Tian experience it for himself. An introductory test in the Tai Holy Land was messed up by you, and most of the people present have a grudge against you. But anyone with a bit of self-awareness would have removed the word themselves. That is, Bai Yunfeng's actions caused many people in the Great Hall to praise him. Well said. A waste is a waste. Even if you have good talent, you're still a waste that relies on your master. I'll support you. Seen your brother by. Let those goons behind the ass of multiple masters take a good look at what it means to have a male backbone. Among them, the second elder was particularly happy. The originally bitter face was now smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Raising his hand high, Patriarch, agree. Then his eyes looked toward Bai Yunfeng, and he got up the idea of pulling him in, not looking up to others, not relying on talent, keeping your feet on the ground. I like that. It's so much better than some little punk who's full of shit. Bai Yunfeng, right? Just based on this valor of yours. Win or lose, this elder will reward you with an earth-grade spiritual armament. How? Bai Yunfeng turned to bow to the second elder. Thank you, elder. If Yunfeng passes, he would like to worship the elder as his teacher. The second elder was instantly beaming with joy. Ha 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 ha, good. The second elder's gaze looked over toward the manly fairy in triumph. Humph. I can't beat you. Can't my disciple beat your disciple? Oh, I'm afraid that you, the apprentice, will have to pee before you even get on the stage. Seat. Allowing Bai Yunfeng, a disciple with red talent, to directly pass the third round of tests was originally a privilege given by the sect to disciples with higher talent. Since Bai Yunfeng himself didn't want the privilege, that doesn't make sense to force him to take it. The Patriarch agreed to Bai Yunfeng's request on the spot, allowing him to participate normally in the fight for the pro-disciple slot. Before the fight began, the number of disciples competing for the pro-disciple quota was low because of the small number of disciples competing for the pro-disciple quota. Together with Yi Tian there were only 14 people, so the method of drawing lots to match opponents was used. 14 disciples went up in turn and drew lots. Those with the same number on the sign will be each other's opponents in the fight. The first 13 went up to draw lots in turn, and Yi Tian didn't go up until the end to take the last lot. When I brought it back, the wooden sign was written in gilt with the word 1 in gold. The third round of the Tai Sacred Grounds entrance test. Fighting. The battle for the pro-disciple quota. For the first match, 2 disciples who drew the 1 sign will come to the ring. The manly fairy turned her head to look at Yi Tian. What's your number? 1. Yi Tian handed the wooden stick in his hand to Fairyman Meow. After looking at it, Fairy Mania reached out and patted the shoulder in a comforting gesture. Go ahead. Just go up there and admit defeat straight away. It's better to lose your face than your life. Yi Tian nodded. Unlike before, when all the other contestants jumped or flew into the ring, Yi Tian was climbing into the ring. After circling around the 2-meter-high ring and realizing there was no ladder, he took a few steps back and jumped up in an assisted run, grabbing the edge of the ring with both hands and struggling to climb up. After standing still in the ring, glancing around, Yi Tian said in a neutral tone, I concede. Ding! The host surprised a few people by telling the truth and aroused the emotions of a few people, gaining 1 point. Chapter 12, What's the point of pretending when you're so slow? In the large hall, all eyes converged towards Yi Tian in the ring. People clearly knew that there was a master who was the Grand Elder of the Tai Holy Land behind Yi Tian. The third round of the fighting test is just a walk in the park. There were even some who guessed as well. After Yi Tian went there, the probability was that with the help of the magic treasure given by Fairyman Meow, he would admit defeat after a few moves with his opponent. But what made so many people didn't expect was that Yi Tian actually conceded defeat just after going on stage. It's amazing how quickly you can admit defeat. Bai Yunfeng, who was his opponent, hadn't even gotten on stage yet. TSK, having a background is different. Admitting defeat is justified. That's true. Who told people to have a good master? The crowd of Celestial Pride exchanged words. The Celestial Pride who passed the 3 rounds of tests were a bit better, just holding on to the mindset of watching the show. With a mocking face, he looked at Yi Tian in the ring. And those Celestial Pride who didn't pass the 3 rounds of tests. The way he looked at Yi Tian was as if he was looking at his father's murderer. It's so damn unfair. Oh, I'm tired to get an inner disciple status. He is good. Then do not even need to compare is the great elder's personal disciple. The ring. Yi Tian didn't care about the gazes of the crowd at all. Tai looked toward the Patriarch. Beautiful Patriarch. Can I go down now? Wait. Just as the Patriarch was about to open his mouth helplessly, the second elder stood out with a sneer. He didn't want to let Yi Tian enter the Tai Holy Land so easily. Even more so, he was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to find trouble with the manly fairy. I'm afraid it's not good to admit defeat before going out. And let's not even talk about the fact that if word gets out, the disciple of Immortal Manhwa will admit defeat without even fighting when he meets a strong enemy, degrading the immortal's reputation. Which one of the prides present who came from the 10,000 clans didn't pass the 3 rounds of initiation tests by virtue of their own efforts and obtain a place to enter the Tai Sacred Ground? Yi Tian can still become Fairyman Meow's personal disciple by directly admitting defeat. Isn't this an injustice to the other disciples? The manly fairy's beauty was tightly knitted. The bottom of his eyes were filled with disgust for the second elder. I don't understand why, as the same elder, He must be against himself at every turn. Now it was actually forcing Etion, a mortal with no cultivation, to fight with Bai Yunfeng, who was at the second level of the Yuaning stage. Isn't that pushing it? Humph. When one cultivates immortals, one fights with people and fights with the heavens. It would have been unfair. The manly fairy's icy gaze looked at the second elder. Second elder has the face to force Etion, a mere mortal, to fight with a Yuaning stage cultivator, saying that it's unfair not to fight. There is only a small realm difference between your realm and mine. Why don't you have a fight between you and me to show everyone what fairness means? The second elder's fists clenched. A difference of one small realm between saints would result in a difference in strength of 100,000 miles. What was he going to fight with the mannish fairy with? Gritting his teeth, he was about to speak. The seated patriarch said with slight anger, "That's enough. With so many disciples watching, it's unseemly for two elders to fight." With that, the patriarch's gaze looked towards Etion, who had yet to come down from the ring since by admitting defeat. Then come down. Etion scratched his head and smiled resentfully. It was mainly because he couldn't stand to look at the second elder's virtues. Open-mouthed, beautiful patriarch. In fact, if this one called by what's-his-name peak presses his realm down to the same level as me, it's not impossible to fight. The patriarch laughed. By Etion's words, he was aroused. "Oh," Etion said frankly, counting on it. "I don't have a cultivation level, while this white Watabutari Peaks is a Yuaning stage 2 cultivator, being 5 whole major realms and 39 minor realms higher than me. Of course I can't beat him, but if he suppresses his realm and doesn't use his spiritual power, I think he can still put up a fight." Fairy Mania's eyes widened. Unbelievably, he looked at Etion. "I've risked my life and face to protect you. What a mess." Even if a Yuaning cultivator suppresses his realm, his fighting skills, physical strength, and reaction speed are not comparable to your mortal self. You may not even be able to break a piece of skin on him with all your efforts. What's there to fight him with? The manly fairy was about to open her mouth. The second elder, however, jumped ahead and teased. "Oh, Bai Yunfeng, are you willing to suppress your realm and not use your spiritual power to go up and fight Etion?" Bai Yunfeng laughed out coldly, not putting Etion in his eyes at all. Turning sideways, he bent down and bowed to the seated patriarch. "Patriarch, even if that's the case, disciples going up to fight Etion is bullying him. How about this? On the premise that disciples suppress their realm and do not use spiritual power, add another clause. In the ring, as long as Etion can touch the disciple's sash, he is considered to have one. Despise. Barefaced contempt." The sovereign smiled slightly. Originally, he wanted to see what Etion, who possessed such a terrifying talent, would be like when he moved. Seeing that Bai Yunfeng, who was Etion's opponent, had even said this, there was even less reason to stop it. Nodding instantly, Bai Yunfeng snorted and with a flash, appeared above the ring in an instant. Standing 3 meters away directly opposite Etion, Bai Yunfeng put his hands behind his back and yawned in boredom. Not even bothering to look at Etion squarely, he faintly said, "Attack over. I've already suppressed my realm. You win if you can touch me." At the moment, Manami had now covered her cheeks with her hands. It was already humiliating. "Bastard, do you have to let people play you like a monkey in the ring and lose your face before you're satisfied?" Looking at Bai Yunfeng, who was standing across from him, Etion had an odd expression, not to mention the fact that he himself had just obtained the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and his physical body had been strengthened drastically. Even if you didn't obtain the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and you can't cultivate yourself as the son of a great emperor, your experience in fighting, and your understanding of various fighting techniques, is not something you can compare to a Yuaning 2-day cultivator. There you go. After all, he had taken his words that he was the son of a great emperor at the questioning stone one off as a fart. Etion did not take a hasty step towards Bai Yunfeng to probe his hand. Bai Yunfeng stood in place with his back to his hands in an old-fashioned manner, confident with the footwork practiced with confidence. No matter how hard Etion tried, he could not possibly touch himself in the slightest. Seeing Etion's hand, it was only a few centimeters away from his own clothes, and it was still looming. It was only when Etion's hand came close to a distance of a few inches that Yunfeng quickly retreated towards the back with a point of his toes. It was to tease Etion. Snap! Dodging Etion's hand, Bai Yunfeng was about to make a mocking remark. Instead, there was a solid slap to the back of the head. In the eyes of the crowd under the ring, Etion's hand was about to touch Bai Yunfeng when he dodged back. Etion's figure unexpectedly turned into a residual shadow and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind White Cloud Peak, without Bai Yunfeng even reacting. Lifting up was a slap on the back of Bai Yunfeng's head with a speechless face. What's the point of pretending when you're so slow? Chapter 13, The Immortal Emperor created the body technique for me. Bai Yunfeng's body stiffened. Mechanically, he turned his head to look at Etion, eyes full of disbelief. You When did it get behind you? Yi Tian looked at Bai Yunfeng with a smile. I don't know what kind of footwork you're using, but I know you must suck at this footwork you're learning. It's even worse than the footwork that I give my slaves to practice in my family. That's not right. My family's slaves are all above the fifth heaven of saints at the very least, so how could they possibly learn such lousy footwork? Ding! The host truthfully shocked people and aroused the crowd's emotions, gaining 1,000 points. The corners of Bai Yunfeng's mouth twitched, although being touched so easily by Yi Tian was unexpected. But, you really think you're the son of a great emperor? Also the slaves in the family are all saints starting at the fifth heaven? With a cold snort, Bai Yunfeng's face was grim, yet still a man of his word. Turning around, he headed toward the stage. Don't help! Yi Tian hurriedly called Bai Yunfeng to a halt. It's not for mockery. It was really because it was so hard for him to obtain the Golden Crow Supreme Body to be able to cultivate. And he met such a good opponent who willingly suppressed his cultivation and fought with him. How can we let him go so easily? Itchy hands nah. Yi Tian looked at Bai Yunfeng with a sincere face. Why don't we fight? I'll take the big words you said earlier as a joke. You have a good red qualification, so you lost in this unexplained way. You can only be an elite disciple. Are you willing to do that? Bai Yunfeng turned back with a stunned expression. With a high and proud heart, he was certainly not willing to be an elite disciple. But how could he not expect that Yi Tian would actually be so atmospheric? He himself had squeezed him like that earlier, even tried to tease him. He's actually past it. Standing in place, Bai Yunfeng fell silent. I go. Just now Yi Tian suddenly flashed behind Bai Yunfeng. How did he do that? I'm not sure. Hell, I don't know if Ferryman Miao gave him any cheating magic weapons. Don't say it. He's quite generous, actually offering to fight Bai Yunfeng. That's not true. Whether they lose or win, they're all Man Miao Fairy's personal disciples. To put it bluntly, they're just young masters who go to the ring to play. They don't care about winning or losing at all. Okay. The crowd of celestial pride under the stage were talking. The many elders in the great hall also frowned. In his mind's eye, he recalled the scene just now when Yi Tian's body arrived behind Bai Yunfeng. What a fast speed. What a natural stance. It shouldn't be. I've never heard of a stance in footwork that allows mortals to cultivate awe. The manly fairy was also dismayed. The steps Yi Tian performed were clearly ordinary in the eyes of a saint like her. But why? On the contrary, does it give a very subtle feeling? Of all the people present, only the patriarch, who was sitting on a high seat and was at the 9th level of sainthood, one strand of Hongmeng Qi short of being able to reach the emperor, could see the slightest hint of what was going on. In the 3000 Tao states, the 9th level of saints is the pinnacle of the mortal world. If you want to go up to the emperor, you need to realize the laws of heaven and earth, feel the cycle of seasons, and experience the earth's smoke and fire. Do what your heart tells you to do and go back to the basics. The patriarch's cultivation so far had only touched only a little bit of the laws of heaven and earth. It was not possible to conclude whether the footwork Yi Tian used was related to the laws of heaven and earth. After thinking for a moment, his eyes looked towards Yi Tian in the ring. Yi Tian, was that some sort of footwork or stance you just used? It has never yet been heard of that there is a pace and stance in the world that can be practiced by mortals. Yi Tian was anxious to fight Bai Yunfeng. Hearing the patriarch's inquiry, he still said patiently, I don't think so. I see that people from your places create body steps that require the cultivator to reach a certain realm. I don't need this one though. It was created by my old man just for me, saying that I can't cultivate, fearing that I can't fight but others still can't run away. I went to study the spatial laws and the laws of heaven and earth for a few days, and according to the laws specially tailored this stance for me. Ding! The host tells the truth to cause shock, gaining 2,000 points. Yi Tian was indeed not lying, nor did he have to, because no one would believe it if they said it. As he remembered, the cheap old dad had been so worried for his son who couldn't cultivate, to avoid the fiasco of not being able to beat someone and not being able to run away from them. Not only did he specifically run to comprehend the laws of space, he also tore through space and ran into the middle of the endless black sea that separated the 3000 Tao state from the immortal realm and hunted down a few terrifying spatial attribute demonic beasts. Obtaining materials from spatial attribute demonic beasts, he built himself a battle armor that was specially designed for escaping. After wearing it, shrinking the ground to run 1,000,000 miles in an instant is not a problem. It's just a bit of a shame. The predecessor was like a brain fart. When he ran away from home, the cheap old man, in order to protect his little life, prepared for him a life-saving equipment is not at all. Otherwise, even if you don't go home, at this moment, Yi Tian alone could also casually wave outside the uninhabited restricted area. Even if you messed with some saint, a magic weapon spirit treasure smashed down. Also, you sent him to the west. Unfortunately, it's hateful. If it weren't for the fact that the dog system gives rewards for being able to become stronger in their own selves, Yi Tian couldn't wait to go home right now and lie down as a mediocre immortal emperor's son. But I can't strain myself. The immortal emperor's enlightenment of the laws of space. A set of body techniques tailored specifically for him. Is there any joke in the world that is funnier than this? It's hopeless. Even if you lie to others, you even lie to yourself. This Yetion is really ruthless nah. Under the ring. If it wasn't for the fact that the clan's heavy ground didn't allow loud noises, the crowd of celestial pride was afraid that they had already laughed out loud. Even so, there were quite a few people with their heads down and covering their mouths, holding back their laughter like crazy. The manly fairy silently stood in the corner. Originally, when Yetion easily touched Bai Yunfeng and slapped the second elder's face, she still felt that it was an outburst of bad anger. Who knew that being handsome would not last more than 3 seconds before Yetion started talking nonsense again? Ooh, how could this fairy's life be so bitter? Having met such an out-of-tune disciple? Even the second elder who hated Yetion with a passion was amused, puffed out a laugh, reaching up to wipe the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. Sitting up, the patriarch let out a long sigh. Although it was clear that the stance Yetion used did have that much to do with the laws, but the most difficult to participate in the development of space. The immortal emperor personally tailored his stance. It's just too much of a stretch. In order to prevent Yetion from continuing to pull it off, the patriarch faintly said, since that's the case, you two, the 2 disciples with the best qualifications for this initiation test, let's fight. But remember, point blank, no harm done. The last sentence, the sovereign, was addressed to Bai Yunfeng. Yetion acted too incomprehensible. The patriarch had a premonition that with suppressed cultivation, Bai Yunfeng might not really be able to defeat Yetion. So mention it, lest Bai Yunfeng, once he saw that he couldn't fight by suppressing his cultivation, directly got anxious and exploded his Yuaning stage cultivation to blast Yetion to death. Chapter 14, Breaking in the Fight? Certainly, it is possible to generate such a hunch. The patriarch also thought it was quite ridiculous. He didn't understand what was wrong with him that he would actually think that Yetion could beat Bai Yunfeng, who had suppressed his cultivation. In the ring, Bai Yunfeng cupped his fists towards Yetion, a fellow Taoist Yi. Thanks a lot. After I defeat you later, I will definitely buy you a drink when I have the chance. Bai Yunfeng's voice was sincere. In his heart, he was very grateful to Yetion for being able to disregard his past suspicions and allowing himself to get the pro-disciple slot. In his opinion, Yetion called out to himself and asked himself, who had already lost, to fight him. It was because of good intentions, trying to help himself become a pro-disciple. As for whether there was any possibility that he would lose after suppressing his cultivation and fighting Yetion, this Bai Yunfeng hadn't thought about, because no matter how you look at it, the probability equals 0. The truth seems to be the same. After the 2 men in the ring clasped their fists and saluted, Bai Yunfeng drew himself forward to attack Yetion. A fist slammed down heavily towards Yetion. The fight finally begins. Thinking that he would immediately be able to see how strong the Golden Crow Supreme Body was, Yetion vaguely felt excited. Seeing Bai Yunfeng rush over, he slammed his fist out towards himself. There was absolutely no thought of hiding. Cranking his arm, he then tried to block the punch. Bang! Yetion felt like he had been hit by a carriage. The whole person was smashed to fly out several meters away before he could land and stabilize himself. With a stunned expression, he turned his gaze toward Bai Yunfeng. Bai Yunfeng didn't capitalize on his victory, but instead remembered how good it was for Yetion to give him another chance earlier. Laughing softly, Brother Yi, cultivation can be suppressed, but the strength of the flesh and the flesh itself cannot be suppressed. If I was only at the refined Qi stage and suppressed my cultivation to be on par with you, you might still have a slight chance of winning with that stance just now. But Yuaning cultivators, without the use of spiritual power, the power of the flesh itself can reach the power of 1,000 elephants. The force I used in that punch just now was only the power of a mere elephant. Yetion slowly stood up. The arm that had just been punched was on fire. The sunlight shone in through the large hole in the dome of the Great Hall, and the Golden Crow Supreme Body rapidly absorbed the surrounding aura. In less than a moment, Yetion's arm returned to normal. It even vaguely felt that the power had gotten a few boosts. Looking at Bai Yunfeng, it was only then that Yetion realized how big the gap between Yuaning stage cultivators and mortals was. This was still in the case of suppressing cultivation and not using spiritual energy. Again, Yetion got excited. No need to hold back. Just use your full strength. Bai Yunfeng had an odd expression. You can't even carry the power of an elephant with your full strength? I'm not afraid of being blown to smithereens. After thinking about it, Bai Yunfeng decided to keep it to himself. You have to use the power of the 2 elephants to end the fight. Under the ring, the second elder's mocking gaze looked at the manly fairy. This disciple of yours. You have truly interpreted what it means to not know the heights of heaven with practical actions. Fairy Mania rolled her eyes, not wanting to reply. Eyes to the ring, more than a little nervous. Always ready to rush up to save Yetion if the situation is not right. However, this time, It was Yi Tian who took the initiative to charge up. Jumping up 3 meters high, he flew towards Bai Yunfeng and kicked him. Bai Yunfeng wasn't spoiling for a fight either, curling his arm in front of his chest to block Yi Tian's kick, and slapping his backhand palm on Yi Tian's chest. With the power of the two elephants, Yi Tian's entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings. After landing, Yi Tian only felt as if his chest had been shattered by something, and even breathing was difficult. However, what surprised Yi Tian was that the speed of the Golden Crow Supreme Body's absorption of aura was obviously accelerating. The light shining through the dome warmed Yi Tian's body. The chest tightness is also receding fast. Just as Yi Tian stood up, wanting to turn on Bai Yunfeng once again. Click! It was as if something inside had shattered. Yi Tian was at a loss. Cluelessly, he realized that the aura within the Great Hall was surging madly towards him. When this scene appeared, it wasn't just Yi Tian who was confused. Everyone under the ring had their eyes wide open. This sudden breakthrough. Bone training stage? Yi Tian stepped into the bone cultivation stage on his way to fighting? Although the bone training stage was only the lowest realm on the way to immortal cultivation, it only meant that a mortal was finally stepping over the threshold where immortals and mortals differed, and had become an immortal cultivator in the true sense of the word. Compared to the Great Hall, the crowd of heavenly prides who generally build the foundation is nothing. But Yi Tian, it was on the way to the fight that he broke through from a mortal to a bone training stage cultivator. All the cultivators present had experienced the stage of bone training. It was very clear that realm breakthroughs during cultivation was a time when caution was extremely necessary. The slightest mistake of inattention could lead to the devil. At that time, not to mention breaking through the realm, one's life might not be saved. The cultivators present, that is, the unusual cultivation needed to find a secluded place. Fear of being disturbed by mundane matters. It was even more important to have someone to help guard the breakthrough to avoid any mistakes. Yi Tian's practice of breaking through in the middle of a fight was basically no different from not wanting to die in the eyes of the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian breaking through the realm in the ring was not something that Yi Tian himself could control at all. The moment the surrounding aura surged towards Yi Tian, it was as if Yi Tian's entire body was fixed by an invisible force. Apart from being able to blink and open his mouth, he could not move his body at all. He could only feel the aura through his skin, drilling into the meridians in his body, and finally converging towards the dantian. Bai Yunfeng, who was standing in front of Yi Tian and was fighting with him, was dumbfounded. Dude fights you and you break through in front of dude? The point is, interrupting another person's breakthrough is a taboo in the immortal cultivation world, and if you dare to do so, you will inevitably be verbally abused and treated like a street rat. Bai Yunfeng stood in place in a daze, depressed to the core. One could only watch as Yi Tian slowly stabilized his realm. A far-fetched smile squeezed out of his face. His brother Yi stuck in the bottleneck of breaking through the bone practicing realm for a long time, and he can't restrain himself from breaking through at the slightest movement of his shins? The path of immortal cultivation is about a thick and thin. The lower the realm, the more necessary it was to build a good foundation. So when many cultivators faced a breakthrough, they would deliberately suppress the urge to break through and stabilize their foundation. Wait until you can't suppress it anymore before you rush to find a safe place to break out. In Bai Yunfeng's opinion, Yi Tian should have just pressed so hard that he was forced to make a breakthrough before he could even find a safe place. Feeling the aura flowing through the dantian, his body's strength increased exponentially. Yi Tian simply blinked at Bai Yunfeng. No, what realm do I need to press for my mortal to break through the bone training stage? It's simply because my Golden Crow Supreme Body has been automatically absorbing heaven and earth aura and I can't control it. Stare. The host truthfully makes people think bullshit and arouses the crowd's emotions. Gaining 1,000 points. Chapter 15, is this guy going to break out again? The corners of Bai Yunfeng's mouth twitched. For a mortal to become a bone cultivation stage cultivator, he or she needed to be able to sense the aura between heaven and earth. This process is extremely demanding in terms of one's affinity with Reiki. It is also commonly known as spiritual root and qualification. A mortal without a spiritual root would not be able to sense the aura that existed between heaven and earth even if they meditated for a lifetime. Even for cultivators with spiritual roots, the process of sensing the aura to inhaling it into the body and converging it into the dantian to break through into a bone training stage cultivator is extremely long. Take White Cloud Peak. With Bai Yunfeng's talent, it had taken him a full year to start searching for chi senses at the age of 3. By the time he sensed the aura and successfully inhaled it into his body and gathered it into his dantian, breaking through to the bone training realm to officially become an immortal cultivator, it took another whole year. Then the long crowd of celestial pride, wrapping the elders patriarchs, without exception is not like this. Even the patriarch himself, who was once claimed to be the first genius of the Xian domain, had just begun cultivating to find chi sense, and it had taken him 3 whole months to officially become an immortal cultivator. Now Yi Tian was telling everyone that he didn't need to sense aura at all. his body would automatically absorb the aura of heaven and earth? Not only that, but in less than an incense stick of time, you sucked in all the aura to fill up your dantian, completing the breakthrough to become a bone cultivation stage cultivator? Isn't that funny? In the Great Hall, the crowd of celestial pride felt doubly absurd at Yi Tian's remarks. Oh, what a ripoff. I'm the royal son of the Great Summer Kingdom. I started cultivating at the age of 2 and didn't officially become a cultivator until I was 5. Who knows how difficult this process is? Yi Tian, it's simply ridiculous. Yeah, it took me 3 whole years back in the day, too. Compared to the crowd of heavenly prides who were talking about it, the elders of the Tai Holy Land, however, appeared much calmer. Because of the profound realm, they were truly able to tell that Yi Tian wasn't telling lies. The aura in the heavens and earth did indeed actively pour into Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian did not run any gong methods at all, and this meant that the Golden Crow Supreme body in Yi Tian's mouth was an extremely terrifying immortal cultivation physique. Yi Tian was simply a serious cultivation genius. No, it should be demonic. At the back of the crowd, the second elder's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Gnashing his teeth, he stared at Yi Tian in the ring, his fists clenched to the point of creaking. Why? I couldn't find such a genius as a disciple. Good for you, Manny. Above the grand hall, the patriarch stared at Yi Tian, revealing a thoughtful expression. Golden Crow Supreme body? Looks like it's going to have to be looked into. Just as the crowd was having their own thoughts, Yi Tian in the ring finally completed his breakthrough. Not only did he resume normal movement, but he also felt energized. Couldn't wait to hurry up and fight Bai Yunfeng. Grinning, his eyes excitedly looked towards the White Cloud Peak. Brother Yunfeng, raise your realm to the first level of bone training. What the hell? Keep fighting. Bai Yunfeng similarly grinned, but didn't hint at his realm. Instead, he took a fighting stance towards Yi Tian. Come on, without raising my realm or using aura, I'll finish abusing you even with my physical strength alone. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows lightly, knowing that Bai Yunfeng wasn't talking big. His Yuaning cultivator, even if he suppressed his cultivation and didn't use his aura, his physical strength was enough to reach the power of 1,000 elephants. As for Yi Tian, who had just broken through the first level of the bone training stage, his physical strength was only just reaching the strength of a single elephant. Even if one infused aura into both arms, it would still be at most 10 elephants of strength. Fighting mortals can be 1 against 100. When he hit Bai Yunfeng, not to mention his chances of winning, but if Bai Yunfeng didn't control his force well, Yi Tian could be blasted into a crippled mess on the spot. Yi Tian was not afraid anymore at all. There was Man Miao Fairy and White Cloud Peak couldn't kill himself, and one's own Golden Crow Supreme body battle would be able to become stronger. White Cloud Peak is, without a doubt, the best place to practice. With an explosive cry, Yi Tian took the initiative to rush out towards Bai Yunfeng. The wide-open fist slammed into Bai Yunfeng without any pattern. On the contrary, Bai Yunfeng, with his left hand behind his back, easily parried Yi Tian's attack with just one right hand. He was still able to spare the effort to look at Yi Tian in a relaxed and cozy manner. Slow, too slow. Brother Yi, this punch of yours is slow and light. Haven't you eaten? Facing Bai Yunfeng's flirtation, Yi Tian fiercely retracted back with his closed fist, taking 2 steps back and exerting force at the waist. Aura infused into both fists. A golden crow shadow flashed in his eyes, grinning towards Bai Yunfeng. Then try this. With a furious shout, Yi Tian jumped up a foot high on the ring, and with both fists straightened out in mid-air, he slammed down heavily towards the top of Bai Yunfeng's head. Bai Yunfeng was calmly watching this scene, smiling faintly. If that's the case, I'll laugh at the first pro-disciple slot. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, his right arm condensing the power of 20 elephants, ensuring that he could defeat Yi Tian without hurting his life. He swung a fist towards Yi Tian. Bang! The two terrifying forces collided, stirring up a warm wind, just when everyone thought that the first fight was over and Bai Yunfeng would easily win. Bai Yunfeng, who made use of the power of 20 elephants, his right fist collided with Yi Tian, and the realm was knocked back dozens of steps explosively, with one foot on the edge of the ring, almost falling down and losing on the spot. Yi Tian was equally bad. A mouthful of blood was spat out in mid-air, and the whole person flew out several meters like a kite with broken strings and smashed heavily on the ground. After landing, another mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and with great difficulty, he supported his body with eyes full of smiles as he looked towards Bai Yunfeng. Brother Yunfeng, 20 elephant power is not enough. Bai Yunfeng, who was standing at the edge of the ring, was filled with shock. It wasn't because Yi Tian had injured him, but because the force of Yi Tian's double fists just now was a full 30 elephants. And such a terrifying power was definitely not something that a bone cultivation stage first heavenly cultivator could erupt from. For a normal bone training stage 1 cultivator, It was already considered impressive enough to be able to explode 15 elephants of power with aura infused into both fists, even if they were more powerful. At most, they would only have 20 elephant powers at most. What's more, Yi Tiankai had just reached the first level of the bone training realm, and his foundation wasn't even stable yet. That was why just now Bai Yunfeng had felt that 20 elephants' power was already enough to settle Yi Tian. However, how could he not expect that Yi Tian had exploded the power of 30 elephants in its entirety? Unbelievably, he looked at Yi Tian. At the moment, Bai Yunfeng had just one thought in his head. What a monster this Tangle is. But what Bai Yunfeng didn't expect was that Yi Tian had just been blown away by himself practicing spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Obviously his internal organs had been shocked and injured. But in just a few breaths of time, Yi Tian actually re-stood up as if he was nothing. The worst thing was that the heaven and earth aura was enthusiastically surging towards Yi Tian's body again. This guy, again, is going to break through again. In the Great Hall, I don't know who gritted his teeth and uttered such a sentence. In the ring, Yi Tian's aura was climbing up. Chapter 16, What the hell do I know? In front of everyone's disbelieving eyes, as the aura poured in, it was as if something had shattered away inside Yi Tian's body. There was a click. Yi Tian's aura reached the intensity of the second sky of bone training. This guy, surprisingly, was making another breakthrough in the fight, and it had just broken through a small realm, and then another small realm in a short period of time. The crowd of celestial pride in the Great Hall watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Can't believe my eyes. The most depressed was still Bai Yunfeng. With a complicated expression, he looked at Yi Tian who had just broken through 10,000. Inexplicably, he had the feeling that he was acting as a chaperone for Yi Tian. With a resentful smile, he said uncertainly towards Yi Tian, Yi, brother Yi, you won't be able to break through if you keep fighting, will you? Yi Tian took a deep breath and exhaled like a snake. I don't know. Probably, possibly, and needlessly, not necessarily. I just practiced immortality. You know more about this sort of thing than I do. The corners of Bai Yunfeng's mouth twitched terribly. I don't know shit. Do you think everyone is like you? Breaking through is as easy as drinking water? Sinking his features, Bai Yunfeng silently released the power in his body to 50 elephant powers. The second level of the bone training realm could at most exert the power of 25 elephants at most. Even if Yi Tian was very heaven-defying, 40 elephants' strength should be the limit. As a fellow pride of heaven, this feeling of being used as a chaperone, as a stepping stone was something Bai Yunfeng couldn't stand. Having decided on the idea, this time, Yi Tian must be completely resolved in one go. Below the ring, the second elder quietly appeared behind the manly fairy. Cold laughter. Didn't the Grand Elder notice the change in White Cloud Peak? 50 elephant strength is enough to blast to death 5 or 6 bone cultivation second sky cultivators. Are you sure you won't let your precious disciple admit defeat in a hurry? When the time comes to lose the fight and die as a disciple, no one will grieve for you. Yo! The manly fairy's lips and teeth bit lightly, hated it with a passion. And yet, one has to accept this reality. It was clear that if the fight wasn't stopped now, it might be too late later. When a bone training realm cultivator fought with a Yuaning cultivator who was 4 great realms away, even if the Yuaning cultivator suppressed his cultivation, the strength between the two sides was like a heavenly fall. No matter how much more he fought Yi Tian, he couldn't win. In that case, sighing softly, Manmei now gazed towards the patriarch. Patriarch, we. However, when she finished her sentence, the patriarch, who was sitting on a high seat and watching with great interest, raised his hand to stop her. A reassuring look was thrown towards the manly fairy. Laughing softly, he said, "It's fine. Yi Tian knows his situation very well. Come to think of it, he wouldn't want you to stop him, would he?" Fairy Mania flinched in place. The eyes looked towards Yi Tian in the ring. As expected, Yi Tian, who had completed another breakthrough, had himself noticed something wrong with Bai Yunfeng on the opposite side, but a little bit did not fear again. Surprisingly, he laughed loudly and roared towards Bai Yunfeng. "Brother Yunfeng, in this fight today, how about we have a fight?" Before the words fell, Yi Tian once again rushed out towards White Cloud Peak. Bang! Except for the crowd of celestial pride who didn't see the situation clearly. Many of the elders gave a slight sideways glance, didn't want to see the next bloody scene of Yi Tian's back blasting into adulteration. Only the second elder was extraordinarily excited. Clenched fists full of anticipation. Ha ha ha, the proud son of heaven will die young before he can grow up. With the ring, Yi Tian's fist and Bai Yunfeng's fist collided once again. Almost without any surprise, Yi Tian was once again blown away. However, in everyone's unbelieving gazes, not only was Yi Tian not blasted into a cripple, instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood before rolling over and standing up again. The surrounding aura quickly converged like Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian's aura rose high once again as he entered into a realm breakthrough situation. the most damaging time. This time Yi Tian was clearly making a breakthrough, but he was forcing his actions to rush towards White Cloud Peak. Don't want to die. Yi Tian is simply desperate. Where are the elders? Where's the patriarch? He's looking for death. No one is stopping him? The Great Hall. The crowd of heavenly prides who had originally jealously looked down on Yi Tian really couldn't understand this death-seeking approach of Yi Tian. Even more so, he didn't understand why no elder had stepped forward to stop it. Is it really necessary to watch Yi Tian being killed alive? Bai Yunfeng, who was currently battling Yi Tian, was even more depressed. It's even scary. Looking at Yi Tian, whose aura was soaring and rushing towards him once again, he was afraid that he would accidentally blast Yi Tian to death. Angrily, he yelled towards Yi Tian, "Don't you want to live?" Yi Tian grinned with blood at the corner of his mouth. Both fists blasted out. The aura of his body climbed rapidly. Bone training 3rd weight. Bone training 4th weight. Bone training 5th weight. Bai Yunfeng was afraid of accidentally beating Yi Tian to death. He only dared to passively use the power of the 50 elephants to defend against Yi Tian's frantic attack. But Yi Tian's realm had been climbing up. By the time he reached the 6th level of bone training, he was already able to hit the force of 60 elephants. Bai Yunfeng's hallowed Yuaning stage cultivator was not only beaten to a standstill, but he also had to watch himself become a sandbag to help Yi Tian raise his realm. So depressed that I wanted to vomit blood. The heart of the word is unsteady. Boom! As Yi Tian threw another punch, the aura on Yi Tian's body had already arrived at the peak of the 9th level of the bone training realm. Bai Yunfeng's entire body was blasted out of the ring, completely ceasing to suppress his cultivation, and hovering in midair, coalescing a large aura palm to hold Yi Tian, who was still trying to fight. Down in death. Crazy. You're just crazy. No more fighting. I admit defeat. Bai Yunfeng has completely shut himself down. He himself was 3 years old when he practiced to find the sense of qi. It was only at the age of 5 that he officially stepped into the 1st level of the bone training realm to become a full-fledged cultivator. Consuming the family's countless cultivation resources, he practiced hard for 300 years before accomplishing Yuaning. Everywhere you go, you're called a genius. It was so hard to come to the #1 sect in the Xian domain, wanting to join it to seek a higher realm. As a result, now, it became someone else's sandbag stepping stone, not to mention, talent-wise. Don't abuse it even more. Who can accept this? How can I accept it? The blow was so great that Bai Yunfeng felt like he was about to collapse. If you keep fighting, you'll destroy the Taoist heart. Yi Tian, however, was anxious. With Bai Yunfeng gone, where could he find a chaperone with a high realm who was still willing to suppress his cultivation to fight with him? Aren't you going to fight? Yi Tian tried to call out to Bai Yunfeng, but when Bai Yunfeng's voice came again, he was already below the ring, puffing and puffing. He looked at Yi Tian. No more fighting. I admit defeat. I'd rather be an elite disciple, because seeing you break through so fast is worse than killing me. These words didn't come out of Bai Yunfeng's mouth, just silently in my mind. Yi Tian had a difficult face. Seeing that he had broken through the peak of the 9th level of bone training, he was just one step away from the soul extraction realm. Another fight is sure to break through. As a result, Bai Yunfeng stopped fighting. It's too much. It was hard to sit in the ring and feel the white elephant power within him. Yi Qing even had the urge to always want to kneel down to Bai Yunfeng and beg him to continue fighting with him. Chapter 17, Surprising Artifact Refiner. How come Bai Yunfeng took the initiative to admit defeat? If you don't take the initiative to admit defeat, are you giving Yi Tian as a chaperone? Yeah, hell knows what's going on with this Yi Tian. If we keep fighting and he breaks through again, Bai Yunfeng will have to die of nausea. In the Great Hall, the crowd of celestial pride were talking. Originally, for Yi Tian, a mortal, to be favored by the great elder of the Tai Holy Land, Fairy Manmio, was already enough to make people red-eyed. On the contrary, Yi Tian had also measured top-tier golden talent one after another. Even more so, when he was fighting with someone, he broke through 9 minor realms in a row. Who's going to be able to handle it? The little bit of arrogance in the hearts of the celestial pride was dealt a blow by Yi Tian's performance. The heart of the word is unsteady. AI. Is this the proud son of heaven from the Tai Holy Land? This Yi Tian's realm is lower than ours right now, but I'm afraid that in less than 100 years, he'll become an existence that we can't hope for. Many celestial pride let out sighs. Bai Yunfeng left the ring and made his way to the patriarch. Sovereign, disciple admits defeat. Wan doesn't want to fight Yi Tian anymore. The patriarch let out a small sigh. There was a hint of pity in the gaze that looked toward Bai Yunfeng. Without Yi Tian's presence, Bai Yunfeng detected the red talent and was still the only Yuaning second-level cultivator amongst all the heavenly prides. It was supposed to be the most dazzling new heart in this Tai Sacred Ground entrance test. Nay, the times are not good. It happened to collide with this demon Yi Tian. Not only did he not get any favors, looking at the situation, It was already being made to somewhat doubt himself by Yi Tian. The patriarch had also come all the way from an ordinary disciple. It was all too clear. This feeling of powerlessness that arose from being crushed by a fellow cultivator in every aspect. With a calm gaze, he looked towards Bai Yunfeng and mentioned, my generation of cultivators, fighting with people in heaven. If we lose our confidence due to a small matter, our Tao will not be stable. What talk of pursuing saints and emperors and peaking for immortality? Go down. The 3 rounds of introductory tests are just a test of your strength. There's no need to be discouraged if you fail. If you're lucky enough to be valued by a certain elder, you'll still be able to become personal disciples. Being able to be comforted by the patriarch. It was evident that the patriarch still valued Bai Yunfeng. In the ring, Yi Tian saw that there was really no fight left. All that can be done is to helplessly walk to the edge of the ring and jump off. Yi Tian had originally just jumped lightly, wanting to jump off the ring to return to Manhwa Fairy's side. But when he broke through to the 9th level of bone training, all of a sudden, it was too late to adapt to the terrifying power in his body. With just a little bit of force, Yi Tian's entire body vacated the airplane 3 or 4 battles high. The person was hanging in mid-air, unable to control himself as he violently smashed towards the manly fairy. Ah, master, move over. Fairy mania covered her face. It was clear that he had taken in a disciple with such an unbelievable talent. Why can't you be happy? Hey, I've lost my face today. After bringing this brat back to his purple bamboo peak, he must be properly educated. Let him put away this off-key personality. Mental note. The manly fairy lifted her hand, holding up a stream of pure aura, and steadily received Yi Tian to her side. Comfort after landing. Yi Tian smiled resentfully towards Manhwa Fairy. Hey, master, I won. Fairy Manhwa nodded her head in a good-natured manner. Yes, a breakthrough while fighting someone. You kids scared me to death, you. Viciously grabbing Yi Tian's ear and pulling it a few times. Fairy Manhwa only came out with a mouthful of bad breath held in her heart. As Yi Tian's fight with Bai Yunfeng ended, the remaining 14 Celestial Pride came onto the stage in turn according to the corresponding numbers on the draw, competing for a spot to become a pro-disciple. Stand up straight and watch properly. Now these remaining people, without exception, are all top geniuses coming out of the Xin domain's major forces. In the future, you will inevitably have to compete with them in the Taiyi Holy Land. So if you understand a little more now, you will suffer less in the future. The manly fairy saw Yi Tian with a hangdog look, slap Yi Tian's back straight with his hand, stiffly forcing Yi Tian to seriously observe the fight in the ring. Yi Tian couldn't bring up any interest at all. In his memories, there were not a few terrifying scenes of immortal emperors fighting amongst themselves, moving mountains and tearing apart the void. Although he himself was merely a peak bone training stage 9 heavens cultivator. However, watching these Yuaning stage cultivators fight, Yi Tian always had the feeling of watching a child playing house. The only thing that made Yi Tian feel new, it was the second round of a male cultivator named Xiao Hanyi, wrapped in black robes and skinny and bony, a dark weapon kung fu. A wave of the black robe is on the white poison needle toward the opponent shot out. The angle is tricky and extremely difficult to detect, pressing the girl in purple who was fighting him back and forth. She almost fell off the ring and was eliminated on the spot. There's no room to fight back at all. Yi Tian looked up. Curious, he inquired to Fairy Manhwa, Master, what do you think would happen to this fellow called Xiao Hanyi if he coated all those concealed poisonous needles he shot out with highly poisonous poison? It feels as if it's powerful. Silver needles are already hard to detect, plus it's highly poisonous. It's simply a must-have old 6-god weapon for traveling at home and going out. I'll get a set in the future. The manly fairy's beauty was tightly knitted. He really couldn't help it and slapped Yi Tian on the head. Don't give me these crooked lessons. My generation of cultivators should be upright. What you learn and practice in the future will be arranged by the master. If you dare to think nonsense again, beware of me beating you. Yi Tian covered his head with an aggrieved face. Crooked? Wouldn't it be nice to win? Sneak attack. How it should be a part of strength. While thinking in his heart, Yi Tian was completely afraid to say it. Afraid of making Fairy Manhwa angry and giving herself a good beating. Xiao Hanyi versus Su Lingair. Su Lingair wins. Just in the small moment Yi Tian was distracted. Instead, the situation in the ring took a 180-degree turn. Su Lingair, who was being pressed by Xiao Hanyi with his concealed weapons, was actually pulling out a golden mantle, injecting her spiritual qi, and taking in all the concealed weapons that Xiao Hanyi shot out. Alchemist? Xiao Hanyi looked at Su Lingair with a grave expression. A moment later, he actually chose to admit defeat without hesitation. The sudden reversal gave Yi Tian a bit of a dumbfounded look. Like a curious baby, he looked at Manhwa Fairy. Master, what is a refiner? The manly fairy's eyes were hot as she stared at Su Lingair in the ring. It's a special occupation among cultivators. Only those with fire attribute spiritual roots, or those with a special fire attribute system, can become an artifact refiner. Not only that, when refining qi, a refiner needs to be able to accurately control the fire and the timing of putting in the materials. So if you want to become a refiner, strong mental power is also an essential part. This has also led to the fact that talents in the category of weapon refining are extremely rare. Once they appear, they tend to attract competition from major powers, and some powerful refiners, after joining a certain power or sect, can even achieve a status comparable to that of the sect's patriarch. Chapter 18, Introductory Trial. The manly fairy explained in detail to Yi Tian about the special profession of a refiner. Looking at Su Linger in the ring, a helpless sigh. It's a pity that I don't know how to refine weapons. There's no way I can compete with the third elder for such a good seedling. If you can take this Su Linger under your tutelage, regardless of how qualified she is first, it's quite good to have someone who can restrain you when I'm away on closed-door cultivation. Yi Tian scratched his head. It was not clear why Fairy Manmyo had so arbitrarily concluded that he was a person who was out of tune. Smiling, he said, Master, my Golden Crow Supreme Body seems to be a fire attribute special system. Does that mean I can become a refiner too? As soon as these words came out, the manly fairy's dangerous gaze immediately swept over. What? Do you want to sentence out of the division and recognize the third elder as your teacher? Yi Tian realized the danger and hastily waved his hand. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead in fear. After determining that Yi Tian hadn't changed his mind about recognizing his master, only then did the manly fairy let out a cold snort and temporarily let Yi Tian go. While the two were talking, the 3 rounds of testing for the 14 heavenly prides, vying for the 7 pro-disciple slots, came to an end just in time. Among them, the refiner named Su Linger was, unsurprisingly, taken under the third elder, the strongest refiner in the Tai Holy Land. The old man fluffed his head and brought the person to himself as Su Linger stepped off the stage, and no elder dared to grab it from him. Grinning, he looked at his just accepted and pleased disciple, laughing so hard that his beard pulled off several roots. The remaining winning 6 were also chosen one after another by the elders of the Tai Holy Land. Only the second elder, who had been grimacing, didn't go up to grab anyone. Only after the 3rd round of the introductory test was completely over did the second elder slowly walk out with his hands behind his back. By Yunfeng, although you took the initiative to admit defeat against Yi Tian, this elder is willing to give you a chance. I wonder if you would like to be under my tutelage? A hint of delight flashed in by Yunfeng's eyes. Originally, they all thought that they could only be an elite disciple. I didn't realize there was a chance to become a pro-lifer. Rushing forward, he saluted and clasped his fists at the second elder. Back to the elder. Yunfeng is willing. The second elder smiled faintly. Going forward, he personally helped Bai Yunfeng up. Smiling coldly, he twisted his head to look at Ferryman Miao. I almost forgot to congratulate the Grand Elder for finally accepting his first disciple after so many years. But the entry disciple trial in a month's time. Ha! Will this precious disciple of yours make it out alive? The manly fairy's expression was cold. The reason why the Tai Holy Land could become the topmost power in the Xian domain. It wasn't just because there were multiple saintly powerhouses sitting around. It was even more so because there was a holy place within the Tai Holy Land that was able to help the newly initiated disciples cleanse their essence and even enhance the qualifications of all the disciples. It's just that opportunity often comes with danger. In previous years, when the Tai Holy Land entrance trials opened, the mortality rate of new disciples participating in the trials was basically around 10%. They were also all clear of the foundation establishment stage cultivation. It was hard to imagine how Yi Tian, who was at the peak of the 9th level of bone training, could survive the initiation trial a month later, unless Yi Tian gave up on participating in the introductory trial. Humph, I won't bother the second elder to worry about that. You have more than a dozen disciples of your own, and you still have the time to worry about my disciples. Aren't you afraid of worrying yourself to death? With a cold snort, Manmiao Fairy grabbed Yi Tian by the shoulders and brought him flying out of the hall in the air. Yi Tian inherited the memories of his predecessor. There were countless, though, memories in his mind of being taken flying by a great emperor. I didn't realize that being able to fly was actually so cool until I felt it for myself, but is a little afraid of heights. Silently embraced the waist of the manly fairy as slender as a willow move. Master, what is the initiation trial? Do I have to attend? The manly fairy didn't expect Yi Tian to be afraid of heights. Silence slowed his flight and explained carefully, this sex cultivation technique is rather special, and the initiated disciples are basically required to participate in the initiation trial, because there is a spring in the deepest part of the trial land. After immersion it can wash the essence and marrow to improve the physique and drastically increase the cultivation speed of the sex techniques, and the sooner you immerse in the spring after cultivating the sex techniques, the better. If you cultivate the sect technique to the 2nd level, it will be ineffective to dip into the spring water, so if you don't participate, the cultivation speed of the sex techniques will be very difficult to catch up with the other disciples. Speaking, A mountain peak towering in the clouds was already in sight. On the front of the mountain peak, several ancient pavilions were situated, and on the hill behind it is a forest of lushly growing purple bamboo. Unbelievably beautiful. This is the dojo of Fairy Manhwa, Purple Bamboo Peak. The two of them landed in front of a large hall in the center of Purple Bamboo Peak. The manly fairy pointed her finger towards a small courtyard next to the main hall in the future. This is where you will live. Master doesn't like noise, and you are currently the only personal disciple. This is good. You have excellent qualifications but are restless. Purple Bamboo Peak is clean and just right for you to cultivate yourself. Yi Tian was aggrieved. Where is your own fickleness of heart? It's all honesty, all right. However, he did not expect Fairy Manhwa to look towards himself with a serious face and said with warm anger, in the future, you must not talk nonsense about the son of the immortal emperor in system hangers-on. If you make master lose face again like today, Xiao Tian, the Purple Bamboo Peak is very big. When master beats you up, no outsiders will hear you even if you scream louder. Yi Tian's mouth opened slightly. Crap, master, I'm really being honest. But looking at the serious eyes of the manly fairy, Yi Tian's throat knots wriggled with difficulty, and in the end, he did not dare to open his mouth to explain. With a resigned face, he nodded. Yes, master, it's all at your disposal. Whatever you say, it's best to be like this. Seeing that Yi Tian's attitude of admitting his mistake was quite okay, the manly fairy's complexion eased a little. Lightly, he said, go back to your place and rest first. At a later time, master will arrange future cultivation plans for you. Eyeing the manly fairy as she entered the great hall, Yi Tian only felt a long sigh of relief. In his mind, when he recalled what Manhwa Fairy had just said, that the Purple Bamboo Peak was very big and no one could hear him even if he shouted loudly, Yi Tian felt his scalp tingling. Damn system, how nice it would be if you didn't exist. If you hadn't seduced me with all kinds of rewards, why would I, the son of an immortal emperor, need to be scared here? I'd have gone home to be an old man. Sighing, Yi Tian slowly walked towards his courtyard. The small courtyard is clean and elegant, and the ground is covered with purple bamboo leaves. There is also a spring on the hill that flows into a small lake in the yard. It does count as a good place to clear the air. Yi Tian's feet had just stepped into the small courtyard when a familiar voice sounded in Yi Tian's ears. New mission issued. Within a month, break through to the 9th level of the Pure Soul. Reward 1, 60,000 system points. Reward 2, Immortal Grade Marrow Cleansing and Bone Breaking Dan. Reminder, the host personality system understands that you may not be interested in 60,000 points, but the immortal level marrow washing and bone setting Dan. But it can help you unclog your meridians and dramatically increase the speed of cultivation. Yo. Chapter 19, you don't want to be angry for your teacher, do you? Please ask the host if he accepts the mission. Yi Tian furiously rolled his eyes. Yo, you're a big head, yo. The first thing I want to do is to find a way to get the best out of my life. And then I'll go back to the Forbidden Zone and find my cheap father. And I'll eat all kinds of immortality directly as a candy cane. Care for you this? Host, please be careful. Your thoughts are dangerous. The prerequisite for you to want to go back to the no man's land now is to be able to walk out of the Purple Bamboo Peak under your master's watchful eye. Yi Tian's eyes widened. In his mind, he recalled earlier, the image of himself asking the manly fairy if he could also become a refiner. Just curious to ask. All of them made her think that she was going to be sentenced out of the division to worship the third elder. Looking at herself with a dangerous gaze. If you try to escape now, you'll have to have your legs broken by her. Yi Tian hesitated. Thinking about it, it seems like it's better to stay put for a while. Immediately, he said, accepted. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the system mission. Penalty for mission failure, 10,000 points deducted. Yi Tian's eyes widened. You're waiting for me here, aren't you? First, he seduced me to accept the mission, and when I chose to accept it, only then did he say that there was a penalty for failing to complete the mission? Leaf whether not, but thinking about it seems wrong. His own points now totaled only a few thousand. Deducting points for failing a mission. Well, you have to have points to deduct them. Thinking of this, Yi Tian smiled. The system accepts negative points. The system voice sounded once more. It was as if a pot of cool water moved to splash on Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian has one thought in his mind at this moment. Dog system, IRNM. Sky. The voice of the manly fairy sounded behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian turned around, only to see a storage ring thrown towards him. Here's something you'll use for the next month. In addition to the origin feats, it also contains a talisman cannon, a formation cannon, an artifact refining cannon, and a Tai Dan cannon. Also take this book, The Complete Explanation of Imperial Beasts, and read it when you have time. Yi Tian woodenly had to hold the imperial beast thrown over by the manly fairy in his arms in full relief. Talismans, formations, Artifact refining. Dan training. Imperial beasts. Hearing this, Yi Tian's legs shook a little. Master. Master, do I have to learn all of this? Of course, the manly fairy said seriously, cultivating immortality together. More skills do not overwhelm the body. You go out in the future without the teacher at your side to protect you. A little more will be one more means of preserving your life. Refining and practicing Dan. How many people want to learn but are still not qualified to learn it? It just so happens that your special physique is fire attribute. Cultivating to a certain point to be able to condense your own native Dan fire. With this talent, of course, it can't be wasted. Yi Tian's entire face collapsed into a bitter face. Before he had a chance to speak, he saw the manly fairy take out a roll of parchment. This is the daily cultivation catalog that Master has arranged for you, along with the time for each cultivation. Early in the morning from 5 to 8 o'clock, when the morning sun rises, is the time when the most spiritual chi between heaven and earth is the purest, so you should cultivate your innate Gongfu Tai decision and strive to break through the pure soul realm as soon as possible. 9 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, daylight is the most vigorous, suitable for alchemy and refining. The required materials and utensils for the teacher are placed in the storage ring, just enough for you to practice for a month. From 40 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening, when the sun sets and the moon rises and the sky and the earth are silent, it's easiest to calm down and practice talismans, and the required materials and utensils are in the storage ring. From 9 o'clock in the evening to 4 o'clock in the morning, when the vast moon is in the sky is most suitable for practicing the body and absorbing the moonlight. So you can just follow this book, The Outline of Body Refinement, to practice first. Looking at the manly fairy who was gushing about arranging a cultivation schedule for herself, Yi Tian's mouth grew wide. The knot in his throat quirked and he said with a hard look on his face, Master, do you mean I have to cultivate every moment? Don't you sleep and eat? The manly fairy revealed a strange expression. Do cultivators need to sleep? As for meals, here's a month's amount of the pesca pill. The manly fairy raised her hand, and a small glazed green bottle filled with pills was handed over to Yi Tian. Yi Tian's entire body was about to collapse. Nice guy. I'm straight up nice guy. Before I crossed over, being a social animal was just 996. After crossing over, you have become a cultivator of immortality. And then you tell the young master to 007? You don't play like that, do you? Yi Tian took a deep breath, already thinking of just picking up a bucket and running away with it tonight when it's late at night. Humph. Practicing? Going home as the son of the immortal emperor to nibble and lie down doesn't smell good to him? It was decided that even if he might have to have his legs broken by immortal mania after being caught, he had to run. Cultivating this kind of thing was simply not something one could do as a mere mortal. However, what manly fairy did next directly caused Yi Tian to completely despair, only to see fairy Manhwa raise her hand and wave it. A large formation emerged, enveloping the entire purple bamboo peak. In order to ensure that you concentrate on your cultivation and improve your strength in cultivation, Master will now close the entire purple bamboo peak. And during this period there will be no one who will be able to enter the peak to disturb you. And in order to ensure that you don't slack off, Master will randomly check your cultivation progress from time to time every day. Yi Tian's eyes were desperate and lightless. Lifelessly, he looked at the mannish fairy. What happens if the spot check doesn't pass? The manly fairy didn't answer positively. Instead, he reached out and stroked Yi Tian's head, smiling like a lotus flower on a snowy mountain. Tiny, do you know what the cultivators outside the Tai Holy Land call Master? Yi Tian shook his head with a blank expression. The manly fairy smiled even more gently. They all call Master the killing god. It's not just because, as the Master is the only Sage 9 cultivator in the entire Xian domain with dual cultivation in body and law. Once when the Master was practicing in the mortal world, he encountered a few Devil's Way cultivators. They said a few words about Master with frivolous words, and Master destroyed their entire clan. Humph. So what do you think Master will do to you if you fail the spot check? Yi Tian was chilled all over. Obviously Fairy Mania smiled gently and beautifully, just like a fairy walking out of a painting. If you don't see it at the top of Chuinyu Mountain, you will meet it under the moon at Yaodai. However, Yi Tian couldn't appreciate it in any way. It just felt scary, beating the hell out of me. The devil. This woman is a horrible devil. It's too grassy. He's a traveler and the son of the immortal emperor, being seduced by the dog system even if, what he originally thought, and gentle and beautiful Master, actually has such a horrible side. It's so scary to practice immortality. I wish I could go home. Yi Tian almost didn't cry out. A smile worse than a cry was shown towards the manly fairy. Ha! Master, don't worry. I promise to complete the daily cultivation tasks successfully. If you don't pass the spot check, Master, I won't need you to clean me up. I'll clean myself up. Seeing Yi Tian so assured, only then did the manly fairy return to her normal smile. Nodding, he said, Okay, little Tian Tian, cheer up. Oh, you don't want to be angry for your teacher, right? Chapter 20, Cultivating the Tai Technique. Yi Tian nodded his head with a well-behaved face. Are you kidding? What else can you do if you don't listen honestly? Yi Tian did not doubt for a second that if he escaped, or if his cultivation did not meet the requirements of the manly fairy, the mermaid fairy will knock her brains out. As soon as Man Meow Fairy left, Yi Tian immediately took out the Tai decision given by Man Meow Fairy and started studying it. In the 3000 Taoist states, there was not only a strict division of the realms of the cultivators, the hierarchical division of Gongfu was also extremely strict. They were earth-level techniques, human-level techniques, heaven-level techniques, as well as saint-level techniques and emperor-level techniques. Each power had its own unique cultivation technique, and often, a technique that allows a cultivator to cultivate to the 9th level of the returning to the first realm is already the highest grade technique that the major power clans in the Xian domain can have. Saint-level techniques were only possessed by the topmost forces in a continent like the Tai Holy Land. The imperial-level techniques that were further up the ladder were existences that even the Tai Sacred Ground did not possess. The Tai decision that Yi Tian was holding in his hand at the moment was a saint-level technique. However, it was not complete. The Tai decision given by Fairyman Meow could only be used for Yi Tian to cultivate up to the transition realm at most. He thought that he should need to wait until Yi Tian had cultivated to the transition realm before he could seek out Fairyman Meow to obtain the subsequent techniques. Holding the element, yin and yang, regarded as Tai Chi, Yi Tian held the Tai decision in his hands and watched. The expression was odd. Cultivating this Tai decision actually involves dividing the aura in the body into two parts, yin and yang, and running around in the meridians. All the auras absorbed by the Golden Crow Supreme Body are automatically transformed into the fire attribute aura that is the most rigid and masculine. Where am I supposed to find the yin attribute aura? Forget it, whatever. Yi Tian sat down cross-legged, following the mantra in the Tai decision. He tried to mobilize the most rigid and yang fire attribute aura in his body, smoothly transferring the aura within the dantian into the meridians. He attempted to run the circumference. At first it was fine. Once the aura entered the meridians, Yi Tian only felt that his internal organs were being burned by fire. It's hard as hell. Gritting his teeth and holding on for less than 3 seconds, Yi Tian opened his eyes, found myself bubbling with heat. The skin on his arms, moreover, was burned red from practicing the Tai decision. Yi Tian's eyes widened as he gave himself a shock. Notice the small yard with the lake that holds many koi. Yi Tian hurriedly slipped his slippers and jumped in. The temperature of one's body quickly dropped as one soaked in the lake water. The drop in body temperature made Yi Tian feel like he was in a hot spring. His body was soothed. Moreover, the yin attribute aura was actually slowly generated within the dantian. Within a short period of time, he actually had the vague feeling that he was going to succeed in refining the first layer of the Tai decision. Yi Tian didn't think much about it and simply sat down in the lake with his legs crossed. Concentrate on mobilizing the aura in your body to run the circumference. Time didn't know how long had passed, until it was dark when Yi Tian opened his eyes with an excited face. Sacred level technique. That's it? There's no difficulty at all. It's easy to practice to the first level of the Tai decision. A person's cultivation had the bonus of the Gongfu. Yi Tian clearly felt that his strength had increased several times. It was just a pity that one's realm seemed to be stuck at the 9th heaven of bone training. The distance to the pure soul realm was clearly only a thin layer of window paper left, yet he couldn't break through. Sigh. Yi Tian was already starting to miss White Cloud Peak a bit. How nice it would be if Bai Yunfeng could appear in front of him now and suppress his cultivation to fight with him. Maybe he would break through to the pure soul realm after the fight, but that's not going to happen. It's not easy to find a chaperone like Bai Yunfeng. As the sun set, Yi Tian jumped onto the shore from the lake. Looking back, the Lake Man Meow Fairy rays do not know what varieties of koi, all floating on the surface of the water body white. It's already all cooked up. Even the entire lake was completely transformed into a hot spring. It was cooling and steaming. Yi Tian was too lazy to care about this. Master, her old man, just said that he was going to clean himself up if he didn't practice up to standard. It's not like she cooked her koi and she had to clean up after herself. Yi Tian's spiritual energy was running in his body, quickly drying the wet clothes and pants on his body. A glance towards the large hall next to the small courtyard. Seeing that the store door of the great hall was closed, it seemed that the manly fairy had no intention of coming out. Only then did Yi Tian feel relieved and sat down in front of a stone table within the small courtyard, pouring spiritual energy into the storage ring given by Immortal Man Meow. He checked the contents. It was just as Fairy Mania had said before. In the storage ring, there were stored the Talisman Cannon, Formation Cannon, Tai Dan Cannon, Artifact Refining Cannon, Body Refining Outline, Complete Explanation of Sentinel Beasts, as well as the Tai Determination. A total of 7 canonical books. There was also a smithing tripod for smithing. a furnace for alchemy, and a talisman brush for drawing talismans. But these, too, only accounted for a small portion of the space within the storage ring. The entire storage ring, visually, was at least the size of a soccer field. The canonical danmu these are placed in the corner. The rest of the space was all filled to the brim with all sorts of cultivation materials piled up into mountains. Yi Tian was dumbfounded. I'll go. Master, her old man is also too generous. When the contents of this storage ring are taken outside, I'm afraid it's more than enough to buy a large sect. And this is actually just a material for me to cultivate and practice with? The manly fairy's generosity touched Yi Tian. I didn't expect the cheap master I recognized to make myself, the son of the immortal emperor, experience the feeling of trenchlessness before he even returned home. But damn, so many materials to be used up within a month by himself. Used to learn refining weapons and alchemy and whatnot. Even if he himself took fire, he wouldn't be able to burn through so many materials in a month. Yi Tian was so moved at the moment that he wanted to cry a little. Thinking back to the third round of the introductory test during the day, that female disciple named Su Linger, relying only on a golden mantle, scared Xiao Han-yi, who had made good use of concealed weapons, into voluntarily admitting defeat. Yi Tian was greatly interested in the artifact refining course. Taking out the artifact refining cannon given by immortal Man Miao, he studied it intently. Yi Tian realized that within the qi refining cannon given by Fairy Man Miao, it did not describe many specific methods of refining weapons. Instead, it was like an encyclopedia, detailing the various weapon refining materials that existed in the Xian domain, from the cheapest and most commonly used fine iron, to the 10,000-year-old bamboo that is hard to find, the 1,000-year-old thunderbolt wood and so on. There are detailed records in it. It was even labeled where in the Xian domain this material was available or produced. The various dazzling descriptions of the weapon refining materials in the weapon refining grand ceremony instantly attracted Yi Tian. Hold the book and read it with gusto. So much so that when the manly fairy quietly appeared behind him, Yi Tian didn't even realize it. The first thing Fairy Man Miao thought of when she came out of cultivation was to come and see her precious disciple. He was afraid that Yi Tian's cultivation was as unruly as his mouth, and that he would be lazy if he didn't watch. When he came to the small courtyard where Yi Tian lived, he found that Yi Tian was actually concentrating on cultivation. The manly fairy instantly revealed a pleased smile. Why does it smell like grilled fish? Chapter 21, only half a day of cultivation, and you got promoted? Fairy Mania frowned slightly. Follow the scent all the way to the lake. Upon seeing the lake full of roasted koi, his entire face instantly darkened. Yi Tian, who was concentrating on his book, was startled. It was found that it was the mannish fairy who had come. Hurriedly putting away the refinement cannon in his hand, he ran his ass over to Fairy Man Miao. Hey, master, your old man is done practicing? The manly fairy looked extremely dangerous. Angrily, he pointed his finger at the lake. What's going on? What have you done with the dragon scale brocade that master has worked so hard to cultivate for nearly 100 years? Yi Tian's eyes fluttered. Under the compulsion of the manly fairy's gaze, lo and behold, he took a few steps backward on his legs. Master, didn't you tell me to practice Tai duel? The more I practiced, the hotter I felt. It felt like I was burning up all over, and I happened to see a lake in the yard, so I sat in the lake to cool down. Disbelief was written all over the manly fairy's eyes. Giving Yi Tian so many cultivation texts during the day was, in all honesty, just letting Yi Tian take a look for himself first. How to cultivate, how to learn. Himself, the master of course, personally teach Moreover, the reason why he had given Yi Tian the cultivation codex was because he wasn't afraid of Yi Tian practicing indiscriminately. It was because Fairy Manya was clear that she had only left for a short while, less than half a day. What could Yi Tian have practiced? The Tai Decision Hall of Fame Saint grade feats. How many people have to practice for 4 or 5 years before they get the hang of it with a master? Even the most demonic geniuses, such as the manly fairy herself. At first it was all under the careful guidance of the master. It took a whole half-month to learn how to split the aura in his body into two, transforming it into 2 attributes, one yin and one yang. It took more than a whole month to barely touch the first layer of the Tai Chi decision. When a novice first started to learn Tai Chi decision, his body would be either too cold or too hot, 2 situations that Fairy Manmio knew very well. But, the appearance of this situation meant that Yi Tian had learned how to split his body's aura into 2, transforming it into 2 attributes, one yin and one yang. How is this possible? No guidance of my own, and it's only been a short little half day. Even if Yi Tianjin was the son of an immortal emperor, a demon among demons, it would never be possible for him to be so fast. Angrily, he looked at Yi Tian. Man Miao Fairy was really angry this time. Tian you cooked a lake of dragon scale brocade for your master, so your master only thought that you were naughty by nature and forgave you. But this lying character of yours? Master must cure you today. Let you have a good experience of what it means for a master to care for his disciple. The manly fairy waved her hand. A whip that flashed with a cold aura appeared in his hand. Just a light dance in the air crackled the air. Cold hairs rose all over Yi Tian's body. Master, believe me? I really caused these fish in the lake to cook because I practiced the Tai decision. You believe me? You really must believe me. I didn't mean it. Really? The manly fairy smiled morosely with a mangy whip in her hand, slowly walking towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's entire body was bad. Damn. It's just the truth. Why is it so hard to believe? Seeing that the manly fairy was about to make a move, Yi Tian's eyes glared at his heart, mobilizing the two auras, one yin and one yang, in his body. He attached them to his feet. If I can't beat you, I'll run. Ha! The manly fairy's two eyes widened. Unbelievably, he looked towards Yi Tian, who had run out nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Yin and yang, the two chi, Tai decides on a layer. Come back. The manly fairy raised her hand and grabbed it. The pure aura gathered into a huge palm and grabbed Yi Tian, who was 1,000 meters away, back to himself. Unable to hide the shock in his heart, he looked at Yi Tian with eyes full of surprise. Tai decision one layer. You taught yourself? Just one afternoon? Yi Tian was hopeless. Despite the fact that before running, it had already occurred to him that there was a high probability that he would not be able to run away from the saint. But how could I not expect that it was actually captured so easily? Yi Tian had already given up struggling. Straight up swinging. Yeah, it is necessary to divide the chi into two attributes, one yin and one yang. The auras that my golden crow supreme body absorbs are all fire attributed, and when I first tried to run them through my meridians, I almost got burned to death. Ding! The host's telling the truth causes the saint to be shocked, gaining 500 points. Fairy Mania was silent for a long time. The whole person was trapped in the great shock and could not slow down. What kind of little monster did he or she take in? Sacred level feats, half a day and a layer. It's not the reincarnation of a great emperor or even an immortal, is it? Yi Tian looked at the mangy whip in the hand of the manly fairy, which was flickering with cold light. With an aggrieved face, she raised her hands to protect her face. Master, I'm really telling the truth. Hit me if you want, but don't hit me in the face. I live by my face. Taking a deep breath, the manly fairy silently put away the mang whip. Tianer, it was Master who misjudged you. The Master offers you an apology and, within his ability, can grant you one condition. Take a magic treasure or a spirit weapon. Whatever. Yi Tian's eyes widened. It was hard to hide the joy. Really not fighting? Ha ha ha. Master, you're so nice. The treasure spirit weapon. Yi Tian does not care at all. Home, what all have? Still lack of this? At this moment, Yi Tian had already deeply realized that the system was a pit, a sinkhole. If you don't hurry home and lie down, sooner or later you'll be pitched by the system outside and won't even recognize your mother. Yi Tian immediately trotted happily to the manly fairy. Hey, Master, I don't want anything. I just want to go back to the no man's land. Please, Master, will you send me home? The manly fairy immediately had a head full of black lines. Gotta. Still insisting that he's the son of a great emperor who came out of no man's forbidden zone. Hey, this disciple of his, he clearly has a proud natural talent, and he has a chance to become a great emperor himself in the future. Why do you prefer to talk such nonsense? With regards to Yi Tian's request, Fairy Mania refused almost without thinking. Impossible. The most important thing for you right now is to hurry up and cultivate to improve your strength so that you can deal with the initiation trial in a month's time. Master allowed you to mention this condition. Now can't think of it for the Master to keep it for you. When you think of it, when to mention it to the Master. Yi Tian was embarrassed to the extreme. Please, Master, just drop me off at the outskirts of the uninhabited forbidden zone. I'll go in by myself. Fairy Mania didn't listen at all. A hand grabbed Yi Tian's arm. In the next second, the two of them appeared in the middle of the large hall where the manly fairy was purifying herself. Standing in the center of the great hall, the manly fairy faintly said, Tianer, your natural talent is too demonic, but today's matter is the fault of your teacher. Master didn't expect that your comprehension would be terrifying to such an extent that you reached the first level of the Tai decision in half a day by self-study. As a saint-level technique, the Tai decision is extremely dangerous to cultivate at first. And the slightest bit of inattention could burn oneself into ashes or freeze oneself into an ice sculpture. Hooray! You people are okay. Chapter 22, No Man's Land. Your young master is back. Speaking. With a wave of the manly fairy's hand, a futon for meditation and a wooden table appeared in front of Yi Tian. After this, you will follow your master closely and cultivate. With such a natural talent, the only way to rest assured is to keep an eye on master at all times, the manly fairy faintly said, looking at the futon in front of him. Yi Tian was resisting inwardly. There's a sense of being disobedient in class and being placed on either side of the podium by the teacher as the right and left guardians. That's a lot of grass. Though the mannish fairy is incredibly beautiful. It was the most beautiful beauty Yi Tian had ever seen with his own eyes. But she's strict. The moment he thought that in the month to come, he would have to cultivate day and night under the high pressure of the manly fairy. Yi Tian regretted it. Regretting why he was so stupid and believed in the evil of the system. Regretting why I didn't run earlier. Doesn't he smell good when he goes home to be the prince? Ahem. Master, can I cultivate by myself alone? I'm not comfortable with you watching. Fairy Mania snorted out a laugh. This smile was so charming and flavorful. What? You're still shy at your age? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched. This master of his own is, indeed, beautiful. But one is not impressed at all. Just feel scared. Nah, the arm can't argue with the leg after all. In front of the manly fairy, Yi Tian didn't have a chance to escape at all. All night long, he was forced to refine his body by the manly fairy. The worst thing was that the manly immortal's body refining method was completely customized for women, to stretch the meridians and do all sorts of extremely difficult and humiliating maneuvers. At first, I was afraid that Yi Tian would not be able to adapt. The manly fairy just asked Yi Tian to tie a zigzag horse and stretch the meridians of his legs and hands. But Yi Tian had the Golden Crow Supreme body in place. The body was absorbing heaven and earth aura all the time, enhancing the strength of flesh, rising Yi Tian's flesh and repairing Yi Tian's damaged body. So much so that the manly fairy slowly noticed that Yi Tian was extremely adaptable. Directly with his own hands, he twisted Yi Tian's body into a twist and helped Yi Tian quickly stretch the meridians of his entire body. Take the feeling of having your head almost up your ass as you are pressed against the mana fairy's hand. The practice had caused Yi Tian's entire body to become autistic. After a long time until dawn, Fairyman Meow personally instructed Yi Tian to draw talismans and use array discs again. Even hand in hand, hugging Yi Tian to hold Yi Tian's hand, teaching Yi Tian simple refining and alchemy to control the fire. Yi Tian was an extremely fast learner. In just 5 short days and months, he had completely adapted to the manly fairy's body refining technique, and in the talisman together, learned to draw the simplest meditation talisman, divine speed talisman, giant power talisman. On the subject of formations, he had learned entry-level hidden formations, killing formations, and even a relatively difficult illusion formation. In the Dan Dao, a batch of Pioneer's Pill was successfully refined. In refining weapons, he had successfully forged an inferior magic weapon. On the Imperial Beasts, Yi Tian had learned the most basic Imperial Beast techniques and was just about to encounter a spirit beast to field test it. Moreover, on the premise of learning how to stuff, Yi Tian had also memorized all the 7 canonical books given by Fairyman Meow. You can know it by heart, and you can even memorize the word into the stream. It's 5 days. The more the manly fairy taught Yi Tian, the more shocked she felt. By the end of the day, it was even numb, silently accepting the fact that his disciple was a monster. Morning of the 6th day, the manly fairy looked at Yi Tian, who was sitting on the futon in meditation. Fade, Tianer, the cultivation path must not be rushed. These 5 days of meditation are considered to have completely stabilized your impetuous cultivation that broke through to the 9th heaven of bone training in one go. The icy mortal body refining decision that my master cultivates, and the essence technique Tai decision. You have also been initiated. If we continue to cultivate bitterly, we won't be able to make any more progress in a short period of time. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. Breathe out a long, snake-like breath. It's a symbol of solid fundamentals. Master, then what should I fix next? Drilling the Dan Dao? Or delving into formations and all that? Fairy Mania shook her head. Throwing a jade tablet into Yi Tian's hand today, the 3rd elder of this sect opens a lecture to teach the artifact refining experience. 3rd elder Yang Qingfeng has spent his entire life studying weapon refining, and is the topmost weapon refiner in the entire Xian domain. So if you go and listen to it, it will be more beneficial to you in practicing weaponry. And by the way, give yourself a day off to relax and unwind. Looking at the jade tablet in his hand, Yi Tian's excited heart trembled in his hands. Listening to a lesson? What lesson? I've been lying in wait by the side of the saint for 5 whole days, waiting for a chance, right? After leaving the purple bamboo peak, 2 divine speed talismans were applied to his legs. Cheap dad. No one is off limits. Meet your young master. Yi Tian was so excited that he could hardly hide it, laughing up at the sky and going out the door. My generation is not the people of Artemisia. What Tai Chi Holy Land? Besides having a good-looking and good-to-you master, is there anything worthwhile for the little master to stay? The manly fairy had an odd expression, not understanding that he was just giving Yi Tian a day off. Yi Tian was actually able to hold fast open the formation used for descending the mountain, cackling and giggling wherever he was. The first time he had taken on a disciple, He had been so harsh in his discipline. Is it possible that I've overregulated? Should I be gentler with Tiana in the future? Nope. Soon enough, the manly fairy recalled that night 5 days ago. Himself let Tiana make whatever conditions she wanted, in the entire Xian domain, including the Taiyi Holy Land. How many people wanted to haven't had this opportunity yet? In favor of this brat, he made a condition of going to an uninhabited forbidden area where even saints dare not go. Looking at Yi Tian, who was madly giggling, the more Fairy Mania looked at it, the more she felt that something was wrong. This brat is going to lay his hands on the jade card later. He's not going to run straight to the uninhabited forbidden zone, is he? Mental note. The manly fairy decided to keep a secret eye out. Not afraid of 10,000 but afraid of the unexpected. It was not easy to accept a disciple. Not only did he save his life, but his talent was also so demonic. What if we sneak off to an uncharted area and die? This was something that the man near fairy could never accept. Yi Tian laughed happily for a long time. Finally is the reaction. Have the opportunity to run their own still stand still for what? Grab and run. He. Don't worry, master. My disciple will definitely obediently go and listen to the third elder's lecture. Promise to study hard. I'm outta here, ha 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 ha. Yi Tian flew out of the hall at full power and ran all the way towards the bottom of the mountain. In the back, the figure of the manly fairy slowly disappeared in the grand hall. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the Taiyi Holy Land, standing tall and silently watching Yi Tian, who was running down the mountain. Yi Tian couldn't detect it at all, relying on the jade token given by the manly fairy. The mountainside of the purple bamboo peak opened an opening in the large formation that covered the entire peak. Came out and took a few big wild breaths of fresh outside air of freedom. This is freedom. Ha 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 ha. No man's land. Your young master is back. With a wave of his hand, he put 2 divine speed charms on each of his left and right feet. Yi Tian transformed into a man like the wind and quickly ran towards the Taiyi Holy Land exit location. In the sky above the Taiyi Holy Land, Fairyman Meow's face was as gloomy as water. Sure is dishonest. Tianer. Let's see if the master will open your ass up when we go back today. Chapter 23, This disciple of mine. His brain isn't very good maze formation. Go! As she spoke, the manly fairy raised her hand and waved it, sacrificing a formation engraved with ancient patterns. He struck towards Yi Tian's location below. Yi Tian, who was speeding through the mountains and forests, was filled with excitement, longing for his return home to the fast life as a young master. The excitement was so great that his feet picked up a few more speeds, not realizing in the slightest that there was a change in the surroundings. Yi Tian, who had originally run towards the outside of the Taiyi Holy Land, was now running straight towards the Forging God Peak where the third elder was located. It ran for about half an incense stick. The 2 divine speed charms on his feet lost their effect. Yi Tian also appeared at the foot of a lofty mountain. Looking back, purple bamboo peak was completely out of sight. Yi Tian laughed wildly. Ah ha 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 ha. It looks like little master has successfully escaped the Taiyi Holy Land. However, at this moment, a young cultivator with a long sword on his back and wearing the costume of a personal disciple of the Taiyi sect landed behind Yi Tian. The cultivator looked at Yi Tian, who was rampant in size one moment and crying with joy the next, with a puzzled expression. Yi, brother Yi? A familiar voice came. The smile on Yi Tian's face instantly stiffened. Unbelievably, he twisted his head to look. By Yunfeng? You escaped the Taiyi Holy Land as well? The person who came was none other than Bai Yunfeng, who had fought with Yi Tian in the initiation test and later became a personal disciple of Boss Erjiang. Hearing Yi Tian's inexplicable statement, the White Cloud Peak people were puzzled. What escaped from the Taiyi Holy Land? This is the third elder's Forging God Peak. Today, third elder held a lecture to teach the disciples of individual peaks about weapon practicing. Aren't you here to listen to the lecture? Hearing this, Yi Tian's entire body was bad. What's going on? Little master was clearly running in the direction of leaving the Taiyi Holy Land. How did you somehow end up at the foot of Forge God Peak? What the hell? Facing Bai Yunfeng's puzzled expression, Yi Tian didn't have the slightest idea of staying. Wave your hand on the spot. Ahem. No, I just ate my fill and came out for a stroll. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yunfeng, you go listen to the lecture. I'll go first. As the words fell, Yi Tian immediately took out 2 divine speed talismans and pasted them on his feet, running like the wind in the direction of leaving the Taiyi Holy Land. However, this image fell in Bai Yunfeng's eyes. Yi Tian, however, hurriedly ran towards the path up the mountain from Forge God Peak. Bai Yunfeng scratched his head with an oddly ancient expression of this Yi Tian. His behavior is really odd. But think about Yi Tian's many outrageous remarks during the previous introductory test. At this moment, Yi Tian's bizarre behavior didn't seem so bizarre anymore. Bai Yunfeng didn't think much about it. Stepping on the void, he immediately flew towards the peak of the Forging God Peak. At this moment, Yi Tian did not realize in the slightest that he had been caught in the illusionary formation laid down by the saint, and ran forward with an excited look on his face. Fancy yourself running out of the Tai Chi sanctuary. Another full half an incense stick of time was run in succession. Yi Tian stopped in his tracks. In front of them, a huge square with a dense crowd and a large hall built on top of a mountain, towering majestically, appeared. As he gazed around, the crowd in the square was all dressed in Tai Holy Land disciple clothing, and at the entrance of the great hall directly above the square, an immortal white-haired old man gazed at the crowd of Tai Holy Land disciples in the square. Beside the old man stood a flower girl. Yi Tian still recognized this person. It was the artifact refiner, Su Linger, who had been accepted by the third elder as a personal disciple after making her opponent, who was good at concealed weapons, surrender on the spot by offering a golden mantle in the initiation test fighting session. Froze at the scene. Yi Tian's mouth opened slightly. The whole thing was dumbfounded at crap. Crap? What the hell? Forge God Peak? How did I get here? 2 wrong runs in a row. Yi Tian was caught in the middle of a great self-doubt. You're not a fucking roadie, are you? I don't think so. I've never gotten lost before. Hull squirms hard. Yi Tian shrunk his neck, hoping that he hadn't been discovered. Quietly, he turned around and prepared to leave Forge God Peak. As a result, he had just taken no more than 2 steps backward when a large formation rose up, enveloping the entire Forge God Peak. At the entrance of the large hall above the plaza, the old white-haired man spoke faintly to disciples. This opening lecture is open to the elites of the sect as well as the personal disciples of the other peak elders, not only to teach you all about refining, but also to discover the refining geniuses within the sect. If they can pass the test, the elite disciples can directly become this elder's personal disciples. The personal disciples of the other peaks can also worship this elder as their teacher and become this elder's named disciple, obtaining the Forge God Peak passage token and having unimpeded access to Forge God Peak from then on. The third elder's words fell. The eyes looked straight towards Yi Tian from a distance of thousands of meters. Come on, stay put. Forge God Peak is closed. Take the quiz honestly. Facing the gaze cast by the third elder, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched. What's going on? This elder knows I want to run? He purposely closed the Forge God Peak? Unbeknownst to Yi Tian could not detect the existence of the manly fairy, but the third elder, who was also a saint, instantly discovered the manly fairy hiding in the sky above the Tai Holy Land. At the moment, he was using his divine sense to communicate with Fairyman Meow. Mon Mio, this is your first time accepting a disciple. Do you need to be so attached to it? He's just moving around the sect and coming to my god-breaking peak to study. And you're worried about his safety to protect him in the dark as well? In the clouds of the void, the manly fairy was filled with helplessness. He viciously glanced at Yi Tian below. Sigh, third elder is overthinking it. This disciple of mine isn't very good in the head and is determined to be the son of an immortal emperor in the no man's land, wanting to leave the Tai sacred ground to go to the no man's land. I can't help it if I keep a secret eye on him so he doesn't do anything stupid. Hear that? The third elder's expression was odd, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Even kind of wanted to laugh, that does seem a little less cerebral. Do you want me to help you educate yourself? The manly fairy looked at Yi Tian thoughtfully. A moment later, a grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just educate properly. Don't hurt. The third elder put his hands behind his back and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, the old man has his own way. Guaranteed not to hurt a hair on your precious apprentice's head. As the words fell, the third elder withdrew the divine sense that was communicating with the manly fairy. His eyes swept towards the crowd of disciples in the square. Gentlemen, the art of practicing weapons takes over the creation of heaven and earth. If you want to be successful in your studies, not only do you need to be able to possess a fire attribute physique and be able to condense spirit fire within your body, but you also need to have a strong physique. In this way, it is possible to utilize spiritual fire to burn and melt and smelt all kinds of demolition materials, and after 1,000 hammers, forge a supreme divine weapon. As he spoke, the third elder raised his hand and waved it. In the center of the large square, 2 stout, armor-clad humanoid soldier puppets slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 24, Not worthy of a relationship. The third elder said indifferently with his hands behind his back, these 2 soldier puppets are the first test of your desire to become a refiner. The disciples whose names are called, come forward in order to fight against the soldier puppets. No aura may be used. No blades may be used. Only with one's own physical strength. Yi Tian stood at the very back of the crowd gazing at the 2 soldier puppets in the center of the square, looking uncertain. Behind him, Bai Yunfeng, who had also come to listen to the lecture, slowly walked over to Yi Tian's side. Brother Yi, I wonder if you have confidence in becoming a refiner? Yi Tian shook his head. Let's not talk about taking any tests to become a refiner. One only wanted to muddle through and find a chance to leave the Tai Holy Land alright. Bai Yunfeng, however, was full of interest. pointing at the two soldier puppets in the center of the square. He excitedly said, I heard that these two soldier puppets were forged by the third elder from a heavenly meteorite iron. The strength is so strong that it's comparable to a 9th-level cultivator of the transitional stage. Yi Tian was disinterested. Directly, he waved his hand. A 9th level of transition? I'm only at the 9th level of bone training. I'm 5 big realms short. What's the point of this? Just go up there and admit defeat directly. Bai Yunfeng had an odd expression. Just wanted to explain something to Yi Tian. However, he saw the third elder's gaze looking straight over towards this side. To be precise, it was looking straight at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, pro-disciple of Purple Bamboo Peak, come forward to test. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Not being afraid at all, he walked towards the center of the square. Bai Yunfeng whispered a reminder from behind Brother Yi. Don't admit defeat. Fight seriously. The crowd of disciples in the square, more or less, they had heard in the introductory test saying that they were the son of the immortal emperor. Yi Tian's great name. There were some that were even the ones that were initiated on the same day as Yi Tian. Seeing that Yi Tian had actually come to Duanshan Peak to listen to the lecture as well, they were all excited. Is this the son of that immortal emperor? Senior brother Yi Tian Yi. A bit handsome. It's quite handsome, just not very brainy. But I was initiated on the same day as Yi Tian. You guys don't know how much this guy is bullshitting. Even if he says he's the son of the immortal emperor who came out from the no man's land, he also says he has a system plugin. But until now I don't know what a system plugin is. Ha ha ha, this senior brother Yi is interesting. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Yi Tian was already standing in the center of the square, in front of the two soldier puppets. Yi Tian gazed calmly at the two stout soldier puppets. Yi Tian, get ready. Forge God Peak physical strength test. Begin. As the third elder's voice fell, Yi Tian raised his right hand with a serious face in front of everyone's eyes. I concede. Wow. The square was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Yi Tian's back with wide eyes, not daring to believe. But I don't know who it was that didn't hold back a laugh. What is this senior brother Yi doing? Doesn't he know that the physique test is only a test of physical strength, and that the human soldier puppet will suppress strength to the same realm as him? It's understandable that the elite disciples don't know. Yi Tian is the Grand Elder's personal disciple, so how could the Grand Elder not tell him about such things? Tisk. That's clearly not taking the Forge God Peak test seriously. The third elder's face is dark. Above the square, the third elder's face was as black as a root of coal. The hand hidden in his sleeve slowly clenched into a fist. The forehead was bruised. Using divine sense, he transmitted his voice to Ferryman Miao and questioned Manmu. Is this disciple of yours so well behaved? Thinking that with you, the Grand Elder, backing you up, you won't take my other peaks seriously? Since you don't take my Forge God Peak seriously, why did you come to my Forge God Peak? In the void, the manly fairy covered her forehead in shame. Finished, he had forgotten to tell Tianer the exact process of coming to Duanshan Peak to listen to the lecture. I should have realized that Tian was out of tune and should have been warned more before I left the house. Facing the third elder's questioning, the manly fairy could only rush to explain, don't blame third elder. Tianer, he just didn't know that the soldier puppets would suppress their strength to fight against him. He is thinking that he can't beat it with his low strength. That's why. Blame me. I didn't inform him before I left the house. Hearing the explanation from the manly fairy, the third elder, despite realizing that Yi Tian had only done it unintentionally, and yet there is still lingering anger. Humph. If you can't beat them, don't you? This son has such a weak heart. Even if he is qualified to become a refiner, I don't think he will go far. In that case, there is no need to waste time. The manly fairy hurriedly opened her mouth. Don't. Old Yuan, you calm down. You help cultivate it, and afterward I'll give you the Sinner Dragon Soul Spirit I obtained from the ancient mysteries last time to make amends. It wasn't until he heard the 4 words Sinner Dragon Soul that all the fire in the third elder's heart was removed. The Sinner Dragon Soul in the hands of the manly fairy had been on the third elder's mind for a long time. Spiritual weapons are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. Further up, there were immortal weapons, divine weapons, sacred weapons, and Hongmeng spiritual treasures in transmission. All that was needed to build a spirit weapon below an immortal weapon was good enough materials, and a heaven-ranked refiner. However, in order to build an immortal weapon, not only do you need good enough materials, but you also need to infuse the practiced immortal weapon with an artifact spirit. The only spiritual weapons that could be called immortal weapons were those that possessed a spirit. The stronger the spirit of the weapon, the more powerful the immortal weapon would be. The third elder, as the entire Xian domain, was one of the few heaven-ranked refiners. The biggest dream was to find a powerful ancient soul to create a truly immortal weapon. Become the only immortal rank refiner in the Xian domain. The ancient sinister dragon soul in the hands of the manly fairy was an existence he couldn't refuse. Not only was he unable to refuse, even his gaze towards Yi Tian became kind. Smiling gently towards Yi Tian in the center of the square, he said, "It shall not be conceded. Xiao Tian Na. The humanoid soldier puppet is only used to test the strength of your physique. It will suppress the strength to be comparable to yours. You don't need to be afraid, just let go and fight. Even if there is danger, this elder will keep you safe." The center of the square, Yi Tian, who had admitted defeat and yawned as he prepared to find a place to feel the fish, looked at the third elder with a puzzled expression. Are all the elders of the Tai Yi Holy Land so friendly? To be so patient and explain yourself? Could it be that the second elder who had always picked on himself before was just an exception? Compared to Yi Tian's surprise, the other disciples in the square were however wide-eyed. In addition to the new disciples of the Tai Yi Holy Land, who didn't know that the third elder of the heavenly ranked refiner in front of them, whose status within the door was comparable to that of the patriarch, was notorious for his fiery temper? Don't say disciple. It was the elder patriarchs who had upset him, and they all cursed on the spot. Now, he was actually being so gentle with a disciple, Yi Tian, who obviously didn't take Forge God Peak seriously. Many disciples, for a moment, had trouble accepting this scene, worthy of being a relation, with Ferryman Meow backing him up. Even if he disrespected the third elder wouldn't even blame him. Come on, I see the senior brother is just here to go through the motions. That's not true. Even if he didn't pass the test, I guess the third elder would be happy to teach him weapon refining hand in hand. Chapter 25, This Kid, Don't Want to Die? Back of the crowd. Even by Yunfeng Sked at this scene, it's completely different from what Master said about the third elder's fiery temper. Is it true that if I go up for the test later, even if I don't pass, the third elder will give me a break on account of me being the second elder's personal disciple? Bai Yunfeng rose in thought. At this moment, however, the flower girl Bai Linger, who was standing beside the third elder, let out a cold snort and chopped her foot to glare at the third elder with her gaze. Master, why aren't you so gentle with me? You yelled and scolded me when I was conducting the soldier puppet test, and you wouldn't let me take a break even though I couldn't practice refining. Could it be that I, a yellow-ranked artifact refiner, am not as qualified in artifact refining as this Yi Tian who was not an artifact practitioner? The third elder eyed the front as if he hadn't heard. Su Linger was a refining genius that he had waited for with great difficulty, and at only 20 years of age, he was able to refine a yellow-ranked spirit weapon. The talent in refining weapons was certainly not comparable to Yi Tian, but the disciple, beating his pain is love, of course, must be strictly supervised. As for Yi Tian, it was just a deal. Look at the face of the sinner dragon soul. Of course you have to be nice. With a wave of his hand, the third elder activated the two soldier puppets in the center of the square. Soldier puppet had movements at the same time. A formation of 100 meters so far rose from the center of the square to envelop Yi Tian in it. The third elder didn't even forget to kindly remind Yi Tian to deal with it carefully. As long as you can last an incense stick of time under the siege of two soldier puppets, you will be considered to have passed. I'll go. Looking at the two soldier puppets whose eyes lit up with red light, Yi Tian was crushed inside. Little master just wants to leave the Tai Yi Holy Land and go home. How come it's so hard, and you have to fight with soldier puppets? Although he was crumbling inside, Yi Tian did not dare to belittle the sandbag-sized iron fist of the soldier puppet at all. Not allowing the use of auras and blades didn't say they wouldn't allow the use of talismans. Before the soldier puppets launched an attack towards him, Yi Tian raised his hand and two divine speed talismans were pasted on his legs. With the talisman boost, Yi Tian ran fast. The slow-moving soldier puppet couldn't even touch a bit of Yi Tian's sash. On the plaza, the crowd of disciples who already felt that Yi Tian was a relation. By now there was a flurry of anger. Well, a talisman for the physical test. What a young master, huh? The third elder didn't move at all. Doesn't he care? This is obviously cheating. When did the Tai Yi Holy Land become so unjust that no one cares about blatant cheating? Above the square, the crowd of disciples' angry voices the third elder took in as much as he could. Hear it loud and clear. The face was hard to see. In his heart, he couldn't wait to get down and tear Yi Tian apart immediately. But when I think about the soul of the sinful dragon that is close at hand, clenching his teeth and clenching his fists with a leathery smile, he looked towards Yi Tian. Xiao Tian. No talismans shall be used when facing the enemy head-on. Yi Tian, who was rapidly escaping from the formation, stopped at the corner of the formation. Huh? Not allowed? Well, you should have said so. The third elder was furious. It felt like a vague pain in my chest. Yi Tian, however, didn't have any time to pay attention to this scene. After pulling off the divine speed talisman and slowing down their speed, the two soldier puppets quickly surrounded towards Yi Tian. The two soldier puppets moved at a slower speed, but their attack speed was ridiculously fast. and it actually cooperates. A soldier puppet that was more than 10 meters away from Yi Tian sprinted and swung his fist towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian consciously dodged towards the right. As a result, he was forced right in front of the other soldier puppet. In less than a blink of an eye, the soldier puppet in front of Yi Tian completed his swinging motion, and the sandbag iron fist blasted down towards Yi Tian's face with the wind. Grass! Yi Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Subconsciously bending his arms across in front of him, he blocked soldier puppet's powerful punch. The terrifying force blew Yi Tian's entire body away, crashing heavily into the protective shield formed by the formation. After landing, Yi Tian grimaced in pain, feeling as if his two arms were broken, without any sensation at all. It's a good thing that the Golden Crow Supreme Body is there. The body was damaged, and the Golden Crow Supreme Body uncontrollably drew on the surrounding aura, as well as the energy of the sun. The soothing feeling when his body was repaired simply made Yi Tian want to stop, and in just one breath's time, the pain in his arm completely disappeared. Yi Tian could even clearly feel that his flesh had become a few points stronger. How perceptive saints were to the fluctuations of the energy around them. The third elder noticed almost at a glance that Yi Tian was clearly not operating any gong methods, yet his body was involuntarily absorbing aura. Most importantly, those fire attribute auras shining down from the sunlight were actually incomparably affectionate towards Yi Tian. The initiative was drilling into Yi Tian's body. Thinking back to Yi Tian's performance on the introductory test a few days ago, the third elder revealed a thoughtful expression. What did this kid say he was in the first place? The Golden Crow Supreme Body? The Xian domain has never recorded this kind of physique. Could it be that this is an extremely special fire attribute spirit body? If that's the case, he's afraid that he's really well suited for the artifact refining course. Su Linger, who was beside the third elder, heard the third elder's muttering. Snorting coldly, he rolled his head to the side, obviously pissed off. And at this moment, Yi Tian, looking at the two soldier puppets that had surrounded and attacked towards him again, was not only fearless, but was instead excited. Good stuff. You two, you're simply better suited to be chaperones than by Yunfeng. It just so happens that cultivation has entered a bottleneck. So let's take you guys to practice your bodies. Facing the two soldier puppets that surrounded him, Yi Tian advanced instead of retreating. With an explosive shout, both fists blasted out, simultaneously smashing into the chests of the two soldier puppets. The two soldier puppets only trembled slightly before launching a counterattack against Yi Tian. The heavy two fists bombarded Yi Tian's chest and stomach, and almost without any surprise, Yi Tian screamed miserably and once again flew backwards. Everyone clearly saw that Yi Tian's chest had been blasted and dented. There must be at least 4 or 5 broken ribs. However, what people didn't expect was that even so, Yi Tian didn't even pause for a second after landing, rolled over and feared to get up to charge out towards the two soldier puppets once again. The crowd of disciples who had previously thought that Yi Tian was a connected person were dumbfounded thereafter of this. This kid doesn't want to die? Taking his body hard against the attack of the soldier puppet. Is he testing his physique or committing suicide? At the back of the crowd, Bai Yunfeng stared blankly at Yi Tian's sunken chest. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to cover his chest. It hurts to look at it. No one noticed that at this moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure was building up over the Taiyi Holy Land. In the clouds, the patriarch with a white dress that fluttered in the wind appeared behind the manly fairy, her left hand resting on the shoulder of the manly fairy who wanted to go down and stop the physique test. Don't worry, can't you see your good disciple? After being injured, his body is automatically drawing on the sun's energy from heaven and earth. The manly fairy's brows furrowed. After a moment of stretching, he turned to look at the patriarch or sovereign. What brings you here? Chapter 26, Hidden Scriptures. Tomb old man, I've been around since you flew over the clan. The patriarch calmly gazed at Yi Tian below. Fate of this kid's Golden Crow Supreme Body. I felt something was wrong during the introductory test. In the past 2 days, I went to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion to look for Tomb Elder. The manly fairy's pupils dilated. The Tomb Elder of the Scripture Collection Pavilion was the only Sage Realm powerhouse in the Taiyi Sacred Ground, or even in the Xian domain, who had entered an uninhabited forbidden zone and walked out alive. Extremely secretive and low-key. Even Fairy Man Meow didn't know where he came from, much less when he joined the Taiyi Holy Land. Most importantly, even the few old monsters from the sacred ground within the sect had a great deal of respect for Old Tomb. Learning that the patriarch had been to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion, he was still inquiring about matters related to Yi Tian. The manly fairy hurriedly said, "What did the Tomb Elder say? This Golden Crow Supreme Body. What kind of physique is it?" The patriarch gazed at Yi Tian below, who was still battling the soldier puppets. There was a long slow silence and a shake of the head. Tomb Elder doesn't know either. He just said that there has never been this kind of physique in the Xian domain, and that this kind of physique shouldn't appear in the Xian domain. Fairy Man Meow couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't appear in the Xian domain? What does that mean? I don't know. The tomb elder didn't go into detail. The patriarch was actually revealing a bitter smile. Sighing, he said, "You know, the tomb old man doesn't want to talk about it, and I don't dare to ask more." Just as the two were talking, another figure flew over. The person who came was none other than the second elder of the Tai Holy Land. Scanning the situation of the forging god peak below with his backhand, the second elder snorted, "I thought, where did such a terrifying spirit pressure come from? It turns out that it's Fairy's precious disciple taking the refiner qualification test." "What? Baby apprentice hurt and heartbroken?" The manly fairy snorted coldly and pressed on, not bothering to pay attention to the second elder. And at the moment, the center of the Forge God Peak Square, Yi Tian charged towards the two soldier puppets again and again in a desperate manner. Each time, they were blown away and crashed into the protective shield, but after landing, they immediately got up again and continued to charge towards the soldier puppets. At the beginning, there were still disciples in the square who were wondering if Yi Tian didn't want to die. See now, no one speaks anymore. Everyone stared intently at the center of the square, not even daring to take a breath. Yi Tian himself was getting more and more excited the more he fought. Every time he was blown away by the soldier puppet, after his body automatically repaired itself, he could clearly feel his flesh becoming 1 point stronger. After being blasted away once again, Yi Tian rolled in the air and landed steadily with his feet on the protective shield. Opening his arms, he felt the strength of his flesh that had contended for a great deal of strength. Looking at the two humanoid soldier puppets, he laughed out loud in excitement. "Ha ha ha, good stuff, really good stuff. Little master today, I have to squeeze you two dry." Yi Tian exerted his right foot, stepping on the green stone slabs under his feet. The whole person rushed towards the two soldier puppets like a cannonball. The two soldier puppets were already familiar with Yi Tian's reckless, wide-open attack. The moment Yi Tian rushed over, both of them threw out their fists to blast out at Yi Tian. Bang! The three figures intertwined. The impact between the fists alone made a crisp ringing sound of metal colliding. But that's not what's important. Rather, this time, Yi Tian was surprisingly not blown away. Instead, he knuckled down with the two soldier puppets and took a horse stance, his feet crushing the ground leaving two long scratches. "Steady back 2 meters. Hiss. I don't know who sucked in a breath of cold air." Above the square, the third elder stroked the white beard on his chin with an accidental force, pulled off several hard strands of his already small beard, eyes wide. "That took it, but that's not all." Immediately afterward, Yi Tian let out an excited burst of laughter. Again, under everyone's unbelieving gazes, Yi Tian once again rushed out towards the two humanoid soldier puppets. The powerful punch first blasted the foremost humanoid soldier puppet backward by 2 steps, facing the other soldier puppet's oncoming punch. He quickly raised his foot to block it. While collecting his feet, he gathered the force of his whole body into his fist, and his waist powered up to slam down with a heavy punch. Not only did he block the attack of the humanoid soldier puppet, but he also smashed his fist on the head of the humanoid soldier puppet, directly smashing it to the ground. At this moment, Yi Tian was like a humanoid explosive dragon. The moves are big and punchy. Each punch blasted out was accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. At the very beginning, the two humanoid soldier puppets were still able to occasionally find the opportunity to knock Yi Tian back a few steps under Yi Tian's rain of dense attacks. However, at the back, Yi Tian's rate of improvement was almost visible to the naked eye. With the strength of one person, he hard bombarded the two humanoid soldier puppets to retreat, without the ability to fight back at all the way until the two humanoid soldier puppets were blasted, with their fists, into the corner of the protective shield, and the humanoid soldier puppets were smashed to the point that they didn't even have a chance to climb up. Only then did the third elder remember that the time to burn incense had long since ended. The protective shield was opened in a hurry. "That's enough, Tiny. The test is over." Bang bang bang. After hearing the voice, Yi Tian slammed 3 more punches down in a row on the humanoid soldier puppet that had stopped functioning before finally calling it quits. Tearing his body's shirt, which was already full of holes long ago, he threw it to the ground, revealing a body of robust muscles. More or less regretfully said, "That's the end of it? Third elder, why don't you raise the strength of these two soldier puppets a little bit and I'll fight for a while?" The corner of the third elder's mouth twitched. "Haven't fought long enough? You're using my soldier puppet as a chaperone?" After a long moment of silence, the third elder said, "Don't be in a hurry. If you really have talent in refining weapons, after you become a registered disciple of my Forge God Peak, kind of as a chance to practice against the soldier puppets." Yi Tian had a face of excitement. He even forgot that his goal was to leave the Tai Holy Land. It's really because it feels so good when your body is damaged and automatically repaired. Hastily, "Why don't you finish testing me first, third elder? I want to find out quickly if I have a talent for smithing." Hearing this, the third elder hesitated. Yi Tian's physique that could automatically absorb fire attribute aura was indeed of interest to the other third elder. He also wanted to hurry up and try to see if the strength of the spirit fire that Yi Tian had condensed with his aura was strong enough to be used for refining weapons. However, one disciple alone is first given a follow-up test. This is so unfair to the other disciples. In the midst of hesitation, the third elder gazed towards the other disciples in the square. However, he realized that almost everyone's gazes were on the bare-chested Yi Tian at the moment. The expressions of the disciples had been reduced to numbness from the initial doubt, to the shock of Yi Tian's head-on battle with the soldier puppet afterwards. As Yi Tian raised the hope that he could finish testing first, quite a few disciples were actually showing expressions of celebration. Letting this Yi Tian alone finish the test first seems pretty good, haha. I don't think I can go up there and fight a humanoid soldier puppet with this result. After watching Yi Tian test, I'm a little afraid to go up. Yeah, the first round of testing is so fierce. If it continues how fierce it is in the following, I feel like I'll have to have my Dao heart shattered. Chapter 27, comparable to an exotic fire? Hearing the crowd's discussion, the third elder let out a soft sigh in his heart. Hey, Fairy Manhwa, where did you find such a demon? Positive look. The third elder's gaze looked towards Yi Tian. It's okay. In addition to the need for a strong physique, another thing that a refiner needs is the strength of the spirit fire that is condensed. Normally, the spirit fire condensed by non-fire attribute cultivators can be used to attack, but it can't melt hard weapon refining materials, and even the vast majority of fire attribute spirit root cultivators condense spirit fire of insufficient strength. Therefore, the strength of the spirit fire is an important condition for being able to become a refiner. Yi Tian had memorized the entire weapon refining canon given by Immortal Manhwa, and had also refined a lower-grade magic weapon. Naturally, I know this. Nodded. What the third elder means is that this latter test is to test the strength of my spirit fire? The third elder nodded. With a wave of his hand, the eyes of the humanoid soldier puppet that had fallen on the ground lit up with a red light as he stood up and walked to stop in front of Yi Tian. The organ in the chest of one of the soldier puppets opened, revealing the energy core shadowed in the soldier puppet's chest. The third elder pointed at the soldier puppet core and said, "This is the spirit mineral pith of the fire attribute spirit vein, and unlike consumable spirit stones, the spirit mineral pith is capable of both releasing and absorbing energy, but the fire attribute spirit mineral pith only absorbs the purest fire attribute spirit chi. If your aura can be absorbed by the spirit mineral pith, it means that the spirit flame you have condensed is enough to support you as a refiner." Looking at the spirit mineral marrow in the chest of the soldier puppet in front of him, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Well, one round of fighting the soldier puppets, and the second theory of energizing them. The wool comes off the sheep's back. It's really interesting to see how the refining process works. Yi Tian immediately raised his hand and pressed it on the spirit mineral marrow. Just inject aura into it? The third elder nodded, noticing that there were two auras, one yin and one yang, flowing within Yi Tian's body. Until Yi Tian should have practiced the Tai Sex special technique, Tai Decision, in advance, not forgetting to remind. Inject fire attribute aura. Yi Tian nodded. The golden crow supreme body operated, actively taking in aura towards the sun shining high in the sky. The fire attribute aura in his body was injected towards the fire attribute spirit mineral marrow in a steady stream. Having just injected a bit of aura into it, the fire attribute spirit mineral marrow turned red in an instant. It's like a red-hot branding iron. Above the square, the third elder realized that something was wrong and hastily raised his hand. Stop! Boom! The moment his words fell, the fire attribute spirit mineral pith exploded, and a terrifying might swept across the entire square. Powerful energies spread out, no less than the full force of a powerful person in the 9th level of the transitional 9th realm. The very center of the explosion. Yi Tian's eyes widened at the moment of the explosion, realizing that he was screwed, and was going to hang up before he could go home and enjoy his young master's life. But in the next second, it felt like she was wrapped into a warm embrace. Something wrapped itself around his whole face, soft and kind of fragrant. I don't know how much time has passed. The explosion ended, and other than the center of the square blowing out a 10-foot-long crater, the rest of the place was surprisingly not in the least bit of trouble. And in the square, there were 3 more silhouettes. The Tai Holy Land Patriarch slowly withdrew the protective shield that shielded the disciples. The manly fairy was in the center of the square, tightly embracing the perpetrator, Yi Tian. The second elder's face was grim as he watched this. Seeing the appearance of these 3 people, the crowd of disciples in the square hurriedly clasped their fists and saluted. Greetings, Sovereign. The patriarch calmly waved his hand. There is no need to be polite. Then, in the gazes of the crowd, he calmly arrived beside Yi Tian and Fairy Manhwa. Happily, he raised his hand and wiped Yi Tian's head that was buried in the manly fairy's embrace and laughed lightly. It's okay. The fire attribute spirit mineral pith can only absorb the more pure fire attribute aura. but the fire attribute aura in your body, Shao Tian, is comparable to the foreign flames in the heavens and earth, and its intensity is too high, so the spirit mineral pith couldn't absorb it to produce the explosion. It's a good thing it was discovered early, or I'm afraid it would have been a disaster. Hearing the second son of the foreign fire, the disciples showed a confused expression. Obviously wasn't exposed to this kind of stuff. Only the third elder above the square was overflowing with excitement after hearing those two words. With a flash, he appeared beside the sovereign. Bright eyes glowed with excitement to the point of trembling as he looked at the patriarch. Fei fire? Patriarch, is little Tian's fire attribute aura really comparable to an alien fire? The sovereign nodded. Well, there are a total of 9 types of foreign flames recorded in the hidden scriptures, which take over the creation of heaven and earth, and are used to attack. Even if a sage realm powerhouse is burned by the foreign flames, it's hard to escape death. The smithing is also excellent. I once saw a foreign fire in a volcano in the endless mountain range, and Shao Tian's fire attribute aura is only stronger than that foreign fire. Get the patriarch's confirmation. The third elder laughed so hard that his teeth fell out. His eyes looked straight at Yi Tian as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Fairy Manhwa, I don't want the Sin Dragon soul. Shao Tian is a 1 in a million refining genius. It's simply too much of a waste to cultivate with this you. Let him come to my Forge God Peak to be my personal disciple. I'll agree to whatever you ask. The manly fairy who was hugging Yi Tian, her eyes instantly narrowed into a slit. A snow-white, crystal-like long sword was held in his right hand. A murderous aura filled the air. What did you say? Feeling the manly fairy's terrifying killing aura, the third elder subconsciously shrunk his neck. It was clear in his heart that the manly fairy's reputation of being known as the god of killing by the outside world was not for nothing. But then he looked at Yi Tian. I'm not happy about it. With a crossed heart, the third elder's gaze for help was directed towards the patriarch. Poor thing, patriarch. On account of the fact that I've been doing my best for the Tai Holy Land for so many years, can you put in a good word for me? As long as Yi Tian can be my personal disciple. In the future, all the spirit weapons required by the Tai Holy Land will be fully covered by Old Master. Patriarch, half of my old man's feet are already in the ground. And all my life I've been searching for a disciple who can inherit my mantle. You have to help. The group of disciples watching from all around saw this scene, and each of their eyes and mouths stared in disbelief. What am I seeing here? Third elder, is this begging Yi Tian to be his personal disciple? Don't talk. Senior brother, my Tao heart is broken. Never seen only disciples begging masters to accept. Masters begging disciples to worship. Rare in this life. Facing the third elder's praying gaze, the patriarch was also helpless. Alchemists were not like ordinary cultivators who were bent on cultivating in pursuit of immortality. Weapon refiners often spent most of their time on refining weapons, so much so that their own realm was not high and their lifespan was not long. Like the third elder who only delved into refining weapons, their lifespan often needed to rely on pills to forcefully raise their cultivation to renew their lives. Not to mention that the third elder was the only heavenly ranked refiner in the Tai Holy Land. It's hard to turn down a request like wanting a disciple. Chapter 28, the feeling comes to a breakthrough. The patriarch placed his gaze on Yi Tian. Without any movement, a clear and cold voice resounded throughout the room. Yi Tian, the foreign fire is too tricky and difficult to control. After my master seals it for you, you can go to the third elder's place to learn a bit about how to refine weapons. The group of elders above the plaza all held their breath when they heard this. His eyes nervously looked closely at Yi Tian, fearing that Yi Tian would refuse. At this moment, these group of old men with high status in the human world were unexpectedly as tense inwardly as a young student waiting for a teacher to ask a question. Yi Tian heard the patriarch's words and poked his head out of the manly fairy's arms to look at the patriarch. Then can I continue to learn divine spells from my master? His words directly caused the group of elders to nearly collapse. Do you even have a choice? The third elder's lips trembled and he slapped his thigh in a hurry. Can't. You can only learn to refine weapons. Nothing else. Not for anything else. Just for Yi Tian's talent. If he didn't learn how to make weapons, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Hearing the third elder's words, Yi Tian immediately spoke aloud towards the patriarch. I don't want to learn how to refine weapons. I'll only follow my master's cultivation. Thank you for your kind words, third elder. Saying that, Yi Tian also clasped his hands and bowed towards the third elder. The moment Yi Tian's words came out, the third elder's face changed. The entire group froze in place, almost fainting as their blood pressure spiked. Around the square, a disciple was looking at Yi Tian as if he had seen a ghost. In his heart, he sighed whether Yi Tian had been hit in the head. To know, the status of the refiner in the cultivation world, is not worse than those top cultivators, or even higher, belonging to the major clans. The existence of competition. Now let Yi Tian choose to cultivate and refining. I can't believe I chose to practice. Many disciples were cursing Yi Tian as a fool in their hearts. Especially those disciples who were usually tortured by cultivation. They had a love and hate mood towards Yi Tian, but they forgot that they had cultivated for several years, or even several eons without ever achieving anything. Yi Tian had reached such a height in just a few months. How could he talk about unusual people? Seeing Yi Tian choose so, the third elder was close to breaking down inside, wanting to say something but realizing that his throat was writhing and he couldn't say a single word. The patriarch looked at Yi Tian with a calm expression, but in his heart, he secretly said, "Such a cultivation monster can actually be a part of my Tai sacred land. It's also heaven's favor on my sacred land. Think about it." As the sovereign looked at Yi Tian in front of him, he somehow still had a small trace of happiness inside. What was going through the sovereign's mind? Yi Tian didn't know, nor was he in the mood to know. At this moment, he was nervously looking at the patriarch in front of him, and when he saw that the patriarch was still looking at him with a calm expression, his heart was suddenly moved. A bright starlight appeared from in front of Yi Tian, and immediately transformed into a vortex of star power. Seeing this, Yi Tian gulped softly in his heart, and with a single movement of his mind, he forced the starlight sent out by the system into his dantian. One could only see that after these starlights fell into the dantian, they were instantly engulfed. In an instant, there was a crackling and popping within Yi Tian's body. Immediately after that, the crowd around them looked surprised and saw the astral light flickering on Yi Tian's body, instantly turning from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. Looking at the radiant starlight radiating from Yi Tian's body and the huge change, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. My God, did I read it right? Yi Tian's realm has risen to essence? This can be a direct leap across a realm. Knowing that from the bone training, to the essence realm can be said to be a qualitative improvement. Geez, how long has it been? From a bone refining second layer, elevated to essence. At this moment, Yi Tian, however, looked as if he couldn't hear, his gaze still quietly looking at the patriarch in front of him. He didn't want to learn how to refine weapons, and he was still thinking about improving his strength as early as possible to quickly go home and see what's going on. At that time, if his parents knew that he could cultivate, they might be more than happy. Patriarch, seeing Yi Tian's gaze, the third elder on the side, his body trembled uncontrollably. The corners of the patriarch's mouth twitched. Trying to say something, he ended up with a bitter smile. You're lucky. The manly fairy also seized the opportunity and quickly came to Yi Tian's side. Well, I told you, my disciple is fit for cultivation. After finishing, she couldn't help but be puzzled. Others didn't know, but she knew clearly that Yi Tian was now stuck at the peak of bone training, not knowing how to break through. What's with this sudden promotion? The manly fairy looked towards Yi Tian and couldn't help but ask under her breath. What's going on? Yi Tian naturally knew why the other party was asking, and immediately replied, I just felt it coming up and then I broke through. She couldn't help but inwardly roll her eyes. Who doesn't know what it feels like to come up for promotion when they're stuck? You got a wizard this time. Looking at Yi Tian's performance with such a canopy, the patriarch once again couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Yi Tian was emitting a marvelous aura all over his body, vaguely making everyone around him feel an oppression. And then Yi Tian's gaze suddenly lingered in a certain direction for a moment. But there's nothing there. Go. The manly fairy pulled Yi Tian, who had been paying attention to the third elder's expression. Seeing that the other party still kept staring at Yi Tian, she always had the feeling that her things were being missed by others. Well, go! Yi Tian nodded his head and then followed the manly fairy out. Only when Yi Tian and Fairy Manhwa walked away did the third elder let out a sigh of relief, followed by a remorseful, chest-pounding look. Several other elders, seeing his appearance, couldn't help but shake their heads. In fact, anyone could see that Yi Tian was still very talented in refining weapons, but it was not because cultivation was where the cultivator's true foundation lay. On the other hand, just after walking out of the third peak, Fairy Manhwa couldn't wait to pull Yi Tian's arm and eagerly asked, Tell master what's going on. Yi Tian sniffed and his mind turned, and he didn't hide it. It's just that I suddenly felt an extra surge of power in my body, and then I made a direct breakthrough. The manly fairy frowned and contemplated for a moment after hearing this. Raising his hand to touch Yi Tian's forehead, he muttered, Not sick? Seeing Yi Tian's tearless look, manly fairy snorted with joy and reached out to pat his shoulder. Forget it, nothing happened. Let's go. First you'll take you to the scripture cabinet to pick out a feat technique martial skill. It's what you deserve. Oh, thank you master. Although he could obtain countless techniques and martial arts whenever he wanted to, but now in the Tai Holy Land, he still had to give some face, and then the two of them chatted along the way, and soon came to the door of a grand and magnificent palace. The whole building is circular in shape, with a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern carved at the top. The entrance to the great hall was heavily guarded. Yi Tian and Fairy Manhwa stood outside the grand hall and looked up at it for a long time. The manly fairy was the first to take a step towards the inside. "Come on, get in." Yi Tian sniffed and nodded his head in a hurry. And just as Yi Tian was about to step in, a cold and majestic woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 29, The Sun Sutra. Stop. Yi Tian stopped in his tracks when he heard this. His gaze shifted slightly, but he saw a young man in a white tunic, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. This person was none other than one of the only 3 core disciples within the Tai sacred ground, Lin Aoduan. Ha! How is this kid more of a poser than I am? Yi Tian looked at the other party with some curiosity. The Lin Ao dust in front of him had sword eyes and starry eyebrows, and there was even a small golden sword in his brow. He had heard of the other party's origins. The young master of the Tsangzhou Lin family, born with a vision accompanying it, and was even born with a sword body. Since he was young, he had joined the Tai Holy Land and reached the foundation establishment realm at the age of 10, and now at the age of 16, he had already become one of the core disciples within the Holy Land. He was a renowned genius figure in the entire Tai Holy Land. Yi Tian, do you know the rules? Lin Ao Dust asked blandly. Yi Tian shook his head. What rules? Lin Ao Dust's face was proud and arrogant, and he coldly hummed. You don't even know the rules. You really haven't seen much of the world. As the words fell, Lin Ao Dust directly turned around and left, leaving Yi Tian frozen in place. A moment of confusion. It wasn't that he was afraid of the other party, but the other party was playing this pussy 2 round, and without even figuring out what the other guy was there for, he came over and said a few words and left right away. But how could he know that at this moment? Lin Ao Dust's face was red. He had just come out of the gate when he heard that another genius had come to the Holy Land. That's why he came over to check it out. But since he was a kid, he's been obsessed with kendo, and now communicating with people is a problem. Why isn't this kid afraid of me? Lin Ao Dust murmured in his heart, before everyone saw him in a respectful manner, which was like Yi Tian, not to mention that he didn't have any respect when asked. Yi Tian shook his head as he watched the other party walk away, and immediately walked into the hidden scripture pavilion. Inside the hidden scriptures, the books are full of books. There were tens of thousands of books, and among them, the highest level of techniques and martial skills even surpassed the earth rank and belonged to the existence of the heaven rank. In addition to feats of martial arts, there are also a variety of pills, refining methods, secret arts, and so on. Every piece put into the cultivation world is extremely precious and rare. However, in Yi Tian's eyes, these were not worth mentioning at all. It was just that he couldn't cultivate before, or else he would have casually taken out a gongfu from home that was all at the holy level. What's with all the trashy stuff? Aren't there any good ones? Yi Tian muttered in a small voice. Ding! The host's truthful words shocked people and aroused the crowd's emotions, earning him 888 points. Yeah, someone? Yi Tian froze and raised his eyes to look around, but he did not find any silhouettes. He could not help but frown. Could it be because he was speaking so low that he was ignored by the other side? He couldn't help but increase his voice at the thought. Hey, is it fun to pretend on purpose? Either come out or don't look. Ding! The host speaks the truth, leaving people speechless and arousing the emotions of the crowd, gaining 2,000 points. Yet after a long time, no one came out. Yi Tian did not dwell on who that person was, and turned towards the second floor of the hidden scripture pavilion, intending to sweep through again to find something good. At the same time, a figure slowly appeared at the place where Yi Tian stayed just now. How did this kid find me? It can't be. The person who came was the guardian elder of the scripture pavilion, and as the most important place in the Tai sacred ground, his strength was already at the peak of sainthood. It was no exaggeration to say that aside from the sect leader supreme, he was one of the strongest people within the entire Tai Holy Land. With Yi Tian's kind of cultivation and qualification, there was no way he could have discovered himself, but the fact was right in front of his eyes and he could not afford to doubt it. Could he really be the son of a great emperor? After a moment of contemplation, the guardian elder gave himself a reason. He sat in the cache of scriptures for one purpose, to oversee and defend the cache of scriptures. After coming out of the scripture pavilion, Yi Tian had an additional technique called the Sun True Scripture in his hands. At first he had no intention of picking from it until he saw a broken parchment scroll. What was on it was precisely the remnants of the Sun True Scripture, but the system prompted him that he could make up the subsequent heart technique through points. Of course, after mending, the price was still expensive, and the current one could only mend up to the third layer. The fourth layer of the Sun True Scripture would require 1 million points to repair. Tuzi, look, I just got the Kung Fu, can't I get a discount? Yi Tian said as he walked, secretly spitting in his heart. The system then replied in a serious manner. No, the system is doing business with all fairies and gentlemen. Yi Tian. In any case, this Sun Truth Sutra always picked up a bargain. The next time he was just busy cultivating. After all, His true strength was the soul-tempering realm. Time passed and it had been more than 2 months since Yi Tian entered the Tai Holy Land. He had pushed his strength to a new level in 2 months, and had stabilized at the 5th level of the soul-tempering realm. If this was placed in the outside world, it was definitely at the demon level. But Yi Tian was not satisfied. System, I don't think my talent should be bad. Right. Why is my cultivation speed so slow? Host, you don't need to follow me, Versailles. I've seen many geniuses who are better than you. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched. You say so, I'm not happy. At least I'm also the son of the immortal emperor. People are born with their own visions. You're looking at me. Before coming out, isn't it a proper waste? Now that it's so hard to cultivate, is it wrong to want to improve faster? On the other hand, inside the cave of the manly fairy, Man Meow, can you talk about Yi Tian? Too arrogant. This kind of nature will suffer in the future. The empress was sitting on a wooden chair, a pair of snow-white thighs exposed. The manly fairy also held her forehead helplessly when she heard her words inside. It wasn't that she hadn't said anything about Yi Tian. The key was that this brat had a set of mouths and didn't take what she said seriously at all. The point was that Yi Tian hadn't done anything wrong. She couldn't punish Yi Tian for saying a few words of truth. Could she? Man Mio, you have to know that wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. It's better to let him experience some failures now than to lose his life later. What's more, this kid's talent is really good. He's just a bit too young. If he hones his skills properly, his future achievements will never be comparable to anyone else's. The empress continued to persuade. Although she seldom asked about matters within the sect, it didn't mean that she wasn't concerned about the sect's affairs, especially for Yi Tian's situation. She knew better than anyone else that Yi Tian possessed a lingering mind and could be described as intelligent, but it is as if he does not have any emotional intelligence. Hitting people in the face and talking exclusively to expose the shortcomings has reached the point of outrageous. This was also inside the Holy Land. They could still watch out. If they were outside, they might have offended many people. Seeing that the manly fairy didn't reply, the empress didn't continue to persuade her and said directly, Chapter 30, My father is the immortal emperor. Who dares to hit me? There are still 3 months until the 3000 Dao state competition, so let Yi Tian follow along at that time. It's just the right time to sharpen his temperament. As the words fell, the empress's figure disappeared into the cave, leaving the manly fairy alone. For Yi Tian as a disciple, there was nothing that Fairy Manhwa could do, and sometimes when she spoke Yi Tian would back up a couple of sentences. Hey, in that case, go ahead and suffer a little. One must know that the 3000 Dao state competition, held once in 1,000 years, could result in the honor of a supreme creation. Participate in the people, the strength is very horrible, although Yi Tian qualification is heavenly, but after all, the cultivation time is still a period. It is treated as a practice, while suppressing the outwardly released flames, so that it is converged, and learned that there is a sky beyond the sky. On this day, Yi Tian had just come out of his cave and was going to find someone to spar with. Now that his strength had come to the peak of the 5th level of the soul-tempering realm, he was only one step away from being able to ascend to the 6th level. Little Tian, come to my cave. Suddenly, a voice came from his ears, and Yi Tian knew that it was the voice transmission from Manhwa Fairy. At that moment, he pointed his toes and swept towards where the manly fairy was. After half a tea's work, Yi Tian stopped his body to stand in front of a mountain range and raised his head to look up at the cave above. Come on in when you're here. Hearing the voice of the manly fairy, Yi Tian directly walked in. Master, is there anything you want to order? Yi Tian approached the cave and looked at the manly fairy who was sitting beside the stone table drinking tea and spoke. Fairy Manhwa turned her head to look at Yi Tian, then said, The main reason I'm looking for you today is to tell you that for the 3000 Daos meeting in the 3000 Daos state in 3 months, you have to attend at that time. Oh, Yi Tian's eyebrows rose slightly as he heard this and asked with some surprise. Master, are there any rules for the 3000 Dao Society? Why is the 3000 Dao Society held every 1,000 years? The rules aren't much of a rule. It's just that at the end of every 3000 Daos meeting, the 3000 Daos state will give birth to many astonishing talents, and even the reincarnation of great powers. The manly fairy smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Tian as if she wanted to see through him. However, Yi Tian was open about it. His eyes were clear and he didn't dodge. A moment later, the manly fairy withdrew her gaze and began to savor the spirit tea again. It was only after a long time that the manly fairy slowly said, The central state is the most prosperous and flourishing place in the 3000 Dao states, with many heavenly prides emerging every 1,000 years. The 3000 Daos meeting is a feast for all the major powers of the 3000 Daos state to compete for opportunities for creation, and at the same time, it's also an opportunity for heavenly prides to rise to prominence. Of course, the victor of this assembly can receive immeasurable benefits and great creations. As far as I know, Each of the heavenly ranking experts of the 3000 Taoist prefectures is heavenly. They are all super geniuses cultivated by various clans and sects with unrivaled battle power. Hearing the manly fairy's introduction, Yi Tian instantly understood the meaning. The heavenly ranking, that was the top 100 geniuses of the young generation in the entire 3000 Dao state. Little Tian, this is for you. You have to participate this time. After saying that, the manly fairy reached out and threw out a golden jade pendant to Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked down and saw that the jade pendant was crystal clear and vaguely emitted a wisp of majesty if nothing else. Master, this jade pendant is? Yi Tian held the jade pendant and asked suspiciously. This is for you to save your life. If you encounter some unresolvable danger outside, crushing the jade pendant can save your life. Hearing her say this, Yi Tian instantly realized and hurriedly said gratefully. Thank you, Master. Let's leave tomorrow. It's time for you to go out and practice. When Yi Tian heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the other party. Leaving tomorrow? In such a hurry? He still wanted to take advantage of this period of time to make another effort to impact the 6th level realm. Who knew that Fairy Manhwa actually urged him to hurry up and leave? You can't if you're not in a hurry. The disciples of other sects have already started going out to practice. Do you want to be left behind by others? The manly fairy glared at Yi Tian and said without a trace of anger. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth when he heard her words. My father is the immortal emperor. Who dares to hit me? But what greeted him was a blank stare from the manly fairy. At this moment, Manhwa fairy felt that the empress was right. This disciple of hers was good at everything. That is, he was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he was also particularly braggadocious. Alright, I'll go pick out my equipment right away and move tomorrow. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he turned around and swept towards his cave, preparing to take something away. As soon as he left, Fairy Manhwa's face instantly became worried. I hope you stay out of trouble. Although she said so, she knew in her heart that this disciple of hers, she was afraid that she would offend many people even after going out. Yi Tian actually didn't have anything to pack. He just left the sect after taking that blazing sun sword given by the Manmin fairy with him. On the way out, Yi Tian pondered along the way, wondering how exactly this 3000 Dao society would be compared. It was reasonable to say that with this kind of strength, he should be able to reach the 6th level realm very soon, but his bottleneck was still slow to break through. Therefore, this downhill training should be a good choice. As for the 3000 Paths meeting, he definitely wants to go. After all, that's a good opportunity to show his face, pretending to be a pussy. When the time comes, a large amount of points are still not at hand. Soon, he arrived within a town closest to the Taiyi Holy Land. Perhaps it was because it was sheltered by the Taiyi Holy Land. This town appeared to be extraordinarily prosperous, and the streets were filled with stores on both sides, selling anything and everything, and it was bustling with activity. When Yi Tian arrived in this ancient town, he ran straight towards a weapon store. This weapon store was the only one on this street, and it was filled with a wide array of weapons of all styles and attributes. And it's quite expensive, enough for an average person to live for several lifetimes. However, Yi Tian wasn't short of money, so he didn't care about the price at all. He just needed what suited him. He walked into the weapon store and looked around. He was soon drawn to a long knife hanging on the wall. It was a blood-red long knife, its body glowing with scarlet light, and a sharp and stern aura permeated from it. Boss, what's the name of this knife of yours? Yi Tian pointed at the long knife and inquired, his eyes not blinking as he gazed at the blood-red long knife. Your Excellency really has a good eye. This Blood Fury Blade is the store's finale weapon, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Blood Fury Blade? Yi Tian muttered a low sentence. That's right, it's precisely the Blood Fiend Blade, which was once sacrificed and molded by a supreme devil who beheaded thousands of living beings. Later on, when this devil's cultivation increased, he even integrated this sword into himself, making it a vicious and ferocious weapon. As he spoke, this shopkeeper removed this bloodbane sword and placed it on top of the counter, and a strong smell of blood immediately hit his nose. Yi Tian frowned and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Chapter 31 Jasper Ganoderma. However, Yi Tian did not believe in the words of the shopkeeper. After all, if it was really as the other party had said, the long knife over here in front of him was at least at the Saint Soldier level. Give us solid price. The shopkeeper sniffed and didn't make a direct offer, but opened his mouth to compliment. He. I see that this gentleman is full of righteousness. He is bound to be a disciple of a great power, and with this long sword, then he will definitely be the most dazzling existence when walking in the crowd. Although he knew that the other party was being polite, Yi Tian nodded with an air of understanding. Ahem. I know that I'm the disciple of Elder Manhwa of the Taiyi Holy Land and the son of no one's forbidden area great emperor, but you don't need to say anything about it. I'm personally a bit more low-key. The shopkeeper was a bit confused, and the words that had just reached his mouth suddenly didn't know what to say. The kid in front of him was too capable of pretending, right? He didn't know about the uninhabited forbidden area, but he had heard of the mannish fairy of the Tai sacred ground, which was an elder-level character. Her disciple came to this small place to buy weapons. Crazy. Ding. The host speaks the truth incredibly and arouses the emotions of the crowd, gaining 100 points. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Yi Tian probably had an understanding. The system rewards points are also divided into people. The stronger the strength, the more points will be rewarded, and vice versa, the less. I said, don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, take a look at my disciple token. Saying that, Yi Tian was ready to take out his disciple order, but after searching for a long time this time he remembered that he didn't bring it at all. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hastily opened his mouth to round up the situation. Ha ha, my lord, I won't give you the benefit of the doubt. 300 medium-grade spirit stones. 300 medium-grade? Crazy, right? This thing is worth 300 lower-grade spirit stones at most. Yi Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Your Excellency is joking. The shopkeeper laughed. Our store specializes in high-end weapons. If you like it, I can give you a discount. Yi Tian shook his head. He was so poor right now. Other than this blazing sun sword he had on him, he didn't have a single penny with him. Although he could exchange the system for spirit stones, he didn't want to use his points on spirit stones. He could take a trip back to the no man's landing to fetch it whenever he wanted, and still have as much as he wanted. When Yi Tian walked out, he heard the shopkeeper inside chatting with another fellow. Why do you think all these foreign cultivators nowadays love to pretend? Yeah, and the son of an immortal emperor, the disciple of a holy land elder, can't even take out 300 spirit stones. Hearing the sound of their conversation, Yi Tian was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but smile, spinning toward the closest to hear the magic beast mountain range swept away. Experience well. Not fighting how can be called experience it. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the foot of the devil beast mountain range and realized that this place was just as he expected, with devil beasts running rampant and demonic beasts. Not only that, there were quite a few secret realms and relics in this demonic beast mountain range, and if one was lucky one could even come across some treasures. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, a giant ape rushed out from the depths of the forest, rushing towards Yi Tian with open teeth and claws. Seeing this, Yi Tian's expression was calm, not flustered in the slightest, and he just took slow steps to meet him. He couldn't even use his full strength to fight when he was in the Holy Land before. Those who entered the sect at the same time as him were too weak, and those who were truly powerful were either in closed-door cultivation or were out training, and had no chance to come into contact with them at all. And this second-ranked demonic beast in front of him was just the right place for him to try out what level of strength he had reached now. In the next moment, he revolved the Sun True Scripture, and a scorching hot spiritual energy emanated from his body, and he swung out with a fist, the terrifying power directly shaking that giant ape several feet away. The giant ape let out a cry of pain, then roared again and lunged towards Yi Tian as if it would not stop until it died. Humph! Seek death! Yi Tian let out a cold cry, then violently stomped his leg, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and shot straight at the giant ape. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he had arrived in front of the giant ape. His right hand clenched into a fist and smashed out viciously. A dull crashing sound rang out as Yi Tian's fist blasted the giant ape back 2 meters away. Then he leapt up to catch up and continued to swing his fist. Boom! Yi Tian repeated the previous movements each time, only that the power was even stronger than the original. In just a few moments of work, that giant ape was bruised, bloodied, and dying. It's almost time to finish. Looking at the giant ape that was almost wasted by him, Yi Tian's face was indifferent. His arm was violently stretched out, and his 5 fingers were bent like a hook ruthlessly inserted into the middle of the giant ape's head. Put! A large head instantly burst, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Tian easily pulled out his palm and his gaze fell on the surrounding trees. At this time those tree trunks were already stained with scarlet blood, which looked exceptionally harsh. A touch of excitement inexplicably surged in Yi Tian's heart, and this kind of bloody battle made him somewhat intoxicated, accompanied by a powerful spiritual energy cyclone condensing. The 6th level of the soul tempering realm. Not bad. After killing the giant ape, his cultivation logically broke through and reached the 6th level of the soul tempering realm. This made Yi Tian ecstatic, and he decided that after hunting a batch of demonic beasts today, he would strive to step into the 7th level of the soul tempering realm as early as possible. Moreover, he still had another thing to do as Yi Tian turned his sight towards a giant canyon in the distance. The canyon was shrouded with a dense mist. It was obviously not an ordinary place, and there should be certain exotic herbs or treasures hidden in it. After a slight hesitation, Yi Tian stepped out and rushed towards the canyon. After half a pillar of incense, Yi Tian finally arrived at the edge of the canyon. where the mist and mist were tossed about, causing his divine sense to be blocked from probing. However, these were simply useless to Yi Tian, who cultivated the Sun True Scripture and the Golden Crow Supreme Body, as he possessed 10 times the amount of divine thoughts of an ordinary cultivator. It's surprising that there is such a dense mist here. It's quite a treasure site. Yi Tian muttered a sentence and lifted his foot to walk into the midst of the mist. After entering the mist, he obviously felt that the air around him had become much thinner, but he could still clearly smell the faint fragrance of flowers and grass. Not long after, he spotted a bright green, 3-foot-tall plant in front of him, which had a crystal-clear fruit growing on top of it. Yi Tian knew that this must be the rumored Jasper Lingji. I didn't expect to run into the Jasper Ganoderma just as soon as I left the city. This is also luck. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he continued to walk towards the interior of the canyon after storing away the Jasper Ganoderma. Soon, he arrived outside a cave, which wasn't spacious, but it was dark and gloomy inside, giving off an eerie and treacherous feeling that made one's heart grow fuzzy. Yi Tian carefully approached the cave and was just about to probe inside, but just at this time, a hoarse and unpleasant sound came out from inside. Chapter 32, Disciple of the Royal Thunder Holy Land. At first, Yi Tian thought that he had misheard, but soon he felt a crisis descending upon him. Get out! But for a long time, he didn't feel anything approaching. However, Yi Tian did not dare to let his guard down. After all, in a place as menacing as this, there were bound to be demonic beasts guarding the place. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his vigilance, then slowly pushed aside the weeds at the entrance of the cave and walked towards the interior of the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Yi Tian found a giant python was coiled on the ground. The snake's body was thick and sturdy. The scales were greenish and emitted a faint cold aura. It spat out its letter and stared at Yi Tian with a tigerish look, as if it was jealous of something. A Jasper snake? Yi Tian frowned slightly. This fellow's strength was slightly better than the giant ape. It was estimated to be equivalent to the peak of the soul-tempering realm. It was not easy to deal with. Just as he was pondering how to solve the immediate crisis, the Jasper scale snake suddenly stormed up, its figure instantly disappearing from its original position, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Yi Tian, opening its fangs and biting towards him. In the face of the swift and lightning-like attack of the Jasper scale snake, Yi Tian was undaunted as he flickered and dodged the fatal blow. Immediately after that, Yi Tian backhanded and grabbed the 7-inch position of the biscuit scale snake before slamming it to the ground with a fierce force. Violent ringing sounds came out, dust flew up, and the huge body of the turquoise-scaled snake smashed heavily on the ground, causing the hard rocky ground to crumble and fly horizontally. Yi Tian showed no mercy as he rushed over and rode on the biscuit scale snake, his fists bombarding its head like rain, causing the biscuit scale snake to wail repeatedly. Ah dash! The turquoise-scaled snake's screams grew weaker and weaker, and finally fell into a complete coma. I didn't expect there to be so many demonic beasts just at the edge of the demonic beast mountain range, but if I want to enter into Foundation establishment within 3 months, I'm afraid I still need some stimulation to do so, Yi Tian muttered to himself, then stood up and patted the dust on his body before leaving the area where the biscuit scale snake was located straight away. This canyon stretched for 100 miles and was incredibly deep, filled with all types of demonic beasts. Yi Tian traveled all the way through the country and did not hesitate to strike and kill the demonic beasts after encountering them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by quietly, and during that time Yi Tian also obtained more than 20 pieces of demon cores, which was a good harvest. It wasn't until after he arrived at the entrance of a secret realm in the demonic beast mountain range that he finally saw disciples from other forces who had come to power. These people were all disciples of some sects. Some were first-rate sects, while others could only be considered second-rate sects. While Yi Tian was observing the group of people also noticed him and cast astonished gazes. Ha! Is there a newcomer? A man looked at Yi Tian, his eyebrows filled with contempt. His voice was not low, causing the people nearby to look sideways, their gazes towards Yi Tian tinged with schadenfreude. Yi Tian frowned slightly and coldly swept a glance at the guy who had spoken, then looked to the other side. At this time, dozens of people had already gathered on the open ground in front of the entrance to the secret realm. All of them were brightly dressed and dignified. There was no lack of young and beautiful women among these people, and each one of them had a stunning and magnificent appearance. Some of them were talking about something, some had their eyes closed, and some were waiting quietly. Only one white-robed youth attracted extra attention. This person was tall and well-proportioned, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a hint of arrogance hanging on his face. Although the white-robed youth did not move, but the whole person seems to be one with the surrounding heaven and earth. People cannot see through the reality. Above the white-robed youth's right arm, he wore an ancient longsword that was about 2.5 meters long, with a hilt that was carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes. Exquisite and incomparable. However, Yi Tian's eyes lit up and immediately opened his mouth to shout, "Lin Ao dust! Over here! Here!" Yi Tian's voice was extremely loud, causing everyone to hear it clearly, including Lin Ao dust himself. Lin Ao dust opened his eyes, and his icy cold to the core gaze shot at Yi Tian as if it was a sharp sword on. Intimidating. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why did this kid come? To be honest, he was really a bit embarrassed. It was not easy to come out for once, and he even met Yi Tian. Spinning around, he turned his head without even thinking about it, not wanting to pay any attention at all. Yi Tian didn't care when he saw the other party like this and walked straight towards them. Those cultivators who had originally been somewhat contemptuous of him hurriedly gave him a path after seeing that he knew Lin Ao dust. They didn't know Yi Tian, but who didn't know about this Tai Holy Land's born sword body? That was a famous figure in the entire Xian domain. Lin Ao dust. Lin Ao dust. Why are you ignoring me? Yi Tian came to Lin Aoduan's side and asked with a smile. Lin Ao dust frowned and glanced at Yi Tian, coldly snorting without speaking. Seeing this, Yi Tian bristled and continued to follow him. In this way, one in front of the other, the two of them rushed silently, and on the way, there were occasional cultivators who brushed past them and didn't dare to get too close, but only looked at them from afar, because Yi Tian and Lin Ao dust both had outstanding temperament, especially the latter, who was wearing a white robe that fluttered, exuding a sternness that made people not dare to get close to them. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. When Lin Aochen arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, dozens of cultivators had already gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. "Brother Lin, this is?" A young man wearing the Taoist robe of the Royal Thunder Holy Land immediately greeted Lin Aoduan after seeing him. He was naturally referring to Yi Tian. After all, the person who could follow Lin Ao dust was naturally not too weak, and it was a good choice to be able to make friends. Lin Ao dust glanced at Yi Tian and did not speak, with a high and cold look. On the contrary, it was Yi Tian himself, who saw this person coming over and instantly smiled and opened his mouth to reply. "Dao brother, my name is Yi Tian. I'm from the No Man's Land, the son of an immortal emperor. An immortal man Miao of the Tai Sacred Land is my master." The youth was a bit confused when he heard this. The immortal emperor's son? No Man's Forbidden Zone? What the hell? He could believe the latter, but the earlier words, did they treat him like dirt? Ding! The host's truthful words were dumbfounding and aroused Wang Daoxuan's emotions, gaining 2,000 points. Wang Daoxian? Yi Tian knew the other party's origin. The Royal Thunder Holy Land. Lei Qian Duan's disciple. The same as Lin Ao Duan's status in the Tai Holy Land. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Yi Tian was not stupid and could see that the other party seemed to be a little embarrassed, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he needed the points and he was also being honest. "Ha ha, my name is Wang Daoxian, a disciple of the Royal Thunder Holy Land. Why don't we make a companion later?" Before the words left his mouth, Lin Aoduan, who had always been high and cold, suddenly interrupted Wang Daoxian. "If you team up with him, don't team up with me." As the words fell, Lin Ao dust walked straight towards the secret realm of the Medicine King Valley. Wang Daoxian awkwardly glanced at Yi Tian and hurriedly opened his mouth to him. Chapter 33, The Realm-Breaking Stone. "I'm sorry brother Yi. I'll leave first." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian rubbed his nose, shook his head and didn't care as he quickly walked towards the inner part of the secret. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a patch of lush trees caught his eye. The trees were sky-high and green, and a chorus of birdsong and insects hissed from all around, making for a very pretty sight. This is the Pill King Valley, a cave space opened up by an ancient powerhouse, in which there are countless spiritual herbs and fruits, and there are even many ancient potion formulas that have survived. On the side, one of the cultivators who was checking out the medicinal garden suddenly stopped and explained to Yi Tian. Yi Tian took a look at his surroundings and couldn't help but reveal a touch of shock. This space was simply too huge, and the planting of spirit medicines was so dense that it covered several miles in a circle. He roughly estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of types of spirit medicines alone. Most importantly, there were actually no ferocious beasts present in this space, which was the strangest part. According to past records, the Pill King Valley was a forbidden land of death, and other than the disciples of the major clans, no other cultivators were allowed to set foot in it at all. And now, the ferocious beasts here had long since disappeared. This was obviously someone who had done something, and had done it very thoroughly. Obviously, a great power had sealed this place to prevent others from getting their hands on it. Otherwise wouldn't the things here have been emptied? No matter what, the spirit medicines here were priceless. Even Yi Tian could not help but feel a little excited when he saw so many medicinal fields here. He then looked at those cultivators near the medicinal field and realized that they had only taken a glance before turning away. "Brother Dao, why are they doing this?" Yi Tian glanced at the cultivator next to him. Perhaps it was because of his extraordinary temperament. So the other party was not impatient and instead opened his mouth to explain. This is a medicinal field all planted by the major powers. And those who come in for training like us can only look for some scattered spirit medicines outside. And each medicinal field is set up by a big power with a forbidden system. And they'll come over to collect the elixir according to the year. At those words, Yi Tian suddenly thought of something. You mean to say that as long as the prohibition is opened, the medicinal fields here can be taken at will, don't you? As soon as these words came out, the cultivator hastily took 2 steps back and looked at him with a horrified expression. Are you crazy? There were people who had the same idea as you before, but they were directly strangled before they had just taken 2 steps inside. He kept backing up even as he said this, fearing that he would be dragged into it when Yi Tian forced his way in later. After hearing the other party's words, Yi Tian's heart was somewhat excited. In that case, it's a good idea. No one else can, but he has the system. It was a thought, but before that he decided to test the waters. Yi Tian did not hesitate to exert his divine sense and prepared to try it out. He felt as if his divine sense had stung some sort of barrier and was instantly blocked. Although this barrier couldn't do him any harm, it would still be a bit difficult to destroy it silently. Not only that, when he used his divine sense to explore this barrier again, a warning beep suddenly sounded in his head. The host should not die. System, is there any item that can break the prohibition? Yi Tian ignored the system and instead asked in his head. If there was one, it would be much less trouble. After all, the more these spirit medicines inside, the more it would help him. Yes, the system's answer was very simple, but in Yi Tian's opinion, it was heavenly. What the hell? Forbidden breaking stone, but the host's current points can only be exchanged for a low-grade forbidden breaking stone, the effect of which can roughly disable the forbidden system for 30 seconds. Crap, 30 seconds is enough. Ding, the host spent 30,000 points to purchase a forbidden breaking stone. It was only 30 seconds, but even that was enough for him. Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to continue checking out the medicinal garden, and after locking onto an illusory heart flower, he directly took the forbidden breaking stone in his hand. In the next second, his entire body rushed directly into the forbidden system, reciting the number of seconds in his mind. But the cultivator he had just talked to was confused. Just rushing in? Who is this person? I didn't realize that I could actually enter? Accompanying them were those cultivators who had just entered the secret realm, who were seeing Yi Tian actually running inside the medicinal field. One must know that the prohibition of the medicinal field could be enough to exterminate a returning to the first realm cultivator. Impossible. It's definitely an illusion. How could someone step into the medicinal field? It must have been because he touched some organ. So he was killed. Right. That must be it. This kid is so unlucky. The crowd was murmuring, all believing that Yi Tian had touched the organ. Only the cultivator who spoke to him frowned slightly, because the speed at which Yi Tian went in was just too fast. It simply made him unable to react. If it was a coincidence, it was absolutely impossible. Judging from Yi Tian's demeanor just now, it was his first time entering the Medicine King Valley. 30 seconds went by quickly. Originally Yi Tian was still preparing to be getting one other spirit medicine. However, the system once again prompted him not to be a deadbeat, and that was the end of it. When he came out, the crowd looked at him. Brother, which power are you from? A cultivator couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, his tone carrying a few hints of envy and admiration. Yi Tian faintly smiled. As a three-good youth who loved to tell the truth, he naturally said without the slightest concealment, my name is Yi Tian, the son of an immortal emperor, and the disciple of the great elder of the Tai Holy Land. At those words, the people who had been prepared to come up and get close were suddenly confused. They believed in the disciples of the Tai Holy Land's elders, but what the hell was the immortal emperor's son? Who in the entire 3000 Dao state knew that the emperor realm was simply not something one could break through? And the most recent emperor realm that had appeared was several thousand years ago. Ding! The host's truthful words shocked people and aroused the crowd's emotions, earning him 5,000 points. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Tian was a bit helpless. How come no one always believes in telling the truth? But he didn't care. As long as the system gave settlement points anyway, anything was fine. That, Dao brother. I know you're strong, but can you tell us how you got in? Initially, when he first came in, the cultivator came over and inquired. Their eyes were filled with hope. After all, the spirit medicines inside the medicinal field, any one of them could allow them to rapidly raise their realm. Hearing this, Yi Tian didn't hide anything and directly opened his mouth. I have a system that gets a ban-breaking stone, and then 30 breaths without being attacked by a ban. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's truthful words were unbelievable and aroused the crowd's emotions. gaining 5,000 points. 5,000 points arrived. And a flash of joy flashed across Yi Tian's eyes. Chapter 34, what's more? That little beast is still a piece of cake. But when Yi Tian looked at the crowd again, all of these people looked at him with an expression of looking at a fool. Dao brother. We're sort of just meeting each other. I've just explained so much to you. I know about the forbidden stone. But what's the system? The friar was a bit helpless, and asking this was a last-ditch struggle. After all, everyone had secrets. And looking at Yi Tian's situation, it seemed like he had rushed in with great difficulty. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you guys believe me? Yi Tian was incomparably aggrieved and had a bitter face. Are you sure you're not teasing me? The cultivator became even more depressed. Really? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, look, what's this? After saying that, Yi Tian took out a token, which was clearly the Tai sect inner disciple order. A faint golden light flickered in Yi Tian's hand. Upon seeing that token, the cultivator, who had originally had a skeptical look on his face, instantly froze. How could they not recognize a disciple of Tai Chi sect? This was absolutely not fake. But how could he believe such a thing? Seeing this scene, Yi Tian wasn't explaining anything. After all, this kind of thing, like a system, was something that no one would believe even if they said it. That, if there's nothing else, I'll go find the precious medicine first. Yi Tian turned around and left after leaving an inexplicable sentence. At this time, he also understood why these people's attitudes had changed so drastically. Probably thought he was too cocky or thought he was bragging. But Yi Tian was too lazy to explain. Others could think what they wanted to think. He was in dire need of a breakthrough right now. And since he had come to the Pill King Valley, he would naturally find as many spirit medicines as he could. But when he hadn't been gone for long, the cultivator suddenly said, "Go! Let's hurry and follow him over. Maybe we can actually get a spiritual medicine by following him." The crowd woke up and rushed after them. Although there were a lot of spirit medicines in the medicinal field, it wasn't like anyone could pick them. Therefore, Yi Tian went straight to the depths of the Medicine King Valley after leaving the pill field. Compared to the pill field, there would be fewer elixirs outside, but the elixirs in the periphery had long since been dug up and disappeared. Some cultivators with lower cultivation levels didn't dare to explore the depths after entering the Pill King Valley and could only search on the periphery. So when Yi Tian passed by the periphery, he instantly understood what it meant to dig into the ground. After about an hour, Yi Tian arrived at the depths of the Pill King Valley, where the strength of the demonic beasts that survived here were generally very high. And since these demonic beasts had survived in the Pill King Valley for a long time, they would often swallow some spirit medicines. This led to not only a formidable fighting strength, but also thick skin and extremely strong defense, which could not be harmed at all unless one cultivated special techniques or divine weapons. Similarly, because these demonic beasts devoured spirit medicines, their flesh and blood were good for cultivators. There were even some demonic beasts whose blood and flesh could be used to temper their physique and cultivation, causing them to achieve the effect of shedding their bones. Moreover, the number of demonic beasts was extremely rare, so basically very few cultivators ran single-handedly into the depths of the Pill King Valley to decimate demonic beasts because the risk was too high. It could be said that the danger in the depths of the Pill King Valley was a bit stronger than that of the pill fields, and thus no one would normally take such a risk. After Yi Tian arrived here, he found that many cultivators had already gathered around and they were all observing a giant demonic beast nest. Seeing this demonic beast, Yi Tian's eyes instantly lit up. This demonic beast was huge, with a silver-gray body that was 5 meters tall. His body exuded a terrifying ferocious might. His limbs were robust and powerful, and his sharp teeth were chilling, as if he might bite his prey at any time. The most important thing was that on top of its head, there was a handful of purplish-red hair, so it was obvious that this one was not simple. Purple Flame Lion, a 4th-ranked demonic beast. Roar suddenly, the demonic beast opened its mouth and let out a roar. A huge roar that shook the 4 fields, causing the eardrums of the nearby cultivators to buzz and their hearts to be appalled. Hiss! It's actually the Purple Flame Lion. It is said that this beast's flames are extremely corrosive, and even Qi refining realm cultivators can't benefit from it. Damn it! We're afraid we're out of luck today, so we might as well go back and continue practicing. Yeah, 4th-ranked demonic beasts. We can't beat them at all, the surrounding cultivators murmured, looking at this Purple Flame Lion with scorn. Everyone, don't worry, I have a way to kill this beast. Yi Tian stood in the distance and slowly said after seeing the group's awe. The crowd froze, wondering a bit if they had heard wrong. The Purple Flame Lion is a peak 4th stage demonic beast, comparable to the existence of the Foundation Establishment stage. Can he, a soul-tempering 6th stage brat, be able to do it? However, the next move Yi Tian made everyone's jaws drop, including the Purple Flame Lion itself. Perhaps you guys don't believe it, but I am the son of the immortal emperor, the disciple of the great elder of the Tai Holy Land, Yi Tian, dealing with a small beast in the district. It's still a handful? When he said this, Yi Tian even deliberately put on a lofty look. He certainly wouldn't let go of any wave of opportunities to gain points. As expected, the next second he heard a system beep. Ding! The host's truthfulness leaves people speechless and arouses the crowd's emotions, earning him 3,000 points. There were about a dozen or so cultivators here, which was still less than the entrance place. But a mosquito is still neat even if it's small. No, man, you wanna play hard to get somewhere else? That's right, this is a 4th stage demonic beast. Even those geniuses in the chi refining stage would have to shed a layer of skin if they came. I think this guy is in over his head. The surrounding people expressed their contempt. They felt that Yi Tian was pretending to be a beeper, and it was the kind of pretending that had no boundaries. Yi Genius didn't care what other people said yet, and he was also sure of dealing with the purple flame lion. At that moment, a cultivator suddenly sneered. Humph, who doesn't know how to brag? I'd like to see just how you're going to get this purple flame lion killed. Yi Tian wasn't angry either. Instead, he looked at the other party with a smile on his face. What if I can kill this purple flame lion? Ha ha ha, if you can kill the purple flame lion, I'll eat this stone tablet. The man mocked as he pointed at the stone monument next to him. Good, it's a deal. Yi Tian immediately agreed. Hey, kid, don't blame me if you die later. The man looked at Yi Tian insidiously, revealing a devious smile. Yi Tian, never go back on my word. Yes. With that, the man made a wink towards his other 2 companions and quietly withdrew from the circle. Seeing this, Yi Tian took out the blazing sun sword from his storage ring. In fact, it was also the purple flame lion. If it was any other 4th order demonic beast, Yi Tian really didn't dare to go on. He was a golden crow supreme body, and flame-type means of attack couldn't help him at all. Yi Tian glanced at the purple flame lion and then revolved the Sun True Scripture. Come on! Chapter 35 Fierce battle with the purple flame lion. A scorching power shook out from his body, scorching all the nearby grass and trees into nothingness. At the same time, his right foot violently stepped, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball. The blazing sun sword in his hand sliced through the air, bringing up an ear-piercing whistling sound as he charged towards the purple flame lion. Sensing Yi Tian's attack, the purple flame lion's pupils shrunk, flashing with icy killing intent as it opened its mouth and roared, and then waved its front paw and ruthlessly slapped down. In an instant, Yi Tian's attack was blocked by the purple flame lion, and the violent wind raged away, lifting the surrounding trees. Although the purple flame lion blocked Yi Tian's attack, it did not have the advantage. Moreover, it felt that the other party's attack was unusually overbearing, as if a mountain was pressing down on its body. Without waiting for Yi Tian to catch his breath, it directly pounced on him. Yi Tian was undaunted and met him head-on in a hard way. The blazing sun sword brought up sparks from the sky and smashed down hard. The 2 attacks collided together, emitting a thunderous roar as a dazzling ball of fire burst open, instantly spreading out and forming a monstrous heat wave that swept out in all directions. Put! Yi Tian's body was struck by the flames and his clothes were destroyed, but there was not a single injury on his body. Yi Tian laughed coldly. Is this the attack of a 4th stage demonic beast? It's also too weak. After hearing this, the purple flame lion was furious. It was an outrageous that it, a peak 4th stage demonic beast, was actually humiliated by a human cultivator with an underground cultivation level. It roared angrily and pounced towards Yi Tian once again. Seeing the purple flame lion attacking, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his figure quickly dodging the purple flame lion's attacks, as one move of his powerful attack landed on the purple flame lion. However, the purple flame lion's skin was thick, and although Yi Tian's attack was powerful, it was difficult to cause fatal damage to it. The purple flame lion was getting more and more courageous, while Yi Tian had been taking a defensive stance and did not choose to attack. This situation lasted for half a column of incense, and those cultivators who had thought that he had come to deliver food had long been stunned. Crap, this dude is awesome. Sure he's only in the soul-hardening realm? Damn, I'm kind of convinced. This dude is fucking sick. The purple flame lion had obviously become completely annoyed. A wisp of white mist emerged from its body, and the temperature around it rose dramatically, as if it wanted to burn. Ow! The purple flame lion howled up to the sky, and a large fireball coalesced in its mouth, which was then spat out. Bang! As soon as the fireball left, the purple flame lion's body violently leapt up and pounced towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this scene, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as the blazing sun sword in his hand blossomed with a blazing red aura. Yi Tian's body turned into a residual shadow and charged straight towards the purple flame lion. Blazing sun slash! Yi Tian shouted angrily as a terrifying majesty filled the air. causing one's heart to palpitate. A dazzling red light emerged from the blazing sun sword and then transformed into a huge sword, carrying a majestic and vast sword power to slash down. Boom! The sword was like a rainbow, carrying an unrelenting sharpness and destructive aura as it heavily slashed at the back of the purple flame lion. This sword contained all of Yi Tian's spiritual energy, and it was even fused with the Sun True Scripture's Dharma decree. Boom! A loud sound came from the purple flame lion's huge body being split by a sword. Ouch! The purple flame lion wailed in pain as the scale armor on its back crumbled and bled out, blood dripping down its fur on top of the ground. Hiss! The cultivators watching from afar couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene, looking at Yi Tian with shocked eyes. What was this person's origin? That he was so strong. Not only did the sword knock down the purple flame lion, even the purple flame lion with its amazing defense was injured. Knowing that this was the Medicine King Valley, compared to the demonic beasts in the outside world, the strength of the purple flame lion was definitely already comparable to a cultivator at the peak of chi refining. Attacks from ordinary chi refining realm cultivators would have a hard time leaving traces, let alone defeating it. But this person did it, and this was enough to prove that his combat power was extremely heaven-defying. At this moment, Yi Tian put away his longsword and stood in place. He looked at his right arm and a gleam of light flared up in his eyes. Damn! Still underestimating. Yi Tian only felt his arms tingling. Although the purple flame lion's attack was unable to cause him any damage, the opponent's physical body was realistically strong. If it wasn't for the blazing sun sword in his hand, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat his opponent, let alone kill him. Worthy of being a peak 4th stage demonic beast, it's really strong. Yi Tian sighed darkly and looked at the purple flame lion with a grave face, his eyes gradually turning cold. This fellow was exceedingly strong. If he didn't take the opportunity to settle it, he might attract other powerful demonic beasts. Thinking clearly about this, Yi Tian took a deep breath and gripped the blazing sun sword tightly, preparing for a final fight. Suddenly, the purple flame lion let out a roar and rose into the air. Yi Tian immediately frowned as the purple flame lion was staring at him, its eyes leaking a strong killing intent. Damn it, is it going to perform a bloodline secret technique? Yi Tian's eyes suddenly shrunk, his eyes filled with vigilance. He did not expect the purple flame lion to know secret techniques. Ow! Suddenly, the purple flame lion launched an attack. Its huge body was like a cannonball as it ferociously pounced on Yi Tian. Before the purple flame lion's body even approached, a terrifying sense of oppression swept over it. Its aura was very strong, causing Yi Tian's face to change. Yi Tian did not dare to be careless. His body violently retreated a few steps, and then swept his sword out horizontally. The bright and dazzling sword aura swept across the void like a fiery sun falling, carrying an aura that burned everything. At this moment, Yi Tian almost maximized the battle power he was able to exert. Bang! A terrifying fluctuation came from the sword on and the fireball colliding together. The fireball then exploded and a sea of fire wrapped Yi Tian within. The roaring flames engulfed Yi Tian's figure. Ouch! The purple flame lion let out an excited howl as it watched Yi Tian being submerged by the flames, a bloodthirsty madness flashing in its eyes. It knew that Yi Tian would definitely die. Phew! Suddenly, in the raging sea of fire, a thick arm stretched out and ruthlessly grabbed the purple flame lion's neck. Pop! A slap came out and smacked the purple flame lion on the head, directly knocking it over on the ground. Bang! Immediately after that, there was another punch that heavily slammed into the purple flame lion's abdomen. The purple flame lion let out a painful scream and struggled to escape, but he was greeted by a long sword. The long sword pierced right through its back, right through the wound that had just been slashed open, and nailed it to the ground. No matter how hard it struggled, it didn't help. In an instant, the blazing flames instantly enveloped the purple flame lion's entire body. The hot flames caused the purple flame lion to continuously wail and stare at Yi Tian with unwilling fury. It knew that it was planted today, but the hatred in its heart grew stronger. Humph! Looking for death. Yi Tian snorted coldly and raised his hand to pull out the blazing sun sword. He then stepped out with his left foot and kicked the purple flame lion in the stomach with a whip kick. Ow! Put! The purple flame lion once again spewed out blood, and its huge figure fell to the ground, dying. Chapter 36, Jasper Cold Lotus. He really killed a 4th-rank demonic beast? Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. The purple flame lion is so fierce and powerful. Even ordinary cultivators at the peak of chi refining do not dare to easily provoke, but now even died in the hands of a young teenager. Who the hell is this kid? How old is he? And he's so powerful? The crowd was shocked in their hearts, not believing the scene they were seeing at all. You guys, look, the purple flame lion's attack actually didn't bring any damage to him. Just at this time, a commotion suddenly erupted in the crowd. Yi Tian slightly glanced sideways as he realized that his clothes were indeed quite tattered. However, He was soon dumbfounded as there were no other clothes left in his storage ring. So, can someone pick up one of my outfits? Though the words were said, his eyes went to the man who had just made a bet with him, for no other reason. If this kid dared not give it, he would let the other party go and swallow that stone tablet. I'm still in a bit of a hurry, so I'll leave first. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the man was so scared that he almost knelt down and hurriedly pulled out a piece of clothing from his storage ring. Shit! I didn't just take one of your clothes. As far as this is concerned, Yi Tian couldn't help but curse as he shook his head and continued walking towards the cave. He had to obtain the demonic pills before the purple flame lion completely fell, or else he would have killed in vain if the medicinal power inside or the spiritual power drained away. After quickly disposing of the purple flame lion's corpse, he didn't stay much longer. There were still many spirit medicines waiting for him to pick. It was more like an exchange of geniuses than the periphery, and those who could enter the depths of the Pill King Valley were all genius disciples of the major powers. They were all here to compete for higher-level spirit herbs and resources, and of course, some of them were here for training. Regardless, each spirit herb contained a wealth of medicinal properties that could not be found. Along the way, Yi Tian encountered quite a number of cultivators whose expressions were all very heavy. Apparently they had also suffered an attack from demonic beasts and had suffered heavy losses. Yi Tian didn't have much to worry about as the purple flame lion had already been killed by him. The only problem he needed to consider now was whether he could find more spirit medicines, obtain higher-grade spirit herbs, and a violet flame lion's demonic pills. Yi Tian rushed along while checking the map of the Medicine King Valley, following the instructions of the intelligence. There should be a place called the Medicine King's Spirit Pond in front of them, and it was said that the spirit liquid inside had the effect of enhancing physical and spiritual strength. On top of that, there were some precious elixirs. Hiss! Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of snakes resounded in Yi Tian's ears, causing the hairs on his body to stand up and sweat, only to see a black and red patterned snake that was 3 meters long spat out its core, and its eerie and horrifying vertical pupils glared at Yi Tian in death. The poisonous python's tail fluttered, its sharp fangs emitting a cold light as it slowly crawled, following Yi Tian's rear without slowing down. Hiss! The third-ranked demonic beast, flower scale snake, is extremely poisonous. Don't get contaminated with its venom. Yi Tian's brows furrowed as his heart became heavy. The flower scale snake was an extremely rare poisonous snake that possessed intense poison and was even capable of corroding gold and iron, and it moves so swiftly that the naked eye can't even catch it. The flower scale snake spat out its scarlet core, and its pair of vertical pupils stared at Yi Tian as if it was about to explode and kill in the next second. This was already considered the depths of the Pill King Valley, and the danger factor was relatively high, so ordinary cultivators simply didn't dare to rush in. Yi Tian turned around to run, but the flower scale snake had already shot violently and opened its mouth to bite on his shoulder. Aha! The flower scale snake was extremely poisonous, and the moment it bit Yi Tian's shoulder, he felt a coldness drilling into his body along the wound. Put! Yi Tian sprayed out a large mouthful of bruised blood while his right hand violently clenched his fist and blasted the head of the flower scale snake. Unfortunately, his movements were ultimately half a beat slower, and several hideous scars remained on his chest. The flower scale snake let out a sharp hiss before it died, its huge snake tail sweeping in. Boom! Click! Yi Tian was unable to dodge. His waist was directly swept, his lumbar vertebrae were broken, and the pain made his face pale. Yi Tian sprayed out a few more large mouthfuls of bruised blood. His 5 organs and 6 bowels had been heavily damaged. He stood up with great difficulty and glanced at the flower-scaled snake behind him. If this scene was seen by those people just now, they would definitely be shocked. Obviously, he could have fought against the purple flame lion just now, but now he was injured by a third-ranked demonic beast. Damn! Thanks to the fact that I'm a golden crow supreme body, or else this poison alone could have killed me without a burial place. Yi Tian wiped the bruised blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with excitement as he muttered and whispered, "Since this is the case, what else do I have to be afraid of?" Thinking of this, Yi Tian immediately swept towards the Pill King Spirit Pool after taking out the flower scale snake's demonic pills. There was a vast lake in the central area of the Pill King Valley, which was rich in many rare medicinal herbs and exotic flowers and fruits. However, at this moment, there were a dozen more figures gathered beside the lake, staring greedily at the lake. In the middle of the lake, 2 white lotus flowers were growing. They are crystal clear and as beautiful as snowy jade, but they release a seductive scent. These 2 lotus flowers were named Jasper Cold Lotus and belonged to the 5th grade spirit medicine, which was expensive. The most crucial thing was that this Jasper Cold Lotus had a certain breakthrough effect, which could give chi refining stage cultivators a greater chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. If one could be baptized by the Jasper Cold Lotus, it would definitely make the body twice as strong. This Jasper Cold Lotus is a good thing. Wang Daoxian looked at the center of the spirit pool. a flash of scorching heat in his eyes. I can't imagine that I would actually come across a Jasper Cold Lotus this time. My luck is too good. A youth beside him smiled and praised, but his expression became more and more greedy. Brother Lin. Brother Li, how about we split this Jasper Cold Lotus equally? Wang Daoxian proposed. This Jasper Cold Lotus was discovered by me first, so it naturally belongs to me. Li Yang did not hesitate to refuse. His attitude was resolute. Humph, Li Yang, I have my eye on this Jasper Cold Lotus. I advise you to be more sensible, lest you ask for trouble. Wang Daoxian chortled coldly. For something like chance, it's all about earning it. How can you improve your strength if you don't earn it? Brother Lin, what do you think? As he spoke, Wang Daoxuan's eyes shifted to Lin Aoduan. The three of them were the strongest here, and as for the pill pool, the core disciples of a great power like them couldn't even look at it. I won't take advantage of you guys either. I'll take one of this Jasper Cold Lotus, and you guys can do the rest on your own. Lin Ao Dust opened his mouth blandly. His words carried an undoubted tone of domineering arrogance. In that case, then the two of us will have one plant each, Wang Daoxian said with a smile. Chapter 37, To be a gangster? You must have power. Although they are from a big power, they know that the survival of the fittest, Lin Aoduan's strength is higher than theirs, and they don't dare to refute it. Li Yang, is there anything else you want to say? Lin Aoduan glanced at Li Yang next to him and said indifferently. Since you all want the Jasper Cold Lotus, let's each do as we please and see who snatches it and counts it as theirs. Li Yang's face showed ferocity and his eyes narrowed slightly. After saying that, he leapt up and rushed towards the Jasper Cold Lotus. Get the hell out of my way! Wang Daoxian roared angrily and also jumped up, chasing after the Jasper Cold Lotus. Lin Ao Dust also stepped on his flying sword and rushed over as a stream of light. These three people were all at the Qi refining realm and were frighteningly fast. Li Yang was only about 100 meters away from the Jasper Cold Lotus, and it looked like he could pick it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the air, and a silhouette, with flames wrapped around its body descended from the sky, smashing straight into Li Yang's front. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Lin Ao Dust and Wang Daoxian. All of them stopped and looked at the man. Crap! Is this guy crazy? How dare he get in our way? Wang Daoxian shrieked and cursed angrily. Seek death. Lin Ao Dust's eyes were stern. He was originally prepared to fight for the Jasper Cold Lotus, but he didn't expect to encounter an obstructionist, so he suddenly became furious. The three stopped fighting in unison, and after landing one after another, they formed a ball around the future person, trapping him in it. However, when the flames on that person's body dispersed, the crowd all revealed a look of disbelief. Yi Tian? Brother Yi? Who is this kid? Accompanied by the fall of the crowd's voices, Yi Tian immediately stood up from the spirit pool, but the movements in his hands were not slow, and while standing up, he had already placed the two Jasper Cold Lotus plants into his storage ring. If it wasn't for the spirit pool just being able to submerge the lower half of his body, at this moment, he would probably just appear naked in front of everyone's eyes. Since all of you have asked questions in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you. While he was speaking, Lin Aoduan and Wang Daoxian were already quietly backing up. Sure enough, when the two had already exited the crowd, they heard Yi Tian speak. Me, name is Yi Tian, from the No Man's Land, the son of an immortal emperor, the disciple of the great elder of the Tai Holy Land. When the crowd heard his words, a look of looking at a fool appeared on their faces. After all, the current Yi Tian was naked and had uttered words that no cultivator would believe. Alright? Ding! The host has spoken unbelievably truthful words and aroused the emotions of the crowd, earning 10,000 points. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Tian secretly said in his heart that it was worthy of being a disciple of a big power. It was not something that could be compared to those stinky fish and shrimps in the periphery. Lin Ao Dust, don't go away. Lend me a piece of clothing. When Yi Tian saw Lin Ao Duan and Wang Daoxian walking backward, he hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. Before the words left their mouths, the two of them ran at once, as if something horrible was chasing them behind them. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian sighed helplessly. Really, it's not like I'm saying I won't pay you back. What's the point of being so stingy? At this moment, Li Yang, who had just fought with Lin Aoduan and the others for the Jasper Cold Lotus, suddenly walked out from the crowd. He did see that the kid in front of him was a pretender. Now that Lin Aoduan and Wang Daoxian were gone, then he would not be polite and had to snatch the Jasper Cold Lotus from Yi Tian. Kid, don't scream. People don't recognize you at all. Quickly hand over the Jasper Cold Lotus, or else. Or what? Kill me? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curled up in a trace of an arc as he swept his gaze around and slowly extended a finger to shake it. He knew where the other party came from. A core disciple of the Yen Yen Hall of the Great Yen Domain, with a strength that had reached the 7th level of chi refining. You. Feeling Yi Tian's contemptuous and playful eyes, Li Yang was instantly annoyed. To say that Lin Aodin or Wang Daoxian is just fine. What makes this kid in front of him so contemptuous? Li Yang was furious. His fists clenched, his muscles tensed, and a strong aura erupted. Peak of the 7th level of chi refining? No wonder it's so rampant. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed with a strange color. Li Yang, who was at the peak of the 7th level of chi refining, was nothing more than that in his eyes. Kid, I'll give you one last chance to hand over the Jasper Cold Lotus. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Li Yang's eyes widened in anger as he gritted his teeth and stared at Yi Tian. Noisy. Yi Tian frowned. Then his right leg was violently raised and kicked directly at the opponent's chest. Bang! A dull ringing sound exploded. Li Yang's entire body shot backwards several meters away, ruthlessly hitting the mountain wall before being able to stabilize his body. Put! The intense pain caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring with horror. How is this possible? He was at the 7th level of chi refining, and this kid in front of him was at most a soul-tempering realm. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen those who fought across the ranks, but it was really the first time he fought across the realm, and it was still on his own. Not only that, Yi Tian's strength was terrifying. That kick just now almost caused him to break his bones. Who the hell are you? Li Yan looked at Yi Tian in shock and couldn't help but tremble as he inquired. I told you, my name is Yi Tian. Yi Tian sneered, then took a step towards Li Yang. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers sucked in a mouthful of cool air as they were shocked, deeply stunned by the sight before them. Defeating Li Yang, who was at the peak of the 7th level of chi refining in seconds, and seriously injuring the other party in one move. What kind of strength was this? Even though Yi Tian showed his identity, they still found it unbelievable. One must know that Yi Genius was only in his late teens. How could a teenager of such an age possess such strength? You, stay away. Li Yang's face instantly paled like paper. Panicking. Ha! Scared? Yi Tian teasingly laughed, then quickened his pace, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Yang. Kid, I'm warning you, don't mess around. My master is the Vice Lord of the Yin Hall of the Great Yin Domain. I advise you to be sensible. Get lost. Li Yang's face was cloudy, but he still stiffened his threat. As long as he moved the backer behind him, even if Yi Tian was stronger, he would definitely not dare to move himself. Ha! Vice Lord of the Yin Palace, are you scaring me? Yi Tian snorted and laughed, his face full of mockery. He knew what Li Yang's reliance was, but he didn't have any fear. To say background, who could compare to him? The son of an immortal emperor? Nonsense. My master is the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall of the Great Yin Domain. Be sensible and leave. Li Yang drank coldly with a face full of arrogance, completely failing to notice the icy coldness flickering in Yi Tian's eyes. But without waiting for him to say anything else, Yi Tian had already rushed over and landed a punch on the opponent's face. Chapter 38, The Heart of the Way is broken. A few moments later, Li Yang was squatting inside the spirit pool with a face full of bruises, while Yi Tian had already put on the other party's fancy clothes. So damn poor. Is that all the core disciples of Yin Palace have in terms of spirit stones? At this moment, Yi Tian was playing with Li Yang's storage ring in his hands, and after emptying its contents, he directly threw it on the ground. Immediately, he walked towards the outside of the spirit pool without looking back. Hey, I'll be damned. You. Li Yang covered his cheeks that were swollen like a pig and was about to curse, but he saw that Yi Tian had already left, and he was so angry that he wanted to die. As for the crowd of onlookers, after seeing Li Yang's miserable condition, each face was filled with contempt, and there were even a few people whispering and discussing. Goo, that kid is also too vicious. This is not beating someone up. This is totally abusive. TSK, that's pathetic. Getting beaten up. Brother Li's name is quite masculine, but it seems a bit small. The people around them kept talking, their words full of teasing. Yi Tian, I won't be a man until I kill you. Li Yang's eyes were red as he looked at Yi Tian's departing direction and hissed. His hideous expression was like that of a wild beast, so that people couldn't help but be creeped out just by looking at him. Humph. Hearing Li Yang's roar, Yi Tian stopped his steps. He then walked over to the edge of the spirit pool and squatted down under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Kill me? As he spoke, Yi Tian slapped Li Yang's face. Kill me? Pop. With another slap, Li Yang, who had already been beaten into a pig's head, let out a pig-killing scream. The main reason was that Yi Tian had just converged the spirit source of the Golden Crow Supreme Body into his hand when he did it. Remember in the future as a human being. Don't be dog-eyed. Yi Tian glared at Li Yang with a fierce face, a picture of eating him up. Asshole. Little bastard. Li Yang, who was incomparably indignant, cursed and prepared to get up, only to be kicked to the ground by Yi Tian, spitting out 2 bloodied incisors. If you dare to scream, I'll kill you. Seeing Yi Tian's devilish smile, Li Yan was instantly scared and couldn't help but tremble while being shocked. He's scared. He's really scared. Ever since he was a child, no one had ever treated him like this. Even if he had caused trouble outside, those people would be concerned about his status as a core disciple of the Yin Yin Palace. But when he met Yi Tian today, everything changed. You, what exactly are you? Li Yang swallowed his saliva and looked at Yi Tian with a terrified expression. Old me is Yi Tian. You can keep shouting. I promise not to stop you. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose, revealing an evil arc. However, after the past 10 seconds or so, Li Yang wasn't talking and squatted in the spirit pool with an aggrieved look. Yi Tian also felt a little bored, turned around and walked in the direction of the exit of the secret realm. After all, there were so many treasures on his body, he had to improve his strength quickly. When he left the spirit pool, the originally quiet surroundings of the spirit spring instantly became boiling. I'll go. This guy is too fierce, isn't he? It's unheard of. This guy Li Yang has kicked the bucket. Hey, what's so rare about this? I've heard it said that there are 3 super demons in our clan, and 2 of them are no weaker than Li Yang. Oh, so awesome? No matter what, this time Li Yang is definitely unlucky. I guess the Dao heart is broken. Seeing Yi Tian leave, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. They didn't half sympathize with what happened to Li Yang. Instead, they were very relieved. On the other side, the 2 of them, Wang Daoxian and Lin Aochen, also walked in the direction of the exit. Suddenly Wang Daoxian spoke. Brother Lin, is that kid Yi Tian really a disciple of your Tai Holy Land? It was fine if he didn't say this, but as soon as he did, Lin Ao Dust's handsome and cold face showed helplessness, disgust, and incomprehension. Seeing the change of expression on the other party's face, Wang Daoxian became more and more curious. It wasn't that he had anything against Yi Tian, it was mainly because this kid was too capable of bragging. It's all a set of fucking pretenses. No, can you try staying with him? There's no need for that. After hearing Lin Aoduan's words, Wang Daoxian awkwardly touched his nose and said with a sarcastic smile, it was mainly too humiliating. He could even imagine it. When others asked him who Yi Tian was, this guy suddenly came out with a big string. At this time, Yi Tian had already arrived at the outskirts of the Peking Valley, and as he walked, he was calculating how he should use the things he had obtained in order to improve himself even more. 4th-ranked Demon Core, 3rd-ranked Demon Core, 1 illusory Heart Flower, and 2 Jasper Cold Lotus. There's also the Qi Recovery Pill that I just obtained. Yi Tian felt that these things could raise him to the Qi refining stage anyhow. After waiting to get out of the Peking Valley, he swept towards the nearest town. After entering the town and finding an inn, Yi Tian began to cultivate. He first took out the illusory heart flower and studied it for a while before placing it into his storage pouch. Then he took out the Qi Recovery Pill and threw it into his mouth and began to cultivate. The Qi Recovery Pill instantly melted in his mouth and flowed down his throat into his abdomen, followed by Yi Tian running his gungfu and absorbing the medicinal effects. As the medicinal effect transformed into spiritual energy and surged into the Dantian, Yi Tian immediately accelerated the operation of the Sun True Scripture, transforming it into pure spiritual energy and integrating it into the Golden Crow Supreme body. Soon, he felt that his entire body was warm, as if he was in a furnace. At the same time, a stream of heat continued to emanate from his body, causing the temperature in the room to rise abruptly. Phew! Yi Tian took a long breath and opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy filling his body. Yi Tian grinned, revealing a touch of excitement. Although he was only at the soul tempering realm now, because of the Golden Crow Supreme body, his strength was immense and his physical body was incomparably strong, so an ordinary peak Qi refining cultivator would not be his match at all, especially after running the Sun True Scripture. The power was doubled, and unusual, even a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining was not his opponent at all. This was one of the reasons why Yi Tian dared to challenge Li Yang, as he had the confidence to crush his opponent. Immediately, Yi Tian placed the 3rd-ranked demon core into his hand and began to absorb the power inside, along with a channel of spiritual Qi entering his body. The spiritual energy in Yi Tian's body swelled up once again, and he clearly felt his cultivation level gradually climbing up. The 7th, 8th, and 9th layers of the soul hardening realm have been slowing down until the 9th layer of the soul hardening realm. It still didn't stop though. Yi Tian's cultivation level was still steadily rising. What's going on? Just as he was planning to impact the foundation establishment realm, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, causing Yi Tian to stifle a grunt. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy in his body began to stir, frantically rushing into all the meridian points all over his body. Yi Tian hurriedly closed his eyes and controlled his spiritual sense to immerse into his body and began to adjust his state. Chapter 39 Great Sun Body Forging Technique. After a full half a day, the spiritual energy in Yi Tian's body finally calmed down and began to run according to the route recorded on the Gongfu diagram. This was a new way of practicing the body recorded in the Sun True Scriptures body tempering chapter, called the Great Sun Forging Technique. The Great Sun Forging skill was a body refining technique specifically for cultivators in the body tempering chapter, which could temper the sinews and bones of the skin and membranes, enhance the body's defensive capabilities, and at the same time increase the martial artist's attack power. It's just that compared to immortal cultivators, many of them are more focused on the realm, and are far from the level of body refining, so it's more troublesome to cultivate. Yi Tian also knew this, which was why he didn't rush to take the Qi recovery pill. Quenching the physical body required a huge amount of spiritual energy and willpower to support it, otherwise it would be difficult to complete. However, it soon suddenly occurred to him that there was still the meat of the purple flame lion and the flower scale snake in his storage ring. Junior! Yi Tian shouted to the outside and immediately a store assistant ran in. Yi Tian beckoned to Xiao'er. Go and slice and cook that snake for me. Junior froze for a moment. Ah! What? What's the problem? Yi Tian frowned slightly. As soon as his words fell, the store assistant waved his hand with a face full of surprise and said, No problem. Go. Seeing the store assistant looking like this, Yi Tian faintly ordered. Good Lu. Xiao'er promised to leave. Wait, go prepare a grill for me. Something nice. I'll need it for tonight. Okay. Xiao'er promised and flew out of the room. After the inn finished dealing with the flower scale snake, the time had already come to evening. Looking at the snake soup on the table, Yi Tian couldn't help but smash his mouth. This flower scale snake was really fat, about a foot long and short, and the snake meat was tender and delicate, with an incomparable flavor that made it absolutely delicious to eat. He picked up the snake soup and took a sip. It was really delicious, and after simple cooking, it was even a few points more flavorful than the one made by the chef of the restaurant. It's been so long since I've had snake soup. It's weirdly nostalgic. Gulp. Yi Tian swallowed a mouthful of snake soup and let out a sigh of satisfaction. He hadn't tasted snake soup for a long time. It seems like we need to prepare a large tripod in the future. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi Tian walked over and pulled open the door, looking at Xiao'er who was standing in front of the door. Sir, the grill you asked for is ready, Xiao'er respectfully said to Yi Tian. In Xiao'er's opinion, a disciple of such a great power could crush them all with a single finger. Therefore, he was still very respectful in terms of attitude, and did not show any slackness at all because of Yi Tian's young age. Yi Tian nodded. Well, go about your business. Yi Tian then closed the door and came to the backyard. At this moment, a huge iron frame was burning with a blazing flame, and there was a thick animal skin with a dagger sticking out of it on the side. Yi Tian came to the side of the grill, reached out and waved his hand. The flames instantly skyrocketed. He took another clean beast skin next to him and spread it on the ground, before sitting down and rolling the purple flame lion on top of the iron plate after handling it. A few moments later, the fragrant aroma of roasted meat came to his nose, and the tantalizing aroma of the meat revitalized Yi Tian's appetite. Compared to the flower-scaled snake, the medicinal power on this purple flame lion was several times more concentrated, so one could tell that the purple flame lion's quality was extraordinary just by virtue of these aromas. Brush. Cutting off the roasted meat with a knife, Yi Tian couldn't wait to take a bite. It's so delicious. It really is delicious. With a bite, the fluffy demonic beast meat slid down his throat and into his abdomen, followed by a sizzling sensation that spread out from his stomach and instantly flowed to his limbs and bones. Yi Tian could not help but stare with wide eyes. The medicinal power of this purple flame lion was so majestic. He felt that every inch of his body was washed, and his spiritual energy traveled along his meridians and flowed freely in the blood around his body. Yi Tian hurriedly sat down on his knees and began to operate the Great Sun Body Forging Technique, guiding this huge spiritual energy to flow through his body. At the same time, drops of crystal clear sweat dripped down from his forehead. Yi Tian's face also became flushed and his body temperature continued to rise. Time passed slowly, and after about half a pillar of incense, the temperature emanating from Yi Tian's body was suffocating, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. His eyes snapped open, and a ball of refined light exploded out of his pupils. Hu finally channeled the spiritual energy completely. Now all that's left is the final step of quenching the body. Yi Tian exhaled the turbid air in his chest, then took a deep breath and took out the snake gallbladder of the flower scale snake, devouring it before immediately sitting down on his knees and entering into a state of cultivation. Buzz dash as the snake bile was devoured. The majestic spiritual and medicinal power instantly filled Yi Tian's body. To be on the safe side, Yi Tian also swallowed a petal of the jasper cold lotus, Although the effect wasn't as good as the whole plant, it was enough for him now. Yi Tian's mind settled down and silently operated the Great Sun Body Forging Decision as strands of pure spiritual energy drilled into his body from his pores. Immediately, this spiritual energy converged into a tiny stream in the meridians and flowed along the meridians in a circular fashion, forming a small vortex within his body. He continuously compressed and condensed this vortex of spiritual energy. Gradually, the vortex of spiritual energy grew bigger and bigger and ran through the meridians with a certain strange rhythm. This was precisely the essence of the Great Sun Forging technique, quenching spiritual energy and breaking barriers. Yi Tian's face gradually paled, obviously suffering from great pain. His forehead veins were rippling and his body was trembling. With a muffled sound coming from within his body, the meridians that were already wide once again became narrower and tougher. Bang! Another muffled grunt sounded, and the pain coming from his body was even worse. Yi Tian could not help but draw in a mouthful of cold air. However, as the spiritual energy vortex in his body spun faster and faster, an ecstatic smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. With this step taken, he finally broke the limits of his body, and his realm came to the peak of the soul-tempering realm. Ha ha, that was awesome! Yi Tian roared up to the sky in excitement. As his realm increased, Yi Tian's physical strength followed suit, and he felt as if his physical body had strengthened again. It stinks! Suddenly Yi Tian smelled a foul odor. Looking down, he noticed that the clothes were stained with many black things, sticky and very disgusting. Yi Tian couldn't help but reveal a disgusted look and hurriedly took off the set of clothes on his body and threw it in the corner. Then after rinsing the stains off his body, he changed into a new outfit. Ha! Suddenly Yi Tian noticed that his current figure was engraved on the bronze mirror on the side. The mirror reflected a well-built teenager, with beautifully muscled lines that gave him a very comfortable look and well-defined bones all over his body, especially the heroic aura revealed between his eyebrows. One could not help but feel intimidated, as if he was born to conquer the sands. Yi Tian looked dumbfounded and muttered, "Really they're handsome, not worthy of me." Chapter 40 Li Yang with a broken Taoist heart. Great Yin Domain. In the inner hall of Yan Yin Palace. Hiss. How? Suddenly, Duanmu Longhua let out a shriek, his face covered in shock as if he was seeing something incredible. The space in front of Duanmu Longhua rippled slightly as a middle-aged man stepped out of the void. When he saw Duanmu Longhua's out-of-control appearance, he couldn't help but frown. "Longhua, what's wrong with you? What a fuss! How is this possible?" Duanmu Longhua pointed at the scene in the air, his lips trembling. Duanmu Chen was first stunned when he saw his actions, and when he looked up at Duanmu Longhua, he was also stunned. What's going on here? Only to see a naked youth with a pig's head in the distance waddling this way. When you see people, you say the son of the immortal emperor, and if you are not being assisted, you are afraid that you will not even be able to enter Yan Yin Palace. This is Li Yang? Duanmu Chen asked incredulously. Duanmu Chen, who was the deputy hall master of Yan Yin Hall, had long since reached the peak of the returning to the first realm in terms of strength. Li Yang, on the other hand, was his carefully selected disciple. Although not as talented as Duanmu Longhua, he was still a genius figure in a million, together with the Li family behind him. In the future, even if he couldn't become a saint, then at least he would be a great person in the transitional realm. But now, this person who is usually called Mr. Li is actually a pig's head. What's going on? Duanmu Longhua naturally saw the change on his father's face, and without waiting for the other party to say anything, he immediately asked the disciple who was holding Li Yang. That disciple hurriedly explained, "Senior Duanmu, Senior Li became like this after he returned, and I heard from the one who sent him back that Senior Li was beaten by a disciple named Ji Tian." When these words came out, not only did Duanmu Longhua not believe them, even Duanmu Chen did not believe them. No way! Duanmu Chen directly denied without even thinking. With Yanger's current strength, unless he encounters the Foundation Establishment realm, he will be able to escape even if he is undefeated. That's what I thought. Duanmu Longhua nodded approvingly. He had absolute confidence in this senior brother of his. Longhua, look into this matter and find out what's going on. Duanmu Chen didn't believe it, but looking at his disciple's Dao heart seemed to have been shattered by others. He'll never let that one go. On the other hand, after Yi Tian came out from the town, he was ready to continue his training in the Devil Beast Mountain Range. After all, there were still 2 months to go before the 3000 Dao States Dao meeting. If he added the help of the system, it might be possible for him to break through the Foundation Establishment realm. It's exciting to think about. Yi Tian took a deep breath and started traveling deeper into the Devil Beast Mountain Range. He had been to the depths of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range before, so he knew which places were more dangerous. Half an hour later, Yi Tian arrived near a swamp, surrounded by a thick miasma of poisonous mist. Roar! Right at this moment, several strange-looking demonic beasts pounced towards Yi Tian. Their appearance looked like ordinary wild wolves, but they had two fangs flashing with a ghastly green aura. They opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards Yi Tian, their sharp claws emitting gusts of ghostly aura. Seek death. Yi Tian lightly drank and drew out his blazing sun sword to slash out, instantly chopping off the head of that coyote. Ow! The remaining 5 wild wolves immediately let out miserable howls and fled away in panic. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Tian continued to walk towards the front, and soon after, Yi Tian came to a waterfall and stopped. This waterfall is hundreds of feet high. The water splashes. The sound is great. Like the Milky Way hanging in the 9 heavens, generally spectacular and incomparable. Standing under the waterfall, Yi Tian took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated, and after adjusting his state, he fiercely blasted his fist on top of the rock. With an explosive sound, the hard rock directly crumbled apart, and a bowl-thick hole appeared in front of Yi Tian. He remembered that there was a cold pool in here, and although he cultivated the Sun True Sutra, it was just right to harmonize yin and yang, and the effect of forging the body was better than demonic beast meat. Thus, Yi Tian jumped into the cold and bone-piercing pool of water, sat down on his knees at the bottom of the cold pool of water, operated his gong method, and devoured the spiritual qi in the pool of water. At the same time, in his dantian, the Sun True Flame was burning, constantly hammering Yi Tian's flesh, blood, sinews and bones. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the morning sun sprinkled down, Yi Tian opened his eyes. He moved his arms and legs. His entire body had been refreshed. His skin was crystal clear, as soft and white as a baby's. Yi Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and his eyes flashed with a refined light filled with delight. Worthy of the great sun forging technique, my body strength is now comparable to a mortal great extreme treasure weapon, and my strength has increased by at least 2 times. Yi Tian sighed darkly. If he were to perform the Sun True Scripture again, I guess he could fight against a heavenly pride of the chi refining stage. However, there is still a lack of spells of an offensive nature. Only using brute force is ultimately inferior. Thinking of this, Yi Tian could not help but shake his head, and then he shifted his gaze to the center of the pool, where a millstone-sized obsidian stone was floating there. This is obsidian? It doesn't look any different from an ordinary stone. Yi Tian reached out and grabbed the obsidian with some doubt. The moment he had just touched the stone, Yi Tian only felt a sharp pain coming from his palm, and immediately after that he felt a huge suction pulling him down to the bottom of the pool. Yi Tian's face sank as he hurriedly ran his gongfu to resist the suction force, but soon his face became odd. He was surprised to find that the stone could not only absorb the aura of heaven and earth, but it could also help him increase the speed of absorbing the aura. Moreover, Yi Tian realized that the more he used his gongfu to run, the faster this black stone absorbed the aura, and the more it fed back to Yi Tian. In that case, wouldn't that mean I can obtain a constant supply of aura every day? Thinking of this, Yi Tian's face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, knowing that the amount of spirit stones that cultivators needed to consume for cultivation was simply too much. Although he could exchange the system for spirit stones, he preferred to exchange his points on other things. Now this black stone was simply a blessing in disguise, allowing him to save many spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. With this, I can slowly cultivate in the future. Immediately, he opened the system interface. Compared to the Taiyi Holy Land's scripture pavilion, the things inside the system were obviously much superior. Not only was it all-encompassing, but it was also possible to exchange points for a variety of feats and martial arts. The most crucial thing was that Yi Tian saw the 2 secret books of techniques, the Thunder Inferno Palm and the Wind Cloud Sword Record. Chapter 41 Thunder Flame Palm and Wind Cloud Sword Score. Thunder Flame Palm, Yellow Order Upper Grade Martial Art. Note, this martial art is suitable for cultivators of the Thunder and Fire attribute to cultivate, and its power far exceeds that of similar martial arts. The Wind and Cloud Sword Record, Yellow Rank Upper Grade Sword Art. 6 styles in total. After Yi Tian carefully read through the 2 secret books of techniques, he realized that these 2 techniques were actually comparable to Xian rank martial arts. Moreover, the points needed were not much. The 2 books of Thunderflame Palm and Wind Cloud Sword Scripture added up to only 20,000 points, which was only higher than the Hidden Scripture Pavilion's Wind Cloud Sword Scripture. These 2 techniques, in addition to the need for cultivation, would also allow him to be more comfortable when fighting, especially that set of Wind and Cloud Sword Records, which explained the art of riding the wind and clouds, which was extremely powerful, and every move contained a terrifying wave of sword chi, making the enemy defenseless, and was even able to affect the opponent's speed. Yi Tian felt that if he was able to cultivate this sword technique to perfection, with the bizarre and unpredictable nature of this sword technique, self-protection would definitely be more than enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming the Thunder Inferno Palm. Points 8,000 inch ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the Wind and Cloud Sword record. Points. 12,000 inch. Immediately Yi Tian's hand appeared with two feats, one purple and the other blue. He flipped through it, and this Thunderflame palm was a step weaker than the Wind Cloud Sword record. Cultivate the Thunderflame palm first, and it won't be too late to cultivate the Wind Cloud Sword spectrum when your strength comes to the Wind Cloud Sword spectrum. Yi Tian pondered slightly. After all, in the cultivation path, speed is not enough. He had to progress gradually. Otherwise, it would easily lead to an unstable foundation. Yi Tian condensed his internal force and practiced the Thunderflame palm while taking out a few petals of the Jasper Cold Lotus to prepare a body-tempering liquid to take. Body-quenching liquid was an energy liquid that could quench the body after taking it. However, this kind of energy liquid didn't have a great effect on the cultivation realm of a martial artist, and at best, it only strengthened the body a little bit. Therefore, Yi Tian was prepared to use them to strengthen his physical body so that he could break through to the qi refining realm. During these few days, Yi Tian had not only strengthened his physical body, he had also utilized the body-tempering liquid to raise his internal force to the peak level, just waiting for a breakthrough. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar suddenly came, as if the ferocious birds in the mountain forest were disturbed, shaking the group of forests. What the hell? Yi Tian's face changed. Immediately stopping his cultivation and looking towards the direction from which the roar came, he could faintly hear a rumble of footsteps coming from near and far in the distance. Yi Tian frowned. A hint of something wrong was vaguely born in his heart. This was the outskirts of the Demon Beast mountain range. Usually there would not be demonic beasts, and through the shouting just now, it was definitely a demonic beast of the 4th rank or above. The moment this idea popped up, it quickly sprouted and grew in Yi Tian's mind like a spring bamboo shoot, leaving him with no time to think about anything else. Swish! Yi Tian swept up, his entire body jumping up several meters in the air before stepping on the void. Like a dragonfly darting out, he sped towards the source of the sound. Knock knock. Yi Tian ran very sharply, leaving heavy footprints along the way, but he still couldn't stop the speed at which the sound spread. It didn't take long for a behemoth to present itself in Yi Tian's line of sight. This behemoth was more than 5 feet tall, with fur as smooth and bright as satin, 3 tails growing behind it, and a faint arc of electricity surrounding its body. Yi Tian fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually a thunderbolt wolf. This kind of wolf resembles a tiger, but is more dominant and powerful than a tiger. Once it reaches adulthood, it will have the strength of the early stage of foundation establishment, and is a hegemon of the Magic Beast mountain range. Their character is murderous and brutal, and once encountered, they will often fight to the death. However, the appearance of this thunderbolt wolf looked extremely miserable. Its body was covered with scarred and bloody mouths, blood flowing horribly. It looked very appalling. Ooh-hoo! Right after Yi Tian got a good look at it, it also discovered Yi Tian, who was sprinting towards him. It then hissed up to the sky, its eyes red with sadness and anger. Seeing this, Yi Tian also gave up his intention to sneak attack and instead stood in place waiting for it to attack. After all, this thunderbolt wolf was a genuine and valuable 4th-order demon beast. Yi Tian did not dare to take it lightly. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might have to turn over in the gutter. Huffing and puffing, the thunderbolt wolf's gasps became thicker and thicker, and the ferocious aura in its eyes became more and more intense, showing that it was on the verge of a state of madness. It stomped on the ground with both legs and ran wildly towards Yi Tian with a destructive and explosive aura. In the blink of an eye, the two were separated by a distance of 100 meters, and it had already pounced in front of Yi Tian's body, and raised its huge claws to slap down. Humph! Yi Tian snorted coldly and clenched his right hand into a fist, flashing with a blazing silver light, and ruthlessly met the attack. This was precisely the Thunderflame palm that he had just recently cultivated. With a muffled sound, the two crashed together, bursting out with piercing light. Immediately afterward, the thunderbolt wolf shot backwards as if it was a kite with broken strings, collapsing an ancient tree. So fierce? Yi Tian looked at his palm and was also somewhat incredulous. Worthy of being a martial art produced by the system, the power is indeed terrifying. That palm just now, although Yi Tian didn't use all of his strength, he had almost used 80% to 90% of his strength, and as a result, he was actually hardened by this thunderbolt wolf. Looks like I still underestimated this thunderflame palm. I guess the power of the Wind and Cloud Sword score is only higher. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth revealed a smile, and his heart was quite expectant. Roar! The thunderbolt wolf struggled to climb up, shaking its drowsy head and staring at Yi Tian with scarlet eyes, letting out the hissing howl of a beast before dying. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at it with a calm expression as he opened his mouth in a very pretentious manner. Sinful animal, why don't you tie your hands and surrender? The thunderbolt wolf whistled angrily and madly rushed towards Yi Tian, with a stance that it would not stop with Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian was instantly happy and laughed out loud. You're really stupid. You've already been traumatized this badly, and you're still trying to challenge me? In that case, I'll send you to hell. Saying that, Yi Tian stomped his feet and instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of that Thunderbolt Wolf. The Thunderbolt Wolf's pupils shrunk dramatically, trying to dodge but it was too late, directly colliding with Yi Tian. Boo! Yi Tian knocked it out without any suspense, and it fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a puff of smoke. The Thunderbolt Wolf was lying on the ground, scorched black, its body twitching and dying. It no longer had any ability to resist. Yi Tian walked forward, reached out and touched its head, his tone indifferent. Surrendering earlier, wouldn't it be less suffering? So why bother? He had expected it to give in or beg for mercy, but who knew that the beast was actually gritting its teeth and glaring at him, a hissing sound coming from its throat. Chapter 42, Submit, or Die. You who? You're still quite stubborn. A glint flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He slowly crouched down. His left hand clasped the Thunderbolt Wolf's neck, and coldly droned. Why are you so stubborn? I'll give you one last chance to obediently submit to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ow, ow. Seeing that the other party still had that hateful look in his eyes, Yi Tian slapped the Thunderbolt Wolf's face. Don't fucking look at me like that. I know you can hear me. Submit, or die. Yi Tian's words were icy cold to the bone, filled with a chilling aura of solemnity that sent chills all over his body. Put. Suddenly, that Thunderbolt Wolf violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body trembled and quickly fainted. How come he fainted? Is this guy afraid of death too? Yi Tian froze and gave that Thunderbolt Wolf a somewhat puzzled look in his heart. He then turned his head to continue scanning his surroundings when he suddenly sensed several auras rushing this way. Yi Tian frowned. Then he collected the aura on his body and quietly retreated into the middle of the dense jungle next to him. A few moments later, 4 youths arrived from afar, all of them unusually stout, wearing the same attire with a special mark on their chests, and the one who was leading the group was clearly already at the re-refining stage. Senior brother, this demonic beast is too powerful. We can't kill it at all. One of the men in gray robes cried out. Alright, that Thunderbolt Wolf has already been heavily injured by me. The 4 of us should be able to decimate it if we join forces. The man in the lead let out a cold cry and then took the lead to charge out. Yes, the other 3 men replied in unison. But when they came closer, they saw the Thunderbolt Wolf lying dying on the ground, and a youth standing beside it. Boy, this is our prey. The gray-clothed youth behind him burst into a rage when he saw Yi Tian and scolded him sternly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian twisted his head to look at the youth and said indifferently, Why is it your prey? This guy is clearly already in my pocket. Asshole, you actually tried to rob us? Simply looking for death. The young man cursed angrily. Then he drew his long knife and slashed at Yi Tian, with an incomparable ferocity. I don't know what to say. Yi Tian snorted coldly. His body moved swiftly to avoid the long knife slash and kicked the opponent in the abdomen. Along with the sound of a rib breaking, the youth was directly kicked several meters away. Kid, we are disciples of the Yuhua immortal sect. Who are you? The leading one was still thinking of resolving things peacefully, but seeing this scene, he suddenly became furious and directly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Hearing this, Yi Tian was instantly happy. Weren't these people just coming over to give him points? So he straightened up and coughed lightly. Ahem. I can't believe you don't know who I am? Upon hearing this, these few cultivators were a bit puzzled. A trace of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the leading youth. After all, looking at Yi Tian's extraordinary body, it was really possible that he was a disciple of a great power. Immediately, he heard Yi Tian's words coming from him. Old me is called Yi Tian. I am the son of an immortal emperor of no man's forbidden zone, and I later worshipped in the Taiyi Holy Land and became an elder progenitor. Before the words fell, Yi Tian saw that the faces of the few people in front of him were darker than the bottom of a pot. Ding! The host speaks truths that make people want to curse, arousing the emotions of the crowd, gaining 3,000 points. The system beep sounded. After hearing this introduction, Yi Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's wrong with people nowadays? No one believes even when they tell the big truth. Yi Tian lazily ignored the system and looked at those people, faintly saying, Do you guys still have any questions? If not, I'm going to do it. Oh. He, the immortal emperor's son? The personal heir of an elder of the Taiyi Holy Land? Just you? The leading youth sneered. The few people behind him burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's right, don't even look at that. Still the son of an immortal emperor? Crazy, right? If the people of the Taiyi Holy Land were all people like you, I'm afraid they would have disbanded long ago. Pooh. I'm pretty sure you guys aren't even inner disciples, and you're still the son of an immortal emperor? What a fucking laugh. Upon hearing their sneering mockery, Yi Tian instantly narrowed his eyes, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as if he wanted to tease them. Are you sure you want to fight me? Yi Tian asked indifferently. Oh, you're going to die whether you fight or not, and you need me to make a choice? Rubbish one, the leading youth said with a disdainful face. Good then, are you ready? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth outlined an evil arc. With a weak chicken like you, what else do I need to prepare? The youth in the lead sneered more than once, his face full of arrogance. In that case, come on. Yi Tian took a deep breath, and his figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow, pouncing towards the leading youth. This kid ran over to seek death himself. Blame no one. Slaughter him for me. The leading youth let out a sardonic laugh, holding a long knife in his hand, and chopped down viciously towards Yi Tian's head. Only the blade flashed, and the sharp long knife whistled with a biting wind. Yi Tian's face was expressionless as he raised his right arm and blocked the chopping long knife, followed by a fierce swing of his fist. Bang! The two fists collided, erupting with a dull thud, and a violent force exploded, setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. At the same time, Yi Tian's body swayed slightly, only taking half a step back. On the contrary, the leading youth stomped backward several steps before stabilizing himself, his expression appalled. Having just exchanged hands, he immediately detected that Yi Tian's physical body was strong to a perverted degree and was not an ordinary soul-tempering realm cultivator at all. This kid actually hides his strength. The leading youth was stunned. However, this also provoked his ferocity even more as he roared. Kid, so you're pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Today you must die. After saying that, the leading youth once again raised his long sword and lunged towards Yi Tian. The long sword danced out a cloud of blade flowers with a monstrous power. I advise you guys to roll away obediently. Otherwise you might get abused by me later. Yi Tian grinned. His body was flowing with firelight, as if he was wearing a layer of fiery armor. The whole person was like a fire god descending, looking out of the corner of his eye. Seek death. Suffer death. The leading youth shouted angrily, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Only seeing two flashes of cold light, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk and his body quickly sidestepped instinctively. Clang! A crunching sound came from Yi Tian as he looked down at the wound left on his shoulder. Blood gurgled and spilled. Ha! Actually dodged it? The leading youth was a bit surprised, obviously not expecting Yi Tian to be so perceptive, and almost turned the ship in the gutter. However, although this strike failed to kill him, it tore a gash in Yi Tian's shoulder, causing him to frown slightly in pain. Chapter 43, Time to come to the door. You shouldn't be able to escape now. Go to hell! The leading youth roared hideously. He attacked towards Yi Tian once again with his long sword in hand. Humph! A trivial skill. How dare you show off in front of me? Yi Tian disdainfully said. After he said that, his figure trembled, and his entire body instantly rushed to the front of the leading youth, and with a slap of his left palm, he forced him back. The right leg swept horizontally, carrying an unrelenting and terrifying power, and kicked above the chest of the leading youth. Crisp sounds of bones breaking came out. The leading youth's figure fell out of the distance of more than 10 feet in a sorry state, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and his face pale. He covered his chest and was filled with shock. Yi Tian clearly only had a cultivation level of the soul-tempering realm, but his fighting strength was extremely astonishing. Even if he was in his full state, he was definitely not his opponent and could not even carry a single move. And Yi Tian had just made him fall into despair with just a few simple actions. Yi Tian looked at the leading youth and his eyes narrowed slightly. Still want to fight? Feeling Yi Tian's icy cold line of sight, the young man's heart was appalled and he could not help but retreat a distance. Yi Tian's battle power was far superior to his, and he couldn't gain any benefits by continuing to fight. The most important thing was that the battle power Yi Tian had just displayed was too terrifying. Since the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refining, he was not an opponent at all. No more fighting. No more fighting. As he spoke, he hurriedly got up and ran backward, and a few of his dog legs saw this and hurriedly followed. They knew that their senior brother was undefeatable, and that continuing to stay here would not only fail to take advantage of them, but would even get them killed. So they did not hesitate to give up their resistance and decisively fled. Looking at the backs of a few jumping clowns who fled in a hurry, Yi Tian did not rush to strike because he knew that he could not kill that person in his current condition. Count yourselves lucky. Yi Tian shook his head and sighed. Immediately, he looked at the thunderbolt wolf that he had just crippled, only to see that the other party was already dead. Cursing, he could only dispose of the thunderbolt wolf's corpse. After all, its fur and claws were good materials. After taking care of everything, Yi Tian searched the neighborhood some more and found a few medicinal herbs. These few medicinal herbs were all relatively rare and were very helpful to Yi Tian in forging his body, so they were directly collected into the storage ring. That? Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar plant in the grass next to him. The plant was pitch black with a secretive luster around it, as if it had some sort of magical power that made people unable to resist approaching it. Yi Tian reached out and picked it off, carefully examined it and found that the plant contained a hint of spiritual power fluctuation. It should be a rare spirit medicine. Ink and blood grass? I didn't expect that there would actually be such a thing here. Yi Tian immediately rounded his eyes in excitement. This ink and blood grass grew in a special environment, a precious medicinal herb that grew in dark and damp caves. This kind of thing contained extremely pure blood qi, which was of great benefit to the tempering of a martial artist's physical body, and was a superb medicinal herb. This kind of thing was expensive. Even if it was taken by a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, the effect was not bad, and it was an excellent material for refining pills. On top of that, this ink and blood grass was also the main medicine for refining the gang-breaking pill. Yi Tian had seen the records of the gang-breaking pill in the ancient books. The gang-breaking pill was a 6th grade pill that possessed great efficacy to increase the strength of the physical body. Looks like we got lucky today. Another precious plant encountered so soon. Yi Tian stared at the ink and blood grass with a scorching gaze, revealing an excited smile. He took a deep breath to calm his inner excitement, and then he took out his dagger and began to peel the ink blood grass. Yi Tian carefully peeled off the branches of the ink blood grass and split it into 3 pieces before putting it into his storage bag. After doing so, Yi Tian turned his head to look at another mountain forest. There was a faint sound of killing, and it seemed that there were high-level demonic beasts fighting. It looks like someone is sending me points again. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, and then he stepped away. Hiss, roar. A deafening roar came out from that valley, shaking the mountains. In the sky above that valley, a flying demonic beast that was 100 meters in size was perched in midair. The demonic beast was as large as a small mountain. Its feathered wings spread out to a width of 40 to 50 meters. Its body was covered with scale armor, and its sharp teeth were hideous. And at this moment, underneath the soles of that demonic beast's feet, there were several corpses lying, all of which were green-clothed men wearing uniform clothing. If Yi Tian was here, he could tell that these people were the disciples of Yin Yin Hall. Why is the aura of this 5th-ranked demonic beast so powerful? Could it be that this beast has broken through? Has it reached the 6th rank? A man in green stood on the ground, looking up at the flying demonic beast circling in the sky, his face grave to the extreme. This man's name was Wang Ziyuan, a core disciple of the Yin Yin Palace, and a peak chi refining 9. Roar! Just then, a deafening beast roar suddenly came out, shaking the mountains. Hearing this voice, Wang Ziyuan immediately changed his face and violently turned his head towards the source of the sound. What are you? Wang Ziyuan's gaze locked onto a green-shirted teenager and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the green-shirted teenager was slowly raising his head, his indifferent eyes flickering with excitement. Who am I, you ask? My name is Yi Tian, the son of no one's forbidden immortal emperor, and the personal disciple of the elder of the Tai Holy Land. Before the words left his mouth, Yi Tian heard the sound of a system alert. Ding! The host's truthful words have angered people and aroused the emotions of the crowd, gaining 5,000 points. Killing intent? Yi Tian was a bit puzzled. Even if these people were revolting, what the hell was revealing killing intent? You're Yi Tian. Looking in the direction the voice came from, he saw that those who were originally pestering that 6th-ranked demonic beast were all looking at him with murderous intent. You guys know me? Yi Tian was a bit surprised. Humph! You dare to provoke our Yin Yin Palace? Are you more than just an acquaintance? A man let out a cold snort and drank in a chilling voice. Kid, you're not small in guts. Do you really think you're an onion? Yi Tian frowned. He felt that things were not that simple. You guys are mistaken, aren't you? Yi Tian shook his head and said, although your Yin Yin Palace is quite overbearing, I, Yi Tian, am not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a young man walk out of the crowd. Kid, if you've forgotten, then I'll remind you that I have a senior brother. His name is Li Yang. This person was clearly none other than Duanmu Longhua, a core disciple of Yin Yin Palace and also Li Yang's senior brother. Oh, it's him? Yi Tian instantly recalled that fellow who had been defeated by himself in the Pill King Spirit Pool vein. Duanmu Longhua's eyes narrowed as killing intent filled the air. Li Yang is my senior brother. I don't know what kind of grudges your C has, but why did you break his Dao heart? Chapter 44, The Forbidden Land. Under the foundation stage, Yi Tian looked at the people in front of him. Where did he not understand that all of these people were from the Yin Yin Palace? But he couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have provoked them, did he? And what was that about him breaking Li Yang's Taoist heart? Didn't he just beat up the other guy? Before cultivators, killing was common, and it wasn't like he had killed anyone. What the hell do you want? Yi Tian waved his hand somewhat impatiently. His main concern right now was still the matter of that ink blood herb. Ha, kid, it looks like you're being stubborn. Seeing Yi Tian's attitude, Duan Mulonghua's eyes narrowed slightly, and a lingering and icy killing intent blossomed out steeply. Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, Duan Mulonghua suddenly erupted and swept towards Yi Tian as a remnant shadow. Duan Mulonghua's figure was as fast as lightning, instantly rushing across the distance of 100 meters in front of Yi Tian, his right palm slapping out with a violent and terrifying might. Humph, out of your depth. Yi Tian snorted coldly, his right fist clenched tightly and met the attack without fear, fiercely blasting on top of Duan Mulonghua's arm. After a muffled bang, both retreated 3 steps each and stood against each other. To block my attack, you have some strength. Duan Mulonghua snorted coldly. Surprisingly, he didn't have any advantage in this encounter. One must know that Duan Mulonghua was a peak chi refining cultivator, a whole large realm higher than Yi Tian. In Duan Mulonghua's opinion, Yi Tian couldn't resist his own palm at all, but he didn't expect it to be like this. You're strong. Yi Tian's face was solemn and his gaze was vigilant as he looked at the other party. Duan Mulonghua smiled contemptuously and said disdainfully, Kid, with body refining cultivation and weapon refining cultivation, being able to block my palm is indeed very good, but, it's over. Duan Mulonghua's eyes flinched, his right leg fiercely stepped on the ground, and his entire body was like a cannonball pouncing straight at Yi Tian. Looking at Duan Mulonghua rushing towards him, Yi Tian's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly pushed his entire body's spiritual energy, mobilized all the fleshly power in his body, and swung out a fist. Boo! A low muffled sound exploded as the iron fists of the two collided together. Yi Tian only felt as if he had blasted on a steel plate. A terrifying brutal strength passed through his arm and into his body, raging and rushing. Put! Yi Tian spat out blood from his mouth, and his entire body was shaken back 7 or 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Kid, you've already lost. Duan Mulonghua grinned coldly, a look of contempt in his eyes. Ha ha, Yi Tian, you are still too weak after all. Even senior brother Duanmu couldn't carry a single slap. How whimsical. Seeing that Yi Tian was injured, the few onlooker cultivators burst into laughter. You assholes, wait and see. Seeing the group of gloating cultivators, Yi Tian gritted his teeth, itching to eat them alive. He knew very well that Duan Mulonghua's strength was by no means something he could contend with, and even if he fought for his life, it was impossible to win. After all, this gap was too wide. Dealing with a peak chi refining stage was already enough effort, let alone adding a dozen or so chi refining stage cultivators. I advise you to better stop struggling. You broke my senior brother's Dao heart. You must pay the price today. Duan Mulonghua said in a cold voice with a gloomy face. Cost? Yi Tian was stunned at his words. When did he destroy someone's Dao heart? Humph. There's no use pretending to be confused. My senior brother is a core disciple of the Yin Yin Palace. His qualifications could have become a great power, but now he's been spoiled by you. Not only did you destroy his Dao heart, you also stripped him naked and humiliated him. Shouldn't you pay the price? Duan Mulonghua scolded sternly. Listening to the other party's words, Yi Tian was completely speechless. The key he couldn't understand. At that time he just wanted to get a piece of clothing to wear. How could he break someone's Dao heart? I admit, I did something wrong, but you guys can't just kill me, right? Yi Tian frowned and said with a depressed expression. Seeing that Yi Tian even dared to talk back, Duan Mulonghua became furious. Little beast, I'll kill you today to avenge my senior brother. Duan Mulonghua roared. His right foot stomped heavily on the ground and violently rushed towards Yi Tian. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators cheered. Duan Mulonghua was a core disciple of the Yin Yin Palace, and his strength was extremely strong. Ranked as the eldest among the many senior brothers, he has a very high reputation in the sect and his strength is unfathomable. Although Yi Tian was able to block his palm, he didn't believe that Yi Tian had the means to dodge his fatal blow. His sword was enough to pierce through Yi Tian's chest. However, Yi Tian's reaction took him by surprise. Seeing Duan Mulonghua attacking and killing, Yi Tian unexpectedly turned his head and ran without a care in the world. Damn, do you think I'm stupid? Just stand there and let you guys kill me? Duan Mulonghua, who was still in a murderous mood, was suddenly confused for a moment, and not only him, even those behind him were confused. When they reacted, they saw Yi Tian's figure had already rushed to the middle region of the demonic beast mountain range. Give chase. Never let this kid get away. Duan Mulonghua gritted his teeth and growled viciously. At this moment, he was simply going crazy because the direction Yi Tian was running in was clearly the Forbidden Land under the Foundation establishment stage. The middle region of the Devil Beast mountain range was full of crises and dangers. Even they had to be careful. Yi Tian's move just now was simply looking for death. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, a dozen or so Yan Yan Hall disciples scurried into the forest. Yi Tian had just run furiously all the way, and had long been exhausted and sweating. If it were normal, he would definitely not dare to break in. After all, the crisis inside was unpredictable, but now is different. He is followed by more than a dozen enemies. Once let them block the door, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, Yi Tian had to take a gamble. This should be the middle region of the Magic Beast mountain range, right? Yi Tian wiped off the fine sweat on his forehead and muttered. Raising his head and sweeping through the surrounding dense forest, Yi Tian's gaze landed on top of a dark cave in front of him. Ha! There's movement in front? Yi Tian was slightly startled. Whatever, let's take cover first. Immediately, Yi Tian collected his breath and silently approached the cave. Shoo! Yi Tian hid his breath and sneaked into the cave, but he suddenly heard a sharp and piercing chirp. Immediately afterward, he felt a cold chill that instantly wrapped him up. Not good. Yi Tian's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly ran his energy to protect his entire body. At the same time, a flash of cold light shot up like lightning and ruthlessly slammed into Yi Tian's body. The huge impact directly slammed Yi Tian into the depths of the cave. Put! In the cave, Yi Tian was lying on the ground, covering his chest and coughing violently. Although the sneak attack just now was blocked by him, it still left him slightly injured. Raising his head and sweeping over the depths of the cave, Yi Tian could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. How can there be so many corpses and bones here? Chapter 45 Woe leads to moving water. Yi Tian's eyes were rounded. His pupils dramatically shrunk, and he was scared out of his wits. There were many skeletons piled up here in extremely large numbers, and each one of them emitted a strong stench of decay. From the broken limbs and wreckage, Yi Tian could vaguely tell that there had once been a gruesome battle here, and that the dead martial artists were powerful. The more Yi Tian looked at his face, the harder it looked, and he even felt a creepy illusion. Ouch! Just as Yi Tian was gazing around, a huge object suddenly appeared in the interior and opened its mouth to let out a mournful and strange cry. Yi Tian was startled in his heart and hurriedly looked at the sound, only to see a giant wolf staring intently at him, with a greedy and bloodthirsty gaze coming out of his eyes. Hiss! What kind of demonic beast is this? Yi Tian was startled and his heart was shocked beyond words. The demonic beast in front of him was more than 10 feet long and short. His body was pitch black, and the long horns on his head were like the horns of a bull. The most peculiar thing about this guy was that he was huge, like a moving hill, and it was shocking. In particular, this guy's eyes and nostrils were spitting flames as if they were two burning embers, which made him look extraordinarily hideous and terrifying. Ow! Just as Yi Tian was shocked, the demonic beast let out a low roar and pounced furiously towards Yi Tian with its thick forelegs. Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the outside of the cave, wanting to leave this hellish place. Although his strength was good, but facing such a behemoth in front of him, it was simply not enough to stuff his teeth. Boo! The ground rumbled as the demonic beast violently stomped, and it chased after it with lightning-fast speed. Yi Tian had just rushed to the entrance of the cave when the demonic beast had already chased after him, waving its claws and slapping. His heart flinched as he hurriedly dodged sideways, but unfortunately, the demonic beast's speed was too fast and he was still half a step behind. Snort! Yi Tian's left shoulder was directly torn apart by the demonic beast's sharp claws, dripping with blood and shocking to the eyes. Shit! How ruthless! Yi Tian cursed and hurriedly turned around to continue escaping. Roar! The demonic beast roared and pursued. Yi Tian sped all the way, and without realizing it, he had rushed to the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, which was already far away from the outside world. It's finished. If this goes on, we have to die of exhaustion here alive. Yi Tian was anxious in his heart. He didn't expect those guys to be so fast. What's more, I didn't expect that the demonic beasts in this demonic beast mountain range were actually so ferocious, not leaving any room for error at all. This was the middle region of the demonic beast mountain range, where spiritual medicines and exotic treasures were all over the place, and a stone picked up with one's hand contained a wealth of heavenly treasures. However, the demonic beasts in this area all seemed to have been suppressed in some way, and after cultivating into essence, they were incomparably powerful. Kid, finally found you. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Duanmu Manhwa. Suddenly, a voice came from the distance. Yi Tian raised his eyes and saw that it was none other than Duanmu Manhwa and a group of people from Yen Yen Palace. At this moment, he was staring at Yi Tian with a face full of resentment, gritting his teeth in a manner that he couldn't wait to eat Yi Tian alive. However, Yi Tian didn't panic. The other party was coming. This was simply his savior. Ha ha ha, Duanmu dog scum, we're really destined for each other. Yi Tian laughed out loud, changing his previous fearful stance. When these words came out, Duanmu Longhua immediately stormed out. You seek death. Duanmu Longhua shouted violently and leapt up, quickly rushing towards Yi Tian like a tiger descending from a mountain. Oh, you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the other party rushing over, Yi Tian was not afraid. His right foot fiercely stepped on the ground, and his entire body rose up in the air to bravely meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms intersected, and their explosive attacks set off sky-high airwaves that shook the surrounding stone walls. After an exchange of blows, no one could help anyone, and both sides were evenly matched. It was actually able to withstand my attack. Duanmu Longhua's eyelids flickered, a little surprised in his heart. Duanmu dog scum, is that all you have? Yi Tian smiled coldly, contempt in his eyes. Outrageous! Duanmu Longhua was furious, his aura steeply rising around him, ready to execute a surefire killing technique. However, before he could strike, he was stopped by another voice. Elder brother Duanmu, run quickly, this kid has attracted the dragon bear. As soon as these words came out, Duanmu Longhua looked at the mountain range not far away, and as expected, he saw a giant bear that was more than a dozen feet tall charging frantically towards this side. This fucking guy. Duanmu Longhua gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked, his face gloomy. Originally, with their combined strength, it was more than enough to clean up Yi Tian, but now with the addition of a powerful demonic beast, the situation was very different. Duanmu dog scum, I'll remember you. When I break through, I'll definitely take your head. Yi Tian put down a vicious sentence and twisted his head to run wildly. Although that dragon bear was spiritually intelligent, when he saw Yi Tian in contact with Duanmu Longhua and his group, he naturally assumed that they were a group. Therefore, it chased towards Duanmu Longhua without any hesitation, not paying the slightest attention to Yi Tian. Roar! With a roar, the dragon bear rushed straight to Duanmu Longhua's near front, raising his huge bushel-like palm and slapping it fiercely at the other party. Duanmu Longhua's face changed and he hastily drew his sword in defense. Although he was powerful, he couldn't hold up to the attack of this dragon bear in front of him, any more that was a demonic beast that could fight against the Yuaning stage. Boo! Duanmu Longhua stifled a grunt and instantly flew back, his chest sunken into a deep pit, a strand of blood spilling out of his mouth, obviously not lightly injured. Senior Duanmu, are you alright? Seeing that Duanmu Longhua was injured, the nearby cultivators immediately surrounded him and asked with concern. Ahem, leave me alone, this beast is too powerful, we must get him killed, otherwise we'll all die here. Duanmu Longhua gasped violently and looked at the dragon bear in front of him with a scornful expression. Hearing Duanmu Longhua's order, many cultivators struck out and attacked towards the dragon bear in unison. The dragon bear was incomparably tyrannical, roaring angrily as he tangled with Duanmu Longhua and the others. A grueling battle began. Yi Tian quietly retreated with the cover of the jungle. It was so hard to get rid of Duanmu Longhua and the others. Yi Tian of course would not foolishly wait for them to chase after him. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this place earlier, because he vaguely sensed that the demonic beasts here seemed to be obstructing him intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, as they continued to intrude deeper and deeper, the strength of the demonic beasts became more and more terrifying, and Yi Tian even saw Foundation establishment level existences. Perhaps it was because he was so weak that people didn't even raise their eyes to him. Huffing and puffing, Yi Tian was panting heavily while desperately fleeing. At this time, his body was extremely weak and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Shit, can't. My cultivation level is too low. Must raise my realm as soon as possible. Yi Tian wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he made a decision in his heart. He most urgently needed to raise his realm now. Chapter 46 Polyjuice Pilanli. When he reached the chi refining stage would he be able to have enough fighting power, and only when he reached the chi refining stage would he be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation. Ha! There seems to be a cave there. Hurry in and hide. Yi Tian suddenly saw a dark cave appear not far ahead. The moment he saw this cave, Yi Tian's spirit was instantly lifted, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yi Tian did not hesitate and immediately jumped into the cave. This time he learned his lesson and checked first to make sure there wasn't anything inside before sealing the hole completely. Only then did he sit down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to recover from his injuries. It was only because he had a special physique. Otherwise, with such a heavy injury, someone else would have died long ago. Yi Tian could not care about that much and hurriedly operated his gung fu, absorbing the wandering heaven and earth spiritual chi from the outside world to repair his injuries. The night passed quickly, and Yi Tian's injuries had completely stabilized and were gradually recovering. Damn, those bastards will surely come after us again. Yi Tian frowned slightly, a little worried in his heart. Since Duanmu Longhua was able to mobilize a large number of disciples to hunt him down, it meant that the other party was by no means generalized, and would soon send people to track him here. We can't delay any longer. We can only force a breakthrough. With a secret cry in his heart, Yi Tian swallowed an entire jasper cold lotus. Then he sat cross-legged and started cultivating by revolving the Sun True scripture. Yi Tian knew that with his current state, it was dangerous to hastily promote his realm, and the slightest mistake would risk his fall. But now, Yi Tian could no longer care about that much. The only plan today was to take advantage of the opportunity to enhance his strength and strive for an early breakthrough in the realm. Majestic and vast auras converged from all directions, instantly filling the entire cave. Hiss! Feeling the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Yi Tian sucked in cool air and couldn't help but secretly sigh. What an abundant spiritual chi! But in just a moment, he calmed down, discarding distracting thoughts and concentrating on his cultivation. Under these circumstances, Yi Tian's speed of cultivation was simply astonishing. After a few short minutes had passed, he noticed a feeling of fullness coming from within his dantian, as if something was about to burst him. So Yi Tian hurriedly followed the method described in the secret book, urging the flow of spiritual chi within his body's sea of chi to rapidly compress it. During this process, Yi Tian only felt as if his sinews and skin membranes were about to explode. The pain was unbearable and he could not help but grit his teeth. However, Yi Tian knew that only by persevering would he be able to gain greater benefits. After all, he was forcibly breaking through, and if he could successfully break through successfully, his strength would surely increase dramatically. Under this pain, Yi Tian clenched his teeth and bore it silently. At the same time, he frantically operated the Sun True Scripture, crazily drawing in aura and medicinal effects. Finally, after the aura in his body was compressed enough to be condensed, Yi Tian violently opened his eyes, revealing an excited expression. Break me! Accompanied by a furious cry, a majestic aura steeply surged out around Yi Tian. Rumble! The aura in Yi Tian's body was like a volcano erupting at this moment, surging and releasing, instantly sweeping through his entire body. Click! Thump! Poof! Under the crazy scrubbing and quenching of the spiritual chi, every inch of Yi Tian's body was polished crystal clear, as if he had just forged a beautiful jade. Yi Tian clearly sensed that his physical qualities were climbing dramatically, and his strength had increased by more than several times. At this moment, even if Yi Tian stood still, an ordinary soul-tempering realm would not be able to hurt him by half a hair. Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face full of smiles. Finally, I've reached chi practicing. This time I finally have the qualifications to call the shots with those dogs. Feeling the surging and raging power within his body, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. Such strength was not considered weak even amongst the outer disciples. As long as he didn't meet that kind of transcendent monster, he believed he still had a fighting chance. However, Yi Tian was not satisfied. It's not enough, Yi Tian muttered. He had now reached the chi practicing stage, and although his strength had skyrocketed, there was still a long way to go before he reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this road was definitely not a good one. Yi Tian didn't think that he would be able to step over it easily. That's why he had to increase his strength as much as possible. Just in case, my current cultivation resources are still insufficient. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Right now, he still had a Jasper Cold Lotus, but this one's he saved for when he broke through the foundation establishment stage. Although there were still some pills, this was a drop in the bucket for the current Yi Tian. System, are there any elixirs that can raise your cultivation level? The host can exchange for one energy gathering pill, consuming 1,000 points. The Yuan Dan was a second-grade elixir, and the huge amount of energy contained within it was enough to support his breakthrough from the first level of chi cultivation to the 5th level, and even more than enough. Hearing the system's words, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. It's true that the rarer something is, the more expensive its value tends to be than ordinary objects. Yi Tian sighed in his heart. Redeem me 10. In the next moment, golden pills appeared out of thin air. Well, this thing looks good. Looking at the elixir in his hand that shone with a faint glow and was milky white in color, Yi Tian heatedly laughed. Yuan Gathering Pill, a second-stage primordial elixir that can drastically increase the speed at which a cultivator absorbs aura after use. Listening to the beeping tone that sounded in his head, Yi Tian grinned and without hesitation, he picked up an elixir and swallowed it into his stomach. In an instant, majestic energy raged through the body, but soon he didn't think so. It hurt. It hurt too damn much. Roar! Yi Tian let out a roar up to the sky, immediately causing the cave to tremble as if it was about to collapse. His muscles bulged and his veins rippled, and his entire person looked unusually hideous and terrifying. Yi Tian only felt that the aura in his body felt like it had found a vent, and it was madly pouring into the Yuan Dan. Crackle! Yi Tian only felt a burst of thunder from within his body, as if there were 10,000 boulders hitting the various orifices within his body, causing his face to distort in pain and his forehead to be drenched in cold sweat. This intense pain seemed like it was going to tear Yi Tian's nerves apart, causing him to ache. It was a good thing that he had once practiced the Great Sun Forging technique and had a strong physique. otherwise this pain alone would have caused him to faint. Oof. Hold on to me. Yi Tian gritted his teeth in death, enduring the severe pain that pierced his heart and bones, and continuously impacting the Yuan Dan. As he desperately pounded away, the medicinal effects of the Yuan gathering pill gradually dispersed, turning into a trickle of water that entered his limbs and bones. Phew! After about 2 columns of incense, the medicinal effect of the Yuan collection pill was completely integrated into the blood veins, and only then did Yi Tian breathe a long sigh of relief. He felt the change in his body, as if he had shed his bones, and his entire essence had changed drastically. Chapter 47, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. And his physical fitness, too, had obviously improved a little, and his originally thin and dry figure seemed to have plumped up a bit. However, Yi Tian frowned in contemplation. 3rd level of Qi refining? System, by all rights, I should be at least at the 5th level of Qi refining right now. What's going on? Back to the host. You are the Golden Crow Supreme Body, coupled with the Immortal Emperor's bloodline. The amount of aura needed to break through is more massive than that of any ordinary cultivator. Therefore when you break through, it will lower the cultivation level of the cultivator. In that case, I'll try something else. With no choice but to give up, Yi Tian could only give up. Now that he was in seclusion here, he couldn't get pills to assist him, so he might as well go out. After all, he had already broken through Qi practicing and it was not suitable for him to continue staying in this kind of closed and narrow cave, and with so much time having passed, those people should have left long ago. Yi Tian climbed out from the gap in the rock wall and left this dense forest. Is this? Suddenly, he realized that there was actually a valley in front of him, hidden between the trees, hidden from view. Yi Tian's eyes lit up and hurriedly ran towards the valley. However, very quickly, Yi Tian stopped again, because there was danger in this valley, inhabited by some strange demonic beasts. Let's go around them first. Yi Tian took a deep breath and prepared to bypass these demonic beasts and run towards the nearby hill. But just as he shifted his orientation, several black shadows surged out. Hiss! Yi Tian fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was clearly a few giant wolves with tall bodies and fierce eyes. Each of these giant wolves was more than 3 feet tall, covered in grayish-white fur, with gruesome fangs. What was especially shocking was that they all possessed the strength of the 3rd rank, making them even more difficult to deal with. Ow! After seeing Yi Tian, those wolf kings immediately let out an excited howl and pounced towards Yi Tian. Humph! Sculpture! Yi Tian disdained it and lifted his leg to kick away a giant wolf that was pouncing. Immediately after that, his right palm turned into a sword and viciously slashed at the neck of another giant wolf. Puff! Blood splattered. The giant wolf's throat was cut, and he died on the spot. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 giant wolves had already surrounded Yi Tian in the center. They bared their fangs and their scarlet eyes stared at Yi Tian with a leaping look, as if they might pounce at any time. Yi Tian scanned the circle around him and a cold aura flashed through his slightly narrowed eyes. It just so happened that he was still looking for a chance to practice, jumping up and stepping in the air. With a muffled sound, Yi Tian's fist blasted on top of the chest of a giant wolf on his left side. The crisp sound of bones breaking came, and the giant wolf was instantly blasted several meters away. Roar! The giant wolf howled miserably in pain, and after landing on the ground and struggling for a long time, it finally lost its vitality and collapsed on the ground without moving. The other 2 giant wolves saw the situation and turned their heads to flee, running a few feet away in the blink of an eye. Want to run? Where is it that easy? Yi Tian laughed coldly and casually snapped his fingers. In a flash, several strands of crimson flames suddenly appeared, as if a spirit snake was spitting out letters, instantly catching up with the 2 giant wolves. A few strands of red flames were as swift as electricity, easily penetrating the necks of the 2 giant wolves and taking away their lives. Yi Tian did not even look at the 2 corpses on the ground and walked towards the valley in diameter. The battle just now was not much of a challenge for him at all. Is this the Qi refining stage? Yi Tian shook his head. No wonder people were looking down on him so much when they were looking at him as a soul-hardening realm. The Dantian has grown, and it's also greatly helpful to my strength, so I hope I don't run into those people again. Yi Tian was in an agitated mood as he took big strides towards the outskirts of the valley. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Devil Beast mountain range, Duanmu Longhua and the others had arrived near the canyon of the mountain range. This was the path into the demonic beast mountain range after all, so they waited here for Yi Tian to come out. Elder brother Duanmu, is that kid dead inside? Not coming out after so many days. Behind Duanmu Longhua stood 4 male disciples, all of them at the 9th level of Qi refining cultivation. He, just a mere ant from the mundane world. Even if he doesn't die, he definitely won't live long. Duanmu Longhua glanced at them lightly, his face full of contempt and disdain. Ha, that's for sure. Senior brother Duanmu is our Yen Yen Palace's supreme heavenly pride. How can a mere trash from the mundane world be comparable to senior brother? Hearing Duan Mulonghua's arrogant words, several disciples complimented each other, with fawning and pleasing colors written all over their faces. Suddenly, Duan Mulonghua furrowed his brows and raised his arm to point at the canyon. Look! Someone's coming out. Looking in the direction Duan Mulonghua pointed, the crowd really saw a young man walking out slowly. Ha! Isn't he Yi Tian? This guy really has the guts to go. Seeing Yi Tian come out, the 4 Yen temple disciples immediately sneered, full of disdain. Yi Tian, Duan Mulonghua, on the other hand, had a grim expression on his face as he stared at Yi Tian, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Oh, I didn't expect to run into you. Yi Tian had a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth as his gaze swept back and forth over Duan Mulonghua and the others, a flash of doubt flashing across the bottom of his eyes. He didn't expect that these people would be so persistent in waiting for him, and they didn't even have the intention of entering the mountain range to search for resources. Humph! Yi Tian, you won't be able to leave here today. Duan Mulonghua gritted his teeth, itching to break Yi Tian into pieces. Although he was injured in the demonic beast mountain range, resulting in a great loss of strength, this still couldn't change Duan Mulonghua's strong and domineering stance. Yi Tian, not only did you harm my senior brother, but you also pitted so many people from our Yen palace. Duan Mulonghua's eyes were red, and hatred flashed in his eyes, because of the dragon bear that Yi Tian had attracted. There were originally 13 of them, but now there were only 4 left. I told you guys before, it was Li Yang who made the first move, and it's also you guys who are here now, and now that you're dead, you're blaming me instead? Yi Tian snorted and coldly mocked. How dare you? How dare you insult us? Yi Tian, I'm going to kill you. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Duan Mulonghua and the others immediately burst into a rage. Without waiting for him to say anything, the 3 Yen Hall disciples behind Duan Mulonghua directly drew their long swords, flaring up with cold sharpness. Kill! The 3 of them shouted violently and swung their swords in unison to charge over. The atmosphere suddenly tensed to the extreme. Yi Tian understood that he couldn't run even if he wanted to now, so he could only knee his head on. Come on! I was worried that I couldn't find an opportunity to test the results of my cultivation, and today is just right. Yi Tian coldly smiled and stomped the ground with his toes, rising up in the air. Both fists danced, and an incomparable set of mighty thunderflame palms were executed. With wild winds whistling, Yi Tian's fist shadows were strangely fast, instantly blocking the 3 people's path of retreat. Chapter 48 Arrested Break Me. The 3 of them let out a low roar, and each of them used all their strength to explode out with all their might. 3 violent tremors exploded steeply, and a wave of terror swept through the 8 directions, causing people to feel their eardrums tingle. The faces of the 3 Yen Hall disciples suddenly changed, shocked and horrified, their bodies shooting backward like cannonballs. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the 3 of them fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Although Yi Tian didn't use any spells with this thunder flame palm and purely relied on his physical body to explode, it was enough to rival the terrifying attacks of Xian rank martial arts. Humph! Rubbish! Yi Tian let out a cold snort and immediately collected his mind, taking big steps towards the exit of the valley. Get out of the way! He looked at Duan Mulonghua who was blocking the exit. Others he was not afraid of, but this one in front of him, also possessing a special physique, coupled with practicing the Yen Temple's core technique, his strength was not something that could be compared to those stinking fish and shrimps. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to be alive. Duan Mulonghua stared at Yi Tian with a grimace on his face, a cold light flashing in his eyes as killing opportunities surged. If it wasn't for Yi Tian, he wouldn't have been trapped in the demonic beast mountain range for 7 days and 7 nights. If it wasn't for Yi Tian, the other few senior brothers wouldn't have been able to be attacked by the dragon bear, resulting in their deaths. Yi Tian, take your life! Duan Mulonghua's face sank as he bellowed. His right arm shook violently and a long blade flashed out of thin air. Swoosh! Duan Mulonghua gripped his long knife. His body swayed and swept out as a residual shadow, carrying a powerful blade to slash at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's face was grave, and he immediately urged his spiritual energy to infuse his legs, and his figure swept out like an arrow. Boom! Yi Tian blasted out with a punch, accurately smashing into the side of the long blade. A huge force erupted out. Duan Mulonghua stifled a grunt. A sharp pain came from his wrist, and his entire body couldn't help but retreat backward. Yi Tian, you're dead today. Seeing that Yi Tian had the advantage, instead of panicking, Duan Mulonghua had an excited look on his face. Taking advantage of Yi Tian's distraction, Duan Mulonghua did not hesitate and his figure steeply disappeared in place. Hiss! Seeing Duan Mulonghua suddenly disappear, Yi Tian immediately sucked in cool air. Although he was prepared, he was still half a beat late. When he reacted, Duan Mulonghua was already close at hand, and the long knife in his hand was slashing down hard towards his head. Shit! In the nick of time, Yi Tian could only dodge in a hurry, and managed to avoid this surefire slash. Hiss! That was close. Yi Tian wiped off the sweat from his forehead, a heart thumping wildly. Luckily, he had realized that the situation was different in time, or else that knife would have been enough to decapitate him on the spot just now. One had to admit that Duanmu Longhua was indeed very strong, many times stronger than those three before him. Yi Tian, you are finished. I advise you to obediently bind your hands and follow me back to Yin Yin Hall to receive your punishment. If not, you will surely die an ugly death. Duanmu Longhua coldly threatened while swinging his sword and slashing violently, trying to force Yi Tian to actively beg for mercy. Humph, since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill you. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as intense battle intent erupted from his eyes. Yi Tian did not choose to dodge, but instead stood up and swung out with both fists. Rumble! Two clusters of purple gold flames erupted out, interspersed with the violent power of thunder crazily bombarding Duanmu Longhua. Not good. Seeing Yi Tian suddenly launch a fierce attack, Duanmu Longhua's heart trembled violently. At this moment, where did he not know that Yi Tian was preparing to fight to the death? Even though Duanmu Longhua had expected it, he couldn't help but be shocked when he actually saw Yi Tian's strength. One must know that before, Yi Zai was at the soul-quenching realm, but now he was already at the 5th level of qi refining. How could this not make him surprised? Although I don't know what opportunities you have, but when you meet me, you are a tiger that has to nestle for me, and a dragon that you have to coil for me. Boom! Duanmu Longhua gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand steeply cleaved out a wave of blades, sweeping out as if a tidal wave was rolling in. At the same time, Duanmu Longhua's hands quickly pinched his knuckles, and a layer of light red mist instantly filled the surrounding void. As he bellowed, these mists surged up as if they were tidal waves, instantly surrounding Yi Tian and forming a sturdy cage. Suppress me! Duanmu Longhua's face was filled with a hideous look, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. In an instant, the thunder and lightning flames collided together, emitting violent explosions, as if thunder rolled and shook the hearts of the people. Hissing, the rampant energy spread, the surrounding wood swayed more than once, the grass withered, and even the rocks were flattened by a piece. After everything returned to calm, Yi Tian and Duanmu Longhua stood opposite each other. Yi Tian's clothes were slightly wretched, with an additional eye-catching bloody hole at the chest position, blood staining his clothes red in bruises, and Duanmu Longhua didn't take advantage of it either. There was a clear fist mark on his chest position, a strand of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. Cough cough. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply and actually raise your cultivation to this level. It seems that I still underestimated you. Duanmu Longhua covered his chest and gasped with difficulty. Yi Tian's face was incredibly gloomy and his heart was extremely angry. Duanmu Longhua, you are looking for death. Yi Tian never expected that Duanmu Longhua was so strong. Originally, he had hoped to hone his strength through fierce battles so that he could gain a higher level of enlightenment, but he didn't expect that it would backfire and result in this situation. Ha! Hearing this, not only did Duanmu Longhua not have the slightest scruples, he instead revealed a mocking expression. Yi Tian, you are too childish. Do you think I really dare to fight you hard? Do you really think that I will fight you to the death? Duanmu Longhua sneered and despised. His words were thick with contempt. What do you want? Do you have help? I don't want to kill you. I just want to bring you back so that my senior brother can kill you so that I can restore his Dao heart. After saying that, Duanmu Longhua was not holding back and struck a palm above Yi Tian's chest. A terrifyingly huge force instantly rushed into his body. Yi Tian didn't even have time to make any reaction before he had already fallen into a comatose state, and his entire body went limp. Huffing, puffing, Duanmu Longhua wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and deeply exhaled a few mouthfuls of stuffy air, his expression becoming much more grave. This kid definitely has secrets, but they will all be mine now. Duanmu Longhua quickly swallowed an elixir, and after a little bit of conditioning, he picked up Yi Tian on his back and executed a pace to quickly head towards Yin Yin Hall. Within the Tai sacred ground, at the top of a magnificent and grandiose palace, sat a spacious and bright square. Tall and majestic stone monuments towered around the plaza, and each of them was carved with subtle and complicated formation patterns, except for a round archway at the very top. The rest of the directions are guarded and heavily guarded. In the center of the square stood an imposing stone platform, and at this moment, the patriarch looked at the group of elders in front of him with a helpless face. Chapter 49 Mental Illness Patriarch. I told you that this kid is a scourge. He actually shattered the Dao heart of the disciple of someone else's Yin Yin Hall Vice Lord. All of you take a look. The Dao heart has been destroyed and can no longer be repaired. Even using heavenly treasures won't help. Now it's good. In the future, Not to mention Yin Yin Hall. Even other sects will regard our Tai sacred sect as enemies. The elders cursed angrily, each of them looking at the patriarch with righteous indignation and hatred. The patriarch frowned inside, in a terrible mood. Ugh, who would have thought that this matter would turn out like this? Patriarch, alright, things are already like this. No more talking won't help. The patriarch waved his hand, signaling the second elder to stop talking. After a long period of silence, the patriarch suddenly looked up and asked, by the way, what about Yi Tian? How is he doing? Ugh, never mind. I'll go ask Manami. The patriarch shook his head and smiled bitterly, then left the great hall and headed towards the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. Inside the Yin Yin Hall, Yi Tian slowly awoke, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a group of people sizing him up. His head buzzed in confusion when he took a good look at the situation in front of him. Why am I lying here? Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi Tian was completely baffled. He clearly remembered that he had just decided to fight a life and death battle with Manhwa, but for some reason, he had fainted. When he woke up again, he was already lying inside the Yin Yin Palace, and there was a group of people surrounding him in front of him. You're Yi Tian? Duanmuchen coldly gazed at Yi Tian with a faint teasing look on his face. Yi Tian swept a glance at Duanmu behind the other party and realized that he was not lightly injured, so he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. You are Li Yang's master? Duanmuchen nodded his head proudly. Not bad. I am the Vice Lord of the Yin Yin Palace. Duanmuchen. Hearing these words, Yi Tian snorted coldly. Do you know who I am? Humph. Still trying to scare us at this time? Long Hua. Go and bring Yanger here and let him kill Yi Tian with his own hands, so that he might be able to pick up his Dao heart from. Duanmuchen snorted coldly and waved his hand, and Duanmu immediately turned to leave. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Duanmuchen. What exactly do you mean? Kid, how long do you think you can live? Duanmuchen had a look of contempt. Yi Tian frowned slightly. I'll tell you what, even though you broke Yanger's Dao heart, it may not be a bad thing for him to come back and forth. Duanmuchen had a smug look on his face, and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Oh, yeah? Yi Tian didn't deny it this time. Now that people were the chopping board and I was the fish, he was no longer qualified to say no. But what I want to say is that if you guys really kill me, perhaps your Yin Yin Palace, or even your great Yin domain, will go back to destruction with you. Ha! Threatening me? Duanmuchen snorted disdainfully. Then I'm looking forward to it. Our Yin Yin Palace has stood for 10,000 years without collapsing, and you want to shake its foundation with just 3 or 2 words from you? Do you think it's possible? Yi Tian sneered disdainfully. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I finished saying what I need to say. Duanmuchen snorted coldly as a fierce cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Tian, don't worry. Even if you are from the Tai Holy Land, they won't go to war with our Yin Yin Palace for you thus. Yi Tian nodded indifferently. Non-committal, do you think these are important to me? Humph, you're still pretending when you're dying. Do you think that the Tai sacred sex people would go against me for a chi refining realm cultivator? Duanmuchen sneered coldly. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth and said no more. A few moments later, Li Yang was carried to the interior of the hall, and when he saw Yi Tian, his eyes turned red. Yi Tian, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. It's you. It's all your fault. Originally Yi Tian thought that the other party just couldn't cultivate anymore, but when he saw this state in front of Li Yang's eyes, wasn't this a pure and simple mental illness? Who is Yi Tian? Just when the crowd thought that Li Yang would kill Yi Tian without hesitation, they suddenly heard Yi Tian's words coming from him. Li Yang immediately looked at Yi Tian in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. Aren't you Yi Tian? Enough! Duanmuchen suddenly let out a cold cry, and Li Yang trembled and stiffened in place. Yanger, he is Yi Tian. Kill him for me. Duanmuchen glared at Li Yang with an icy cold face. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Duanmuchen, Li Yang's sanity was instantly restored, and he immediately looked at Yi Tian on the ground. There was suffocation, sadness, helplessness, anger, and even fear in his eyes. Yi Tian felt the change in the other party's eyes and not only raised his eyebrows, he was secretly surprised. This guy, why is he suddenly like a different person? Yi Tian, do you know if you know the crime? Duanmuchen's face was gloomy, his gaze full of killing intent, as if he was going to strike Yi Tian to death in the next second. Yi Tian twisted his head and looked around the week, realizing that all the Yin Yin Hall disciples all stood up, each with a ferocious murderous aura on their faces, as if they were about to tear him apart in the next second. However, just at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the void. Who are you going to condemn? Before the words fell, Yi Tian's heart rejoiced and secretly said, here it comes. Who? Duanmu-chan looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see a woman in a long red dress standing in the void. The woman's body was delicate. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful. Her figure was exquisite. Every knit pulled the souls of countless males, and her appearance caused the entire hall to tremble. Especially that beautiful face of the country is attracting the attention of the crowd, so that people cannot help but fall into intoxication. It's beautiful. This woman is simply more beautiful than a fairy. Seeing this familiar silhouette, all the disciples of the Yin Yen Palace exclaimed in admiration. Even Duanmu-chen's pupils contracted slightly for a few moments. Who are you? Duanmu-chen took a deep breath and resisted the urge to ask. He sensed that the woman in front of him was at least at the peak of a saint. What am I? I am no man's restricted area. The daughter of the immortal emperor, Yi Lu-yun. When these words came out, everyone was once again confused. Why did it feel like they had heard this somewhere before? Duanmu-chen looked at Yi Lu-yun, and then immediately had a look at Yi Tian. You, guys, recognize? Recognize? How dare you guys make a move on him? In an instant, Yi Lu-yun's body exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that surged wildly like a monstrous wave, sweeping towards Duanmu-chen and the others. Put! Boom! Duanmu-chen and the disciples of the Yin Yen Palace flew back with a spurt of blood. Put! Yi Tian was also lifted out and fell to the ground in a sorry state, his face pale. His injuries were already not healed, and now that he was affected by the breath, he was once again aggravated. Ahem! Yi Tian coughed violently. His chest was abnormally stuffy, and his internal organs were even more fiery and painful. Chapter 50, Yi Lu-yun, I want to come out to play too, sis. Can you pay attention? Don't hurt yourself. Yi Tian looked somewhat helplessly at Yi Lu-yun in the void. This third sister of his has a short temper and has loved to beat him up for fun since he was a kid, and her hands are not light or heavy. However, Yi Lu-yun did not care at all. What a shame, to actually let these people beat you up like this? As the two spoke, three terrifying auras swept out from the depths of the Yin Yen Palace. This fellow Daoist, why did you come to my Yin Yen Palace? Do you think we're easy to bully? Along with the voice, only three old men with gray hair were seen stepping in the air. Although they were far apart, the three figures were still floating and dusty, just like immortals descending to the world. Three saints. It seems like this Yin Yen Palace still has a lot of depth, Yi Tian secretly said in his heart. But he did not panic. He knew his sister's strength very well, not to mention Yin Yen Palace. Even if all the forces of the entire Great Yin domain came over, they would only be beaten. Three saints? Humph. A bunch of mole crickets are worthy of questioning His Highness. Yi Lu-yun indifferently swept a glance at the three. His voice cold, get lost. Fellow Daoist, are you sure you want to do this? The three old men frowned and said, Yi Lu-yun, don't need to explain my actions to anyone. If you guys want to find trouble, just come. Yi Lu-yun's tone was overbearing, not giving the other party any face at all. Since you, fellow Daoist, are persistent, then I won't blame us for joining forces. As the words fell, the other two old men instantly made their move, one on the left and one on the right to clip and attack. Facing the two incoming fist prints and palm winds, Yi Lu-yun was undaunted as he raised his hand and waved his sleeve, a terrifying pressure instantly spreading out. Boom dash, two fist seals and palm winds instantly ruptured. Ha! A flash of shock flashed across the eyes of the three, obviously not expecting Yi Lu-yun to possess such strength. Humph, you think that with a peak saint cultivation, you can run amok? Too naive. Today, even if I have to put up with serious injuries, I will still waste you. The three of them roared, their auras operating within their bodies, erupting with astonishing power. This is mobilizing the forbidden law. Seeing the other party's aura, Yi Tian instantly judged it. Sure enough, Yi Tian laughed coldly in his heart. Yen Yen Hall is hiding deeply enough. Your Yen Yen Palace is really interesting. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Yi Lu-yun's mouth, and his eyes glowed with a rich purple aura. The red robe on his body was windless, and his entire body exuded an invincible aura. Looking down on everything, die. Steeply, with a delicate shout, Yi Lu-yun instantly disappeared, fast to the extreme. Bang! With an explosive sound, the three saintly old men's bodies violently shook and retreated, each spitting out a large mouthful of blood, their bodies shaking and their feet staggering. Their bodies were covered with dense bloodstains, their injuries were grim, and they looked miserable. Who the hell is this woman? It's actually so terrifying. Duanmu-chen wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, horrified. The Yin Yen Palace's supreme elder was a genuine saint realm. However, facing this woman, they actually had no power to resist, and they didn't even see clearly how the other party made a move. This scene scared the Yin Yen Hall disciples silly. They had never seen a Tai Shang elder suffer a loss, but the scene in front of them was enough to prove the woman's power. Duanmu-chen gritted his teeth and said, Supreme Elder. This woman's combat experience is very rich. We can't touch her hard. The three Supreme Elders looked at each other, their complexions cloudy as they stared at Yi Lu-yun in the void. In the exchange just now, they had already learned the terror of their opponent, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Master, what to do? A Yen Hall disciple trembled, looking terrified. Humph! Yi Lu-yun snorted coldly, then slowly descended and stood in front of Yi Tian. Her figure was tall and exquisite, with graceful curves and a stunningly beautiful face that eclipsed heaven and earth. Little sky, let's go! Yi Lu-yun pulled Yi Tian and then left. Those Yen Hall people could only let them leave after seeing this. Yi Lu-yun was too strong. Supreme Elder, what do we do? Duanmu-chen looked at the ruins in front of him and muttered under his breath. The three Taishang elders were dying from serious injuries, shrinking their already short lifespans by at least half. AI, our Yen palace is in danger. One of the Supreme Elders shook his head. They were already attacking with their lifespans just now, but they were unable to cause any damage to the woman at all. What the hell is going on? The other elder looked at Duanmu-chen. Duanmu-chen also didn't dare to hide anything and told the three Supreme Elders everything as it was. What? After listening to Duanmu-chen's narration, the three of them changed their faces at the same time. They knew that this matter wasn't simple, but they didn't expect an existence of that level to be involved. It seems that we can only ask the old ancestor to personally sit in the Yen Hall. An elder sighed. Maybe that kid is telling the truth. Tatsu boy, take the people and go to the door to apologize. The elder who was in the lead opened his mouth and spoke. On the other side, Yi Tian followed beside Yi Lu-yun. He was a bit puzzled. After all, that old dad of his usually didn't allow them to come out. Third sister, what are you doing here? Did Pops agree to you guys coming out? Yet the response was a back of the head slap. What are you thinking? Pops wouldn't have allowed it. If you hadn't snuck out. But thanks to you. If you hadn't run out, Pops probably wouldn't have let me come out to you. Ah, I don't want to go back. Sister, look at me in the forbidden zone. I'm a proper waste. I'm tired of letting me eat those holy beasts' meat every day. And look, now I can even cultivate. With that, Yi Tian hastily released his cultivation. Ha, it's actually the supreme body? Yi Lu-yun was instantly surprised. Of course, it's something that came up after I got out. Yi Tian hemmed and hawed, then said, how about it? Believe it? Upon hearing this, Yi Lu-yun was slightly stunned, and after a moment of contemplation, she revealed a wry gaze. Do you think Pops will be willing to punish you? Yi Tian skimmed his lips. He really didn't want to go back. He was the only waste in the family. Compared to those demons, it was really undignified. Then it definitely won't. Yi Tian nodded with certainty. It's fine if you don't want to go back, but I have one condition. Yi Lu-yun smiled blandly, his eyes darting around as if he was playing some sort of ghost idea. What conditions? Yi Tian asked vigilantly. You say yes first. Alright. Yi Tian had no choice but to agree. Sis, what are the conditions? Tell me instead. How about you just pretend you've never seen me, and I can play outside then? 2. Yi Lu-yun said with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Ha! Yi Tian was stunned, then said with a bitter melon face, this is not good. What's wrong with it? It's not embarrassing. When you encounter something you can't deal with in the future, you just crush this. Yi Lu-yun continued to seduce while throwing Yi Tian a jade pendant. Chapter 51 Wind and Cloud Sword Technique. Okay. Yi Tian agreed. He didn't want to be locked inside the forbidden zone. LOL. Yi Lu-yun covered his mouth and laughed. Well, I still have to go to Yaoqi to find someone. In the next moment, Yi Lu-yun disappeared in front of Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian shook his head helplessly and then prepared to go back. But just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was because there were two figures on a distant mountain peak that were heading this way. It was two men. The age difference wasn't that big. They looked like brothers. One of them was dressed in white, holding a folding fan, handsome and graceful. The other person, on the other hand, had a long green shirt and robe, with a straight figure, sword brows and starry eyes, and an imposing and heroic demeanor. The aura on both of them was not weak, and at the very least, they had reached the peak level of chi refining. When they arrived in front of Yi Tian, they stopped in their tracks. Who are you? When these words came out, Yi Tian was instantly happy that someone was giving away points just after he came out. Who am I? Who am I? You ask? Then I will tell you. I am the son of the immortal emperor of No Man's Forbidden Zone, the great elder of the Tai Sacred Ground's own heirloom. Yi Tian is also, but after waiting for a long time, Yi Tian did not hear the system beep. That's not right. Is the system malfunctioning? Without waiting for him to think more, he only saw that one of the men was looking at him with a teasing face. You are Yi Tian? I didn't expect you to actually come out of the yin-yang hall alive. Since you were able to walk out alive, I don't care if you're really the son of an immortal emperor. Hand over the Jasper Cold Lotus. The green-shirted man shouted coldly. What? You're going to rob me? Yi Tian's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock, as if he had heard it wrong. Ha ha ha, that's right, I'm going to rob you, the green-shirted man said arrogantly. Aren't you guys afraid of the Tai Holy Land? Ha ha ha, you died at our hands. Who knows we did it? What's more, killing people and destroying their bodies. What can you do to me? The green-shirted man laughed coldly. Yi Tian, on the other hand, remained dumbfounded. Holy shit, so shady. Yi Tian cursed in his heart. He had thought that he was already ruthless enough, but it's nothing compared to these guys. Are you not afraid that my father knows? Yi Tian swallowed his saliva and asked. Humph, we did it without God's knowledge. So what if your father is really an immortal emperor? The green-shirted man snorted, not believing it at all. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but be speechless. These guys were too black-hearted. Alas, you guys make such good sense, but with just the two of you, I'm afraid it won't work. Immediately, Yi Tian directly took out the blazing sun sword from his storage ring as a powerful force surged, emitting blazing flames. Yo, still an Earth soldier, but unfortunately, your realm is too low to utilize the strength that an Earth soldier should have. The green-shirted man was not the least bit afraid and mocked. Just try it and see, Yi Tian lightly shouted, directly wielding the blazing sun sword to chop away. In a flash of brilliant golden aura blossomed out, and the powerful sword blade cut through the air, carrying a biting might. Seeing the attack fall, the man's face snapped to a few points of concentration, clearly sensing the danger of the sword. Not daring to slow down, his entire body's aura surged and he held the silver spear in front of his chest. Accompanied by a rumbling sound of gold and iron, a layer of piercing light halo exploded out. Terrifying shockwaves ravaged the 8 directions, destroying the plants within a few meters of the surrounding area and twisting them into powder. Immediately afterward, the two figures backed up sharply, each retreating 5 or 6 feet and stabilizing themselves. Worthy of being an Earth soldier, it's really tough enough. The green-shirted man grinned, his eyes glittering. Yi Tian on the other hand frowned. He did not expect his opponent to be able to resist his strike. Kid, I have to say that you are qualified to be my opponent. The green-shirted man's smile grew brighter. But today, it is destined to be your death. Oh, that's not necessarily true. Yi Tian also laughed coldly. Although his realm was only at the 5th level of chi refining, but with his golden crow supreme body, even if it was an ordinary early stage of foundation establishment, he would be able to fight with it. Since you don't know how to recognize me, then I won't be blamed for being impolite. The man roared. His aura stirred up and surged towards Yi Tian. Come on. Yi Tian was pleasantly unafraid. Wind cloud sword technique, wind cloud splitting. Yi Tian gave a light jaw sound, and along with the spiritual power operation instantly made, the temperature of the entire void suddenly rose. In an instant, a crimson sword dipper crossed the sky like the 9 underworld fires, its scorching aura causing space to distort. Humph. Sculpture. Seeing such an attack, the green-shirted man was not the least bit afraid as he let out a cold shout. Fighter's fist. A golden dragon roared out, transforming into a golden dragon that lunged towards the sword dipper. The two collided, and golden awn splashed everywhere. Immediately afterward, in the midst of the crowd's stunned gazes, only to see that the sword chi instantly tore through the fist dipper. The remaining momentum did not diminish, and once again attacked the man. How? Seeing this scene, the man's eyes rounded with a look of disbelief. He hadn't expected his opponent to be this strong at all, to actually be able to crush himself. Bang! Immediately after that, the sword chi landed on top of his chest. A muffled sound came from him as he was blown away. Spitting blood from his mouth, his chest sunken into a piece, obviously broken bones, which could be described as miserable. Seeing this scene, the other young man both sucked in a breath of cool air, his face filled with horror. That strong? A hand. The man covered his wounds and climbed up with difficulty, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth and said with a gloomy face, I didn't expect that you were so powerful. I underestimated you, but I advise you to obediently tie your hands. Otherwise you'll be dead once our brothers use their bottom cards. Cut the crap and get the hell out of here. Yi Tian opened his mouth indifferently, not placing the other party in his eyes. Asshole, you'll have to do this the hard way. Take your life for me. Upon hearing this, the man became infuriated. He directly cast a secret technique and his cultivation level climbed, turning into the peak chi practicing realm in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, the other man was also not willing to show weakness, and immediately used a secret method to similarly advance to the peak of chi practicing. Kid, if you admit defeat now, you might still have a chance to escape. Otherwise don't blame me for being hot-handed and merciless. The young man at the head gave a hideous smile. When Yi Tian heard this, the corner of his mouth surfaced with a color of contempt and said disdainfully, just two pieces of trash. You think you can take me down? Humph. Seek death. The two were completely enraged and directly joined forces to launch an attack towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian wielded the blazing sun sword to meet the enemy, and the three of them quickly tangled together. The three silhouettes crisscrossed the jungle, fighting with exceptional ferocity. Yi Tian fought one against two with ease and did not show any signs of defeat. Instead, the two men were at a gradual disadvantage. After all, Yi Tian possessed an earth soldier and his physical strength was extremely strong, plus the advantage in realm was enough to make up for this deficiency. As a result, although the two tried their best to suppress each other, they ultimately remained futile. Suddenly, Yi Tian seized an opportunity and swept a whip leg onto a man's abdomen. At once, the man screamed miserably and staggered back. Die! Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Yi Tian took advantage of the situation and once again lashed out with a whip leg. Chapter 52 Disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect. That young man's face suddenly changed. Too late to avoid. Directly panic subconsciously shot to resist. Under Yi Tian's thunderous attack, his arm instantly broke, blood sprayed out, and his entire body was viciously blasted down. Big brother, seeing that he was heavily injured, the pupils of the man on the side suddenly shrunk, his face filled with fear. He never expected that the two of them would make a joint effort, but they still couldn't help each other and were destroyed one after another. At this moment, their faces were pale and ashen, and cold sweat was seeping from their foreheads. This guy is so strong? Scumbag, you're still saying this without blushing or gasping. Yi Tian clasped his fists and sneered. The two sniffed, their bloodshot eyes exploding with murderous intent. It seems to be saying, if I can kill you, that would naturally be the best. But the two were old enough to not say anything. He just grimaced and stared at Yi Tian with a deadly stare while making a wink. In the next second, they were seen taking a deep breath. The skin all over his body gradually turned into the color of bronze, and there was a hint of fluorescence floating around. What's wrong with these two? Still transforming? Yi Tian was not only a bit puzzled when he saw this scene. However, it was clear that the two were in an unusual state at the moment. Right at this moment, Yi Tian sensed that the other party's aura surged. At the very least, it was up to the first level of foundation establishment. Ha ha! The two of them laughed maniacally, their eyes filled with a thick color of bloodlust. They nodded at each other and suddenly rushed towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was a little wary, but not fearful. In the next moment, Yi Tian shifted his feet and swayed his body, bypassing the opponent's encirclement at an extremely fast speed. Only an ear-piercing air-breaking sound could be heard, followed by a harsh and powerful wind blowing. The long swords clashed and sparks erupted as Yi Tian smoothly chopped off his opponent's weapon. Before he could rejoice, however, the man's other dagger cut through his clothes. There was a crisp ringing sound. The sharp tip of the knife penetrated through Yi Tian's shoulder, leaving a hideous bloody gash that was shocking to the eyes. Yi Tian frowned and looked down at the wound. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Just now he was too careless, resulting in the injury. Kid, you're dead. Seeing this scene, a man laughed hideously. You seek death. Yi Tian's eyes were scarlet as he radiated monstrous killing intent within his body. He was truly enraged. These people wanted to kill him if they didn't move. Did they really think he was easy to bully? He revolved the Sun True Scripture and frantically urged the aura in his body. In an instant, infinite spiritual energy surged within the Dantian, pouring into Yi Tian's 5 viscera, 6 bowels and 8 odd meridians. Accompanied by a roar, Yi Tian's eyes were as red as blood. His muscles bulged like gnarled dragons, and his aura climbed. At the same time, he held the blazing sun sword. His body was like a ghost, and he instantly pounced. Yi Tian slashed with his sword and went straight for the opposite man's head. The other party couldn't avoid it at all and was directly split in half by the sword. Immediately after that, Yi Tian did not hesitate to swing his sword across and cut another person off at the waist. Rubbish, also presuming to kill me? Yi Tian shook his head with a cold smile, raised his hand to collect the 2 storage bags, and turned around to swipe in the direction of the Tai Holy Land. He now needed a safe and aura-rich place to retreat and cultivate. Only then would he be able to reach the peak of Qi refining as soon as possible, and break through to the foundation establishment stage using the Jasper Cold Lotus from the outside. After all, he was only at the 5th level of Qi refining now, and was still a few realms short of the foundation establishment stage. Yi Tian did not return to the Tai sect's headquarters, but instead chose to head to a nearby valley, prepared to try to break through the minor realms with the help of a strategically located environment. However, before he could get close to the valley, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching rapidly. Someone is coming. Noticing this, Yi Tian's face was overjoyed. In the next instant, A black aura whistled and landed in front of Yi Tian, blocking his path of retreat. Yi Tian, you're really here. Looking at the man in front of him, Yi Tian was confused. Why were so many people looking for him? The point was that counting the two just now, these were people he hadn't seen at all. Stop! What are you here for? Yi Tian waved his hand and looked at the man in front of him with a guarded face. The other party was stout and robust, and his body exuded a strong fury. Clearly not a good person. He. The other party grinned and said, "My name is Zhou Xian, from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Aren't you some immortal emperor's son? I'm going to challenge you today." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Challenge me?" He knew about the 10,000 Beasts sect, the number one force in the Golden Tripod Dao state, but his Great Yen domain was 108,000 miles away from the Golden Tripod Dao state. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but curse. So damn sick. I concede. Yi Tian waved his hand in a very barefaced manner. Since they had no grudges, there was no need to fight. Besides, he was in a hurry to return to the sect to cultivate. Hey, admit defeat? You have to fight to find out. Zhou Xian let out a sardonic smile and clenched his right hand into a fist as a pale yellow aura converged. Immediately after that, he swung his fist violently. Running thunder fist. The fist wind whistled, mixed with a faint arc of electricity, and attacked towards Yi Tian head-on. Crap! You're fucking playing for real. Seeing the other party make a move, Yi Tian was startled and his figure retreated rapidly. However, although he was fast, he was much slower than the running thunder fist. In the blink of an eye, the wind of the fist was approaching his body. A muffled sound came as the fist grazed his chest and slammed into the ground. The huge impact caused him to take several steps back, and with a sweetness in his throat, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Tian, don't think that if you don't make a move, I will stay back. Zhou Xian attacked again. His punches were domineering and powerful. This one stuck to him like a dog's paw and was annoying as hell. Grass! You're fucking done. Yi Weather blew up. He really hadn't messed with the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This was simply unreasonable. As the words fell, he directly executed the thunderflame palm to slap out. Rumble! A ball of scorching flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping Zhou Xian and searing his torso. Ah! Zhou Xian screamed miserably, and his entire figure flew out backwards, smashing heavily into a giant tree and fainting instantly. Finally relieved, Yi Tian sighed lightly. These guys, one was more difficult than the other. Immediately, Yi Tian did not dare to delay. First return to the clan, or else these people alone annoyed him to death. His figure shifted and disappeared into a wisp of residual shadow. At the same time, within the Tai Holy Land, in the main peak hall, only to see all the elders gathered together, discussing with a solemn face. Gentlemen, how is the investigation going? A short and fat white-robed elder asked in a deep voice. The third elder shook his head and said with a grave expression. Second elder, let's not talk about all that for now. I've heard that Yin Hall's people have already arrived at the Xian domain. The crowd froze, and a flash of worry appeared on their faces. Just how much trouble has this kid gotten into? Directly letting people come to his door. Chapter 53 Yin Temple's doorstep. The second elder, who had always looked down on Yi Tian, was even angrier at this moment. He said while gritting his teeth, Yin Hall is the number one force in the Great Yin domain. There are 3 saints alone. It's so powerful that it's said that even some of the top forces are afraid of it. Let's hurry up and hand this kid over. What are you saying? Do we have to hand over our own disciples when others come looking for trouble? Then who would dare to join my Tai Holy Land in the future? The manly fairy sitting next to the patriarch couldn't sit still when she heard the second elder's words. Her beautiful eyes glared as she rebuked in a stern tone. Furthermore, even if Yi Tian had committed a huge mistake, it should still be disposed of by this seat's decision. It's not your turn to intervene. As the second saint of the Tai Holy Land, Fairy Manhwa naturally spoke with weight. Humph! Yi Tian has committed such a monstrous crime. How can he be forgiven? The second elder snorted coldly. Manhwa Fairy's willow brows frowned tightly as she said coldly. Then you tell me what heinous crime Yi Tian has committed? The second elder bristled and said angrily with a look of hatred. He relies on the fact that he's a disciple of the Tai Holy Land. He's arrogant and domineering. He doesn't know the heights of heaven. He's simply guilty of an unforgivable crime. Do you dare to say that you haven't heard the rumors from the outside world? This brat broke the human heart and even deliberately victimized others. Shouldn't he be punished? Just as the two sides were arguing, a deacon suddenly rushed in from outside. Report! Seeing this scene, the patriarch signaled the other party to speak. Reporting to patriarch, the Yin Palace of the Great Yin Domain is visiting and has already arrived outside the Holy Land. Hearing the deacon's words, the second elder immediately opened his mouth to mock. Look, was I right? Definitely here to find Yi Tian. You fart. Manhwa Fairy was equally unwilling to show weakness. I know Yi Tian's character the best, even if he loves to brag. He definitely wouldn't act like this. Then why did they come? The second elder angrily questioned, then turned to the patriarch. Please be clear. Patriarch, this matter is definitely not an empty cave. It is definitely because Yi Tian killed people to seize the treasure. Empty or not, there is always such a thing that exists. Alright, you guys stop bickering. The visitor is a guest. Make contact with the other party first, the patriarch said with a wave of his hand. Although he was also skeptical, there was no way. Yi Tian was their Tai Holy Land disciple. Even if he wanted to take it away, there had to be a statement before he could do so. Moreover, Yi Tian was not even in the sect right now. I do think that this matter isn't that simple. The Yan Palace isn't just looking for someone. I'm afraid it has another purpose. The third elder stroked his beard and said in a low voice. Third master, are you saying? Seeing the third elder nodding his head in agreement, the second elder's expression changed slightly. Then he said coldly, I'd like to see what these assholes really want. Outside the Tai sacred land, the Yan Palace's flying boat paused in the void. Only Duanmu Chen as well as the Duanmu Longhua duo were among them. Father, what do you think? If that boy doesn't forgive us? Duanmu Longhua asked with some concern. To say that he wasn't afraid would be a lie. 3 Taishang elders, they were done in by someone else with a single blow. Those were all veteran saints, at least walking to the 3rd level of cultivation or higher. Just ask if you're scared. Hey, don't worry. For these people of theirs, face and face should still be fine as long as they are given in place to obtain a forgiveness. Besides, there's no need for people to expend effort for us. If they wanted to slaughter the clan, they probably did it then. Compared to Duanmu Longhua, Duanmu Chen was still relatively calm. After all, it wasn't so bad that the group of old monsters would send out a strong enemy for him. The two of them, father and son, had just descended not long ago when they saw hundreds of people standing at the mountain gate in front of them. Each of them exuded extremely strong aura fluctuations, and it was clearly the patriarch, Man Miao, and the others, and there were even a few half-step saints among them. I believe this is Yan Hall's Duanmu Hall master? The patriarch clasped his fists and arched his hands, greeting him with a smile and said in a gentle manner, please enter the clan for a moment. However, Duanmu Chen didn't go in, but opened his mouth to ask, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Fairy Yuhua has already reached Saint, while I'm still at returning to the first. Joining the clan is not necessary. I don't know that one is Yi Tian's master. Hearing Duanmu Chen inquire about Yi Tian's master, Patriarch Yuhua Fairy instantly revealed a bitter smile. Truly what one fears comes to pass. Brother Duanmu doesn't know. Yi Tian isn't in the sect, but has gone out to practice and hasn't returned so far. So why don't you take a short rest first, and when he comes back, I will definitely give you an explanation. Not at the clan? Not back yet? Duanmu Chen was stunned, then sighed softly, a hint of disappointment flashing under his eyes. He was still thinking of hurrying to apologize and leave quickly when he was done, but he didn't think that Yi Tian hadn't actually come back yet. Ugh, in that case, excuse me, Brother Duanmu please. The patriarch brought them inside a gazebo. Duanmu Chen looked around and realized that there weren't too many disciples in the sect, and they seemed to be closed for cultivation. This struck him as odd and he couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Fairy Yuhua, how come all the disciples of your sect have gone to cultivate, unlike the usual lively scene? Hearing this, the Yuhua fairy gave an awkward smile and said, cough cough, it's not because it's almost time for the 3000 roads meeting, so everyone is preparing for the battle with all their might, hoping to achieve an excellent ranking in the grand competition and seize the opportunity. So, that's how it is. Duanmu Chen nodded thoughtfully, and then he glanced at Duanmu Longhua behind him. Then we'll stay for now. When Yi Tian returns, please tell me and the others at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already arrived in the middle of the Xian domain. Looking at the familiar towns and streets, a faint smile surfaced on Yi Tian's face. Xian domain. Finally back again. I wonder who I'll run into first this time. Yi Tian muttered as he swept towards the Tai Holy Land with his feet on the blazing sun sword. He knew very well that the Tai Holy Land was still very famous among the Xian domain as an emerging force. Therefore, in the Xian domain, he could have no scruples, and unless there was an ungrateful one who messed with him, he didn't have to think about his safety and security. Yi Tian had an unobstructed journey, heading straight to the Tai Holy Land. It didn't take long for him to approach the mountain gate of the Tai Holy Land. From afar, he was able to see clouds and mist drifting over the peaks of the Tai sacred ground, and vaguely, he could see the shadows of some palaces and platforms, which were obviously what the buildings looked like. However, Yi Tian's eyebrows raised. One could only see a dense crowd gathered in the square at the foot of the Tai Holy Land. What's going on here? It's not time to recruit disciples either? Yi Tian thought darkly. Something's not right, and even if he recruits again, there's no reason to attract so many people. Could it be that something big has happened in the Tai Holy Land? Chapter 54 Yi with a thought. Yi Tian immediately landed on the ground with his sword and slowly squeezed towards the very center of the crowd. The more he squeezed inside, the murmurs from around him gradually grew louder. Have you guys heard about this? The people from Yen Yen Hall have already come over, saying that Yi Tian killed someone's core disciple. Cut. This kind of news has been circulating as early as a month ago, and I even heard that Yi Tian pitted the son of someone's hall master to death. What? The son of the hall master? I remember that Duanmu Longhua is a heavenly pride who is at the peak of qi refining and one step away from foundation establishment. If we can't say that we were pitted to death by Yi Tian listened to the words coming from his ears. A black line surfaced on his brain. So damn able to pass ah. How come they don't preach themselves to be holy lords anymore? Moreover, all of these disciples are also inner disciples, at least in the qi refining stage cultivation. I really don't know how to think that the 3000 roads meeting will start soon. These people are like old men and women. Talking gossip here. Seems like gossip is appealing at all times. Yi Tian lamented a sentence, but suddenly he heard someone behind him open his mouth and shout. Yi Tian turned around. Yi your mom's head Yi, get out. In the middle of the sect's main hall, Yi Tian looked at Fairy Yuhua who was sitting in the main seat. Beautiful patriarch. I really didn't kill anyone. And didn't I explain that it was that kid who robbed me first? I was just defending myself. But without waiting for him to continue, the second elder interrupted him. Yi Tian, by now you're still talking tough. Go apologize to the others right away. If not, the rules of the clan will be dealt with. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth and lazily slumped down on the chair, crossing his legs and said, why should I be told to apologize? It's only right for that bastard to rob me first. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the crowd all snorted coldly. Patriarch Yuhua rubbed his head with some headaches, his eyes skimming over to Ferryman Miao, as if to say, this is your disciple, so you can take care of it yourself. Yi Tian, let me ask you, did you or did you not kill the disciples of Yin Yin Temple? Only then did Yi Tian sit up straight when he heard his master teacher ask. I did kill people, but they came to kill me first, so I can't just stand there and let people kill me, can I? After all, you're the one who killed the man, and you have to take responsibility for it, understand? Yi Tian frowned. By what right do you rely on me? By now you still dare to be tough. Today I'll let you know what is meant by sect rules. The second elder suddenly let out a stern cry. His hands rapidly pinched, and a spirit light shot out. In the next moment, several illusory runes steeply coalesced in the air, emitting a shocking pressure. Kneel down for the old man. With the second elder's roar, several two illusory talismans exploded and turned into a ray of light that came straight at Yi Tian. Damn old clapper, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yi Tian let out a low curse as he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it out fiercely towards the void. A dull roar suddenly erupted, and those illusory talismans instantly crumbled. At the same time, the entire hall violently trembled twice before regaining its calm. However, this was not Yi Tian's doing, only to see that the manly fairy had stood in front of Yi Tian at some point. Second elder, aren't you going a bit overboard? This seat said, my disciples, I will handle them. When is it your turn to discipline them? As she said this, a flash of anger flashed through the manly fairy's eyes. Even if Yi Tian was bad in any way, it was still her Manhwa's disciple, and now an outsider kept talking about it. Anyone else would be angry, not to mention that Manhwa fairy was still protective of her character. At this time even if Yi Tian made a mistake, she would never allow others to accuse him in the slightest. As expected, after hearing Fairy Manhwa's questioning, the second elder was instantly dumbfounded and stammered for half a day without uttering any retort. Although the two of them did not deal with each other, it was more or less unreasonable for him to keep targeting Yi Tian now. I heard that Yi Tian has returned. Suddenly, a man's voice came from outside the hall. In the next moment, Duanmu Chen's figure was seen slowly walking in from outside the hall. Yuhua fairy, please bear with me for coming here uninvited. The Yuhua patriarch frowned at his words, a flash of scorn in his eyes, but more than anything else, he was wary. Gentlemen, I think you've misunderstood. I'm here to ask for Mr. Ye's forgiveness. Duanmu Chen looked at Yi Tian with a bright smile, not caring in the slightest about Yi Tian's icy gaze, still saying in a pleasant manner. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Duanmu Chen for a while before suddenly snorting. Oh, Duanmu Chen, you're so humorous. Duanmu Chen's face froze, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. The rest of the elders also looked shocked and puzzled. The ones who were doing this were all human savants who had lived for hundreds of years, and from Duanmu Chen's words just now, It wasn't hard to hear that he didn't seem to dare to offend Yi Tian. That, we were wrong about my son and disciple. Please forgive Mr. Yi. Duanmuchen exhaled deeply and said in a sincere tone. The Yuhua patriarch and the other elders froze for a moment at his words, and then they looked at Yi Tian with shock on their faces. Although he didn't know what Yi Tian had done, just this attitude of Duanmuchen was simply unbelievable. Soon, though, they focused on something else. Since the Duanmu clan had gone soft, then Yi Tian should have agreed, right? Yi Tian smiled contemptuously. Since you guys are so polite, I am not an unreasonable person. But just talking about it is not the demeanor that Temple Master Duanmu should have, right? Hearing this, Duanmuchen hurriedly took out a bunch of spirit pills from his storage ring. Yan Yang flower, bone-splitting and reinforcing pill, true inferno stone. Looking at the pile of things in front of them, Fairy Yuhua and the others were confused. And even Fairy Man Miao stared at this disciple of hers somewhat inquisitively. Mr. Yi, these are the greatest treasures of this temple. I don't know. To be honest, Duanmuchen was a bit worried. After all, Yi Tian's sister was a sage at the 5th level or above. Then the strength behind him might actually be an immortal emperor. He was now afraid that Yi Tian would not be able to look at these things and thus tell his family. At that time, even if he lost the entire Yin Yin palace to it, he was afraid that it would not be enough. In that case, I'll take it. Seeing these treasures, Yi Tian was secretly happy in his heart. But on the surface, he was unperturbed. Perhaps when no one is off limits, that any treasure will be delivered to his hand if he wants it. But now he doesn't want to go back and has to get them on his own. So they are still a big help to him. Now that there were still 2 months left before the 3000 Roads meeting, it was just the right time to utilize these resources to quickly raise his cultivation. Then thank you, Sir Yi. I will have my canine son and disciple apologize to you personally after some time. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Duanmuchen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took out another jade tablet and handed it to Yi Tian. Prince Yi, this is the token of our Great Yen Domain's Yin Yin Hall. In the future, when you arrive at the Great Yen Domain, holding the token will help you no matter if you're purchasing items or otherwise. Oh, I'll take it then. Yi Tian received the jade tablet and looked at it, then put it away with a smile. Chapter 55, The Eve of the Taoist Meeting. Okay? I've taken your stuff. Now can you go? Duanmuchen nodded at his words. Then I won't bother you much. After saying that, he even bowed to Yi Tian to thank him before turning to the Yuhua patriarch. I hope Fairy Yuhua will bear with me if I disturb much at these points. With that said, he didn't linger any longer and turned around and walked straight to the gate. Wait! Seeing Duanmuchen about to leave, Yi Tian suddenly shouted. Oh, does Mr. Yi have any other orders? Duanmuchen turned his head to look at Yi Tian and said with a puzzled expression. No, it's just that I remember that there seems to be a technique called Yin Yin Bastard Body in the Yin Yin Palace. Right, and it just so happens that I'm cultivating my body right now. Duanmuchen froze for a moment, then pulled out a merit law from his storage ring. It's our Yin Yin Palace's honor to let Duki cultivate, so feel free to ask if you need anything in the future. Receiving the gongfu, Yi Tian nodded. Duanmuchen turned around and walked away, stopping within a few steps. By the way, please ask Mr. Yi to give your sister our regards. Farewell. After saying that, Duanmuchen left without looking back. While Yi Tian watched him leave, the others were not calm, especially those elders led by the second elder. Duanmuchen actually compensated Yi Tian like a lapdog? Ahem. That, since the matter has been resolved, old man will also retire. After saying that, the second elder coughed dryly twice and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the hall. The rest of the elders chimed in, and in an instant, all the elders in the hall left. Let's go too. The manly fairy pulled Yi Tian's arm and turned around to walk out. When the two of them walked out of the great hall, the manly fairy couldn't help herself. Could it be that you really are the immortal emperor's son? Yi Tian looked at her in surprise. What else? The manly fairy was speechless. She thought Yi Tian was pretending. After all, the immortal emperor's son couldn't be too disgraced in any way. But now it seemed that it wasn't like that at all. I'm sorry, but I realized you're good. I just didn't believe you. Oh, master, I've told you. I'm the son of the immortal emperor, from no man's land. Have you forgotten where I saved you? Yi Tian shook his head and lost his smile. The manly fairy sighed and then waved her hand at Yi Tian, signaling him to leave. After Yi Tian left, a figure appeared by the side of the manly fairy, and it was none other than the Yuhua fairy. Senior sister, do you think it's a blessing or a curse to have the immortal emperor's son in our clan? Looking at the departing Yi Tian's back, immortal Yuhua was silent for a long time in thought, and finally shook her head bitterly. Yi Tian didn't care what other people thought. He was currently sitting on top of a mountain peak, quietly comprehending the Yin Yin hegemony body. This yin-yang bastard body was a fire-type method, but because of the special way of cultivation, it was necessary to possess a fire-type spirit body, and his golden crow supreme body was a top-notch fire physique. Together with the immortal emperor bloodline, he was very sensitive to the fire attribute, so he cultivated the yin-yang hegemony body with half the effort. In just half a day's time, his cultivation had already increased to the third layer of the yin-yang bastard body, and the strength of his physical body had already been reached. According to Yi Tian's estimation, based on the strength of his physical body alone, he could even fight against Foundation establishment. Phew! After running the yin-yang hegemony body for several weeks, Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Spinning around, he opened his eyes to look into the distance. Worthy of being a top-notch dharma. In just half a day the effect is even more pronounced than my usual practice. It seems that my cultivation is on the verge of breaking through the 7th level of qi refining. Although the realm was only 1 foot short of the threshold, Yi Tian was still very clear about his state and was afraid that it would not be that easy to advance. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, with enough resources to support him, he wanted to see if he could logically advance to the 8th level of qi refining, and the consumption of this retreat was also extremely huge. Pills, spirit stones, crystals, spirit herbs, and various other precious resources piled up, allowing his cultivation level to increase quite a bit. At the same time, he also sensed a hint of a bottleneck, which was why he was prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to make an impact. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening ringing that entered his mind, Yi Tian trembled, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's a breakthrough, the 8th level of qi refining. Moreover, Yi Tian realized that after his cultivation level was stabilized, the spiritual energy within his body had become more active. This should be due to my breakthrough. After murmuring a low sentence, Yi Tian stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, and the whole person was instantly much more comfortable. Immediately afterward, he swept towards the manly fairy's cave with a brisk pace. On the way, he heard a lot about him. You guys are saying that Yi Tian is really the son of an immortal emperor? I'll go. How can that be? If he wants to be the son of an immortal emperor, how can he be cultivating in the Tai Holy Land? Shoo, keep your voice down. If he hears us, I'm afraid we're both going to have bad luck today. Alas, I didn't expect the Yi family to actually have a son of an immortal emperor surviving. How come we haven't found out anything at all? Who knows? But this Yi Tian is kind of a strange one. It's said that when he first entered the sect he was just a mere mortal, but now he has grown to such a level that it's simply unbelievable. Yi Tian listened to the disciples on the road talking about themselves and muttered in his heart. Why did he feel that the more the rumor spread, the more chaotic it became? But he didn't care too much. When he arrived at the Man Miao Fairy's cave, he opened his mouth. Master, when do I leave for the Middle Dao State? Man Miao Fairy was sitting in the gazebo drinking tea and glanced up at Yi Tian and said, I'm going to wait 2 more days for you to consolidate your realm before I take you to the Middle Dao State, lest you get into danger. Master, don't worry. The apprentice can still protect himself. Besides, speaking here, he suddenly mysteriously came closer to the Manmere Fairy and said, I'm the son of the immortal emperor. Could it be that there's still someone who dares to make a move against me? After seeing the manly fairy nod her head, Yi Tian continued, I've heard that there are quite a few beautiful women in the Middle Dao State. He. My disciple will get you an apprentice grandson. Fuck off. What kind of nonsense is going on in your dead kid's head? Man Miao Fairy glared fiercely at Yi Tian and said after an angry rebuke, hurry up and pack up and get lost. Stinking like a beggar. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian awkwardly scratched his head and then obediently went about his business. On the other hand, a cliff somewhere in Midway State, electricity flashed and thunder roared here, and endless spiritual energy began to converge here. Ha ha, well, I didn't expect that I would be able to break through to the peak of the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. A rosy-cheeked teenager laughed wildly up in the air. Congratulations young lord on your successful foundation building. Congratulations young lord on your successful foundation building. The teenager waved his hand, and immediately a man came over. Has anything happened in the meantime? The man sniffed and recounted what had happened recently. The immortal emperor's son? How is that possible? Are those people in the Great Yin domain stupid? Chapter 56, Provocation of the Heavenly Demon Hall. At the top of a certain immortal mountain, a young girl in a white robe slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. You mean there's a teenager claiming to be from no man's land? Yes, holy maiden. Shall we go and explore? The young woman frowned and considered for a moment before shaking her head lightly and saying, since there are other forces meddling in, don't worry about it for the time being. After this matter is over, I'll personally make a trip to the uninhabited Forbidden Zone. Inside the Tai Holy Land, above the square, all the core disciples of the Tai Holy Land were all standing here. Gentlemen, last time our Tai Holy Land finished in 5th place, so I hope you'll work harder this time. In the past 15 years, many sects have exploded with stunning and exceptional celestial pride. I hope that our Tai sacred ground will also be able to give birth to such a character. I hope that everyone will not fail to live up to the sect leader's expectations and cultivation of us. I honor the teachings of the patriarch, the crowd said in unison. Well, I'm sure my eyes can never be wrong, and you will certainly prove that I'm not wrong about anyone. Saying that, Immortal Yu Hua turned around and stepped onto the flying boat. The crowd, on the other hand, was thrilled and excited. It was as if they had seen their own rise to power. Yi Tian was also standing in the middle of the crowd. His face was grave and his heart was full of fighting spirit. He will not lose. Absolutely will not lose to anyone. Shoo! A stream of light sped from the distance. Seeing this, the crowd looked sideways. This is? When that light landed, everyone's pupils shrunk violently. This was because it was actually a giant chariot, silver-white in color, emitting an aura of ancient vicissitudes, especially on top of the flying boat. There was also a dragon and phoenix pattern engraved. The people of the Tai Holy Land instantly recognized that this was clearly a flying boat. Above the flying boat, one could only see that Ferryman Meow and the other elders were also on it. Come on up. With a greeting from Ferryman Meow, the crowd boarded the flying boat. An arcane and powerful fluctuation swept out, and the flying boat instantly rose up into the air, turning into a streak of light that cut across the sky. Hiss! Looking at the departing flying boat, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This flying boat is too exaggerated, isn't it? Above the flying boat, Yi Tian also curiously surveyed. Master, so you guys will be going too? I thought only us disciples would be going. He turned his head to look at the manly fairy on the side and said, I naturally have to participate in this kind of event, the manly fairy said indifferently. Although she didn't ask about external affairs, it didn't mean that she didn't have ears, and she had already known about the matters of the Tai Holy Land for a long time. And this trip to the Middle Dao State was also to help the disciples find their chance. After all, Yi Tian was her disciple. Alright, when you arrive, make sure you keep a low profile for me and put away that play you made earlier. Understand? She commanded in a serious tone. Master, I know. Yi Tian skimmed his lips in response. He said so on his lips, but to him points were cultivation. So how could he possibly give up such a good opportunity to gain points? He didn't even dare to imagine that by the time the strongest of the major powers were present, and if he introduced himself then, he was afraid that it would be at least a few 100,000 points, right? And he had tested it. The system would only award points if telling the truth caused the crowd's emotions to fluctuate. People like the current Tai sacred ground were simply indifferent to his words, so the points gained were getting less and less. However, very quickly, Yi Tian's attention was drawn to the scene outside the flying boat, only to see that above the dome of the sky, a vast river crossed the void, stretching for tens of thousands of miles away, looking extremely shocking. This should be Nanjiang, Yi Tian muttered. The South River was a river that traversed the entirety of dozens of great domains. Above the South River there is a bridge connecting the two sides. This bridge is called the Heavenly Staircase and is said to be a magic weapon. There were heady formations laid on top of the Heavenly Ladder, with one appearing every 100 feet, and one only had to pass through this formation to reach the Middle Dao State. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there was a time when an expert of the transitional robbery realm forced his way through the gate and was ultimately suppressed and blown away by the Heavenly Ladder. Ha! This is a flying boat. Ha! Could it be from another clan? Hee, what do you kid know? This is the battle boat of the Tai Holy Land. The leader of this term is definitely the Tai Holy Land. Worthy of being a holy land, even the flying boat is a top-notch magic weapon. It's worth a lot. The surrounding passing cultivators saw the war boat and talked about it. It's just a fallen holy land. My heavenly demon hall will destroy it with my hand. Within the heavenly demon hall, the heavenly demon hall master had a haughty look on his face, and his eyes were filled with rich scorn and disdain. Old devil feather, don't speak too slowly. As a saint, Immortal Yu Hua naturally heard the words from the opposite side and immediately made a sarcastic remark. Yu Hua, our heavenly demon hall has 3 disciples of the Foundation Establishment realm. What are you going to compete with us? This time, I'm afraid that our heavenly demon hall will be able to change its name to Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Ha. Listening to the words of the heavenly demon hall master, Fairy Yuhua's face was gloomy and uncertain. Tai's sacred ground is now green and yellow, and among the current disciples only Lin Ao dust broke through the Foundation Establishment stage, coupled with the fact that the previous patriarch and the supreme elder were in seclusion. So gradually those once first-class forces began to eye their Tai's sacred ground's location. Try it then. Immortal Yu Hua snorted coldly and directly expelled the images from her mind. Heavenly Ladder. I, Tai Holy Land, am determined to obtain it. Immortal Yu Hua's eyes flickered with a refined aura. This time, I'm going to make the Tai sacred ground completely dominate. Boom! Just then, the flying boat suddenly shook violently and a loud noise came out. The earth beneath the flying boat directly crumbled, and countless rocks rolled down in all directions. What happened? Did it encounter a demonic beast attack? Sensing the change below the flying boat, the crowd panicked. Yi Tian's heart was also beating wildly as he immediately walked to the edge of the deck to check the situation. The results surprised him, only to see that below, there was a huge behemoth that was charging towards the flying boat. Sinful animal! How dare you! A murderous intent flashed in Immortal Yu Hua's eyes, and immediately, a giant sword silhouette that was 100 feet long coalesced in the air. Chop! Accompanying her words, the huge sword directly slashed at the behemoth. Rumble! A huge explosion rang out. Endless flames shot out in all directions, and smoke filled the air. After the smoke and dust cleared, the behemoth also disappeared, and in its place was a deep pit. Obviously, that demonic beast had already gone up in smoke just now. Seeing this scene, the crowd was relieved and shocked at the same time. Was this the power of a saint? With a casual strike, even a demonic beast of the 8th rank could be killed with a single blow. Humph, don't know how to die. Looking at the situation below, the Tai Holy Land crowd was filled with disdainful sneers. A demonic beast of a mere 8th rank would not be able to block the sovereign's attack. Chapter 57, the strongest disciple of the 5 Holy Lands. However, right at this moment, the voice of the heavenly demon hall master came once again. Fairy Yu Hua's power has not diminished. I didn't expect that she had actually broken through to the 4th heaven of saints. I'm afraid it won't be long before I step into the Tao of chopping. Immortal Yu Hua's face remained unchanged when she heard this. Yes, but this time I'm afraid that your heavenly demon hall's name change is hopeless. After saying that, she didn't linger and signaled the elders to pilot the flying boat and rushed out. Instead, the heavenly demon hall master had a sneer on his face as he looked at the flying boat that turned into streams of light, killing intent surging in his eyes. Demon meteor, remember, when you meet the people from the Tai Holy Land at that time, don't hold back. Your Highness, Devil Meteor, a disciple of the heavenly devil hall, respectfully replied. Meanwhile, the people on the flying boat were all looking at the scene in front of them with immense excitement. It was the first stop they made when they set foot in the Midway State. Somewhere in the middle of the Midway State in a barren land. Roar! Suddenly an angry whistle came from the distance. Ha ha ha, this time, it will be the time when I make a name for myself. Immediately after that, a group of silhouettes quickly rushed towards this place. The group wore animal skins and exuded an air of desolation, their muscles bulging with wild power. If someone was here, they would have recognized their clothes. It was because they were none other than the disciples of the Barbarian Wasteland sect, a first-rate power in the northern wasteland continent. Each and every one of them was a body refiner born with divine power, and their fighting strength was terrifying. Hurry up and chase after them. We definitely can't let the other sects get there first. The man at the head of the group opened his mouth and drank, and the savage wasteland sect disciples behind him quickly chased after him. Master, I really don't mess around. It's not easy to come out. Can I make some friends? Yi Tian looked at the manly fairy in a very aggravated manner. Yi Tian wanted to sneak out when they arrived just now, but Man Meow Fairy directly stopped him, fearing that he would go out and cause trouble. There's no need. The people from the 3000 Dao Pavilion will come to greet us later, and there will also be a banquet before the start of the Dao meeting, so you'll be able to meet the other forces' heavenly prides at that time, the manly fairy slowly said. Although she was calm on the surface, she was actually extremely worried on the inside. After all, her Tai Holy Land's current strength was simply not comparable to the other 4 Holy Lands. Now she only hoped that the heavenly pride of the other Holy Lands at the Dao conference would not bully her Tai Holy Land disciple. Ugh! Yi Tian sighed and helplessly followed the manly fairy away. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an overpowering and extreme air-breaking sound rang out, only to see a group of people mounted on demonic beasts quickly rushing towards the flying boat where Yi Tian and the others were. This is someone from the Imperial Beast Holy Land. Not bad. They specialize in raising spirit beasts and practice the Imperial Beast art of the Imperial Beast Holy Land. Not only is their fighting strength strong, but the demonic beasts on their hips are even more powerful. Seeing these people, the surrounding passing cultivators avoided them, not daring to stop them. The Royal Beast Sanctuary? A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. It should be said that it was too damn handsome, especially the white-clothed young man at the front riding a one-horned dragon colt, a head of green silk flowing, coupled with uncommon strength. If it were to be changed to modern times, it would definitely be many girls' Prince Charming. I'll have to get a ride on one later. Yi Tian secretly resolved in his heart that he would not allow others to be more capable of pretending than him. Soon, this team from the Imperial Beast Holy Land crossed over the flying boat from the Tai Holy Land and left straight away. And after that Imperial Beast Holy Land's team, there was a team that sped past almost every 5 or 6 kilometers. See, these are the teams from the other two great Holy Lands, the Tianxian Holy Land and the Wanfa Holy Land. Seeing these teams, Yi Tian couldn't help but have a touch of excitement rise in his eyes. Points. Points. That's a lot of fucking points. He had dreamed of this kind of scene in his dreams, not realizing that it was finally coming true now. With the passage of time, there was still one last day before the start of the dojo. All of the sects and holy places in the 3000 Dao states had all converged on the middle Dao state, and today was the banquet of the 3000 Dao pavilion before opening the 3000 Dao state competition. The entire scene was magnificent, with countless strengths, both large and small, all arranged in place, so it could be said to be grander than any of the sessions. Even those pavilion elders in the 3000 Dao pavilion came out. Welcome to the celebration organized by the 3000 Paths Pavilion. In addition to the wine and food served to you at today's dinner, there is likewise an announcement. The 3000 Dao Pavilion will select a group of outstanding disciples to enter the middle Dao state to practice. I won't even go into the rules of the Dao Society. You can ask the division leaders yourselves. Just relax today. The Dao Society will officially open tomorrow. A pavilion elder of the 3000 Dao Pavilion stood on top of the high platform and spoke. Hearing the words of the pavilion elder, everyone present was excited. Who wouldn't want to take the rewards of the 3000 Dao Pavilion? And if they were chosen to enter the Dao Pavilion to practice, they might be able to soar to the heavens. Master, are there any benefits to entering the Dao Pavilion and practicing? He looked at Fairy Mania and asked impatiently. Of course there are benefits. Back then your master I also entered inside to practice. The techniques and martial arts inside the Dao Pavilion are the top of the line in the 3000 Dao states. And there's also a saint's inheritance inside, so you need to work hard as well. The manly fairy said with a smile, clearly having high hopes for Yi Tian. And all this fell on the eyes of the rest as envy, especially some of the sect disciples. They all knew that Fairyman Miao had a disciple called Yi Tian. It was said to be a disciple personally accepted, but because of his poor qualifications, he was not valued. Humph. It's a shame that a loser can even participate in the celebration. A young girl clad in silver armor who was in the crowd at the moment skimmed her lips in disdain. It was accompanied by a golden python, which looked very powerful and domineering. She was none other than the heavenly daughter of the 5 great sacred grounds Imperial Beast Sacred Grounds, Chu Qingmeng. Not only had her cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, but 2 of the Imperial Beasts under her command were already at the peak of the 3rd order. Moreover, she was carrying a golden python, and her fighting strength was even more formidable. In this Imperial Beast Holy Land, excluding Chu Qingmeng, there was another person who was also known as the strongest disciple of the 5 Holy Lands. This person's name was Xiao 13, a chief disciple of the Tianxian Holy Land, and his talent and strength were all extraordinary. Nowadays, they were all practicing in various places in the 3000 Dao state, so they often gathered together to talk about things in their respective cultivation. A mere waste who claims to be the son of an immortal emperor, not even a foundation builder. Xiao 13 sneered with contempt in his eyes. Brother Xiao is right. What kind of immortal emperor's son is he? He's just a braggart, not capable at all. Another young man in fiery red armor chimed in. He was a disciple of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws, named Nangongyan. I see that this celebration is definitely the Tianxian Holy Land again. Chapter 58, the opening of the Taoist meeting. That's not necessarily true. You've forgotten about the 3000 Dao rankings. It's said that many of the first-class forces' heavenly prides have already risen to the top 10. Besides, there are geniuses from other sects and clans, and the competition will be exceptionally fierce at that time. A burly, dark-skinned youth on the side said in a deep voice. Just then, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly came out of the void. Immediately after that, a purple gold light shot from afar and instantly landed on top of the ring in the center of the Dao Society Square. Gentlemen, I'm not late, am I? After the crowd saw the visitor clearly, they were astonished. Even Yi Tian's side was a bit surprised, only to see 2 figures appear in the center of the square. One tall and sturdy, wearing a suit of armor, the aura emanating from the light flat body as well as the arcs of electricity that flashed across his body from time to time made people shudder. However, what Yi Tian was concerned about was the figure behind him, but it was Wang Daoxian, who had met once before, and the other parties seemed to be mainly aware of them. Scowling at this side, ha ha ha, Brother Lei, I thought you weren't coming this time. Only to see a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe on the side of the Tianxian Holy Land rise from his seat, and Immortal Yuhua similarly got up and headed that way. Who is this man? Yi Tian swept his gaze at Wang Daoxian and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said suspiciously, he is the patriarch of the Royal Thunder Holy Land, Lei Zhentian, and I'm afraid that all his strength has already reached the 6th level of saints. Lin Aoduan's voice came from behind him, and Yi Tian's pupils shrunk violently when he heard it. A Sage 6th layer powerhouse was truly unbelievable. Ha ha, rude. Looking at the several people walking towards him, Lei Zhentian clasped his fists and said, but there was no apologizing in his eyes. Brother Lei is polite. I hope that your Royal Thunder Holy Land will achieve even more brilliant results in the Dao Conference. Fairy Yuhua said as she looked at Lei Zhentian. And while these high-ranking people were talking, the disciples of the sect were all divided into one, having a small group. Wang Daoxian was alone. So naturally, he walked towards the direction where Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust were. How come you're the only one from your Royal Thunder Holy Land to come? The always lonely Lin Ao Dust looked at Wang Daoxian and said, they don't want to come along for the ride. After all. Hey! Wang Daoxian deliberately showed a mysterious expression. What? Has it been refined by your master? Lin Ao Dust looked at Wang Daoxian indifferently. How do you know? Wang Daoxian was a bit surprised because before he came, his master had broken the thunder miasma outside the Holy Land, causing the flying boat that was in the air to suddenly be baptized by the thunder tribulation. It was only because he stood beside Lei Zhentian that he was spared the lightning tribulation, but the other disciples suffered. Still, Yi Tian was a bit speechless. He had also heard of some things about the Royal Thunder Holy Land. All of the sect's disciples cultivated thunder attribute techniques and martial arts. So in order to facilitate the disciples' cultivation, a thunder miasma was opened up outside the sect. I didn't expect this rumor to be true. This Imperial Thunder Holy Land was indeed miserable enough. Forget about me for now. Yi Tian, are you really the son of an immortal emperor? Obviously. Wang Daoxian had also heard a little about Yi Tian's matter, and the other party was staring at him with an astonished expression at the moment. Although Yi Tian was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, he was only a chi refining stage now, not even a foundation establishment. I told you guys a long time ago, I'm really from an uninhabited forbidden area, and I'm also the son of an immortal emperor. If you don't believe me, you'll understand after you see those people from the Yin Yin Palace tomorrow, Yi Tian said with a frank face. Since the other party did not believe him, there was nothing he could do. However, in his heart, he had some good feelings towards this Wang Daoxian. Soon, the banquet also came to the end, and most of the people were superficially polite, but in fact, they were also prying for news. Whose disciples were great and whose disciples were not. The whole thing was an exchange of gossip and tidbits of information. See you tomorrow. Yi Tian saw Man Miao Fairy and the others coming this way and prepared to bid farewell to Wang Daoxian. Who knew that the kid didn't even move, just stood still? It was Lin Ao Dust who replied with a dead fish face. He's the only one in their holy land. Look at what Patriarch Royal Thunder is doing. Yi Tian was a bit confused, but he still looked in the direction where Lei Zhentian was, only to see that the other party was patting his chest and talking to an elder of the 3000 Dao Pavilion. This is the spirit brew I got. Whoever consumes it with aura is a grandson. So, he's staying with us? Yi Tian said with the corner of his mouth twitching. He was a little confused as to what kind of brain circuit this guy had. If you want to hang out with him, do what you want. I don't care anyway. Lin Aoduan skimmed his mouth. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the residence arranged by the Dao Society under the guidance of the Man Miao Fairy and other elders. The night was silent until the sun had just risen the next day when Yi Tian was woken up by a clamor. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes as a surge of spiritual energy burst out. His cultivation had already reached the 8th level of chi refining, and he felt that even if it was a Heaven's Pride level foundation establishment layer he would have the power to fight. With that, Yi Tian pushed the door of the room open and looked towards the compound, only to see that quite a few people had already gathered in the compound. Ha! Isn't this the son of that immortal emperor? Ha ha ha! How dare you come out and disgrace yourself? Yi Tian had just walked into the compound when he met a few disciples from other sects head-on. These 3 people were all foundation builders, but Yi Tian was a bit puzzled. How did these people know about him? Could it be that someone spread the word about him yesterday? However, Yi Tian did not pay any attention to them and walked straight towards the courtyard on the side. Hey, Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the Taoist meeting today, worthy of being the son of an immortal emperor. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't have the slightest intention of ignoring them, those 3 were instantly a bit displeased. One of them shouted mockingly at Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian still ignored them and just walked into the courtyard on his own. Humph, really looking for abuse, but that's good. When the time comes, I'll make you lose with a loss of face. Watching Yi Tian leave, the other 2 said with some bloating. Well, let's not waste time. It's time to get in. And right at that moment, Wang Daoxian, who was on the side, faintly spoke. He then took the lead towards a wide square, while the remaining crowd followed. At this time, many people had already gathered above the square, and one of the locations held the Taiyi Holy Land's token. Yesterday Yi Tian had also heard about the rules of the Taoist meeting. Rules of the 3000 Dao state competition. There are over 1,000 participating sects. All sects in the 3000 Dao state are eligible to participate, but the sects will be ranked according to each other. Such as the clan competition, the top 10 clans compete with each other to determine the ranking. Ranking the top 50 is another level. Ranking the top 100. Ranking the top 300. The top 500. In addition to the clan tournament, there is also an individual tournament. The individual tournament would be more confusing than the clan tournament, and would last for a year. The individual competition, which is a challenge by entering a secret realm and practicing in it, and now about to open, is the individual competition. Chapter 59, Stepping into the Secret Realm. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles. Let my lord try his hand this year. Wang Daoxian enlivened his fists, making clicking noises, with a look of eagerness to try. Che, you still want to take the top 10 just based on you? Dream on. I've heard about it. But yesterday Shao 13 had already said that he was determined to win the top prize in this individual tournament. I don't think that Lin Ao Dust from the Tai Holy Land is simple. He's a sword cultivator and he's strong. I've heard that this Lin Aochen was practicing swordplay since he was a child. His swordplay is superb, and it said that he once killed a cultivator of the same rank in a second with a single move. The crowd was talking. You guys, look. Beside Lin Ao Dust is that so-called immortal emperor's son, Yi Tian? Shouldn't be wrong, just for that snooty look. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, and the crowd's gazes suddenly looked over. As expected, amongst the crowd of green robes, Yi Tian stood out from the rest. He stood in place with a calm face, and it was as if the people around him were cut off from him, with no one daring to approach at all. Humph, what's the point of pretending? After we enter the 3000 mysteries later, I'll be the first to challenge him. A genius who came from a first-class power sneered and said with a face full of contempt. Yi Tian in his impression will only play a little plotting and scheming. If the real battle, it's estimated that it won't last more than an incense stick before it's over. However, Yi Tian didn't pay any attention to them at all and just stood in place with his eyes slightly closed, waiting for the match to begin. Soon, amidst a buzzing sound, all 3000 clans arrived, tens of thousands of people. Yi Tian looked up and saw a row of figures standing in midair. The most dazzling of them all was the Manhwa fairy. She was dressed in white and snow, her skin was glowing, and her appearance was so beautiful that people couldn't help but be mesmerized by her beauty. At that moment, the pavilion elder of the 3000 Dao Pavilion who spoke yesterday appeared in the void. Gentlemen, I welcome you to be able to come to the 3000 Dao Society. I believe you already know the contents and rules of our Dao Society. First, this seat says it again. Individual competitions, competing not only for talent strength, but also for one's own luck. After entering the secret realm, everyone will be given a token. The serial number on the token would represent your rank, and the higher the rank, the higher the reward you would get. And the inheritances and treasures you get in the secret realm will be your own. I won't say any more words. 3000 Roads meeting now begins. Along with the words of the pavilion elder, a huge light appeared out of nowhere, like a crack torn out of the void. Once you're in there, the locations where you fall are randomized, so there's no need to worry. Well, get in there and I hope you all get good grades. The disciples of all the major powers jumped towards the void rift one after another after hearing the words of the pavilion elder. Yi Tian was naturally among them, but he was now thinking about how he could get more points. Soon, all the disciples had landed in the 3000 mysteries. With a roaring sound, the crack in the void disappeared. This time, the 3000 paths will be even more intense than the previous ones. Ferryman Meow looked at the blackened heads in the distance and couldn't help but feel something. This term is indeed rather unusual, but I'm afraid that many forces will come over to challenge us when it comes to the clan war. Next to the manly fairy, the Yuhua fairy frowned gently. On her way here she had seen many of the top first-class powers looking at them with provocation in their eyes. At this moment, a huge glow floated in the sky above the battle-watching seats, and the images inside were all disciples of the major sects. And Yi Tian, who was in the secret realm at this time, was not aware of what was happening in the outside world. This was because just after being teleported in, he felt several auras of the Foundation establishment stage around him. He turned to look and found that there were actually 7 or 8 early-stage Foundation establishment auras. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth flared up with a hint of playfulness. Worthy of being a secret realm, someone had come over to give away points at this point. Ha! Isn't that the kid who claims to be the immortal emperor's son? I didn't expect to run into him just walking in. Right at this moment, a teasing voice came from Yi Tian's ears. He followed the sound and realized that it was a young man in brocade clothing staring at him, a cold light of disdain flashing in his eyes. Oh, what's the matter? Got a problem with that? Yi Tian looked at the man in front of him. His heart was a little puzzled. He didn't seem to have offended the other party, right? Could it be caused by his good looks? He shook his head, not bothering with the man in front of him, and turned to leave. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this kid to be scared. Seeing Yi-Tian leave, the man in brocade clothes laughed out loud. His voice was very harsh and annoying. Ugh, have you guys noticed that this guy doesn't even seem to have reached the foundation establishment stage? At that moment, a few people on the other side opened their mouths, their tone heavy with mockery. Yeah, this kind of trash actually wants to come and compete for the chance. Does he deserve it? The man in brocade clothes heard this and also looked at Yi-Tian, with a sneer in his eyes, as if he had already seen through Yi-Tian's bottom line. It seems that this 3000 roads meeting is nothing more than that, actually looking for a waste that doesn't have a foundation establishment stage to participate. Hearing this, Yi-Tian finally stopped his footsteps and turned his body, coldly looking at those people. I said, anyone says another word, I'll make sure I beat you to death. Yi-Tian slowly walked towards those two people, and a powerful and incomparable pressure instantly spread out. However, those present were all at the foundation establishment level, which one of them was not a genius character from their own power, so they were not afraid of Yi-Tian's threat at all. Just with you, a waste who hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage? That brocade-clothed man was full of sarcasm. Since you're not convinced, then make your move. I want to see if you are qualified to be my opponent. Yi-Tian coldly swept a glance at the brocade-clothed man before speaking directly. Humph. I'm the young master of the Lin clan. How can I make a move with you? Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Lin Feng snorted. Go get him for me. In the next moment, the three companions beside him rushed forward violently. The three of them were all peak foundation establishment cultivators, and their strength was so strong that they didn't even put Yi-Tian in their eyes, and they were still a three-man joint attack. Although he didn't use any martial arts skills, the wind of his fist was whistling and his strength was amazing. Once he hit, an ordinary foundation establishment second level would not be able to resist at all. Yi-Tian saw the three of them pouncing over, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he revealed a bemused smile, only to see his right leg fiercely stomp the ground, and his figure instantly shot out, slamming his fist out, hitting a youth squarely in the chest. The sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the room. Immediately afterward, a miserable scream suddenly rang out as the youth was blown away by a punch. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, not expecting this mediocre-looking guy to actually possess such combat power, and he was so fast that it was completely beyond their imagination. Chapter 60 Kneel and kowtow. Dammit. The two remaining youths were furious when they saw this. Kill him with a single strike. They roared with the same fury as their fists danced and ruthlessly smashed at Yi-Tian's vital points around his body. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. Yi-Tian still won with a crushing advantage, and his combat power blew away anyone present. Along with Yi-Tian defeating the duo, his token changed, from 3526 to 2803. I'm only ranked in the 2000s? Yi-Tian looked at the number on the token, and as expected, his ranking was exactly 2803, and the one who was in the first place at the moment was clearly that Heavenly Xian Holy Land's inheritor, Shao 13, but soon he saw a familiar name at the 83rd position. Lin Ao Dust. Is this guy that strong? Yi-Tian was stunned, and Wang Daoxuan's name was also in the top 100. It seems that I still underestimated the world's pride, but since I'm here, I'm bound to get a good ranking. Before entering, Lin Ao Dust had already told him that the secret realm was huge, not to say boundless, but comparable to a large state. Therefore, the inheritance and opportunities inside were also quite a lot, and although battles would take place in the front, they would not injure lives, but in the later stages, everyone would fight for the opportunities and treasures. At that point, that's when it really starts. Kid, you dared to hurt my Mingju's people. You're really looking for death. The brocade-robed teenager was furious when he saw that Yi-Tian had shown no signs of restraining himself after injuring a few of his men. If you're not convinced, just let your horse come. Yi-Tian let out a cold smile. He really did not have a good feeling towards these people. Arrogant guy. Mingju let out a cold cry and immediately rushed towards Yi-Tian, knowing that he was already a third-level foundation establishment cultivator. As a second-rate force, the Ming family's strength was considered a top genius among second-rate forces. The young lord has personally taken action. That kid definitely can't stop it. When the crowd saw Mingju rushing towards Yi-Tian, they retreated. They were aware of how powerful this Mingju was, one of the three strongest people in the Ming family's younger generation today, definitely not blown out of proportion. Just when everyone thought that Yi-Tian would lose, Yi-Tian suddenly moved. He was seen extending a palm out to slap at the oncoming Mingju, then his body was slightly sidestepped to avoid Mingju's fist. Immediately after, Yi-Tian clawed and grabbed at Mingju's throat with his right hand, while his left arm swung and smashed at Mingju's waist. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Tian exchanged 5 or 6 moves with Mingju, each time shaking him back a few steps. You! What kind of monster are you? Every time he crossed swords with Yi Tian, he would always be shocked and his arms would go numb, as if he was hitting on top of iron. Mingju's heart was becoming more and more appalled as the combat power Yi Tian displayed far exceeded his expectations. Humph! Monster? You're not even close. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth surfaced with a touch of mockery. Then his right leg lifted up and swept over towards Mingju. This kick was fast and furious, making it impossible to defend against it. He hadn't even utilized the Sun True Scripture or his arts. Mingju's face changed drastically, and he hastily raised his fist to parry. Fists and feet collided, and the immense force numbed Mingju's entire arm. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Tian, cursing angrily as he once again bullied his way closer, launching a frantic attack towards Yi Tian. Ha! That's all you've got? Simply unbearable. While facing Mingju's ferocious attack, Yi Tian appeared to be at ease. Each of his movements contained terrifying force and precision, and each collision shook Mingju's tiger's mouth and cracked it. In just a few moments of work, Mingju was already injured and drenched in blood. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was all stunned. How is that possible? What kind of freak is that kid? My goodness, this strength can definitely enter the top 1,000 already, right? At this moment, Yi Tian was like a general, looking disdainfully at the four directions, his battle spirit boiling and his breath majestic. And those guys who had originally looked down on Yi Tian all closed their mouths at this moment, their eyes filled with scorn. One had to know that Yi Zai was a chi refiner, while those of them were already at the foundation establishment level, and no one would be much worse than the other. But now Yi Tian was actually pressing Mingju to fight, and Mingju didn't even have the slightest power to fight back, showing that the other party's strength was far beyond theirs. Boo! A muffled sound rang out as Mingju was sent flying by Yi Tian's whip kick, falling to the ground with bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. You lost. Get lost. Yi Tian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. He didn't care to fight with the other party. Moreover, he didn't want to waste time. Getting the inheritance to leave this place earlier was the key. Bastard! How dare you tell me to get lost? Hearing this, Mingju was furious and let out an angry growl. Who is he? He's the young master of the Ming family, so noble that he can't tolerate such insults from a savage? Kid, if you dare to humiliate me, I won't spare you. Moon Shadow Technique. Spirit of Feather Painting, open up for me. As the words fell, a katana-wielding figure appeared behind Mingju. His aura was as ethereal as an immortal, and his body emitted a faint glow, as if he was an immortal in the dust, filled with a majestic aura. Mingju was holding a long sword. His body seemed to merge with the katana as one, slashing down through the air, bringing up a piercing white rainbow as he chopped towards Yi Tian. It can actually cut through spiritual energy? Yi Tian frowned, not realizing that this Mingju actually possessed this kind of strength. Although he could fight across the ranks, he was not so arrogant as to be blind to everything, and he hastily drew out his blazing sun sword to fend it off. Clang! A crisp sound of clashing gold and stone rang out, sparks spattered, and a rebound force was transmitted from the blazing sun sword. Yi Tian stomped backward several steps. His face was gloomy. He underestimated this Mingju. He didn't expect the other party to hide his strength. Little bastard. Just now was just to warm up. Now the real fight begins. Mingju laughed coldly, once again slashing at Yi Tian's chest between flips of his wrist. This blade was extremely fast, bringing up a string of residual shadows, as if there were phantom flashes. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the long sword in his hand waved, instantly transforming into a sword shield, blocking in front of himself. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Yi Tian's sword shield shattered in response, and his entire body was thrown backward and flew out. Ha ha! You're finished! Mingju let out a fierce laugh and threw his katana violently in his hand. The samurai sword turned into a stream of light and shot towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian wanted to escape, but unfortunately it was already too late. Not good. Before Yi Tian even landed on the ground, the katana stabbed his body. He only felt a pain all over his body, and when he looked down, a slit had been cut into his arm. However, as he ran his spiritual energy, the cut began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mingju's strength is really strong. Yeah, could that move just now be the Ming family's inherited technique? It's said that the Moon Shadow technique can raise spirits to possess to help the host in battle. I estimate that Mingju's spirit has already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment or higher. Listening to the voice coming from his ears, Mingju became even more complacent as he looked at Yi Tian with a condescending expression. Son of an immortal emperor? Just a piece of trash. Now kneel down and kowtow. I'll spare you from death. Chapter 61, The quick-acting heart pill. This word. Yi Tian is also angry. Mudman still has 3 points of fire. In front of this kid is not forgiving. Really think he is a mud pinch? You can't blame me for your own death. As Yi Tian spoke, he had already revolved the Sun True Scripture, and the Yen bastard body was also directly opened. Thunder flame palm. Yi Tian's hands merged, and a ball of red golden flame instantly wrapped around his hands, ruthlessly slapping at Mingju. Sculptor's tricks. Mingju laughed coldly and met him without the slightest fear. Boom! The two collided and a powerful shockwave erupted. Yi Tian's body swayed, but remained standing. On the contrary, Mingju retreated a few steps in succession, a strand of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. A cold aura flickered in his eyes. I didn't expect you to actually hide your strength as well. In that case, I'll take you to try out my newly practiced blade technique. 8 styles, wind rolling clouds. Mingju's fingers flicked, and the katana spun around in midair before swiftly and unparalleledly chopping at Yi Tian. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows, feeling that there was something odd about this move. The blade trembled, releasing a slight buzzing sound, followed by a dazzling silver light blossoming out, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Yi Tian only felt a coldness at his right shoulder, followed by a heartbreaking pain that attacked his entire body. It seems that I still underestimated the geniuses of the major powers. Yi Tian's face was gloomy as he secretly raised his vigilance. Die for me! Mingju shouted coldly as his katana continued to slash. One silver aura after another sped by, so dense that one's scalp went numb. Yi Tian kept dodging, kept searching for the opponent's breaks, and in the moment when the opponent had just retracted his sword, he moved. Wind and cloud sword, green chopper, the blazing sun sword in Yi Tian's hand chopped out, which contained his supremely masculine spiritual energy, causing the temperature around him to increase dramatically. Ka-ching! The silver aura collapsed and dissipated into a sky full of silver fragments. Mingju was forced back, staggering, more blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and even his breathing became much more rapid. How could he not have expected to be injured in just a single glance? It was a disgrace. It's time to end it. Yi Tian's eyes were ice cold as he held the blazing sun sword in his hand and viciously chopped over. Seeing Yi Tian attacking, Mingju gritted his teeth and swung both his fists violently, slamming them hard against Yi Tian's head. How dare you! Yi Tian chopped out with a sword and directly severed the opponent's arm. Ah! Mingju screamed out in agony as he clutched his broken arm, his face grimacing and twisted, beads of sweat covering his forehead, showing the panic he felt deep inside. He didn't expect Yi Tian's strength to be so strong. Yi Tian indifferently swept a glance at him. The blazing sun sword in his hand pointed straight at his throat. You lost. I concede. Mingju gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, count on you to be sensible. Yi Tian turned around and left towards the distance while the token in his hand had changed to 1103. Only after walking for some time and making sure that no one was chasing after him did Yi Tian pat his chest. I really didn't expect that a top disciple of a second-rate power would have so many undercurrents. This is if those people in the top 100. Yi Tian didn't even dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be like when fighting those people. However, at this moment, he also understood that it was not the time to be stingy, and exchange a little something to save his life first. System, come out of there! Yi Tian directly shouted out as the elixir he had exchanged earlier had already been used up. What help does the host need? Is there anything that can instantly boost your strength? The host can try the experience card. Chikyu experience card. 10,000/minute, Joden experience card. 100,000 per minute. Higher realms need to be opened after the host has improved. Looking at the tips on the system panel, Yi Tian was shocked. Jiedan experience card? He had a total of 130,000 points right now, and an experience card was going to cost him 100,000? The hosts can leave it if they don't feel right. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian hurriedly opened his mouth. Exchange. Who said I won't change? Give me 1 Jiedan experience card, and 2 foundation building experience cards, and change all the others into healing elixirs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the foundation building experience card X2, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jiedan experience card X1, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining quick-acting heart-saving pills X10. What the heck is a quick relief pill? Yi Tian was confused. He wanted a healing elixir. Wasn't this a pure pit of his points? Please ask the host to check the effect by himself. After saying that, the system panel disappeared and a few more things appeared in Yi Tian's storage ring. The shape of the experience card was similar to that of a token, and by crushing it, one could instantly possess strength without any side effects. However, he was more concerned about the quick-acting heart-saving pill, and he took out the jade bottle to check the effects on it. Quick-acting heart-saving pills, a first-class restorative elixir that can quickly restore bodily functions as long as there's still breath left in the body. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian was instantly shocked. If the system produces something, it must be good. It's awesome enough. He then couldn't wait to swallow a fast-acting heart pill. All of a sudden, He only felt heat surging through his body, and his entire body was warm. Yi Tian held back the feeling of comfort and carefully examined the changes in his body. I'm sure it didn't fool me. A look of ecstasy appeared on Yi Tian's face. As long as there was still a breath left under the Jiedan, he would be able to recover instantly. This kind of heaven-defying effect made Yi Tian excited. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and swept towards the nearest inheritance altar. He had to enter the inheritance space as soon as possible and strive to raise his strength to the foundation establishment stage. Only then would he be able to compete with the other top celestial pride for opportunities in the later stages. Soon, Yi Tian arrived in front of a grand and magnificent building, which was the only portal to the inheritance space, named Dragon Gate. Every inheritance land would have a Dragon Gate, but the chances inside were random, and it was rumored that some people entered and never came out again. Some of them instantly became supreme geniuses after entering, and they even directly came out on top in the secret realm. However, at this moment, many cultivators had already gathered here, and their numbers were relatively high, amounting to several hundred people. Everyone had a look of excitement on their faces and jumped at the chance. It seems that wanting to compete for the inheritance is not a simple matter. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, although he didn't know how the others did it. But looking at the endless stream of geniuses coming out of the crowd, he guessed that he definitely couldn't avoid a vicious battle. Just at this time, the melodious sound of a bell suddenly rang out within the Dragon Gate. Clang 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 dash, with the sound of the bell resounding in all directions. Everyone in the recite was instantly on guard, fearing that someone would enter it first as if they were. Many people even flew out and rushed towards the Dragon Gate. Yi Tian frowned tightly as he similarly flew closer towards the Dragon Gate. After all, the strength of most of the cultivators participating in the examination this time was at the foundation establishment stage. If he was seized by these foundation stage cultivators, then it would be very unfavorable for him. Chapter 62. Peak practicing. A dull crashing sound came from the room, only to see several young men and women fighting to the death. Two of the slightly younger men and women were being surrounded by several youths, struggling to hold on and looking to be defeated. The other two men and women stood by and watched, showing no signs of wanting to help. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and with the point of his toes, he flew towards a few young men and women. Fuck off! Yi Tian bellowed and swung both his fists in unison. A strong wind instantly swept out, forcing several young men and women back. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yi Tian rushed to the side of the two slightly older men and women. Thank you, brother. The two of them hurriedly arched their hands and thanked him. No harm done. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, now is not the time to chat. Hearing this, the two men and women froze slightly and looked at Yi Tian with some confusion. Yi Tian, however, did not explain and directly rushed into the crowd first. His figure was as ferocious as a tiger, and every attack contained a powerful might. After a few rushes, he instantly arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Gate. The stronger ones who had planned to wait before making their move were instantly confused. Shouldn't they fight each other first and then decide who enters the Dragon Gate? But Yi Tian didn't even give them a chance to think more, as he took one step and instantly crossed a distance of more than a dozen feet and entered the Dragon Gate. This all happened so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of the crowd's thinking, and even some of the people who reacted slowly were still dumbfounded in place. Crap! Whose disciple is this so powerful? It seems to be that teenager just now, but why do I feel as if I've seen him somewhere before? Oh, I remember. He's that Yi Tian. It can't be, can it? You're not mistaken? It can't be wrong. I know him. It's really that Yi Tian. Crap! The crowd gasped in shock, revealing expressions of envy and jealousy. There were actually many people who had already heard of Yi Tian's name, a man who claimed to be from an uninhabited forbidden area, the son of an immortal emperor. Who could not remember such words? Unfortunately, they didn't know how strong Yi Tian was, so they just treated this as a laughing matter. But today, at first sight, this Yi Tian was actually so terrifying. It was terrifying to be able to break through the encirclement with just the power of his physical body. Wherever such strength was placed, it was the best among geniuses, and could even be called a demon. Ha ha! I finally found this kid. Just then, an arrogant and domineering voice suddenly sounded from the back. A burly body then rushed across and stopped in front of Yi Tian. He stared greedily in the direction of the Dragon Gate, a cold smile hanging from the corners of his mouth. I'll be right here waiting for you to come out. In the Dragon Gate, Yi Tian felt like he was in an illusory world after stepping in. It is a beautiful place with beautiful mountains, birds and flowers. The surrounding area was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it was a fairyland on earth, filled with a rich spiritual chi. Ha! What a strong aura. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes brightened violently. I didn't expect such a thick aura to exist here. It's simply a holy land for cultivation. Yi Tian took a deep breath, only to feel his pores soothed and energized. worthy of being a secret realm left over from ancient times. It was indeed a treasure. The spiritual chi here was so rich. If one cultivated here, it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few months to break through to the foundation establishment stage. But before entering the secret realm, Lin Ao Dust had told him that the Dragon Gate could only stay for a month at most, and if he didn't go out for a month, the Dragon Gate would be closed, and then he would never be able to get out of the Dragon Gate again. Since we're here, let's seize the time now and hunt for treasures. Yi Tian's mind moved and began to search carefully, hoping to find something precious. After all, in this kind of treasure land, apart from all kinds of rare herbs and elixirs, there must be extraordinary treasures. However, very soon Yi Tian was disappointed. In this vast and boundless heaven and earth, apart from various rare medicinal herbs, he could not find any other treasures at all. Moreover, all of these herbs were low-grade goods that were of little use to him. The quality of the herbs here are all too poor to be of any value. Yi Tian sighed and turned around to walk towards the outside. Just at this time, he suddenly saw a red-colored flower not far away emitting a dazzling golden aura. That's the fire flame flower? I didn't expect that there would actually be fire flame flowers here. Yi Tian's face surged with ecstasy and excitement. The fire flame flower, an extremely rare heavenly treasure, possessed the miraculous effect of increasing the attributes of aura. If one were to take the fruit of the fire flame flower, not only would it be able to cleanse the muscles and marrow and change the physique, but it would also be possible to raise the qualifications by a notch. One must know that in the immortal cultivation realm, the difference between a demon and a heavenly pride only lies in physique and enlightenment, not in cultivation or martial arts. Only those with a special physique or excellent enlightenment could reach the level of a demon. Otherwise all the efforts are just in vain. Ha ha. I, Yi Tian, really have luck against the heavens. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Immediately, he didn't hesitate and directly removed the flame flower before directly swallowing it. With the abundance of spiritual chi here, it might not be a problem to directly break through the foundation establishment stage. Yi Tian's heart was filled with anticipation as he sat in meditation and cultivated. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 1 night, 3 days, a full week had passed, and Yi Tian was still cultivating with his knees crossed, not moving at all, as if he had turned into a statue. And by this time, quite a few cultivators had already gathered outside the Dragon Gate. All of these people were attracted by the Dragon Gate, and among them, there were some geniuses with notable strengths who gazed at the direction of the entrance of the Dragon Gate with shocked faces. What on earth is this kid's origin? He's been here for a whole week. Oh, maybe it's already dead in there. You're full of crap. If you weren't dead you would have walked out a long time ago. Ugh, shame. I was going to challenge him. No matter what, there are still people who are a bit luckier than us. The crowd murmured. Some were happy and some were sad. However, everyone was convinced that Yi Tian had been buried in the secret realm, because it's been a week and nothing has happened. What does that mean? It means he's dead. Peak chi refining. Just a hair's breadth away from stepping directly into foundation establishment, Yi Tian felt the changes within his body. After taking the fire flame flower, his physique had already reached the 3rd level of the Great Sun Body Forging technique. Without hesitation, he directly took out the jasper cold lotus and took it, continuing to cultivate bitterly. As soon as the turquoise lotus flower entered the abdomen, it immediately transformed into a warm, hot stream that merged into Yi Tian's limbs and bones. At the same time, Yi Tian also felt as if he was in a space where ice and fire were intertwined, and his body was unbearably hot. However, he didn't stop cultivating. Anyway, with the jasper cold lotus protecting his body, he wasn't worried about going off the deep end. Chapter 63, Confrontation in the Flesh. After a long time, Yi Tian opened his eyes, and his pupils flickered with a bright and uncertain luster. "Shikyu, congeal for me!" Yi Tian shouted violently, and surging aura immediately erupted within his body. His dantian was rapidly expanding, as if it was about to burst through his belly. However, Yi Tian did not panic, but followed the gongfu recipe, controlling the aura to converge together and slowly condense it. Finally, after several hours, the dantian was getting bigger and bigger. The light on its body was also getting more and more prevalent, brilliant and dazzling, like the obsidian sun that made it impossible to open one's eyes. Finally, Yi Tian felt that the aura in his body had been exhausted, and only then did he withdraw his hand. Phew, this trip wasn't in vain. Although I have consumed a lot of spiritual energy, I have finally successfully built my foundation. Yi Tian nodded his head in relief and smiled. But now that there are only 5 days left before the Dragon Gate closes, I must hurry up and look for the opportunity before I can do so. Yi Tian made a snap decision and immediately stood up and ran towards the forest in the distance. This time, he decided not to scurry around blindly like before, and instead, he was going to explore a bit before making any plans. On this journey, Yi Tian kept traveling through the dense forest, picking spirit herbs from time to time. Although there were dangers, the harvest was quite fruitful, and a spirit herb was put into his storage ring. However, Yi Tian was not satisfied with this, because there were treasures all over within this dragon gate, and every inch of land contained heavenly creations. He believes he will find the real treasure sooner or later. 3 days passed in a row. Yi Tian gained a huge harvest and also obtained a spiritual young fruit. It wasn't until the last day that he came to the exit of the dragon gate, as there were hundreds of cultivators outside before entering. There was no denying that there must be more people out there now, but he didn't worry about it, instead thinking about how he could gain more points. Suddenly, with a flash of light in his head, he took a step into the light curtain of the dragon gate, which instantly closed the moment he came out. Those cultivators who had been keeping an eye on the dragon gate shouted in excitement when they saw someone coming out of the dragon gate. Yi Tian has come out. Quickly charge. Grab the storage ring on him. He must have gotten a lot of treasures. The crowd swarmed around, wanting to take Yi Tian down. Humph. Just with you trash? Dream on. Yi Tian laughed coldly, his palm lightly lifted, and suddenly the flying sword chopped horizontally. The powerful and unparalleled sword chi sliced through the void, bringing up a sky full of blood rain. In the blink of an eye, the necks of the several cultivators who had rushed at the front sprayed out a string of crimson blood in unison before falling to the ground with a rumble. Foundation stage. This kid has stepped into the foundation establishment stage. Everyone be careful. Someone shouted out, and immediately those who rushed over stopped, because no one wanted to die. All of them hoped that others would rush up to consume Yi Tian and then they would reap the benefits. However, Yi Tian did not allow them to think and directly opened his mouth and shouted, "Gentlemen, I know what you think. Isn't it that you want to take the treasures obtained from the dragon gate from me, the son of the immortal emperor from the no man's land?" When these words came out, the crowd showed a hint of contempt. Ding! The host speaks truths that people despise and arouses the emotions of the crowd, gaining 100,000 points. Seeing the system prompt, Yi Tian's heart was secretly happy. Cool. 100,000 points can be gained in just one time. I know you're curious as to what I got in there. Since you guys want to know, I, Yi Tian, am not a stingy person. The flame flower, the evil resistant grass, spirit sun fruit, and even 100 spirit grasses, but the fire flame flower has already been swallowed by me, and the spirit sun fruit is still with me. While his words reached the ears of the crowd, a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! The host's truthfulness is enviable and arouses the emotions of the crowd, gaining 96,853 points. Yi Tian listened to the system prompts and became more and more excited. The more he talked, the more energized he became. Of course, if you guys want to grab it, don't blame me for not reminding you that I can instantly have the strength of the Jedan stage. If you guys feel up to it, then feel free to try. As the words fell, the system prompted. Ding! The host's truthful words were offensive and aroused the emotions of the crowd, gaining 120,000 points. The next moment, a burly teenager stepped out of the crowd. Yi Tian, you said that you can have the strength of the Jedan stage? Then I'll have to try. Someone seemed to recognize the teenager. Isn't this the barbarian sex legacy disciple, Barbarian Dragon? When did he come? It said that Barbarian Dragon already stepped into Foundation establishment a year ago. I'm afraid that his strength can already fight against the pride of those first-class forces. He. That's not necessarily true. This Yi Tian is only 17 years old, and although he loves to talk big, his strength is unquestionable. Hearing the chatter around him, a look of pride surfaced on Barbarian Dragon's face. Afterward, he stepped forward and provoked Yi Tian. Yi Tian, dare to fight me? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, if you want to, then I can give you a good abuse. Seeing this, the crowd first stared, then laughed. Ding! The host's truthful words amused the crowd and aroused the crowd's emotions, gaining 50,000 points. Barbarian Dragon's face flushed red as he roared. Are you saying yes or no? If you don't agree, then I'll be impolite. Oh, then come and fight, Yi Tian blandly said, his tone calm and wave-free. Good. Mad enough. I like it. Barbarian Dragon bellowed, his fists clenched tightly, his entire body's bones bursting and his muscles gnarled, standing in front of Yi Tian like an iron tower. Are you ready? Savage Dragon let out a low shout and violently swung his fist at Yi Tian. That's a lot of crap. Come on. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted up, revealing a mocking expression as he similarly swung out a fist to meet Barbarian Dragon's iron fist. A strong muffled sound exploded, shocking the crowd's eardrums, while spiderweb-like cracks appeared where the two were. The Barbarian Dragon staggered backward a few steps before stabilizing his figure, his right arm vaguely aching, and his face filled with a strong look of horror. He was a professional body refiner, And with the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm, even if the 5th level of Foundation Establishment came to him, he wouldn't be able to do well. But Yi Tian had actually fought him to a draw, which was unbelievable and made him incredulous. What? Scared? Where's the arrogance from earlier? Yi Tian said with a snort, then took a step forward and bullied his way up. Humph. I just didn't expect you to be this strong. But today you will lose. Savage Dragon gritted his teeth and said. His feet stomped the ground, his entire figure catapulted up, and his vicious attack came again. After another hard clash, each of them stepped backward. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Looks like you still have some strength. Ha ha. Yi Tian, suffer death. Upon hearing his words, Barbarian Dragon couldn't help but laugh rampantly, and then his eyes were filled with battle intent. He leapt up. His body seemed like a gyroscope, swaying from side to side. His speed was extremely swift, making it difficult to catch his movements. Storm leg. Chapter 64, Second Foundation. He roared, and his left leg seemed to manifest overlapping shadows as he kicked out dozens of legs towards Yi Tian, each leg containing a huge amount of power, whistling and generating wind. Boo! Dense foot shadows landed on Yi Tian's body, making dull thumps and muffled sounds. However, Yi Tian did not panic in the slightest. His body was as slippery as a swimming fish, weaving back and forth in the encirclement of the Barbarian Dragon's leg shadows, constantly dodging the attacks. Bang! Bang bang! Finally, after dodging several attacks in a row, Yi Tian seized the opportunity and violently swung his fist to smash the Barbarian Dragon's abdomen, causing him to stifle a grunt and spit out blood as he retreated. That wasn't all. Yi Tian quickly chased after him and threw 3 punches in a row at the Barbarian Dragon's chest, sending him flying out and landing hard on the ground. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone hadn't expected that the Barbarian Dragon would actually be easily crushed, without any resistance at all. This caused many foolish cultivators to lose their minds at once. The Barbarian Dragon's reputation was well known. Now that he was being pressured by someone else, Yi Tian, they were not giving away their food by going up? A cold smile spread across the corners of Yi Tian's mouth as he slowly turned around and swept his gaze in all directions. Anyone else? Come forward if you want to trouble me. I'll be there to the end. He wrapped his arms around his bladder in a lazy manner, but he was overbearing and majestic. For a while, the crowd was silenced. No one wanted to be a standout. I've come to learn your excellency's masterstroke. It was at this moment that a clear voice resounded through the square. The crowd looked up and saw a handsome man coming through the air, his clothes flying and his long hair flowing in a valiant manner. His dash, isn't that Li Feng from the Qingyan sect? It's said that his sword skills are outstanding and that he once killed dozens of demonic beasts. Yeah. I didn't realize he had his eyes on Yi Tian as well. Li Feng rode in the air, floating and dashing like an immortal in the dust, attracting the gazes of many female cultivators. What a load! Yi Tian skimmed his mouth, his face full of contempt, and sneered without mercy. Li Feng sniffed and was instantly annoyed. Unbridled. Do you know who I am? Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, saying innocently, why do I need to know who you are? Could it be that you are my grandson? Can you call me grandpa? When these words came out, Li Feng was so angry that he trembled. Asshole, don't say that I won't give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow and admit your mistake, and I might let you go. Otherwise, I will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. TSK. This is the so-called outstanding disciple of the Qingyan sect? Yi Tian shook his head, sighed, and said compassionately, I see that you don't just have water in your brain, even your IQ has become crippled. In that case, there's no need to talk about anything else. Do it. Good, good, good. Since you're in a hurry to reincarnate, then I'll fulfill you. Xian Ice Palm. Li Feng bellowed as he reached out and condensed his spiritual energy to slap a white handprint. In an instant, the handprint blasted with a sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound that caused one's heart to palpitate. It's just a small sculpture, Yi Tian said disdainfully. Then his body surged forward and his fist fiercely blasted at the handprint with an unrelenting momentum. The next moment, the white handprint shattered and dissipated. Li Feng's face changed slightly and he cursed damned. Then he swept his body and sped towards the distance. Escaped? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and let out a cold laugh. He. So it's just a silver spear with a wax head. Having said that, Yi Tian did not take it lightly. His body swayed violently and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Feng, blocking his way. What do you want? Li Feng's face changed dramatically as he asked in fear. What for? You're trying to kill me and now you're asking me what I want? Yi Tian grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. Then his eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous gaze. Don't get me wrong. I was just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously. Li Feng's face turned white as he bitterly explained. Kidding? Yi Tian glanced at him playfully and said impatiently, hand over the storage ring or I'll beat you to death. After saying that, Yi Tian's body shook and erupted a terrifying aura that enveloped Li Feng's entire body, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Don't you bully people too much. Li Feng became furious. He was at least a core disciple of the Green Cloud sect, and he was even the number one person in the young generation of the Green Cloud sect. The fact that he was actually being threatened in this situation made him resentful, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yi Tian said with an indifferent expression, "Die, or hand it over." For this kind of person, he really didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill, and he had to blame his own greed for having to snatch his storage ring. Count on it. Li Feng took a deep breath, pulled out the storage ring from his pocket and threw it on the ground, glaring viciously at him. "You wait for me." After saying that, Li Feng directly left. Continuing to stay here was just adding to the shame. Yi Tian picked up the storage ring on the ground and after carefully inspecting it, his face became a little odd. Although there were quite a few pills, talisman seals, and various materials in this storage ring, the only thing that was missing were the spirit stones. So poor. Yi Tian lamented a sentence. But how could he know that the other party had already exchanged all the spirit stones into pills and talismans before entering the secret realm? "Do any of you still want to challenge me?" He turned to look at those who were guarding the front of the dragon gate and said in a deep voice, "If not, then get lost and get out of my way." After saying that, Yi Tian walked straight into the valley and sat down on the ground to regulate his essence. He needed to stabilize his realm right now, and after fighting with the barbarian dragon just now, he was probably able to understand his current strength as well. Against ordinary geniuses, it could be said that they could be steadily suppressed, but against those in the top 100, I was afraid that it would take some effort. As they watched Yi Tian leave, the onlookers murmured, "Although this kid is strong, he acts too arrogantly to be liked." That's right, isn't he afraid of drawing fire? He. I wish Li Feng and the others would lose both of them. Someone gloated. Hearing his words, everyone around him shook their heads. Li Feng's strength was in the 1000s, while Barbarian Dragon was in the 700s, and just now Yi Tian was pressing against Barbarian Dragon. If Li Feng had made a move, he was afraid that he would have been killed in one move. Yi Tian walked for a long time and found an area with a rich spiritual qi. He pulled out his token and the number on it showed 738. 738th place now? I didn't expect this savage dragon to be quite powerful. Thinking about it, he sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to stabilize his cultivation. Having just broken through the foundation establishment, he felt that there was still room for him to impact the realm. Estimating that arriving at the second level of foundation establishment shouldn't be a problem, he revolved the Sun True Scripture, and the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate. The aura around him was tugged and madly surged into his body. A moment later, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "It's still a little bit short of breaking through the third level of foundation establishment. I don't know when I'll be able to break through if I go on like this." Chapter 65, The Underworld Ghost Claws of the Xianin Sect. How dare someone cultivate in my territory? Just then, an eerie voice entered Yi Tian's ears. Immediately after, a figure quickly appeared in Yi Tian's line of sight. The visitor was a gray-clothed teenager. His gaze swept over the surrounding scene and landed on Yi Tian, a puzzled look appearing in his eyes. "Which power are you a disciple of?" When Yi Tian heard this, he was instantly happy. He didn't care who the other party was, as long as he could bring in points. He was happy. Spinning around, he got up and stood up, then looked at the visitor with an indifferent face. "Who am I, you ask? Then I'll tell you. I'm the son of an immortal emperor from an uninhabited forbidden zone, the personal heir of the great elder of the Tai Holy Land. Yi Tian is also." The gray-clothed boy was instantly a bit confused, as if he felt like he had heard this from somewhere. Ding! The host's truthfulness made Yin Xiao'er a bit confused, causing the other party to clear, gaining 5,000 points. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Tian was a bit surprised. 5,000 points? This meant that the teenager in front of him was at the very least a top 100 cultivator. And I didn't expect to meet him so soon? Yin Xiao'er. The name is quite personalized, but it looks a bit gloomy. Oh, I remember. You're that Yi Tian who was particularly braggadocious? It dawned on Yin Xiao'er that he finally realized how his name sounded so familiar. He stared at Yi Tian, his eyes flashing with a ferocious coldness as he said coldly, "So you're that so-called immortal emperor's son?" Yi Tian was a bit speechless. This guy looks how the brain is not too smart. The reflex arc is too long, isn't it? Why? Any pointers? Yi Tian calmly looked at the other party. Ha, do you think I should instruct you? Yin Xiao'er laughed out loud and looked at Yi Tian with a face full of mockery and said, "Yi Tian, if you meet me today, count yourself unlucky. Are you sure you are qualified to instruct me?" Yi Tian frowned. Although you have some strength, you're just a reptile in my eyes, Yin Xiao'er said arrogantly. Since that's the case, Then try your hand at it, Yi Tian said indifferently. Try? Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yin Xiao'er laughed up to the sky. Yi Tian, you're too rampant. If you were someone else, you probably wouldn't be bothered with you, but if you run into me, then you can only say that you have a bad fate. In the next moment, Yi Tian saw a black aura begin to emerge from the other party's body, instantly enveloping him in it. Kill! Yi Tian was furious and his figure violently swept out. Rumble! Yi Tian's breath was volatile. His fists waved, the air exploded, and a terrifying power fluctuation swept through the entire mountain forest. Yin Xiao'er let out a sardonic laugh and extended his right hand. In an instant, Yin Xiao'er's palm transformed into a pitch-black ghostly claw and grabbed towards Yi Tian. This ghostly claw emitted a monstrous aura of death, as if it was the ghostly hand of a hell messenger, capable of ingesting life. This is the underworld domain. The underworld ghost claw of the Xianin sect? You are a disciple of the Xianin sect? Yi Tian's pupil shrunk slightly. At this moment, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where he saw endless grievous souls. What do you care? Yin Xiao'er snorted. Ghost claws whistled and tore through the air. Yi Tian coldly grunted and greeted him. Ghost claws and fists met together. Muffled sounds like thunderbolts exploding in the clear sky, and a huge force swept out. Stomping on, Yin Xiao'er retreated a few steps and fell on his butt, his face pale. Yi Tian, however, did not move a muscle. You're surprisingly fine? Yin Xiao'er's face turned blue. In his thoughts, the underworld ghost claw that he exerted with all his might was an ordinary foundation establishment 5th level, and he would have to drink it on the spot. However, he did not expect the Yi Tian in front of him to be unharmed. Could it be that the person in front of him had hidden his strength? No way. Absolutely no way. Yi Tian's realm was much lower than his own. Waste. Yi Tian spat out 2 words with an icy expression, then walked straight towards Yin Xiao'er, looking for death. Yin Xiao'er's eyes emitted an icy cold light as he swayed and pounced once again, viciously attacking Yi Tian. The ghostly light in the sky appeared in front of Yi Tian, transforming into a giant net. It blocked off every inch of space around Yi Tian, and at the same time blocked off all of Yi Tian's escape routes. Roll! Facing the overwhelmingly attacking underworld ghost claws, Yi Tian coldly shouted and struck out with an iron fist. A dull crash sounded as Yi Tian's iron fist struck above a ghostly claw, but this time there wasn't any abnormality. The ghostly claw continued to slap towards Yi Tian. Yin Xiao'er's face wore a cold expression. His heart was even more filled with disdain. This guy in front of him couldn't block his own move at all. But in the next second, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and his face turned pale. It was because Yi Tian smashed through his ghost claws with one punch and then hit his chest. Yin Xiao'er felt his internal organs being violently hit. His body staggered. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and then flew out. Cough cough. He covered his chest and kept coughing dryly. His eyes were covered with blood. He looked at Yi Tian incredulously and asked tremblingly, "Why can you easily break my blockade?" He really couldn't figure out how exactly Yi Tian did it. This kind of thing was completely beyond his knowledge. According to normal theory, it was impossible for Yi Tian to break through his own defense. Actually, Yi Tian did not understand why his punch on the ghost claws could actually crack Yin Xiao'er's defense. Although his physical body was stronger than others, the power that the other party had just condensed was clearly many times higher. System, can you explain? He inquired a question in his mind. Back to the host. You are the Golden Crow Supreme Body, which is the most masculine and strongest, and already possesses the effect of breaking evil spirits and suppressing them. Hearing the system's reply, Yi Tian also understood. Yin Xiao'er's eyes became incredibly heavy as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared at Yi Tian with icy eyes. You are not simple to have this kind of flesh. However, you are still going to die. As the words fell, Yin Xiao'er's hands formed a seal. In a flash, the grass and trees around him grew wildly, and a tree vine shot out from all directions and entwined together. Underworld prisoner, Yin Xiao'er roared. Immediately afterward, these tree vines quickly gathered, then bound Yi Tian, densely packed, like a dumpling. However, Yi Tian was not the least bit panicked at the moment, as he directly stimulated the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and a scorching hot blaze emanated from his body all of a sudden. Those tree vines wrapped around his body melted and disappeared under the scorching flames. How is this possible? A horrified look appeared on Yin Xiao'er's face. The underworld ghost claw was the top-level technique of the Xianin sect. Its power was unparalleled. Even the 5th or even the 7th level of foundation establishment could not withstand it, and would be stabbed and devoured by the ghost claw. Chapter 66, The Second Dragon Gate. Moreover, there was also toxicity. Even if an expert of the 5th or 6th level of foundation establishment was contaminated with the toxin, it would be difficult to regain their fighting strength within a short period of time. but now his attack unexpectedly did not cause half a bit of damage to Yi Tian. How could this not shock him? Right at this moment, Yi Tian carrying the blazing sun blade had already rushed to the near front and slashed down with a knife, the blade blazing and the firelight dazzling. Damn thing, I'll fight you. Yin Xiao'er gritted his teeth and his eyes were ferocious as he slapped his palm out, and ghostly blue spiritual energy filled the air, transforming into a hideous ghost python. It collided with Yi Tian. Muffled sounds came out, and Yin Xiao'er flew out and fell into the distance, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Not bad, however. It's too naive to want to kill me with just this, isn't it? Yi Tian slowly walked up, his expression indifferent. No. Seeing Yi Tian getting closer and closer, Yin Xiao'er was completely stunned and turned around to run, because he had never encountered such a situation in front of him. It was as if his martial arts skills did not work on Yi Tian. Can you run away? Yi Tian shook his head and raised his hand. In an instant, a crimson longsword condensed from spiritual energy surfaced in the air, erupting with a terrifying and incomparable aura as it instantly chopped over. No! Yin Xiao'er only had time to cry out, and his entire body was split in half by the crimson longsword. His body and head separated, and he couldn't die anymore. This wasn't the first time he had killed someone. He wouldn't have mattered if it had been someone else who came to challenge or who didn't have the intention to kill, but this person in front of him already had murderous intent towards him, and he had also heard of the inhumane deeds that the Xianin sect had done. Yi Tian didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain and leave a scourge for himself. Killing is fast and furious. Yi Tian did not even look at Yin Xiao'er's corpse as he took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill and took it, then began to regulate and heal his injuries. This was in the secret realm, not like the outside world, and he had to recover his spiritual energy as soon as possible to maintain a peak state. Otherwise, once a cultivator arrived, he would be in a bitter battle again. Yi Tian was in closed-door cultivation, while on the other side, Lin Ao Dust's side was challenged by many people. As an innate sword body, his strength could already reach the top 10, but he couldn't help but challenge too many people, one after another. The point is that he hurts, but doesn't kill, and that gives many people the courage to challenge. Lin Ao Dust was dressed in white, looking at the people who were leaping in front of him, while his token displayed a 2-digit number 11. Don't go too far, guys. I won't be accepting your challenges anymore. Lin Ao Dust furrowed his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Oh, I advise you to accept it, so you can still suffer less. That's good. We don't mind beating you up in a group if you refuse us. The surrounding crowd laughed. Seek death. Lin Aodan's face was slightly furious, and a strong sword intent erupted from his body. He unsheathed the green-fronted long sword behind his back, and the sword's light skyrocketed, instantly slicing through the void and chopping at one of the disciples. Bang! That disciple was simply unable to dodge, and was instantly pierced through the other's sleeve robe by the sword chi. He was shocked out of his wits. If you guys dare to come forward again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. After saying that, Lin Ao Dust swept in the direction of another dragon gate, and Yi Tian over here was also working hard to raise his cultivation. He felt that he could break through at any time, but just then, a vision came out of nowhere. A violent vibration came from the entire forest as if it had been shaken by an earthquake, constantly shaking, the branches and leaves clattering, and the sand and rocks rustling down. What's going on? Yi Tian snapped his eyes open and looked towards the direction of the source of the tremor. Only a white light appeared on a mountain range not far away, and the white light ran through the sky of the secret realm. Another dragon door. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart filled with surprise and doubt. Each dragon gate in the secret realm represents a piece of chance, but what exactly is this opportunity? The dragon gate trembled, and a huge pillar of light shot up through the clouds. What's going on here? Could it be that the dragon gate is about to open? There are a total of 9 dragon gates. The first one has already been seized, and the second one must be some sort of treasure coming out. The people near the mountain range similarly noticed the white light and swept towards where it was. Yi Tian also swept towards the place where the light pillar appeared at the first moment. His speed was very fast, and he soon arrived at the area where the pillar of light was located. In this place, a lot of people have been gathered. They all stared at the huge white tower in front of them with burning eyes. I wonder if there is an inheritance present in this dragon gate. Yi Tian confirmed that this was the dragon gate after scanning around. Although they were more numerous, they did not dare to approach the dragon gate, and were only able to stand about 100 meters away from it and watch. Do you think there will be any exotic beasts inside the dragon gate? It should be. After all, the secret realm is so ancient. Who knows how many inheritances are hidden inside? No matter what, this dragon gate is definitely hiding a great danger. Listening to the voice coming from his ears, Yi Tian said in his heart, "Old man has gone in once." But at that moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, only to see that not far away, The white-clothed Lin Ao Dust stood halfway up the mountain. So there you are. Yi Tian grinned and took a step towards the Dragon Gate, and Lin Ao Dust also noticed Yi Tian's arrival. He turned his head and looked at the other party with a calm face. You stay back. When Yi Tian heard this, he was a bit helpless. This guy really didn't like him. No, we are from the same clan. Shouldn't we support each other? You might want to stay away from me. Lin Ao Dust gave Yi Tian a faint look. Then he turned his gaze to the Dragon Gate. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and did not talk nonsense, silently waiting for the Dragon Gate to open. And just seconds before the Dragon Gate opened, several more strong auras descended beside it. There are actually so many people. When the crowd took a good look at how many people had actually converged here, a surprised expression spread across their faces. Shen Han? I didn't expect this guy to actually come too. Lin Aoduan's eyes narrowed as he saw Shen Han, and a killing intent surged in his heart. It was because there were several other young handsome men following beside Shen Han. Yi Tian also noticed the expression on Lin Ao Dust's face and was instantly somewhat puzzled. You know him? Of course we know each other. It was because of the Tianqian Holy Land that our Ao Jian villa was exterminated. But just after he finished speaking, Lin Ao Dust reacted, and put back the words that came to his mouth in a hurry. Come on, don't make that face. I'll help you. Yi Tian didn't care. From the time he knew the other party until now, he had long ago figured out the other party's character. Aha! Lin Ao Dust muffled a hum and did not continue to ignore Yi Tian. And at this time, the light from the Dragon Gate became even brighter, stinging one's eyes a bit. Immediately afterward, a white light suddenly shot up into the sky, shooting straight up into the firmament and mingling with the sky. The white light became more and more prevalent, and finally illuminated the entire sky. Chapter 67. Do you dare to disobey my lord? Go! Everything around Shen Han had struck out, while Yi Tian noticed at this time that there seemed to be another white light in the depths of the secret realm. If nothing else, that should be the time when the third Dragon Gate opened. But right now, it was imperative to grab this gantry first. After Lin Ao Dust saw Shen Han make his move, he also did not have any hesitation, drew out the long sword on his waist and executed a powerful attack to kill the enemy camp. Seeing this, the few remaining people followed suit, each showing their skills and competing for the Dragon Gate. A fierce fight kicked off. Yi Tian's body was like a swimming fish, weaving through the crowd and avoiding a sneak attack from a cultivator. Immediately afterward, he stomped his feet and his body rose up in the air. It was a battle of hundreds of cultivators, and only one of the dragon sect could enter it, so he had to seize this opportunity. Shoo! He moved his body and flew towards the Dragon Gate, but just as he was about to approach the Dragon Gate, a strong wind blew, and his cheeks were scraped with a fiery pain. Be careful! Suddenly, Lin Aoduan's voice entered his ears, only to see Lin Ao Dust slash his sword, pointing straight at his chest. If it was cut solidly, it was estimated that even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, he knew that the other party wouldn't take a shot at him, and sure enough, he only heard the sound of weapons clashing. Lin Ao Dust's sword tip blocked a flying knife-concealed weapon. Then he rushed towards the guy named Shen Han without looking back. At this moment, cultivators from the other direction also attacked. Two cultivators pinched Lin Ao Dust, causing him to be distracted. Yi Tian frowned. He could sense that although Lin Ao Dust was powerful, but after all, he was only one person, and it was difficult to resist the surrounding siege. Humph! Yi Tian let out a cold snort and pulled himself up, heading straight in the direction of Lin Ao Dust. Moreover, he was so fast that he rushed to Lin Aodan side in the blink of an eye and helped him block the attack of the two besiegers. Why are you here? Lin Aodan looked at Yi Tian with some surprise. Seeing that you are too disadvantaged alone, incidentally hand help, Yi Tian said lightly. He remembered how this one had treated himself before entering the secret realm, but he was clear about the other party's character. I'm not going to remember your favor. Although the words were said this way, Yi Tian had keenly captured the curve of Lin Aodan's mouth. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth before speaking. You go deal with the one called Shen Han. I'll deal with these guys. Oh, good. Lin Ao Dust froze for a moment. He seemed to not expect Yi Tian to take the initiative to ask for help. However, since Yi Tian had already opened his mouth, he didn't bother to be flippant. And after agreeing, he rushed towards Shen Han. As for Yi Tian, he rushed towards the two guys with guns and sticks and defeated them after a tussle. But just at that moment, a ghoulish mocking voice came out of nowhere. Yi Tian twisted his head to look, only to see a teenager holding a long sword, looking at the several cultivators who had been knocked down by Yi Tian with a playful expression. Yi Tian slightly raised his eyebrows. He didn't recognize this teenager, but looking at the other party's costume and that arrogant and domineering appearance, he should be a disciple of some big clan. As expected, when they saw this teenager appear, the faces of the remaining few martial artists changed violently. their eyes filled with panic. Chen Xingping. They lowered their high heads and bowed to the teenager with a respectful face. Humph. Chen Xingping snorted coldly and glanced at those cultivators with disdain. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at the other party and also realized that the other party's cultivation technique was a bit peculiar and seemed to be a very domineering physique. He was able to feel that the other party's flesh was many times tougher than that of an ordinary cultivator, and his strength far exceeded that of his peers. What are you looking at? Do you dare to disobey my lord? Right at this moment, Chen Xingping let out an explosive cry as his body abruptly transformed into a ball of residual shadow and swept towards Yi Tian. He waved the long knife in his hand and chopped down fiercely towards Yi Tian, and the berserk and matchless knife chi instantly condensed into a torrent that swept towards Yi Tian. Facing this kind of furious attack, Yi Tian did not flinch as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Dang! A huge impact sound resounded through the sky. Yi Tian retreated 5 steps backward before stabilizing himself. He raised his head to look at Chen Xingping in front of him. His eyes flickered with a thick aura of essence. Chen Xingping grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Yo, actually nothing, quite resistant to beatings. After saying that, he lifted the long sword in his hand and lunged towards Yi Tian. Boom! With the intensive sounds of gold and iron clashing constantly ringing out, Yi Tian was carrying wave after wave of Chen Xingping's ferocious attacks every time. This Chen Xingping's attacks were truly powerful. Each move possessed the power to open mountains and crack rocks, enough to tear apart an ordinary cultivator. However, Yi Tian was not afraid of the other party. He also cultivated his physical body. The Great Sun body forging technique coupled with the Yin-Yang bastard body. These two top-level body refining techniques combined, in pairing it with his Golden Crow Supreme body. Even if it was a cultivator at the 7th level of foundation establishment, he was not in the least bit weak. This Chen Xingping sparring with himself with only his physical strength was simply a class act. Ha ha ha, it hurts. Again! Chen Xingping roared, his body's chi and blood tumbling. Phew! In the next moment, he only saw his entire body's chi and blood boiling, and a crackling sound of bones crunching came from within his body, and a strand of heat waves dispersed from his body, causing people's hairs to explode. What the hell is this? Yi Tian's pupils contracted. He realized that the other party's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and his physical body was even more frighteningly powerful, as the continuous barrage of punches bombarded Yi Tian's body, almost sending him flying out. Yi Tian, I've heard of you, but Arjun Demon region is also all from the edge of the sword. If you don't use some real skills, don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Xingping laughed hideously and swept his sword across. Dang! Yi Tian swung his long sword and narrowly dodged it. His gaze flinched and after a moment of contemplation, he said, in that case, I'll show you some strength. Buzz! As soon as the words fell, only a flash of crimson light suddenly appeared beside Yi Tian, and the blazing temperature seemed to melt everything. Yi Tian's right hand stretched out and slowly slapped towards Chen Xingping. Seeing the blazing red light, Chen Xingping's heart shook as he was able to clearly sense the danger of that crimson blow. But at this time, Chen Xingping did not choose to dodge. Instead, he raised his long sword to meet it. Clang dash the moment the two met. Sparks flew in all directions, and the ear-piercing chirping sound was painful to the eardrums. Chen Xingping let out a muffled grunt as his figure retreated a few feet backward, while Yi Tian stood still, unmoving. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Chen Xingping was a cultivator who had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. And with the body refining technique unique to their Jin Demon domain, he could completely fight cultivators 2 levels higher than himself. As a result, he was repelled by Yi Tian, which was simply unreasonable. Chapter 68 Geniuses Converging in the Secret Realm. Chen Xingping's face turned red as he stared angrily at Yi Tian and gritted his teeth. Brat! I can't see that you're still hiding your clumsiness. Yi Tian smiled bashfully and shook his head. It's not that I'm hiding my clumsiness, but because it's not necessary to deal with you at all. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Chen Xingping became furious, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. Seek death. He cursed angrily and once again lunged towards Yi Tian. This time, he was even faster and even vaguely brought up a sound of breaking air. Yi Tian smiled contemptuously and still did not dodge, but drew out his blazing sun blade to resist. Clang! Another violent crash sounded. Yi Tian's feet stepped on the void and did not move. On the contrary, Chen Xingping even retreated half a step. Yi Tian nodded slightly. This Chen Xingping's power was too much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. He deserved to be the pride of the Jin Demon domain. Just as Chen Xingping was about to attack him again, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the air. This was the sound of someone entering the dragon gate. Yi Tian followed the sound forward, only to see Shen Han with anger on his face. Lin Aodin, you deserve to die, even if you could get the inheritance. So what? Your Aojian mountain villa is still destroyed. Hearing the other party's words, a trace of anger flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and just as he was about to go over, he was stopped by Chen Xingping. Yi Tian, your opponent is me, Chen Xingping roared, holding his long sword in his hand as he violently rushed towards Yi Tian. Humph, you can block me first. Yi Tian frowned, and the blazing sun blade in his hand slashed out, a hot flame cutting through the air and attacking towards Chen Xingping. Chen Xingping roared, his entire body's aura soared, a blood chi converging on the long blade as if it were a tidal wave, causing the long blade to bloom with a dazzling luster. Swish! In the next moment, Chen Xingping swung his long sword, pouring all his spiritual energy on top of it, and slashed heavily on top of Yi Tian's slashing blade. The two earth armaments touched each other, bursting with dazzling light, and terrifying shockwaves rippled out. The people around them immediately spread out a field for them so as not to accidentally hurt them. Both Yi Tian and Chen Xingping's bodies took several steps back, each with cold eyes, staring at the other. This Yi Tian is so strong in battle, to actually be able to fight Chen Xingping to this extent. Hey, this Chen Xingping's reputation is not small. It is the second strongest existence in the young generation of the Jin Demon domain. His sword technique has been practiced to the point of reaching the peak. Very few people are able to block his sword, but I didn't expect Yi Tian to be able to fight against him for dozens of moves. Well, but after all, this fellow has just been promoted to the foundation establishment stage not long ago, and his base is insufficient. At most he will hold on for a while, and he will surely be defeated. The surrounding crowd murmured and put their faith in Chen Xingping. However, the only one who suffered from this was Chen Xingping, who had thought that Yi Tian was just vain, but now he realized that this kid in front of him was more than a level above himself. Still fighting? Yi Tian had a bland smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he casually threw away the long knife in his hand as he moved his muscles, looking leisurely. Bastard! I won't stop until I win or lose today. Chen Xingping shouted angrily, and his entire body swept out like an arrow off the string. His speed was strangely fast. Swoosh! The three sharp blades carried a stern sharpness and attacked Yi Tian from different directions, wanting to chop him into pieces. Boo! Facing the incoming powerful attack, Yi Tian sidestepped his body and avoided the fatal three knives, followed by clamping the long knife with both fingers. Break for me! Yi Tian let out a low shout, and majestic spiritual power erupted out, instantly shattering the three long knives. With that, Yi Tian's figure shifted and rushed out as a stump. Snort! Yi Tian grabbed Chen Xingping's neck and exerted force with his right arm, lifting him up and then slamming him hard on the ground with a loud sound. Chen Xingping screamed miserably as blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Yi Tian snorted coldly and lifted his leg to kick him in the chest. The latter once again spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire face turned pale. Pop! Yi Tian threw out his hand and slapped Chen Xingping's left cheek, hitting the latter in a daze. Is this guy crazy? Daring to hit himself? Recognize reality? Yi Tian looked at this guy in front of him. He had thought that this guy was carrying some brains. If you can't beat them, then you can't beat them. You have to fight so hard. He's not a murderer who kills when he sees someone provoking him. Scram! Get out of my way. Understand? After Yi Tian finished speaking, he directly threw Chen Xingping out, but when he looked in the direction where Shin Han was, where are there still silhouettes? Not only is Shin Han gone, even those of his followers have left. What bad luck! Glancing at the tightly closed dragon gate, Yi Tian did not intend to stay here too long. It was now imperative to quickly raise one's cultivation level, because after going out from the secret realm, there was still the battle for the top 100, and his current ranking was just over 100, not even in the top 100. Chen Xingping's strength was only 109. Do you guys know where all the geniuses of those first-class forces are? Yi Tian turned to look at a cultivator beside him. When that person heard this, he hurriedly spoke. I don't know, but I think they should all go to the center of the secret realm to converge, because the remaining few dragon gates will definitely appear in the center of the secret realm. Thanks a lot. Yi Tian nodded his head and thanked him. Then he stepped into the center of the secret realm to hurry. Although the secret realm was large, it was fast if you really hurried. There were demonic beasts in there, but most of them were of a lower rank and posed no threat to them at all. And those truly powerful demonic beasts would all converge at the center of the secret realm. Yi Tian followed the topographical map that he had seen before entering, and came to the vast area in the center, where a large number of people were gathered, all waiting for that dragon gate to come out. Suddenly, a shocking bell chime exploded in the sky, resounding through the clouds. He only saw that two people were fighting not far away, and one of them he still recognized was none other than Wang Daoxian. The other person was unfamiliar to Yi Tian. At this moment, Wang Daoxian was like the Dharma king of thunder and lightning, and his body was filled with the overbearing intent of thunder and lightning, completely two people from when they were together before, and the one on his other side was equally strong. covered in green-colored astral winds. Each punch blasted out accompanied by a roaring sound. Is this the strength of a top heavenly pride? Yi Tian was astonished, and a strange gaze flickered in his eyes. Wang Daoxian and that person were both genius disciples of the top forces with unfathomable strength. At the same time, Wang Daoxian blasted his fist on the opponent's arm, and the thunderous arcs of electricity clashed with the green-colored astral wind. Boo! The man flew out backwards, and after he landed, he covered his numb right arm, and an unconcealable look of pain appeared on his face. His clothes were torn apart by the lightning, revealing his sturdy flesh, but at the moment, his body was covered in scorched black marks and he was in a sorry state. Chapter 69, Changes in the Secret World. He is worthy of being Wang Daoxian. It's really powerful. The man wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were shadowy, and his tone was a cold smile. You're not bad either. You were able to resist my thunder punch. Wang Daoxian let out a cold snort. He didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he collected his thunder power. At the same time, Yi Tian couldn't help but ask the person next to him, who is the person who fought Wang Daoxian? How come I haven't heard of him? The cultivator shook his head and said, he's a newly risen genius called Luokong. Seems to have come from the northern state. Northern Dao state? Hearing these three words, Yi Tian frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt that this person had the same aura as himself. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind. No man's barred zone. And these four words instantly surfaced in his mind. The power surnamed Luo. Could it be the family that Pops once mentioned? Yi Tian was secretly thinking. But he was a little confused. The people in the no man's land of the Forbidden Zone would not go out for anything other than big events. Soon, the two came down from the air, and Yi Tian hurriedly ran over. Brother Wang, so you're here. Yi Tian immediately revealed a bright smile when he saw Wang Daoxian. Ha, Brother Yi, why are you here to join in the fun? Seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Tian, Wang Daoxian was first stunned and then revealed a surprised expression. Had, I didn't expect it. Brother Wang is a deep concealer. Yi Tian answered the question, while his eyes looked at Luo Kong on the side. I don't know about this man. He was just about to ask the other party where he came from, but Luo Kong seemed to recognize him and turned directly to the side. Why? Do you know him, Brother Yi? Seeing Luo Kong turn around and walk away, Wang Daoxian was instantly puzzled. Did Yi Tian know the other party? I don't recognize him. Yi Tian shook his head. When Wang Daoxian heard this, he was even more confused. Not recognizing the other party, why did he pretend to ask a question? Ahem. Let's not discuss this matter. Do you know what that Shinhan is about? Yi Tian changed the topic and pointed to Shinhan, who was not far away, and opened his mouth to ask Wang Daoxian. What are you asking for? He's from the Heavenly Martial Sect, a first-class power. Oh, that's so. But I also heard that the power behind this kid has a grudge against Aojian Mountain Villa? When these words came out, Wang Daoxian froze. Then he tentatively asked, Brother Lin told you everything? Wang Daoxian's face was filled with astonishment. How could he know such hidden information? Well, I was going to ask about it, but this kid has already entered a dragon gate, so I didn't linger much. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and explained. Hearing these words, Wang Daoxian said with a light sigh after a moment of silence, since Brother Lin told you, then he must have also said that the power behind Shinhan is the Heavenly Martial Sect. You'd better not mess with it now. Many first-class powers are now staring at your Tai Sacred Land's location. In that case, this Heavenly Martial Sect should be considered a top-notch first-class power. Yi Tian's brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were flickering with a refined aura, not knowing what he was thinking. Don't worry, I'll definitely help when the time comes. Wang Daoxian smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with confidence. Ha ha ha, good. Brother Wang is really bold. Seeing him in this state, Yi Tian also smiled. Being able to make such a friend was indeed something to be happy about. Your strength is growing rapidly now. I guess it won't take long for you to catch up with me. Wang Daoxian patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said, then looked in the direction where the dragon gate was about to open. This time it should be all 6 gates open. There will definitely be a vicious battle then. Did you see that group? Saying that, Wang Daoxian pointed to a group of people, where the number of people was small, but by looking at the dresses they were all amongst the people. See, those people, Xiao 13, the inheritance disciple of the Tianxian Holy Land, Nangong Yan, the holy son of the 10,000 Laws Holy Land, Chu Qingmeng, the holy daughter of the Imperial Beast Holy Land. Those are the people we really have to face. Wang Daoxian's eyes became grave, although several of them were extremely talented and relatively young, but it was not to be taken lightly at all. It was because people from various holy places and ancient families were gathered here. It even included the top-ranked forces of the 3,000 Taoist prefecture, and they didn't dare to be careless at all. But don't worry, You definitely won't get hurt with me around. Wang Daoxian patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said. Yi Tian nodded his head as a warmth rose in his heart. Let's go to the Dragon Gate and take a look there. I won't be able to take care of you later. When that time comes, it's just a matter of rushing in right away if you can. Wang Daoxian pulled Yi Tian towards the Dragon Gate. When they arrived at the Dragon's Gate, it was surrounded by people. They stood in a circle, eyeing the scene inside the Dragon Gate, where only a passageway could be seen winding and circling upwards. At intervals a stone platform stood with an alcove in it. These 6 gates are all open, so isn't it soon that the secret realm will be closed? Didn't I hear that it would last for a year? Yi Tian looked at the situation ahead and murmured. It's rumored that someone touched some organ, causing the secret realm to close early. A touch of sorrow appeared on Wang Daoxuan's face. Alas, let's hope that the secret realm won't close too early. Otherwise once it closes, it will be a missed creation. Just as the two of them were talking, a sudden change occurred in the Dragon Gate. Only a roar rang out, and the Dragon Gate suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to collapse, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Just as the crowd was panicking, a furious cry abruptly resounded throughout the void. You rats! How dare you trespass the secret realm? Immediately afterward, a figure instantly swept out, hanging in midair, looking down on everyone from above. This person was clad in a red robe. His eyes were long and narrow, the corner of his mouth hung with a trace of indifferent arc, and his body exuded a terrifying pressure, as if he was an emperor. What's going on? How could a Jindan stage powerhouse appear within the secret territory? It's over. Such bad luck. Right after the man appeared, he swung his sleeve violently. In an instant, a violent and powerful wind swept in all directions, and a huge aura suppressed the crowd, causing them all to kneel down. Even Wang Daoxian, who was beside Yi Tian, was almost shaken to the ground, and if he wasn't protected by a body shield of light, he was bound to be robbed. Seeing the man's actions, the crowd sucked in their breath. This was a strong person of the Jindan stage, who suppressed everyone with his aura alone and could not be fought against. I am Skywalker. How dare you outsiders trespass into the secret realm? You're just looking for death. Skywalker swept a glance at the surrounding crowd and chided in a cold voice. Hearing his words, the crowd was stunned. Anyone could hear that this person should be a native of the secret realm. Not only that, looking at his state, his cultivation had even reached the appalling Jindan stage. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Chapter 70, Followers of the Heavenly Emperor? The outside world was also shocked at this moment, and the elders of the various great sects and holy places, as well as those of the 3000 Dao Pavilion, were all confused. For so many years, the secret realm had never seen any beings above foundation establishment. But now, a Jindan stage actually appeared. This would definitely be a disaster for all the forces if they were to kill. One must know that these disciples could be the hopes of the great sects, and cultivating a talented disciple out was not only by resources, but also manpower and material resources. All sorts of things piled on top of each other. At that thought, the people hurriedly reported the news up. Humph! You humble ants! How dare you trespass? Seek death! Seeing the bewildered expressions of the surrounding crowd, Skywalker roared once again. Immediately afterward, he flipped his palm and took out a blood knife, slashing out violently as a piece de resistance cut across the sky. Bang! The blood knife slashed down viciously, directly cutting on a teenager at the very front of the crowd. Pust! A large human head flew up and blood gushed out. In the outside spectator seats, an old man was furious when he saw this scene, and a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth. My grandson! In the secret realm, Yi Tian saw that the situation was not good and was about to retreat backwards when he suddenly felt some changes in the Dragon Gate, and the 6 Dragon Gates began to flash. He hastily pulled on Wang Daoxuan's cuff. Brother Wang, pay attention to the Dragon Gate. Yi Tian's words had just fallen, only to see a huge black vortex emerge in the Dragon Gate, followed by all 6 Dragon Gates trembling and buzzing. Then all of them opened. At the same time, a dense aura drifted out from the Dragon Gate, enveloping every corner of the secret realm. A strange rune shot out from it and condensed into a light shield in midair, enveloping everyone in it. Charge! Yi Tian didn't even think about it and directly rushed towards the nearest Dragon Gate, while Wang Daoxian also performed his stance and rushed towards another Dragon Gate. Although the crowd was attracted to Skywalker, there were still many cultivators who were observing the Dragon Gate and moved at the same time the moment they saw it open. This time, Yi Tian was not the first one to enter a Dragon Gate. On the contrary, Shao 12 and the other place stepped into a Dragon Gate in less than 3 breaths of time. Yi Tian gave a cry of greatness in his heart. Spinning around, he also no longer hesitated and directly stepped into the Dragon Gate. And before he entered, he saw that the teenager named Luo Kong had also entered into a Dragon Gate. This was Yi Tian's second time entering the Dragon Gate, but this time was a bit different from the last time. This should be what they call a saint's inheritance, right? Yi Tian looked at the statue standing in front of him, a statue that was 5 feet tall, wearing a purple crown on its head, ancient clothing and cloud boots. He could not help but guess. Who are you? The eyes on the statue slowly opened, revealing 2 divine auras that seemed to be able to penetrate the hearts of people, causing them to lower their heads. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura spread out from the statue, wrapping Yi Tian within. The feeling was like having your mind pierced in an instant. However, Yi Tian suddenly thought of something in his heart. That is, a great power like this should provide a lot of points, so he coughed lightly. Ahem, my name is Yi Tian, from the No Man's Land, the son of immortal Emperor Yi, currently practicing in the Tai Sacred Land. My master is Immortal Man Miao. As the words fell, the system beep sounded instantly. Ding! The host's truthfulness has made the Heavenly Flame Saint Sovereign a bit confused, arousing the other party's emotions, gaining 10,000 points. Yi Tian was a bit puzzled when he saw the points gained. System, this is at least a saint, and you're giving this many points? How dare you lie to the ghost? Back to the host. This is just a saint's remnant soul. The system rewards are very reasonable and compliant. There are absolutely no shady practices. And at this moment, the Heavenly Flame Saint Sovereign couldn't help but feel some anger when he saw that Yi Tian seemed to have wandered off. Kid, are you sure you're not talking big? With the sudden blast from his ears, Yi Tian instantly came back to his senses and hurriedly opened his mouth. Didn't talk big? My father is really Yi Tian D. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Yi Tian was also a bit helpless. He knew that the other party would not believe it, but it was real. Humph, isn't it? I have my own way. In the next moment, Yi Tian suddenly felt a pain in his finger. Then a drop of blood left out from his fingertip. Immediately, the drop of blood took on a light golden color, and it actually emanated a powerful pressure on it. The face of the Heavenly Flame Sage, however, changed, and on his originally ferocious countenance, he unexpectedly revealed a respectful expression and bowed to Yi Tian. Greetings, young lord. What is this? After hearing these words, Yi Tian was completely dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that his blood didn't have such an effect, but he whirled around and reacted. What did you call me? Yi Tian was filled with surprise. Subordinate Skyfire. See, young lord. The Heavenly Flame Saint Sovereign still said respectfully, even with excitement in his eyes. Wait. At this time, Yi Tian finally came to his senses. Who are you? I don't know you at all. Besides, what if I'm a fake? He wondered a little if the guy was in over his head. Young lord, you are of the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline. I will definitely not recognize you wrongly. When I followed the Heavenly Emperor on his travels, the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor has long been in my mind. The Heavenly Flame Holy Father said with some disappointment. Unfortunately, I didn't follow in the beginning and was later sneak attacked by those people. Go ahead. Yi Tian had been attracted by the other party's words at this time. If according to the other party's words, his own old man was also a man of the world at that time. I forget what happened after that. Heavenly Flame Venerable one side, but Yi Tian was anxious. You can't forget. How could you forget at this critical moment? I order you to continue. Young master, old man. Old man is just a wisp of a remnant soul. His memories were lost a long time ago. Venerable Skyfire shook his head helplessly. He didn't know why he had appeared here, but now that he saw Yi Tian, his heart was naturally joyful. The Heavenly Flame Venerable was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words, before he spoke. Young lord, you are the son of the Heavenly Emperor. There is no doubt about that. So, are you sure you want my legacy? He actually wanted to say that the son of the Heavenly Emperor wanted nothing, and that although his inheritance was top-notch, it was still not worth mentioning compared to an emperor-level technique. Sure. You old man, don't hide it. I am in dire need of improving my strength. Here, the kid kowtows first. Saying that, Yi Tian immediately knelt down, preparing to kowtow a few to the other party first. The appearance of this scene instead gave Venerable Skyfire a shiver of fear and hurriedly stopped Yi Tian. Young lord, I can't afford this kneeling of yours. Chapter 71 Heavenly Fire Divine Skill. Did you just say you were going to give me the inheritance? Yi Tian raised his head and stared at Venerable Skyfire as he asked. Venerable Skyfire nodded at his words. In that case, hurry up with the inheritance, Yi Tian urged. Good. Venerable Skyfire hurriedly agreed, then sat down on his knees. His hands pinched and his lips wriggled as he chanted something. Yi Tian, on the other hand, watched all of this with wide eyes, fearing that he would miss half of the details. In the next moment, the Heavenly Flame Saint Sovereign suddenly had crimson flames coming out all over his body, and there were also blazing flames burning all around him, reflecting the surroundings into a sea of fire. Yi Tian's blood was surging as he watched, and he couldn't wait to rush up and fight with them for 300 rounds, but he was afraid to die, so he could only stand and watch from a distance. Two beams of fiery light snapped out of the heavenly flame Venerable One's eyes, shooting directly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, on the other hand, felt like he was enveloped by something and was unable to move his body. But it didn't end there, and he found his entire body bathed in the warmth of these two beams of fire. Yi Tian seemed to see a river of fire emerge from the sky. His body was suspended in the center of the river of fire, while outside his body was a transparent barrier. It is? Suddenly a sharp pain came from all parts of his body, and Yi Tian felt that it was the pain of his soul being torn apart. Roar! Yi Tian raised his voice to the sky and let out a long whistle. His voice was hoarse and mournful. However, at this moment he couldn't care about himself in the slightest. His consciousness was completely focused on his physical body above. Suddenly a huge tremor erupted from within his body, turning into a white light that entered his brow and disappeared. At the same time, Yi Tian's body slowly fell softly to the ground, and at this moment Yi Tian was already unconscious. Young lord, this is the last bit of modest help that I can give to your Yi clan's imperial clan, so I hope you can make good use of it. As the words fell, the heavenly flame Venerable One's body shattered like glass and turned into bits of starlight that began to dissipate. Ding! System prompt. It has been detected that the host has obtained a mysterious inheritance. A special system reward. The Divine Demon Body Refining Decision. May I ask if the host will receive the reward? Before Yi Tian passed out. Vaguely, he seemed to have heard the voice of the system. Pick up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Demon Body Refining Decree. In the next moment, he fell into a coma once again. He did not know how long it had been. Yi Tian woke up leisurely, only for him to realize that his entire body was drenched in sweat. Not only that, within his dantian, a ball of flame was floating there, emitting a dazzling light. Immediately after Yi Tian's consciousness slowly returned, he began to recall what had happened before. As I recall, it seems that the heavenly flame Venerable One has poured all of his power into my body. Could it be that this flame is his inheritance? No. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt a change in his body. The peak of the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. Only a sliver away from reaching the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Venerable Skyfire, where are you? He yelled out in a hurry. Only, there was no response. Strange, could it be that that heavenly flame Venerable has dissipated? Yi Tian was surprised in his heart, but when he carefully checked, he found nothing. This made him a bit depressed. After all, he was still planning to seek out the heavenly flame Venerable One to learn a bit, but the guy actually dissipated, leaving him with no trace. Forget it. He left behind a technique anyway. It's enough for me to cultivate for a long time. Yi Tian shook his head and no longer thought much about it as he began to cultivate the technique left behind by the Heavenly Flame Venerable. Heavenly Flame Divine Secrets, which contained the Heavenly Flame Venerable One's techniques and lifelong cultivation insights. Only, as soon as he ran his gong method, his face changed. It was because this gong method was surprisingly extremely overbearing, and it's so wild that if it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to handle it at all. It was a good thing that he utilized the Great Sun Body Forging technique to cultivate his body. Otherwise it would have been really easy to explode and die. Damn it! Yi Tian cursed, then forced himself to endure the pain and continue cultivating. This kind of gong method must be practiced consistently every day. Only then can one maximize the limits of one's enhancement. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and insisted. And finally, after running for a week, he slowly stopped cultivating. Ha ha ha, cool. Yi Tian opened his eyes and laughed out with a face full of joy. He only tested it a little and felt that his physical body strength was much stronger. The effect of this increase was something he couldn't believe how before. And he was even more surprised that this heavenly fire divine skill even possessed a cleansing effect. It's too bullish. It's worthy of being a saint-level higher technique. Not only can it raise the realm, but it also possesses the effect of tempering the physical body. It's simply a feat that exists for the sake of martial cultivation. Yi Tian jumped to his feet in excitement. He desperately craved strength now, and fought to cultivate. Yi Tian immediately sat down on his knees and began to cultivate this heavenly fire divine skill. Without realizing it, Yi Tian had already spent 14 days within the Dragon Gate. Yet the outside world was a mess at the moment. Because of the sudden appearance of Jindan stage natives in the secret realm, it directly caused those disciples who had not entered the dragon sect to suffer a massacre. Even the talented sons and daughters of some forces did not avoid it. At the entrance of the secret realm, Skywalker looked at the youth in front of him, dressed in white and holding a long sword. And a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. Kid, not bad. Actually got the sword Venerable's inheritance. The youth was no one else. It was clearly none other than Lin Ao Dust who had come out from the Dragon Gate. After Lin Ao Dust came out, he saw the cultivators in the depths of the secret realm running towards the exit of the secret realm. It was reasonable to say that there was still more than a month to go before the secret realm closed, but these people were actually running towards the outside as if they were crazy. It wasn't until he saw Skywalker holding a long sword and slaughtering these people that he instantly understood. However, he didn't expect the Skywalker to follow him all the way to the exit of the secret realm as if he recognized him. Get out of the way. Lin Ao Dust looked at the other party. A touch of scorn flashed in his eyes. His strength had already come to the 9th level of Foundation establishment after receiving the inheritance from the Swordfather. It was even straight to the peak of the 9th level. But the problem was that the other party was a Jindan stage powerhouse. A whole segment higher than him. How can he fight like this? Even if he recognizes death, he is not a fool. Charging up like this, it will definitely be 10 deaths. Ha! Skywalker snorted coldly, not even bothering to talk nonsense with Lin Ao Dust. Junior, hand over the inheritance and spare your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao Dust's mouth revealed a touch of sarcasm. Hand over the treasure and spare me from death? He swept a contemptuous glance at Skywalker and said indifferently, with you? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Although he was not willing to fight hard with Skywalker, the other party's tone made him feel very angry, which was why he deliberately irritated the other party. Since you're obsessed, it's not my fault. Skywalker's gaze chilled as he fiercely pulled up the long knife beside him and instantly chopped towards Lin Ao Dust. The sharp slash cut through the air, bringing out a silver line. Chapter 72 Swordfather's Inheritance. Seeing this, Lin Ao Dust frowned. He didn't retreat. He similarly drew out a long sword and met the attack. This sword was clearly different from the one he had used before, the tattooed dragons on the sword emitting a gust of cold aura the moment he injected his spiritual energy. The collision of the two triggered a loud noise, and terrifying ripples spread out. Thump! Lin Ao Dust's figure retreated several steps in a row, with intense shock in his eyes. Is this the Jindan stage? A casual strike has such power. At this moment, Skywalker's breath was surging and his aura surrounded him. And that wasn't the end of it. Skywalker's aura was climbing, and his speed was such that Lin Ao Dust couldn't capture it. So fast. Lin Aoden's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Bang! He chopped down with his sword, but Skywalker dodged it, followed by a punch that came and hit Lin Ao Dust's chest. Put! Lin Ao Dust opened his mouth and spat out blood as he flew backwards. Heaven's pride? It's too weak. Actually losing like this. Skywalker skimmed his lips and said with disdain. At this moment, Lin Ao Dust stood up in a sorry state. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Skywalker with a gloomy gaze. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you want to move against me. It was just a momentary lapse on my part just now. Next, I'm going to show you my true strength. Lin Ao Dust said with a single, resounding word, and in the next moment, he directly stimulated his physique. The moment the innate sword body was opened, it was as if his entire body had transformed into a stern longsword, and the sword pattern at the center of his brow shone brightly. An aura of sharpness radiated out. Lin Ao Dust's speed increased steeply and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared behind Skywalker, and the long sword in his hand viciously chopped out. Sculptor's little skill. Skywalker snorted coldly, and with a backhanded grip, he grabbed the long sword that Lin Aoden had swung over. However, he quickly changed his face because the moment Lin Ao Dust landed his sword, it actually chopped on top of his arm at an extremely weird angle. Skywalker's pupils shrank, and he hastily loosened his grip on the long sword. His body stormed back, pulling away from Lin Aoden. When Lin Ao Dust saw that Skywalker's decapitated arm was actually unharmed, he let out a cry of astonishment and a bit of disbelief. Skywalker, on the other hand, looked at Lin Aoden with a face full of gravity and said with a low gulp, your sword technique, it's a bit odd. He had just clearly sensed that his attack had been blocked and that he had almost been injured. This was completely beyond his expectations, because Lin Aoden's sword technique, he couldn't see through it at all. This kind of situation was only possible when encountering those martial artists who specialized in sword arts or certain top sword sect disciples. Get out of the way. At this moment, Lin Ao Dust was already close to his limit. The sword he had just chopped out had already used up 80% of his spiritual energy. If he dragged on any longer, what awaited him would be the depletion of his spiritual energy and an eventual crushing defeat. Want to leave? No way. Skywalker let out a cold laugh and stopped in front of Lin Ao Dust with a sway of his figure. Swish! The long blade in Skywalker's hand was waved, and another powerful blade aura, carrying a terrifying might, chopped out horizontally. This time, Lin Ao Dust did not choose to dodge. He gritted his teeth and urged the remaining spiritual energy in his body and raised his long sword to meet the attack. Ding! Intense crashing sounds rang out as swords and knives clashed, erupting into a sky of sparks. However, in the next moment, Lin Aoden let out a muffled grunt as his entire body flew backwards. This time, not only did he fail to block his opponent's attack, he instead suffered from his opponent's overbearing backlash, causing himself to be injured. Not only that, but a hideous wound was left on his wrist, flowing with scarlet blood that dripped to the ground. Ha ha, with this skill, you dare to challenge my patience. Do you really think you are gifted? Skywalker laughed coldly and bullied his way up once again. He didn't give Lin Ao Dust a chance to catch his breath, and with a raise of his long blade, another ferocious attack came. Lin Ao Dust gritted his teeth and resisted his opponent's attacks, but unfortunately, his attack still couldn't shake Skywalker by half. Unbearable. After a short exchange of hands, Skywalker let out a cold laugh and then violently slapped his palm at Lin Ao Dust. Skywalker slapped down, directly sending Lin Ao Dwan flying out a few meters away. His body fell over the edge of the stone platform, spewing out a mouthful of bruised blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. How could this happen? Lin Aodin looked desperate and muttered, his face full of unwillingness. You've already lost. Hand over the inheritance and I can spare your life. Skywalker said coldly, then slowly raised his feet and walked over. No! Lin Aodin suddenly hissed and fought to climb up, his eyes filled with madness. You think I'd tell you? Dream on! Lin Aodin shouted. Upon hearing this, Skywalker frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice, are you sure you want to force me to kill you? Ha ha, come on, kill me if you can. Lin Ao Dwan laughed maniacally, seeming to have no fear of Skywalker at all. Since you're stubborn, go to hell. Before the words left his mouth, Skywalker's figure flashed and rushed towards Lin Ao Dust. Accompanied by a crisp fracture sound, Lin Ao Dust was once again sent flying out. His right leg was broken at the knee. Blood stained his clothes red. It looked shocking. I'll give you one last chance to give the inheritance to me. A flash of greed and violence flashed in Skywalker's eyes at this moment, and he said in a cold voice, dreaming. Lin Ao Dust snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he glared angrily at Skywalker, but his body trembled unceasingly. Toast? In that case, you'll stay here forever. As soon as the words left his mouth, Skywalker was ready to strike to completely finish off Lin Aodin. Right at that moment, only a lightning flash was seen, shooting from the side. Boo! The massive thunder ruthlessly smashed into Skywalker's head. What is it? Skywalker was startled and immediately covered his head and dodged back to avoid the lightning. Ahem! Lin Ao Dust coughed violently twice and stood up with difficulty, his face as white as paper. Brother Lin, are you alright? The thunder dispersed, revealing a thin figure. He looked about 17 or 8 years old, with tanned and clean skin and decent features, giving a sense of sunny handsomeness. The person who came was none other than Wang Daoxian, who had come out from the Dragon Gate, and the one following behind him was clearly Yi Tian. The two had just stood still when several figures once again surged behind them. Xiao 13, Chu Qingmeng, Nan Gongyan, Luo Kong. Several of them had all rushed towards the exit of the secret realm immediately after coming out of the Dragon Gate. Wang Daoxian's speed was the fastest, coupled with the lightning method, so he was the first to arrive here. But just after arriving here, he saw Lin Ao Dust being directly knocked out by Skywalker. If he hadn't stepped out in time, I'm afraid that Lin Ao Dust would already be under the other party's knife by now. Oh, so there are a few more big fish. Skywalker didn't panic upon seeing the several people. A playful smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth as he said playfully, hand over the inheritance you obtained, or else, die. Chapter 73, 3 words without leaving the inheritance. When Wang Daoxian and the others heard his words, their faces clouded over. Skywalker's strength was strong, stronger than any of them, especially just now. When Skywalker showed his fighting strength, it was even more astonishing. If Wang Daoxian hadn't stepped in to stop it, Lin Ao Dwan would have died long ago. Little ones, hand over the inheritance. Skywalker swept his eyes over the crowd and said indifferently. Lin Ao Dust and the others were all blue in the face, glaring at Skywalker with extreme anger, none of them willing to compromise. I don't know what to do. Skywalker shook his head and sighed. Alas, since you guys are persistent, I have no choice but to send you to your deaths. As the words fell, Skywalker walked towards the several people with his long sword in his hand, with an air of victory, not putting the several people of Wang Daoxian in his eyes at all. Be careful, Wang Daoxian warned with a low shout, directly casting his thunder technique and taking the lead in the attack. At the same time, everyone else surrounded towards Skywalker. 5 people struck out at the same time with a breathtaking momentum. Looking for death. Seeing this scene, Skywalker was not the least bit intimidated, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a disdainful arc. He swung one arm lightly, and his long sword slashed horizontally and vertically, erupting in brilliant blade light. The blade awnings were so severe that each blade light seemed to possess a destructive power, easily tearing through the void and bringing up sharp and ear-piercing sonic whistling sounds. This is the golden elixir. Although Wang Daoxian blocked the 2 knives, His left arm was also cut through a deep gash by the sharp blade. The duo of Nangon Yen and Luo Kong were no exception, with several more wounds on their bodies. Xiao 13 was still intact, but his face was also covered in pain. The only one left uninjured was Chu Qingmeng, but her imperial beast, the blue scale python, had broken its tail. However, a flash of doubt suddenly flashed in Wang Daoxuan's eyes, and he gave a cry in his heart. Where is Yi Tian? Immediately, he noticed that a figure suddenly rushed out behind Skywalker, and it was certainly none other than Yi Tian. At this moment, a red lotus appeared in Yi Tian's hand, which he had condensed with the original fire source given to him by the Heavenly Flame Venerable. It is also a technique in the Heavenly Fire Divine Skill, which is to use one's own flame and compress it after fusing the spiritual energy. So it can be said that as long as enough spiritual energy is poured in, then even if a great emperor comes, he will have to eat a mouthful of ash. Of course, with Yi Tian's current realm it was simply impossible to reach, but it was enough to make the Jindan stage suffer. When Skywalker didn't recoil, Yi Tian had already thrown the fireball in his hand. That was what he had condensed with the Golden Crow fire he had condensed with himself and the Heavenly Flame Venerable One's origin fire. Boom! Like a small bomb erupting, a vacuum was formed in the area centered on Skywalker, and in an instant, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? It was estimated that if they received such a blow, they were afraid that they would be directly turned into ashes. Right? Not only them, even Yi Tian himself was dumbfounded. He thought of what the Heavenly Flame Venerable One had told him, but he never thought that it was actually terrifying to this extent. This is just too much. After the smoke cleared, Wang Daoxian and the others finally got a good look at Skywalker. At this moment, Skywalker still maintained his original arrogant stance, only that his chest was sunken down a lot, obviously injured. Damned mole cricket! How dare you sneak attack old me? You deserve to die! Skywalker roared angrily, his body's spiritual energy bulging as an unparalleled and strong pressure swept around. No good! Upon noticing this, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed abruptly, and immediately, Wang Daoxian executed his thunder law to the extreme. After coming to Lin Ao Dust's side, he pulled him up and rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. The same was true for the others. They weren't familiar with Yi Tian, so they couldn't afford to fight for their lives with him. The current Skywalker had already been attracted to Yi Tian's attention and would not pay any attention to them at all. You guys, how unrighteous! Yi Tian was also dumbfounded. How could he not expect that these people would throw themselves away and escape alone? This made him cry and laugh, but now was not the time to think about that. Before Skywalker could react, he had to leave this place immediately. However, Skywalker was, after all, a Jindan stage cultivator, and even if he was in a bad state now, he was not something an ordinary person could shake. The moment Yi Tian was just about to escape, he felt a coldness in his back and turned around violently, slashing towards his back with a hand knife. Humph! Sculpture! Skywalker let out a cold snort as his right palm lifted up, grabbing Yi Tian's blade with a hard grip, followed by a slight twist. Click! The blade shattered, followed by a shake of Skywalker's arm, and Yi Tian's entire body flew out backwards, smashing heavily on the ground. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yi Tian struggled to stand up with great difficulty, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Skywalker. His own full-strength strike was actually so easily disintegrated by him. Just how terrifying Skywalker's strength had become was completely beyond one's ability to speculate. He now only hoped that Wang Daoxian and the others could escape as soon as possible. You assholes, actually abandoning your companions to escape alone, are simply trash. At that moment, Skywalker slowly walked up to him, a cold aura surging in his eyes as he said indifferently, "You don't need to sow discord. Although these people are not righteous, if they don't run away, I'm afraid that all of us will be folded inside." Yi Tian didn't intend to run at the moment. There was only one exit. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't run, so he might as well let go. You kid is tough, but hardcore people don't end up with any good outcomes. You outsiders, seizing the resources of our gathering spirit state, were it not for the blessing of our ancestors, allowing us to hide underground. When he said this, Skywalker suddenly stopped, and then he gazed coldly at Yi Tian. Hand over the inheritance and I can give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for your life and death. Yi Tian sniffed and his eyes darted around. He could tell. Skywalker is 3 words without leaving the inheritance. The key is that there are so many inheritances here. The other party and native, and listening to the other party's words just now, there should be other talents. But why is Skywalker the only one out? Thinking of this, Yi Tian turned around and ran towards the depths of the secret realm. The exit is no way to go. But who would look toward death when they can live? Seeing Yi Tian fleeing, Skywalker became furious. His feet violently stomped on the ground and chased after him. However, Yi Tian's speed was too much slower than Skywalker's, and in just a few minutes of work, he was already only 100 meters away from Yi Tian. Grilla Talpa. Today, I'll definitely grind your bones to ashes. Skywalker let out a stern cry, and his body steeply soared, growing to nearly 5 feet tall in the blink of an eye. His fingers became thick, and the surface of his skin even glowed with a silky light, like it was plated with a layer of silver-white armor. As these strange luster spread, a crackling sound came out from his body, as if he was hammering his muscles and bones and tempering his flesh. Chapter 74 Jiedan Experience Card. Escape from the Secret Realm. This is Forging Bones? Yi Tian, who was fleeing in the distance, let out a cry of shock, a strong look of horror appearing in his eyes. Skywalker did not take heed of the shouts. At this moment, his eyes were flashing with scarlet bloodlight, like a beast that was hideous and terrifying. Kid, I told you, you can't escape me. Yi Tian was also a bit flustered at the moment and hurriedly asked the system secretly. System, is there anything that lets me teleport out? However, the system was as if it was dead at this time, and seeing this scene, Yi Tian had to pull out the jade talisman that he had previously exchanged to get the Jiedan stage. Dog, you underestimate your little master. As Yi Tian turned around, he directly crushed the jade talisman. In an instant, his realm rose steeply and the aura on his body gradually climbed. Jiedan Peak. Boom. When Yi Tian's realm was elevated to the peak of Jiedan, his aura was completely solid, and there was no longer any semblance of weakness. You actually reached the peak of Jiedan? How did you do that? Skywalker's eyes rounded and stared at Yi Tian with a deadly stare. He was a little confused as to where this guy came out from. No, that's not the point. The point is, he's already regretting it a bit now. Ha ha, kid, don't forget, you are now my prisoner. Your life and death are controlled by me. Yi Tian didn't answer his words. Instead he sneered. Is that so? I'll try to see if you can keep me now. Although he said so, he could clearly understand that he could only use a total of 30 breaths of time to escape. Originally, he wanted to fight for his life, but feeling the surging power within him, he was confident that he could run out. In the next moment, Yi Tian exerted his body shape and rushed towards the entrance of the passageway. Seek death. Skywalker immediately let out a cold snort as his right leg suddenly fired up and he leaped several feet, lunging straight towards Yi Tian. At the same time, his left fist was clenched into a fist and ruthlessly smashed against the back of Yi Tian's head. The two forces instantly collided together, erupting into a violent muffled sound, and the air even stirred up rippling waves. A powerful recoil force struck Yi Tian, but Yi Tian was secretly pleased and accelerated his pace with the impact. The Skywalker was instantly furious, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only allow Yi Tian to leave. Ah! Shit! Damn it! You outsiders! All of you deserve to die. Yi Tian stepped into the exit of the secret realm and was instantly teleported back to the middle Dao state, and the moment he came out, he was confused, only to see everyone staring at him in disbelief. Yi Tian instantly reacted and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, did you all think I was dead? I attracted attention for you guys, but you're so good that you actually ran away without me. As he said this, his eyes swept over the 5 people who had just been there. After all, Lin Aoduan was already heavily injured in his body. The two of them, Chu Qingmeng and Nan Gongyan, led by Xiao 13, lowered their heads, to the point where Wang Daoxian looked at him in surprise. Brother Yi, I thought. Wang Daoxian was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and take me away. You owe me this time. Don't renege on your debt. Yi Tian waved his hand, not bothering to count, and not far away. Lin Ao Dust flashed a flash of gratitude in his eyes when he saw Yi Tian in the middle, but he didn't say anything because of his face. Man Miao Fairy waved at Yi Tian. They Tai Holy Land went in with 2 people and both came out alive. That's a heck of a war chest. Not only that, she could tell that Yi Tian's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th level of foundation establishment, and this kind of talent was enough to be called an absolute demon. Therefore, after seeing Yi Tian, the manly fairy smiled faintly and then spoke. Quickly come over here and let master see if there are any injuries. The Man Miao Fairy was filled with tenderness and kindness, as if she really treated Yi Tian as her own personal disciple. Thank you master for caring. Yi Tian gave a gentle salute, and then obediently followed beside the manly fairy. On the side, those people next to him were looking at Yi Tian enviously. They also wanted to be favored by the beautiful master teacher. Not far away, Yi Tian noticed that the kid named Luo Kong had been looking this way, but when he looked over, Luo Kong quickly turned his eyes away again. For Luo Kong, although Yi Tian was very much like the other party, it didn't mean that he had to ask. Anyway, as long as the other party didn't get in the way, then he didn't bother. I heard Lin Aoduan and the others say that you also entered the dragon sect. What kind of inheritance did you get? The manly fairy smiled faintly, seemingly asking casually, but in reality, she was testing Yi Tian. Hearing this, the ears of the surrounding crowd perked up. They knew that Yi Tian had entered the Dragon Gate twice. The first pass was for chance and the second pass was for inheritance. If what he had gotten was a legacy left behind by a certain superpower, he would have made a fortune. I won't hide it from master. I have indeed obtained an inheritance. Speaking here, Yi Tian intentionally sold a lie. As expected, the surrounding crowd all had their eyes shining, full of eagerness, waiting for Yi Tian to continue on. However, this inheritance is a bit special. Forget it, I guess your old man won't understand even if I say it, so I'd better shut up for now. However, before the words fell, Manny's palm slapped on Yi Tian's head. What are you saying? Am I old? Your master? The manly fairy's willow eyebrows rose. Yi Tian hemmed and hawed and didn't dare to say much, immediately digressing from the topic. Actually, I obtained the inheritance of a person called Heavenly Flame Venerable. Yi Tian glanced at them and continued. Just now before coming out I also tried it. That power is absolutely awesome. Even the Gene Dance stage can't stand it even when it takes a hit. If you don't believe me, ask senior brother Lin. When they heard the first part, the crowd was still a bit unconvinced. But when they heard the second part and asked Lin Ao Dust, their gazes all looked towards Lin Ao Dust. Lin Ao Dust naturally understood what Yi Tian had said, but was it good to just tell his bottom card like that? However, the words were already there. Lin Ao Dust could only nod his head. This time, the crowd was even more surprised. So strong? How did this Yi Tian do it? Unbelievable. This kid is so lucky. Many disciples looked at Yi Tian with envy. Humph. It's just a district inheritance. What's there to be proud of? Chu Qingmeng, who was on the side, spoke faintly, clearly scoffing at this. Che, then what were you guys running for just now? Yi Tian did not show any weakness. Humph. Chu Qingmeng let out a cold snort and turned her head away, no longer bothering with Yi Tian. However, after listening to Yi Tian's narration, the manly fairy smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. In this way, you are also barely qualified to be a core disciple of our Taiyi Holy Land. Core disciple? Yi Tian froze. Yes, core disciple. But you can't be complacent either. Because of the unexpected situation in the secret realm, the top 100 competition that was supposed to be a month from now has now been changed to half a month from now. So just take a good rest and stabilize your cultivation over these days, the manly fairy said slowly. Chapter 75, the beginning of the great race of the ring. Half a month passed quickly. Yi Tian had been consolidating his cultivation over this period of time. At the same time, he had skillfully utilized all of the arts and martial arts and the heavenly fire divine secrets, allowing his foundation to be thoroughly solidified. On the other hand, Lin Ao Dust had also received help from the sect to bring his state to its peak. And on this day, after Yi Tian woke up from his state of seclusion, he suddenly heard Fairy Manmiao calling him over. Yi Tian. The manly fairy sat within the pavilion and waved her hand at Yi Tian. Well, disciple pays his respects to master. Yi Tian said respectfully. Manmiao could be said to have taken care of him in every way now. After he came out of the secret realm, the pills had not been broken. All of them were the extremely high-grade pills that Fairy Man Meow had accumulated over the years. On top of that, Immortal Man Meow also instructed him in cultivation a few times. In short, this cheap master was really good to him beyond words, simply more meticulous and considerate than his parents. Yi Tian, your talent is good. You'll definitely have something to do in the future. I hope you'll get a good result in this top 100 grand competition selection. The manly fairy's tone was calm, but it revealed encouragement. After all, only the top 10 people could enter the Dao Pavilion to cultivate within it, which was a collection of the essence of the entire 3,000 Dao states. Those pavilion elders were also all once famous figures, each with their own understanding of martial arts. You can rest assured. First place aside, the top 10 is definitely a sure thing. Yi Tian patted his chest and assured, his face filled with a confident look. Oh, then you must strive hard for it. In case you are brushed down, the master can't spare you. The manly fairy smiled delicately, but it was with a hint of a flirtatious tone. I'll try my best, said Yi Tian with a dry cough. Alright, cut the crap. I saw earlier that your ground soldier was damaged. This is for you. Saying that, the manly fairy raised her jade hand, and a long sword with fire attribute was thrown over. Yi Tian grabbed the long sword and after surveying it, he realized that the long sword was made of extraordinary material and was actually made of fire spirit shin iron. This kind of material was extremely difficult to obtain and even unattainable, so I'm sure she must have gone through a lot of effort to get it, right? Thank you, master, Yi Tian said gratefully, putting the long sword away. Regardless, the long sword was still quite valuable to him. Most importantly, It and the blazing sun sword were of the same origin, so it might have a strange effect. The manly fairy waved her hand and said, "This is the reward you deserve. You should cherish it." After saying that, she admonished Yi Tian a few more times before leaving the gazebo. After she left, Yi Tian chatted with Lin Ao Dust for a few more sentences before saying goodbye and returning to his residence to wait for the great competition to start tomorrow. But just as he reached the residence, his form came to a steep stop. Immediately afterward, he jerked his head back to look at the dense forest to his left. "If you're here, why be sneaky? Aren't you ashamed?" As the words fell, a dark shadow walked out from the forest. It was Xiao 13. "It's you?" Yi Tian frowned slightly surprised. I just came to say thank you." After Xiao 13 finished speaking, he turned around and directly disappeared in place. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth and said in his heart, "These people from the big powers are so stingy. Thank you don't even come with a gift. What kind of thank you is this?" Immediately, he turned around and went back to the house, sat on his bed with his knees crossed, and began to cultivate. It was a night of peace and quiet. The following day, the morning breeze dawned and all was silent. The square above the Dao Pavilion had already been filled with densely packed disciples. Today was the day when the top 100 disciples in the secret realm would compete, and according to the usual practice, this year's rankings were still decided according to the top 10. So, today is a big day, especially those disciples at the back of the rankings. If they could squeeze into the top 10, they would be able to receive generous rewards, and might be able to directly step into the Heaven's Pride sequence. Although there were so many factors to consider in order to become strong, it was ultimately an opportunity. Yi Tian followed the Tai Holy Land's team to the venue, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the overwhelming crowd around him. These little guys are all excited like this. Aren't they all expecting to be in the top 10? The manly fairy said with a light laugh. Yi Tian glanced at him and shook his head without speaking. "Oh, little one, are you doubting my vision?" The manly fairy seemed to notice the change in his expression and said with a contemptuous smile, "I wouldn't dare. Disciple is just doubting master's vision. There aren't any powerful characters among these people." Yi Tian hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Is that so? Then I'd like to know, if you were to take the field, who do you think would be your opponent?" The manly fairy asked with interest. "Me? Oh." Yi Tian smiled blandly, a touch of confidence flashing up in his eyes before he said, "Neither is a match for me." After listening to Yi Tian's words, the manly fairy was first stunned, then smiled and shook her head. "Are you blowing smoke?" Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not that I'm bragging, it's the truth." At this moment, Yi Tian exuded an overpowering and domineering aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. "Ha ha, you're quite arrogant." The manly fairy laughed. The two were talking when a sudden raucous cacophony rang out. Yi Tian turned his head to see that it turned out to be the other holy grounds as well as disciples who had arrived at the venue. There were a few familiar people inside. Wang Daoxian, Xiao 13, Nan Gongyan, Shen Han, Xu Qingmeng and others were listed. And behind them, naturally, were the elders or the disciples belonging to the Holy Land. But in his eyes, the only ones who could fight against him were just these people. The others? Oh, unbearable. All of you. The situation in the secret realm is clear to all of you. And for the next period of time, the Dao Pavilion's assembly shouldn't be entering the secret realm. So you all, this time, must seize the opportunity. In the void, a pavilion elder said aloud. Yes, the many disciples shouted in unison. Immediately after that pavilion elder spoke again. This grand competition is divided into 3 stages, preliminary, retest, and final, with the winners of each stage receiving awards, and the top 10 finalists will enter the Dao Pavilion to conduct latent cultivation. This seed announces that the drawing of lots and grouping will begin today. As soon as his words fell, the square instantly boiled over, and all eyes were fixed on the stone pillar next to the ring. The stone pillar was about a few feet tall, pitch black and vaguely flowing with black aura. At this time, a large pile of stone boxes had been piled up in front of the stone pillar, and what was placed inside was exactly 100 serial numbers. As long as you draw a pair of opposing pairs, you are the 2 sides that will fight each other, with the winner advancing and the loser eliminated. Yi Tian walked to the bottom of the ring, looked at the black stone pillar without looking at it, and stretched out his right hand. A series of white lights flashed, and soon, a set of numbers appeared above each stone pillar. After Yi Tian swept a glance, he did not hesitate to take out a jade slip and record the number he was holding. Chapter 76, 3 Moves to Overthrow You, eh? At this time, a low cry of surprise came from the distance, catching Yi Tian's attention, only to see in the distance, several disciples surrounded the side of a huge stone, pointing at the handwriting on that huge stone and discussing. "What number is yours?" "My 8. "What's yours?" "My 16. "Ah, mine's 16 too. Haha, you can watch out later." listening to the voice coming from his ears. Yi Tian looked at the stone tablet in his hand, which had number 1 written on it. Immediately, he looked at the stone tablet. No. 1 versus Yi Tian of the Taiyi Holy Land versus Shen Han of the Tianwu sect. Seeing this scene, he was nothing, but it was Lin Ao Dust beside him whose eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Oh, don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Yi Tian patted the other party's shoulder and smiled. Humph, just don't kill him. I'll take care of him myself. Lin Ao Dust snorted coldly and then walked towards that huge rock. Yi Tian touched the tip of his nose, a playful smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. This time, his goal was to win the top spot. As for the others, oh, it's just a matter of chopping it up with a sword. With that thought, he stepped away from the vicinity of the ring. Soon, the top 100 disciples had basically chosen their opponents and began to mount the ring, ready to compete. Yi Tian stood on top of ring number 1, quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. Not long after, Shen Han's figure leapt from the crowd and onto the ring. I didn't expect you to be Yi Tian? After Shen Han saw him, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. Oh, so you've heard of me too, but I thought you died in the secret realm. Yi Tian sarcastically said. With this kind of person, he didn't have any good feelings. Kid, don't be too crazy. Don't think that just because the Taiyi Holy Land is sheltered, you can do whatever you want. I'm afraid that after a while, your Taiyi Holy Land will be removed from the 5 great Holy Lands. When these words came out, the people around them were in an uproar. This was because there had been rumors before that many of the top first-class forces were preparing to challenge the Taiyi sacred ground in this Dao Council sect battle. And Shen Han was a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sect's legacy, so his words naturally carried some weight. Could it be that the Heavenly Martial Sect is preparing to challenge the Taiyi Holy Land? I feel it's possible. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Maybe the Taiyi Holy Land still has a backhand that hasn't been revealed. The Heavenly Martial Sect may not be enough. But what if other forces are also prepared to challenge? Yi Tian listened to these words and looked at Shen Han with increasingly cold eyes. 3 moves. Within 3 moves, if I haven't beaten you down, I'll have your last name. Yi Tian coldly said. The crowd was shocked, and then they couldn't help but mock. They had all heard of Shen Han's reputation, while Yi Tian's reputation, most of it was passed down from bragging. At the same time, Shen Han's face suddenly became gloomy and he said in anger, what a rampant kid. I hope you'll still be able to talk like this when you get knocked down later. His figure violently rushed out, and in an instant, he had already approached Yi Tian's front, his fist carrying a lingering strong wind, violently smashing down towards Yi Tian. Good coming. Yi Tian was not prepared to stay his hand and directly drew out the yin-yang sword given by Ferryman Miao and swung it. A fiery red sword chi traversed the void, carrying a scorching, unrivaled and terrifying temperature as it fiercely attacked out. Boo! The two roaring collision. Shen Han stifled a grunt. The entire body, as if hit by a heavy blow, instantly flew back, enough to fly backwards 7 or 8 meters before stopping. His face was pale, looked quite a mess. Hiss! What's going on? This Yi Tian is actually this strong? Senior brother Shen Han was actually defeated in a second by a single strike? The crowd was in an uproar as they watched Yi Tian defeat Shen Han with a single move. While at this moment, Yi Tian glanced faintly at Shen Han. One move. In the next moment, the yin-yang sword in Yi Tian's hand once again bloomed with endless flames. Heavenly fire burning yang. Chop! Shen Han also realized the situation at this moment and hastily cast a spell to resist the attack. However, Yi Tian's heavenly flame burning yang was even more ferocious in power, instantly penetrating Shen Han's art defense and ruthlessly slashing at his chest. Put! Blood splattered in an instant, and a shocking wound spread out on Shen Han's body. The sharp pain made him scream, but he didn't lose his mind, but immediately turned around and jumped out of the ring. At this moment, his mind was in a state of confusion. That sword just now seemed to have the force of 10,000 pounds, causing him to be unable to catch his breath at all. If the fight continued, he was absolutely certain to die. Damn! I can't believe I was scared off by this kid. Under the ring, seeing Shen Han fleeing, Yi Tian frowned and murmured softly, Ding! The host speaks the truth to shock people. Gain points. 30,000. Hearing the system's prompt, he looked down at the ring, only to see the people around him staring at him with wide eyes. Is this his true strength? I seem to have heard that he received an inheritance in the Dragon Gate. In that case, wouldn't it already be comparable to those heavenly prides? Listening to the words in his ears, Yi Tian was not that excited. By all rights there should be a lot of points. After all, there were so many people present. But then, seeing the battle on the 18th ring not far away and the rings where those heavenly prides were, he understood. Let's not talk about others for a moment. Let's talk about Wang Daoxian. Once this guy cast his spell, the whole person floated in the air. The whole thing was like a thunder god descending to the earth, and before he could strike, the disciples on the opposite side of the room were scared back by him. There were also those top strength disciples. Each and every one of the spells they cast were splendid and incomparable. Compared to the 2 spells he had just cast, it was simply a heaven and a hell. Looks like I'll have to use a little bit of cool moves after all for my fights from now on. Yi Tian secretly thought that he felt he was handsome enough with those few strokes just now. After the referee announced the result of the match, Yi Tian slowly walked down the ring. Goten! The voice of the manly fairy came from the audience where the people from the Tai Holy Land were. Yi Tian followed the sound and saw Fairyman Niao looking his way and waving. He came to the seat of the Tai sacred ground, and the manly fairy said, "Not bad. It seems that the inheritance in the secret realm is very strong." "Not bad," Yi Tian said modestly, "but you mustn't take this lightly, even though it's only the elimination stage now, and all of these people are all elite disciples of the major sects, and every year a batch of rookies will emerge," the manly fairy commanded. Yi Tian nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. When he first entered the secret realm, he was nothing more than an average person, and to survive in the secret realm, it would indeed require a very great chance to do so. Watch the game, just so you can familiarize yourself with your opponent ahead of time. The two then began to observe the battle in the ring. Chapter 77, Success in defending the ring. Not only Yi Tian and Man Miao Fairy, the other Sacred Land Celestials who had finished their matches were also paying attention to the matches that had not yet ended at the moment. This time, our Spirit Moon Sect's ranking will definitely rise, a man from the Spirit Moon Holy Land said confidently. Our Xian Shui Palace is best at formations, and we also possess a special treasure. But these disciples are also very strong, and they have a notable background, so I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with, a middle-aged man said as he gazed at the ring. Us disciples with outstanding talent can definitely enter the Dao Pavilion to dive into cultivation this time. By the time the first game came down, an hour had passed, and the second game was to follow. The second match, which is actually a challenge match, is where those who won the previous match wait for a challenge from those who just lost. The people from the other Holy Lands were naturally unattended, but it was Yi Tian who had gathered 7 or 8 people here. Looking at these people in front of him, most of them were still the ones he had seen in the secret realm. All of you, are going to challenge me? Yi Tian stood on the high platform, looking at the 7 or 8 disciples in front of him and calmly inquired. I don't dare. We have long since experienced the strength of Mr. Yi Tian. We know that we are undefeatable, so we have come here today only to ask for a lesson. Please ask for Mr. Yi Tian's guidance, one of the teenagers said archly. Yi Tian looked around and realized that these people were all eager to try though. In that case, you'll all go together. Yi Tian nodded. After saying that, he stretched out his palm and made an inviting gesture. Please teach me. Upon hearing this, these few teenagers were all stunned. No one had thought that Yi Tian would actually be so dry. Yi Tian is really bold. In that case, let me, Li Wenxuan, test your depth first. What's the point of wasting words? Get on, a teenager next to Yi Tian impatiently urged. Then I'm offended. Li Wenxuan let out a strange laugh and pinched his hands, and a circle of ripples appeared around his body. Buzz, 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 followed by a huge aura emanating out. 5th level of foundation establishment? Looking at the other party's strength, Yi Tian frowned slightly. Come and fight, Li Wenxuan shouted and waved his hands, and a ball of fire came towards Yi Tian. Playing with fire with me? Yi Tian shook his head and flexed his fingers to flick out an origin heavenly flame, instantly crushing that fireball. Seeing that the other party actually defeated his attack with a single move, Li Wenxuan's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly pinched again. At this time, an ice blue long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he took a step out and chopped towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian indifferently looked at this scene. His right fist clenched and fiercely blasted out, directly slamming into the long blade, instantly shaking the opponent back. At the same time, the other 3 made their move. Windswept cloud of green light flashed and rushed towards Yi Tian with a harsh and powerful wind. Sculpture. Yi Tian let out a cold snort and then his figure shifted to avoid it. His body seemed to be like a ghost as he kept bouncing around the ring. Bang! He violently kicked out, ruthlessly kicking one of them in the chest. The man flew backwards and fell into the ring, spitting blood and passing out. Phew! Yi Tian threw another punch, this time targeting another man. The man simply couldn't react and was instantly sent flying out by Yi Tian's punch. In the twinkling of an eye, the ring was filled with wailing challengers. How about it? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Yi Tian stood on the ring and looked at the remaining people, faintly asking. This guy actually killed 4 people in a second, and at an extremely fast speed. Did this kid hide his cultivation? The people from the other Holy Lands looked at the situation in the ring and all of them revealed looks of surprise. At this point, there were 3 men left in the ring. They glanced at each other and seemed to have reached some sort of consensus. Then they swooped towards Yi Tian in unison. Come on! Yi Tian stood proudly in place, without the slightest intention to dodge. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 3 challengers attacked in front of Yi Tian's body, but he did not move at all, as if he did not feel any danger. In the next moment, he raised his leg and swept it across the room, directly sweeping the 3 people who were close by out. The 3 men slammed heavily under the ring. Put! 3 muffled sounds came, and all 3 of them fell unconscious on the ground, obviously all injured. Yi Tian, successful in defending the ring, the presiding elder declared the end. This Yi Tian's strength is truly extraordinary. Yeah, we all looked away. This Yi Tian's strength can probably be ranked in the top 20. Although this kid is pretentious, he is nevertheless very strong. The crowd of onlookers were talking. In the center of the square, there was an open space where tables and chairs were placed, which were for the higher-ranked bigwigs of the major powers to sit and rest. Every single person here could be said to be at the top level of the entire 3000 Dao state. And at this moment, right in the center position of this open space, there were 6 seats, and these people, all of them, were the pavilion elders of the Dao Pavilion. This Yi Tian is not bad. How about it? Are you interested? The one who spoke was one of the old men in white robes, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Yi Tian in the ring. Forget it. I don't like people who are too flashy. Besides, it's not like you haven't heard those rumors before. I think you're just setting your eyes on someone else's Luokong from the northern Dao prefecture. But this kid is really strong too. On the 28th ring, Luokong was currently clad in the golden family, and a pattern was faintly emerging on his flesh. You're no match for me. Go down. I don't want to hurt you. Luokong looked at the 3rd challenger in front of him. Oh, hubris. I have to split the difference with you today. The man on the opposite side sneered, and immediately revolved his gong method, and a giant snake shadow the thickness of a bucket instantly rose behind him. This shadow was hideous and terrifying, hissing and roaring, opening its huge mouth and biting towards Luokong. He was seen with his hands behind his back, slowly closing his eyes. The moment Luokong's eyes opened, his figure flickered, followed by transforming into a black lightning bolt, instantly closing in on the man. The man's pupils shrank, and he just wanted to mobilize his aura to resist, but Luokong had already reached him. Boo! In the next moment, a punch landed at his heart, directly sending him flying out and landing under the ring. Only then did Luokong slowly close his eyes once again. What he had just used was precisely the secret art-breaking 9-star fist. Once this fist technique was performed, it was able to condense the spiritual energy in his body into countless shattered star fist-ons with infinite power. This is his strongest killing move. This guy actually sent his opponent flying with a single move. What a domineering martial art. What a fast stance. The crowd of onlookers were astonished. Luokong's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. Even if it was compared to those Holy Land's heavenly prides, it wasn't even close. Was it? Well, Luokong deserves to be my son. Indeed, he's a wizard that I won't come across for 1,000 years in the northern Dao prefecture. The northern Dao sect patriarch looked at Luokong in the ring, his face filled with relief. Yeah, with this kind of qualification, if one were to dive into the Dao Pavilion for a while, one would definitely have some achievements. Chapter 78 Inherited Treasure. Tai Pagoda. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already returned to the seat where the Tai Holy Land was located. He was currently staring at the 10th ring because it was no one else above the ring. It was none other than the duo of Lin Aoduan and Shin Han. At this moment, Lin Ao Dust was filled with endless sword intent, while Shin Han was beaten back by Lin Ao Dust. Aha! Lin Ao Dust, you bastard! If it wasn't for the Tai Sacred Land's patriarch saving you in the first place, I would have exterminated you long ago. Shin Han was cursing furiously like a mad dog, and his eyes were filled with a gaze of indignation and hatred. Lin Ao Dust sneered. Ha ha, I told you back then that I would absolutely kill you when I had the chance, and now the chance has come. Lin Aoduan's eyes burst out with cold and piercing killing intent, and in the next moment, he waved the long sword in his hand, erupting even more ferocious sword chi, chopping at Shin Han. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, emitting a deafening sound, and the surrounding air seemed to boil. Lin Ao Dust's sword was extremely strong, like a torrential river with a long-lasting source. Although Shin Han's sword technique was not weak, but naturally Lin Ao Duan's sword body had been completely stimulated. It was simply unbeatable. After only a dozen moves, Shin Han couldn't support himself and was directly sent flying out, landing outside the ring. Shin Han struggled to get up from outside the ring, but his body stumbled a few steps and fell again. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and looked resentfully at Lin Ao Dust in the ring. gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn Lin Ao dust! One day I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts and break you into pieces." Shin Han knew that his strength was not at all like Lin Ao Chen. He did not dare to continue to stay here to disgrace himself, and immediately covered his chest and left the ring. Seeing this scene, Lin Aodin contemptuously skimmed his lips. Just now, he actually wanted to kill him directly, but the other parties simply didn't give him a chance. After all, this was the Dao Society, and if he killed the other party now, he would definitely attract bad influence to the Tai Holy Land. Yes, a voice came from the seat of the Tai Holy Land. He looked at the sound, only to see Yi Tian looking at him with an excited face. Oh, it was just a fluke victory. Lin Ao Dust didn't know why. There was always some embarrassment in his heart every time he faced Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't care and just looked at Lin Ao Dust with interest. This was followed by a succession of challenges to the stage. Basically, not many people were able to last past 10 moves in his hands before they directly fell. There were even a few disciples who couldn't even catch a single move. By the time the challenge was over, what had been the top 50 names had been challenged down a dozen places. Everyone. What follows is the ultimate final of this Dao meeting. But once again there will be half a month of preparation beforehand. Half a month later, there will be a drawing of lots by me personally, and the top 50 of you will face off to determine the top 10 spots. At this moment, above the high platform, Dao Zun faintly opened his mouth, his voice clearly falling into everyone's ears, and just after his words fell, the disciples in the meeting hall replied, "I respectfully obey the decree of the Dao Father." Immediately afterward, the disciples of the major clans followed their own clans to leave the field. As for Yi Tian and Lin Aoduan, they naturally followed the people from the Tai Holy Land to leave. The next half a month's time would be the days when the elite disciples of each sect would intensify their cultivation. At this level of engagement, even the slightest mistake, or injury, could very well result in the loss of the match. Therefore, anyone must be on standby and not allow any mistakes to be made. "Who do you think will finish at the top of the final table?" a disciple suddenly asked. This statement immediately attracted a lot of attention. That would naturally be Xiao 13 from the Tianqian Holy Land. His strength is unfathomable and he should have hopes of winning the title. Aren't you talking nonsense? Our saint's son is recognized as the strongest heavenly pride in the entire eastern region. How can a mere small competition be difficult for him? I do think that Luo Kong has hopes of competing for the top spot. Luo Kong? Oh, he's just relying on some strength. In terms of talent he's simply not as good as our saint's son. It wasn't just him. The other disciples didn't think highly of Luo Kong either. On the other hand, Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust were brought to a room by the patriarch. "Sovereign, Master." The two men respectfully saluted the patriarch. Yi Tian was stunned when he heard Lin Aodin's address. The patriarch waved his hand, signaling the two to sit down. He then took out a storage bag and threw it to the two. "These are rewards. The two of you are also very strong. Especially after obtaining the inheritance in the Dragon Sect, you have hopes of impacting saints in the future. There are 2 pills here. One is a 5th grade marrow cleansing pill." Upon hearing this, the two of them instantly lit up their eyes, revealing a look of surprise. This is a 5th grade body tempering pill, capable of hammering the strength of the physical body and increasing its toughness. Upon hearing this, Lin Aodin hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "Many thanks, Master." Yi Tian also arched his hand. "Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Alright, I won't say so much. Later on I'll bring you guys inside our clan's Tai Tower. The time inside is flowing at a rate of 1 to 10, so you guys can raise your cultivation up as much as possible. Understand?" The two men agreed in unison. "Understood." Seeing this, Patriarch Yu Hua nodded in satisfaction and reached out his hand, a small tower appearing in his hand. Yi Tian couldn't help but ask, "Lord Sovereign, is this our Tai Holy Land's inherited magic treasure?" Looking at the lines on top of the Tai Tower, it was definitely carved on by a top inscription master. Yu Hua nodded and said, "Well, this is our Tai Holy Land's inherited magic treasure, the Tai Pagoda. As far as I know, it wasn't originally called the Tai Tower. It was the old ancestor of the Tai sacred ground who inadvertently discovered a secret realm, and only then did he remodel it into its current form." Oh, after listening to Yu Hua's explanation, Yi Tian nodded slightly, but his heart was shocked, because the aura on it he had seen before. It had definitely reached the level of an emperor weapon. He didn't expect that the Tai sacred ground actually still had imperial artifacts. Didn't that mean that a great emperor had appeared in the former Tai sacred ground? "Well, you guys get in there, and when it's time, I'll let you out early." With a wave of Patriarch Yu Hua's jade hand, Yi Tian felt as if he had traveled through the void and entered the Tai Pagoda. Buzz in the next instant, the scenery around him changed steeply, causing his pupils to contract suddenly. He was seen standing in a confined space. This is the interior of the Tai Tower? Yi Tian muttered. Just then, a voice came out of nowhere. No, it's a small world. After hearing the voice, Yi Tian hurriedly turned his head to look at Lin Aoduan beside him. The other party was similarly standing in the same place as him at the moment, only separated from Yi Tian by a few meters or so. Small world? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was puzzled. This space is the interior of the Tai Tower, forming its own heaven and earth. Unless one possesses the strength to shatter space, no matter how much they dart around, they won't be able to walk out. Hearing this, Yi Tian suddenly came to a realization. Since this was the case, he immediately headed towards the open space. He wanted to see what magic was contained within this Tai Tower. Chapter 79. When we get out, we'll beat those people up. Yi Tian had just taken a step when the soles of his feet stepped on a piece of water, causing his entire figure to stop violently, and more importantly, the moment he stepped on the water, the air around him seemed to freeze, and Yi Tian was unable to move his body. Although he didn't know what was going on, Yi Tian still decisively chose to withdraw, because the moment he withdrew, he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult to move. Moreover, there was a huge oppressive force beside him that was squeezing itself from all sides. Obviously, if he continued to stay, he would certainly not be able to move an inch or even die. Cultivating here will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, Yi Tian whispered. However, since I'm here all the time, I always have to give it a try. Thinking of this, Yi Tian immediately sat down on his knees, and after taking the marrow cleansing pill he operated the Sun True Meridian to absorb the spiritual energy within the pill. As he cultivated, the spiritual energy of the washing Dan gathered and merged into his body. In a flash, Yi Tian only felt that his entire body was warm and cozy and abnormal. He slowly closed his eyes, quietly enjoying the flavor. Gradually, Yi Tian immersed himself in cultivation. Outside, no one outside Yi Tian's situation within the Tai Chi Tower knew about it, because this was a unique space inside the Tai Chi Tower. Outsiders could not see it at all except for the owner of the Tai Chi Tower. Shoo! Just as Yi Tian was concentrating on his cultivation, a sword blade fell from the sky and pointed straight at Yi Tian's head. Noticing the approaching danger, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes, only to see a long sword a mere 3 inches away from him, the blade emitting a cold, chilling light that was palpitating. Yi Tian dodged the attack with a roll, and a flash of anger appeared on his face. He raised his head to look ahead, only to see Lin Aoduan looking at him with a smile on his face. There's no improvement in just practicing without actual combat. Why? Do you want to practice? Lin Aoduan had actually wanted to fight Yi Tian for a long time. In other words, it should have been a long time ago that he wanted to beat Yi Tian up. Now it's hard to have a chance to be alone for two, so where else would you miss it? Furthermore, he also wanted to sharpen his skills by sparring with Yi Tian. After all, in his heart, although Yi Tian's strength was not comparable to those from the Holy Land, he was definitely a good sparring partner. Yes, please enlighten me. Yi Tian nodded, then directly met the battle. A terrifying explosion echoed inside the Tai Tower, and the rampant spiritual energy raged, causing one's heart to palpitate. Ha ha, it hurts. Lin Aoduan roared freely. At this time, Lin Aoduan was as if he had unsealed himself, changing his usual silence. On the other hand, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a glint in the depths of his eyes, and he said in his heart, worthy of being someone who can be looked upon by the patriarch. Even if he doesn't get the inheritance of the sword sovereign, with his own sword body I guess he can still fight his way up to the top 10 of the Dao ranking, right? Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, only to see Lin Aoduan violently shooting backwards, ruthlessly smashing onto the ground. Lin Aoduan opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with a rich look of horror. Sorry for the lapse, Yi Tian lightly said. Just now, Lin Aoduan took advantage of the moment he froze to sneak attack, only to be counterattacked, causing himself to be injured. Although it was said to be a miss, he was indeed incredibly strong. To know, Lin Aoduan just that attack power, how horrible. Unusual foundation peak touch also have to be seriously injured, or even killed. However, Yi Tian not only carried it off, but also injured Lin Aoduan. This strength is unbelievable. Cough. Lin Aoduan climbed up with great difficulty, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Yi Tian with a face full of scorn. He had guessed Yi Tian's true strength, but he didn't expect this kid to be so powerful, although he still had many cards that he hadn't utilized. But why wouldn't Yi Tian? You are very powerful. Lin Aoduan stared at Yi Tian seriously and praised him heartily, although the age difference between the two of them was not that big. Plus Yi Tian had also helped him before, so he had already treated Yi Tian as his true friend. Thanks for the compliment. Yi Tian lightly smiled and nodded his head, not making too many modest gestures. By the way, when you use the body tempering pill later on, make sure to take more Yunling pills so that you can better absorb the medicinal power of the body tempering pill. Lin Ao Dust reminded. Alright, hurry up and cultivate. And when you go out, beat up those people. Yi Tian dejectedly grinned and immediately entered the cultivation state directly. The body tempering pill was a superb elixir. Not only was it extremely effective, but it could also help cultivators stabilize their realm and improve their cultivation. It was simply a holy thing for cultivation. Here, Yi Tian could absorb the medicinal power of the body tempering pill in peace and quiet, cultivate the Sun True Scripture, and enhance his cultivation. It's carefree and completely free of all those worries of the outside world. Buzz. As Yi Tian operated his gong method, the liquid spiritual energy that the body tempering pill transformed into surged into his meridians crazily, traveling around his limbs and bones, quenching his physical body. Yi Tian clearly realized that the medicinal effect of the body tempering pill was several times stronger than those ordinary body tempering pills before. This speed is several times higher than before. This pleasantly surprised him, and he hurriedly continued to absorb the body tempering pill, striving to raise his realm up as soon as possible. As Yi Tian's continuous cultivation merged with the medicinal properties of the body tempering pill, Yi Tian, who had originally stagnated at the 5th level of foundation establishment perfection, finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. At this moment, Yi Tian's entire body turned golden yellow, and his skin was covered with dense golden lines, and a hint of flame could be vaguely seen jumping above this golden pattern. It looked like a small snake wrapped around the surface of Yi Tian's body. This was clearly a characteristic of the Supreme Golden Crow body. What kind of physique is this? Looking at the golden mass of spiritual energy swirling behind Yi Tian, Lin Ao Dust was shocked beyond measure. It was the first time he had seen someone trigger an aura vortex during cultivation. Although the aura vortex that Yi Tian had triggered was very subtle, it was still clearly captured by Lin Ao Dust. It was as if this aura vortex was alive, constantly devouring the surrounding aura. Moreover, each of its devouring carried a strong sense of oppression, so that Lin Ao Dust did not dare to approach the slightest bit. Could he really be the so-called immortal emperor's son? Lin Ao Dust couldn't figure it out. After all, he was already considered to be the most outstanding group of people in the entire Dao state. But compared to the current Yi Tian, there was actually a vague feeling of being suppressed. Forget it, I have to hurry up and cultivate as well, or else when the time comes for this guy to catch up, I just can't see how I'll fool around. Lin Ao Dust shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Who in this world? There was a strange power that existed in addition to aura. Yi Tian closed his eyes and concentrated, running the Sun True Scripture, pulling the spiritual energy in the vortex of aura into the Dantian to warm it up. Chapter 80, The Chaotic Qi Within the Tower of Tai Chi. What's that? Right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly noticed that something seemed to be slowly flowing in the aura vortex. Is that chaotic qi? Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at something in the aura vortex with a surprised expression. Yi Tian never expected that the aura vortex had actually birthed chaotic qi, but soon he figured out that the Tai Pagoda was an imperial artifact that had been passed down from the ancient times, and although chaotic qi was a good thing, it wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could absorb. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed a top-notch physique and technique, he probably would have had some difficulty even discovering it, let alone absorbing it. Chaotic qi was born at the beginning of the heavens and earth, belonging to a kind of Hongmeng qi, which was very overbearing. Even Yi Tian's Sun True Scripture could not be easily absorbed, otherwise it would only damage the foundation. This was also the reason why there was still chaotic qi present inside the Tai Chi Tower after it had existed for so long. But even so, Yi Tian still couldn't be careless. Although the chaotic qi was overbearing and incomparable, at the same time it was also very pure, and perhaps poisonous to other cultivators. But for someone like him who possessed the bloodline of an immortal emperor, it was definitely the best tonic. Yi Tian immediately mobilized the aura in his dantian towards the meridians. Soon, a small vortex formed in his meridians, constantly devouring the surrounding chaotic qi hidden in the aura. Without realizing it, time passes quietly. Yi Tian, Ao Dust, it's time for you guys to come out. Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust both opened their eyes at the same time, and then after looking at each other, their eyes were filled with surprise. Yi Tian's realm had come to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage at this moment, and this was only because he had absorbed a trace of chaotic qi. As for Lin Ao Chen, with his superior talent, he had actually hardened his realm and pulled it up to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Strong enough, it looks like this time, we're going to take 2 of the top 10 spots. The 2 of them looked at each other and both of them revealed a satisfied smile. After coming out, Fairy Yuhua and Fairy Man Miao were already waiting for them outside. Seeing that all of his own disciples had improved tremendously, a flash of approval flashed in his eyes. Yi Tian, in particular, had taken them by surprise. In just a month's time, he had broken through 3 levels of the realm. It was really scary. Well, I haven't embarrassed you, your apprentice, have I? Seeing his own master's appearance, Yi Tian and Lin Ao just looked at each other and smiled. Humph, what's the big deal? If you guys don't get the top 10, you won't be spared when the time comes. Hearing the words of the two of them, the manly fairy said in a cold voice, but she couldn't hide the pride and relief in her eyes. Hey, master, so can you tell us what the rewards are ahead of time? Yi Tian playfully came over and winked at the manly fairy. When Man Meow Fairy heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched twice, and she glared at Yi Tian without any good reason. Reprimanding, get lost. Soon, the crowd arrived near the dais. Dozens of cultivators had long since converged here, and on the other side of the ring, a majestic and heavy palace stood there, emitting a majestic and vast aura. This is the Dao Pavilion, isn't it? Yi Tian murmured after surveying the area. Are those the people who dive in the Dao Pavilion? What a strong aura. Lin Ao Dust frowned, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Very strong indeed. Judging from this aura alone, it's far superior to the current Heaven's Pride. Yi Tian nodded his head, agreeing with Lin Aoden. Alright, as long as you guys reach the top 10, you can also enter it to cultivate. Fairyman Meow glanced at her disciple and said indifferently, top 10 how much reward would that be? Yi Tian rubbed his hands together in a monkey-like manner, making people unable to stop laughing. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged for sure. Seeing Yi Tian in such an uninteresting manner, Lin Ao Dust couldn't help but roll his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Afterwards, the manly fairy didn't waste any more time and directly led the two of them into the competition venue. At the same time, above the square, all of the disciples from the various sects walked towards the lofty palace. Yi Tian looked at the figures of these people, took a deep breath, and stepped towards the Dao Pavilion. Yi Tian, go for it, we can definitely make it. Lin Ao Dust looked at those heavenly prides of the great sects. Although there were 25 people, these people were the top young generation of the 3000 Dao state. Wherever they were placed, they were the topmost group of people, and the weapons and techniques given by other people's clans would not be weaker than them. So now the competition is about its own strength. Don't worry. Yi Tian nodded his head and immediately walked towards the door of the Dao Pavilion. Just as he approached the gate, a soft power instantly wrapped him in. Immediately afterward, the scene in front of him changed, and it was as if he had arrived in another dimension. Is this the Dao Pavilion? Yi Tian looked around with shock in his eyes. This place was a small world about 100 miles in circumference, and everything appeared hazy and indistinct. And at his feet was a stone tablet, the very sign of entering the Dao Pavilion. Ahem! A voice came from the depths of the Dao Pavilion, and all the people from the major powers stopped talking and turned their heads towards the owner of the voice. Yi Tian raised his eyes and his gaze pierced through the void to land on a futon deep within the Dao Pavilion, where a figure clad in a long grey robe sat. The figure looked very old, with his hands behind his back. His cloudy eyes glanced at the crowd, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Today, I'm very happy that all of you have come to the Dao Pavilion to participate in the examination. But, in the examination, life and death are each at the mercy of heaven, so I hope that you will not show any mercy and fight with all your might. Remember, only the top 10 slots are allowed. After saying these words, the man closed his eyes slightly and continued to sit in meditation without saying a word. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's get ready. The matchups are still the same as before, decided by drawing lots, but this time there will be no chance to challenge again. Understand? I'm honored to follow the teachings of the Pavilion Master. Then let the drawing of lots begin. Then, in the midst of a raucous and noisy murmur, one teenager after another stepped forward and began to draw lots. Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust stood still and quietly watched the rest of the people draw lots. Soon, under everyone's gaze, Yi Tian slowly walked forward and stretched out his finger to press on top of the jade plate. Number 1? Looking at the serial number on the stone tablet, Yi Tian's name appeared, and his opponent was a person called Demon Feather from the Heavenly Demon Hall. Oh, what an enemy! Yi Tian hadn't forgotten how the Heavenly Demon Hall Master had taunted them when they had just arrived here. That teenager also looked at him, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes, while the Heavenly Demon Hall Master beside him seemed to have whispered something in his ear. At that moment, Demon Feather's eyes looked at him even more sternly. The palm of his hand was raised and he slowly made a neck-wiping motion. Chapter 81, The Holy Land of the Devil's Way. People. Yi Tian, this time you will definitely die. Waste-like. However, in the face of Demon Feather's threat, Yi Tian only skimmed his lips and unceremoniously cursed back. Hearing Yi Tian insult him in such a way, Demon Feather's face instantly reddened, and a ray of sinister and venomous light flashed in his eyes. Little beast, I'll let you know who the real mole is. This time, I will absolutely slaughter you with my own hands and hang your corpse in front of my heavenly demon hall's mountain gate for public display. This interlude quickly passed, and after determining the disciples for the competition, Yi Tian, who was number 1, slowly ascended the ring. The moment he ascended the ring, loud cheers resounded around the square. Although there was a time when Yi Tian's reputation was somewhat bad, after such a long period of time, Yi Tian's background no longer mattered as his strength had already broken many rumors. But the Devil's Feather has a much better reputation. Even though the Heavenly Devil Temple is a first-class force, but it was more like a holy place for people of the Devil's Way than the 5 holy places. Therefore, this time, many people chose to support Demon Feather to win. Yi Tian ignored the comments of those people as he only focused on his opponent. He could feel that the Demon Feather in front of him was very terrifying, even more powerful than the disciples of the several great sects he had seen. Moreover, he also vaguely detected that the spiritual power fluctuation within the Demon Feather's body had not fully exploded and should have some reservations. Thinking of this, Yi Tian didn't dare to be slow. He collected his mind and fully operated the Yin-Yen hegemony body with tensed muscles. The entire ring trembled violently as a streak spread out, seemingly pulled by some inexplicable force. Knock! Suddenly, a mellifluous bell chime resounded in all directions as the presiding officer of the Dao Pavilion rang a large bell at the edge of the ring. Game on! The presiding officer shouted and spun out of the ring area, and as he retreated, the defensive boundaries around the ring quietly rose up. Boom! The moment the boundary rose, Demon Feather's figure charged violently, carrying a violent wind, and slammed his fist into Yi Tian's chest. Dang! Yi Tian let out a cold snort as he swung his arm to block this ferocious and incomparable strike from the Demon Feather. The loud collision sound spread throughout the entire arena, shaking everyone's eardrums raw. Devil Feather's speed was so fast that it was like a ghost. Yi Tian only felt a sharp pain in his wrist and his entire body retreated several steps. However, Devil Feather did not give him the slightest chance to catch his breath, and once the move fell short, he once again bullied his way up. Boom boom! Above the ring, the Devil Feather attacked extremely swiftly. Yi Tian could only rely on his rich combat experience to barely resist. The slightest carelessness would result in injury. In the time of 2 breaths, the two had exchanged blows more than 10 times, each time being close and thrilling. Yi Tian's face revealed a look of gravity. This person was indeed not simple. Not only were they extremely skilled at cultivating martial arts, even their arts had reached the realm of pure perfection, and their combat skills were quite exquisite. If a cultivator of the same rank were to face each other, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to hold out for 3 moves before he would be decapitated. This kid is actually still okay. Seeing the intense exchange between the two in the ring, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They could see that Yi Tian had fallen into a disadvantage and only needed to hold on for a while longer before he would be defeated. Bang! Devil Feather landed another strike on Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian's arm trembled and his entire body kept staggering back. He clenched his teeth and used his spiritual energy to the extreme. The Devil's Feather took advantage of this moment to launch another fierce attack. Swish! Devil Feather's hands turned into claws and grabbed out as if it was a phantom. A residual shadow surfaced and cut through with an ear-piercing shrill sound. Snort! Yi Tian hurriedly dodged sideways, but he was still scratched and shattered his clothes. A tearing pain made Yi Tian's brows tighten, but he heartily endured it and did not howl out miserably. Looking at the blood marks on his body, he didn't expect the Demon Feather attack to be so strong. Even though his flesh had entered the tendon refining stage, he didn't block it. It seemed that he had underestimated this Demon Feather in front of him. Ha ha ha, kid, how's that? It tastes good, doesn't it? I'm going to let you know what it means to be worse than death. Devil Feather laughed rampantly with a smug face and a glint of excitement in his eyes. Yi Tian didn't pay attention to him and just silently urged his Gongfu to recover from his injuries. He knew that he absolutely could not panic at this time, or he would surely lose. Kid, you shall die. Devil Feather shouted angrily. His footsteps stepped on the ground. His figure shot up, holding the black long sword in his hand, with a lingering sharpness straight to Yi Tian's throat. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the crowd watching under the ring couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, looking above the ring with shock. Those cultivators who originally stood on Yi Tian's side, at this moment, their faces turned white, and they closed their eyes, unable to bear to look at them, afraid of seeing the image of Yi Tian's blood splattering on the spot. After all, in their opinion, even if Yi Tian was as strong as he was, it was impossible for him to defeat Demon Feather, who had already been famous for several years and possessed a special physique and a gifted secret method. Clang! At this moment of crisis in the nick of time, Yi Tian's right arm flicked and a hot flame surged out from his palm. With that, Yi Tian's fist met the black longsword stabbed by Demon Feather. A dazzling cloud of light exploded where the two collided, sparks bursting out at points. Stump! Stump, stump. After the collision, Yi Tian and Demon Feather each took a few steps back, both of them looking solemn. In the exchange just now, Devil Feather had the upper hand, but Yi Tian had also solidified his front and was not crushed. The two looked at each other and both saw the surprise in the other's eyes. Yi Tian was surprised that Demon Feather could actually be equal to himself, which was a bit unbelievable. One should know that Yi Tian had just channeled the origin fire. Even if those Holy Land celestial pride had come this close, they would have been injured. Devil Feather had blocked the burning of his own origin fire simply by virtue of his devilish aura, and his natural talent was high enough to be called a top genius. What surprised Devil Feather, on the other hand, was that this kid was clearly only at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, yet he was able to withstand his entire attack. The most crucial thing was that he had used his full power to strike. Could it be that he has a treasure to hide his cultivation? Thinking of this, Devil Feather's gaze grew more and more shadowy. If that was the case, then this Yi Tian's identity was by no means ordinary. Moreover, the treasures on his body must be extremely large. Thinking of this, Devil Feather's eyes were as deep as ink, and a flash of greed surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. If you take him down, won't you make a fortune? At that time, even if the people present talk about it, that life and death have their own destiny, they bite the bullet and deny it. Even if it is that Tai Holy Land can't do anything about it. The more he thought about it, the brighter Devil Feather's eyes became. But this scene was a different picture in Yi Tian's eyes. Devil Feather looked at him stupidly, just short of the glint of crystal at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 82 Wind and Cloud Sword. Chopping wind and cloud, did I beat you, silly? Yi Tian asked with a frown. Ah! At those words, Devil Feather instantly reacted with annoyance. He himself was actually taunted by a punk just now? Asshole! Swish! Devil Feather leaped up and pounced towards Yi Tian. A vicious and tricky whip leg swept towards his waist, bringing up a wisp of wind-breaking sound. Seek death. Yi Tian's eyes were icy cold as he raised his hand and slapped his palm on Demon Feather's knee and pushed it in the right direction, dislodging his strength. And although Demon Feather's blow was neutralized, it didn't collect its strength. So Yi Tian was not paying attention and was kicked right in the face by Devil Feather. Bang! Accompanied by muffled sounds, Yi Tian flew out horizontally like a cannonball and smashed down on top of the ring's boundary. Yes, Lin Ao Dust couldn't help but clap his hands when he saw this scene from the audience. The others also watched the change in the ring, not reacting for a moment. Obviously, it had always been Yi Tian being pressured by Devil Feather. But how could he suddenly be sent flying by Yi Tian? This is totally beyond the norm. It's not logical at all. Damn you guys! At this moment, in the ring, Demon Feather struggled to get up, feeling as if his abdomen had been smashed hundreds of times by a hammer, and severe pain attacked his entire body. Oh, you think you have a chance? Yi Tian was not holding back at this moment, drawing out his yin-yang sword and charging towards the demonic feather. His speed was as fast as lightning. Phew! His body was surrounded by a scorching fire-red sword astral, and the blazing temperature caused the space around the ring to distort as if it was about to burn up. Boom! Yi Tian's sword strokes were fierce and domineering, carrying a destructive momentum as he chopped towards the demonic feather. Humph! Devil Feather snorted coldly and waved the black sharp blade in his hand as he fought furiously with Yi Tian. In his heart, he said, worthy of being a disciple of the Holy Land, it is indeed much more powerful than those unusual geniuses. However, you will still lose to me in the end. His mind moved, and the demonic chi in his body worked even more crazily. The black sharp blade in his hand erupted with a brilliant black light, as if the night had descended, and a suffocating pressure filled the entire ring. The long sword in Devil Feather's hand cut through the air, bringing up a series of dense sonic booms, and each swing brought up a sharp wind, blowing Yi Tian's clothes hunting. Clang! The figures of the two men flashed and swept rapidly, their blades and swords crisscrossing and crisscrossing, each strike bringing up a terrifying strong wind. Put! With a shake of the long sword in the Devil Feather's hand, a cold aura skyrocketed, tearing through space and instantly approaching Yi Tian's throat. Shoo! Right at this moment, Yi Tian's body strangely flickered to the left, dodging the fatal blow, while his sword tip slightly deviated and slashed at the Demon Feather's neck. Ding! The tip of the sword grazed the Demon Feather's neck, leaving a faint trail of blood. Hiss! The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. This Yi Tian's speed was too fast. It was simply a phantom. Devil Feather's pupils tightened, obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Tian's fighting ability to be so terrifying, and this stance was simply comparable to instantaneous movement. Moreover, Yi Tian's reaction was far beyond normal, actually able to predict his attack route, catching him off guard. But, after all, he was also a man of many battles. Swish! Devil Feather's feet moved, swiftly and incomparably stepped forward 2 steps, and his body was ghost-like as he deceptively closed in on Yi Tian. Dang! The The clanging sounds of weapons colliding constantly reached the ears, and on the ring, a trail of residual shadows constantly intertwined, making it impossible to distinguish whose figure was Yi Tian's and whose was Devil Feather's. Both of their stances were extremely subtle, and each attack was ridiculously fast, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of moves. Dang! Suddenly, Yi Tian blocked the sharp blade in Demon Feather's hand with his sword and his body swayed once again. Immediately after that, his right foot took a half step forward, holding the yin-yang sword with both hands as his body steeply rose by more than a foot. In the next second, his body's aura converged on the sword, and the sword's light flourished. Wind and Cloud Sword. Cut the wind and clouds. With a loud roar, the long sword in his hand was like thunder as it suddenly stabbed out, and a destructive force erupted. Ka! A huge sword shadow instantly condensed, carrying a destructive force towards the demonic feather. Damn it! After feeling that destructive aura, Devil Feather's face changed drastically. At this moment, it was too late for him to dodge because the speed of the sword shadow was too fast. Boom! A dull sound rang out, and Devil Feather only felt a stagnation in his chest, and the whole person, as if struck by lightning, fell back 7 or 8 meters and fell to the edge of the ring. Ahem! Devil Feather covered his chest and kept spitting out blood. His face was frighteningly pale, and his eyes were glaring round. But how could Yi Tian let him say that sentence? He had learned before that the Tai Holy Land was very much in conflict with the Heavenly Demon Hall throughout the ages, so he had to take advantage of your illness. Brush! Yi Tian stepped on the void. His body was as light as a swallow, and he instantly appeared in front of Devil Feather. Pop! A loud slap sound kept coming out, and Demon Feather was slapped by him. The corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. His face was swollen high, and many of his teeth had fallen out, filling his mouth with blood. Ah! Devil Feather roared, but it was no help at all. Yi Tian kept on slapping him to the ground and then stepping on his body. His fists kept on falling like rain, punching Demon Feather miserably. Kid, you stop it! On the side of the Heavenly Demon Hall, the Heavenly Demon Hall Master's eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth and shouted. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush up and break Yi Tian into pieces right away. But he couldn't, and he didn't dare. At the moment he but dared to rush up. Those pavilion elders of the Dao Pavilion don't care if you're the Heavenly Demon Hall Master or not. If you dare to disturb the Taoist Association, you'll see the end of you if you're destroyed or not. Humph. If you want to blame it on your Hall Master's mouth being too licentious. Yi Tian raised his head and glanced at the Heavenly Demon Hall Master. Although the other party was angry, Yi Tian was undaunted. This is the Taoist court. Unless one was at the peak of sainthood, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Ha ha. Good. Brother Yi Tian did a great job. Cool. These sons of bitches are usually as arrogant as 250. Let's see if they're still arrogant today. Damn. Good fight. Teach these pretenders a hard lesson. The crowd of onlookers were shouting. They had long been holding a belly full of fire, and now that they saw Demon Feather being hanged by Yi Tian, their mood was instantly soothed. Devil Feather also panicked at this moment. He didn't expect Yi Tian's strength to be so strong, and even more so, he didn't expect that the other party would actually want to kill him. But the rules of the Taoist Association is that one side did not concede defeat. Even if killed, that would be in vain. Of course Yi Tian would not give his opponent a chance to admit defeat. A cold aura flashed by. Get a good berth in your next life. A head flew out and the boundary disappeared in an instant. The referee walks to the ring with no expression on his face. First match. Tai Holy Land. Yi Tian wins. Chapter 83. You are my prey, Yi Tian. You shall die. The voice of the Heavenly Demon Hall Master came from the battle watching seats, only to see that the other party was looking at Yi Tian with a murderous look on his face at the moment. However, the Yuhua Patriarch, who was in the watching seat of the Tai Holy Land, opened his mouth to mock. He, feather old devil, you're getting more and more alive. Actually opening your mouth to threaten a junior? Hearing his words, several elders beside Patriarch Yuhua burst into laughter. Shut up! The Heavenly Demon Hall Master droned coldly as he stared eerily at Patriarch Yuhua and the several elders behind him with killing intent. I remember you guys. After dropping these words, the Heavenly Demon Hall Master turned around and sat down, no longer paying attention to Yi Tian. Yi Tian put away his sword and stood. He scanned the surrounding crowd of onlookers and immediately walked down the ring. The next few went by quickly, mostly some first-class forces fighting. However, Yi Tian still paid attention to Luo Kong's performance. The other parties was no one in the Forbidden Zone anymore. I don't know how the other guy got out, but it's still a good idea to pay some attention. In case if I fight this guy later, I'm afraid that I won't roll over. That would be a shame. Luo Kong was on in the 8th match, and his opponent was a youth from a first-class power named Barbarian Tiger. As his name suggests, the Savage Tiger has a pair of tiger eyes, regal, bare upper body, If not known in advance, the Dao Pavilion of the Dao will be not allowed to participate in the battle of people over 20 years old. Yi Tian even wondered if this guy was already almost 30. I advise you to stop fighting and just admit defeat. The gap between us is too great, Luo Kong said indifferently, with an air of victory. Ha, let's give it a try then. Barbarian Tiger wasn't the least bit shy either. In the next moment, both of them rushed out at the same time, and in an instant, they fought fiercely together. Luo Kong was at the 9th level of foundation establishment, but the other party was equally not weak. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian was in the audience seat, watching the clash of the two physical bodies in the ring. He frowned slightly. Rumble. Thunderous explosions emanated from the ring as the two men punched with ferocity. However, it was obvious that Luo Kong had the advantage. After all, his cultivation level was higher than that of the Barbarian Tiger. In the end, Barbarian Tiger was sent flying, his body falling into the crowd in a sorry state. You lost, Luo Kong said blandly. At those words, everyone was stunned. The result was unexpected. No one had expected Barbarian Tiger to lose. Ugh, the Barbarian sex man sighed and shook his head. Barbarian Tiger's strength was already considered a genius among geniuses, but it was still a step weaker when facing this demonic level. 8th match. Luo Kong wins. With the referee announcing the result of the match, Lin Ao Dust got up from his seat. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows as he looked at Lin Ao Dust. His opponent was a disciple from the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws named Nangong Meteor, the younger brother of Nangong Yen. A person's strength had reached the peak of foundation establishment. Go for it. Don't worry. It was as if Lin Ao Dust only showed clarity when he was alone with someone, and now he had reverted to that dead face. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian couldn't help but say something. You should still smile more. Lin Ao Dust froze. Then he bitterly touched his face, then took a deep breath. I'll try my best. After saying that, Lin Ao Dust leaped into the ring. Nangong Meteor looked at Lin Ao Dwan, while he then grinned. You're unlucky. Oh, what do you mean? Because you are my prey. As Nangong Meteor spoke, the referee had already arrived above the ring. Game on. As the words fell, Lin Ao Dust didn't move and drew his long sword with both hands behind his back. Take a shot. He spoke with an expressionless face. Nangong Meteor's eyes narrowed as a flash of cold light erupted. Since you seek death, I'll fulfill you. In the next moment, Nangong Meteor exploded with a roar, and his entire body seemed to transform into a giant elephant as he ran towards Lin Ao Dust. In that instant, Lin Ao Dust felt a sense of oppression, but he wasn't scared or fearful. Instead he showed a faint smile. He slowly extended his right palm and lightly met Nangong Meteor's fist. Watching Lin Ao Dust's movements, the people outside the ring snorted and sneered. Is this guy stupid? Surprisingly, he used his hand to catch senior brother Nangong's attack hard. I guess he thinks he's bound to lose, so he's too lazy to hide. I don't know how to die. This guy is absolutely dead. Nangong Meteor's fists carried a wind-breaking sound and were extremely fast. However, just as Nangong Meteor was about to hit Lin Ao Dwan, suddenly Lin Ao Dust raised his left arm and blocked his chest, coincidentally blocking Nangong Meteor's attack. Nangong Meteor's pupils tightened violently. He felt that his fist had struck a steel plate, unable to shake it in the slightest. At this moment, Nangong Meteor finally changed color as he hurriedly tried to retreat his right fist, but unfortunately it was too late. Lin Ao Dust's left arm smoothly exerted force and violently slapped on Nangong Meteor's abdomen, shaking him out. Whoa! Nangong Meteor spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person lay straight on the ground, struggling for half a day before climbing up. At this time, Nangong Yan's voice came from the seat of the manifestation Holy Land. Little Meteor, don't be gullible. Lin Aodin is an innate sword body. Don't fight close up. Hearing this, Nangong Meteor also reacted. Their 10,000 Laws Holy Land was among the 5 great Holy Lands in terms of arts. It can be said that there are no other weaknesses when it comes to the physical body. He immediately cast a spell, only to see a talisman emerge and hover beside Nangong Meteor, emitting a ripple. At the same time, he pulled out another token. That token was engraved with densely packed characters, each symbol containing mysterious and unpredictable power. Big Dipper Shield. A golden-colored ring suddenly surfaced around Nangong Meteor. It flickered with a metallic glow and was exceptionally sturdy. Humph, with this kind of thing, how dare you think to block my sword? What folly! Lin Ao Dust skimmed his mouth, took a step out, and swung out the long sword in his hand, splitting on top of the circle. Boo! The muffled sound traveled throughout the room, making one's eardrums sting. However, to one's surprise, the defense was still there and remained untouched. How is this possible? Lin Ao Dust was surprised. He couldn't believe it. This Big Dipper shield was refined by their Holy Land of 10,000 Laws with hundreds of years of effort. Even a foundation establishment stage powerhouse couldn't destroy it. This Lin Ao Dust, who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, where did he get the strength and qualifications to mock the 10,000 laws sacred ground? Ha ha ha. Nangong Meteor stood up, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a fierce smile, "This is a treasure that the Holy Land of 10,000 laws spent hundreds of years refining. Can you hurt me?" "Yes?" Lin Ao Dawan's eyes flinched as he let out a low gulp. Breaking Delusion Sword Decision. This was one of the sword techniques he had obtained from the sword Venerable Inheritance, and it was extremely powerful. The cold and aggressive long sword appeared in Lin Ao Dust's hand. He held the long sword, his toes lightly pointing, just like a falling leaf, floating and agile, instantly rushed to kill in front of Nangong Meteor. Chapter 84, Nangong Meteor's Death Clank. The clanging sound of cold iron resonating through the ring. Lin Ao Duan and Nangong Shui each holding a sharp weapon and not giving way to each other. The two of them were in the middle of a fierce battle, and the surrounding cultivators were looking sideways. Is this the disciple of a top power? Too strong. He. So what if it's even stronger? Geniuses that haven't grown up are likewise just mole crickets. I don't know who said something, and the crowd all looked at that person in anger. Who the fuck is such a party pooper? When everyone else is talking about who's stronger, he was good. He came straight to the point of saying that all those who hadn't grown up were mole crickets. So wouldn't he be scolding them all in? Xiao Tian, if you're talking nonsense, go back to me immediately. When the manly fairy noticed the gazes of the others, she couldn't help but slap the back of Yi Tian's head. I'm being honest. Speak for yourself. Master, is there a difference between a well-endowed foundation establishment realm and an ordinary foundation establishment realm in front of you? To put it nicely, it's a mole cricket that dares to be recalcitrant. And to put it badly, isn't that a reptile that doesn't know any better? Yi Tian skimmed his mouth as he continued. But then again, there is indeed a difference between geniuses. Let's say me. Put. As soon as these words left her mouth, she was viciously pinched on the waist by the manly fairy. What did you say? A cough. Yi Tian covered his waist and smiled sarcastically. Nothing much. Humph. The manly fairy let out a light snort and turned her head to continue looking in the direction of the ring. At this moment, Lin Ao Dust's white robe was already dyed red with blood, and the opposite side of Nangong Meteor was not doing well either. Only the Big Dipper's shield in front of him was cracked, and several sword marks appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the Big Dipper's shield counteracting some of the power, I'm afraid Lin Ao Dust would have already slit Nangong Meteor's throat. Sparing no effort, Lin Ao Dust still had the advantage as he held the long sword, getting more and more courageous as he kept attacking and attacking. Time and time again, the impact caused Nangong Meteor's mind to be shaken and he almost fainted. He was completely at a loss to understand what kind of sword skill Lin Ao Duan had used, and how it could have such a terrifying penetrating power. He even wondered if this was some kind of advanced gongfu, because under Lin Ao Dust's long sword, his own Big Dipper shield was actually as fragile as paper mache. Shit! Damn it! You scum! What kind of demonic magic have you learned? Nangong Meteor was furious, but to no avail. The Big Dipper shield was his strongest card and a life preserver, and he didn't expect that he would actually almost fold here today. He pinched seals with both hands, and his thick yuan power surged within the Big Dipper shield, attempting to use this power to compensate for the trauma that the Big Dipper shield had suffered. Unexpectedly, as soon as that berserk force was instilled into the Big Dipper shield, the Big Dipper shield began to rapidly melt. The original golden Big Dipper shield turned into a ball of soft mud, floating randomly as if it had lost gravity. Nangong Meteor's face changed drastically as he frantically urged his spiritual energy to try and stabilize the Big Dipper shield. However, the moment those spiritual forces touched the Big Dipper shield, the Big Dipper shield quickly collapsed and disintegrated. My sword intent is unstoppable. Lin Aodan's cold voice came out. Immediately afterward, an ice-blue longsword chopped down towards Nangong Meteor with an overpowering sharpness. No! Nangong Meteor roared in despair, and then his neck was cut off by a flash of sword light. Immediately afterward, the entire head shot up into the sky, blood splashing out in all directions as if it were a fountain. Boom! The ring shook slightly as the headless corpse fell to the ground. Lin Ao Dust decimated Nangong Meteor with a single move, then collected his sword and stood with an indifferent gaze. Hiss! When the crowd saw this, they all took in a deep breath of cool air, and a horrified look appeared in their eyes. A disciple of the Holy Land of 10,000 laws. Fallen. Lin Ao Dust. You. Even the people of the Manifestation Holy Land didn't expect that someone would actually dare to kill their disciples. But it was too late for the situation just now, because Lin Ao Dust had already made a reminder. And even more so, he had condensed his sword intent to the extreme. In other words, it had given Nangong Meteor the opportunity to admit defeat. But the opponent didn't admit defeat. So that meant that the match wasn't over. Bull. A vulgar remark came from the audience. The crowd looked over and saw that One Day was waving his fist with an excited face. It was obvious that he enjoyed watching the drama, especially watching the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws suffer defeat. It was simply exhilarating. This fellow. The manly fairy glared at Yi Tian beside her as she shook her head. Although Yi Tian's performance was not out of place in any way, but the problem was that their tiny Holy Land was currently the weakest of the 5 Holy Lands, and if they made enemies everywhere now, they were afraid that they would be surrounded by a group of people when it came time for the clan war. It was clear in her heart, but the manly fairy wasn't going to stop it. Even if we take a step back today, what about tomorrow? I won. Lin Ao Dust walked to the host and handed over the token. The host froze for a long moment before responding. Well, it won. Thanks a lot, ref. Immediately, Lin Ao Dust walked out of the ring. Congratulations. Yi Tian greeted him with a smile in his eyes. Oh, it's just a small matter. Not worth mentioning. Lin Ao Dust waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to talk much. Yi Tian could see that Lin Ao Dust was definitely happy even though his face did not show it. After all, he was too proud. The rest of the game was a crushing situation, because most of them were disciples of the top forces, Xiao 13, Wang Daoxian, Nan Gongyan, and so on. All of these people advanced successfully, especially the one who fought with Nan Gongyan. He didn't even have the time to admit defeat. He was directly covered by a talisman, and was instantly vaporized. From this, one could also see the anger in the other party's heart at this moment. Yi Tian estimated that if he and Lin Ao Dust ran into Nan Gongyan, the other party would definitely go all out. As expected, in the final stage, Yi Tian finally encountered a familiar name, Nan Gongyan, versus Yi Tian of the Taiyi Holy Land. Please come on. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard the host shout. They had sideways glances at the two men in the audience. My god, it really came across. Ha, great. Letting that bastard Yi Tian fool around. Letting him be arrogant. Now he's finally kicked the iron plate, right? Egu. Look. Yi Tian's face is green. He. Hasn't he always boasted of his extraordinary talent? Let's see. He's just a waste. Ha, that's right. Yi Tian is finished this time. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant in the future. Yi Tian stood in the audience and looked at Nan Gongyan, who was looking murderous. He couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Brother Lin, it looks like I'll have to carry the thunder for you. He couldn't be more clear about how strong Nan Gongyan was, and he didn't know what price he would have to pay if he wanted to win. Ugh. A sigh rang out as Yi Tian slowly took a step towards the ring. Humph. Nan Gongyan let out a low muffled grunt as his figure flashed and he jumped directly onto the ring. He stared coldly at Yi Tian and smiled insidiously. He. Yi Tian, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Chapter 85, Dividing Life and Death as well as High and Low, there's no way. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed look. Humph. Since you have to seek abuse, I'll fulfill you. Nan Gongyan said in a cold voice. Don't be in a hurry to say harsh words. Let me ask you first. Life and death, or high and low? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up a trace of arc as he slowly asked. Both life and death, and high and low. Nan Gongyan did not hide his killing intent in the slightest. However, Yi Tian suddenly turned around and looked at the patriarch and elders of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws. You all heard it. He said it, so if I get him killed later, you can't come after me. Yi Tian looked like he deserved it. On the other hand, Nan Gongyan's face was dark and he couldn't wait to slap Yi Tian to death. Yi Tian, you fart. Just by virtue of you are worthy of being compared to our holy son? What a fool's dream. The elders of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws were instantly enraged. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at them with playful eyes. Humph, we of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws walk the talk. The patriarch of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws let out an angry rebuke as he looked at Nan Gongyan. Yener, there's no need to keep your hands off. Yes, master. Along with the referee announcing the start of the match, rolling flames exploded from Nan Gongyan's body. A furious aura emanated out. His robes fluttered, his long hair danced about, and his entire person was like transforming into a round of blazing sun. Burning sun finger. Nan Gongyan shouted fiercely, then raised his hand to point out a finger. This finger contained a hint of the power of the Dharma Tao, and the ring shook and the air distorted. This kind of power stunned everyone. If it was an ordinary martial artist, such a strike would be enough to leave him dying of serious injuries or even perish. But unfortunately, he was facing a supreme demon of the same realm. Broken, only to see Yi Tian let out a cold smile, similarly stretching out an index finger, then slowly pointing it out. This finger, which looked bland, without the slightest feeling of fancy, as if an ordinary person had casually pointed a finger on the side of the road, simply poked it over in a straightforward manner. But it was so simple that it turned everyone's face. Then only a loud bang could be heard as the two men's attacks clashed together, setting off gusts of airwaves and ripples. Boom! A violent explosion came out, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, coloring the sky red. How is this possible? How did he do that? The crowd in the stands shrieked in shock, and a pair of eyes stared intently at the field. Put! Nangongyen fell back several meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yi Tian on the opposite side with a horrified face. The strike he had just made, he had actually been suppressed. Not only Nangongyen, even those elders of the Manifestation Holy Land were confused. He was expecting Yi Tian to be knocked out of the ring, but the ending was unexpected. Yi Tian stood steadily in his original position with a breezy look on his face. Nangongyen, you can't beat me. This scene caused everyone present to stare in disbelief. What's going on? Nangongyen is actually injured. Hiss. He actually won? Could it be that this fellow's battle power is already comparable to that of Nangongyen? My goodness, that's Nangongyen, the number one person in the Holy Land of 10,000 laws. For a while, all sorts of murmurs and clamor rose. How can it be? I must have blinked. Nangongyen wiped away a strand of blood from the corner of his mouth and his face regained its calm. I didn't expect you to actually hide your strength, so it seems like it's time to take it seriously. Nangongyen took a deep breath, and his body's spiritual energy ran wildly, surging and raging. Boom! Nangongyen swung out with a fist, and an incomparably hot flame instantly enveloped his right arm. The power of this punch had definitely reached the level of peak foundation establishment. If this punch hit an ordinary foundation establishment realm cultivator's body, I'm afraid it would be enough to kill him. What a strong physical body. Seeing Nangongyen's move, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk slightly. Although Nangongyen's move was powerful, it was still within his tolerance. It's not polite to come and go. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted up in an arc. Then he similarly clenched his fist and swung out with the same punch. He had already seen that it was said that the Holy Land of 10,000 laws majored in arts, but Nangongyen was tempering his physical body while cultivating arts. Even compared to those true body refining cultivators, Nangongyen was absolutely no better. The law of the sun. All fire returns to one. Yi Tian's mind was racing. The Jin Dan in his body operated to the extreme, and his body's spiritual energy erupted out, converging on top of his fists. A dazzling and piercing light lit up from his fist, carrying a destructive might as it directly met this strike from Nangongyen. Boom! The violent collision caused the ring to tremble, and the air currents around the two of them tumbled and stirred, as if a tornado was raging around. The two forces were frozen in midair, not giving way to each other. Bang! Bang! A loud sound came out. Both figures were continuously retreated a few steps back. This is hard contact. The fight is whose flesh is more sturdy and strong. What a strong physical body. Nangongyen's eyes were filled with scorn. He had originally wanted to rely on his physical body to crush Yi Tian because the inheritance he had obtained from within the Dragon Gate was not about an inheritance of a type of art. Rather, it was the inheritance of a body refining powerhouse, which was why his physical body had become so powerful. But now he's changed his mind. He wanted to use his best technique to completely crush Yi Tian. Try this style again. Nangongyen let out a low roar. His body was burning with flames, as if his entire body was bathed in a sea of fire. Green Lotus Seal. A radiant green lotus condensed and rapidly attacked towards Yi Tian. This green lotus was exceptionally beautiful and lifelike, with subtle runes branded on each leaf, giving it a spiritual nature in general. Watch me break your move. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth raised a sneer. He stamped his feet violently. His veins bulged and his muscles bulged out. His entire body was like a giant made of steel. He then blasted out a fist, and a powerful wind swept through the 8 directions, blowing the audience's eyes open. It's a dominating force. The moment this fist and the green lotus clashed together, a shocking roar erupted, deafening the ears. Boom! Another loud sound came out as the green lotus was shattered, and green lotus petals flew and shot in the sky. At the same time, Yi Tian's body was also catapulted out as he stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. How? Nangongyen looked stunned. This was one of his bottom cards. The Green Lotus Seal was the top secret method of the Holy Land of 10,000 laws. Not to mention that it could dry out a Jidan stage cultivator, right? But it can definitely seriously injure them. Yet now Yi Tian was merely sent flying. Is this your best technique? Not bad, not bad. It's worth exerting my full strength. Yi Tian grinned, reaching out to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking confident. Upon hearing these words, everyone revealed a puzzled expression. Wasn't that his strongest strength just now? Chapter 86, 10,000 Ghost Soul Devouring Talisman. But what did he mean by that? Is there some kind of killer app? Pretending. Nangongyen snorted coldly, not believing it at all. In that case, Then please catch this move of mine. Yi Tian smiled bashfully and slowly closed his eyes, not moving a muscle. This appearance, as if giving up resistance, letting Nangong slaughter him. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Nangong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, do you know that this move of mine is called Green Lotus Burning World? This is a real jutsu. Unlike your move, which is just a vanity. Do you think you're still qualified to fight me in this condition? A trashy punk like you can be solved with a single punch from me. Nangong face was full of teasing, not giving a damn about Yi Tian's attitude. I told you, you're too weak. You. Nangong was furious at his words, and he couldn't wait to break Yi Tian into pieces right away. But just at this time, Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp edge flashed in his eyes, chilling people. In the very next moment, Yi Tian moved, transforming into a residual shadow and pouncing straight at Nangong. What? Nangong face changed drastically, sensing that Yi Tian's attack was surprisingly fast like running thunder, making him completely unable to dodge it. Only Yi Tian slapped out his palm and ruthlessly printed on top of Nangong chest, directly knocking him to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the entire room to be in an uproar, and everyone froze in place. How is this possible? Nangong lost? That move just now, Green Lotus Burning World, should be Nangong strongest move. This can't be right. It can't be a fake, can it? Everyone couldn't believe the sight in front of them. Nangong had lost. Ahem. Nangong was lying on the ground, coughing violently, and his chest felt as if it was going to explode in pain. His body was covered in cracks, and even his bones were broken several times, and blood couldn't stop spilling out. He raised his head and looked at Yi Tian with a look of unwillingness and resentment in his eyes. No, I'm not convinced. What's going on here? Immediately, a black flame steeply arose from his body, and the flame was filled with an aura that messed with people's minds. In the audience, the patriarch and elders of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws were instantly shocked upon seeing this scene. Yener, don't! The 10,000 Laws patriarch shouted anxiously, but Nangong couldn't even listen to him at the moment. He was the most talented disciple that the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws had ever seen. From childhood to wherever he went, he was the existence of the stars, but now he was actually beaten down by a Yi Tian who had just been promoted. He was unconvinced and equally resigned. Yi Tian, I admit, you're very strong, but compared to me, you definitely can't. 10,000 Laws talisman, open for me. As the words fell, an ancient jade slip appeared in front of Nangong, and he crushed it without hesitation. A dazzling light instantly enveloped his body, causing him to draw taller and exude a terrifying pressure. There were more strange runes between his eyebrows, emitting intimidating fluctuations. Immediately afterward, a cloud of black mist surged out from his body, and those black mists transformed into inscriptions engraved on Nangong's body. The 9 forbidden symbols of 10,000 Laws. This is the most central technique of the Holy Land. I didn't expect this guy to have succeeded in cultivating it. He's so strong. The power of this 9 forbidden symbols of 10,000 Laws is too terrifying. Yi Tian will definitely die. The 9 forbidden runes of all laws, as the name suggests, can activate all the runes on the body, thus tripling the possessor's power. This is a terrifying technique that is enough to exterminate a Jiedan. Everyone exclaimed in shock, looking at Nangong in the ring with even more awe and admiration. Is this your bottom card? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. Yi Tian, I want you to die. Nangong roared up to the sky, his voice mournful and incomparable. In the next moment, he took a step out and rushed towards Yi Tian with infinite killing intent. Yi Tian didn't dare to be in any lightheartedness at this moment, and hurriedly operated the Sun True Scripture to the extreme. Endless fiery flames surged through his body, while the heavenly flame origin within his dantian was also stimulated by him, along with the addition of the Golden Crow Supreme Body. At this moment, even if the Jiedan stage came, Yi Tian would not be able to curry any favor. Heavenly fire mend. Yi Tian let out a low gulp. His body erupted with monstrous flames. His body was instantly covered with flames, just like a fire god standing above the ring. Out of your depth. Nangong smiled coldly, then swung his arms and lunged towards Yi Tian. In an instant, the two collided. Bang! Deafening sounds rang out above the ring, only to see that where the two of them were fighting, the windy and stormy explosions kept ringing out. Even the ring's boundary had a vague possibility of collapsing, and if it wasn't for the referee's constant infusion of spiritual energy, he was afraid that it would have broken. Nangong crazily urged the spiritual energy in his body and cast all sorts of techniques to attack Yi Tian. In the face of the roaming arts attacking him, Yi Tian was unafraid, each move hard humping his opponent without leaving any residual force. Rumble for a moment, the entire ring was covered in raging spiritual energy that shook the hearts of the people. The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, with neither one refusing to back down by half. Bang! Finally, it was accompanied by a dull voice. Only Yi Tian slapped his palm heavily on Nangongyan's chest, breaking several of his ribs. Put! Nangongyan once again spat out several mouthfuls of scarlet blood, his breath becoming shriveled. This is impossible. Nangongyan was unwilling to believe it. He had obviously cast the 9 forbidden symbols of 10,000 laws and his cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, so why was he still defeated? This was simply unacceptable to him. Could it be because of Yi Tian's heavenly flame? But the grade of the heavenly flame didn't surpass his 9 forbidden symbols of 10,000 laws. Humph. Do you think the heavenly flame is an existence you can understand? Yi Tian shook his head. His heavenly flame was the origin fire left behind by the heavenly flame saint. Moreover, it had also fused part of the essence of the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and its power was far beyond that of an ordinary heavenly flame. Not to mention that Nangongyan was only a foundation stage martial artist. Even a first-level Jiedan realm cultivator would not be enough to look at. I don't believe it. I'm not willing. Nangongyan gritted his teeth. He was not willing to lose like this. He was the future hope of the 10,000 Laws sacred ground. If he lost now, then wouldn't the 10,000 Laws sacred ground be completely hopeless? Since that's the case, let's have a fish death today. Nangongyan's eyes closed as the black mist surged around him. Immediately afterward, a piercingly sharp cry rang out, only to see black as ink lines crawling all over Nangongyan's body. At the same time, the skin of Nangongyan's entire body cracked inch by inch, revealing the bizarre green oily flesh inside. 10,000 ghost soul devouring talisman. Nangongyan roared, and the black mist around him churned up. Immediately after, countless black shadows converged into Nangongyan's body from all directions, causing Nangongyan's face to distort. Ka-ching! Nangongyan's arms and legs suddenly elongated. His body became taller, his cheeks became hideous, his nails became sharp, and his teeth grew much longer. In the blink of an eye, Nangongyan had completely lost his human appearance, resembling an evil ghost. Yi Tian, you're dead. Chapter 87, The 9 Forbidden Laws and the Underworld Locked 10,000 Ghost Soul Devouring Talisman. Only to see those black mists transformed into a hideous and horrible viper, opening its fangs and tearing towards Yi Tian. Humph. It's just a little carving skill. Burning Sky Immortal Beheading Sword. Yi Tian snorted coldly and raised his hand to slash out with a Burning Sky Sword technique. In an instant, the void seemed to burn as if it was on fire, and fiery red beams of light illuminated the entire ring, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Boom! As the fiery red beam shot out, endless flames spread over those vipers, and with a sharp pain, they fell back and out. However, Yi Tian did not know that Nangongyan had already taken the opportunity to go around to his back. The 9 forbidden laws of the 10,000 laws phantom lock. An ice-cold, bone-chilling voice came out from Nangongyan's mouth, only to see his right hand strangling. A thick black gas emerged from his fingertips, and as he changed his gestures, the black gas condensed into a pair of blackened chains wrapped around Yi Tian's waist. Heavenly fire. Bloom. The fire that came out of his body at once burned the black chains. What? How is that possible? Shock was written all over Nangongyan's face. Just now, his underworld lock had contained infinite yin and evil chi, and even if a Jiedan cultivator encountered it, it would be very difficult to break free. And Yi Tian had actually gently defused it and even counter-injured himself. Damn it! Nangongyan cursed, but didn't hesitate as he continued to manipulate the black chi chains. There was another crunching sound as Yi Tian's left leg was bound by the black chi, making his speed much slower. Ha ha! Yi Tian, suffer! Nangongyan shouted in excitement. He knew he was going to win. 9 forbidden laws of 10,000 laws, 10,000 laws swallowing heavenly seal. But just at this moment, a strange change occurred as a terrifying aura swept out from Yi Tian's body. The left foot that was originally bound by the black chains actually gave birth to a powerful force out of nowhere, and ruthlessly threw it at Nangongyan's body. Bang! Caught off guard, Nangongyan was directly kicked off, a piece of his chest sunken in, and blood spurting wildly. This can't be. Nangongyan stabilized his body with difficulty and looked at Yi Tian with disbelief. A mere 10,000 laws and 9 forbiddings wants to trap me? Simply a fool's dream. Yi Tian sneered. Although his actual cultivation level was foundation establishment, due to the Golden Crow Supreme Body in addition to the various battle techniques, his battle power was demonic. What's more, this is only his physical body power. If it will be so, the Taoist law will be exerted. Even if it is the Jiedan triple people come will have to kneel down. Die for me. With a wave of Yi Tian's big hand, the origin heavenly flame bloomed with a dazzling and eye-catching light, charging towards Nangongyan. Feeling the pressure brought about by the origin heavenly flame, Nangongyan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he fled backwards in a panic. Unfortunately, how could his speed be faster than Yi Tian's flames? only to see the origin heavenly flame in the sky instantly catch up with Nangongyan, enveloping him in. Miserable screams resounded through the ring. Nangongyan was covered in blue smoke. All of his clothes were burnt, and his body was scalded into black charcoal. His internal organs were even burned to death, and the last bit of his yuanshan followed and dissipated. Nangongyan's body fell on top of the ring, splattering a cloud of dust, his wide-eyed eyes still filled with unwillingness and resentment. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They even wondered if they were dreaming. Yi Tian really killed Nangongyan? One must know that Nangongyan was the pillar of the younger generation of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Land, and in the future, he would definitely be expected to step into the Saint Realm. Hiss. So scary. It's horrible. The crowd sucked in cool air and looked at Yi Tian with awe. Alas, Nangongyan lost after all. Even his most powerful move was defeated by Yi Tian. Yeah, who would have expected that the top pillar of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws would actually be undefeated? At this moment, on the seat of the Royal Thunder Holy Land, Wang Daoxian was waving his arms excitedly. Ha 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 ha, big profit. 1 for 10. Lei Zhentian beside him looked at his disciple being so excited and asked with some confusion. Dogen, what are you doing? What 1 for 10? Hearing his master's inquiry, Wang Daoxian immediately came to Lei Zhentian's ear and whispered. The Jubilee Pavilion side has opened up. I've pressed 500,000 spirit stones for Yi Tian to win. Lei Zhentian sniffed, not caring about how much he won, but instead staring at him dead in the face. Where did you get 500,000 spirit stones from? If you don't have a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for not speaking of master and disciple. Wang Daoyuan, who was still excited, suddenly had a smile and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I saved all this myself. I didn't touch the ones you had. Before the words left his mouth, Lei Zhentian's face changed. Daoxian, when did you know that I was saving up spirit stones? Also, how many spirit stones are still in that storage ring of mine right now? Master, I was wrong. I'll make it up to you later. No, this 5 million spirit stones. I want my capital. Oh, this is more or less the same. Really a good disciple for the teacher. Wait for the next game, you have to cheer. I also press you to win $500,000. Lei Zhentian said with a pleased nod. Yes. Wang Daoxian nodded bitterly. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already walked down from the ring. Lin Aodin was currently looking at him with an incredulous expression. Not for anything else. If he had been the one to take the field just now, even if he had stimulated his sword body all the way to the point of using the sword exalt its inheritance, it would have been a certain defeat. How strong are you? Now, Lin Aodin couldn't help but ask. Even though the cultivation level had been raised with the help of external objects, it was only transient after all. And this time, Yi Tian had clearly beheaded the opponent with his own cultivation, completely surpassing the norm. Yi Tian was slightly stunned. Then his face was happy. The points didn't come? He coughed lightly and spoke with a calm face. Cough. With my current strength, I shouldn't have a problem hitting the Jidan stage. Before the words left his mouth, the system's voice came through. Ding! The host's truthful words shocked people and aroused the crowd's emotions, earning him 2,000 points. Hearing this answer, the corners of Lin Ao Dust's mouth twitched as he gave Yi Tian a deep look and shook his head and said, forget it, you'd better recover your cultivation first. Otherwise, once your cultivation is severely depleted, it will affect your competition tomorrow. Well, you have a point. Then I'll restore my cultivation first, so please protect me. Yi Tian said and found a secluded place to sit down. Afterward, he revolved the Sun True Scripture and began to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Rumble with the activation of the Gong method. The elements of heaven and earth from all directions surged into Yi Tian's body like a Yangtze river. And then, the injuries on his body healed at an extremely fast speed. The Sun True Scripture, which was originally a top-level technique, as long as there was the existence of the sun, then he could absorb the power of the sun infinitely. This was far from being comparable to ordinary cultivators. Chapter 88 Opening of the Treasure Pavilion. Of course, there were also things in this world that specifically restrained the power of the sun, such as moonflower, or frost, and so on. All in all, Yi Tian quickly recovered to his peak state with the assistance of the Sun True Scripture, and at this moment, Lin Ao Dust once again mounted the ring. However, at this time, Wang Daoxian came to his side from the seat where the Royal Thunder Holy Land was located. Brother Yi, let me tell you something. I wonder if you're interested. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian first glanced at his own master and realized that the other party's eyes had been looking at the ring. So turn around and reply with a sentence. What is it? Hey, you come over here and talk over here. Yi Tian followed Wang Daoxian to a corner before the other party opened his mouth. The treasure pavilion is open. I wonder if Brother Yi is interested in placing a bet. The Gathering Pavilion? Place a bet? Hearing these three words, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. This treasure-gathering pavilion was quite famous in the 3000 Dao state and was established by the treasure-gathering merchant company. Almost every one of the 3000 Dao states had a branch of the treasure pavilion. Although the treasure-gathering pavilion had a good reputation, anyone who bet on it had to pay a considerable amount of spirit stones as a deposit. So not everyone dared to participate. After all, a deposit that large is no easy task. Moreover, there is a hint of risk involved, and if you're not careful, you'll lose your money. Yi Tian thought for a moment, but still refused. After all, he was not very interested in such an activity. As soon as Wang Daxian saw that Yi Tian was going to leave, he was a bit anxious. His money was all snatched away by his master before he could get his hands on it. Now that it's so hard to catch a chance, how can we let it go? Brother Yi, this time, the bet of His Excellency the gathering treasure is a whole 2 times higher than usual. Such a big piece of fat meat. It's a pity not to bet on it. When he finished, he held out a finger and wiggled it. Your odds, 1 to 1, 10. Hearing this amount, Yi Tian's heart and mind were in awe. 1 to 10? Were his odds that high? Then didn't you just make a lot of money? Yi Tian suddenly thought of one thing, and that was that the fight he had with Nangang Yen was estimated to have earned absolutely a lot. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to come over to him. Hearing him ask this, Wang Daxian awkwardly scratched his head. Not much, just 5 million spirit stones. This time it was Yi Tian's turn to be shocked. 5 million spirit stones? This was enough for an ordinary cultivator to cultivate for the rest of his life. Nope, it wouldn't even be used up in a lifetime. You, pressed for $500,000? Yi Tian asked a question. After asking he regretted. 1 to 10 is not $500,000? He then said, cough, that, I don't have that many spirit stones either. Brother Yi, don't worry, the purpose of me coming here is not for you to pay out spirit stones. Here is 300,000 spirit stones. Later on, I will fight with that guy from the Tianji pavilion. You press me to win. With that, Wang Daxian handed out a storage ring. When Yi Tian looked at it, there were indeed 300,000 spirit stones inside. He looked at Wang Daxian in front of him with some surprise. Is this guy that rich? 50-50. 2-8. 50-50. Sanji. 50-50. Brother Yi. 4 or 6 at most. You'll just be making a run for it. Wang Daxian looked at Yi Tian with a bit of a headache and was a bit depressed. Is this guy missing a bone in his head? He's giving away spirit stones and he's actually bargaining with himself? However, when Yi Tian heard these words, he turned his head and looked towards the ring, where Lin Ao Dust was currently engaged in a battle with a disciple of a first-class top power. 50-50 is 50-50. Wang Daxian had a black line on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, good deal. Only then did Yi Tian nod with a smile before taking the 300,000 spirit stones over. The two of them chatted for the next few moments. Yi Tian then took the spirit stones and headed outside. He was going to take a stroll around Midway State. He hadn't really gotten out and about in all the time he'd been here. Now after playing his own game, and if he had just looked at the situation, Lin Ao Dust would probably be able to advance steadily as well. He doesn't have to worry too much about the game either. In the middle Dao State, a giant city towered over the end of the continent, occupying most of the territory. It is the core of the 3000 Dao states of the continent. Yi Tian enjoyed the scenery along the way. It soon arrived within an ancient city in the center section of the continent. The city was called Nakamichi City, and its walls were nearly 100 feet high and majestic. Both sides are supported by huge bronze pillars, on which dragons and phoenixes are carved and painted, making them look mighty and domineering. The middle Dao state could be said to have brought together the prosperity of the entire 3000 Dao states. And in the center of the city stood a high tower, which plunged into the sky, tens of thousands of meters high, emitting a light blue light, just like a fairyland. Yi Tian entered within the city and found people coming and going inside, with all kinds of stores. He had found many novelties along the way, of pills and talismans, magic weapons and blades. Even some rare ores were sold at exorbitant prices. What's that? As he was strolling and loitering, suddenly a wide square appeared at the end of the street. The square was filled with tables and chairs for some unknown purpose, but at the moment there were already quite a few people sitting in the square, both men and women. Among them, at the front of the square, a tall stone monument about 100 meters long was erected, with 3 big words written on it, Gathering Treasure Pavilion. This is the Treasure Pavilion, isn't it? So licensed? Yi Tian walked over with some doubts, but before they could get close, a young and beautiful maid stopped them. I'm sorry sir, please show me your invitation. This maid said in a gentle tone. Her figure was exquisite and she wore a white dress. The fullness of her breasts cried out to be swallowed. Yi Tian looked at this maid and revealed a smile as he said, Invitation letter? Do you still need an invitation to place a bet? At those words, the maid froze. She shook her head and explained, I'm sorry, this treasure gathering pavilion of ours. Every few days, we organize a treasure gathering auction. At that time, we will take out many treasures for you gentlemen to select and purchase. Hearing this, Yi Tian finally understood. No wonder this place was packed with people. So it was because this auction was about to start. So how do you get an invitation? Yi Tian asked again. I'm here to place a bet, but it might be nice to see the auction. Your Excellency is in no hurry. I'll help you get an invitation later. Oh, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, not expecting this little girl to be quite warm-hearted. I wonder what your name is? Yi Tian asked as he touched his nose and smiled. The slave girl's name is Moondance. May I ask what is the gentleman's name? The maid smiled sweetly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Yi Tian. Yes sir. You can rest and relax next to me first. After Moondance finished respectfully, she led Yi Tian to find an empty seat and sat down. Chapter 89, the 8th in the Taoist ranking miss. Isn't this just a bumpkin? How do you? A small maid beside Moondance spoke up, but before she could finish, Moondance interrupted her. I told you guys to pay more attention to the genius list of the Dao Prefecture. And this is how you guys read it? Don't you know who he is? When the little maid heard this, she was stunned, and then she hurriedly knelt on the ground. Forgive me, miss, the slave girl didn't know. She knew that Moondance usually had a good temper, but once she got angry, the consequences were very serious. Seeing this, Moondance waved her hand, signaling her to stand up. Alright, it's not your fault. His name is Yi Tian. He's a demonic figure who just got promoted from, and it's because of him that our gathering treasure pavilion made a huge profit yet. Moondance said indifferently, but her eyes went to Yi Tian who was sitting there. She carefully sized up Yi Tian. Even though Yi Tian was dressed in a Tai Holy Land's disciples' attire, Moondance knew deep down that this man was not that simple. Inside her hand, she held a pile of information, which contained the deeds of major geniuses. She found Yi Tian's information at a glance. It read, Yi Tian, born at the age of 16, entered the Tai Holy Land as an ordinary person, but was directly accepted by the Grand Elder of the Tai Holy Land as a personal disciple. 3 months ago, he had made a big fuss about Yen Yen Hall, but in the end, it was the Yen Yen Hall deputy hall master who personally apologized at his door. Just now, he even defeated the inheritance disciple of the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws, Nangong Yen. It is listed as the 8th on the Taoist list. This guy is really not an ordinary person. If he grows up normally, his future achievements will be unlimited. Moondance thought darkly in her heart, her eyes filled with appreciation. Right at this moment, an old man with white hair walked over. He walked up to Moondance and softly asked a few questions. Immediately, his gaze also looked toward Yi Tian, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Miss, is he Yi Tian? The old man's voice was a bit dry and hoarse, as if he hadn't drank water for decades. Well, he's Yi Tian. Make friends now. It might be useful in the future. Moondance nodded gently. When he heard Moondance say that, the old man immediately revealed a hint of respect, and then he took out an invitation to the treasure pavilion and handed it to her. Moondance took the invitation and paced back to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, follow my slave. With Moondance's invitation, Yi Tian slowly stepped forward along the ancient corridor. His gaze flickered slightly around him, surveying the peculiar place known as the Gathering Pavilion. Behind the dazzling array of treasures was the sound of rising bids, and in the crowd, all sorts of characters were coming in and out of it, making it seem unusually busy. Mr. Yi, tonight you will see many treasures that you wouldn't expect. Moondance laughed softly, a hint of mystery in her voice. Yi Tian smiled faintly and replied, Miss Moondance, your treasure gathering pavilion is really big. Even I am starting to look forward to it a bit. Walking into a small, more secluded hall, Moondance pointed to a seat and gestured for Yi Tian to sit down. She flicked her sleeve with elegant movements, looking graceful and remarkable in every moment. Mr. Yi, please wait, the auction is about to begin. Moondance said and turned around, ready to leave. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the auction house changed, and a clamor spread out from the center of the hall, as if something unusual had happened. Yi Tian frowned slightly as he immediately got up and walked in the direction the voice came from. What the hell is going on here? Yi Tian asked the guards who hurried to the side as he walked. The guard's face was anxious as he replied in a low voice, returning to the words of my lord, an unknown person has unexpectedly brought an extremely rare treasure to the treasure pavilion, intending to sell it in the auction of rare treasures? Yi Tian's interest was piqued, and his footsteps quickened a little. Along the way, the crowd became denser and denser, and Yi Tian almost relied on the guide of the guards around him to barely squeeze into the center of the auction hall. In the center of the crowd, A mysterious man in black stood on a high platform, holding a plain-looking wooden box in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, now up for auction, the legendary long-lost Night Polar Stone. The black-clothed man's voice echoed in the auction hall, instantly causing a gasp of amazement. Night Polarite, a magical ore capable of absorbing and transforming moonlight into power, has long since disappeared from legend. Now, its appearance was undoubtedly a heavy bomb that made everyone in the room's heart skip a beat. A flash of light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. What he had been practicing had been the supremely masculine Sun True Sutra, and this extreme nightstone could just make up for the gap in his technique. Starting price, 50,000 spirit stones. As the black-robed man's words fell, some of the cultivators present could not wait to start shouting. A loose cultivator was the first to speak. 51,000. Another clan elder, who looked quite wealthy, followed suit and shouted 53,000. The price kept climbing, causing a ruckus in the arena. However, amongst these bidders, Yi Tian keenly sensed a hidden killing intent. This caused him to frown slightly, and then he cast his eyes towards the corner that was emitting killing intent. In the midst of the crowd, a young male dressed in luxurious robes was lazily sitting on a seat. His right hand tapped on the armrest of the seat, and the one who conveyed the killing intent was none other than the attendant with the powerful aura standing behind him. Mr. Yi, that guy doesn't seem to be too friendly with you. Moondance did not know when she arrived beside Yi Tian, and her gaze swept to the direction where the young male was. Do you know who he is? Yi Tian inquired a doubtful sentence. His identity. I can only tell you, Prince Yi, that he is the son of the top 5 royal families in the immortal domain. Situ Hao. Oh, the son of a royal family. No wonder he's so unscrupulous. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly as he coldly looked at Situ Hao, a stern aura flashing in his eyes. Yu Dan smiled amusedly at his words. Mr. Yi, don't underestimate him. Although Situ Hao is young, he possesses the strength of a peak foundation establishment, and it's said that he's also an alchemist. Alchemist? Yi Tian was slightly surprised. After all, this kind of profession was very popular no matter where he was. Alchemists could be different from ordinary cultivators, and the main cultivation was usually soul power. Moreover, alchemists tended to be several times more terrifying in combat than martial cultivators of the same rank. Thus the existence of alchemists allowed them to often contend with demonic-level heavenly pride. Of course, for Situ Hao to be hailed as an alchemist, he must have a bit of skill himself. However, Yi Tian had no fear. After all, his realm was here, and if it came to combat prowess, Yi Tian could guarantee that he would never have an opponent in the entire 3000 Dao state. Lord Yi, there's no need to worry. Moondance could see the disdain in Yi Tian's eyes as she comforted. Later on, if you see any treasures, feel free to auction and buy them. Yi Tian nodded his head, and then without hesitating, he began to participate in the bidding. But when he thought that this Nightpole stone would fall into his hands, a boy suddenly ran to the auction stage and whispered a few words in the auctioneer's ear. The auctioneer called a halt to the live auction at once. Chapter 90, Getting the Nightpole Stone. The Nightpolar Stone auction is suspended. The auctioneer has found a suitable buyer. The people present froze, and then someone couldn't help but shout. No, this Night Extreme Stone Lousy is determined to win. How can your treasure pavilion be like this? Before the words were out of his mouth, others spoke up to solicit. That's right, aren't you guys a big store? Just as the crowd was saying one thing to each other, a terrifying aura emanated from the interior of the treasure pavilion. Those who were still looking like they wouldn't stop until they got a reason to do so were suddenly crestfallen. This pavilion promises that it will never shoplift. The seller has already found a buyer. It's the seller's business if they don't want to sell, and they've also given a breach of contract fee. So all of you shouldn't make things difficult for me here. As the words fell, the auctioneer put the box away and turned around to leave the scene directly. Yi Tian also did not expect that in the end, it would actually come to this. AI. It seems that this Night Polar Stone is not destined to be with me. Sighing, Yi Tian was slightly lost, but he soon recovered his demeanor. Miss Moondance, can you take me to the betting place? I want to place a bet. No problem. I don't know which one the gentleman would like to press. Moondance led Yi Tian to a counter that specialized in placing bets. Behind the counter was a drawing board with betting odds for the dogs game, and he himself was heck of a lot in the middle of it. Seeing the odds above, Yi Tian felt like he had thrown out hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at least. Immediately, he looked at Wang Daoxuan's odds, 1 to 0.5. Press Wang Daoxian, 300,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian handed the storage ring given by the other party earlier to Moondance. Moondance didn't even look at it and directly handed it to the boy inside the counter. Don't you need to see it? Yi Tian looked at Moondance with interest. This girl was quite calm. Moondance shook her head. No need. I trust Prince Ye's character. Not to mention that there are people below who will check it out. After hearing these words, Yi Tian's expression was a little embarrassed. A few moments later, the boy handed Moon Dance a token with the very same spirit stones that Yi Xia had injected, and at that moment, the old man who had just appeared, once again came before Moon Dance. He was holding a stone box in his hand, which was clearly the same one used for the auction of the Night Extreme Stone just now. After Moon Dance took it, she handed it over along with the stone box. Getting to know each other from the new. My name is Moon Dance, one of the Treasures Pavilion's shopkeepers. First time meeting, let's consider this as me giving you a gift for meeting you. Yi Tian reached out and took the box, and when he opened it, he saw a nightpole stone like a black hole lying quietly in the stone box, and there were wisps of spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding it. You can tell it's a gem just by looking at it. Why? Yi Tian had actually seen that Moon Dance was extraordinary, but he didn't poke at it. But now that the other person has taken the initiative to introduce them, that's a different situation. Making friends always requires a little price. Mr. Yi, don't you think so? Moon Dance blinked those seductive eyes and a mesmerizing smile appeared on her face. Yi Tian nodded. Well, that makes sense. With that he put the box away. Moon Dance, on the other hand, smiled sweetly and wiggled her arse as she slowly left. Yi Tian also followed and left. The main thing to do had already been done and finished. There was nothing to do by staying here, so it would be better to find it and go back to continue practicing. In a room inside the gathering pavilion, Moon Dance was sitting in the main seat, and the old man beside her was a bit puzzled. Why did you choose Yi Tian? I feel that Lin Ao Dust from the Tai Holy Land is not bad, as well as Xiao 13 from the Tianxian Holy Land. All of them are top-notch demons. Moon Dance pursed her red lips. Feelings. Miss, if you don't hurry, I'm afraid the other shopkeepers will. Okay, I know it in my heart. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already returned to the Dao Pavilion. At this moment, Wang Daoxian was anxiously waiting for something. After seeing Yi Tian return, it came over at once. How's that for a bet? Down down down, Yi Tian said, taking out the token from his storage ring and handing it to the other party. Don't you forget my share. Don't worry, I, Wang Daoxian, am not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. As the words fell, Wang Daoxian walked in the direction of the ring. Yi Tian, on the other hand, returned to the residence where the Tai Holy Land was located. Sure enough, Lin Ao Dust had returned. However, when he came closer, he saw that Ferryman Miao and the other elders of the Holy Land didn't look too good. Master, is something wrong? Yi Tian frowned and inquired. The manly fairy sighed, and then she opened her mouth to speak. Originally, the top 10 of the Dao Society should have already been secured, and both he and Lin Ao Dust had a spot to enter the Dao Pavilion to dive into. But the Dao Pavilion side suddenly received news that the Immortal Domain was suddenly going to send disciples over. It says something about helping disciples hone their own bodies, but as far as they're concerned, aren't they just coming over to fight for a spot? This kind of thing, the Dao Pavilion shouldn't agree to it. After all, 3 days later is the competition to lay down the top 10 ordering. Yi Tian opened his mouth doubtfully. According to the usual practice, the Dao Society competition was a grand event for all the great sects, and the rules of the competition of the Dao Society were voted on by all the major clans, so the aspect of fairness and impartiality was not to be spoken of. Although this is customary, did you know that within the Dao Pavilion, there are 7 or 8 pavilion elders who are all from the Immortal region? The manly fairy shrugged her shoulders helplessly. Apparently she was also a bit undecided about this matter. Yi Tian sort of here understand. People, this is above someone. No wonder dare how blatantly interfere with the rules of the road association. That's pretty shameless. Yi Tian couldn't help but spit out a sentence, and Lin Ao Dust on the side didn't look too good either. He was currently ranked 10th on the Dao ranking, and was arguably one of the most dangerous. If he waited for those people to come over and challenge him, he was afraid that he would be kicked out of the qualification to enter the Dao Pavilion and dive into it. Therefore he had to improve his strength, and only had a chance if he won against those people. Humph. I'd like to see who dares to fight me. Lin Aodin coldly hummed and turned to leave. Alas, Yi Tian, I know you are strong, but the other party is from the Immortal Domain. So, don't worry master, I understand. Yi Tian smiled easily and was not worried. Although he was now Foundation Establishment, he was only a foot away from Jiedan, but if he went all out, he could wrestle even a Jiedan stage cultivator. Not to mention the fact that a few young men in the Dao Pavilion made him jealous. It doesn't exist. Wait to go back to your room. Yi Tian immediately pulled out the Nightpole Stone. The power of the moonlight contained on it mesmerized him. From the time he first started cultivating until now, all of his techniques and martial arts were supremely masculine, without a trace of softness, so it was this type of item that he lacked. But while absorbing the moonlight above the Nightpolar Stone, he still ran the Sun True Scripture for a week first. You can start absorbing. Chapter 91. The power of Tai Yi. Tian then sat on top of the bed with his knees crossed, holding that night extreme stone in his hands, adjusting his breath, and slowly guiding his body's spiritual chi into the night extreme stone. Soon, a faint glow lit up above the night polar stone, and it grew brighter and brighter. Moreover, the night polar stone gradually shrunk up, as if it was subject to some kind of suction, turning into a round and transparent jade pearl. This jade bead flickered with a faint silver glow in Yi Tian's hand, as dazzling and beautiful as a star. However, at this time Yi Tian couldn't care about this at all, as he focused all of his spirit into the night extreme stone. Boom! Yi Tian's body suddenly shook as he clearly felt the energy in the night extreme stone traveling up his tendons. The energy was very warm and full of life, and it was accompanied by a strange aura that surged into the limbs and bones. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. Originally he thought that it was only suitable for tempering the power of the sun in his body, and perhaps it could also increase the spiritual power in his body, but it will never be that strong. But now, he realized that this night polar stone actually had so many effects besides recovery. This was simply beyond Yi Tian's imagination. One must know that in this world, there are many precious medicines and heavenly treasures that are good for healing wounds, quenching the body, congealing blood and the like, and there are even those that gain cultivation. However, treasures like this, which could assist cultivators in restoring their vitality and tempering their flesh, were simply rare. In fact, Yi Tian didn't know that this was caused by him absorbing too much of the power of the sun, and the reconciliation of yin and yang would have required a hint of the opposite power. Yi Tian, who was already cultivating the power of the sun, suddenly transformed some of the power in his body into the power of the moon, which naturally produced a huge effect. The power of the moonflower, which was subordinate to the power of Tai Yin, although it was still far from being the power of Tai Yin, the essence would not change. Phew, looks like a big favor is owed to Moon Dance. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and said in his heart, now he had completely melted through the power of the moonlight above the night pole stone. It could be said that the power in his body now was warmer, even though it still favored yang. However, before he could investigate, he heard a clamor from outside the courtyard, and vaguely audible, a noisy scuffle. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? The manly fairy's chiding voice came out with anger. Spinning around, he heard the other man's voice. What business is it of yours where this palace appears? What kind of thing are you? Get out of my way. Hearing these words, Yi Tian's heart said a dark sound. He heard who it was, but it was his dear third sister, so he didn't even think about it and immediately rushed towards the outside. And as expected, just after arriving here, he saw that Yi Luyun had already fought with Manhwa Fairy. At this moment, Yi Luyun was holding the Thousand Illusions Dao soldier, and he looked as if he would finish off the other party if Manhwa Fairy did not let go. The Manhwa Fairy was also holding a 3-foot-long sword, and the power of Tai Yin contained on it couldn't help but shiver even if Yi Tian was far away. Stop! You guys stop! Stop fighting! Yi Tian shouted in a hurry. He had never expected that he had only been in seclusion for a few days, and then this mess had happened. He was more than familiar with Yi Luyun's temperament. If he arrived a moment later, he was afraid that the manly fairy would be seriously injured. Little brother, leave me alone. This woman is too arrogant. I'll teach her a lesson. Third sister, this is my master. Yi Tian's brows were furrowed. He did not expect Yi Luyun to still be so capricious. Ha? She's your mentor? Yi Luyun froze for a moment when she heard this, and she glanced at the manly fairy with some surprise, and then at Yi Tian. She's your sister? The manly fairy's pretty face was a bit odd. Aha! Yi Tian nodded. Didn't I say that I'm the son of an immortal emperor? This is my third sister, Yi Luyun, and in terms of realm, she should be at the peak of saint, right? He then looked at Yi Luyun. Am I right? Third sister. That's natural. If it wasn't for that old dad guy occupying the emperor position, I would have broken through a long time ago. Yi Luyun waved his hand with a helpless look, but at this moment, the manly fairy's eyes were wide and her mouth was slightly open. Her head buzzed as she stared incredulously at the two siblings in front of her. Yi Luyun's identity wasn't very important, but the strength was very clear to her. A peak sage expert. Even she didn't have absolute certainty of defeating her opponent. But what about now? This peak sage expert was calling Yi Tian his little brother. Moreover, what was most difficult for Fairy Mania to believe was that Yi Tian, it seemed, was truly the son of an immortal emperor. How did this happen? The manly fairy was a bit dumbfounded. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Yi Luyun asked with a displeased expression. The manly fairy was confused, but quickly came back to her senses. Then what's the reason for fellow Daoists to come here? It can't just be to take a look at Xiao Tian, can it? At those words, Yi Luyun was a bit embarrassed. Just now he was just thinking about how to fight with the other party. She coughed lightly. Ahem, that, Xiao Tian, Tomorrow the Luo clan and Yuan clanspeople will come over as well. And this time the world is out of necessity. Yi Tian's heart was startled when he heard this. He could hear something bad from Yi Liuyun's words. The words compelled actually came out of the mouth of his tone-deaf third sister. Could it be that the extraterrestrials at the edge of the immortal realm have invaded? Yi Tian gave a cry in his heart. All these years, even though he didn't have the talent to cultivate, it didn't mean that he didn't know about the no man's restricted area. The reason why the immortal region was known as the no man's land was because the people of the imperial clan of the current generation guarded it to prevent the invasion of the great domains beyond the 3,000 Tao states. But the Tao of Heaven is weak. The immortal domain over the years has been trying to find a way to strong luck, as a way to help the Tao of Heaven. But the effect of 1,000 years is very little. The people outside the domain little by little to open the 3,000 Taoist states. The gap between the immortal realm and the extraterrestrials was just like the gap between the 3,000 Tao states and the immortal realm. But now wasn't the time to ask about that. It was better to find out what was going on. I see. Then I'll go cultivate first. Yi Tian waved his hand and said. Immediately, he didn't care about the two women and directly turned around and returned to the house. On the following day, inside the 3,000 Tao pavilion, the crowd gathered on the competition field. Little brother, I think these two families are up to no good, Yi Luyun said indignantly. Yi Tian, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Didn't you come here to find a few cannon fodder to cultivate? Haven't these people always been this pissed off? Humph, that was because I saw that you were having a hard time cultivating, so I was helping to protect you. Yi Luyun snorted coldly and skimmed his lips. He. Then I'll thank third sister first. I have to go up to the competition later, so don't make any sudden moves or I'll be disqualified. Yi Tian said with a smile. Che, I don't care about you. Yi Luyun gave Yi Tian a disdainful look. Okay everyone, please be quiet. Chapter 92 Battle against Xiao 13. Today is the day of the Dao Pavilion competition. I hope you all cherish this opportunity. The same court elder from before reappeared. I declare the final round to begin. He gave an order. At that moment, Yi Tian followed the pace of the others and walked to the center of the square. They were all in the top 10 of the entire individual tournament, and could be said to be the most golden people in the entire 3,000 Dao state. Now, please come up to the stage and draw lots. He held his hand out. Swish! A bamboo tube flew up at once. Yi Tian hurriedly grabbed a bamboo strip and looked at the bamboo strip in his hand. He raised an eyebrow and gave a small smile. Ring 9. By this time others had gotten their hands on bamboo sticks. Some were happy, some were sad. Way to go, little brother. Yi Luyun gave Yi Tian a pep talk. I'll try my best. Yi Tian nodded and immediately mounted the 9th ring. His opponent was clearly none other than the current number 1 on the Dao ranking, the inheritor from the Tianxian Holy Land, Xiao 13. This name could be said that there was no one in the entire Midway state who didn't know to. Xiao 13 was a core disciple of the Tianxian Holy Land. It was said that his father was Xiao Tianxian, the Tianxian Holy Lord. Xiao Tianxian was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse of the 3,000 Dao state, and he was mighty in the 3,000 Dao state. Not to mention that Xiao Xii's talent was also terrifyingly frightening. At the mere age of 16, he had stepped into the Jidan stage cultivation, and could be called the demon of all demons, invincible at the same level, with astonishing battle power. I didn't think it would end up pitting the two of us against each other. Xiao 13 looked at Yi Tian on the opposite side with some surprise. He was very grateful to Yi Tian for what happened in the secret realm last time. If it wasn't for Yi Tian's desperate attempt to stop that Skywalker with them, they wouldn't have been able to escape the secret realm at all, and would have ended up being killed. But I'm not going to let up. Hearing this, Yi Tian would smile. He understood the other party's thoughts. After all, this was a competition that belonged to men, and no one was willing to lose. He looked up at Xiao 13 across the room and suddenly spoke. No need to hold back. Use all of them. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiao Xii's eyes lit up as his eyes became more and more fiery. But after those spectators below the ring heard that, they immediately felt that Yi Tian was a bit out of his depth. Every day you talk about your immortal emperor's son. Ha ha, now let's see what you'll do. That's right, Brother Xiao is the only one who reached the Jidan stage before the age of 18. I reckon he can't even block one of Brother Zhao's moves. I do think this fellow has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, or else he wouldn't be able to reach the 8th on the Dao ranking. The surrounding crowd murmured, disdaining Yi Tian's words. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Xiao 13 laughed aloud and violently rushed towards Yi Tian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Xiao Xii's body blossomed with radiant light, as dazzling as the blazing sun, and his dual fists erupted with terrifying pressure. The air exploded as a punch was thrown. This strike, if it were an ordinary person, it would have been crushed into a bloody mist, showing the extent of its terror. but such an attack fell on Yi Tian's body as if it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Xiao Xii's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yi Tian was not simple. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to escape from Skywalker's hands. Xiao Xii's dual fists were constantly swinging. Each strike contained a terrifying power. But Yi Tian was idly resisting it, looking extremely casual. Could this fellow have eaten some kind of spirit elixir? Xiao 13 frowned, not knowing what was going on. I say, almost enough. Yi Tian suddenly shouted. His aura suddenly surged, instantly surpassing the 9th level of Foundation Establishment and reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment. What? How? Fake it. Crap. It's too heaven-defying. This kid is actually at the peak of Foundation Establishment? Everyone around them was dumbfounded at this time, filled with disbelief. 9th Foundation Establishment to peak Foundation Establishment. How many realms were in between? How could he have crossed so many realms? I told you. No need to hold back. As soon as his words fell, his entire persons charged straight out. Yi Tian even. The other party's means must be very strong, so he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless at all. Boom! He slapped out his palm like a Tarzan. What? Seeing this, Xiao 13 was shocked. His figure dodged hastily. There was a loud bang. Yi Tian's handprints fell, and the entire ring number 9 cracked with countless gaps. The terror was boundless. Damn! This guy's flesh is so powerful. Xiao Xii's face became extremely grave. The strength of this opponent's physical body was far beyond his expectations. However, his reaction speed was also extremely fast, and in an instant, he executed his body technique to distance himself from Yi Tian. I said that there is no need to keep my hands. Yi Tian snorted coldly. His feet moved violently, and his entire body transformed into a residual shadow as he pounced at Xiao 13. Xiao 13 roared angrily and similarly met him. Bang! Above the ring, there was a violent sound of fighting. The two of them exchanged palms and punches, clashing with each other. This scene was shocking and attracted everyone around, especially some female cultivators, whose beautiful eyes were glowing with color. Although Xiao 13 was ordinary looking, he had a unique charm that made people look sideways. Is this guy really that powerful? It's actually battling Xiao 13 to a standstill. Yeah, is this still that punk? His strength has increased more than 100 times compared to before? The crowd was full of astonishment, not expecting it at all. However, at this time, Xiao 13 also exerted his full strength, and the moment his spiritual energy erupted, Yi Tian immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. Is this the number 1 on the Dao ranking? Yi Tian let out a cry in his heart and did not dare to be slow in any way as he injected his thick spiritual energy into his arm and slammed his fist at Xiao 13. Knock! Xiao Xii's legs bent slightly, and the entire ring seemed to tremble a few times. Immediately afterward, the two figures retreated in unison. Thumpy Tian took a total of 5 steps back as his feet stepped on top of the ground, leaving deep pits. Looking at Xiao 13 again, he merely took a mere half step back. This, Xiao 13 seems to be a bit more powerful. Yeah, Yi Tian already has the upper hand, but Xiao 13 is still as steady as ever. Under the ring, someone murmured in a low voice with a complicated expression. None of them had expected that this battle for the Dao ranking had undergone a radical change. Originally, he thought that Xiao 13 was the number 1 on the Dao list, and the struggle between the two should be a crushing development. But now he didn't think that Yi Tian would actually be able to harden against him. While on top of the ring, Xiao 13 stared at Yi Tian, slowly exhaled a breath and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you've hidden your strength." Same to each other. Yi Tian nodded indifferently. He could tell that Xiao 13 wasn't doing his best as he still retained his bottom card. Are you sure? You want to continue? Yi Tian glanced at the audience below the ring and asked blandly. Under the ring, everyone's expression froze. This guy is pretty cocky. Chapter 93, The Yi Family Trio. You don't have to provoke me. Xiao 13 shook his head. He knew that if he continued, he would definitely be injured. So he prepared to end this sparring session. His hands pinched, and between the flashes of spiritual light, they condensed into 2 huge fists in the void, smashing down towards Yi Tian. Not a bad technique. Yi Tian sighed lightly, and at this moment he understood. The other party's cultivation system was different from his own, and the other party used spiritual energy to condense into attacks. At that moment, Yi Tian raised his palm, and inside his palm, a golden flame was jumping. Inferno Dragon Palm. The flame in Yi Tian's palm instantly transformed into a roaring Jiao Dragon, carrying a destructive aura as it rushed out with teeth and claws. The fire dragon and the huge fist collided together, both devouring madly. But in the end, Xiao 13 was still slightly better. After all, people were still Jiadan first level no matter what, and their techniques and martial arts were not weaker than Yi Tian. When the smoke in the ring cleared, a trace of blood surfaced at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. That's strong. I lost. Yi Tian looked at Xiao 13 in front of him and admired the other party from the bottom of his heart. In fact, he could feel it. Xiao Xii's talent wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, as the moves used by the other party were all the most ordinary martial arts. For example, just now against the bombardment of that, Yi Tian estimated that at the top of the day that was only a Xian-level martial skill, and his Inferno Dragon Palm was a spirit skill contained in the Heavenly Flame skill, and its power had definitely reached the Earth stage. No, if you reach the Jiedan stage as well, the one who loses will be me. Xiao 13 exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said seriously. His actual cultivation level was the second level of Jiedan, while Yi Tian was at the peak of foundation establishment. But in terms of comprehension and utilization of martial arts, Xiao 13 thought that he was far inferior to the other party. Yi Tian smiled faintly and did not explain. Xiao 13 was right. If he also reached the Jiedan stage, the one who lost would be the other party. Xiao 13 suddenly spoke as he looked at Yi Tian. You're the first one I've ever had to admit it to, and I hope that the next time we meet, you don't lose to me. Good. Yi Tian grinned. He quite liked this personality. At least it was not pretentious. Afterward, Xiao 13 turned around and walked down the ring, returning to the position that belonged to him. Ha ha, win. Still talking about the son of a great emperor? It's still not a loss to Xiao 13. That's right. I'll see how he'll blow it from now on. Seeing Xiao 13 return victorious, the crowd cheered up as if the victory was their own. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and didn't take it to heart in the slightest. He stepped out of the ring and returned to the Mana Fairy. Master, this guy is too strong. If I get to Jiedan, I'll definitely beat the crap out of him. Now, he. Yi Tian scratched his hair and was somewhat helpless. He had definitely used all his strength just now, but in the end, he was still suppressed because of his cultivation level. Alright, Xiao 13 is no matter what. He is also the inheritor of the Tianqian Holy Land. It's normal that you can't beat him. Besides, you've only been practicing for less than half a year. All of them have been practicing since they were small. When they encounter each other again in a few years, they will definitely not be a match for you. The manly fairy smiled faintly. She didn't blame Yi Tian. Instead she encouraged him and comforted him. Hearing the manly fairy's words, a bright smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. His confidence was much restored, and at the same time, his determination to cultivate hard was strengthened. Just as he was about to watch the others compete, a sudden gust of wind rose in the sky, and several flying boats came shuttling in from the distance. The speed was so fast that it reached the crowd in the blink of an eye. On the deck of one of the flying boats stood several imposing men and women, their gazes cold and murderous. Their appearance caused the entire square to boil over because they were from the immortal domain. Coming? Yi Tian looked at those people and sighed in his heart. The flying boat stopped and 9 youths stepped down from the boat. Their appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially their cultivation levels. Surprisingly, every one of them was at the Jiedan stage. Where the hell did these guys come out from? Could it be that they are from the immortal domain? It should be. Otherwise, how could it be possible to be at the Jiedan stage at such a young age? Heavens! I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome. The people of the immortal region are by no means comparable to us. There was a lot of talk above the square, and the crowd was panicked. Xiao 13, who was on the ring, had a flash of battle intent between his eyebrows. However, as he stared at the group of people with a deadly stare, the people of the immortal domain, he had long since become familiar with them. When he had followed the heavenly Xian patriarch out, he had been fortunate enough to see the toughness of the people of the immortal region once, not to mention that there were 9 of them this time. The immortal realm, a vast and incomparable interface, possessed endless resources. All sorts of secret treasures came out endlessly, causing countless people to yearn for them. The people of the immortal realm, they were gifted with exceptional talent, possessing extraordinary cultivation talent, and rarely had any enemies within the same realm. At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly realized that his third sister had disappeared, and when he looked up, he saw that Yi Luyun was also standing on top of a flying boat, while she was followed by 3 Yi clan children. Yi Long, Yi Hu, Yi Ping, actually let them come over? Yi Tian secretly pondered in his heart. At the same time, the pavilion elders within the Dao Pavilion stepped out from within, and one of them, named Yu Lao, came to the front of the flying boat. Fellow Daoist from the immortal region, didn't they say they wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow? How come it's ahead of schedule? As his words fell, on the deck of the flying boat, an old man in a Dao robe stepped out from within the flying boat, his cold eyes staring straight at Yu Lao. Fellow Daoist Jade, we haven't seen you for such a long time. Shouldn't we be invited in? The old man snorted coldly, his voice cold and unfeeling, as if he didn't look at Yu Lao in his eyes at all. You, elder Yu frowned, but then he seemed to hear something and his face changed. How could it be? It's not been a long time. Quick, invite all of you to the Tao Pavilion. Jade Elder's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. His face piled up with fawning smiles as he focused all his attention on that old man. This old man was no other than one of the Luo family's chief offerings, Luo Yunxiao. Under the leadership of Elder Jade, the flying boat slowly sailed into the mountain gate of the Tao Pavilion. Yi Tian's eyes couldn't help but narrow as he looked at the situation. Whether his guess was right or not, he needed to be prepared for anything, and Yi Luyun even winked at Yi Tian as he passed by. After the people of the immortal region all entered the Tao Pavilion, the entire square instantly exploded. Did you guys see that? That old man. He's at least at the great sage level, right? Not to mention that old man. Just that woman just now. At the very least, she's a great saint, right? Saints were actually divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. For example, a saint who had just been promoted would only be referred to as a saint. When one reached the 4th heaven of saints, then they would be hailed as great saints. And at the upper level, which was the 7th heaven, they would be saint kings. Nowadays, the 5 great holy lands, or those top first-class forces, the strongest ones generally know that the great saints are just. For example, Yi Tian's master, Ferryman Miao, was only a sage second sky. Chapter 94, Self-contained Tao Rhythm inside the Tao Pavilion. Those 9 disciples from the immortal domain had already been arranged for residence. Inside the Tao Pavilion's deliberation hall, the Tao Pavilion's 6 pavilion elders were sitting in their seats, while those sitting in the upper 3 were Luo Yunxiao, the Luo family's provider, Yi family's Yi Luyun, and Yuan family's elder, Yuan Zhangping. Just now, I heard Brother Luo say that those people outside the domain are starting to riot again? Pavilion elder Yu looked at Yi Luyun and Yuan Zhangping, revealing a hint of urgency between his words. The last heaven's mandate has fallen. Now we must quickly find the next heaven's mandate person. Luo Yunxiao mused and spoke faintly. The man of heavenly destiny is equivalent to the spokesman of the heavenly Tao on earth. One comes out every 10,000 years, such as when the Tao is weak and the last heavenly fate perished. The heavenly Tao became even weaker, which is why the immortal domain came out. Wanting to find the heavenly destiny as fast as possible, cultivate it, and warm up the heavenly Tao. And the people outside the domain were a group of people exiled outside the 3,000 Tao states. These people cynically hated the heavenly Tao, hating the heavenly Tao for expelling them from the 3,000 Tao states in the first place, causing them to be reduced to a barren land. These brutes, they really deserve to die. Elder Jade Pavilion sniffed and cursed angrily, his expression agitated. I think we should still send additional defenses. After all, the immortal domain has suffered heavy damage during this period of time, and there's no way to stop them. Yi Luyun frowned and said in a deep voice, "Humph, why should we be afraid of the foreign scum in the district? These people of ours are more than enough to sweep them away." Yuan Zhangping had a condescending look as he said indifferently, "Besides, after so many years, those of us who are used to the people of the extraterrestrial region, if there is really a chance to eradicate them, I can't wait for it." Yuan Zhangping's voice was filled with sarcasm and mockery, making everyone present feel his intense hatred. This matter wasn't a secret. Yuan Zhangping's son Yuan Hao died in the hands of people from outside the domain, so his hatred for the domain was extremely deep. By the way, earlier I discovered a group of extraterrestrial people who had infiltrated the 3000 road state, so you guys need to be careful lately. Luo Yunxiao suddenly opened his mouth as he said with a gloomy gaze, "As far as I know, there are still a few young people in this group of extraterrestrial scum." Hearing these words, Pavilion Elder Yu couldn't help but freeze, obviously somewhat skeptical. Although he also knew that people from outside the domain existed in the 3000 Tao states, he had never seen them with his own eyes. "Humph, would I, Luo Yunxiao, lie to you?" Hearing Pavilion Elder Yu questioning himself, Luo Yunxiao snorted coldly as an aura radiated out. His aura was like a rainbow, but those present were at least at the saint realm, and these pressures were not worth mentioning to them. In that case, check. The Tao Pavilion pavilions led by Elder Jade could only agree. By the way, tomorrow we'll pick the talent, and then our people will be challenged to join, no matter who it is, as long as they can beat them. Yuan Zhangping continued, a playful smile on his lips. Upon hearing his words, the crowd, who were originally still upset, suddenly had their eyes light up with a look of excitement. The arrival of the people from the immortal region caused a stir in the outside world as well, but all of this had nothing to do with Yi Tian. As he returned to his room and closed down, it wasn't until the next morning, when Yi Tian had just stepped out of his room, that he saw Lin Aodin walking towards him. "Yi Tian, hurry up. The Tao meeting is suspended." The immortal domain side has already put out the word that as long as one succeeds in challenging the immortal domain's disciples, one can join the immortal domain. Lin Aodin's eyes glowed as he shouted excitedly. "Oh," Yi Tian was slightly surprised. Then he nodded and left after Lin Aoden. Soon, the two arrived at the square where the Dao Society was located, where thousands of people had already gathered. Most of them came to participate in the dojang, and a few came to observe the dojang. At this moment, the square was already full of people, and the clamor rushed to the sky. Not far away, there were more people coming this way to see what was going on. Who do you think the Immortal Region will send to accept the challenge today? In the crowd, Lin Ao Dust asked Yi Tian in a low voice. It should be all three at the same time. Yi Tian pondered slightly and gave his answer. Previously, Yi Luyan had told Yi Tian that the main purpose of this time was also to recruit geniuses from all walks of life for cultivation. 3. Lin Ao Dust was surprised out loud. He didn't expect that it was actually three families accepting the challenge at the same time. Yi Tian nodded slightly, counting it as a response. The two men stood to the side, watching in silence. At this moment, the square, on the Dao platform, had long been filled with seats, and there were several disciples standing behind each seat. Looks like this is going to be tough. Yi Tian looked at this scene, his eyes flashed with essence as he muttered. Suddenly, Yi Tian's ears heard Yi Liuyun's voice. Xiao Tian, later on, give me a hard lesson on those brats from the Luo and Yuan families. Yi Tian looked up and saw that the other party was looking down at the disciples below with an unblinking eye. If you didn't know it was the other side that said it, would you dare to believe that a saint could actually say such a thing? But Yi Tian still couldn't disobey, or else when he went back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid a beating. Yi Tian skimmed his lips as he turned his head and cast his gaze towards the location of the Dao platform. On the Dao platform, disciples from the Luo and Yuan families stood on either side. Their auras were thick and strong, and their cultivation levels were all clearly at the first level of the Jiedan stage. On the other hand, Yi Long and the others were all wearing black brocade robes with a hideous ferocious beast pattern embroidered on their chests, and the three of them had equally thick auras. Gentlemen, I believe you're already clear. All 9 of these are disciples of our immortal domain, and as long as you defeat them, you'll be qualified to enter the immortal domain for cultivation. In the center of the Dao platform, there stood a man with a sturdy and robust figure. He had a majestic figure, a resolute face, and his eyes were like electricity, revealing a strong aura all over his body. Please, as the man's words fell, he waved his palm violently, and a strong wind blew out. In this strong wind, 9 figures with fluttering clothes and ethereal aura swept out, hovering in mid-air, indifferently gazing at the bottom. What a terrifying aura! Seeing this scene, everyone around couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, feeling incomparably shocked. The strength of these 9 people was terrifying, their chi and blood exuberant like a tidal wave, their body surface surrounded by purple chi. Moreover, they were emitting a trace of ethereal and illusory aura, but Yi Tian understood that this was the Dao rhythm that immortal domain practitioners carried with them. Only cultivators who had stepped into the Jiedan stage and condensed the Dao seed were able to do so. When their chi and blood reached their peak, they would transform into purple chi and surround themselves. On these 9 people, an overpowering killing aura emanated, causing one's heart to palpitate, making it difficult to bear. My goodness, how terrifying! Worthy of being from the immortal domain? Simply too perverted. The aura on their bodies definitely surpasses the foundation establishment stage. No wonder they are called the immortal domain messengers. Looking at those 9 youths, everyone around them stared with eyes wide open, their expressions horrified beyond measure, especially those disciples who had always been hailed as geniuses. Their hearts were setting off monstrous waves, their eyes filled with a strong look of scorn. They thought to themselves that they were no match for these people at all. Chapter 95, The Secret Method of the Yuan Family. After all, the gap between the Jiedan stage and the foundation establishment stage is too big. Even if it is another demonic genius, in front of the Jiedan stage, it is as small as a mole cricket. Unless one possessed heaven-defying magic treasures and undercurrents, once the Jiedan stage struck out, one would surely be instantly suppressed and left defenseless. Yi Tian, how are you doing? Are you sure? At the side, Lin Aoden looked at Yi Tian with some concern and asked, do your best. Yi Tian said indifferently, although his strength was not weak, even a tad stronger than an ordinary early-stage Jiedan. These people were obviously not ordinary goods. After all, the scale of this Dao meeting was more than just being held in the mortal state. A word of advice, don't just come up here and challenge, because the price is death. One of the youths from the Yuan clan spoke as if his nostrils were facing the sky, and Yi Tian cursed when he saw this. This doggone Yuan Tua, still acting like he's the boss of the sky and the earth. Without waiting for him to say anything, a figure suddenly rushed up beside him, and it was none other than Wang Daoxian, causing him to freeze. Wang Daoxian didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense. He went up and started fighting. His attacks were extremely domineering, his furious fists smashing into Yuan Tuo's body. Yuan Tuo also didn't expect this guy to actually sneak attack. but didn't care, raised his hand and waved. A pair of armor appeared on top of his hands. Who is the visitor? Give your name. Royal Thunder Holy Land. Lei Zhentian's disciple. Wang Daoxian is also. In the next moment, Wang Daoxuan's lightning-filled fist blasted at the opponent's armor, and the two terrifying mights clashed together. A muffled sound suddenly exploded as Wang Daoxuan's entire body withdrew 3 consecutive steps while Yuan Tuo only shifted his feet. This exchange of words was the difference between high and low. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd of onlookers all drew in a breath of cold air and looked at Yuan Tuo with horrified expressions. This Yuan Tuo, is he really this strong? That's right just now. I thought I heard a crack. Could it be thunder? Hiss. The technique of the Royal Thunder Holy Land is known to be the most powerful in terms of attack. How could it be like this? The crowd murmured and stared at Yuan Tuo with shocked faces. Yuan Tuo's strength was indeed very strong. And not only him, even Yi Long and Chen Long were frowning. So that's how it is. You are practicing the Royal Thunder Sacred Sex Royal Thunder Divine Skill. No wonder your physical body is so strong. No wonder you have the guts to fight me. Since that's the case, let you taste my purple sky mad sword slash. Before Yuan Tuo's words fell, his figure leaped, like a dragon pouncing on Wang Daoxian. His legs bent into a bow shape, his right hand gripping a large sword about 7 feet long, slashing out a roiling thunder. A sword slashed out, and thunder surged. The thunder blade light streaked across the 8 wastelands like a rushing and roaring angry dragon, carrying a destructive aura as it chopped towards Wang Daoxian. Rado Reiko shield. Wang Daoxian didn't dodge. His body moved quickly and his hands quickly pinched. In a flash, a layer of brilliant golden light exploded out from above his hands, condensing into a protective barrier that blocked in front of him. Boo! In the next moment, the thunder blade light ruthlessly impacted on those golden light protections, and in an instant, a violent fluctuation swept through the 4 fields, causing everyone's faces to change. Although Wang Daoxian tried his best to resist, he still couldn't completely block it, and his golden light shield was broken, and the violent thunder blade tore through his protective astral aura and viciously chopped at his body. Put! In the next moment, Wang Daoxian opened his mouth and sprayed out a cloud of blood as his body flew out backwards, shattering the floor. Brother Wang. Seeing this scene, Lin Ao Dust was enraged, staring at Yuan Tuo with indignation, gritting his teeth and saying, "Despicable. Humph. Who's to blame if you're not as skilled as others?" Yuan Tuo smiled coldly and swept Wang Daoxian, glanced at him contemptuously, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Asshole. So arrogant. Lin Ao Dust bared his eyes and trembled with anger. As for Yi Tian, his face was also gloomy, his heart was suffocating. He was still thinking that they were all from the immortal domain, so he would be a little lighter in his hand. Now it seems, this group of people were so rampant that they didn't give a damn about them. Wait, I haven't lost yet. Wang Daoxian stood up and wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth as he stepped out with a resolute gaze, staring at Yuan Tuo and the others. Oh, still want to fight? Yuan Tuo playfully glanced at him and said mockingly, "Something that doesn't know how to die. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you're not my opponent. Get lost." Yeah, what if I break through? In an instant, there were dark clouds coalescing in the sky, and a piece of dark clouds gathered in one place, covering the sky and the sun. Moreover, thundersnakes danced wildly among the dark clouds, and bursts of booming thunder could be heard faintly, as if a heavenly calamity was about to descend. What a powerful aura! Feeling that terrifying thunderous might, the crowd in the arena couldn't help but have their pupils shrunk. At this time of the year when the aura is transformed into liquid, aren't you afraid of death? Yuan Tuo's face also changed. He didn't expect this guy to actually be able to trigger this kind of celestial phenomenon. He had obviously reached the edge of breakthrough and could step into the Jiedan realm at any time. This wiped out his advantage. No matter how many means you have, today, you are doomed to fail. Yuan Tuo took a deep breath. His gaze steeply became stern, and his aura climbed crazily. Windswept. In an instant, countless wind blades whistled out, transforming into infinite sword blades, killing towards Wang Daoxian in an overwhelming manner. Come on, you think that'll do it? Wang Daoxian shouted angrily, similarly operating the Royal Thunder Divine Skill. His hands formed seals and fiercely blasted at the infinite sword mane. Rumble. Thunder exploded as countless lightning bolts emerged out of thin air, enveloping Wang Daoxian in them and transforming into a gigantic and matchless pillar of thunder. This move, which was one of the best techniques cultivated by Wang Daoxian, was astonishingly powerful. The giant pillar of thunder penetrated through the void and fiercely blasted at those wind blades. Click, click. A crisp crumbling sound came from the wind blades that simply could not block Wang Daoxuan's thunder giant pillar and collapsed in an instant. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Yuan Tuo's pupils contracted violently and his face was filled with shock. How could his jutsu be cracked so easily? What is this guy's origin? Why does he possess such a powerful battle force? Moreover, when he performed this move, he could be said to have used all his strength, and the other party should have been blasted to the ground long ago. Not only was Yuan Tuo shocked, the crowd of onlookers outside the arena were also staring at this scene with jaws agape in disbelief. Ha ha, it hurts. Again! Wang Daoxian shouted and once again swung his fist and rushed towards Yuan Tuo, his arms muscles bulging and filled with majestic power. Seek death. Yuan Tuo's anger raged, killing intent erupting in his eyes. The two men fought fiercely, their fists seeing blood, and every fist collision could erupt with ferocious power, causing people's hearts to palpitate. In just a few minutes' time, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves, with all sorts of moves at their fingertips. Exquisite. Chapter 96 Xiao Xii's Other Side Boo. Finally, at a certain moment, Yuan Tuo seized the opportunity and viciously kicked Wang Daoxian in the chest, sending him flying. Put! Wang Daoxian spat out blood and flew out, falling heavily to the ground, his face pale and dying. Lost? The eyes of the crowd of onlookers suddenly darkened. No matter what, Wang Daoxian was also a person of the 3000 Dao state and naturally represented the entire 3000 Dao state. Now that they had lost, didn't it mean that their 3000 Dao state really couldn't defeat the people of the immortal domain? But this was... Wang Daoxian revealed a smug smile as he looked at Yuan Tuo. Don't you feel anything different? The smile on Yuan Tuo's face froze, and just as he was about to run his spiritual energy, he heard Wang Daoxian yell out, "Blast!" At that moment, a burst of lightning erupted from Yuan Tuo's body, and the whole person began to convulse violently, his body smoldering and his skin scorched black, as if he had suffered a lightning strike. Crack! Immediately after that, Yuan Tuo's skin began to crumble, and countless tiny wounds spread out. Yuan Tuo screamed miserably on his back. He could only feel the tendons and bones in his body breaking inch by inch. The pain was unbearable, as if he was going to explode. His body spasmed. No, don't. After Yuan Tuo gave a miserable howl, he fainted. As for the surrounding crowd of onlookers, all of them were wide-eyed and stunned as they witnessed the scene. Win! Wang Daoxian has won. Ha ha! What does someone from the immortal region count for? They're still defeated as usual. A cheer came from the field. Yi Tian also didn't expect that this guy could actually break through the Jiedan stage in a fight, and was more than capable of winning in such a way. Awesome! Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust both quickly came to Wang Daoxian's side to help him up. After checking him, he sighed in relief and said, "It's alright, half a month of rest and recuperation and he will be able to recover." Lin Ao Dust then frowned and asked, "This guy's strength is weird. Why do I feel a hint of oppression when the people from the immortal domain are fighting?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head and sighing. Actually, this is all the power of the immortal domain itself. They grew up cultivating in the immortal domain, so they themselves will contain the Tao rhythms within the immortal domain. Although, their cultivation system is completely different from ours, the difference in essence is not that big. So that's how it is. Lin Aoduan nodded his head. On the other side, Yuan Tuo was quickly brought to the back to heal his wounds by the Yuan clan's people, whose immortal domain people were also a bit surprised. On the contrary, the Yi family trio hadn't changed at all. They had heard before they came that their young master was hanging out in the 3000 Dao state. The talent of someone who could follow their young lord was naturally unparalleled, so there wasn't too much surprise. "I'm in." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd, only to see Xiao 13 slowly walk out, aiming straight at the Yuan family people in the ring. "Ha, Xiao 13, why did you go up there?" Seeing Xiao Xii's actions, someone beside him immediately asked in doubt, "What happened to Xiao 13? He's number 1 on the Dao ranking, but I didn't expect him to challenge the Yuan clan as well." And at this moment, in the Dao pavilion's observation seat, Yuan Zhengping's face was very ugly. They were an immortal domain family. If you win, maybe people will say, "People of the immortal region, it's normal to win," but if you lose, then you will definitely become the object of ridicule of the same stream after you go back. The point was, how these people seemed to have their eyes on their Yuan family, all challenging their Yuan family. Yuan Zhengping heart depressed to the extreme, but there is no way to refute. Who rules are set by themselves. Now if they jump out, I am afraid that they will be laughed to death. Alas. Yuan Zhengping let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "Let him be. There's no one else to blame if he loses." Yuan Zhengping was very clear about the strength of this Xiao 13. The talent was not top-notch, but the ability was pulled full circle. On the ring below, Yi Tian watched Xiao 13 walk up to the ring unhurriedly and silently prayed for the other two of the Yuan family in his heart. He was most aware of Xiao Xii's strength. Even if a cultivator around the 5th level of Jiedan was in front of him, it would probably be enough. "I will challenge you." only to see that in the ring, Xiao 13 pointed the longsword in his hand towards Yu Wenjun. At those words, Yu Wenjun was slightly surprised. However, he didn't think much about it and immediately nodded and said, "Since you want to send yourself to death, I will naturally fulfill you." Before the words fell, Yu Wenjun's feet violently stepped on the floor, and his entire body shot towards Xiao 13 like an arrow off the string. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived close to Xiao 13 and struck his palm at the other party's head. Swish! The corner of Xiao Xii's mouth spread a cold smile. His figure dodged Yu Wenjun's attack, and then backhandedly stabbed at Yu Wenjun's waist. Yu Wenjun's face was chilled, and he hastily withdrew his palm to resist. Boo! The two of them staggered. Dull sounds rang out. Xiao 13 did not move at all, while Yu Wenjun was shaken back 7 or 8 steps. What a fast stance! This Xiao 13 really lives up to his name. Seeing that the two of them exchanged hands and judged the depth of each other with only one time, people exclaimed out in shock and looked at Xiao 13 a few points higher. At the same time, Yu Wenjun's face was gloomy as he looked at Xiao 13. A trace of anger swept through his eyes. Because of that slap just now, he was actually slightly injured, making him a little angry. Xiao 13 faintly swept a glance at him and laughed coldly. He, that's all the strength you have. Hearing these words, killing intent surged on Yu Wenjun's face. Humph! You seek death. Coldly shouting, Yu Wenjun stomped on the ground. His body was like a cannonball rushing out, his fists carrying a strong wind, fiercely bombarding Xiao 13. Xiao Xii's eyes condensed and he did not dare to be slow. After his body swayed to avoid the fist, he quickly lifted his leg and kicked the other party's abdomen. Boo! Xiao 13 hit Yu Wenjun with a leg, causing him to stagger back with a stifled grunt. What a strong power! Yu Wenjun was secretly stumped as scorn rose in his heart. This fellow was clearly 2 realms lower than him, yet he possessed a physical strength that far surpassed his. Try again. Xiao 13 grinned and once again bullied his way forward, both fists dancing, ferocious and berserk power pouring out, striking Yu Wenjun without any power to fight. In a sorry state, seeing Yu Wenjun fall into a disadvantage, Yuan Zhangping was instantly anxious. Yu Wenjun, if you can't take this brat, wait to be punished when you return. Hearing the voice transmission coming from his ears, Yu Wenjun's heart was helpless and at the same time, there was something that made him want to curse. Why should he be punished if he loses and Yuan Tua is fine if he loses? But he didn't dare to show any resentment. After all, he could know Yuan Zhangping's character. Now, Yu Wenjun could only hope that he could solve Xiao 13 earlier, or else he would really go back to be criticized. Above the ring. Ha ha, is this the family from the immortal region? Nothing more than that. Xiao 13 let out a loud laugh, his demeanor very arrogant. Get the fuck out of here. Chapter 97, disgraceful. Hearing Xiao Xii's sneer, Yu Wenjun growled in annoyance and swung his fist to blast at his opponent. Boom boom boom. The two instantly collided fiercely, emitting a dull explosion. However, Yi Tian could see that Xiao 13 was deliberately teasing Yu Wenjun. Each time when his opponent was about to win, he suddenly stopped again, causing Yu Wenjun to make mistakes again and again. Moreover, he could see that Yu Wenjun's breath was already disorganized. Obviously he had consumed too much and his body's spiritual energy was no longer enough to support him. In this situation, if Xiao 13 continued to proceed, I was afraid that Yu Wenjun would lose in less than half a pillar of incense. Sure enough, a moment later, Yu Wenjun struck again, but this time, his power was too much weaker, and he was simply unable to break through Xiao Xii's defense. Put! Accompanied by a blood-spattering sound, Xiao 13 slammed an elbow strike hard onto Yu Wenjun's chest, immediately sending him flying. However, Xiao 13 seemed to have anticipated this, and took advantage of the moment he had not yet landed, and once again lashed out with a whip leg. Boo! Yu Wenjun directly flew several feet away horizontally and smashed on the ground, letting out a violent cough, his face pale as he looked at Xiao 13, full of scorn. How could this guy be so strong? How can he be so much stronger than himself? Are you convinced now? Xiao 13 slowly stepped in front of Yu Wenjun and looked down at him. Yu Wenjun gritted his teeth and glared at him without saying a word. Seeing this appearance, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head. I thought that the Yuan family of the immortal domain would be different from the mortal realm, but I didn't expect that they would still be arrogant in their bones. Humph! Xiao 13 sneered and turned around, preparing to return to the stands. Seeing him in this posture, a scowl surfaced on Yu Wenjun's face. Surname Xiao, I admit that you are stronger than me, but you don't want to insult me either. Yu Wenjun roared viciously. Xiao 13 frowned and turned around to stare at Yu Wenjun, his tone icy cold. Why have I ever insulted you? Why don't you tell me? When these words came out, Yu Wenjun froze. Yes, he was not as skilled as the others. If he shouted now, wouldn't it make him look even more useless? Sure enough, when he looked at the direction where Yuan Zhangping was sitting, the other party's face was as dark as a potbelly. Admit defeat. Get your ass down here right now. Disgraceful thing. Listening to the voice transmission in his ear, Yu Wenjun hurriedly spoke. I lost. Immediately, he left the ring without looking back, while Xiao 13 looked at Yi Tian's side and smiled. The meaning inside was self-evident. Niu Boichi. Wang Daoxian shouted excitedly, his gaze hotly staring at Xiao 13. Yi Tian smiled somewhat helplessly. Wang Daoxian's character was really, he would have friends everywhere. He was then ready to go up to the stage to challenge them as well. After all, his own old sister had said that she would teach these people a hard lesson, but this was an arm blocking in front of him. Yi Tian was a bit puzzled. You want a challenge too? The person who stopped him was none other than Lin Ao Dust, who said as he stared at Yi Tian with a smirk. I also want to try out the strength of the disciples of the Yuan clan in this immortal region, so don't try to steal it from me. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's mind was confused. Good lord, these people are specializing in picking soft persimmons to pinch off. Although the Yuan family is the weaker of the immortal domain families, but it wasn't something that could be compared to the 3000 Dao state. But the problem was that Xiao 13, Wang Daoxian and Lin Aochan, all of these people, were all geniuses at the top of their game. The point was that now that he had already defeated them twice, did he have to just pick over all three of the other Yuan family's men to make it work? It's easy to get angry when you do that. Yi Tian was so tangled up that he felt like his scalp was being ripped apart. It was no less than a burning ass. Forget it. I don't care. Big deal. I won't fight later. At the same time, Lin Ao Dust had already stepped onto the ring, and on the ring was clearly the last person of the Yuan family, Yuan Xiong. This person Yi Tian is aware of. A strength has reached the third level of Jiedan. Not ordinary people can be compared. Is considered a genius figure of the Yuan family. Lin Ao Dust, this guy is indeed fierce enough. Actually want to challenge the last person of the Yuan family. If anyone else would definitely not dare to do so, because the strength of the Yuan family was placed there. Apart from Yuan Tuo, the remaining few heavenly prides, their strengths were all unfathomable. Lin Aodan's move was tantamount to seeking death. But at the moment Yi Tian didn't care about that much. Just watch at ease. If Lin Ao Dust lost, the big deal was that he directly rushed up to save him. Are you sure you want to fight me? Yuan Xiong coldly gazed at Lin Ao Dust with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Cut the crap and come on, Lin Ao Dust said impatiently. He did want to see how powerful the experts of the immortal domain were. Yuan Xiong smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, since you seek death, it's no one's fault. Phew. As soon as the words fell, Yuan Xiong steeply shot out explosively, clenched his fists with both hands and ferociously smashed towards Lin Ao Dust. Drink! Seeing the incoming attack, Lin Ao Dust did not hesitate to meet it. The two men's fists and palms intersected with a deafening roar, followed by a gale that swept across the entire martial arts arena, causing everyone to involuntarily cover their ears. After the strike, Lin Ao Dust retreated 4 or 5 steps back with his feet on the floor. A touch of gravity appeared on his face. He had underestimated his opponent's strength. On the contrary, Yuan Xiong stood still without moving, his expression relaxed. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Ha ha, unbearable thing. Trash like you are worthy of fighting me? Yuan Xiong laughed indulgently, his eyes flashing with a rich color of contempt. Is that so? Lin Ao Dust's face was gloomy. A cold aura flickered in his eyes as he swung his right arm violently, splitting a brilliant sword aura in the air, blasting Yuan Xiong straight away. Sculpture! Yuan Xiong snorted disdainfully, only to see him slap out his single palm. A blazing golden aura suddenly appeared, as if it was able to incinerate the emptiness of the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth to meet that bright sword on. Put! In an instant, the golden aura collided with the sword aura, and both dissipated into nothingness at the same time, unable to shake the other's might at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Ao Dust's eyes gradually narrowed. He didn't expect that Yuan Xiong actually had this kind of strength. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But that's all. Yuan Xiong sneered. Then he stomped his feet, like a cannonball quickly approaching Lin Ao Dust. His right hand turned into a claw, viciously grabbing. Noticing the crisis, Lin Ao Dust's pupils shrunk. He hurriedly ran his aura into his body and mobilized all his strength to fight back. Bang! A crisp muffled sound came out, and Lin Ao Dust's body trembled tremendously, nearly falling over, but still held on. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yuan Xiong's eyes. He had wanted to kill his opponent in one move, but he didn't expect this guy to hold up. Again! After stabilizing his stance, Lin Ao Dust let out a roar and once again bravely pounced on him. This time, his body blossomed with piercing golden aura as he used his own mastery. Chapter 98, A Special Feeling Boom. Lin Ao Dust kicked Yuan Xiang's chest with a sweeping leg kick that was mixed with terrifying strength, sending him flying several feet away, and Yuan Xiang similarly shattered Lin Ao Duan's left shoulder bone with an elbow, blood bursting out. That hurts. Lin Ao Dust operated his spiritual energy, allowing the wound on his shoulder to heal instantly, and then he didn't hold back, directly stimulating his sword body. A long sword appeared steeply in his hand, the very one he brought out from the Swordfather's inheritance. Junling. As soon as this sword was sheathed, a cold aura of solemnity immediately filled the entire martial arts arena. Yuan Xiong's face changed slightly. He obviously hadn't anticipated that Lin Ao Duan still had this kind of undercurrent, but very quickly, the corner of his mouth sketched out a cruel smile. Ha! A bit of a gate, but that's all. Die for me. Yuan Xiong let out a low roar. His feet violently stepped on the ground, and with the feedback of the powerful force, he charged straight at Lin Ao Dust. Boom! Lin Ao Dust's eyes were crimson as he raised his sword to harden against the opponent's strike. In a flash, Lin Ao Dust's figure fell back 10 meters in a lousy manner, while Yuan Xiong's speed did not decrease by half, and he continued to kill ferociously. Seeing this, Lin Ao Dust couldn't help but frown. He didn't have any hesitation. His sword skill was performed. A shocking sword intent immediately enveloped the entire martial arts arena. In the next moment, Lin Ao Dust chopped out with a sword and a swordlight containing monstrous killing fury exploded out. The swordlight broke through the air like a meteor catching the moon, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yuan Xiong. Humph! Sculpture! Looking at the incoming swordlight, Yuan Xiong's eyes were filled with disdain, only to see his arms violently close together, the muscles of his arms bulging up crazily, and then a fist blasted out. Boo! A violent cracking sound resounded, and the swordlight instantly fragmented and turned into tiny points of light in the sky. But soon Yuan Xiong cannot laugh out, only to see the sword on after broken, but greeted him as the second sword on, the third, the fourth. Even Yi Tian in the stands was confused. Were these people so able to hide? He felt that he was already good enough at acting, but he didn't expect these people to be good. Each one of them had the strength to pick over the Jidan stage, but they still made a whole appearance that at most, they would make a draw. Brother Wang, Brother Xiao, you guys are really something. Wen Xiao 13, who was next to him, heard this. He didn't care, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Doesn't Brother Yi ever hide his clumsiness? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was silent for a long time before speaking. Let's watch the match. I guess Lin Ao Dust will be able to finish off Yuan Xiong soon. He could sort of see that these people, one by one, were not only powerful, but their brains were also damn good. They knew that Yuan Xiong was not weak, but they deliberately acted as if they were undefeated, in order to paralyze the other party and make him drop his guard. As expected, while Yi Tian was thinking, Lin Ao Dust finally caught a chance. An extremely sharp sword blade cut through the void, instantly arriving in front of Yuan Xiong. He who was still busy resisting the sword chi was at a loss, and by this point, the three of the Yuan family, all of them were defeated. Yi Tian looked at Yuan Zhengping on the high stage, and the other party's face at this time was the same as if he had eaten a pound of food. It was also in the Dao Pavilion. If he was outside, Yi Tian estimated that Yuan Zhengping was able to kill in order to maintain the face of the Yuan family. Although Yuan Zhengping was angry, he could only clench his fists and not say a word. He, old brother Yuan, these little brats of yours aren't any good either. Suddenly, a derisive voice rang out, only to see Luo Yunxiao walking slowly, staring at Yuan Zhengping with a playful face. Hearing Luo Yunxiao's mocking words, Yuan Zhengping's anger attacked his heart and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Humph, your Luo family is no better. He coldly spat out a sentence and sat back in his seat, quietly observing the battle. Luo Yunxiao didn't care about Yuan Zhengping's reaction as he twisted his head to look at the ring, continuing to focus on this round of the competition. And at this moment, only the trio of the Yi family and the three disciples of the Luo family were left in the ring. It's my turn. Yi Tian grinned. He had long been impatient to strike. Brother Yi, don't get knocked down, or else you'll have to let us go up to save you. Wang Daxian laughed and patted Yi Tian's shoulder. Yi Tian shook his head and lost his smile. You're looking down on me too much. Today I'll let you guys know what it means to be outside of people and outside of mountains. After saying that, Yi Tian's foot stomped the ground violently, and a wisp of green-colored chi cyclone immediately surfaced around him, making his entire person look even more mysterious and unpredictable. In the next moment, Yi Tian's toes lightly tapped the ground, his figure fluttered up like a ghost, and a stern aura suddenly swept across the entire field. Luo Liang, come out! Yi Tian let out a bellowing cry, then his right hand raised, and a cyclone that emitted a brilliant blue light shot out. Seeing this, Luo Liang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself. Ding! A crisp collision sounded, and Luo Liang was shaken back 2 steps. At the same time, a vast and majestic wave of qi erupted from Yi Tian's body, instantly flooding the entire ring. Ka-ching on the ring, the wooden guardrails broke and shattered into crumbs, and under Yi Tian's feet, they were even more cracked and densely covered, with not an inch of grass growing. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the audience were all stunned, their mouths wide open as if they had seen a ghost. As for Luo Liang, his face had become even more grave. In that moment just now, Yi Tian's mighty pressure had actually caused him to have a suffocating feeling of terror, and even vaguely felt the danger of death. Who is this person? Why does he know me? And how could he have such terrifying strength? Luo Liang was secretly shocked and looked at Yi Tian with scornful eyes, not daring to make any more rash moves. On the other side, Yi Tian looked at Luo Liang in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head and said, Luo Liang, you're not my opponent. Admit defeat or I'm afraid I won't be able to control my emotions. After saying that, he added, of course, if you have to seek abuse, then I don't mind giving you a ride. Yi Tian's calm tone caused everyone to look sideways. Before it was the people of the immortal domain who put out harsh words, but now it was a direct reversal. Together with Yi Tian's previous performances, for some reason, the people of the 3000 Dao state actually had a particularly cool feeling. Not only them, even Lin, Xiao, and Wang were confused. When did this guy become so fierce? You! Luo Liang burst into a rage when he heard that. He pointed at Yi Tian and angrily rebuked. Don't you be arrogant. After saying that, a deep black aura surged out from Luo Liang's body, wrapping his entire body in it. In the next moment, Luo Liang's aura increased steeply and his figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already stood behind Yi Tian, holding a spear and stabbing out viciously towards Yi Tian's back. Clang! In a flash of lightning, Yi Tian quickly turned around and stretched out his index and middle fingers to clip Luo Liang's weapon, and then with a slight flick of his wrist, a majestic aura poured out. Put! Only to see Luo Liang's lance instantly bend into a bow and then crumble apart. Chapter 99 Young Master of the Yi family in the Immortal Region Thump. Luo Liang was even pushed backwards by the tremendous force and flew out, landing directly outside the ring. Boom! After he smashed into the ground, he even slid out a few meters before barely stabilizing himself. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar from the surroundings. With only 2 fingers, Yi Tian had actually knocked Luo Liang back. This strength was too terrifying. Was this the same Yi Tian who was previously known as an egomaniac? Defeating Luo Liang in a second with one move. How on earth did he cultivate? Not only were the onlookers puzzled by this question, even Luo Liang himself was shocked beyond words. In the situation just now, if he were an ordinary Jiedan, he might only be able to detect a hint of abnormality, but to him, it was clearly crushing. Luo Liang's eyes were becoming more and more gloomy. He didn't expect Yi Tian's strength to be so terrifying. It was beyond ordinary. This Yi Tian seems like he's seen it somewhere before. On the side, Luo Yunxiao frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing into a slit as they flashed with a cold aura. He could clearly feel that Yi Tian had not used his full strength in that move just now, or else he definitely would not have merely crushed Luo Liang as he did now. Where on earth have I seen it before? Luo Yunxiao coldly whispered. Yi Tian's performance had clearly aroused his interest. In the ring, looking at Luo Liang being blown away, Yi Tian sighed helplessly. Ugh, I thought you were okay, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. How disappointing. Bastard. Hearing Yi Tian's provocation, Luo Liang burst into a rage, his breath boiling. Kid, don't go wild. I will kill you today. Luo Liang roared, his eyes bloodshot. The whole person was like transforming into a maddened beast. In the next instant, Luo Liang fiercely waved his long knife and chopped down. A pitch-black knife aura shot out through the air, bringing up a whistling wind, and chopping straight towards Yi Tian. Seeing that Luo Liang had moved to kill, Yi Tian's gaze was slightly cold and with a flip of his wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand. Clank! The long sword swept out horizontally. A sharp sword she sliced through the void and met it head-on, chopping at the blade's aura with unerring precision. Accompanied by a sound of gold and iron clashing, the blade exploded in response, transforming into points of light in the sky. On the other hand, Yi Tian's sharp sword chi continued to shoot towards Luo Liang with unabated power. Seeing this scene, Luo Liang's pupils shrunk violently, his heart and mind trembled violently, and a thick flash of fear surfaced on his face. This sword gave him an extremely deadly feeling. Although Yi Tian had only casually struck out a sword, Luo Liang knew that he couldn't block it. Thus, without any hesitation, he executed his stance and quickly avoided it. Shoo! The sharp sword chi grazed his body. Luo Liang only felt a coldness, leaving a shocking sword mark on his clothes. That was close. Almost had to hang up. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, Luo Liang's forehead sweated in fear. You're very good. You actually managed to dodge one of my swords, but this is just the beginning. Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, I will exert my full power next. I hope you can last a few more moves. Humph, don't be too arrogant. Luo Liang snorted coldly, and a monstrous aura suddenly erupted from his body. Luo Liang quickly swung the battle sword in his hand, and in a flash, a skywide sword aura swept out, enveloping the ring. For a while, the scene was spectacular. Onlookers were staggered at the sight. With the magnitude of this attack, even the disciples in the competition were afraid that they would find it difficult to resist. However, just at this time, an icy cold drink suddenly rang out from the ring. Get out! In the next moment, a vast soul fluctuation spread out from Yi Tian's body as if it was a sea wave, spreading out crazily in all directions. At the same time, a bright and dazzling golden light blossomed out, and Yi Tian's body became golden. A layer of faint golden light surrounded his body, setting him off as if he were a golden armored god of war. And then, Yi Tian took one step and his entire body shot out as a golden light. Bang! Fists and feet clashed, muffled thunderous impacts continued to resound. Luo Liang's attack was disintegrated little by little, and eventually all of them crumbled. Boo! With another dull explosion, Luo Liang's entire body was once again sent flying out, landing heavily under the ring. Although Yi Tian's punch did not injure Luo Liang's life, he was already half dead. He was lying on the ground spitting out blood, his whole face as pale as paper, blood gurgling from the corner of his mouth, as if he had already lost the ability to act. Luo Liang. The other two Luo family children rushed onto the ring and helped Luo Liang up. Luo Liang shook his head full of shame. I lost. Aha! A youth nodded softly. Immediately after, Luo Liang lifted his head with difficulty, glared resentfully at Yi Tian, and gritted his teeth. I will admit to it. As the words fell, Luo Liang broke away from his companion's assistance, covered his chest, and left in a sorry state. Bull! Worthy of being the son of an immortal emperor, Wang Daxian couldn't help but clap his hands. However, at this time, a voice rang out from the high platform. Tian, come back. Before the words fell, all the people present were confused. Xiao Tian, Yi Tian, could it be calling Yi Tian? Yi Tian sniffed and did not expect his old sister to actually call him up at this time. Good, he answered, a pair of star-like deep eyes quietly gazing at Yi Luyun on the high stage. Luo Yunxiu's heart was moved. He remembered. Yi Tian, wasn't he the youngest son of that person? However, he didn't say anything. Who among the immortal realm didn't know about that person's strength? Their Luo family didn't dare to disobey each other at all. At that moment, Yi Luyun slowly walked to the center of the ring, his gaze calmly looking at the crowd below. Her stunningly beautiful face made everyone's heart beat faster, as if they were in the middle of a flower bush and bathed in warm sunlight. Yi Luyun's temperament was very unique. She wore a purple Chinese robe with colorful flower patterns embroidered on the hemline. Her waist was bound with a turquoise jade pendant. Her ebony hair was draped over her shoulders, and her skin was snowy. A noble and elegant temperament. She stood in the center of the ring like an empress ascending to the throne, filling it with a regal aura that made people involuntarily hold their breath. Gentlemen, let me introduce to you. This is my younger brother, the young master of our immortal domain Yi family. Perhaps some of you recognize it, some of you don't. But from now on, whoever dares to be disrespectful to our Yi family's young master, don't blame this palace for being impolite. Yi Luyun's voice was clear and pleasant, yet it carried a hint of coldness and dominance, causing the crowd present to feel a chill down their backs, and some of the less courageous cultivators were even trembling in fear. Immortal domain Yi family, this was a super giant power, said to be one of the 3 top families in the immortal domain. Yi Luyun was the 3rd daughter of the Yi family's head. Her cultivation talent was stunning and outstanding, and her cultivation had even reached the Saint King level. In all parts of the immortal region, the deeds of the Yi family have been recorded, and it can be said that no one is unaware of them, and even some hidden clans are jealous of the chapter 100. The exile appears. How is this possible? Yi Tianjin is the son of a great emperor, the young master of the immortal domain Yi family? The onlookers were horrified. The Yi Tian in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. They were simply like two people. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yun, I didn't expect your Yi family to have so much courage, actually daring to really send out your family. Luo Yunxiao couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Yi Tian to be a direct bloodline of the Yi family. No wonder he was so strong. Yi Tian ignored Luo Yunxiao and turned his head to stare at Luo Liang, asking, just now, I heard that you said you wanted to challenge me and have a duel with me. Why? Where's that aura from earlier? Do you still have it? Hurry up and use it if you have it. Don't dawdle. Yi Tian looked at Luo Liang with an indifferent expression, his tone arrogant, as if he did not put Luo Liang in his eyes. But at this moment, Where did Luo Liang have the courage to retort? Yi Tian's strength had already shocked the entire audience. And with the things that Yi Luyun had just said, unless his father was the Luo family head, he would surely die. Seeing this, Yi Luyun frowned slightly, then sighed softly. Alright, come with me. No one has dared to challenge anyone from our Yi family until now. As the words fell, Yi Luyun grabbed the back of Yi Tian's neck collar and immediately went to the high platform. Meanwhile, Xiao, Lin, and Wang had long been at a loss as to what to say. Not only them, even the Yuhua patriarch was a bit confused. Man Miao, this disciple of yours, is he really from the Yi family? The Yuhua patriarch was stunned. Yeah, he said that I don't know how many times, but I didn't know for sure until last night. Man Miao Fairy smiled bitterly. She looked at Yi Tian in the ring and muttered. I didn't expect him to be from the Yi family. I thought he was an ordinary person, thanks to the fact that I was worried about him. Before, Man Miao Fairy's heart suddenly blamed herself a little. She originally thought that Yi Tian was just an ordinary person, but she didn't realize that Yi Tian was actually a member of the Yi family, and was also the only firstborn son of the Yi family in the immortal domain. No matter what, I've sort of helped him conceal his identity. The manly fairy was secretly glad that she didn't want Yi Tian to be bullied because of the Yi family's majesty. Since that's the case, then it's estimated that Ao Dust should be practicing in the immortal domain. Patriarch Yu Hua smiled and said, Aha! The manly fairy nodded her head slightly, a touch of joy surfacing on her face. Ugh, I just don't know what they want these talented disciples for? Patriarch Yu Hua was puzzled. The manly fairy shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Soon enough, though, someone else took the stage to challenge again, but those challengers weren't killed in the ensuing match. The Luo family's men and the Yi family's trio stopped after defeating the challenger. No one succeeded in the challenge again until the evening. Third sister, I want you to check someone out for me. Yi Tian came to find Yi Luyun. Oh, checking on what people? Yi Luyun raised his eyebrows, revealing a few shades of interest. Yi Tian told Yi Luyun about his encounter with Luo Kong, and the latter pondered for a moment and nodded his head. Okay, I got it. I'll check it out for you afterward. Thank you, third sister. Yi Tian was slightly relieved. You're welcome, you're my brother. Yi Luyun let out a light laugh. During the night, Yi Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, running the Sun True scripture with his eyes closed to recover from his own injuries. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his pupils shrinking slightly. A flying knife broke through the air, instantly penetrating the window paper and shooting into the room. Yi Tian's body slightly sidestepped to dodge the flying dagger attack. Then he violently raised his head to look towards the void above, a pair of eyes flashing with a stern light. What man? Yi Tian let out a low shout as his figure disappeared inside the house. In the next second, a rush of footsteps sounded, followed by the sight of a black-clothed figure quietly appearing in the treetops outside the room. The black-clothed figure was veiled and shrouded in black mist, revealing only two eyes, eerie and terrifying. You're Yi Tian? The woman in black coldly gazed at Yi Tian and spoke out indifferently. I am. Your honor who? Yi Tian stared intently at the woman in black. This person was very strong. At the very least, she was in the 5th Jedan realm. Who am I? Oh, just an outcast. Speaking of which, I have to thank your father for that, but I guess he'll be heartbroken when you die, right? You're an exile? Yi Tian's eyes instantly became extremely grim when he heard this. In the no man's forbidden zone, if one were to say what Yi Tian hated the most, it would be these exiles, who had been banished to the no man's forbidden zone by the immortal region afterward because they had violated the heavenly Tao. That's why they hated the people in the immortal realm so much that they treated them like enemies, itching to put each other to death. That's right, I am precisely the banished one, the woman in black said in a chilling voice. Today, I have specially come to take your life. Humph, arrogant. Yi Tian coldly grunted. Just by you? Kid, you are really arrogant. Do you think you can beat me? The woman in black sneered. I don't know where you came from, but if you dare to break into the Tao state, aren't you afraid that my third sister will find out? Yi Tian's eyes iced down and monstrous anger erupted around him. The thing he hated the most was being threatened. The woman in black didn't panic at his words, but instead laughed with a sneer on her face. Do you think we are not prepared? This place has already been set up by us with a forbidden spirit formation, and within an hour, no one will notice any movement here, so you can go die in peace. When the words fell, the woman moved. Her figure swept towards Yi Tian like a ghost. Her palm wind whistled and her speed was as fast as running thunder. Seek death. Yi Tian's eyes were cold as he blasted out with a punch, bringing a shocking force to harden against the woman. Boom click. A muffled sound came out, and the woman fell back a few feet, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her face pale, her chest sunken in, obviously suffering a heavy blow. How did this little beast's strength increase so rapidly? The woman in black was shocked. She clearly felt that Yi Tian's strength was much weaker than her own. How could she suddenly burst out with such a terrifying strength? Watch the move. However, just as the black-clothed woman was pondering, Yi Tian's attack came again, with a strange speed, as if it had appeared in front of her like an instant. The woman's pretty face changed and she was just about to dodge, but it was already too late. Yi Tian's right leg swept across and viciously kicked the black-clothed woman's waist. The black-clothed woman's petite body slammed into the wall, and the wall collapsed. Cough, cough. You, what kind of monster are you? The woman stood up with difficulty, covering her waist and coughing violently, her face filled with horror. After just one exchange of blows, a tearing pain came from her waist and her entire abdomen was paralyzed. What a lot of nonsense. Suffer death. Yi Tian didn't even bother with her. His figure rushed over again. He wanted to fight quickly and try to stall for as long as possible. Chapter 101, The Secret Method of Burning Essence Blood. Seeing this, the woman gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort as her figure retreated violently to avoid Yi Tian's attack. Ha! With this amount of strength, you still want to kill me? Dream on! Yi Tian grinned a sardonic smile, pointed his toes on the ground, and with the help of the force of the recoil, he instantly accelerated and rushed to the woman's side, and smacked the black-clothed woman's shoulder with a whip leg. The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. The woman screamed miserably, and her entire left arm drooped down to her side, limp and dripping with blood, obviously already wasted. Shit! The woman let out an angry growl, her beautiful face filled with a scowl. She never expected that this Yi Tian would be so powerful. He was simply not a normal human being. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly cast a secret spell, and a bizarre evil aura emanated from her body. In an instant, the woman's aura became extremely powerful, like a demon descending into the world. Burning essence blood? Noticing the sudden growth in the woman's aura, Yi Tian frowned, feeling a little surprised. Ha ha, Yi Tian, this is what you forced me to do. Today, I will chop off your head and offer it to my master. The woman in black roared madly, her evil aura intensifying. Immediately, she flipped her wrist, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in her hand, glowing with a palpitating cold light. The dagger cut through the void, carrying a biting and ear-piercing sharp sound towards Yi Tian's throat. Facing this strike, Yi Tian's heart sank as he hurriedly operated his gung-fu and urged the aura in his body to surge into his right fist. Rumble! A loud bang exploded, and terrifying fluctuations spread out, shattering the door of the room into powder and lifting off the flowers and trees in the courtyard. Yi Tian and the woman in black were simultaneously pushed away by a huge force. However, in the next moment, Yi Tian once again rushed out and grabbed the slender and tender neck of the woman in black. He exerted his right hand and lifted the woman in black high into the air. The black-clothed woman's pretty face was suffocated in red, her cheeks blazing with veins, a look of agony. She hadn't expected that in just less than a year's time, Yi Tian's cultivation had risen as terrifyingly as it had. Yi Tian's cultivation speed was heaven-defying, shocking her. How did the young master who was a waste in the beginning suddenly become such a terrifying existence? She struggled desperately, but she could never escape Yi Tian's bondage and could only gasp for air. Let me. The woman struggled to spit out the words. However, Yi Tian did not pay any attention to her request. His eyes were scarlet and his body was filled with killing intent, as if he would lose control at any time. Seeing this scene, the woman's face paled to the extreme. She was well aware of Yi Tian's temperament. If she angered him, she would definitely die. Thinking of this, the woman hurriedly shouted, Wait! Hearing this, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk slightly and the aura on his body slowly faded. Seeing that Yi Tian's movements had stalled, the woman was slightly relieved and immediately said, Don't be impulsive. I am willing to submit to you. Being a slave or a servant girl is fine. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian snorted, With goods like you, you're not worthy of being my servant. Besides, I'm not interested in maids. Since that's the case, then I can only let you be buried with me. A trace of determination flashed across the woman's face. She took a deep breath and flung her right hand. A dagger violently shot towards Yi Tian. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's eyes stared and immediately dodged to avoid it. But the dagger still grazed his sleeve. Put! The sound of the dagger cutting through the flesh reached the woman's ears. A smile appeared on her face. As long as the dagger injured Yi Tian, she would be safe. In the next moment, Yi Tian instantly felt a stabbing pain in the place where he was scratched, followed by a splash of crimson blood flowing out. Yi Tian's eyes were ice cold as he looked up at the black-clothed woman who had gotten her way in midair, killing intent filling his eyes. Despicable. He didn't expect that this woman would dare to sneak up on him. A soldier never tries to deceive. You lost. The woman glanced at Yi Tian with contempt, her eyes filled with sarcasm. she knew that Yi Tian was poisoned. His fighting strength was reduced, and he was no longer any threat. This was the poison of the seven-colored Stygian snake, and the toxicity was so strong that even a peak Jiedan cultivator would instantly lose control of his body if he was hit. Ha! Yi Tian grinned coldly. Are you sure? As soon as the words fell, a hot flame instantly surged out from within his body, spreading along his arm and throughout his body. In an instant, Yi Tian's aura climbed rapidly. What's this all about? You're actually not poisoned. The woman's complexion changed drastically and her face looked at Yi Tian with an ugly expression, her eyes wide. Now what? Which one of us is the prey? Yi Tian smiled coldly. At those words, the woman was completely flustered. She had completely underestimated Yi Tian's fearsomeness. This fellow had clearly been hit by his own seven-colored Stygian snake toxin, and his strength would surely be greatly reduced. Yet, he still erupted with such a strong strength. The woman knew that if she continued to fight, she would end up absolutely dead. Go! Without any hesitation, the woman in black immediately turned around and prepared to run. However, how could Yi Tian let her have her way? He leapt up and stepped through the air, spanning a distance of 100 meters in one step, and caught up with the woman in black in a few steps. Stop right there! Yi Tian coldly shouted and slapped out a slap, ruthlessly smashing behind the woman in black. The black-clothed woman's spine snapped with a sound, and she let out a muffled grunt as she fell heavily to the ground, opening her mouth to spray out a large mouthful of bruised blood, her face instantly miserable. Ahem. You, what kind of freak are you? The woman in black covered her chest, her eyes covered with horror and fear. You should know my purpose of not killing you. Say, where are your accomplices? And also, if it's not a surprise, Luokong is also one of yours. Yi Tian sneered, and with a single step he arrived in front of the woman in black. At those words, the black-clothed woman's face suddenly changed, and she gritted her teeth and cursed. You're dreaming. Oh, it looks like you're toast. Yi Tian shook his head and raised his right foot, stepping on top of her left leg without hesitation. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The woman in black wailed miserably. Bastard! I just won't tell you even if I die. What a tough talker. Yi Tian smiled indifferently and lifted his right foot to step on her neck, lifting her up in mid-air. The woman in black breathed hard and stared at Yi Tian with eyes full of resentment. You don't want to ask anything out of me, is that so? Yi Tian smiled faintly. What if that's the case? Accompanied by the spiritual energy in his body, the golden crow's flame surged out from his hands, and an intense incandescence burned the black-clothed woman's entire body. The woman in black screamed miserably and hissed madly. No! However, no matter how much she hissed, she couldn't change her fate of being scorched, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, she passed out completely, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. Chapter 102, Finally found you. I was going to give you some hope, but it seems like I need to add more fire. Yi Tian sighed lightly. With that, he collected his thoughts and sat down on his knees, silently healing. Just now, the black-clothed woman's dagger had cut his arm, resulting in a serious blood flow. Yi Tian needed to recover his condition as soon as possible before he could do so. If he didn't possess the Golden Crow Supreme body, he was afraid that he would have died from the toxin erosion by now. About an hour later, suddenly several powerful fluctuations surfaced outside. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yi Luyun appeared in front of Yi Tian. When she saw the situation around her, a burst of killing intent erupted from her eyes and her delicate body trembled. For she saw, right in front of her, a charred body lying there, dripping with blood and shocking to the eyes. Yi Luyun looked into the distance angrily, a cold light flickering in his eyes as his anger was overwhelming. Sky, what's going on? Yi Luyun's words carried a hint of trembling in his voice, and his tone was incomparably urgent. Third sister, I'm fine. This woman wanted to assassinate me. Fortunately I was highly powerful and detected it in time. Yi Tian calmly smiled and faintly explained. Hearing this, Yi Luyun let out a sigh of relief. A touch of joy surfaced on her pretty face. Xiao Tian, it's great that you're alright, I thought. At the end of her words, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she could barely hold back her sobs. Yi Tian was slightly stunned. Then he stretched out his hands to hug his third sister, patted her back and smiled gently. Don't worry, third sister. I'm the son of a great emperor. There are still so many things I haven't enjoyed. How can I be willing to die? At those words, Yi Luyun finally stopped his tears. Silly boy. Don't worry. You're the son of a great emperor, destined to reign over the world. Yi Luyun touched Yi Tian's head and smiled in delight. By the way, third sister, how did these people sneak in? And you guys didn't actually realize it? Yi Tian asked suspiciously. At the mention of this, Yi Luyun's face instantly grimaced and he immediately instructed Yi Tian. You go find the people from the Tai Holy Land first. I'll take care of it. Before the words left her mouth, her figure had disappeared from the house. The night was hazy, the moonlight shone on the mountains and forests, and a cool breeze blew the grass and trees. Suddenly, the silent mountain forest suddenly resounded with a rustling and scuffling sound, as if some kind of beast was approaching. Immediately afterward, the trees shook and a blurry figure gradually manifested. This person wore a black robe, was short in stature, and had a withered and gloomy face that looked like a dry corpse, emitting a palpitatingly cold aura. After seeing his surroundings, his face was slightly happy. Finally found you. As the words fell, his figure was like a ghost as he floated towards a lonely grave not far away. However, just then, something bizarre happened. A terrifying aura steeply erupted from the lonely grave, rushing straight into the sky, stirring up the wind and rain, and startling the four fields. Ha! The short black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrunk. His figure came to a screeching halt, and a shocked and incomparable look appeared in his eyes. He had never thought that he would actually run into a saint in the middle of nowhere. What made him feel even more horrified was that this saint, it was as if he was rushing towards him. However, the short black-robed man didn't retreat and instead, his eyes became incomparably fiery. He licked his scarlet tongue, and the corner of his mouth raised in an evil arc. Jijia, since you took the initiative to send me to the door, I'll just go along with it and refine it into a puppet today, and then take your soul to help me break through the realm. In the darkness, the old man slowly opened his eyes. One could only see his cloudy eyes flashing with a deep and treacherous purple light, and his body was emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. Although the old man was very old, his body was still erect and stood like a gun, especially his pair of violet eyes, which seemed to be able to devour all the light in the world and contained an aura of destruction. He, indeed, was a genuine saint, and his cultivation had reached Saint King, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 8th level of Sage. Jia Jia, Sage, what a long-lost flavor. I've waited for this moment for too long, the old man muttered. With that, he slowly turned his head and looked at the figure that had closed in on him at a distance of 100 meters, a dangerous essence flashing in his eyes. Yi Lu Yun, I didn't expect that it was actually you who came over. The corners of the old man's mouth sketched out a cold smile, and killing intent filled his eyes. Since that's the case, then I can't keep you. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the void trembled, and strands of lightning jumped and crackled on the surface of his body, causing chills. At the same time, the entire forest was plunged into a great depression and fear, as if the end had come. Then, a loud sound exploded, and the old man instantly disappeared in place, transforming into a thunder snake that lunged out. The speed was so strangely fast that the naked eye couldn't even catch its trajectory, and wherever the old man went, the void crumbled and the ground cracked as if the sky was collapsing. He, ghost old man, I didn't expect it to be you either, but you've really lived long enough to make a move on my little brother. Yi Lu Yun sneered. His body swiftly swept away and blasted a fist at the ghost old man. After all, she was the daughter of a great emperor, and her fighting strength was extremely strong, and was by no means comparable to an ordinary Saint King. Boom! The attacks of the two fiercely collided together, the void violently tumbled, and the manic energy raged. Stomp! Yi Lu Yun was blown away by several feet, and a pale color surged on her pretty face. On the contrary, the ghost old man did not move at all and merely took a few steps backwards. From this, it could be seen that the ghost elder's strength was slightly better than Yi Lu Yun's. Humph! If Yi Wuji came perhaps I would still be afraid, but with you, how dare you compete with me? The ghost old man sneered disdainfully, a cruel smile appearing above his wrinkled old face. His hands waved, condensing an arcane spell seal that emitted a cold metallic luster and was filled with overwhelming fluctuations, resembling swords and knives, taking in the hearts of the people. In an instant, the ghost elder's figure transformed into a trail of shadows that enveloped Yi Lu Yun. Sculpture. Seeing this, Yi Lu Yun snorted disdainfully. His body bowed slightly, his waist bent, and his legs tensed like a bowstring. In the next moment, Yi Lu Yun's body was like a rabbit as he shot out violently to meet the attack. The two engaged in battle once again, erupting in a deafeningly loud sound. For a while, all sorts of violent waves of energy swept in all directions. Yi Lu Yun's attack was ferocious and rigid. The imperial weapon in his hand, the Thousand Illusions Dao soldier had now transformed into a 3-foot short blade, sharp and unparalleled, tearing through the void, chopping through the layers of obstruction, with a piercing sharpness, chopping above the ghost old man's chest. Click! In a blink of an eye, the sound of bones breaking spread throughout the four fields, and blood splatters erupted. The ghost old man spat out blood, and his figure fell back in a sorry state. Yi Lu Yun's attack was so powerful that even with his strength as a sacred king, he was hit hard at the moment. Chapter 103, Quasi-Imperial Artifact. Damn thing. I didn't expect you to hide your clumsiness. The ghost old man gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, his eyes red and hideous. Yi Luyun was nothing more than a mere half-step Saint King, yet he was able to beat him so miserably. It was simply unbelievable. Hey, old thing, today is the anniversary of your death. Yi Luyun smiled sorrowfully, stomped his feet on the ground, instantly shot out violently, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived close to the ghost old man, raised the 1,000 illusory Dao soldier in his hand, and without any hesitation, he struck a horizontal slash, swished the bright and dazzling silver light, accompanied by the whistling wind, instantly cut through the sky and landed directly on the ghost old man's neck. Put! Blood spurted out, and the ghostly old man stared with wide eyes, his throat gurgling and wriggling a few times. Jie, your fate is sealed from the moment you set foot here. Right at this moment, a weird and gloomy strange laughter suddenly resounded. Immediately afterward, a hunched figure slowly stepped out from the interior of the densely shaded woods. The man was stooped, with white hair and wrinkles, as if he were an old man on the verge of decay. Only, his pair of eyes, however, emitted a chilling scarlet-red color, appearing extremely bizarre. Jia, Yi Luyun, thanks to you, I knew you weren't dead, only to see the corpse of the ghost old man that he had just decapitated gradually vaporize, and the old man that appeared before him was clearly the very body of the ghost old man. He grinned, his face glowing with a grudge that felt creepy. What? Seeing this bizarre scene, Yi Luyun's pupils suddenly shrunk, a flash of horror appearing in his eyes. You actually didn't die? How is this possible? Her words were thick with disbelief, because according to common sense, a saint-level existence had an incomparably tenacious life force, and even if they were fatally wounded, such as having their heads cut off, having their waists chopped off, having their hearts shattered, or even having their hearts and livers gouged out, they would not easily fall before they were right. What's more, the old man in front of him was clearly decapitated by himself. However, the moment he came back to life, he possessed the full strength of the old man ghost. This shocked Yi Luyun beyond belief. Jia, Yi Luyun, is it strange? Hearing Yi Luyun's surprised words, the ghostly old man immediately smiled sorrowfully. What I cultivate is the Heaven's Destiny secret method. How can it be comparable to those wastes? Saying that, the ghost old man stretched out his dry right hand, and his fingertips were flooded with dots of green fluorescence, like ghost fire. I expected you guys to come back, so I purposely practiced a secret art that can devour souls and increase longevity. Old man ghost's words were full of complacency and smoothness. Devouring souls? At those words, Yi Luyun's complexion became more and more unsightly as a trace of scorn surged between his brows. Although she was a Saint King realm powerhouse, when it came to her divine soul, it was far less thick and majestic than old man ghost. Not bad, Yi Luyun, since you've come to the door to die, let me treat you well. GGG. The old man ghost laughed madly and strangely, his voice hoarse and terrifying. In the next moment, his figure shifted and instantly rushed to Yi Luyun. His dry and thin 5 fingers probed out, flashing with a cold light, grabbing at Yi Luyun's neck. Bang! Yi Luyun was not willing to show weakness and took a step out. His figure steeply became illusory, dodging the old man ghost's attack. Ha ha! Do you think I don't know how to attack with divine sense? Seeing this scene, the ghost old man laughed up to the sky, as if he had planned for Yi Luyun's move. Immediately, the ghost old man's left hand surged out, turning his palm into a claw and slapping towards Yi Luyun. At this moment, Yi Luyun's figure came to a screeching halt, not daring to flee again. After all, divine sense attacks were too bizarre. If she really dodged, she would definitely give the other party a chance to sneak attack herself. With this in mind, Yi Luyun took a deep breath and adjusted his posture before his eyes blossomed with refined light. Boom! At the same time, the aura around her body surged open and converged on top of her fist, smashing down towards the old man ghost. Dang! In an instant, the two launched a fierce collision, fists and claws colliding, aura raging, emitting ear-piercing clangs that shook the ripples of the void. The two were incredibly fast, and every move was menacing, especially Yi Luyun. Although his cultivation had reached the Saint King realm, he was ultimately younger and his divine sense was not considered thick. Therefore, facing the divine old man ghost, she could only rely on her physical strength to tough it out, and could not take advantage of it at all. Bang! In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of moves, and Yi Luyun was losing ground. Dangerously close. Jia. Yi Luyun, you are still far from it. Looking at the wretched Yi Luyun, the ghost old man sneered coldly. Immediately, a trace of ruthlessness swept across the old man ghost's eyes. His arms shook and he held a long sword in both hands as he swung and chopped towards Yi Luyun. Chop! With the old man ghost's low roar, a series of sword chi swept in. Damn! Yi Luyun's pretty face was icy cold as she let out a chirpy rebuke. Her hands flipped, condensed into a seal, and violently flung it 1,000 waves palm. In an instant, the void trembled as if there was a loud sound like the rolling of the ocean waves, only to see a ball of blazing spirit flame, with destructive fluctuations, roaring toward the front, instantly meeting with the roiling sword chi. In the next instant, the spirit flame exploded and the sword chi collapsed. The old man ghost was also swept by the residual power of the spirit flame and fell several meters away with a muffled grunt. Jia Jia, Yi Lu Yun, I admit that I underestimated you. After stabilizing his stance, the ghost old man's expression gradually became hideous. You have successfully provoked the old man's anger. You must die today. Old man ghost raised both his arms, and the long sword in his hand flew out steeply, hovering in mid-air. Yi Liuyun's eyebrows knitted slightly as she lifted her beautiful eyes to look. In the next moment, she suddenly felt a majestic aura come over her. A quasi-imperial weapon? Yi Liuyun's heart trembled dramatically as his pupils contracted, revealing a hint of scorn. Only a turquoise jade ruler hovered in the old man ghost's hand. The foot was 3 inches tall and was of an ancient and pale color, as if it was made of some material. It emitted a vast aura, as if it was a true great emperor descending, causing one to feel palpitations. A quasi-imperial weapon. That was a treasure that only a great emperor was qualified to harness. Even the most ordinary quasi-imperial artifacts were enough to crush cultivators at the Saint King realm. And this jade ruler, absolutely extraordinary, must belong to the category of holy weapons. Jia Jia. Looking at the dumbfounded Yi Lu Yun, the ghostly old man smiled sorrowfully. I didn't expect it. The old man had already counted that you would be here when I came here. So how could I be satisfied if I don't kill you? This jade ruler, called the Green Destiny Ruler, is a treasure recovered from an ancient relic. Even though it's only a quasi-imperial artifact, when combined with my ghost shadow technique, it can still sweep away Saint Kings. Yi Lu Yun, obediently bind your hands and surrender. The old man ghost's voice grew more and more maniacal. Swish! In the next moment, the green underworld ruler surged against the wind, instantly transforming into 10 zhang in length, like a dragon with teeth and claws. Chapter 104, Ghost Fiend Soul Devouring Curse Not Good. Seeing this, Yi Liuyun's complexion changed drastically and he hurriedly drew back explosively. However, the ghost old man was prepared for this. He held the green underworld ruler and chased after Yi Luyun, forcing Yi Luyun into a dead end. Jia Jia, Yi Luyun, you can't escape. You are destined to die in my hands today. Old man ghost had an evil smile on his lips as he kept waving his aura with both hands, urging the green destiny ruler. The green destiny ruler swayed and carried monstrous might, suppressing Yi Luyun. Boom boom boom. Facing such an attack, Yi Luyun was losing ground and soon fell into a bitter and dangerous battle. Yi Luyun, be a good boy and suffer death. The old man ghost got carried away and laughed loudly. Snort! Suddenly, a strand of silver-white blade-ons broke through the air and was so powerful that it chopped towards the old man ghost. The ghost old man was startled, and immediately tightened his smile as he executed his body martial skill, easily avoiding the attack. Who is it? Old man ghost's face turned blue as he twisted his head and looked around, but he found nothing. But when he turned his head to look at Yi Luyun again, he realized that the other party's figure had actually disappeared. Steeply, a strong sense of crisis struck from above his head, causing old man ghost to turn pale. No good. Subconsciously, the ghost old man's body flickered, wanting to dodge this fatal blow. The ghost old man just dodged for a moment, a silver blade, and once again broke through the air. This attack came swiftly and silently, making the ghost old man unable to defend himself. By the time he reacted, he had already received a heavy blow to the chest, and his clothes were shattered and blood splattered. Who sneaked up on old man? Old man ghost shouted in panic. At this moment, his face was pale, he was panting, and his eyes were filled with horror. He really couldn't believe what kind of person was hiding in the dark and sneaking up on him. Ha! You're full of crap. Yi Liuyun's voice rang out, and at this moment, her heavenly Dao soldier body was completely liberated, and the 1,000 illusions Dao soldier seemed like a bright moon. Swoosh! In the next instant, infinite Dao light bloomed, a sharp blade, tearing through the void, cutting through the sky, and enveloping towards the old man ghost. Ding! These sharp blades were too terrifying, like 10,000 swords firing in unison, covering the sky and the earth. Put! In just the blink of an eye, the old man ghost's armor was cut and shattered, dripping with blood and shocking to the eyes. Get the hell out of my way! At the critical moment, old man ghost shouted angrily, striking out dozens of palms with all his might. The palm shadows were dense and blocked the infinite Dao light, causing him to survive. But at this time, a clear and pleasant woman's laughter came. Only Yi Luyun slowly walked out. Her black hair was flowing, her skin was crystal clear like snow, and her features were exquisite. Her body, in particular, was even more delicate and seductive. At this moment, Yi Luyun was draped in light blue robes, as dreamy and ethereal as an immortal, just like an exiled immortal in the dust. The ghost old man, however, didn't have the heart to enjoy this beautiful sight, but was instead in a state of shock and fear, because he knew that he still underestimated the woman in front of him. Little girl, you've actually reached the peak of Saint King? Old man ghost asked in a deep voice. His heart was in a state of awe. Yi Luyun had reached the peak of Saint King at a young age. His strength was superb, and he was even able to injure himself. If she was allowed to grow up, she would surely become a nightmare for herself in the future. This palace is the third miss of the Yi family. Is it not something that a mole like you can speculate on? Yi Luyun said in a cold voice. Afterwards, she glanced at Old Man Ghost, a strong killing intent flickering in her eyes. You spectral soul valley has repeatedly gone against my Yi family, and since you met today, that is your end. Accompanied by Yi Luyun's words, she stomped her right foot fiercely and her delicate body rose up in the air, rushing towards the Old Man Ghost. Instantly, a pillar of radiant light shot up, wrapping her up like a rising star. Not good. Sensing this scene, Old Man Ghost's face changed drastically, and deep trepidation welled up in his heart. Phantom Devour. Old Man Ghost clenched his teeth and slammed his palms into the void, striking out a Tao of spirit seals. In an instant, a mass of dark clouds emerged around them, obscuring the sky. Rumble. As the spirit seal coalesced, the dark clouds gradually rolled over and actually transformed into a hideous ghost face. Roar. Ghostface threw his head back and roared, letting out a shocking roar. In an instant, a strange aura permeated out, filling the entire stone room. Under the erosion of these bizarre auras, the air became pitch black, revealing a suffocating icy cold aura. Ghost Fury Soul Devouring Curse. Seeing this, the Old Man Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. His face regained its calmness, and the corners of his mouth flashed a cruel color. Immediately, under the Old Man Ghost's control, the ghost face opened its bloody mouth and spewed out infinite ghost mist, transforming into a fierce and vicious ghost. Each of the evil ghosts exuded an eerie ghostly aura and hostile whistles. They pounced on Yi Luyun, wanting to devour her flesh and blood and seize her spiritual energy for cultivation. Seeing this scene, Yi Luyun's face was expressionless as he pinched his finger with one hand and lightly spat out a few words. 1,000 illusory Tao streams. All laws are nothing. In an instant, a flying sword broke out of its sheath and hovered in midair. Afterward, the flying sword trembled violently, bursting out a piercing sword light that enveloped all the evil spirits. These sword rays contained a severe killing intent and pierced through a head of evil ghosts, causing them to wail. How could this happen? Seeing this scene, Old Man Ghost was shocked. Although his ghostly objects were extraordinary, they were ultimately limited and could not stop the flying swords in the slightest. Escape! Once this thought was born, it grew wildly like a weed. The ghost old man didn't even think about it and immediately turned around and fled. Only, unfortunately, it was too late. Chuckle. The flying sword was strangely fast, and in a flash, it directly penetrated the Old Man Ghost's heart, bringing up a shower of blood. Bang! With a loud muffled sound, the ghost old man's body flew out backwards and smashed on top of the wall. His face was pale, a huge hole appeared in his chest and abdomen, and his blood soared wildly. You, damn you! The ghost old man struggled for a long time, and finally gulped down his saliva, severing the last of his vitality. You deserve to die. Yi Luyun's face was cold. The Old Man Ghost and the old monsterine foam are working together, doing all kinds of unscrupulous things. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, the immortal realm is in danger. A wisp of sword chi whistled, completely strangling the ghostly old man and destroying his divine soul. Meanwhile, Yi Tian arrived at the residence where the Tai Holy Land was located a few moments after recovering. Looking at the peaceful scene in front of him, he understood that there was no fighting going on here. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Lin Ao Dust walked out from the house. He had a puzzled look on his face as he looked at Yi Tian. Where is my master teacher? Yi Tian asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao Dust was slightly stunned. Then he said, should be meditating in the house? Is something wrong? Well, I have urgent business to discuss with her. Okay, I'll go in and give a briefing. Lin Ao Dust nodded and turned to leave the compound, knocking on the door. Soon, Lin Ao Dust walked out and respectfully cupped his fists. Go in. Thanks a lot. Yi Tian arched his hand and took a step to follow into the house. Chapter 105, Fire Sword Technique. Greetings, Sovereign. Just after stepping into the door of the room, Yi Tian bowed and saluted, looking very respectful. Nephew Yi Xian is exempt. Immortal Yu Hua waved her hand. Lord Sovereign, where is my master? Yi Tian scanned around and realized that there was only Immortal Yu Hua in the room. Hearing this, Immortal Yu Hua raised her willow eyebrows and asked rhetorically, Nephew Yi, What is the important thing you came over here for today? Lord Sovereign, don't worry about what important things I have to do. Can you tell me my master's trail first? Yi Tian asked with a face full of anxiety. Don't worry. Your master is fine. He's just temporarily shutting down. Immortal Yu Hua explained and continued. I also just received the news, so I immediately rushed over. Closed? Yi Tian frowned, showing a worried expression on his face. Don't be anxious. I'm here. If there's anything you want to tell me first. Immortal Yu Hua comforted. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian didn't hide it. Anyway, these people already believed in his identity now. Moreover, he estimated that the patriarchs of the 5 great holy lands should also know about the exiles, so there was no need to hide it. After recounting what had just happened one by one, Yi Tian looked up at Immortal Yu Hua and asked with a face full of worry. Lord Sovereign, we should take precautions. I guess those exiles are preparing to snatch all those talented disciples or kill them. Yi Tian had a meticulous mind and was able to think of the stakes. After all, there was no doubt about the power of the 5 great powers. Who would dare to offend their majesty in the 3,000 Tao states? But now that the immortal realm has suddenly descended from the middle of the immortal realm and is coming here to select a son or daughter with unbelievable talent, the purpose of which those people outside the realm must know all too well. You're right. The 5 great sacred lands do intend to do so. After pondering for a moment, Immortal Yu Hua slowly said, the strength of those people from outside the domain is even more terrifying than you imagined. If we really let them have their way, not only our Tai's sacred land, but even the 3,000 Tao states will be affected. After saying that, Fairy Yu Hua's beautiful eyes slightly drooped and she fell into the midst of silence. Although she was the lord of the Holy Land and possessed the cultivation of a saint king, she felt an overwhelming oppression. No wonder the 5 great sacred lands are so nervous about this matter. Yi Tian pondered. It turned out that they had long predicted that the descent of the people from outside the domain would cause a huge disaster. Nephew Yi, since you are my senior sister's disciple, I will naturally protect your well-being. Immortal Yu Hua smiled faintly and made a solemn promise. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Yi Tian thanked again. By the way, you said that your sister has gone to look for those people? Immortal Yu Hua inquired. I still ask the patriarch to help cover it up a bit. Yi Tian said in a low voice. You kid. You've actually learned to be bad. Immortal Yu Hua shook her head and laughed, somewhat in tears. This is for the good of sister. Yi Tian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Alright, I promise. Immortal Yu Hua nodded and agreed. Afterward, Yi Tian chatted with Immortal Yu Hua for a few more moments before leaving the room. However, when Yi Tian returned to his residence, he did not find anything out of the ordinary, and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. According to Yi Liuyun's explanation, those people from outside the domain should have already arrived near the Tai Sacred Mountain. Yi Tian was puzzled and always felt disturbed. It's just, when third sister comes back, everything will be clear. Yi Tian sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. For the next 2 days, Yi Tian didn't go anywhere and stayed in his room in the Tai Holy Land to meditate and cultivate. After the Jiedan stage, the aura in the body transformed into liquid at a much faster rate with the Golden Crow Supreme Body. As a result, he cultivated more efficiently. With the assistance of the Golden Crow Supreme Body, in 2 days' time, Yi Tian had successfully condensed liquid aura. At this time, Yi Tian attempted to absorb the elemental power of heaven and earth to raise his realm. Unfortunately, no matter what method he applied, he was never able to break through the shackles and condense more aura. The Golden Crow Supreme Body is truly overbearing. Even the speed of cultivation is more than several times stronger than ordinary cultivators. Yi Tian deeply lamented. If it were any other cultivator, even if they had excellent qualifications, it would take several months or even longer to break through. But Yi Tian was different. He was able to condense a drop of liquid aura in just 2 days. If this got out, it would absolutely shock the world. If I can cultivate this physical body to the consummate level, I wonder how much the speed of cultivation can be increased. But with my current strength, there's no way to release the Golden Crow Supreme Body in its entirety. Unless, a thought flashed through his mind. Yi Tian immediately stopped his cultivation and sat on his knees. His hands quickly changed their sealing techniques and began to try to manipulate the Golden Crow Supreme Body. Yi Tian's consciousness instantly fused with the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and he was instantly enveloped by a majestic and vast power, as endless power surged through his entire body. Ha ha! Feeling the surging power within his body, Yi Tian laughed out loud in excitement. This increase in power simply made Yi Tian's blood boil. Yi Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and after a short rest, he began to operate the Royal Fire Sword technique to cultivate his spiritual energy. Under the support of the Golden Crow Supreme Body, Yi Tian's speed of cultivating the Fire Sword skill was much faster, and after spending only half an hour, he had cultivated the Fire Sword skill to the 2nd level. Although it was only a small realm increase, Yi Tian could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body had become much purer, and his combat power had increased by a lot. What's going on? Suddenly, Yi Tian snapped his eyes open, his complexion slightly surprised, while standing up and looking towards the window. At this moment, the night sky outside the window suddenly flushed red, as if it was blood-stained, giving people a weird and depressing feeling. Could it be that there's a problem on Third Sister's side? It shouldn't be. Yi Tian's brows furrowed slightly as he inexplicably felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Rumble. Boo. However, the speculation in Yi Tian's heart had just fallen when a violent roar suddenly erupted in the distance. At the same time, Yi Tian heard an ear-piercing shattering sound and a miserable scream. Shoo! Almost at the same time, a bright and piercing blue aura shot out and impacted directly on the window where he was. The terrifying power contained in the blue one instantly shattered the window, turning it into rubble and scattering it all over the place. What's going on? Looking at the appalling sight outside the window, Yi Tian's face changed wildly and his sweaty hairs stood on end. At this moment, Yi Tian saw a scene that he would never forget. In his line of sight, a black-robed man stepped in the air, very fast, as if he was drifting like a ghost. Suddenly, the black-robed man appeared in front of Yi Tian, wielding a long, sharp blade and attacking him without mercy. The sound of the dagger cutting through the void was sharp and piercing. Yi Tian reacted extremely fast and dodged in time. The long knife brushed his shoulder and left a shocking scar on the wall. Chapter 106 Luo Kong's true identity. This blade was so powerful that it nearly severed Yi Tian's arm. Sizzle! The reaction of the man in black was extremely fast, and after the blow fell short, he immediately reversed his attack and slapped his palm out, kicking up a cold and furious wind, and slammed it fiercely towards Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly retreated to the back of the bed. Unfortunately, the black-clothed man's attack was too harsh and arrived in the blink of an eye. Put! Yi Tian was unable to dodge in time and suffered a heavy blow to his chest, spraying out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Tian's face turned pale as he staggered back several steps. Ha! I can't believe I'm not dead. The man in black frowned, seemingly not expecting Yi Tian to dodge the fatal blow. He had thought that with this sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill Yi Tian. Who had thought that the other party not only blocked it, but also didn't die? Who the hell are you? Yi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head to glare at the man in black, and shouted out angrily. Judging from the exchange of blows just now, the cultivation level of this man in black was at least the third level of Jiadan, or even higher, or else he wouldn't have been unable to block even a single move. The man in black coldly scanned Yi Tian and laughed fiercely. I didn't expect you to have such a poor memory. What? You forgot me so quickly? The man slowly lifted his cloak as if he wasn't afraid to reveal himself, but the moment the cloak was unveiled, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk and he couldn't help but draw a breath of cool air. This was because he realized that the other party was none other than a person he had seen before in the secret realm, Luo Kong. It turned out that Luo Kong hadn't left, but was hiding in the shadows, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. I didn't expect it to be you. I said, why did you suddenly appear in the 3000 Dao Prefecture? In that case, the northern Dao Prefecture has already been eroded by you guys, right? Yi Tian said in a deep voice. He had thought that Luo Kong had sneaked out of the immortal domain just like him, but he didn't expect that this person was actually from outside the domain. Count on you having some eyesight, actually recognizing me. Luo Kong laughed hideously, then collected his expression and looked at Yi Tian in a cold and merciless manner, saying in a cold voice, since you know me, I'm sure it's clear what I'm here for. Cut the crap and die. Yi Tian coldly glanced at the other party, and then leapt up, stepping on his feet in a mysterious pace as he swung his fist to attack. Seek death. The cold light in Luo Kong's eyes skyrocketed, and his mouth lightly shouted, while raising his right arm, clawing into a fist to meet him. Bang! The moment his fists and palms clashed, a low explosive sound was emitted. A majestic force stirred out from the arms of the two. Stump. Under one strike, Yi Tian was knocked back 7 or 8 steps on the spot, his face turning pale. On the contrary, Luo Kong did not move a muscle, and there was a clear distinction between the two. This guy's power is too strong. Yi Tian took a deep breath, his mood incomparably heavy. Although it was just a simple exchange of hands, through the exchange of hands, he had already determined that his opponent's strength surpassed his by too much. If he continued to fight hard, he was definitely no match for Luo Kong. Kid, you can't. Luo Kong shook his head, his face filled with playful mockery. Eat my punch again. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. His entire body's spiritual energy surged madly. His legs stomped on the ground. His body shape steeply rushed up into the sky and launched an attack towards Luo Kong. Swish dash. In a flash, Yi Tian disappeared in place. Seeing Yi Tian's sudden appearance, Luo Kong raised his eyebrows and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had thought that Yi Tian would choose to flee or retreat. After all, with his strength, he was no match at all. Who knew that Yi Tian would dare to take the initiative? This was illogical. Boom! In a flash of lightning, Yi Tian pounced over carrying a ferocious might, his right fist blasting out like lightning. Luo Kong's eyes were quick. His body twisted, narrowly dodging the punch, and then he swung his palm to resist. Pop! A punch fell short. Yi Tian's left palm arrived instantly, carrying ferocious power and ruthlessly slapping on Luo Kong's abdomen. Thud! Yi Tian's face changed, and he was immediately shaken back several steps. Luo Kong looked at Yi Tian in surprise, as if he hadn't expected Yi Tian's offense to be so swift. Huffing and puffing, right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly stopped his retreat and took advantage of Luo Kong's frozen moment to violently bully his way closer. With a fist slamming out, Yi Angel exerted his full strength, gathering all the power in his body at one point. This punch was powerful and heavy, strangely fast and mighty. Luo Kong couldn't dodge in time and took a punch on the spot. With a muffled grunt, Luo Kong's mouth overflowed with blood as he flew several meters backwards, breaking the door of the room and falling out. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Luo Kong's face instantly turned pale. Yi Tian froze. He had never dreamed that in just one exchange, he had gained the absolute upper hand and crushed his opponent with one blow. Bastard! Luo Kong spat out a mouthful of stasis blood and stared at Yi Tian with indignation. He didn't expect that he would lose to Yi Tian, and it was a crushing defeat, causing him to be ashamed and angry. Shit! I'm going to kill you! Luo Kong roared and stood up, a strong murderous aura emanating from his body. Feeling Luo Kong's monstrous anger, Yi Tian slightly narrowed his eyes as his expression became grave. However, he didn't step back by half and remained vigilant. Swish! Luo Kong bellowed and turned into a stump, running straight towards Yi Tian. Not only was he extremely fast, but his explosive power was extremely terrifying. Yi Tian didn't dare to be slow, immediately running his entire body's spiritual energy, condensing it on top of his arms and fighting to meet Luo Kong. Both fists hit each other. Erupted a dull explosion. Strong aftermath shocked the surrounding wall, dust flying. Stump! Under Luo Kong's overbearing power suppression, Yi Tian was shaken back 5 or 6 steps on the spot. Hiss! So strong! Steadying his body, Yi Tian frowned tightly, his expression unusually grave. Even if he possessed the strength of the Jedan stage, he was far from being Luo Kong's opponent. He didn't understand how this guy was suddenly so powerful when it was clear that only 2 months had passed. Could it be that the other party had hidden their strength before? You're pretty good. I actually managed to block 2 of my attacks. Luo Kong smiled grimly. His right leg stomped the ground, and his entire body catapulted up, like a falcon fighting a rabbit, attacking and killing with ferocity. Shoo! The air-breaking whistling came out. Luo Kong's right foot cracked the void, carrying a thunderous kick towards Yi Tian's chest. Shit! Yi Tian's face suddenly changed as he hurriedly raised his hand to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yi Tian was instantly shaken back a dozen meters. This collision caused a sharp pain to pass through Yi Tian's arm. Jedan 5th level. Sensing Luo Kong's cultivation level, Yi Tian's eyes immediately widened with horror. He didn't expect that in just 2 months' time, Luo Kong had reached the 5th level of Jedan realm. Ha 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 ha! Yi family scum! You are destined to die here today. Luo Kong laughed indulgently as killing machines filled his body and his eyes became even more sinister. Now Yi Lu Yun, the saints from the 5 Holy Lands, and those old things from the Dao Pavilion had been blocked by their people, and now they only needed to hunt the Heaven's Pride disciples of the 3,000 Dao states. It's true that I'm no match for you, but you can't kill me either. Chapter 107, The 3 Heroes Battle. Luo Kong Yi Tian gritted his teeth and drank coldly. His eyes flushed red and a look of determination was in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's have a fair fight. Luo Kong smiled grimly and coldly, then tightened his smile. Swish! Luo Kong's feet stepped in a weird pace, swept in front of Yi Tian in the blink of an eye, and swung his right fist to smash over ruthlessly and mercilessly. At this moment, Yi Tian's pupils sharply shrunk, and an unprecedented scorn appeared on his face. What kind of move is this? Yi Tian's brows were tightly locked, his face was extremely grave, and his heartbeat accelerated. He didn't even get a good look at Luo Kong's stance, much less his exact position. Luo Kong's speed was too bizarre, completely unable to capture any traces or movement. If he hadn't personally experienced it, Yi Tian would never have believed that there were such subtle body martial arts in the world. At the moment of crisis, Yi Tian did not hesitate and immediately performed a body technique to dodge. Yi Tian had just dodged and retreated when Luo Kong's attack grazed his ear, frightening him to the point that his face changed drastically. Fortunately, Yi Tian reacted in time, or else he would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Brat! You forced me to do this. Noticing that Yi Tian easily avoided his attack, Luo Kong's face grimaced to the extreme as his killing intent skyrocketed. As the words fell, Luo Kong's hands danced and quickly made a strange seal. Buzz dash when the seal hit the void. In a flash, something bizarre happened. Luo Kong's originally disappeared figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Tian, once again launching a sneak attack on him. Luo Kong's speed was as fast as lightning, as if he had drilled out of the void, making it impossible to defend. No good. Yi Tian's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around and blasted out a fist. Boom! The two iron fists collided, erupting into a low explosive sound. Stump! A violet wave of energy impacted, and Yi Tian was immediately shaken back 5 or 6 steps. Luo Kong similarly took a few steps back. Although he was much more powerful than Yi Tian, he was still unable to injure Yi Tian and was instead shaken back. This situation filled Luo Kong's heart with suffocation. Yi Tian, you forced me to do this, Luo Kong shouted violently. Then he put his hands together and punched out an odd seal. Buzz dash in an instant. The air around Luo Kong trembled and undulated as a powerful aura spread rapidly. Yi Tian's expression was grave to the extreme. Luo Kong's aura grew stronger and stronger, giving him a suffocating sense of oppression. What secret art is this? How could it contain such terrifying power? Feeling Luo Kong's terrifying aura, Yi Tian frowned deeply, his heart filled with scorn and panic. Yi Tian couldn't even guess Luo Kong's bottom card, much less know what tactics he would use. Boom! The aura around Luo Kong surged crazily, and then he violently blasted out a palm and slapped it towards Yi Tian. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. Looking at the huge palms blasting from the sky, Yi Tian's breathing became ragged. This palm came with a ferocious and powerful force that was chilling. Shit! Fight! Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Yi Tian could only fight head-on. Yi Tian took a deep breath of cool air and pinched his hands together, preparing to make the strongest attack. The moment the loud noise spread, a shocking force instantly exploded. As the terrifying power spread, Yi Tian immediately sprayed out a mouthful of hot blood and flew backwards several feet away. Put! After Yi Tian fell to the ground, he couldn't help but cough, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with traces of blood. The power of that palm just now was so terrifying that even if he did everything he could, it would not help. After only a few moments of exchanging blows, he was blasted into serious injuries and almost lost his life. Seeing Yi Tian's wretched and miserable defeat, Luo Kong's face rejoiced and his eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, scumbag, you're not my opponent after all. You're too weak, so you'd better obediently tie your hands. Luo Kong took large strides, ready to take down Yi Tian. Oh, don't get too happy. Hearing Luo Kong's rampant words, Yi Tian did not feel frustrated. Instead, he smiled coldly and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Luo Kong frowned slightly, seeming to realize something. As expected, only to see that there were 3 figures rushing towards this side right outside, and it was none other than Wang Daoxian, Lin Aoduan, and Xiao 13. These 3 had obviously just finished fighting as well, which was why they rushed over. Seeing Lin Aodan and the others arrive, Yi Tian immediately let out a long breath of relief. Humph, no one can save you today. Luo Kong snorted coldly, his face completely icy. When the 3 of them heard this, Wang Daoxian immediately opened his mouth and shot back. He, just a villain who would just use despicable means. If it wasn't for those poisons on your body. Want to win, brother Yi? Before the words fell, Wang Daoxian directly released his innate thunder body. You guys back off and let me deal with this brat, Wang Daoxian said as he waved his hand. No need, leave it to me. Xiao 13 shook his head. You two back off. I'll fight him one-on-one. Lin Ao Dust swept a faint glance and spoke indifferently. Why don't we join forces to solve this fellow? Wang Daoxian frowned and reminded. Dealing with just a piece of trash. There's no need to be so troublesome. Lin Ao Dust coldly skimmed his mouth. Their words instantly angered Luo Kong, but they didn't dare to make a move, because Luo Kong was very clear that Xiao 13 and the others were only stronger than Yi Tian. If they really fought, he would not be able to take half the advantage. Luo Kong, let me learn how much weight you really have today. Xiao 13 was arrogant, undisguised contempt flowing from his eyes. Humph, I admit that you are stronger than Yi Tian, but I, Luo Kong, am not weak either. I'll show you what I'm capable of today. As the words fell, Luo Kong immediately revolved his spiritual energy and catalyzed his hegemonic body. A beastly roar rang out abruptly, followed by a berserk aura surrounding Luo Kong. At this moment, Luo Kong was as if he had transformed into a raging lion, his body filled with an appalling aura. Broken Mountain split. Luo Kong's gaze was sinister as he drank coldly word by word. Along with his roar, Luo Kong raised his right leg and violently stepped on the floor in front of him. Boom rumble. The entire room shook violently as his feet crushed the floor. Immediately after, bang, a muffled sound. Luo Kong's right leg suddenly ejected, like a sharp arrow pierced through the ground, bringing up a burst of sharp and ear-piercing friction sound. At the same time, an extremely violent energy fluctuation crazily wreaked havoc, causing one to tremble with fear. Hiss! The moment Luo Kong's right leg kicked out, the ground around Yi Tian all crumbled, and a shocking crack spread rapidly in a circular shape. Ka-ching! The cracks spread in all directions with Yi Tian as the center, and in the blink of an eye, the ground under Yi Tian's feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A very scary scene. What a strong power! Yi Tian's face changed drastically, and his eyes flashed with a strong color of shock. He had never expected that Luo Kong would be able to burst out with such a terrifying power. This kid's power is so powerful. Xiao Xii's face was grave as he couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 108 Illusion. Wang Daxian frowned with an unusually ugly expression. It's probably an inheritance obtained in the secret realm. Damn! What kind of inheritance did this kid get? So fierce. Lin Ao Dust on the other hand had a cloudy demeanor, as if he had already expected Luo Kong to be very strong. Oh, better let me do it. Looking at the imposing Luo Kong, Lin Ao Dust slowly said, although his words were very calm. Yi Tian's few people felt a strong killing intent from him. Yi Tian's few people could not help but frown. You're the Lin Ao Dust who possesses a sword body? Luo Kong asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Lin Ao Dust. Not to be doubted. Lin Ao Dust nodded with a calm expression and said, it's just the right time to try out my newly comprehended moves. In that case, let's have a painful fight. Luo Kong smiled coldly and immediately swung his fist to meet Lin Ao Chen. Boom 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 dash, the two collided with each other. Roars and explosions instantly rang out, and the berserk power swept out. Deafening. A hard punch. Lin Ao Dust was steadily gaining the upper hand. Luo Kong even retreated several steps back. Hiss. How? Lin Aodan's strength is actually so strong. Seeing Lin Aodan's terrifying strength, Wang Daxian and Xiao Xii's faces suddenly changed and they sucked in a breath of cool air. Ha ha, painful. Again. Bang. Boom. The two collided together once again, and berserk power chi raged. For a while, the entire chamber was thrown into a frenzy. Lin Ao Dust and Luo Kong both attacked relentlessly, leaving no room for error in being ferocious to the extreme. Bang. Thud. Boom. After a fight, Luo Kong's protective astral aura was broken, and his entire body directly flew out and fell above the ground, opening his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood. Luo Kong's eyes were filled with endless indignation. He didn't expect that he, whose strength had risen greatly, would not be able to defeat Lin Ao Duan. Intentional sword art. Extreme chop. The long sword in Lin Ao Dust's hand was enhanced by his sword body. Endless sword intent began to coalesce, and the brilliant and dazzling blue light illuminated the secret room, taking in the hearts of the people. Swoosh. Bang. Poof. In the next second, a flash of dazzling blue light tore through the darkness of the night, and with the momentum of destroying, it chopped straight at Luo Kong. No. This sudden deadly sword from Lin Ao Dust caused Luo Kong's pupils to contract into needles. His heart set off huge waves, and he roared with panic and despair. Don't! Wang Daoxuan's eyes widened round and he cried out with his heart torn out, and an inexplicable sadness rose even more in his heart. Bang bang! Under the shocked gazes of Yi Tian and the others, the blue aura instantly pierced through Luo Kong's chest and ran through the entire wall, eventually disappearing. Awesome! Brother Lin! If this new trick were to be put on me, I'd lose my skin even if I didn't die. Wang Daoxian praised Lin Aoduan while walking up to mention Luo Kong's body, but realized that Luo Kong was no longer breathing. Lin Aodan's sword body was so terrifying that it was able to directly cut Luo Kong down. Is this the so-called intentional sword art? It's simply horrible as hell. Although Yi Tian was shocked, he did not forget about the main matter and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, did you guys get assassinated too? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Wang Daoxuan's several people's complexion immediately sank, and thick hatred and killing intent surfaced on their faces. Yes, there have been other disciples killed. Wang Daoxian growled lowly with an icy face. Those dog scum really deserve to die. If we weren't strong, I'm afraid we would have died in their hands long ago. How many people are there on the other side? Yi Tian asked after him. Unknown. But everyone's strength reaches Jiedan, and there are so many of them that it's very tricky. Wang Daoxian shook his head. Yi Tian, now that those pavilion elders from the Dao Pavilion and the saints from the major powers have gone out to hold back, let's find a way to hurry up and leave as well. Xiao 13 said in a deep voice. Aha! Yi Tian nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice. I just observed that the guards outside are relatively lax, so we should be able to escape out just by going around to the backyard. That's a good idea. Wang Daoxian nodded slightly. Swish! Without saying a word, Lin Ao Dust immediately rushed out of the secret room and hurried towards the backyard at a fast pace. Let's quickly follow as well. Yi Tian's few people also quickly left the secret room. A few moments later, they arrived outside of Nakamichi City and successfully sneaked out of the city. After leaving Zhengdao City, Yi Tian's few people did not stop and continued to rush. Those guys are really vicious. They even dared to directly enter the middle Dao state to kill people. Xiao 13 gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, a face that was incredibly gloomy. Humph, this matter is not over. One day, I will kill them all. Wang Daoxian clenched his fists, and a cold chill flickered in his eyes, causing his heart to palpitate. Xiao 13 coldly said, since they did it, they must pay for it, and sooner or later, this account will have to be settled. Don't worry, we can definitely take revenge. Yi Tian patted Wang Daoxuan's shoulder and comforted him. By the way, do you guys know where all the saint-level powerhouses are? We can't keep running away like this, can we? Yi Tian suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Xiao 13 nodded and replied, as far as I know, they should be on Zhangdao Mountain right now. It seems like a dozen saint-level experts have come from outside the domain, and there is even a quasi-imperial level figure. So serious. Knowing that the powerful people from outside the domain were coming, Yi Tian and the others immediately felt the pressure multiply. During this period of time, let's just see what happens and wait for the clan seniors to return. How about that? Yes. After saying that, Yi Tian's 4 people quickly ran towards the eastern side of Zhengdao City. 1 incense stick later, under Lin Aoduan's leadership, they finally found an ancient manor with several guards standing at the entrance. Heavily guarded. It's really here. The corner of Lin Ao Dust's mouth hooked into an indifferent evil smile. Then he jumped up onto the fence, easily avoiding the ears of the guards. After confirming that no one was around, Lin Ao Dust immediately pushed open the manor gate and walked in, and closed the door. Swoosh! Inside the manor, there was silence, except for a faint burst of eerie zither sounds. The sound of the zither was ethereal and misty, as if it came out of nothingness, giving people a very cozy feeling of intoxication. Illusionary realm? Frowning slightly, Lin Ao Dust's face clouded over. Nope, it's the sound of the soul. Spiritual pressure. Lin Ao Dust's face suddenly changed, and 10,000 waves rippled in his heart. How could this happen? How is my soul affected? Lin Ao Dust's heart sank violently. In the illusion, he felt as if his soul had plunged into the 9 hells of purgatory, enduring pain like burning flames. After only holding on for a few breaths of time, Lin Aodin screamed miserably and knelt down. Lin Ao Dust was originally a sword cultivator. The Dao heart was naturally much stronger than the average cultivator, but he simply could not resist the sound of the soul. Lin Aoduan. Suddenly, an icy cold voice rang out of thin air as if it were a thunderbolt. It was a female voice, pleasant to the ear, yet it contained an icy killing intent. Chapter 109, Sealing Talisman. Yi Tian, Xiao 13, Wang Daoxian, Lin Aoduan. This seat has been waiting for you guys for a long time. A red-clothed woman walked slowly. Her figure was enchanting and fiery. Her appearance was charming and charming. Looking at the red-clothed beauty that was slowly walking towards them, all 4 of them had their hearts and minds trembling violently, and their faces showed a look of fear. Blood witch. Seeing the red-clothed beauty, Lin Ao Dust couldn't help but shiver. His body couldn't stop trembling. His eyes filled with fear. This red-clothed beauty was clearly none other than the blood demon cult protector Blood Demoness. You recognize? Yi Tian forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart and cast an inquiring gaze at Lin Aochen. She is the blood demon cult protector Blood Demoness. Wang Daoxian swallowed his saliva and looked horrified. This stinking bitch is ferocious to the extreme. When she slaughtered the entire Yunyang prefecture, she didn't even spare the swaddled babies. She's simply a vicious woman. So she's the Blood Demoness. No wonder she's able to control souls and confuse minds. Xiao Xii's deep eyes flared with a biting coldness as he questioned in a cold voice. Blood Demoness. I didn't expect you to actually be from outside the domain? The Blood Demoness smiled faintly and teased. What do you guess? The Blood Demoness' seductive petite body was close to Yi Tian and the others, exhaling her breath like an orchid, seductive and infinite, causing people to have reverie. Looking at the gradually approaching red-clothed beauty, Yi Tian and the others were so scared that their livers cracked, and their faces were filled with a pale color. You, don't do anything rash, or else you'll blame us for not being polite, Wang Daoxian warned in a colorful voice. Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust 2 people even tensed their whole body, as if they were facing a big enemy, holding their long swords tightly, ready to fire. Although your weapons are good, they are useless in front of this seat. The red-clothed beauty snorted, not placing Yi Tian and the others in her eyes in the slightest. Yi Tian knew that if he didn't use some means, he would definitely not be able to run away. So first, he asked the system. System, how many points do I have now? 380,000 points. Is there anything that can get this woman killed? Yi Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had enough points, he would be able to finish off the blood demoness. Ding system tip. Hesitant host and enemy's realm gap is too large to kill. Can use all points to exchange for a sealing talisman to seal the opponent's strength. Hearing this, Yi Tian said to Xiao 13 and the others, "You three go first. I'll hold her off later." When these words came out, Xiao 13 and the others were instantly displeased. "No way. You were the one who blocked Skywalker last time in the secret realm. We can't leave you behind this time no matter what." Wang Daoxian shook his head and refused. "We are friends, and still owe you a life. We must not leave you behind." "That's what I think too. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we need to get through them together." Lin Aoneng followed suit. Looking at them, Yi Tian's heart warmed and was quite touched. "That's a real brother. I understand your good intentions, but don't worry, I'll leave safely. You guys go first, or else I'll wait, as I want to leave, still have to take into account you guys," Yi Tian persuaded. Upon hearing this, the three of them suddenly thought of how in the secret realm, Yi Tian had blocked the Skywalker alone, and then had the safety to come out. "Are you sure?" Lin Ao Dust said half-heartedly. "If that's the case, I believe you have this ability, but the blood demoness strength is too terrifying, so you'd better be careful and don't try to be brave." Yi Tian nodded. Lin Ao Dust turned around and was ready to exit the courtyard. "Want to leave?" asked me. The blood demoness suddenly snorted coldly. Yi Tian, however, did not give her a chance to make a move, directly stimulating the Golden Crow Supreme Body and immediately drawing out the yin-yang sword. "Your opponent is me," Yi Tian shouted. A fierce and overbearing aura rose up to the sky, just like a flood beast awakening. Yi Tian's figure flickered and shot towards the blood demoness as a black line. A touch of disdain surfaced at the corner of the blood demoness' mouth. Her right palm condensed a ball of piercing red light and slapped out through the air, fiercely blasting towards Yi Tian. Boo! In an instant, Yi Tian was blasted out and smashed through the flowers, falling to the ground with serious injuries. The blood demoness' attack was very terrifying. If Yi Tian didn't possess the Golden Crow Supreme Body, I'm afraid that Palm just now would have been able to waste him. However, this strike bought Lin Ao Dust and the others time to escape. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to really dare. However, you will have to bear the wrath of this seed alone. The blood demoness stared at Yi Tian with an evil smile. Her tone was morose and carried endless hatred. "I've never seen a devil like you who has lost his conscience. Today I must act for heaven to behead you, devil. Otherwise heaven will not be satisfied." Good ah. The blood demoness smiled faintly, then raised her hand and grabbed towards Yi Tian. Shu dash in a flash of lightning. Yi Tian offered the yin-yang sword and pierced through the blood demoness' wrist. "What?" The blood demoness frowned slightly and instantly threw out her other hand. The blood demoness quickly dodged the sharpness of the yin-yang sword and grabbed Yi Tian's neck and twisted his shoulder blade in the process. "Your power is weak. It can't help me at all. And you still presume to kill me? You are too naive." Sweeping Yi Tian contemptuously, the blood demoness violently exerted her force, hard enough to tear his left arm, dripping with blood. Cough. The intense pain caused Yi Tian to gasp violently. "Who the hell are you?" Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian roared angrily. The blood demoness smiled indifferently and replied coldly, "My name is Yuan Qingyun. You should have heard of this name before, aren't you? You from the second lineage of the Yuan family?" Yi Tian's body shook and his eyes widened. "Count yourself smart. But those people drove our second vein out of the immortal region. I didn't think we could actually survive. Then they will have to endure our revenge." Yuan Qingyun said it over and over again and used the dagger in her hand to slice through Yi Tian's neck. Although it did not cut through the skin, the coldness penetrated into the flesh. Sizzle! The dagger in Yuan Qingyun's hand swung violently, and a hideous wound immediately appeared on Yi Tian's chest as blood gushed out. Yi Tian threw his head back and howled miserably in pain, as if he had been torn into several pieces. It was because the other party's dagger was quenched with poison, and it was an extremely high-end poison. At this time, Yi Tian hurriedly asked the system in his mind, "How long can a sealing talisman seal?" 3 hours. The system replied. Redemption. Yi Tian wasn't hesitating at the moment. Just now he was pondering to see if he could escape. Now, he was completely desperate. It was impossible to escape with his strength. Fortunately, the sealing charm would allow him to last 3 hours. Yi Tian's mind moved and immediately used the sealing charm. Yuan Qingyun, who was just about to kill Yi Tian, suddenly felt as if her body was out of control. No matter what she did, she could not move. Chapter 110. I'm not finished with you. What's going on? Who? Get your ass out here. Yuan Qingyun was shocked and struggled frantically, but never moved. Immediately afterward, she felt as if her soul was being suppressed by some kind of magical power, completely out of her control. At the very least, a saint had exerted divine means to seal her away. It made her panic even more. and once she lost her freedom, she even suspected that she might as well be dead. At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly came to his ears. He, Yuan Xingyun. I didn't expect you to be scared as well. Yuan Xingyun turned around and saw that Yi Tian was stuffing pills into his mouth and looking at himself with a teasing face. You did this? Yuan Xingyun was filled with horror. She was in the transition realm, but she had actually been silently suppressed by a spell without even being able to resist. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yi Tian sneered. But suddenly, normalcy returned to Yuan Xingyun's face. You can't kill me. Yi Tian froze when he heard this. How did the other party's attitude change? Is there a way to get rid of the seal? You, a tiny Jiedan realm, presume to kill me. I'm just standing still today. I'll see how you can kill me. Yuan Xingyun laughed coldly. Yi Tian froze for a moment, and then suddenly realized, but he was not going to spoil the other party. Carrying the yin-yang sword, he slashed at Yuan Xingyun's neck. However, when the sword came into contact with the opponent's neck, a powerful recoil bounced the yin-yang sword in his hand away. Shit! I really don't believe this. Yi Tian was annoyed. Swish. Yi Tian once again picked up the yin-yang sword and slashed it without hesitation. However, it was still exactly the same as earlier, the hilt of the sword bouncing away before it even got close to the opponent. Each time it's close, but it's always a hair's breadth away. Seeing this scene, Yuan Xingyun immediately snorted. Ha ha ha, with an ant like you still want to kill me? Delusional. Yi Tian was filled with rage and his face was fierce. He was not willing to give up. He absolutely would not give up. Yi Tian frantically mobilized his spiritual energy and injected it into the yin-yang sword in an attempt to explode a stronger power. But every time, it was blocked. Yuan Xingyun sneered. With that little power of yours, you still want to kill me? When the seal is lifted, this seed will kill you. At this time, Yi Tian also stopped, as he understood that no matter what he did, he would not be able to kill the other party at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and a wry smile suddenly appeared on his face. I'm not going to kill you. When these words came out, Yuan Xingyun was frozen. This guy did not intend to kill himself? What's going on here? Humph. Since you know that this seed is powerful, why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Yuan Xingyun said triumphantly. Ha! Hearing Yuan Xingyun's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head. The eyes kept scanning each other's bodies. What are you doing? Looking for death. Yuan Xingyun's face clouded over. What do you think I'm going to do? Yi Tian sneered. When Yuan Xingyun heard this, her face alternated between green and red for a while, clearly furious. Little beast, how dare you humiliate me? Oh, did you ever consider my feelings when you humiliated me just now? An hour later, Yi Tian changed into a black nightclothes and quickly left. And inside the room, Yuan Xingyun sat on top of the bed with an iron expression on her face. She said hatefully, this seed is not finished with you. You finally got rid of that annoying fly. Tens of thousands of meters away, Yi Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Just now, he had used the sealing talisman and used up most of his aura. If the other party had been a little more cautious, or a little more desperate, I'm afraid I would have been cold by now. After all, he was only at a mere Jiedan stage, while the other party was a ferrying cultivator. It seems like I still need to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Tian frowned and muttered. Compared to those people, he was still too weak. Even a random stronger person could easily take his life. The sealing charm was indeed powerful, but it also had a relatively short duration. Moreover, he didn't have any more points now. This would be if another slightly stronger one came. Even a Yuaning level character would be able to kill him easily. Soon, Yi Tian caught up with Lin Aodin and the others and led a few people to quickly leave the area. The crowd didn't speak on this journey, but the atmosphere was very somber. Especially Lin Aodin. The whole person seemed to be caught up in self-blame. His fists clenched tightly and his teeth gritted. Yi Tian knew that something must have happened to someone from the Tai Holy Land, which was why he was so sad. He patted Lin Aodin's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry about it. We've done our best. Aha! Lin Aodin nodded heavily, although he was very reluctant to admit it. Yi Tian was right. The group moved on. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, followed by a man in a black power suit and holding a long sword blocking the way of the crowd. This was a Jiedan cultivator, and judging from his breath, he should have already reached the peak of the 6th Jiedan level. Seeing the other party, the faces of the people changed drastically, and one by one, they gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and stood on guard. It's okay. It's one of our own. Yi Tian hurriedly walked out and waved his hand towards the other party. This Jiedan cultivator immediately put away his long sword when he saw this, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. It turned out to be people from the Yi family, and during this time, Disciples from various sects and families had arrived one after another. Young lord, the man shouted excitedly. Yi Tian also smiled and waved. Ha ha, long time no see Yi Long, where are they? How come you're the only one who came? Oh, third miss asked me to come and fetch you to the immortal region. My third sister asked you to pick us up? What about my master and the others? Yi Tian asked doubtfully. Yi Long sighed. Alas, I'm not too sure about the specifics. I only know that they're all trapped, and the third young miss sent me to come and fetch you guys to the immortal region first. What? Yi Tian's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Long incredulously. How could this happen? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it's said that a quasi-emperor level character from the other side is leading the group. Yi Long replied. At those words, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk. Quasi-emperor? A cultivator of the quasi-emperor stage? How is this possible? He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A cultivator of the quasi-emperor realm was also known as a great power. That wasn't something that a tiny Jidan cultivator like them could fight against. Yi Long, I seem to remember that there are rules within the immortal realm, right? It seems that a great power at the quasi-emperor realm doesn't have the right to meddle in the affairs of the 3,000 Dao states. Yi Tian seemed to think of something he had heard his old man say before and asked with a frown. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, when I came to pick you up, third miss had already gone to rescue people. As for the exact reason, I'm not really sure. Yi Long laughed bitterly. Chapter 111, 9th grade demonic beast. Outside of Midway State, the five silhouettes quickly swept towards the placement flying boat harbor at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared above the sea of clouds. Yi Long, where the hell are my master and the others? Yi Tian asked with a frown. Yi Long let out a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm just responsible for coming to pick you up. I'm really not sure about the specific matters. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately frowned, his face full of anxiety. How are we going to get to the immortal realm with you like this? Don't worry, young lord. Yi Long replied. The flying boat we are traveling on is a top-notch magic treasure flying boat that can travel 1,000,000 miles a day, and in at most 3 days' work, we will be able to arrive at the immortal region. 3 days. I hope it's not too late. Yi Long. Just then, a cold and familiar voice came from the side. Yi Hu, you're finally here. Yi Tian looked up as excitement erupted in his eyes. Young lord, let's go. Yi Hu said in a deep voice. Good, Yi Tian said without hesitation. Then he gave a wink to Lin Ao Dust and the others and quickly walked up to the flying boat and stood in a row with Yi Hu. Yi Hu maneuvered the flying boat and pushed with all his might. In the next instant, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky. Within the flying boat, Lin Ao Chen, Xiao 13 and Wang Daoxian all turned their gazes towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. Yi Hu, where are my master and the others? Yi Hu lowered his head and said, Young lord, I also just got the news that many saints from the 3,000 Dao state are trapped within the Dao state secret realm, and now third miss and the others are in the process of rescuing them. What? When these words came out, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed drastically. Yi Tian was even more shocked and angry and drank. They are trapped inside the secret realm. Then the master teacher. Is she not? Young lord, hold your horses. Yi Hu hurriedly waved his hand. Although we have no way to find their traces, we can feel their presence, and third Mrs. Flying Boat is in the void not far from us. Hearing this, Yi Tian sighed in relief. As long as they were fine, then everything would be fine. Humph, since you dared to capture my master, just wait, I will break you into pieces. Yi Tian's eyes were filled with intense hatred. What should we do now? To the side, Wang Daoxian inquired. Yi Tian exhaled a deep breath of turbid air after pondering for a moment. With our current strength, even if we go over there, it won't have much of an impact on the battle. Instead, it will become a drag. So you guys, follow me to the immortal domain first, and we'll talk about it then. The crowd nodded in agreement. After all, with their strength, going over there would indeed be a huge trouble. Right, Yi Long, we need a guide. Yi Tian suddenly said to Yi Long. A guide? This one is simple. I'll just take you guys there when the time comes. Yi Hu said with a faint smile. That would be best. Then I'm counting on you to lead us to them. Yi Tian nodded. Please follow me. Afterward, several people boarded the flying boat, and Yi Hu maneuvered it towards the immortal region. 3 days later, the flying boat landed in the middle of a mountainous area with rich spiritual qi and beautiful scenery, as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. Yahoo! Where is this place? Why haven't I been here before? Yi Tian asked as he surveyed his surroundings. Young lord, we've arrived, Yi Hu said as he stopped the flying boat. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian turned to look around and realized that the style of this place was completely different from other places. The mountain range was dotted with strange rocks and trees, spirit birds flying, birds and flowers, and even the occasional spirit beast shuttling between the mountain streams, a picture of peace and tranquility. Suddenly, Yi Tian saw a palace not far away. The architecture of the palace was different. Yi Tian's heart and mind trembled as he quickly walked to the entrance of the palace. Squeak! Pushing the door in. The scene that met his eyes was one of splendor. In the hall, 2 columns of maids stood to the right and left, and at the very front, there was an old man with white hair and a majestic face. Seeing this old man, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk slightly. Yi Tian, greetings to the Grand Elder. Aha! The old man faintly answered, then waved his hand and said, all rise, Elder Xie. Yi Tian stood up straight and immediately said, how's it going over there in the secret realm of the 3000 Dao state? The old man sighed softly. Alas! Yi Tian's heart thumped. Great Elder, could it be that my master they? You guys should feel at ease and cultivate first. What happens in the middle Dao state is not something you can influence. But don't worry, the 3000 Dao state won't be in danger for a while. The old man said faintly. Yi Tian frowned. But, the matter in the 3000 Dao state has become a big deal, and strong people from all walks of life are coming here. This matter must be resolved immediately before it can be resolved, or else, it will be too late for it to take a turn for the worse. The old man shook his head and said, I know your worries, but don't worry, the 3000 Daoist prefecture will be fine. The forces that came this time are not weak, but compared to the demon race back then, they are far worse. Then, well, seeing this, the old man nodded. You guys cultivate well first, I'll let Yi Long tell you as soon as there's any news. After saying that, the old man exited the hall, leaving Yi Tian and the others frozen in place. Yi Long, do you think what the Grand Elder said is true? Xiao 13 frowned. Yi Long thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. After a pause, Yi Long continued. I always feel that things aren't as simple as what the Grand Elder said. Perhaps there is something else going on. Xiao 13 nodded. Right at this moment, Yi Hu walked in from outside and respectfully said, Young Lord, the cultivation room has already been prepared for you. Well, thank you for your trouble. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Old Xiao, in the next few days, let's cultivate properly. Right now, even if we return to the 3000 Dao state, we can't help much, so we might as well meditate and cultivate to reach the Jindan realm as early as possible. Good. Xiao 13 nodded. Then you guys should go to the cultivation room to cultivate first. I'll go scout for news first. Yi Hu laughed. Yeah. The 4 of them then walked towards the cave under Yi Hu's guidance. Shortly afterward, they arrived at the place specially arranged for them to cultivate, entered the airtight cultivation room. The cultivation room closed. Yi Tian sat cross-legged on the cultivation table, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xiao 13 and the others also entered the separate cultivation room. The cultivation speed of the cultivation room was so rapid that in just half a month, it was enough to top 5 or 6 months in the outside world. As the saying goes, there are no years in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. Somewhere in the middle of the wilderness, a burly man was frantically attacking. At this moment, he was covered in blood and filled with rage, because he had just killed a 9th-rank demonic beast, the red flame Jiao snake. At that moment, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound came from the sky, and several black shadows descended from the sky. Chapter 112, Changes in the 3000 Daoist Prefectures. Haha, another inner elixir. These people shouted in excitement. Who are you guys? I am a member of the Royal Thunder Holy Land. However, those people didn't even talk nonsense with the man and cut him down with a sword. And this happened in all corners of the 3000 Dao state, with many people suffering sneak attacks and even being exterminated. The 3000 Daoist prefecture was in deep water, with countless people dying and being injured every day, but there was nothing that could be done about it. This was because there were simply too many people in the 3000 Dao state, and many of them were people from super sect families. Once they were messed with, it would be an absolute death. However, this also caused more people to join in the fight for resources. In the 3000 Dao state, on top of a lofty peak, clouds and mist surrounded the immortal cranes, and the haze of light was as if it was a blessed land of the immortals. At that moment, a few figures slowly walked out of the clouds. Their appearance made the entire space of the peak seem to freeze as if it was suffocating. The person in the lead was a young man in white. The youth had a handsome face, an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were narrow and long, filled with a stern, cold aura. His arms spread out, and the clouds around him tumbled like waves, sweeping in all directions. Young master, is this the middle Dao state? On the side, a purple-shirted old man whispered. According to the time, another 2 hours will arrive. I hope I won't be disappointed, the white-clothed youth said indifferently, his eyes cold. Don't worry, young master, we've brought quite a few treasures this time, the purple-robed old man said. Hearing the old man's words, A confident arc appeared at the corner of the white-clothed youth's mouth. Afterward, the purple-robed old man continued, "Young master, then let's hurry up and get going." "Yes." Before the words fell, the white-clothed youth's foot slammed into the void, taking a step that instantly traveled 10,000 meters. Watching the white-clothed youth leave, the purple-robed old man said in a deep voice, Go to the middle Dao state." At the same time, somewhere in the eastern continent, a man in a black power suit appeared suddenly. He was well-built and athletic, with tan skin, and exuded the ultimate in explosive power. The man looked up and scanned the surrounding area, his eyes sharp and eerie, as if they were a sharp steel knife. Boom! At that moment, the distant mountain range trembled violently, as if something huge was moving, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Seeing this scene, the man grinned to reveal a row of white teeth. "Little ancestor, old ancestor sent me to call you out." The man's voice was husky, magnetic, and very pleasing to the ear, and if a woman was here, she would definitely like the voice. His voice hadn't been heard for long when the huge quake in the distance stopped. Immediately afterward, a youth with a short stature appeared in the area. Looking at the black-clothed youth in the distance, the short youth grinned and said, Hey, finally waking up?" The western part of the forgotten state, a teenager and a middle-aged man stood on top of the mountain. The teenager looked into the distance with a look of excitement and anticipation, murmuring, "You can't lie to me this time, or else I won't let you off the hook. He, how could I dare to deceive you?" The middle-aged man laughed sardonically. "You'd better remember that I'll only give you 7 days. The teenager glared at the middle-aged man and said with a cold snort, "Understood." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. The duo then turned around and returned. Barbarian state. On top of a towering mountain, a young man wearing a golden robe stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking the group with a heavenly aura. "It's finally almost back up," the youth whispered, a faint smile curving the corners of his mouth. Within the immortal domain, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. During this period of time, he had collected a lot of information about the immortal domain in addition to his cultivation. The 3000 Dao prefecture was vast and expansive, possessing numerous powerful forces and sects. For example, there were 2 great sacred lord forces hidden within this savage wilderness state, the Zhongshan Sacred Sect and the 100 Flowers Valley. In addition to these 2 great Holy Land forces, there were also numerous princely forces, as well as many large and small forces. If they wanted to raise their strength, they had to travel to the uninhabited Forbidden Zone to practice hunting foreign beasts, searching for opportunities, and raising their cultivation level. The No Man's Forbidden Zone, one of the biggest forbidden places in the immortal region, contained endless opportunities and dangers, as well as buried countless secrets. At the same time, it was also the last line of defense within the immortal domain to prevent the invasion of people from outside the domain. Just like many of the experts within the Yi clan, most of whom were within the desolate ancient path, which was an uninhabited forbidden area. There were 81 ancient cities along the desolate ancient road, and each of them was guarded by powerful people in order to prevent the invasion of people from outside the domain. "Yi Tian, you came out?" In the pavilion terrace of the other courtyard, Wang Daoxian was discussing something with Lin Aochen, and when he saw Yi Tian coming over, he immediately welcomed him. Lin Ao just nodded, then asked with a smile, "How was the harvest from this retreat?" Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The Dao rhythm is there, but it always feels like Jindan is one step short. How are you guys doing?" "AI." Wang Daoxian sighed and said, "It's still the same, but this is already very rare. After all, it's only been 3 short months." "Aha!" Yi Tian nodded. Lin Ao just smiled and said, "Although you have now cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Jiedan realm, and there is only half a step left from Jindan, but we still need to wait for an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Yi Tian asked doubtfully. "What do you say we make a foray into the No Man's Land? I've heard that most of the people in your immortal realm are practicing in the No Man's Land." Lin Aoduan pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I am also very curious about what kind of place the No Man's restricted area really is. But, since you know, what are you worried about?" Yi Tian asked rhetorically. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lin Ao dust fell into silence. Indeed, no matter who it was, after seeing the ferocity of an uninhabited forbidden zone, it would create a sense of fear. After all, it's literally the devil's own country. "Good, then let's go to the uninhabited forbidden zone and make a break for it." Lin Ao dust took a deep breath and made a decision. "Get Xiao 13 on board. The 4 of us, we should also go out and make a break for it." Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction. He believed that Lin Aoden would choose to enter the uninhabited forbidden zone. It was because the uninhabited forbidden zone held great opportunities that would help in cultivation. Of course, there is also a great deal of risk, but to Yi Tian, He had no fear of these risks at all. His blood had long since boiled. Good. I'll go get 13. The top of a lofty great mountain in the immortal region. A young man with white clothes that were snowy sat on the edge of the cliff, his eyes slightly closed as he quietly realized the sword technique. Suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes with a resolute look between his brows. He then disappeared from his position with a shake of his body. Master, disciple has returned. The youth kneeled respectfully in front of the middle-aged man. Well, sit. The middle-aged man pointed to the chair next to him and gestured. Chapter 113, Traveling to the Uninhabited Forbidden Zone without any hesitation. The youth sat down respectfully. You're also going to break into the no man's restricted area. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Yes, the youth responded. No need to be nervous. Safety first. The middle-aged man instructed. Disciple understands. The youth nodded. In addition, Master intends to let you train for a few more years, and then send you out of the no man's restricted area when the time comes, so that you can better sharpen your Tao heart and achieve more in the future. The middle-aged man barked. Disciple obeys. The youth still replied respectfully. The middle-aged man stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Go ahead. Disciple leave. A day later, 4 figures hurriedly raced past the city of Sky City and swept towards the northeast. The 4 of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of 100 feet and arrived in front of a huge ancient city. The ancient city was 10,000 feet tall, black in color, emitting a thick and vicissitudes atmosphere, as if it had existed for endless years. Around the ancient city, countless stone monuments stood, on which were densely written words, all of which recorded the origins of the ancient city, as well as various histories and legends. Dongdaling County City. This is the most prosperous and flourishing county city in the entire immortal region. There are countless strong people within the city, and it is said that there are quite a few strong people of the ferrying realm. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the grand and majestic city in front of him. His figure landed on the ground and led the 3 Wang Daoxian inside. Entering the city, Yi Tian was immediately shocked by the sight before him. Above the wide and incomparable street, the flow of people continued to flow, bustling and lively. The streets were lined with cars and the noise was deafening. As far as the eye could see, stores and restaurants were lined up, various types of magic artifacts and spiritual treasures, divine weapons, techniques and martial arts, demonic beast materials. Everything was available. You can tell that this is a thriving trading street. It's so lively here. Wang Daoxian looked left and right excitedly, as if he had seen something new. Yi Tian nodded his head and agreed. Yeah, it's hilarious. He looked around, but suddenly his face changed slightly, revealing a grave expression. In his senses, he detected a hint of danger. What's going on? Why do I feel that my back is cold and my body is covered in sweat? As if there is some kind of danger about to descend. Yi Tian furrowed his brows in dark thought. Ha ha, brother Yi, this place is really lively. Let's stroll around first. Wang Daoxian exclaimed, pulling Yi Tian's arm towards a lavishly decorated store. At this time, Lin Ao Dust and Xiao 13 were following behind Yi Tian's duo with a thoughtful look. Old Lin, what's wrong with you? Yi Tian saw that Lin Ao Duan's expression was a bit abnormal, so he stopped and inquired in a low voice. Lin Ao Dust came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. It's fine. It's fine. I just remembered a past event. After listening to Lin Aoqian's words, Yi Tian was non-committal and continued to stroll with Wang Daoxian. Browsing down from store to store, Yi Tian didn't pursue too much for the purchase of cultivation resources, other than certain heaven-defying level spirit medicines, the unusual spirit fruits and magic weapons. He could no longer look at them. Moreover, Yi Tian did not lack money nor ordinary cultivation resources. His Yi family was so big that he wouldn't even need to come here if he wasn't not in his own family right now. The only thing Yi Tian wanted right now was to quickly ascend to the Jindan stage. Only then would he be able to step onto the desolate ancient road. This was because only by stepping onto the desolate ancient path would he be able to obtain a large amount of resources from the desolate ancient battlefield. The resources in the desolate ancient battlefield were very rich and contained many opportunities left behind by the great emperors. If one's luck exploded, one might even obtain a secret art or inheritance left behind by a great emperor. Of course, all of this had to be based on being able to return alive from the desolate ancient battlefield. Otherwise, he would only be able to drink in the desolate ancient battlefield, and Yi Tian's goal was to go back alive. All of this would require him to keep working hard to improve his strength. The 3 of them, Wang Daoxian, who were shopping, also saw Yi Tian's thoughts. Thus, the 3 of them stopped what they were doing and accompanied Yi Tian to make small talk together. Brother Yi, when do we move? Or is it better to follow the others? Lin Ao Dust asked. Because many cultivators with low cultivation levels mostly formed teams and went to explore the uninhabited forbidden zone together. Not for a while. Yi Tian shook his head. Although those teams have many people, Most of them are weak and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to withstand the attack of that truly powerful ferocious beast, so I'm going to act alone, Yi Tian said, raising his head to the sky, his eyes deep and profound. He knew that every time he entered the uninhabited forbidden zone, he would die or be injured. But what could be done about it? It's a world of the weak and the strong. If he was strong enough, then he would dominate. And not only would he not die, but he would be able to obtain a large number of opportunities. And now, apparently not strong enough. Therefore, he decided to separate from Shao 13 and explore the uninhabited forbidden zone alone. Do you really want to go alone? That's very dangerous. At those words, Lin Aodin was startled. He had heard about the terror of the no man's restricted area and he had seen it with his own eyes, so he was naturally unwilling to see Yi Tian go into danger alone. It doesn't matter, since I've made a decision. I won't regret it. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and said firmly. But, Wang Daoxian hesitated for a long time, wanting to speak, and finally did not say the words of persuasion. Yi Tian insisted on being alone. They couldn't stop or change it. Moreover, Yi Tian's strength wasn't bad, so once he was in danger, they couldn't help at all. I wish you the best of luck, Wang Daoxian said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Yi Tian smiled, then turned his head to look at Shao 13 and said, let's move separately. Alright, brother Yi, you have to be more careful. Never try to be brave, Shao 13 solemnly urged, worried about Yi Tian's safety. Aha! Yi Tian nodded and then walked towards the other side, disappearing into the sea of people. Yi Tian came along the ancient city to the outskirts of the uninhabited forbidden area and found a secluded valley to sit on his knees. The uninhabited forbidden zone was 1,000,000 miles away from the ancient city, and this place was calmer compared to the other directions, suitable for Yi Tian to recuperate. He had just closed his eyes when he suddenly felt an inexplicable danger enveloping his heart. Hiss! There is a situation. Yi Tian snapped his eyes open and quickly stood up, while offering his flying sword to stare intently at the distant sky, a stern sharpness radiating from his eyes. Shoo! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound resounded through the void, and a strand of cold aura flashed through the sky, shooting towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian was instantly alert and waved his flying sword to meet the enemy. A brilliant sword light rushed up to the sky and slashed on top of those cold ons. Chapter 114, Strange blood flame just entered and ran into an enemy. Is this the no man's land? Yi Tian's heart trembled and his eyes became more and more gloomy. Boo! A muffled sound suddenly exploded, and Yi Tian was directly blasted back 10 feet away. After that ray of cold aura was dispersed, it turned into debris floating down in the sky. Ha! How dare you sneak attack me? Get the hell out! Yi Tian shouted angrily, his body's true essence surging madly. Immediately, he was seen slapping the ground with one palm, bouncing his body violently, and rushing towards the dense trees in front of him. He knew the enemy was hiding in the canopy and had to be taken care of as soon as possible. Boom! Yi Tian slammed his fist on top of a giant tree that was nearly 100 meters tall, and the entire tree instantly crumbled and collapsed, filling the air with smoke and dust. However, there was no figure waiting for him. Humph! Playing God, have the guts to come out for me. Yi Tian let out a cold snort and swung his fist once again, ruthlessly smashing towards a large tree next to him. Boo! There was another muffled sound. The huge tree in front of Yi Tian snapped directly, and at the trunk break, blood splattered everywhere and an arm fell down. Yi Tian reached out and took that arm into his hand, and after some careful observation, he realized that it was a white arm with crystalline bones and snow-white skin. What is this? Yi Tian frowned slightly. He had never seen such white bones similar to those carved out of white jade before, much less sure exactly what they were. No matter what, this was definitely not a mortal item and should be considered a treasure. Shoo! Right at this moment, all of a sudden, a cool sensation came from the spine position of Yi Tian's back, as if something had drilled into his clothes. Yi Tian's heart was aghast, and he quickly turned his head to look, but he realized that there was nothing strange. The surrounding area was nothing but big trees, and he couldn't even hear the chirping of insects and birds. Illusions? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and gave a dark cry of strangeness, but in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his face instantly froze. A drop of bright red blood dripped down, right on top of the white bone he had just held in his hand. Instantly, a ball of flame burned above Yi Tian's right arm, and the intense pain caused him to suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss! Yi Tian drew in a cool breath and hurriedly ran his gong method to suppress the weird blood fire. However, as if the blood fire had a spiritual nature, it was simply uncontrollable, still searing his arm and spreading to his left shoulder and neck, even penetrating into his head. A cold tingle hit his heart, as if something had burrowed into his mind. Roar! At the same time, a deafening roar suddenly came from Yi Tian's ears, vibrating the 9 heavens and shaking the sky. Immediately afterward the scene in front of him changed radically. The originally deserted and secluded jungle became eerie and dark, with countless hideous and horrible monsters pouncing on him with their teeth and claws open and murderous. Roar! Suddenly, a monstrous beast covered in blazing blood flames roared up to the sky with an appalling might. Roar! Ow! All of a sudden, the group of devils danced, the ghosts cried and wailed, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Swish! Yi Tian woke up with a jolt. He was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, and he looked very tired, huffing and puffing. Yi Tian gasped 2 mouthfuls of rough air as a touch of bitterness surfaced above his cheeks. I can't imagine that the uninhabited forbidden zone is so terrifying. Just now if I had been a little careless, I might have already lost my life on the spot. Yi Tian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead as a wave of fear rose in his heart. Although the no man's land is filled with all kinds of demonic and evil things that are feared, but not every time you come in, you die. After some cultivators mistakenly entered the forbidden zone, they happened to come across some weak demonic beasts, and they often took the opportunity to kill them and seize demonic cores as well as other resources. Therefore, this uninhabited forbidden area instead became a place for cultivators to practice. It seems that this year's uninhabited forbidden zone is extraordinarily dangerous. Yi Tian shook his head as a faint smile appeared on his face. Not worried. No matter what, he would continue to explore deeper and deeper in search of opportunities. After looking at the white jade hand bone in his hand, he slightly pondered for a moment before placing it into his storage ring. Immediately, he headed towards the interior of the uninhabited forbidden zone. The outer perimeter wasn't much of a danger, and the resources were pretty much scavenged. Rumble. Ka-ching. At the same time when Yi Tian was deep into the uninhabited forbidden area, a strong aura suddenly burst out from the top of a certain mountain peak that was thousands of miles away. Buzz off! The majestic and vast power swept through the 8 directions, causing the nearby mountains to shake with it, as if they were about to collapse, which could be described as astonishing. Finally a breakthrough. At the top of the mountain cliff, a strong and low voice came out steeply from the stone gate cave. As the words rang out, a burly and strong figure slowly stepped out of the stone door and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The man wore a gray linen robe, with a well-proportioned and upright figure, thick and dark eyebrows, and a gaze as bright as electricity. Yi Tian, Xiao 13, Wang Daoxian, Lin Ao Dust, Yu 4, wait for me. This person was clearly Luokong, who was on the verge of death, and would have died in the 3000 Dao state if he didn't have a life-preserving base card. Now that he has regained his life, he will definitely take revenge. Luokong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Roar! At the other end, the southern part of the no man's land, as a burst of thunder exploded, the entire world seemed to be plunged into chaos, and storm clouds stirred in the void, infinite energy raging across. Wherever it went, not an inch of grass could grow. Everything was destroyed, simply terrifying to the extreme. Boom! A figure suddenly descended from the void and fell heavily to the ground, knocking a huge crater out of the ground. This person was in a miserable shape. His body was bruised and bloody, and he could barely see his original appearance. Put! Suddenly, the man violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. His eyes gradually lost focus, and a large amount of black blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, his breath rapidly failing. Huffing, puffing, the man lifted his head with difficulty, staring around with blank eyes, muttering under his breath, "Is this the forbidden area?" If Yi Tian was here he could recognize that the other party was none other than Wang Daoxian. After separating from Yi Tian, Wang Daoxian followed a small team into the uninhabited forbidden zone. And now, only Wang Daoxian was left in the entire squad, including that captain, all of whom perished. Put! Wang Daoxian was paralyzed on the ground, looking at the demonic beast in front of him, a look of horror in his eyes. It was a terrifying demonic beast with a huge body that was 20 feet tall. It had dark green fur, scarlet eyes, sharp fangs, and exuded a monstrous bloodthirsty aura all over its body. At this moment, the demonic beast was prostrate on the ground and was surveying Wang Daoxian with a greedy look. Gulp! Wang Daoxian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a deep fear surging in his eyes. This demonic beast was too powerful, and its mere scent caused him to tremble, not to mention that it was so huge in size. Its strength had definitely reached the Demon King level, which could be considered terrifying. Chapter 115, Falling Phoenix Ridge Dam. Looking at the terrifying demonic beast in front of him, Wang Daoxian gritted his teeth and cursed. If it was usual, Wang Daoxian would definitely choose to escape without hesitation. After all, there is hope only when you stay alive. However, at this time, the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, coupled with the fact that he was heavily injured. It was very difficult for him to move, and he could not run away at all. Roar! The demonic beast roared and furiously charged towards Wang Daoxian. The demonic beast was incredibly fast, and in a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wang Daoxian, waving its sharp claws to smash the hard rocks on the ground, and slashed at him fiercely. Wang Daoxian was scared out of his wits and hurriedly performed his secret technique, urging the last remnants of spiritual energy in his dantian to fend off the attack. Boo! A deafening muffled sound suddenly resounded, and Wang Daoxian was instantly blown away by the demonic beast, smashing down heavily 100 meters away. Suffering from the fierce attack, Wang Daoxian's chest was in severe pain and he couldn't help but spray out large mouthfuls of black blood. That wasn't all. The demonic beast seemed to feel that it wasn't yet relieved of its hatred, and once again roared angrily as it chased after them. Hiss! Seeing the demonic beast charging over again, Wang Daoxian immediately felt his scalp numb and his soul was dead. He had never met such a terrifying demonic beast before. Even the strongest demonic beast he had once encountered among the 3,000 Dao states was inferior to it. Now that Wang Daoyuan's body was depleted of spiritual energy, he could not escape the demonic beast's devouring. It's over. It's going to be planted here. But just at this time, a cold and piercing voice rang out. Sinful animal, suffer death. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a bellowing cry, a golden light cut through the void and chopped straight at the demonic beast's head. Boom boom boom. The demonic beast roared up to the sky and struggled angrily. However, the might carried by the golden aura was exceptionally astonishing, as one slash was followed by 3 more slashes in succession. Boo! Accompanied by 3 deafening loud sounds, the demonic beast's head was directly severed by the golden aura. The demonic beast's carcass smashed heavily into the ground, setting off a sky full of mud and sand. Seeing this scene, Wang Daoxian's pupils suddenly shrunk and his face was filled with horror. Swish! The golden light swept in and transformed into a middle-aged man clad in golden armor with a heroic appearance, floating and standing in mid-air. The man was instrumental, but he sensed that the other man was not as young as he appeared. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind spun rapidly in his thoughtful mind. Senior, asked Wang Daoxian tentatively. What's your name? The middle-aged man raised his sword brows. Late generation Wang Daoxian. Greetings to senior. Wang Daoxian said respectfully. Although the other party had saved him, he didn't dare to let his guard down because the other party's cultivation was too strong, making him a bit intimidated. So you're Wang Daoxian. I remember that you're an innate thunder body. The middle-aged man nodded his head with a faint smile, and a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. Hearing these words, Wang Daoxian's face changed non-stop, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Senior, how did you know about this matter? The middle-aged man, however, did not reply to his words, but rather, after some slight thinking, he then spoke. Would you like to be my teacher? What? Upon hearing this, Wang Daoxian's eyes widened and he said with a face full of surprise. This result was clearly beyond his expectations. A hallowed Saint King powerhouse actually wanted to take him as his disciple? Wang Daoxian felt like he was dreaming. Everything was too ridiculous. Right, elder? I didn't hear it wrong. Did I? You want to take me as your disciple? Wang Daoxian looked at the middle-aged man with a stunned expression and a sense of trance. You heard right. I'm going to take you as my disciple. The middle-aged man shook his head indifferently and said, Your current situation is very bad. The 5 organs and 6 bowels in your body are severely traumatized. If you don't get early medical treatment, I'm afraid you won't last more than 2 days. If you agree, I will be your master from now on. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you will be a fall. Wang Daoxian's face shifted in a cloudy expression, and he was caught in a tangle for a while. If he could become a middle-aged disciple, he would certainly be eager to do so, but the problem was that this middle-aged man was not clear about his situation, and if he rashly took him on as a disciple, I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help him recover from his injuries. Wouldn't it be bad luck if this guy thought he was a monster? Wang Daoxian hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he didn't dare to refuse. Alright, since senior is sincere in inviting me, I, Wang, will honorably pay my respects. Aha! The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then his right hand flicked through the air, and a purple ball shot out, landing steadily in front of Wang Daoxian. Take it and you will be cured. Many thanks, senior. Wang Daoxian arched his hand in thanks and carefully held up the orb. As he watched Wang Daoxian take medicine to heal his injuries, the middle-aged man's mouth curved into a bizarre arc. Yi Tian had arrived at the moment in a mountain range in an uninhabited forbidden area, which had a unique name. Falling Phoenix Ridge. It was said that an ancient divine beast was buried at the bottom of the Falling Phoenix Ridge, a place where a great emperor had once beheaded a phoenix and eventually perished. The Falling Phoenix Ridge was vast and boundless, growing all sorts of precious herbs and mineral resources. It was a piece of feng shui treasure. It was a pity that the Falling Phoenix Ridge was full of crises, and even if some cultivators found herbs, they often perished in the mouths of powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, in recent years, very few people dared to go deeper into this place to pick spirit materials. Yi Tian had entered the mountain forest for 3 days, during which he had encountered 2 beast tides that were perilous. However, due to his strength being strong enough and his luck being quite unbelievable, he froze and didn't die. On top of that, he had also collected a large number of high-grade herbs, earning a fortune. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes showed surprise as he found a small tree with a reddish body next to a depression in the mountain forest. Flame tree. Looking at the small tree, Yi Tian trembled with excitement. The flame tree was one of the main medicines used in the refining of the 9-elemental pill. Extremely rare and uncommon, with a value even more exorbitant than that of ordinary spirit medicines. Ha! Didn't expect to run into the flame tree here. It's really like stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting it is no effort at all. Yi Tian was ecstatic and excited. During this period of time, he had been searching for a few other elixirs to refine the 9-elemental pill. Unfortunately, each of these is very hard to find, and it's possible that you'll never even find them. The only other spirit medicine was the flame tree, and he was more than 80% certain that it could definitely be practiced into a 9-yuan dan. As long as he took the 9-elemental pill, he would hopefully break through to the Jindan realm. Once he became a Jindan, then he would be able to fly in the sky and hide in the earth, and many of the techniques that he could not practice could be practiced. Moreover, he also possessed a strong physical body, and martial artists of the same rank were not his match at all. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't wait to pounce. Swish! However, just then, the surrounding jungle suddenly shook. In the next moment, he only saw a black snake violently rushing out, its bloody mouth opening and devouring towards Yi Tian. Not good. Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly drew back. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the black snake in the abdomen. Black Snake's body lurched and he was kicked several feet away. It was just about to attack again when suddenly 2 more black pythons came out, one on the left and one on the right to clip Yi Tian. Chapter 116, Homology Shit. Seeing this, Yi Tian's face changed drastically, cursing himself for being too careless. Just now, all of his attention was focused on the flame tree, completely ignoring his surroundings. It was only at this moment that he realized that a dozen black snakes had already appeared around him. Surrounding him, these black snakes were huge, their scales were hard, and their defense was so strong that they could be called invulnerable to swords and spears, and water and fire. Even the peak of the Jedan realm might not be able to help them. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian immediately felt his scalp explode and a wave of creepiness, worthy of being the habitat of ferocious beasts. Even the snakes are so ferocious and tyrannical. Yi Tian was not a generalized person. He immediately urged the aura in his body and formed a shield to wrap his whole body. Although the aura shield could not block the black python's attack, offsetting 1 or 2 would always allow Yi Tian to take a breath. Hiss! The black snake hissed madly and attacked Yi Tian with open teeth and claws, as if it was itching to tear him apart. Bang! After a short exchange, Yi Tian was losing ground. With only a mortal body, he could not block the black python's attacks. If it continued, he certainly wouldn't be able to support it for long. Damn! Spell it out! With a clench of his teeth, Yi Tian gave up. Immediately afterward, he took out the peculiar stone tablet and quickly instilled his aura. As Yi Tian's aura surged into the stone monument, it suddenly bloomed with light. With a buzzing sound, the stone monument steeply emitted an intense and blinding white light, illuminating the entire mountain forest. In the next moment, an incomparably majestic pressure instantly swept out. Rumble, click, crackle, whimper. In an instant, the originally hideous and manic dozen of black pythons trembled in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground as if they had seen something horrible. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? Why are they afraid of this stone tablet?" Roar! Just as Yi Tian was pondering, a deafening roar came. Only a huge green bird with flames spread over its body and wings on its back was seen descending from the sky. As soon as it landed, it released a monstrous might, causing the void to tremble violently. Plop! Before Yi Tian could react, he was crushed to the ground by this might, unable to move at all. Even though he had exerted a secret technique to enhance his cultivation, he still couldn't withstand the appalling pressure and almost fainted on the spot. Qingluan! Yi Tian's eyes were round, shocked beyond words. He was just then wondering why the black python was afraid. That stone tablet of his could only withstand the attacks of Jindan stage cultivators. Although it could withstand the attacks of those black pythons, it wasn't enough to exterminate these demonic beasts. Now he realized that it was the natural enemy that had come. This green one in front of him was at least a demon king level demonic beast, or even higher. The green one slowly scanned the entire field, eventually resting on the crimson flame tree, her eyes filled with a look of longing. Roar! the green Luan raised its voice to the sky and chirped, shocking the beasts, and under its shock, all the black pythons knelt down and submitted to show their respect. Suddenly, Yi Tian thought of something, so for the sake of testing, he silently stimulated the Golden Crow Supreme Body and ran the Great Sun True Scripture to increase it. In the next moment, a domineering and fiery fire attribute spiritual energy erupted from his body, as if it was as dazzling as a round of golden sun. As soon as this scorching aura appeared, all the black pythons instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling non-stop, looking extremely fearful. At the same time, a nebulous attraction drew from the ground, as if something was calling him. This power. Why does it fascinate me so much? Yi Tian had 1,000 doubts in his heart. Although the Golden Crow Supreme Body and the Great Sun True Scripture were from the same source and the same family, he knew that the Golden Crow Supreme Body was definitely more than just the ones he had mastered. Perhaps, this isn't the falling Phoenix Ridge at all, but the place where a golden crow fell. That green Luan seemed to have seen Yi Tian's extraordinary nature as well, and its soulful eyes were staring at him without blinking. You, with the Golden Crow bloodline? It spat out human words, and a cold female voice came out of its mouth. Ah! When he heard the green Luan speak, Yi Tian was stunned, not expecting this green Luan to speak. However, he quickly calmed down as Qingluan's tone was not vicious, but instead gave off a sense of closeness. Are you saying that there is golden crow blood flowing in my body? Yi Tian inquired with a slight frown on his brow, full of surprise. Although he knew that the Golden Crow bloodline was precious, he didn't expect it to be precious to this extent. That's right. Qingluan nodded heavily. You carry the Golden Crow bloodline. A pure-blooded Golden Crow. Golden Crow bloodline? Yi Tian was stunned as a strong doubt surfaced on his face. Is it because I have the Golden Crow Supreme Body? Come with me. Qingluan didn't explain too much and flew directly in front of that flaming tree. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian hesitated a little before walking over. He knew very well that this green Luan in front of him was very powerful and wanted to kill him by casually moving his hands. Besides, the other party had brought him here, so he should have another intention. Yi Tian carefully approached the flame tree and carefully observed its branches and leaves, only to see that above each leaf, a faint fiery red halo flickered, containing pure to the core aura. The trunk of the tree was even covered with dense lines, which hid a hint of fiery red light, revealing an ancient and vicissitudes flavor. On top of that, there were surprisingly 5 or 6 thumb-sized fruits growing between the leaves. These fruits were fiery red in color, with a faint flame burning on their surface. The fruits give off an aroma that is invigorating to smell. Seeing this, Yi Tian's eyes snapped round and his heartbeat accelerated. This was because he knew that once these fruits were eaten, they would not only enhance the cultivator's physical strength, but also his cultivation. Ha ha! This is simply too good. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh joyfully, his heart bursting with excitement. He believed that Qingluan would never deceive him, and that there must be some sort of chance of creation here. This fruit is for you. I hope you can remember what happened to you today and repay me properly in the future. Qingluan suddenly took out a flame-encrusted fruit and threw it over. Yi Tian raised his hand and grabbed the fruit, his heart filled with excitement and delight. However, he didn't rush to eat it, but gazed at it. A moment later, Yi Tian secretly nodded his head. That's right. This is indeed the vermilion fruit, the most important herb for refining the nirvana pill. Vermilion fruit was an extremely rare spirit fruit, said to be a special product of ancient ruins. Not only was it tremendously effective, but it could also quench a cultivator's bloodline, doubling it to 100%. Even though Yi Tian already possessed the Golden Crow Supreme Body, he still needed the vermilion fruit to help with the metamorphosis. Thanks a lot. He didn't have the means to refine the nirvana pill now either, so he could only wait for the future to try to refine it again. After all, with his current realman ability, he couldn't even manage a Dan furnace, so he naturally couldn't refine pills. Since you received the vermilion fruit, you must remember your oath. Chapter 117 Absorbing the Golden Crow Origin. The green Luan let out a light hum, then opened her mouth and spewed out a scorching hot breath, wrapping the flaming tree and instantly transforming into a ball of fire suspended in midair. Let's go, Junior. Don't forget in the future, you owe me a favor. Qingluan spoke proudly and led Yi Tian towards the depths of the valley. Yi Tian followed Qingluan closely, asking with a curious face, what exactly does Senior have to command? Please feel free to say it, as long as the Senior can do it. There will never be any second thoughts. Hearing Yi Tian's assurance, Qingluan's eyes slightly fluctuated a few times. Your strength is still too weak right now. Let's talk about it later. I will protect you later and wish you a breakthrough to the Jindan mark. After Qingluan said this, she led Yi Tian out of the valley. At the same time, outside the falling Phoenix Ridge, dozens of disciples gathered around the entrance of the cave, looking into the depths of the cave with frightened faces. What should we do? We've been searching for so long, but we've never been able to find Yi Tian. What should we do now? A young man at the Jindan level was anxious. Yeah, according to what Master said, we must find Yi Tian within 3 days, and now that 3 days have passed, he must have been eaten by wild beasts. In that case, aren't we disobeying our Master's orders? When the Master pursues us, who can take the responsibility? The people were all talking, and they all felt that Yi Tian was in a bad way, and might even be devoured by the demonic beasts. Alas, as things stand now, we can only report to the Master first. As for how to follow up the aftermath, it's better to let the Master decide. When the words fell, the young man took out a jade talisman and crushed it, then disappeared without a trace. The rest of them followed suit, each sacrificing jade talismans to make contact. Elder, where are we going with this now? Yi Tian followed behind Qingwan and asked as he walked. Oh, you'll see soon enough. Qingwan smiled mysteriously and continued to walk forward. Not long afterward, they arrived at the depths of the falling Phoenix Ridge. Ahead was a dense forest, with large trees blocking out the sun. Yi Tian raised his eyes and looked out, only to see that the depths of the forest were filled with mist, and his vision was severely obstructed. Ha! What's that? The corner of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed as he saw a stone bridge. The stone bridge leads to a place shrouded in mist, but due to the distance, it is impossible to see the condition at the end of the bridge. Just as Yi Tian was about to exert his divine sense to investigate, he heard Qingwan stop in a cold voice. Careful, that's no ordinary stone bridge. Isn't this just an ordinary stone bridge? Yi Tian asked with a face full of astonishment. Of course not. That stone bridge is an illusionary formation. Illusion formation? Yi Tian's brows furrowed as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He'd never heard of it before, and there were such strange things. Qingwan didn't pay any attention to him, and her huge figure slowly shrunk, eventually actually changing into the appearance of a young girl, spinning his feet forward. Soon she came near the stone bridge and then leapt onto it. Yi Tian looked at the young girl in front of him, shocked, and at the same time hurriedly followed. After stepping onto the stone bridge, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. As if in a dream, the scene in front of him turned into something else. Illusion. Yi Tian was suddenly enlightened. What was in front of him was exactly the kind of illusion Yi Tian had once seen, or rather something he had sensed in the illusion formation. It was only that he was just now comprehending the skin of the matter, and it wasn't really an illusion at all. At this moment, Yi Jingyi realized that the stone bridge in front of him was a powerful illusion formation with a powerful and weird pressure. Qingwan stepped onto the stone bridge and immediately released a powerful spiritual defense shield, firmly guarding herself. Although Yi Tian also knew illusion techniques, he did not expect that someone would use them on a stone bridge, but after thinking about it, he understood. Qingwan was at the very least at the level of a demon king, and her level of illusionism was naturally extraordinary. Soon, the things in front of Yi Tian's eyes changed once again, and a huge altar appeared in front of him, and on top of that altar, only a ferocious beast with a glowing body that emitted a terrifying aura was taken lying there. But when he really looked clearly at the appearance of the ferocious beast in front of him, his heart trembled. Three-legged golden crow. That's right. In front of him was the corpse of a demon saint-level golden crow that had been dead for many years. It was just that he didn't know for what reason. This corpse seemed to have been imprisoned by some kind of powerful existence, still maintaining its lifelike form. What is even more shocking is that the surface of the golden crow's body is covered with scaly armor, and its wings are actually about 100 zhangzhan long after opening. What is your intention in bringing me here? Yi Tian was a little flustered. This would be a panic for anyone else. The golden crow in front of him, it is estimated that it is only one step away from the demon emperor. Now that he had fallen for so many years, he still exuded such a terrifying aura. When it was alive, I still dared to fight it, let alone now that it's dead through and through. So what are you afraid of it for? Qingwan said nonchalantly, reaching out to grab Yi Tian's collar and throwing it straight onto the altar. What for? Yi Tian was just thrown directly on top of the altar, scaring him so much that he jumped up in a hurry. As a result, as soon as he stood still, he immediately took another 2 steps backward, staring in surprise. What's going on? Why can't I feel the killing machine above the altar? At this time, Yi Tian had already arrived at the central position of the altar, and he suddenly noticed that the surrounding area was filled with a strong vitality and auspiciousness. Moreover, this blood-colored pattern on the altar was very complex, hiding some sort of arcane aura. In particular, this auspicious chi had a fatal attraction to him, making him impatient to cultivate it. However, Yi Tian didn't know what kind of gongfu it was, much less thought about raising his cultivation level with the help of this gongfu. Qingwan smiled bashfully and said as she raised her hand to point at the blood-red lines, "If I were to kill you, I would have killed you a long time ago. Now immediately cultivate for me." As long as you succeed in absorbing the Golden Crow origin, I will release you. After saying these words, Qinghuan did not wait for Yi Tian to react before she flew and swept off the stone bridge, speeding towards the depths of the forest. Seeing Qinghuan leave, Yi Tian froze there, looking at the blood-red lines with a bewildered expression. Absorb the origin? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. This is a real demon saint level Golden Crow. Its origin. I am afraid that it will directly hold itself up and explode. You come back. You come back here. I don't want your juju anymore, okay? You let me out. However, no matter how much he called out, Qinghuan simply ignored him. In the end, he could only sit cross-legged on the ground and run his spiritual energy, trying to absorb the Golden Crow origin on top of the altar. In just a few moments, he was pale and in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. So powerful. With my current strength, trying to absorb the Golden Crow origin is simply harder than climbing up to the sky. It seems that the only way to hope to absorb it is to wait until the Jindan realm. Yi Tian shook his head and sighed as he began to prepare to break through Jindan first before considering how to absorb the Golden Crow origin. Chapter 118, Sister Qing. With Yi Tian's full concentration on running his gongfu, a trace of pure heaven and earth spiritual qi converged and surged into his body along his surrounding acupoints, nourishing the meridians in his body. It had to be said that the quality of the aura here in Yi Tian's place was really high, especially the attribute of fire that was contained in all of the aura next to the Golden Crow's corpse. Yi Tian slowly condensed a crimson orb as shown in the gongfu, which was precisely the condensation of aura. This crimson red spirit ball slowly entered the dantian under Yi Tian's control and immersed itself outside the body of a golden dan. Then he adjusted his spiritual energy again and slowly opened his eyes, staring at the Golden Crow origin. Phew! Yi Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, then began to operate his gong method, pulling the crimson spirit ball slowly closer to the Golden Crow origin. As the spirit ball approached, the golden yellow feathers of the Golden Crow's corpse gradually glowed with dazzling light and emitted infinite flame heat. As if sensing the danger of the spirit ball, the top of the Golden Crow's corpse bone suddenly burned with a blazing flame, wrapping the crimson spirit ball. As the crimson spirit ball got a little bit closer, the firelight became more and more prevalent. Yi Tian only felt that the spirit orb was sending back scorchingly hot temperatures, even causing his own body to endure inexplicable burning pain. Is this the Golden Crow's origin fire? It's really overbearing enough. It's fortunate that I've already reached the Jedan stage of cultivation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and held on, urging his spiritual energy to continue to come closer, and finally fused completely into the spiritual liquid. In an instant, Yi Tian felt that his body seemed to have turned into a furnace, and the spiritual energy in his body rapidly boiled up, constantly tumbling and impacting his strange meridians and veins. He knew that he was about to advance in rank, and at that moment, Qinghuan's voice suddenly came to his ears. Fix your mind. Don't let him erode your sanity. Hearing this voice, Yi Tian jolted awake and hurriedly closed his eyes and concentrated, suppressing the riotous aura in his body. It had to be said that Qinghuan was quite reliable at critical moments. As Yi Tian suppressed it, the agitation within his body gradually calmed down, and a crimson spirit light began to surface within his dantian, constantly traveling through his limbs and bones. Yi Tian was finally considered to have completed the first step of advancing to the Jindan stage. As a sharp tingling pain came from within his body, the liquid that the aura in his body had turned into began to coalesce. A golden dan the size of a tiger's eye began to rotate inside his dantian, expanding and finally becoming the size of an egg with a reddish color. The moment he opened his eyes, the surface of his body emitted a dazzling golden aura, as if his entire body had turned into a sun, illuminating the darkness in all directions. Is this the Jindan? He could feel that the majestic spiritual power contained within this golden elixir was definitely capable of easily exterminating any cultivator below Yuaning. Although he had only just stepped into the Jindan now, his battle power was absolutely heaven-defying. What a strong power! This Golden Crow's origin is actually this powerful, Yi Tian said with eyes full of excitement, itching to roar a few times up to the sky to vent some of the stirring emotions in his heart. Alright, it's just a promotion to the Jindan stage. What's all the fuss about? And don't forget, if you can't absorb the Golden Crow origin, you'll stay in there forever. Qinghuan's icy voice came, interrupting Yi Tian's reverie. When Yi Tian heard this, he hurriedly bowed low and saluted, saying sincerely, Senior, thanks Senior. Although he didn't know why the other party must be obsessed with letting her absorb the Golden Crow's origin, since the other party had helped him, plus absorbing the Golden Crow's origin had great benefits for him. Alright, in the future, feel free to give me what you need. I'll help you find it. Also, don't try to escape. The formations at the edge of the altar are enough to make saints fear. After Qinghuan finished speaking, she didn't pay any more attention to Yi Tian and floated straight out of the ancient tomb. Yi Tian saw that Qing Luan had disappeared before he stood up to move his muscles and check his current strength. He is not bad. I'm afraid my current strength is already equivalent to the peak of the third Jindan, Yi Tian said with satisfaction. He felt that his body was now filled with explosive power, and he couldn't wait to immediately find someone to spar with right now. But he couldn't go out at all right now, and could only honestly stay in the altar and absorb the Golden Crow origin, because this altar was refined from the Golden Crow's skeletal remains and the Golden Crow's soul. It was more useful to him. Yi Tian condensed the Crimson Spirit Orb over and over again, making the Golden Dan bigger and bigger. At the same time, the Crimson Spirit Liquid was also diluted by him non-stop, turning into a rich spirit liquid that was incorporated within the Golden Dan. At the same time, the Golden Crow's soul was not willing to be left alone, constantly devouring the Crimson Spiritual Liquid. Gradually, the Crimson Spirit Liquid decreased while the Golden Crow's soul grew several times larger. The original Golden Crow's soul was at most the size of a palm, but now it had enlarged by about half, and its color had turned dark brown, vaguely revealing some golden light. Yi Tian knew that as his cultivation increased, the color of the Golden Crow's soul would change along with it. By the time he broke through to the Yuaning stage, it was estimated that the Golden Crow's soul had already returned to its normal state. After an unknown amount of time, he only felt a surge of raging energy erupt from his body. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the Jindan in his body completely transformed into a Golden Dan, with a golden halo flowing and shining with an eye-catching radiance. At the same time, his cultivation smoothly advanced to the peak of the fourth level of Jindan, and he was only a hair's breadth away from the middle stage of Jindan. And right at this moment, the Crimson Spirit Liquid within the altar had long been drained. Now he had already absorbed like a tenth of the Golden Crow origin. Is that the limit already? Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes as a flash of gold flashed in his eyes. Senpai, are you there? He shouted into the void. A moment later, a clear and pleasant woman's voice floated out from the void. Ah! Yi Tian froze for a moment. I didn't realize that the Green Luan actually existed. What? Surprised? I was outside the altar the whole time. Yi Tian hurriedly said respectfully. Greetings, senior. Cheng Luan hummed. Don't call me senior, just call me Sister Cheng. Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and said, Good. May I ask Sister Cheng, who exactly are you? And I really can't absorb this Golden Crow origin, and I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation now, so can you let me out? Cut the crap. Your priority now is to finish absorbing the remaining origin. Cheng Luan said seriously. Yi Tian instantly blushed with embarrassment and asked with a sarcastic smile. I really didn't lie to you. Don't believe me. Probe yourself. I can't hold all of these origins in my body. 1/10 of it is already the limit of the limit, and this is still due to the fact that I have the Golden Crow Supreme Body. Cheng Luan glanced at him lightly and said, Of course I know your current situation, but you don't need to worry now. As long as you follow the Gong method I taught you to run the circumference of the sky and refine and absorb these origins within the Golden Dan, and leave the rest to me. Oh, Yi Tian nodded in agreement, not daring to question anything further. Chapter 119 Leaving the altar. Yi Tian followed the Gong method taught by Qing Luan to run the circumference of the sky, absorbing those residual spiritual qi into the Dantian Jin Dan. As the aura was absorbed and refined by the Golden Dan, Yi Tian's realm stabilized. The strength of his physical body, the toughness of his meridians, his internal organs and bones and flesh had all been greatly refined and strengthened, and his entire body seemed to have grown taller and become more masculine. This situation continued for some time, and Yi Tian felt that the origin aura within his Dantian was almost ready to be absorbed. Solidify your mind. Later I'm going to seal all of his power into you. Whether you can get through this depends on whether you have the life or not. After hearing Qing Luan's instructions, Yi Tian immediately closed his eyes and tried to maintain his calm and peaceful mind. This was not the first time he had encountered this situation, so he didn't panic too much. After all, for Qing Luan, he still had a use for him. After a while, Qing Luan suddenly drank. Relax your mind. Yi Tian immediately did as he was told. In the next moment, Yi Tian felt a huge amount of energy surging towards his mind's sea of consciousness, then instantly occupied his sea of consciousness and began to crazily impact his spiritual platform and sea of consciousness barriers. The process was agonizingly painful, as if the soul was shattering. Even though Yi Tian had expected it, he still couldn't endure it and let out a soft cry with his lips slightly open. However, he didn't retreat because of this. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to silently revolve the Sun True Scripture. I don't know how long it took, but the intense pain that tore at his soul finally dissipated, and was replaced by a warm, comforting stream of heat. It was a golden bead floating in Yi Tian's mind. It was crystal clear, as if it was cast in topaz, and it contained a vast and majestic pure energy that was daunting. Yi Tian understood that the Jindan had become a reality. and he had finally stepped into a realm that cultivators could only dream of. However, the power of the Golden Crow origin began to pour into his body at this time. Ah! Yi Tian howled miserably up to the sky, his body trembling, and the surface of his skin glowing with a golden haze. Although the Golden Crow's origin contained endless energy, it was exceptionally overbearing, and once it entered the body it wantonly destroyed Yi Tian's physical body. The taste is nothing short of excruciating. Patience. Hold fast to your heart. You must hold on if you want to live. In his mind came Qingwan's scolding voice. As soon as her words fell, the pain that seared the soul suddenly skyrocketed, as if flames were burning, causing one to ache. However, Yi Tian did not choose to give up as he clenched his teeth and desperately resisted the pain brought about by the Golden Crow origin. Absorb me. Yi Tian's mind turned rapidly, frantically urging the Golden Dan in his Dantian to absorb the Golden Crow origin. The Golden Dan rapidly rotated, releasing a wave of attraction tugging at the power of the origin, and began to absorb the Golden Crow origin. How terrifying was the energy of the Golden Crow origin! The Jindan was simply unable to carry such a vast and majestic energy. However, Yi Tian did not give up. He knew that if he couldn't absorb this energy, the only thing that awaited him was death. This was never going to end the way he wanted it to. He ran his gong method over and over again, frantically drawing in the power of the Golden Crow origin, trying to incorporate it all within the Golden Dan. However, whenever he attempted to absorb this massive energy, he would suffer an extremely strong obstruction. Amidst the endless pain, Yi Tian still fainted. That was an origin left behind by a quasi-emperor level. Yi Tian had only just stepped into the Jindan stage, while at this moment, Qingwan was showing a touch of joy on his face because he could feel that Yi Tian's body was slowly devouring the Golden Crow's origin, together with the fact that there was her guarding her on the side, trying to compress the Golden Crow origin as much as possible so that it couldn't erupt into a destructive force that exceeded Yi Tian's ability to withstand it. Yi Tian was able to remain unharmed. Time passed and after an unknown amount of time, Yi Tian's Jindan was already filled with a rich golden light. At the same time, on the inner wall of the golden elixir, a tiny golden bird could be vaguely seen wandering around, majestic and extraordinary. The power of the Golden Crow origin was finally absorbed cleanly. Ha! Qingwan suddenly raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, he actually condensed out the Golden Crow true spirit. It's really strange. This little guy is really something. Qingwan originally thought that she only needed to help him completely absorb the power of this origin. However, he didn't expect that Yi Tian would actually be able to condense his true spirit at the last critical moment. Moreover, the image of the Golden Crow true spirit was very realistic and lifelike, just like the real Golden Crow without any difference. Qingwan couldn't help but secretly praise Yi Tian's perseverance. Not many cultivators of his age could even survive the erosion of the origin energy, but Yi Tian had persevered for 3 months, and had condensed the Golden Crow true spirit at the most critical moment. One had to admit that Yi Tian was indeed outstanding, far superior to many of his peers. I can finally get the hell out of here, Qingwan murmured, looking at Yi Tian who was still sleeping. A flash of expectation flashed in her eyes. This kid's potential is really great. In time, he will definitely grow into a top cultivator. After saying that, Qingwan's finger gently tapped on Yi Tian's forehead, immediately striking a piece of light. At this time, Yi Tian only felt as if he had a dream. Every day non-stop with the Golden Crow. Killing, fighting. Where is this? How come I can't see anything? Yi Tian opened his eyes in a daze and realized that his surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't reach out. He tried to remember what had happened before. That's not right. Does that mean I'm dead? Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly checked his body, finding that it was in good condition and did not have any abnormalities, and it seemed that the Jindan in his body still had an unusual power. This is the Golden Crow true spirit, Yi Tian said in surprise. He then looked closely at his right index finger. This finger turned a light golden color, and the nails were sharp, as if they were curved hooks, looking like a sharp dagger. Yi Tian had already remembered all the things that had happened before. Sister Chang, where are you? Sister Chang, Yi Tian shouted in excitement, his voice resounding throughout the altar. However, there was no sound response other than the silence and emptiness of the cave. He kept calling out to the green Luan, but the green Luan was still nowhere to be seen. Does it mean that the other side has left? Yi Tian guessed. He thought of something he had vaguely heard while he was unconscious. That Qingwan was leaving the area. We'll be able to reunite later. For sure. As the words fell, Yi Tian did not rush out, but began to check his cultivation strength. Now that he was a Jindan stage cultivator, his divine sense range extended to 200 meters. What kind of concept is this? It's equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. This was a huge boost that Yi Tian had never imagined. Moreover, he felt that the energy in the Jindan in his body seemed to be even more surging and vast. increasing by as much as several times. This made Yi Tian ecstatic, and he felt that his combat power had at least doubled, and possibly even higher. Chapter 120 Unparalleled Sword Intent. Yi Tian immediately started trying to cast various divine abilities, trying to find his newly comprehended Golden Crow's secret art. He realized that not only could he cast the Golden Crow True Spirit, he could also cast the Golden Crow Transformation Feather. Golden Crow Transformation Feather was one of the moves in the Golden Crow secret technique. As long as the Golden Crow's True Spirit was infused into the spell, it would be able to execute a powerful attack. Although it only lasted for a short time, the attack was terrifying, especially when it was suddenly cast when fighting an enemy. It could often have a strange effect. Yi Tian once again performed the Golden Crow Transformation Feather, and a layer of gorgeous golden light surged up all over his body. He felt his aura climb instantly, reaching the peak of the 5th Jindan realm. The attack power of the Golden Crow Transformation Feather is even more powerful than I imagined, but it consumes too much spiritual energy, doesn't it? Forget it, leave it alone. Yi Tian shook his head. The Jindan had become a reality and there were still many things waiting for him outside. I don't know how Master and Lin Ao Dust are doing. He had just advanced to Jindan and knew nothing about the situation here, so going out rashly in case he ran into any danger would be bad. Let's go back to the Immortal region first. Thinking of this, Yi Tian immediately rushed towards the Immortal region. On the other end, somewhere in the fairy realm, a white-robed old man stood in the middle of the void with his arms folded, his back turned to a young man, staring into the distance as if he was in deep thought. And at this moment, the young man was full of anxiety, urging in a low voice, "What on earth are you trying to do? Quickly unlock the restraints for me." At those words, the white-robed old man sighed slightly and slowly turned his head. Seeing this old man's appearance, the young man was first stunned, and then immediately roared, "Didn't you say you would take me to the Immortal region? I'm all the way there now. Why are you so slow to act?" The old man snorted coldly, staring indifferently at the other party as he asked, "I said that you can't leave before you comprehend the Peerless Sword Intent." "Bullshit. It's not like I comprehended the Peerless Sword Intent." The young man was none other than Lin Ao Dust, who was currently looking at the old man in front of him angrily. "This is clearly a deliberate delay on your part, making me stay in the Immortal realm for no reason and delaying my cultivation." The white-robed old man smiled disdainfully and said, He, I have long since seen through the red dust and have long since transcended the mundane. Do you think I would delay my cultivation because of those trivial mundane chores? You old piker is simply being forceful. If you weren't worried about delaying your cultivation, why didn't you let me in? Instead, you made me stay here." The white-robed old man glanced at him indifferently and said, "The Peerless Sword Intent is the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. I said that as long as you comprehend a trace of it, I'll let you go. Don't you dare press me with the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. I don't believe you can see through the heavenly principle and discern my Peerless Sword Tao. If you don't want to believe it, just wait." The old man said and turned to leave, leaving Lin Ao Dust with a lonely and desolate back. Lin Ao Dust looked at the stooped old figure that was moving away and cursed hatefully. "Stinking old man, don't think I care to stay here." He glared fiercely at the old man and turned around to vanish at speed. Lin Ao Dust was originally a person with a calm mind. Today, if he was not forced to do so, he would not have succumbed to the majesty of this old man. He had originally fantasized that he would be able to take revenge one day, but who would have expected that this old man would actually disregard his wishes and trap him here? Not long ago, Lin Ao Dust happened to meet an extraterrestrial disciple. That cultivator looked very young and his cultivation was not high, only at the early Foundation establishment realm. Lin Ao Dust chased after several thousand miles, still no trace of the other party, and finally had to give up. Lin Ao Dust had wanted to return to the Immortal Domain and find that mysterious old man to ask for some advice, but he didn't expect to be stopped by the other party. Unable to do anything else, Lin Ao Dust had to follow the other party's said method and close the door to cultivate and comprehend that Peerless Sword Intent. However, his dive did not yield the expected results. Instead, because of the long hours of sitting in silence, it led to a regression in cultivation and even a fall in the realm. What angered him the most was that the old man not only didn't care about him, but instead made him hone that nebulous Peerless Sword Intent. Now, even his only life-preserving card, the True Spirit, had been sealed up and was no longer what it used to be. The point where the Immortal Domain and the No Man's Land of Prohibition meet, within the City of Heaven. Yi Tian arrived at the Yi family's branch once again. Here, it's still as lively and bustling as it was last time. Yi Tian had just walked into the courtyard and was immediately greeted by someone. "My lord, you're here." It was a middle-aged woman who cried out respectfully, then extended her finger and made a gesture of invitation. "Sir, please follow me." Yi Tian did not refuse and followed the woman all the way through the halls and courtyards, coming straight to the backyard outside an attic. Yi Tian surveyed the surroundings and seeing the beautiful environment and scenery here, he could not help but nod appreciatively and secretly praised. Your Excellency, please come in. The middle-aged woman finished speaking and took the lead in pushing the door open. Is Yi Long here? Tell him to come see me. Yi Tian stepped into the house, raised his eyes and looked around, and opened the door to ask. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately revealed a difficult color. She hesitated for a long time and gritted her teeth. Yi Long he disappeared. Yi Tian's eyebrows snapped up and his gaze sharpened as he stared at the other party. Feeling Yi Tian's sharp gaze sweeping by, the middle-aged woman could not help but feel her heart jumping and could not help but cower for a moment. However, she quickly reacted and hurriedly continued. But Your Excellency, don't worry, as long as Yi Long's soul tablet is still there. Oh, that's interesting. The tip of Yi Tian's eyebrow rose lightly, and a bizarre arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The soul tablet was something that every Yi family cultivator would set up from the moment they struck. As long as the soul tablet wasn't broken, it meant that the opponent wasn't dead. Where was the last place he went? Immortal Source Town. The middle-aged woman replied without hesitation. Fairy Source Town. Yi Tian's eyes flickered as he silently recited 2 sentences. Then he waved his hand to signal the other party to go out. Yes, my lord. The women breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in farewell. When the door to the room closed, Yi Tian slowly paced to the window. He listened intently for a moment, and suddenly a playful sneer curved out of the corner of his mouth. Kind of interesting. 3 days passed in a flash. Yi Tian stayed in the Yi family branch most of the time during this period of time, except for the occasional cultivation. During this period, news of Xiao 13, Lin Aoduan and Wang Daoxian. However, Yi Tian wasn't too worried. After all, the 3 of them were all genuine sons of Heaven's Pride, only stronger than him. What's more, they were each carrying a body protection jade talisman, so even if they encountered any danger, it would be enough to protect themselves. Come on man. When night fell, Yi Tian called a servant and ordered, What are your orders, my lord? After Yi Tian thought for a while, he said, If those 3 people who came with me to the immortal domain come back, tell them that I went to the desolate ancient path, and also, give a word to my master, Immortal Man Miao, that I have broken through the Jindan. The servant froze for a moment, then arched his hand to receive the order. Yes, sir. Before the words left his mouth, the servant had already floated away. Chapter 121, Status of Xiao Xii. Yi Tian stood alone on top of the attic, overlooking the entire scenery of City of Heaven. It's time to go. Yi Tian muttered a low voice, then turned around and stepped into the air, disappearing into the depths of the dark night as a stream of light. At the same time, on a certain mountain peak tens of thousands of feet away from Jinyang City, a man with a lean appearance stood with his arms folded, looking away from the direction of the city of Heavenly Lawrence, and a flash of intense killing intent flashed across his brows. This time, I must kill Yi Tian on the road of desolate antiquity. Otherwise, I, Luo Kong, swear not to be a human being. A cold aura blossomed in Luo Kong's eyes, as if it was a sheathed sword, emitting a compelling sharpness. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, and electric snakes danced wildly. The sky was dark, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a furious heavenly might enveloped the entire firmament. A rainstorm that's brewing. At this moment, the wind was howling in the mountain range. The trees were swaying, and bursts of animal roars and hisses were coming from the grass. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind rang out from the mountain forest. Immediately afterward, several figures swept out of the forest and darted towards a blurry figure. The figure seemed to be injured, and his movements became much slower. Quick! Stop him! One of them shouted loudly, his speed increasing steeply. However, just as these people were about to make their move, the figure in front of them suddenly turned around, only to see his right palm rolled over. His 5 fingers spread out, and he slapped down fiercely through the air towards the rushing crowd. You extraterrestrials! All deserve to die. This person was no other than Xiao 13, who had entered the uninhabited Forbidden Zone alone after fighting with Yi Tian. As a result, he encountered a large number of demonic beasts besieging him, and although he desperately killed a few strong demonic beasts, he also paid a terrible price, especially since he was heavily injured. His strength had long since fallen short of his peak state. Now facing an enemy several times their size, the situation is predictable. However, although he was heavily injured, his fighting ability was still extremely strong. Looking at the enemies coming at him, instead of showing any fear, he snapped angrily, showing amazing determination. Accompanied by a dull thud, a thick purple light suddenly burst out, instantly engulfing several enemies around them. In an instant, blood and light erupted and screams shook the valley. With you guys? How dare you come to kill me? Simply looking for death. Xiao 13 roared loudly with a face full of grimace as his figure rose up into the air and flew away towards the distance. Not long after, a group of people chased after him from a distance and surrounded Xiao 13. This kid actually escaped. Won't we waste our efforts? A green-robed cultivator shook his head and snorted. The crowd spoke and mocked with abandon, not taking this bruised and battered fellow seriously at all. However, just as the crowd was talking, Xiao 13 suddenly stopped in his tracks, his arms slightly raised in a defensive stance. Immediately afterward, a huge and cold killing aura suddenly rippled out, causing everyone's hearts and minds to tremble. What? What a terrifying aura! What's going on? What's going on here? Feeling this killing aura, the crowd could not help but be shocked and appalled. Such an aura was by no means at the level possessed by the Jindan realm. It was more like a killing aura. Could it be this guy? The crowd turned their heads to look behind Xiao 13, only to see a black-robed teenager stepping into the air, looking this way with a face of indifference. Who are you? The visitor did not pay any attention to them and instead looked at Xiao 13. Brother Xiao, I didn't expect us to run into each other in such a way. Xiao 13 also looked at the visitor with a surprised expression. Brother Yi, you've broken through to Jindan as well. Well, it was just a fluke. Yi Tian smiled indifferently. Brother Yi really loves to keep a low profile. Xiao 13 sighed bitterly at the words, his eyes revealing a touch of joy without the slightest bit of jealousy. However, before his words had settled, Yi Tian let out a cold laugh. Brother Xiao, now is not the time to catch up on old times. Let's get rid of these people first. As the words fell, Yi Tian's body immediately burned out a stream of flames, and the temperature of the air around him soared dramatically, as if he was in the middle of a furnace. At the same time, a majestic aura quickly spread out, causing the nearby mountains and forests to shake violently. Just in time, try my current limit. In the next moment, Yi Tian's figure shook violently and turned into a stump towards the crowd. A fist blasted out, as if a cannonball had been discharged, and the void was pierced through alive. Not good. Dodge. My goodness. His cultivation level, how did he raise it so fast? What kind of freak is this kid? How is it that in only half a year's time, he has reached the Jindan realm? Feeling the terrifying aura from Yi Tian's body, the crowd around him was scared out of their wits. They had originally thought that Xiao Xii's cultivation level had risen fast enough, but it turned out that they didn't expect that the teenager in front of them was even more heaven-defying. Together, I don't believe he can beat so many of us by himself. Looking at the rushing Yi Tian, the crowd broke into tears. Since you guys are obsessed, then all of you will go to hell. With a furious bellow, Yi Tian's figure swayed and instantly arrived in front of the two early Jindan realm cultivators. The right fist carried a fierce and domineering wind and blasted straight at the two of them. The duo didn't even have a chance to resist and react, and were instantly pierced through their chests and abdomens. Dash. The two men's blood spurted wildly as their bodies rolled backwards. Asshole. Give me your life. The few remaining people hissed madly and rushed over, each waving their long swords or hammers, launching a wild attack towards Yi Tian. However, in the face of these people's joint siege, Yi Tian had no intention of retreating at all. He let out a furious cry, his aura completely exploding around him, like a ferocious savage beast charging into a flock of sheep. For a while, mournful wails and the crunching sound of bones breaking resounded. In just a few moments, several people had all had their limbs wasted and were paralyzed on the ground, wailing. The other cultivators, who were even more shocked by Yi Tian's furious aura, were so frightened that they fell to their knees and begged for forgiveness. Spare your life. Don't kill me. Don't. Mercy. The people fell to their knees and cried and begged. Xiao Xii's brows furrowed as a strange color flickered in his gaze. That wasn't the look on your faces when you guys killed me just now. Immediately, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and swept out to exterminate all those people. As several people died, his injuries became much easier, and a smile of relief finally appeared on his face. After turning his head, he saw Jiang Tian, who was still healing his wounds and couldn't help but cry out in secret. Brother Yi. Thanks. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, we didn't need to talk about this before. Not bad. What Brother Yi said is reasonable. Xiao 13 nodded his head and smiled, a wisp of complexity flashing through his eyes as if he was quite emotional. Right. Brother Yi came just in time. This matter, what do you think? Hearing his inquiry, Yi Tian slowly collected his breath and gazed at the towering ancient tree across the street, a cold light appearing in his eyes. Chapter 122. Stepping into the desolate ancients. This elixir may be precious to others, but what is it to you? Hearing Yi Tian's slightly playful words, the corner of Xiao Xii's eyes twitched and a trace of agitation inexplicably surged in his heart. In that case, Brother Yi is of the opinion that. Yi Tian smiled leisurely, blandly scanning the spiritual grasses and trees on the opposite side of the room with a certain deep meaning in his eyes. If you really want to compete with others for this spirit grass, even if I don't make a move, it will still attract other powerful people to covet it, don't you think? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up an evil smile as he analyzed calmly. What Brother Yi said is very true. Xiao 13 nodded his head heavily, but his face was filled with regret, and a touch of gloominess was hidden between his brows. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also understood that Yi Tian was indeed right. Nowadays, he had long since become unqualified to take this elixir all by himself, and unless he could find a helper stronger than him, he was bound to invite trouble. However, if he were to give away the elixir, he was a million times more reluctant. After all, this was a heavenly creation. Alright, come on, stop inking. Let's hurry up before the night gets too long. Yi Tian patted Xiao Xii's shoulder, signaling him to hurry up and take the spirit herb. Thanks for reminding Brother Yi. I will take it now. Xiao 13 nodded slightly and immediately walked towards the spirit grass. However, right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly reached out and stopped him, a brilliant light suddenly flashing in his eyes. Ha! Wait, you! Yi Tian frowned, his complexion steeply becoming grave. This was because he realized that the condition within Xiao Xii's body seemed to be somewhat bizarre. At this moment, Xiao Xii's bloodline spiritual energy boiled and tumbled within his body, and waves of powerful pressure swept out. Brother Yi, what? Don't talk. Yi Tian's face was solemn and immediately raised his hand to seal his mouth and nose, blocking him from continuing to speak further. However, before he could do further examination, the bloodline spiritual energy within Xiao Xii's body suddenly erupted, and he had clearly triggered a bloodline vision. Rumble, only to see Xiao Xii's eyes open roundly, veins protruding from his forehead, his robes bulging violently around his body. A ball of piercing red light shot out from his brow, instantly enveloping a range of hundreds of feet in a circle. Boom! Accompanied by a dull and loud sound, the entire mountain forest trembled, as if the end had come. Shit! Yi Tian's face sank, and he immediately gritted his teeth and urged the power of his bloodline, so as not to be a victim. Luckily, this vision didn't last too long. It just disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. However, the ground beside Xiao 13 turned a crimson color, looking like it had been scorched by flames. Under Yi Tian's careful observation, he was frowning. Have you practiced some evil technique? Yi Tian shook his head and coldly rebuked, his heart filled with worry. Although Xiao Xii's bloodline vision had quickly subsided, the bloodline aura radiating around him was unusually refractory. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would never have produced this kind of bloodline vision, but he just appeared like this. Moreover, judging from the scale and aura of the bloodline vision, this bloodline vision was far from being solid. This made him wonder just what level Xiao Xii's martial arts potential had reached. Brother Yi has misunderstood. Xiao Xii's eyebrows jumped as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I previously came across a secret realm after separating from you guys and sought out a technique, but I can confirm that it's definitely not an evil technique. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slightly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air. Since it's not an evil technique, it should be some kind of special physique, right? Yi Tian slowly nodded his head and guessed. Brother Yi has a rich imagination. How could my physique have that kind of backlash? Xiao 13 shook his head inside, his eyes filled with bitterness. Yi Tian silently sized up the other party for a moment and slowly shook his head. Since it's not an evil technique, nor is it a special physique, then what exactly is the situation? Don't you have any idea in your heart? This. Xiao Xii's eyelids jumped and he fell into a brief hesitation. He had also explored his physique many times before, only to end up with nothing. There were even several times when it nearly suffered a backlash. Although he eventually pulled through, he still has a heart attack whenever he thinks about it. Until now, he didn't even know what kind of existence it was. I've tried a variety of things, but I've never been able to figure out why, or even why. Xiao 13 shook his head and sighed bitterly, his brows furrowed. I'm afraid that your physique is closely related to your bloodline. Yi Tian took a deep breath and said solemnly, something to do with bloodlines? Not bad. Your bloodline is refuted and messy, and even carries a strong resentment. I reckon that 89% of it is due to this, Yi Tian said in a deep voice. What? This is impossible. Xiao 13 was shocked and appalled at what he heard. Let's go to the desolate ancient path for now, and when we find Master and the others, let them help take a look, and maybe there are some hints. Yi Tian waved his hand to console him for a couple of moments, then pulled Xiao 13 to step onto the teleportation channel to the desolate ancient forbidden land. Rumble. Accompanied by two low muffled sounds, the two men's feet flashed wildly with silver light and disappeared in midair. At the same time, in the outer region of the desolate ancient forbidden land, on top of a certain towering black mountain peak, a magnificent palace was hovering in the void, blossoming with dazzling spiritual light. The owner of this palace was an old man with white hair and a rather tall figure, giving off a strong and domineering feeling. He stood before the gate and looked into the distant void, a deep shock on his face. Young lord actually really went to break into the desolate ancient forbidden land? The old man muttered, his gaze shifting with a complex expression. Alas! The young master's nature is obstinate. Once he decides something he simply cannot change. That's just it. Since he wants to go and break into the world, I can't stop him. The old man shook his head and sighed lightly, withdrawing his sight and stepping towards the depths of the palace. Just after walking into the middle of the hall, the old man suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the wall on the left, only to see a palm-sized, dark golden token with a shiny body lying quietly in the corner, on which was written precisely the word Shao. This is something the young lord explained to keep. The old man's eyes narrowed, a ray of cold light coming out from the depths of his pupils, and his right hand took the token into his hand with a move through the air. If I didn't have the orders of the family head, I wouldn't bother with you guys. The old man snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a faint mockery, and then he walked out of the great hall without a care in the world. A moment later, the light in the teleportation channel converged and Yi Tian and Shao 13 appeared out of thin air. Hiss! Where is this? This? As soon as he appeared, Shao 13 was subdued by the scene in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were all lush forests and vast mountain fields, in between which were vaguely visible remnants of some tall and lofty buildings, as well as some strange rocks and trees. This is the desolate ancient city? No. To be precise, this is just a small town on the border of the desolate ancient city. After Yi Tian scanned the area, he slowly nodded his head and said, Oh, Chapter 123, stepping into the immortal source town. Shao 13 was slightly stunned at his words and seemed to be somewhat surprised. Yi Tian, however, did not explain anything further, but waved his hand to indicate that he should shut up, and raised his head towards a certain place in the void to gaze and watch. This is called Xian Yuan Town. Yi Long disappeared here, so I'm going to look for him here. Hearing what Yi Tian said, Shao 13 instantly understood something. Immortal Origin Town. So that's how it is. Shao 13 nodded his head slightly as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's take action now. Take it easy. Yi Tian, however, waved his hand to stop him. What? Do you have any more questions? Shao 13 asked with a frown. Yi Tian pondered a little and mused. It is said that Xian Yuan Town is an ancient city with a long history, and it is also the path to enter the desolate ancient path after all. Even if we want to look for it, we should look for someone to poke around first. Wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth if we go in rashly? That's true, but we're new here and we don't even know what's around here. So how can we poke around? There's no need to worry. I've already made arrangements. Yi Tian waved his hand and said indifferently. As the words fell, he immediately touched out a piece of animal skin paper and quickly unfolded it and spread it out, casually picking up the wolf tooth pen on the tabletop and quickly scribbling it. Shortly afterward, a lifelike map was presented. This map depicted the detailed topography and humanistic information of Xian Yuan Town, and even included the distribution of various forces in the vicinity. You've drawn this map very finely. It looks decent. Shao 13 scrutinized it carefully and could not help but praise it. Not bad. Judging from this map, the entire Immortal Origin Town is roughly divided into two regions. Yi Tian pointed to the upper right corner of the map. This is the entrance to the desolate ancient road, and on the other side is where the core area of Immortal Origin Town is located. Shao Xii's eyes narrowed slightly as a look of vigilance passed through his eyes. According to the map labeling, the core area of Immortal Origin Town was a huge city whose scale was even larger and more prosperous than a Dao state. How far is this place from the entrance? Shao 13 asked with a frown. Very close. Yi Tian slowly shook his head and said with a smile. Oh, Shao 13 raised his eyebrows and was instantly interested. Yi Tian reached out and tapped the desktop, directly taking out a long sword and gripping it in his hand. Then he swept up to the tall roof. Whoosh! The long sword broke the wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye into the vastness of the night. This guy is really crazy enough to travel all night? Seeing Yi Tian's actions, Shao Xii's eyes were filled with speechlessness. But remembering his strength and qualifications, it didn't feel like an exaggeration. After all, being able to break through to the Jindan realm level in just less than 2 years was enough to prove how strong Yi Tian's cultivation talent was. Moreover, Yi Tian possessed such a heaven-defying existence as bloodline spirit power just like him. Although it wasn't too solid now, with time, it would surely grow into an amazingly strong person. The night was hazy, Yi Tian sped all the way, and with the help of the escape technique, he kept shuttling through the mountains and forests, and unknowingly came to the southern part of Xian Yuan Town. This place already belongs to the scope of the Immortal Source Town, but all cultivators entering and leaving this area must register their names, identities, and reasons for coming, or else strictly pursuing them is a violation of the regulations of the Immortal Source Town. with a light penalty of imprisonment, and a heavy penalty of abolition. Yi Tian looked out at an expansive city in front of him and reminded in a deep voice. Xiao 13 nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I've already figured out this matter. After saying that, Xiao 13 also took out a long, blood-colored sword and held it in his hand. Then urged, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yi Tian's eyes revealed a flash of surprise after seeing this long knife, which was definitely at the saint weapon level. He didn't ask too many questions though. After all, everyone has secrets. The two of them no longer hesitated and immediately transformed into two long rainbows flying towards that city gate. Boom! As the two of them approached, several low muffled sounds suddenly rang out from outside the city gates, as if there were several iron-armored chariots approaching. Two silhouettes swept out from the city gates and greeted the Yi Tian duo. Stop! What man? Give your name. The two black-clothed martial artists stepped in mid-air, their breath bulging around them, emitting a stern and compelling pressure. Yi Tian's eyebrows jumped as electricity flashed in his mind. This aura returns to the realm of one. Yi Tian's face became much more grave. Although he relied on the strength of his physical body, he ultimately did not dare to be arrogant, because he knew very well that if he really had to fight hard, with his current strength, he was just a mole in the eyes of others. Immediately, he pulled out a token. Both of you, here's the token. Yi Tian pulled out the Yi family's token, which was uniquely his. The two black-clothed martial artists were originally on guard, but after seeing the token, they instantly became respectful, bowing and saluting. Greetings to young master Yi Tian. Be excused. Thank you, young master. The duo solemnly clasped their fists in a rather humble manner. Yi Tian retrieved the token and calmly explained. Recently Xian Yuan town has come with many unfamiliar faces. These people's identities are suspicious. If you have encountered them, try to avoid them and pay no attention to them. At young master Yi Tian's command, the two of them arched their hands to receive the order. Yi Tian nodded his head slightly and immediately brought Xiao 13 to continue on. In the middle of this dark night, Xian Yuan town was not particularly sparse, and there were not many pedestrians coming and going on the streets. However, Yi Tian knew that the more this situation was, the easier it was to be targeted. This was because he had already sensed that the dark sentries and scouts along the way were secretly spying on him, obviously monitoring his movements. Immortal Origin Town is heavily guarded and has many secret sentries, but with just these, they may not be able to stop us. Xiao 13 smiled proudly as his aura suddenly surged around him, preparing to force his way through. Yi Tian, however, frowned and raised his hand to pull him back. Brother Xiao doesn't have to be impatient. It's not too late to wait until we reach the entrance. Xiao 13 frowned, vaguely realizing that something was wrong. Yi Tian, could it be that you think? Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly at the words. His complexion was very complicated. I'm just guessing. Maybe it's just a coincidence, it's hard to say. Yi Tian said leisurely with a strange smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Coincidence? Xiao 13 shook his head and snorted. Moreover, the other man's reaction made him feel deeply suspicious. Yi Tian's behavior just now did not seem to be random. He seemed to have some kind of extremely strong premonition, certain that all these secret sentries and guards were rushing towards him. However, Yi Tian was unwilling to divulge the original story, so he didn't bother to dig deeper. The two of them were in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance. This was a 10-odd feet thick stone pillar, all black and shiny, with an arcane and obscure rune inscribed on its surface, emitting a vicissitude in heavy atmosphere. No, there's an aura left behind by Yi Long here. Yi Tian's eyes flashed and he suddenly stopped, frowning as he surveyed the stone pillar. Oh, it's still true. Xiao Xii's eyes narrowed and he also began to carefully investigate. Beneath the stone pillar there was a long spear, the body of which was mutilated and stained with mottled blood, and judging from the marks, the stump gun had been violently hit and damaged. Chapter 124 Yi Long becomes a demon. This kid Yi Long is quite cautious. Xiao 13 smiled indifferently. The prohibition arranged on this pitch-black stone pillar was a defense spell formation. Although it was crippled and its power was weakened by a lot, it still blocked the attack that came earlier, allowing Yi Tian to pass through this place unharmed. Yi Tian gazed and scanned the surroundings and did not find any clues, but even if he hadn't tested it himself, he'd been sure of it. There had indeed been fierce fighting here, and in doing so, he reinforced his suspicions. Go! Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, his gaze gradually becoming sharp as a compelling aura surged around him. Whoosh! At the same time, three other silhouettes swept in from the distance and landed directly beside them. The three were all stout men with strong and majestic auras around them, all of them at the Jindan realm level. Who are you? How did you get in here? The three of them landed nearby, and they stared at the Yi Tian duo with vigilance. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 glanced at each other and could not help but frown slightly. The rules here. I don't think I need to say more, right? A brilliant light appeared between Xiao Xii's eyebrows, and his aura rapidly climbed around him. Feeling the other party's strong aura, the three of them sank in their faces. What do you want? Get the hell out of here. Outsiders are not welcome here, or you'll blame us for not being polite. Upon hearing the trio's warning, Yi Tian's brows furrowed and his face became gloomy. Xiao 13, on the other hand, let out a furious cry as his murderous aura steeply erupted around him. Seek death. Outrageous. In that case, take them for me. Berserk booms suddenly rose, accompanied by three angry roars. The three people each waved their palms and slapped out. Do it. Yi Tian was not prepared to stay his hand either. Roaring angrily, his aura suddenly flourished around him, accompanied by three loud bangs. Amazing spiritual power fluctuations suddenly exploded, transforming into three purple ripples that swept in all directions. Xiao 13 was also not willing to show weakness, and the bloody blade in his hand was horizontal, erupting with a horrifying bloody aura. Rumble, terrifying booms shook the void, as if thunder resounded in all directions. The cultivation level of the three was obviously much higher than that of Yi Tian's duo, but in this exchange of hands, they were unexpectedly at a disadvantage. The hearts of the three of them immediately flinched, and their faces became incomparably ugly. Damn, how can their strength be so strong? No matter what, let's team up and kill them. The three of them gritted their teeth and cursed angrily, immediately abandoning their defense and pouncing wildly towards each other. A violent roar resounded through the void, almost collapsing the entire mountain forest. However, in front of Yi Tian and Xiao Xii's ferocious attack, the three Jindan realm cultivators could not resist after all. After only a few breaths, two of them were forcefully killed by Yi Tian. However, just as Xiao 13 was about to kill the last person, Yi Tian hurriedly stopped the other party. Brother Xiao, wait, leave alive one. What does Brother Yi mean by this? Xiao 13 asked with a frown. Keeping him might be of some use. Yi Tian slowly waved his hand. Spinning around, he walked up to the man, and after lifting the other party's cloak, he only saw a man around 30 years old with both his legs ruined, having long since lost his fighting ability. There's a guy named Yelong. You should know where he is, right? Yi Tian coldly inquired, his gaze stern and unrivaled. Yi family disciple. Yilong? The man's face was filled with pain as he spoke with difficulty. Very well, lead the way. What are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, the man let out a miserable howl and dropped to the ground, covering his injured leg. The corners of Yi Tian's eyes contracted, and his face revealed a cold light. If I didn't see you as useful, would I be able to spare you lightly? Hurry up. If you dare to dawdle any longer, I'll immediately send you to your death. The man gritted his teeth and endured the pain to climb up, limping in front to lead the way, with Yi Tian and Xiao 13 behind. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived outside a quiet courtyard. Yalong is here. Here? Yi Tian's brows knitted tightly as he turned his head to look at Xiao 13, seemingly hesitant. Well, is Yi Long here? Yes, this is the place. It can never be wrong. Xiao Xii's gaze was icy cold and his expression was slightly grim. Then what are you waiting for? Go in and search. Yes. Accompanied by a dull roar, Yi Tian and Xiao 13 broke through the door. When he went in, he only saw Yi Long sitting on his knees, running his energy to heal his wounds. Yi Tian sighed, and then he turned his gaze coldly towards the man who had brought them here. Damn you guys. At this moment, although Yi Long wasn't dead, he had already suffered heavy injuries and his breath was low to the extreme. It looks like it could die at any time. And it's dying. I told you that you would pay. And now, you can die in peace. A fierce light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and he raised his hand to take the life of the man, but at that moment, a strange aura suddenly enveloped him, causing him to frown. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes jumped as he suddenly stopped walking, and right at this moment, Yi Long, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, and two clusters of piercing blue light bloomed in his eyes. Hiss! No good! Yi Tian's face changed drastically and wanted to retreat after sensing something was wrong. Unfortunately, it's still too late. A dull roar rang out as Yi Tian's chest was struck, and he was instantly blown away. He's under control. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao 13 directly drew out his blood sword to meet Yi Long, who was charging at Yi Tian. Boom boom boom. Intense rumbling resounded through the void. The blood-colored long knife slashed at Yi Long with its lingering might, but did not cause any fatal trauma. On the other hand, Yi Long, on the contrary, raised both his arms in unison and struck Yi Tian through the air. Damn! What the hell is going on here? A deep blood scar clearly ran through Yi Tian's chest and abdomen in front and behind him, and blood stained his robes red. Yi Tian sucked in cool air and was more than appalled for a moment. Yi Long's eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty red aura. His mouth hung with a cold smile, and his entire body exuded an amazingly fierce aura. It looks as if a devil. What the hell have these people done? Yi Tian's lungs were about to explode with anger at the moment. The Yi Long in front of him was very much the same gong method used by Luokong that he met before. And what was even more bizarre was that these two feats actually had connected parts that looked very peculiar. However, what puzzled him was that from the exchange of blows just now, the set of techniques used by Yi Long was clearly too much more powerful than Luokong's. Ow! Yi Long let out an evil cry as a lurid blue mist surged around him. These mists tossed and turned and coalesced into a shape, as if it were an evil scaly dragon with teeth and claws. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Yi Tian was forced into a bitter battle, and the scene was perilous. At the same time, the things here had already attracted the attention of some people. If they didn't leave as soon as possible, they were afraid that it would be difficult for him and Xiao 13 to leave. Yi Tian, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late later. Xiao Xii's brows furrowed as he snapped, his eyes filled with anxiety. Now that Yi Tian had been injured and his strength had severely decreased, he must be in fear of his life if he continued to delay like this. Chapter 125, The True Spirit's first show of power. Yi Tian shook his head and coldly snorted, his face showing determination. Humph, you go first, I'll come back later. You, Xiao 13 sniffed his face, anger rising in his eyes. Yi Tian's attitude made him quite annoyed, but the situation was urgent now, so there was no way for him to continue arguing. Unable to do anything else, he slashed hard at Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian turned to look with some incredulity, but fainted in the next moment. Xiao 13 did not dare to have the slightest stay. Back up. Yi Tian quickly turned around and disappeared into the dense forest and swept away. And the moment Xiao 13 vanished, a dozen or so figures with black chi emanating from their bodies surged into this place. After seeing the scene in front of them, the crowd showed their surprise. I can't believe there's still a leak. Humph. Leave them alone and find that kid. Go after them. Yes. With the urging of the crowd, a dozen or so figures transformed into a trail of residual shadows that swept into the depths of the dense forest and disappeared into the night. After a few moments of work, a bellowing cry suddenly spread out, followed by another shocking fluctuation erupting from the depths of the dense forest. This time, the fluctuation lasted for a longer period of time, and it took all of Amerigold's time before it gradually calmed down and eventually dissipated in complete silence. At this moment, Xiao 13 was carrying Yi Tian on his back as he flew towards the 81st city of the desolate ancient road. This was the last line of defense of the desolate ancient road, and although there wouldn't be too many strong people inside, there would at least be a saint guarding it, so they just have to get there. At the very least safety can be guaranteed. However, this is not the case. This was because 100 feet away in front of the two of them, there were three black-robed cultivators who were exuding a cold murderous aura. All of their cultivation auras were at the peak of the peak Jindan level, and one had even reached the early Yuaning stage. *********. Xiao Xii's face was gloomy to the extreme as he cursed, but did not choose to turn around and escape. He knew that he was by no means a match for these people, and he feared that he would surely die if he rashly charged. While the thoughts in his mind were revolving, Xiao 13 suddenly stamped his feet and swept towards the right side with the help of the strong spiritual power. And just at the moment he leapt out, a cold light lit up steeply, as if a viper had spat out its mail and shot out. Hiss! Not good! Xiao 13 felt his heart palpitate and hurriedly swung his blood sword to block. Rumble! Manic loud sound. The blood-colored blade light should collapse, while the cold light is still unabated. Local surge. Shit! At the critical moment, Xiao 13 did not care about much and frantically poured the remaining spiritual energy in his body into his palm and slapped it out with all his might. In the violent collision sound, Xiao 13 stifled a snort, and his body fell tens of feet under the violent trembling before stabilizing his body. On the other hand, the one on the opposite side, the early stage Yuaning, merely swayed slightly before attacking again. Shit! Xiao 13 gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes becoming more and more hideous. Facing a strong enemy of this realm, he had no chance of winning at all. However, he didn't sit back and wait for death. Taking advantage of the opening in the opponent's attack, he immediately turned around and prepared to return and retreat. However, the other two on the opposite side of the room seemed to have expected him to make this move. A scowl appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his figure suddenly blocked his way. Fuck off! Xiao 13 let out a furious curse, and both of his fists wildly shook and slammed out. Boom! A violent roar resounded through the valley, and Xiao 13 was forced to retreat backward for several feet before he was able to stop. Want to leave? No way! That Yuaning realm cultivator's words revealed thick contempt and mockery. Now that you're here, leave your life behind. The other person sneered and directly pounced. At the same time, two sharp swords broke through the air like lightning and chopped out. Boom! With a sword whistle, A sharp sword light tore through the void and chopped wildly. Trouble, Shao 13 cursed, and in his haste, he could not dodge in time, so he could only stiffly raise his arms to resist. There was a muffled sound. Sharp sword light landed on top of the arms. Shao 13 screamed miserably and sprayed out a mouthful of bruised blood. His body fell out more than 10 feet in a lousy manner before barely stopping the decline. Brother Shao, Yi Tian, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes, and after seeing everything around him, he was instantly furious. Who the hell are you people? Yi Tian gritted his teeth and roared lowly, his gaze icy cold. Oh, guess. A black-robed martial artist with a black scarf on his face let out a sardonic laugh. His eyes filled with contempt. Hearing the other party's flirtation, the anger in Yi Tian's heart could no longer be suppressed. However, without waiting for him to say anything, the black-robed martial artist on the side at the yuaning level grabbed the first move. A berserk roar suddenly rang out as this person directly executed the most severe means. A white pike sweeping wildly. Outrageous! Yi Tian had originally thought of using the Golden Crow True Spirit to deal with these people, but suddenly being knocked out and taken away by Shao 13 was something he hadn't expected. But now was not the time to talk about that. What was important was that these three people had to be taken care of. You people, today, I'll let you know what happens when you anger old me. Sun True Scripture, refine it for me. Along with Yi Tian's words, the Golden Crow Supreme Body was completely inspired, and with the increase of the Sun True Scripture, a Golden Crow silhouette appeared behind him. This was a true Golden Crow True Spirit, even though he couldn't operate it to the extreme, but even a tenth of that power was definitely enough against these people. True Fire of the Sun, condense. Under the golden light, Yi Tian grasped in the air. The surrounding emptiness steeply twisted and changed, and he certainly condensed a round of golden sun suspended in mid-air. At the same time, dazzling flames rushed out from the great sun, turning into a thick pillar of fire that rolled out wildly. With a dull roar, the entire valley shook and nearly toppled over, and within the range enveloped by the pillar of fire, all three black-clothed martial artists were also trapped. How is that possible? Quick, run away! The three people's faces changed drastically, and they kept exclaiming in horror. They had never expected that Yi Tian would have such a means. What shocked them even more was that the power seemed to have a natural restraint on them. The very first exchange of hands had put them in a predicament, and if the stalemate continued, the end would be hard to predict. Ha ha ha, why don't you go wild? Shao 13 naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. The essence light in his eyes skyrocketed, and his right hand raised and stabbed out fiercely. The blood-red long knife instantly pierced through the void, carrying a sharp and ear-piercing whistling as it spun speedily and pierced through. No! Save me! Ah! In a mournful scream, the chest of the nearest black-robed martial artist was directly pierced through. With a flash of blood, the man planted himself on the ground with a miserable howl. The remaining two were scared out of their wits at the sight and turned around to vanish. However, Shao 13 didn't give them a chance at all. After his left hand clenched his fist and blasted out, his right hand's blood aura was released at first glance, and he straightaway shattered another person's flesh with a punch. The remaining Yuaning-level black-robed man was terrified to the core of his heart and tried to think of how to get out, but without waiting for him to react, a stream of red flame had already raced in, engulfing him in an instant. No! No! The horrified screams ended abruptly and disappeared without a trace a few moments later. Chapter 126, The Extraterrestrial World. Brother Shao, next time worrying isn't knocking me out. Yi Tian looked helplessly at the blood-covered Shao 13 with a hint of teasing in his words. Shao 13 naturally understood Yi Tian's meaning and endured the pain with a bitter smile. His eyes filled with complexity. Yi Tian's so-called worry was actually reminding him that if the other party hadn't awakened in time, it was estimated that the two of them would have already fallen into each other's hands by now, although he knew that Yi Tian was concerned about himself. Brother Yi, thanks, you're welcome. After the two of them made a few simple sentences of small talk, they each closed their eyes and rested on their knees to recover from their injuries. Yi Tian quickly completed his recovery after taking a few pills. Standing up and moving around for a moment, he suddenly changed his face and couldn't help but suck in cool air as a hint of gloom flashed across his brows. Brother Yi, are you injured? It's fine. It'll be fine when it's refined. We'd better hurry up and go to the desolate ancient city. Yi Tian desperately wanted to find Manhwa Ferry right now. The other party had been following those powerhouses of the 3000 Dao state to fend off the extraterrestrials before. Now, there's no telling how the other side is doing. At that thought, he dared not think further. Aha! After Shao 13 frowned slightly, he slowly nodded his head in agreement. The two of them immediately stepped onto their flying swords and sped towards the northwest. Crisis abounds in the desolate ancient, and there is killing and death everywhere, especially in certain special areas. It was said that even saint-level powerhouses could fall. However, as the last line of defense of the desolate ancient road. If those truly great powers from outside the domain wanted to kill here, they had to capture the previous 80 cities. Moreover, it was said that within the first city, there was a great emperor-level figure sitting in the city. Others might have scoffed, but Yi Tian understood that it was true because that great emperor was his old man. Brother Yi, you said before that the 3000 road state is in turmoil, so is my master coming to the desolate ancient road as well? Xiao 13 asked with a grave expression. That's not bad, but figures at the level of the sovereigns of the 5 great sacred lands should all be on the front lines, at least in the top 20 cities. Upon hearing this, Xiao 13 exhaled deeply and sighed darkly. Sigh, I hope he's alright. He knew very well that with his master's character, if he was involved in a battle with the extraterrestrial disciples, he would inevitably be at the forefront. Yi Tian nodded and didn't say much. He certainly understood this. The two of them chatted as they flew, and shortly afterward they finally arrived outside of the 81 city on the desolate ancient road. From afar, a gray haze obscured their vision ahead, as if a strange and inexplicable force was hindering them. Brother Xiao, this is the teleportation channel, and after entering, there is no turning back. Looking at the huge vortex in front of him, Xiao 13 gently nodded, and then, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, the two figures quickly merged into the gray mist, and in the blink of an eye, they were lost. A few breaths later, Yi Tian only felt his body suddenly tremble violently. Immediately afterward, a burst of rich spiritual energy hit his face, causing him to instantly feel relaxed and indescribably refreshed. This is the extraterrestrial world? Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes shot out, full of excitement. Raising his eyes and scanning his surroundings, he realized that there was not much difference between this place compared to the outside world, and even the spiritual energy in the air was much more abundant. But regardless, the sight in front of him was still extremely invigorating. Oh, welcome to the road to desolation. Just as Yi Tian was happily praising, a slightly hoarse and low voice suddenly rang out. Who? Yi Tian was stunned at the words and turned his head to see a short, dark-skinned, skinny old man standing proudly in midair with his hands behind his back. Under the soles of his feet, there was a 10-odd-foot-long crack spanning the void, vaguely revealing a vicissitude and long-lasting aura of age. As Yi Tian gazed at it, he could not help but be surprised as the corners of his eyes contracted. This crack extended over 1,000 feet long, as if it was a huge dragon that crossed the entire sky, emitting a vicissitude and vastness. I didn't expect that there would actually be so many cubs this time. It seems that the immortal domain side has done a great job over the years. Yi Tian sniffed and thought of a saint that his big sister had once talked about. You are Venerable Bibbo? Ha! You've actually heard of the old man? Venerable Bibbo frowned slightly as he looked at Yi Tian. A hint of surprise swept through his eyes, knowing that he had retired from the top 10 cities. Even those geniuses of the older generation had many who hadn't heard of him. Yi Tian bowed slightly while patting Xiao 13 beside him, signaling the other party to join him. I once heard my sister talk about you, one man alone fighting the 8 saints of the extraterrestrial realm. And that battle was so heavenly that it seemed as if even the walls of the second city were shattered. Oh, who's your sister? Essence bloomed in the eyes of Venerable Bibbo. Yi Wuji, Yi Tian said calmly, but he knew that the other party must have guessed this information long ago. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it, but you're her brother. Venerable Bibbo looked up to the sky and laughed, looking very excited. Elder knows my sister? More than knowing, she's my savior. Oh, no wonder Senior was left here. I guess you and my sister are considered old friends? Not bad. When I was fighting with those filthy things, I had no choice but to be backstabbed. I thought I would die for sure. But fortunately I met Yi Yao. If not for that, I was afraid that I would have already returned to the 9 hells. So that's how it is. Yi Tian suddenly realized. It looked like Venerable Bibbo was very strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have escaped with his life in that terrifying battle. I didn't hear her say she had a brother. Though, once these words came out, the air around him seemed to chill for a few minutes, and when Yi Tian looked at Venerable Bibbo again, only to see that the other party was looking at himself with a murderous look on his face. Bad. Yi Tian thought of the fact that he was unable to cultivate before, so his family hadn't revealed any news about him to the outside world in order to protect him, and he's only cultivated up these 2. Now it had been 7 or 8 years since he had seen his big sister, coupled with the fact that the token belonging to his identity had already been handed over to the subordinate. There was now no way to prove his identity at all. Just when he didn't know what to do, a familiar female voice suddenly came from the distance. Elder Bibbo, he is the youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor. I can prove this. Yi Tian's heart trembled when he heard this voice, and he hurriedly turned around to confirm it. After seeing that familiar figure, Yi Tian was instantly excited. Master, Yi Tian exclaimed in shock and ran straight over. The youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor? Venerable Baibo raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze flickering non-stop. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly at his words. Senior, there is some misunderstanding between this. He hurriedly told the story of how he couldn't cultivate when he was a child, and then told what happened afterwards. Upon hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Venerable Baibo was first stunned and then laughed out loud. Ha ha, you're quite frank, worthy of being the son of the Heavenly Emperor, not arrogant or impatient. Chapter 127, Grinding and Proficiency. Xiao Tian, why are you here? Where's Ao Duan? The manly fairy didn't bother with the little old man, but instead asked Yi Tian about another matter. Lin Ao dust he. You don't have to hide anything for him, he should have come with you, right? Why didn't he come with you? Ahem. We split up when we entered the no man's land. Yi Tian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head as he replied. Separated? When did that happen? Why didn't he tell me? Man Meow Fairy's pretty face was frosty as she coldly drank in the question. It's not for fear of disagreements when searching for the chance, so they chose to separate. Yi Tian scratched his head, and also hastily gestured for Xiao 13 to explain for himself. Senior Manmyo is in no hurry. It's like this. Xiao 13 took a deep breath and quickly walked closer, respectfully saluting, recounted the events that had separated the four earlier. Oh, after hearing this, the manly fairy slowly nodded her head. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about, Elder Baibo. I'll take the two of them away. The manly fairy waved her hand in a gesture, and then she stood up and swept toward the front. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 glanced at each other, each nodding their heads and smiling as they rushed to the sky in unison, chasing after the manly fairy's back. After a few moments of effort, the three of them traversed through the layers of mist and fog to the top of a lofty mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking out, Yi Tian and Xiao 13 couldn't help but have their eyes suddenly light up, because a vast and boundless grassland appeared in front of them, and the aura was thick to the extreme. Is this the 81st city? Sure enough, what a rich aura! Yi Tian was filled with shock and horror as he felt the extremely dense aura around him. Don't think that you are geniuses now. Here, there are so many geniuses. In fact, after the changes in the Dao Prefecture, there were many geniuses that were snowed in that came out, and some of them have already traveled to the cities ahead. That's why you should hurry up and cultivate. The Golden Dan realm is just the beginning for you. The manly fairy looked at the expansive spirit medicine garden in front of her, relief and hope flowing from her beautiful eyes. Got it, master. Thanks for the reminder. Senior. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 bowed their hands and began to cultivate in seclusion. As Yi Tian began to cultivate, an illusory golden crow true spirit gradually emerged in the Dantian within his body. Although it was an illusory object, it exuded a rich and extremely golden light, as if it was condensed from amethyst. It was a huge to the extreme pure aura that was transformed. Yi Tian did not rush to refine this extremely pure spiritual qi. Instead, he followed the Sun True Scripture to run his gongfu and quench his physical body. This time, he was prepared to step into the 5th level of Jin Dan in one fell swoop. After all, he had just obtained this technique and still needed to hone and skill it. At the same time, he was also trying to find out if there would be a thunderbolt when he broke through the Jin Dan realm like before. Boom! Rolling aura raged inside Yi Tian, crazily quenching his blood veins, sinews, skin muscles and even every inch of his cells. A crackling sound made Yi Tian's entire body feel like he was in a sea of thunder. And this painful ordeal lasted for about an incense stick of time before it finally slowly calmed down. While Yi Tian was at this moment, his entire body's aura had skyrocketed by more than a few times. It's done! His eyes opened steeply, and a radiant essence shot out from his eyes. He then opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It just felt light and soothing, and the whole body was filled with explosive power. So cool! Yi Tian clenched his fists and couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Then he violently lifted his foot and stomped towards the boulder next to him. Only a dull crashing sound was heard, and the hard rock under Yi Tian's feet instantly crumbled apart, and a huge concave pit appeared. Yi Tian, on the other hand, did not move at all, as if he had only done a rare thing. Yi Tian's strength, in this short half a day's time, had once again skyrocketed, reaching the 5th level of Jin Dan. Right, it's just right to check the Desolate Ancient ranking. I don't know where I'm ranked nowadays. Yi Tian thought of the Desolate Ancient list and he took out a jade talisman. The divine sense then probed into it and began to consult it. Soon after, he saw his ranking, which was actually 96th. Nice! The corner of Yi Tian's mouth sketched out a bright smile. He didn't expect that he had actually ascended to 96th place, which was beyond his expectations. One should know that from the time he entered the no man's land, his ranking had always been outside of 100. Now he had ascended to 96th place. enough to prove that he had gained a lot during this period of time. It should be getting the power of the Golden Crow origin, which prompted a huge increase in my strength. Yi Tian muttered, very clear about all of this. While cultivating in that golden flame, Yi Tian took the opportunity to fuse and devour those Golden Crow blood. Not only did it raise his physique by several levels, but it also caused the quality of his Jindan to improve. The so-called Jindan is the beginning of the cultivator's internal conception of the Yuaning. This was the foundation of a cultivator and the strongest means. When he reached the Yuaning realm, his Golden Crow true spirit could definitely exert unexpected power. Phew, finally, I've broken through another realm, and I'm even closer to the next realm. Yi Tian let out a deep breath, his eyes showing anticipation. Nowadays, his cultivation was at the early stage of the 5th Jindan, but his actual fighting ability had long been far above that of ordinary martial artists. Moreover, Yi Tian's Sun True Scripture had already reached the level of the 3rd layer of the Great Perfection, and was only one step short of being completely mini-completed. At that time, the Golden Crow True Spirit would regain its splendor and its battle power would definitely skyrocket. Time passed little by little, while Yi Tian and Xiao 13 were waiting for Lin Aoduan and the others to arrive. A major event had also occurred in the 81st city, and that was the news that came from the front, that there were extraterrestrial disciples lurking in the 81st city preparing to hunt and kill geniuses from the Tao state. Originally, many people thought that this was just a rumor spread by those extraterrestrials. However, when the news spread that a cultivator who had just arrived at the desolate ancient path had been intercepted and killed halfway, the crowd immediately sat back in their seats. The news spread and eventually even reached the ears of all the bigwigs. With this, all the major clans and families sent their strongest men to the desolate ancient road to search for those extra-dimensional disciples who were hidden there. At the same time, another place on the desolate ancient road, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged within a cave, and compared to the dark surroundings, their bodies were flickering with a light golden fluorescence. The 2 of them were none other than Yi Tian and Xiao 13. On this day, their bodies simultaneously bloomed with an astonishing haze that enveloped them in a succession of visions. The haze then dissipated. The duo's cultivation had stabilized and their strength had skyrocketed. Brother Yi, congratulations on another breakthrough. Xiao 13 opened his eyes and a bright smile appeared on his face. Just as the 2 were wondering where to go next, the figure of the manly fairy suddenly appeared beside the 2. Chapter 128 Master is Master. I am me. Feeling that delicate figure, Xiao Xii's heart trembled slightly as a flash of adoration swept across his eyes before he quickly recovered his indifference. What's wrong with you 2? Have you forgotten the dangers and the desolate ancient mysteries? The manly fairy raised her eyebrows, her pretty face tinged with anger. Seeing this, Xiao 13 hurriedly bowed and apologized. I don't dare. It's just that disciple heard that in the center of this dense land, there seems to exist some sort of treasure, so I want to go ahead and try my luck to see if I can come across any strange encounters. Treasure? Fairyman Meow frowned slightly as she naturally knew Xiao Xii's intentions. Is that kind of place that easy to break into? You guys shouldn't know what's going on outside yet, right? The manly fairy's beautiful eyes swept a glance at the duo of Yi Tian and Xiao 13 and said indifferently. Yi Tian was stunned when he heard this and asked doubtfully, what is it that master refers to? Although that extraterrestrial people are not bad, they are not invincible. They can't make any waves in the middle of this space. Speaking here, after the manly fairy paused for a moment, her voice turned abruptly cold. According to the news, those people from outside the domain are secretly planning to set up ambushes in the desolate ancient forbidden land to hunt down the geniuses of the Tao state who enter it to train. Hearing the manly fairy's words, Yi Tian's heart thumped as a touch of gravity surged in his heart. Since that group of extraterrestrials has set their sights on us, let's avoid them for now. Xiao 13 opened his mouth and suggested, obviously also realizing that the situation was grim. After all, the people from outside the domain who were here all had notable strength. But you guys don't have to worry too much. Those truly powerful extraterrestrials won't enter here. After all, those seniors in front of us aren't eating dry rice yet. The highest that can come here is only at the Yuaning level. So you guys just try to be a little more careful. The manly fairy continued to add. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 clasped their fists and saluted in unison to express their gratitude. They both knew that there were many other Tao state geniuses in this desolate ancient road besides the 2 of them. These people were all the pride of the sect, and if they encountered a sneak attack from the extraterrestrial disciples, they were afraid that they would be in dire straits. Well, it's time for me to go. The manly fairy waved her hand towards the 2 of them, and her figure gradually became illusory, slowly turning transparent. Yi Tian, we will meet again. The manly fairy let out a soft sigh. Then her figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely disappeared. Inside the 81st city, Yi Tian and Xiao 13 arrived above the square where the desolate ancient monument was located. This was the first time they had come out to turn when they came to the road to desolation. It was clearly more suitable for martial cultivators to live in than the 3,000 Dao state, so the desolate ancient monument wasn't built on top of a mountain range. Instead, they are built on top of huge platforms that are flat and open. At this moment, many cultivators had already gathered around the square. All of them were new disciples or veteran cultivators who had just stepped onto the desolate ancient path. And in the center of the plaza, a stone monument that was about 10 feet long and black as ink stood there. It showed an arcane and inexplicable texture all over its body, as if it were a wandering dragon winding around, emitting an extremely cool and ancient flavor, taking in the heart. This is the desolate ancient tablet. It's rumored to be cast from 10,000 years of cold iron and possesses unfathomable might. The desolate ancient monument, which opens every other year, is a chance for cultivators newly arrived on the desolate ancient path. It's said that this desolate ancient tablet contains a complete law, and as long as one comprehends the law contained within it, it's enough to skyrocket one's martial cultivation. Looking at the dark stone monument in front of him, a burst of discussion resounded around the square. Yi Tian looked up and saw the words ancient road written on the top of the ancient monument. Desolate ancient monument, desolate ancient road. What kind of secrets are hidden here? Yi Tian murmured and whispered. The essence in his eyes flickered as he became more and more curious in his heart. Just then, the crowd suddenly stirred, each one yelling excitedly. Immediately afterward, one could see shadows in the distance, rushing towards the side. It's Chen Tianpeng. He's really here. Seeing a figure in the lead, Xiao Xii's gaze instantly brightened. Chen Tianpeng, ranked 9th on the Dao State Heavenly ranking, was extremely powerful, second only to the holy sons of the 5 major powers in the Dao State. Moreover, he had a very strong background, being the grandson of the contemporary emperor lord of the Chun clan's imperial dynasty, with a noble status. The moment Chen Tianpeng appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Ha ha, Xiao 13, you're here too? Seeing Xiao 13, Chen Tianpeng was first slightly stunned, then he came with large strides. Brother Chen. Xiao 13 greeted him with a smile. For Chen Tianpeng, he didn't dislike it. On the contrary, he also very much appreciated the other party's character. You've also obtained the qualification to enter the desolate ancient forbidden land for training. That's really impressive. Xiao 13 patted Chen Tianpeng's shoulder with a brotherly gesture. Chen Tianpeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. I am also forced to do nothing. If I don't come, my grandfather is afraid that he will beat me to death alive. Xiao 13 froze at his words, then cursed with a laugh. Your grandfather is really ruthless. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly erupted with earth-shattering cheers, and all eyes converged on the eastern side of the square. There stood several young figures. Their chi and blood were majestic and their body was boiling with battle intent. All of them were top demons from various sect forces. It's the guys. Seeing those young men and women, Xiao Xii's pupils suddenly shrunk and his face instantly sank. What? Are they strong? Yi Tian curiously asked after him. Xiao 13 nodded his head and explained. These are the heavenly prides from Beiwei Prefecture and Xiling Prefecture respectively. Ping Shichuan from Beiwei Province, Li Yun from Xiling Province. Hearing Xiao Xii's narration, Yi Tian immediately revealed a surprised expression. It turned out that these guys, all of them, were the top demons from the various sect forces in the Dao state. In that case, these are the ones who have been snowed in and will only show up when the big moment is coming? Yi Tian took a deep breath and his gaze gradually became grave. Although they belonged to the same Dao state realm, Yi Tian knew that the competition here was 100 times more brutal than the 3,000 Dao states. If newcomers like them wanted to obtain opportunities on the desolate ancient path, they had to rely on their own skills. Even if he and Xiao 13 teamed up, they might not be able to steadily overwhelm the other heavenly prides. Brother Xiao, we need to hurry up and ascend the desolate ancient monument, or else if we wait for them to come over, I'm afraid they'll seize our position again. Yi Tian frowned and reminded. The two of them together only had 2 inscription formations, and they couldn't block the attacks of the others. And at this moment, Xiao 13 seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at Yi Tian. Brother Yi, you seem to your master. Hold it. Shifu is Shifu. I'm me. Stay out of it. Chapter 129 Opening of the Desolate Ancient Tablet also. But, I feel like Fairy Manmio seems to have some other for you. He Xiao 13 seemed to be deliberately uttering such words at a glance. Alright. I'll take care of my business. I just don't know how those two guys Lin Ao Duan and Wang Daoxian are doing. How come they haven't come over yet? It can't be that something happened, right? Yi Tian frowned, a hidden worry in his heart. Don't worry, with their strength they shouldn't be in danger. I guess they ran into some kind of trouble and got delayed. Xiao 13 consoled him and then led Yi Tian to continue ascending the desolate ancient monument. But just as they were about to ascend the last 2 stone steps, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, dark clouds rolled over the plaza and the wind howled. A few moments later, a bright golden rainbow broke through the dome of the sky and swept in with a terrifying killing aura. What was that? Hiss! The breath is too scary. The crowd sucked in cold air and were filled with horror. At the same time, Chen Tianping and Xiao 13 in the square also stared and could not help but frown, because the terrifying aura that escaped from above that golden rainbow caused them to feel a great pressure. Moreover, that golden rainbow was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it landed near the stone monument in the center of the square. Swish! The dazzling golden light disappeared, revealing a young man dressed in gold. Ha! It's actually him! Xiao Xi's eyes rounded as a trace of shock surfaced on his face. Who? Yi Tian inquired with a frown. This person. He seems to be a genius that appeared in the 3000 Taoist Prefecture's Odd Man's Mansion a few decades ago, named Lu Qilin. Oh, he's the first genius of the Odd Man's Mansion? Could it be that he's been snowed in? A wisp of essence flashed in Yi Tian's eyes after a slight contemplation. The Odd Man's Mansion was the oldest clan power in the 3000 Tao state, with a long heritage and deep roots, and it was said that there were many powerful people sitting inside. It seems that this world's great power has drawn out quite a few people who have been snowed under. Yi Tian's eyebrows danced as a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. However, he wasn't worried because he had the confidence to surpass these people. After all, he had the aid of a system cheat, and these people were absolutely unable to fight against him. And just at this time, a grim voice suddenly rang out. Humph! Lu Qilin, you're finally willing to come out. As the voice appeared, only Chen Tianping was seen slowly stepping onto the ring. At the same time, the other 4 figures also stepped onto the ring, their breath surging and raging around them. Especially the brocade-robed man walking at the front was a source of fear for the crowd. His figure was straight and slender. His short eyebrows were flying. His features were handsome and extraordinary, and his temperament was outstanding, as if he was born to be as noble as an emperor. His name is Chu War. He is a member of the Imperial clan, and he is extremely strong. Xiao 13 whispered a word of reminder. Royalty? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled, his expression full of disdain, even stronger. Could it still be stronger than the Ouyang family, the first of the 9 great families in the Tao state? Xiao 13 let out a dark sigh and did not comment. Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry. These people don't dare to do anything to us. Besides, there's you, Yi Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, he looked up at Lu Qilin with undisguised hostility in his gaze. This time, when the desolate ancient monument opens, perhaps there are people from outside the domain hiding inside, so we must be careful and cautious, so as not to be backstabbed. Aha! Xiao 13 nodded solemnly, his expression incomparably serious. Humph! Lu Qilin, however, smiled coldly, not taking it to heart at all. Just a few extraterrestrial curmudgeons. I, Lu, will not be afraid. Lu Qilin's demeanor was wild and domineering. He stood proudly with his arms on his back, as if he was looking out of the corner of his eye, shocking the entire audience. Since you're so confident, I'll wait and see. Yi Tian shook his head and snorted, turning around and walking into the inscription formation. Xiao 13 glanced deeply at Lu Qilin and similarly turned towards the inscription formation. These losers are really insensitive. Knowing that I, Mr. Lu, am here, how dare they still try to ascend the desolate ancient monument? Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly, a cold light appearing in the depths of his eyes. Inside the desolate ancient monument, Yi Tian appeared on top of a mountain peak. I didn't expect that this is actually a small world inside, and the aura is extremely dense. Yi Tian looked around and quickly discovered the end. The richness of aura in this place was far superior to any secret realm he had ever seen, and even more so. It seems that this should be the cave-blessed land left behind by the ancestors. No wonder a lot of martial arts powerhouses have been able to be born over the years. It turns out that there is something else going on here. Yi Tian nodded and said thoughtfully. He was just about to take a step forward when he suddenly lost his footing. Something's not right. Yi Tian's gaze flickered and his face suddenly changed. In the void in front of him, an invisible pressure filled the air, causing him to feel overwhelmed. And just as he tried to take a step forward, he suddenly realized that his entire body had stiffened. How can this oppression be so strong? Yi Tian's face suddenly changed drastically, his eyelids twitching viciously. This scene made him instantly understand. Just now, that invisible pressure did not appear out of nowhere, but was illuminated by some kind of forbidden means. The power of this prohibition was simply unbelievable. Yi Tian was simply unable to resist the slightest bit and could not even move a bit. He could only stay frozen in place, letting the power of the prohibition confine him to death. This is bad. Yi Tian's face was unsightly. His mood was eager and tense. This bizarre situation took him by surprise. He had never expected to encounter such a huge obstacle just by taking a few steps forward. It made him feel incredibly stifled and helpless. Ugh, it's just a matter of that. It seems that the only thing to do is to wait for the forbidden pressure to weaken. Although it was regrettable, Yi Tian had no choice when it came down to it. He could only silently pray that the forbidden pressure would diminish as much as possible, or else even if he could walk to the edge of the stone pillar, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to touch it. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to sit on his knees and adjust his state. Just as Yi Tian was trapped, the remaining few disciples had similarly encountered a similar situation. However, they were more fortunate. They were only blocked by the forbidden pressure, and were able to remain active for the time being. And in this mountain range, there were a total of 9 entrances leading to the various levels of the desolate ancient monument. And at this moment, at an entrance nearest to Yi Tian, 2 black-clothed martial artists stood there observing something. This Yi Tian, what bad luck! One of the black-robed men said with a sneer on his face. I heard that he's a man of extraordinary origins, and that he's pissed off a lot of people by talking about himself as the son of a great emperor. So, we can easily solve our prey this time? The other man hemmed and hawed. That's right, with Yi Tian's temperament and strength, there's no need for the 2 of us to personally take care of this trash. Hearing their conversation, the other man in black couldn't help but grin. Chapter 130, The Attack of the Evil Demons from Outside the Domain. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and strike, lest the night grows long. Ha ha, good, let's slaughter this fellow and sacrifice his blood to the flag. With that, the 2 were ready to strike. Just at this time, shocking fluctuations suddenly erupted in the distance, as if someone was in a big fight. Ha, there's a situation. The duo's eyes lit up and they immediately rushed towards there. Ha, there's actually a cave there? Whatever, it's not Yi Tian anyway. The 2 of them quickly rushed over, and they saw a huge cave with a moss-covered, dark and damp entrance. From the surface, it looked like someone had mistakenly entered, but no one had noticed that there was a fine circle of runes flowing beyond the hole. Rumble! Right at this moment, a strong aura suddenly descended and directly enveloped the 2, frightening them so much that their faces turned pale and they nearly collapsed to the ground. Hiss! What is that thing? The 2 of them were horrified, only feeling that their breathing was dull, and the spiritual energy in their bodies almost stopped functioning. So powerful. Just what kind of person is it? Why is his aura so terrifying? As the 2 were appalled, they suddenly realized that a figure had rushed out from the cave entrance. This figure was covered in red flames and fire, emitting monstrous killing intent, just like a world-defying demon king. Ha! It's you! After seeing the figure clearly, the 2 of them immediately exclaimed in shock, because this person was clearly Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian's body was surrounded by a monstrous killing machine, and it was obvious that his killing heart was in full bloom. Boom! In an instant, the rolling killing aura swept in all directions, directly drowning the 2. Shit! The 2 men cursed angrily, drew their swords and swung them, trying their best to resist the monstrous killing. But, in just the blink of an eye, a hideous wound appeared on the 2 of them, dripping with blood. You 2 are looking for death. Yi Tian roared harshly, both fists shaking wildly, rolling fist-ons blasting out with a thunderous momentum. Boom boom! A dull explosion ensued, and the 2 black-clothed martial artists were sent flying several feet away on the spot. At the same time, the 2 of them had long since taken off their weapons and flew out, landing on the ground and smashing them to pieces. Shit! Move! The 2 gritted their teeth and roared low, desperately urging their companions to flee. Humph! Want to leave? Too late! Yi Tian bellowed and lunged up. A dull roar rippled out, and the cultivator behind him was instantly killed. But in the end, one still escaped. Quickly go and invite senior brother Gao. Yi Tian collected his breath and scanned his surroundings, realizing that there were no bystanders. Then he exhaled a long, stuffy breath. I didn't expect that these extraterrestrials really followed them in. I just don't know who their leader is. Who cares who they are? Since they dared to offend me, they have to pay the price. Yi Tian let out a cold snort, then turned around and swept towards the giant square in front of him. He wanted to enter the deeper depths of the desolate ancient monument first, to see what kind of scene that stone monument was. However, he had just walked out dozens of feet away when he suddenly looked slightly moved and slowly turned his head to look at the forest on the left. Yi Tian's brows were furrowed and his eyes showed a puzzled look. Behind that giant tree, there seemed to be some kind of dangerous presence hidden, and judging from the other party's aura, it didn't seem too unusual. Yi Tian slightly weighed the situation, and with a step of his right foot, he wanted to turn around and retreat. But right at this moment, a cold and violent voice suddenly rang out. Kid, it's not that easy to leave. Before the words fell, a cloud of blackness steeply rose from the woods in front of him on the left, instantly filling the void and obscuring the sunlight. and along with the emergence of the black mist, a black-clothed silhouette also stepped out and walked towards Yi Tian head-on. The moment he saw the other party, the corner of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed as a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This is the extraterrestrial evil devil. You should that is the one surnamed Gao, right? Yi Tian's brows were furrowed and his expression was unusually grave. Although he was very confident in his battle prowess, he was still much more cautious when facing the extraterrestrial evil demon. I didn't think anyone would recognize me in a hellhole like this. The visitor shook his head inside, an intense killing chance blossoming in his eyes. Kid, I've been looking for you for a long time. Today I finally see a real person. Yi Tian snorted coldly at his words. Humph, since you dare to come, prepare to die. What did you say? Senior brother Gao became furious at his words. Kid, with your three-legged kung fu, what qualifications do you have to taunt me? Senior brother Gao shouted angrily, his aura suddenly surging around him as he slapped his palm out, setting off a burst of ear-piercing shrill whistles, and in the face of this threat, Yi Tian raised his right arm without hesitation and fiercely met it. Blazing sun hand, accompanied by a shocking boom. The two silhouettes each flew backwards. Senior brother Gao retreated more than a dozen feet before he could barely stabilize himself, while Yi Tian only retreated 5 or 6 steps. Comparing the two, the results are simply clear. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as he showed a shocked expression. Although this exchange of moves did not distinguish a winner from a loser, it was obvious that he had a slight disadvantage, and the strength of the other party clearly exceeded him by 1 step. Kid, looks like I really underestimated you. Senior brother Gao's eyelids jumped. The corners of his mouth hooked into a bizarre arc, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kid, you're proud enough to make this great master go all out. Cut the crap. Yi Tian angrily rebuked, and immediately swept out again to launch an attack. In the dull roar, the two men fought fiercely, and in the twinkling of an eye, they fought into a ball again. However, after a few moments of work, senior brother Gao gradually fell behind. Damn, how could your kid's fleshly body be so strong? Senior brother Gao broke into a rage, feeling 10,000% suffocated. Not only was Yi Tian's physical strength stronger than him, but his speed and reaction were actually far superior to his, making it impossible for him to get close. Kid, die! With an angry roar, senior brother Gao suddenly offered up a talisman as black as ink and suspended it in midair. Soul-devouring curse? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes jumped wildly, immediately sensing the clues. Without waiting for the other party to urge him on, he swiftly dodged out and dodged frantically towards that side. Soul-devouring curse? Ha 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 ha. Do you think this kind of sculpted insect technique can help me? Yi Tian laughed wildly up to the sky, completely fearless of his opponent's attacks. Kid, do you really think you've got me? Dream on. Soul-devouring mantra. Suppress me. In the midst of his angry shout, senior brother Gao cupped his hand and pointed in the air, and the talisman suspended in midair suddenly shone with spiritual light, emitting an appalling aura. Buzz. The talisman trembled violently, releasing a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy that instantly enveloped the area of 100 feet in a radius. Rumble rumble. Huge spiritual energy fluctuations raged wildly, as if a vicious demonic beast was running rampant. Yi Tian's face instantly became unsightly, and a warning sign grew in his heart. What kind of tactic is this? Although he had once encountered a similar situation, but that was after all just a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and even how powerful it was would never be able to affect him in the slightest. But now, he realized that things were clearly a little different. The threat contained in that spiritual energy fluctuation seemed extremely terrifying. Chapter 131, The Spirituality of the Xian Fu. Kid, obediently tie your hands, or else the consequences will be unimaginable once this talisman of mine is activated. Looking at the expression of scorn that showed on Yi Tian's face, senior brother Gao couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. This talisman was gifted to him by a certain high-ranking person who was proficient in the art of talisman refining at the cost of a huge amount of spirit stones, and the power of the talisman was so powerful, even he was unpredictable. Kid, this talisman is a combination of thousands of low-grade Xian runes, powerful enough to strangle a 5th-grade demonic beast. Even if your physical body is strong enough, if you are hit head-on by it, you will surely die. Senior brother Gao's face was full of grimace, and his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. And upon hearing his introduction, the corner of Yi Tian's eyes jerked as his heart grew more and more shocked. Hiss! Thousands of low-grade Xian runes combined? This is too much. Although Yi Tian was used to seeing the world, he was shocked by this number. Low-grade Xian symbols were already scarce and precious. Wouldn't a talisman seal consisting of thousands of Xian symbols be even rarer and more terrifying in value? And the most critical issue is that this soul-devouring curse is not made of ordinary materials. Rather, it can only be cast at the cost of the Xian Fu's spirituality. This made the Xianfu possess a certain degree of spirituality. It can even produce autonomous minds, which can lead to more powerful attacks. This point really shocked Yi Tian. Ha 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 ha, now you know the power. Kid, it's only because you're so unlucky that you happen to meet this great master. No one can save you this time. Die. With a crazy roar, senior brother Gao flicked his wrist and guided the soul-devouring mantra towards Yi Tian. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes jumped as a deep sense of crisis surged in his heart. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he gritted his teeth and roared, both fists shaking in unison as he blasted out towards his opponent. Boo! The two exchanged blows for a few moments. Senior brother Gao finally could not withstand it and screamed miserably as he spat out blood and lost. Damn! I'll fight you! Senior brother Gao struggled to climb up, a determined and ruthless look in his eyes. With a sudden shake of his right hand, he took out a short knife with a cold light, and wanted to chop off his left arm. Asshole! Stop it! Yi Tian's face suddenly changed. If the other party was allowed to chop off his left arm, when the time came, it would definitely trigger the forbidden spell formation here, and the consequences would be unimaginable then. Ha 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 ha, too late. Stop it, stop it. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and bellowed, fighting to pounce forward to stop his opponent. Unfortunately, it was too late. Seeing that senior brother Gao was about to cut off his left hand, Yi Tian suddenly had a flash of insight in his mind. Ha? Yeah. Yi Tian's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped his body, flipped his right hand and took out a palm-sized black crystal. A strange buzzing resounded through the void. The black crystal steeply blossomed with eye-catching silver spiritual light, while at the same time, a circle of dazzling white halo also rippled out. In an instant, a huge pressure suddenly erupted within a radius of 100 feet. The originally raging spiritual power fluctuations came to an abrupt halt, as if they had been deterred by an inexplicable deterrent. Hiss! What a terrifying pressure! Senior brother Gao's face changed drastically, and a strong scorn flashed in his eyes. Instead of striking out rashly, he stood in place and stared at his guard. It was because the pressure came in an odd and bizarre manner, not like some kind of spiritual power fluctuation, but rather like a special kind of existence. What is this thing? Senior brother Gao frowned as he looked at the black crystal, deep scorn flashing in his eyes. This black crystal looked bland and dull. Its surface was covered with fine cracks, and it looked like a mutilated and incomplete jade slip. Yi Tian frowned slightly and put away the black crystals with a thought, his aura slowly receding around him. I told you not to do anything rash if you don't want to die. He glanced at senior brother Gao and said coldly. The corners of senior brother Gao's eyes shrunk, and the corners of his mouth swept up in a gloomy cold smile, a few points of greed flickering vaguely in the depths of his eyes. However, he knew very well that he was simply unable to fight against his opponent with his current state. Just now, before the spiritual power fluctuation was over, Yi Tian had forced him to take a close call, and now that he was using this tactic again, he was even more afraid to take a risk. After weighing the situation slightly, he could only forcefully suppress his anger and temporarily press down the killing opportunity in his heart. Right at this moment, Yi Tian's line of sight landed on senior brother Gao's waist. That's... Yi Tian's eyelids jumped as a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Senior brother Gao subconsciously protected his waist, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the other party's movements and immediately let out a cold snort. Humph! You don't even recognize this. You're really a turd. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows at that. What do you mean? It was true that he didn't know what the object hanging from the other party's waist was, but he knew that it was definitely a treasure. Humph! You really don't recognize it? Senior brother Gao shook his head and snorted, a few moments of mockery flashing in his eyes. Yi Tian's face sank, and he was instantly a bit annoyed. Why would I want to know such a raggedy placeholder? Ha ha! Since that's the case, then I'll let you gain insight today. Senior brother Gao let out a wild laugh, and an icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, senior brother Gao turned around and began to recite an incantation, a string of obscure and awkward incantations coming out of his mouth, exuding a hint of a bizarre aura, and along with the recitation of this incantation, the treasure at his waist unexpectedly released a cloud of piercing spiritual light that hovered in midair. Yi Tian raised his eyes and scanned, his heart slightly aghast. This thing looked no different from an ordinary storage bag in appearance, but it looked quite extraordinary upon closer inspection. How about it? Do you know how powerful this youngster is now? Senior brother Gao snorted coldly, undisguised contempt flashing in his eyes. The corners of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as his face clouded over into silence. Senior brother Gao smiled arrogantly and coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. All right, for the sake of helping me just now, I won't kill you. Get lost. Senior brother Gao waved his hand, signaling Yi Tian to leave. Do you think that I don't have a way to deal with the prohibitions here? Yi Tian retorted with a cold smile. Senior brother Gao frowned, instantly waking up. Right. Wasn't their purpose of entering the secret realm to search for spirit herbs and refine pills? If that's the case, why would he be stupid enough to stay here and wait? Wouldn't he have searched on his own? When he thought of this, Senior Brother Gao's face darkened. You, humph, you wait for me. Senior Brother Gao stared at Yi Tian indignantly, then swept away and vanished towards the distance. Looking at this Senior Brother Gao's distant back, Yi Tian secretly sighed in relief. Although he was strong enough, but it was his brain that seemed to be a bit bad. In the vernacular? Similar to a dilettante. Luckily, he reacted in time, or else there was a real possibility that Senior Brother Gao could have gotten the upper hand. Yi Tian quickly surveyed his surroundings as a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. This was a huge cave that covered an area of thousands of feet, and judging by its size, it was feared that it was built by the main peak of the Zhongyan sect. The entire belly of the mountain was oval in shape, with the central area covered by an incredibly wide plaza and several other rows of intricate passages. Chapter 132 Formation Base. As for the outermost floors of palatial stone houses, they were divided into various directions. Every dozens of feet stood a stone gate, separated from each other in a unique way. In addition to that, Yi Tian also discovered that there was a pit about several feet in diameter in the center of this square, which was deep and quiet and looked extremely odd. What's that? Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly took a step towards the center of the square. A few moments later, he came to stand beside the crater and leaned down to check it out. This concave pit was foursquare, reaching tens of feet in circumference, and its surface was covered with fine cracks. Moreover, around the crack, there were quite a few broken stone chips scattered, revealing a sense of the vicissitudes of age. Ha! Yi Tian suddenly jumped out of the corner of his eye and looked at the pile of gravel under his feet in surprise. The surface of this pile of gravel was covered with mottled dust, but it had long since weathered and corroded away due to its age. What the hell is this? Yi Tian frowned slightly and thought, whatever it is, let's get the spirit herb first. After thinking about this point, Yi Tian did not care too much and prepared to explore, but he had just crouched down when his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Hiss! This is... The corners of Yi Tian's eyes shrunk violently, and his face suddenly froze, as if he had seen some terrifying sight. The surface of this pile of stone gravel looked very ordinary, but under careful scrutiny, he realized that a small and ancient formation diagram was actually inscribed on the surface. Although this formation diagram was worn out and mutilated, it still faintly emitted a certain mysterious aura. How could this happen? Yi Tian frowned and muttered. He instinctively felt that the pile of gravel in front of him was definitely not simple, but the more he did, the more puzzled he became, completely confused as to what was going on. Strange. Yi Tian frowned and gazed around for a long time before he finally had a little guess. This stone shouldn't be a formation base, right? Looking at the formation patterns on the surface of the stone gravel, Yi Tian muttered. Although the formation pattern looked rather crude and could even be described as mutilated, but he vaguely remembered that what formation masters were best at was not using the way of formations to deduce and transform things such as formation artifacts or talismanic soldier formation discs. This stone was not like any spiritual material magic weapon though, but if it was sacrificed as a formation weapon, it might not be possible to achieve a similar effect? Hiss! That's not a bad way to go, but the point is, I don't know anything about formations. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly, momentarily feeling extremely depressed. The art of formations was arcane and complicated, and even the high-ranking martial arts masters in the great world didn't dare to dabble in it easily. Not to mention his half-ass level, if he attempted it rashly, he would only not even know how to die. Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and looked at the gravel under his feet again, his face becoming solemn. If only Shao 13 was here. This guy definitely understands. Yi Tian shook his head inside, unable to help but sigh darkly. Unfortunately, that guy didn't know where in that part of the desolate ancient monument, and it was probably hard to come over in a short period of time, and even if he himself had learned the art of formations, he might not know the spells for sacrificing formation artifacts, let alone improving the formation patterns. Alas, it seems like we really have to return empty-handed this time. Yi Tian frowned with a chagrined expression. Originally, he was expecting to make a big profit from this batch of spirit herbs. Who would have expected to encounter such a situation? That's all. Yi Tian took a deep breath and threw away the distracting thoughts, regaining his composure. He quickly gathered his thoughts and took out a few tools and began to clear the gravel under his feet, and took out a few fire-red pills from his storage bag and swallowed them. As the elixir entered his body, Yi Tian's bloodline spiritual energy instantly boiled up, surging wildly as if it was burning. The roar resounded through the void, and the surrounding heaven and earth auras were pulled and converged. At the same time, a light red spiritual power fluctuation visible to the naked eye was also spreading rapidly, enveloping the surrounding area of more than 100 feet, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Right at this moment, a slightly surprised cold drink suddenly came out, causing Yi-Tian, who was concentrating on urging his spiritual energy, to be taken aback. Yi-Tian turned around haughtily and swept towards his back. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to run into you here. A rampant laughter suddenly rang out, followed by a blue-robed youth who swept in from a distance and steadily stopped in front of Yi-Tian. After seeing the visitor clearly, Yi-Tian's pupils shrunk, and a cold light between his eyebrows skyrocketed. This person was no one else but Lu Qilin, who had had a meeting before stepping into the desolate ancient monument. We are truly destined to meet again. Lu Qilin shook his head and snorted, killing intent in his eyes. Yeah, fate indeed. I'm surprised though, how did you get in here too? Lu Qilin's face sank as he sniffed and angrily rebuked. Do you think I'm willing to come in? Wasn't this forced? Yi-Tian frowned slightly. So, you passed the prohibition? That's considered a prohibition? I can break it with one hand. Lu Qilin coldly and angrily rebuked, looking at Yi-Tian with a face full of contempt. Hearing him say this, Yi-Tian still felt a little odd because he always felt that there was something in this guy's words. According to common sense, since he possessed strong strength, he should have found the exit to the second floor as soon as possible, but he did the opposite and instead circled around to the entrance of the third floor. Nope, this guy must have another plan. Electricity flashed in Yi-Tian's mind and he instantly snapped out of it. He raised his hand to touch the black tattoo on his left arm, the corners of his eyes shrinking slightly, his face unusually cold. The existence of this tattoo was unknown to anyone but him. I'm afraid. This also meant that Lu Qilin had probably mistakenly entered this bizarre valley with it. Not only that, at this moment, he had already realized that he was afraid that this piece of crumbling gravel in front of him was not as simple as he appeared to be. I advise you not to play any tricks, or you will surely die. Looking at Lu Qilin, Yi-Tian threatened in a stern voice. Lu Qilin smiled coldly, killing machines blossoming in his eyes. Yi-Tian, cut the crap with me. Now tell me right away how to get out of here. Yi-Tian's face was cloudy and his gaze was gloomy. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly shook his head and smiled, a scowl appearing at the corner of his mouth. You want to leave? Oh, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Lu Qilin's face sank at his words. Do you think I'm still the same weak and incompetent Yi-Tian? The corner of Yi-Tian's eyes flickered, and a cold light appeared between his eyebrows, accompanied by a low rumble. An appalling aura rose steeply. This aura was like an invisible giant hammer striking hard on top of Lu Qilin's chest, causing his face to change drastically and his entire body to tremble violently. Damn! How is this possible? Your cultivation. Lu Qilin's face suddenly changed. His fists clenched, and his two eyes shone straight up. Yi-Tian smiled proudly, his face full of smugness. Chapter 133, Secret Treasure Protecting the Body. Outrageous. Lu Qilin gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his face turning more and more ironic. Yi-Tian sneered more than just a cold smile. His right hand swung violently through the air and two purple lights suddenly shot out, ready to teach him a lesson. However, something unexpected happened to him. The two blades of the sword just flew to Lu Qilin a few feet in front of the cliff. Hard to stop the momentum, as if crashed in a wall of transparent barrier. No longer cannot move an inch. Hiss. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi-Tian's heart shook and his face suddenly became stiff. Lu Qilin was also filled with consternation, and after a moment of being stunned, a hint of joy could not help but flash through his eyes. So you used a secret treasure to protect your body. Lu Qilin gazed at the two amethyst short swords, his eyes turning more than a little in thought. This situation, which he had once seen on a certain sect elder, was a defensive secret treasure. Although the grade was quite low, it was enough to withstand the attacks of certain strong people. Seeing the two amethyst short swords hovering in midair and delayed in attacking, Yi-Tian could not help but feel relieved and his face gradually became much more relaxed. He had known for a long time that Lu Qilin had an extraordinary background, was carrying powerful cards, and might even be carrying a certain defensive secret treasure. Otherwise, under his all-out attack, Lu Qilin simply wouldn't be able to survive today, even if his qualifications were high and his combat experience was rich. Thinking of this, Yi-Tian was secretly happy in his heart. It was so dangerous. If he hadn't been completely prepared in advance, he would have really fallen into Lu Qilin's hands. Looking at Lu Qilin's face full of excitement, Yi-Tian smiled disdainfully. Do you think that you can stop me just by relying on this kind of trash? Lu Qilin's eyelids fluttered as he suddenly thought of something. Yi-Tian was equipped with some sort of strange skill or secret technique to hide his strength, and these two items were most likely his reliance. However, thinking about this, Lu Qilin's heart was still filled with disdain. This kind of means was certainly terrifying, but it didn't mean that he couldn't help Yi-Tian, Surname Yi, do you think you can turn the situation around with just these 2 items? Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly. With a winning stance, his face full of arrogance, his eyes full of scorn and mockery, Yi Tian's eyebrows flickered as he sniffed, a trace of doubt welling up in his heart. But more than anything else, he was wary. He suddenly realized that this Lu Qilin seemed to be a lot smarter than before, and his realm of strength had also grown sky high. No matter what, you're just a 5th level minion of the Jindan realm. In front of me, you can't even be considered a mole. So what are you going to fight with me? Lu Qilin shook his head and smiled coldly with a proud look on his face. Is that so? Yi Tian took a few deep breaths and suppressed the agitated spiritual energy fluctuations as a cold aura flickered in his eyes. In that case, let's try it. Yi Tian's spiritual energy bulged around his body, and his breath crazily skyrocketed. At the same time, the 2 amethyst short swords began to spin crazily, releasing an astonishingly sharp aura. And under the intermingling and convergence of these 2 overpowering auras, Yi Tian's aura instantly became extremely strong, far exceeding his previous level. You actually possess a true spirit. Lu Qilin's pupils contracted in surprise. In that previous encounter, although he was heavily injured, he had never considered Yi Tian as too big of an enemy. It was only until now that he finally realized that the terror of Yi Tian's strength was definitely beyond his expectations. At this time, he finally realized that he had underestimated Yi Tian's strength. I have to say that you have indeed become much stronger than before, but do you think that this bit of tactics will be able to fight against me? Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly, his gaze quickly becoming cold. Even if your strength reaches the peak of Jindan, so what? My means will definitely not be inferior to yours. Lu Qilin shouted angrily and slammed his palms together on the silver disc in front of him. Buzz! The silver disc instantly turned into a stream of light and sped towards Yi Tian. Seek death. Feeling the crisis coming, Yi Tian was completely enraged. He had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to directly destroy Lu Qilin and eliminate any future problems, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so stubborn and insistent. Since this was the case, he would no longer be polite, and only waited for the moment the silver disc broke out of the ground, and immediately exerted his strongest means to result in Lu Qilin. Yi Tian's palms shook together as he once again offered up those 2 purple sword awnings, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Lu Qilin. However, just at the moment when the purple sword blade was about to cut into Lu Qilin, a strange change occurred. The void suddenly shook dramatically, and a cloud of blinding blue light suddenly flashed, illuminating the surroundings for a moment. Hiss! Lu Qilin's face changed drastically, the corners of his eyes twitched violently, and he subconsciously retreated backwards. But despite his quick reaction, he was still a hair slow. A wisp of blood blossomed unexpectedly, and a shocking bloodstain was left where the blue light enveloped the area. Ah! Shit! Lu Qilin let out a miserable scream, his face hideous. Ha ha, Yi Tian, if you can't kill me, I will definitely make you pay the price too. As the words settled, a flash of sinister color flashed in Lu Qilin's eyes, and with an open mouth spray, a palm-sized odd jade knife swept out, accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound. This odd jade blade suddenly transformed into a bizarre blade shadow, emitting a frightening aura as it electrically chopped towards Yi Tian. Oh! Yi Tian's eyebrows twitched as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he had noticed it earlier, he never thought that Lu Qilin would have this kind of evil thing in his hands. A moment of inadvertence by which it sneaks in and succeeds, and instantly attracts trouble. However, this weird knife was not very powerful. Yi Tian could easily crush it with just a little bit of prodding. However, precisely because of the existence of this evil weapon in the other party's hands, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced, and this was obviously not something he was willing to see. As he thought about this, a light flashed steeply in his mind. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian raised his right hand without thinking and a turquoise-colored elixir instantly appeared at his fingertips. After swallowing it without hesitation, Yi Tian's body trembled slightly, and his aura around him once again rose, becoming even more appalling. Phew! Yi Tian spat out a mouthful of stuffy air, and then his feet took a step. His body swayed and disappeared as if he had instantly moved. After the blink of an eye, a dull thud suddenly reached Lu Qilin's ears. Rumble! With a dull roar, an airwave visible to the naked eye swept out like a mountain. Wherever it passed through, dust and smoke rose up in all directions. Trees snapped, and the withered grass on the ground instantly exploded. Hiss! How is that possible? This guy even has this kind of means? Lu Qilin gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his eyes incomparably gloomy. Although he hadn't seen that scene with his own eyes just now, when he heard that muffled sound, he knew that Yi Tian had used some extremely special secret technique. This kind of secret method was by no means comparable to ordinary means, and that makes his situation more and more difficult. The secret skill that Yi Tian practiced was definitely more than just that one move just now. and it was even likely that it would ensue. Chapter 134, Kirin? I'll beat you to a pulp. Thinking of this, Lu Qilin's face became ugly, and the worry within his heart soared even more rapidly. Yi Tian, today's revenge will be avenged in the future. Angrily shouted. Lu Qilin no longer stay. The blue light around the body suddenly skyrocketed, transformed into a recluse light speed away. Yi Tian, who was about to strike out with all his might to suppress Lu Qilin, frowned slightly as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although Lu Qilin's cultivation had fallen to the early stage of Jindan and his strength had been greatly reduced, he had at least been a peak Jindan expert. Even though he was not in a good fighting condition right now, it was not that easy, and instead of taking advantage of this good opportunity to kill him, he used this opportunity to flee in fear, which really surprised Yi Tian. But soon he realized that Lu Qilin was not timid, but had no choice, because his left arm had been chopped off by himself, and if it wasn't treated in time, he was afraid that it would cause damage that would be difficult to recover from. Running quite fast. But, it's too late. A brilliant light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and with a wave of his right hand and fingers, a purple light shot out once again, chasing after Lu Qilin. Damn it! The corners of Lu Qilin's eyes jumped, scared out of his wits. Although he only had one arm left now, his strength was still there after all, and this level of Yi Tian's offense could not help him at all. However, if he let this sword on get close to him, I'm afraid he would be in trouble. At this time, he couldn't care less about his face and dignity, and hastily urged his spiritual energy to condense a defensive shield in an attempt to block the sword on. However, the moment the purple light flew close, Lu Qilin suddenly realized that something was wrong. How? So strong? Lu Qilin looked at the purple light with a face full of horror, his heart trembling furiously. The sense of oppression that the purple light brought to him was simply too strong, even 3 times better than the fist mark just now. And more critically, the violet light produced a massive threat when it was still far away. Shit! After letting out a cry of alarm, Lu Qilin no longer dared to be slow, immediately mobilizing the only remaining spiritual energy in his body. He carried that sword on down hard. Kirin, I'll beat you to a dog today. Yi Tian shouted angrily. The purple light around his body exploded madly. His right hand and fingers pointed out wildly. Several finger shadows suddenly shot out wildly. At the same time, he swayed and charged towards Lu Qilin. Outrageous! Lu Qilin's heart was full of hate and anger, but facing Yi Tian's crazy attack, he still couldn't help but be taken aback and almost failed to cope with it. However, Yi Tian's offense was ultimately just a flash in the pan. Supported by Yi Tian's powerful cultivation, the brief exchange did not take much advantage, and after the twinkling of an eye, Lu Qilin was forced to break free. Yi Tian, you are indeed very strong, but it's not that easy to kill me. Lu Qilin roared and growled, then turned around and ran wildly without any love for the battle, instantly swept into the depths of the dense forest and disappeared into the night. Shit! Yi Tian let out a cold gulp, shook his head and sighed, retracting his sight rather regretfully. Although he had tried his best, he still hadn't been able to completely re-injure Lu Qilin, which annoyed him. That's just it. It's not a good place to stay. Let's get out of here first. While shaking his head and sighing longingly, Yi Tian suddenly turned around. Just then, a low muffled sound suddenly came faintly from the depths of the valley behind him, causing him to frown. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly looked as if he had thought of something, and his eyes suddenly brightened up. This is the cry of a demonic beast? Listening to the low muffled sound, the corner of Yi Tian's eyes shrunk violently and his heart shook. No! How can there be a demonic beast in the desolate ancient tablet? Can it be that it's an inheritance? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Tian felt his blood boiling. However, after a short while, a few hesitations appeared between his brows, obviously feeling scrupulous about this. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Since we're already here, we can't return empty-handed. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled, and after a slight contemplation he decisively stepped out and sped towards the dark depths ahead. Although this probability was small, Yi Tian did not think that it was necessarily absent. As a matter of fact, every year, people would accidentally enter the desolate ancient monument, and these people would often obtain some sort of miraculous encounter under a special circumstance. This kind of situation was common in the Draconic Monument, so there was no talk of fear at all. If there really was a treasure out there, he would not hesitate to grab it. After all, his strength was already far beyond normal people, and with a treasure in his possession, even if he encountered some trouble, he could easily get out of it. I hope I won't be disappointed. Yi Tian muttered a word, and immediately afterward, his body swayed and accelerated forward to vanish. On the other side, Xiao 13 was immediately attracted to a giant stone platform after entering the desolate ancient monument. This stone platform is 100 feet huge, as high as 40 to 50 feet. The surface is covered with complicated runes. The overall presentation of light yellow looks full of vicissitudes of breath, as if the ancient times have existed here, giving people a kind of inexplicable sense of heaviness. Sacred remnant treasure. Xiao 13 viciously twitched the corners of his mouth as a light blossomed in his eyes. He had originally thought that only the corpses of some clan or family powerhouses would be buried in this desolate ancient monument, but he had never expected that such a rare remnant treasure would be stored here. Moreover, the location of this stone platform was extremely close to the place where the forefathers had fallen, indicating that it was inextricably linked to the forefathers. In that case, it must have been a magic treasure carried by the ancestral powerhouse. Hiss! It's too good. This is a treasure worth a fortune. Xiao 13 breathed deeply, excited beyond measure. Wait! After a moment of elation, he suddenly sensed something strange and turned his head towards the surroundings. His face instantly became gloomy. What's going on? Looking at the scene around him, Xiao 13 could not help but frown slightly, greatly surprised. He remembered that when he had come in earlier, the surroundings were still a lush expanse of trees and grass, but at this moment, it had turned into a place of withering silence. There was nothing around them except for a sky-high ancient tree and jagged and chaotic rocks. Moreover, the gaps between these ancient trees and the messy rocks were extremely wide, which at first glance looked like traces of artificial excavation. What's going on here? Could it be that I've entered an illusion? Xiao Xii's brows were furrowed. His expression was extremely grave, and a touch of worry rose in his heart. He knew that illusions and the like were by no means only present in the desolate ancient monument. In fact, many secret realms would possess them. These places were often accompanied by crises and opportunities, only that the average cultivator would not risk his life to explore them. But then again, even if there was danger, no one would easily give up the huge benefits in front of them, even at the risk of perishing. I'm afraid there would be quite a few people who would be willing to go and make a break for it. Since you're here, let's put up a fight. After pondering for a moment, Xiao 13 shook his head and coldly drank, determined to give up if he really encountered any danger. With his means of preserving his life and his cultivation at the 5th level of the Jindan realm, he would have little problem protecting himself. Chapter 135 Weird Imprisonment Effect. As for searching for treasures, as long as there was a little bit of bad luck, it would just be a wasted trip, and there wouldn't be any damage. After figuring all of this out, Xiao 13 immediately threw away the concerns in his heart and leapt onto the tall stone platform. Rumble! With the slates slowly moving underfoot, the entire tall stone platform trembled violently with it, as if it might collapse at any time. Xiao 13 breathed deeply. The essence light surged in his eyes, and his powerful aura suddenly unfolded. Devour! Accompanied by a loud shout, Xiao 13 swung both of his palms in unison, and two streams of majestic spiritual energy suddenly rolled out wildly, respectively bombarding the groove in the center position of the stone platform. In an instant, the stone platform shook steeply, and the originally dull recess suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. Rumble! With a dull roar, the tall stone platform quickly sank downward. At the same time, Xiao 13 lifted his right arm and grabbed it through the air, forcibly taking out the blinding golden light. Accompanied by a furious roar, the piercing golden light instantly exploded into a dazzling stream of light that shot straight into the sky. A dazzling golden aura suddenly materialized in midair. It was transformed into a huge golden sword shadow of dozens of feet. After seeing the scene in front of him, Xiao 13 was immediately stunned. His mind buzzed into a frenzy, and his heart even set off monstrous waves. What the hell is going on here? The corners of Xiao Xii's eyes jumped wildly. His mind fluctuated violently, and his heart was practically in his throat. Although it had been expected that the treasures here were extraordinary, but after witnessing this amazing scene with his own eyes, he was still deeply shocked, and his heart surged with wild waves. And what surprised him even more was yet to come. Boom! The tall stone platform trembled madly. A layer of earth-colored ripples that were visible to the naked eye then rippled out and spread out, enveloping the nearby area. In the next moment, the corners of Xiao Xii's eyes jumped wildly as his heart and mind shook, only to see this layer of earth-yellow ripples spread all the way down. Wherever they passed those ancient trees, rocks all crumbled away. In the twinkling of an eye, the effort will cover 100 feet in a radius. Shit! Run away! Xiao 13 suddenly woke up, while shouting furiously and cursing furiously under his breath. His legs flicked and immediately swept out. Although he was determined to obtain this treasure, he was also clear that he could not get his hands on this treasure with this amount of strength alone. Therefore, at the first moment, he chose to retreat, even going so far as to give up the fight. However, this layer of earth-colored ripples seemed to possess some kind of bizarre confinement effect. Just now he could barely escape with his lightweight martial arts skills. However, in the blink of an eye, he completely lost the ability to move around and dodge. Outrageous! Xiao 13 gritted his teeth and rebuked angrily, his forehead veins protruding and his eyes reddening. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, he still couldn't get out of his bonds. Instead, he was pulled hard by this weird layer of earth-yellow ripples to the vicinity of the tall stone platform, less than 3 feet away from that golden giant sword. And just as he was about to put up a desperate fight, something bizarre happened. A low rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and the golden giant sword silhouette that was dozens of feet high suddenly disappeared in midair. Only a thick grayish-white spirit mist was left behind to erupt from it. Ha! Xiao Xii's eyelids jumped as he subconsciously scanned his left and right, trying to capture the trace of that spirit mist. But then the thought stops in its tracks, because he knew very well that this spirit fog definitely contained some unknown danger, and it was never wise to touch it rashly. Outside the desolate ancient monument, originally, the entire square appeared to be lonesome because of the low-ranked cultivators entering the desolate ancient monument, but all of a sudden, several figures surged into the sky from within the 81 city. Those cultivators who stayed behind in the 80 cities saw it from afar and couldn't help but look strange and talk about it. Ha! These guys! Isn't that Lord Venerable Bibbo? There are others. They all seem to be at the saint level. Oh my god, what's going on here? The crowd was full of stunned faces, feeling baffled. And while the crowd was wondering and speculating, there were quite a few people in various parts of 81 city who had discovered the strange situation over here. You guys, look over there. Look, they're heading toward that barren mountain. Looking at the crowds coming from all parts of the 81 city, some people recognized their goings-on and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Oh, upon hearing the sound of these people's words, the corners of some people's eyes instantly contracted in thought. Inside the desolate ancient monument, Yi Tian had already begun to prepare to leave, as there was no longer anything else here other than the prohibition. Might as well get out early and work on your training. Staying here would only consume time, and the environment here was too depressing to be suitable for closed-door diving. But just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A wild whistle suddenly rang out, as if it was deafening like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and it stirred within the desolate ancient monument for a long time. Yi Tian's face sank slightly at the sound, and a hint of coldness blossomed between his brows. Although his cultivation level was still shallow, he was able to sense this kind of vision. After gazing slightly, he suddenly realized that the source of the change was none other than that towering barren mountain. What the hell is this messed up? Yi Tian muttered, his eyebrows twitching, a little surprised for a moment. Although the voice was extremely disturbing, it was not exactly intimidating to him. Whatever the hell it is, get out first. Yi Tian snorted coldly, shook his head and snorted, not thinking much about it. But just then, the unexpected happened. A sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and the corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as his face sank. The owner of this voice was not unfamiliar to him. It was the same shady guy from before, and by the looks of it, the other party seemed to have some bad intentions. Little mongrel, you seek death. Looking at Yi Tian as he twisted his head to look at him, a scowl appeared on the other party's face. The corners of his mouth hung with an eerie cold smile. Both fists clenched around his body, spiritual energy drumming endlessly, as if he wanted to strike to teach him a lesson. However, Yi Tian's attention was not focused on him, but rather frowned as he observed the situation on the tall stone platform. A few scruples and hesitations hidden in his eyes. After all, this was the desolate ancient monument, and he couldn't be sure if that exotic treasure would actually exist. In case this is just some kind of restriction or trap set by a senior powerhouse, I'm afraid that even if he has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, it would be difficult for him to get out of it. Since you don't dare to come out, I'll burst you today. The green-robed man's eyes rolled, and he let out a cold shout, his body's might rising steeply. In the muffled sound, his body swayed, and without hesitation, he was about to leap down towards the stone platform. Hiss! So reckless? The corner of Yi Tian's eyes jumped in surprise. The other party completely ignored the forbidden pressure. This was simply audacious. However, at the same time, the vigilance in Yi Tian's heart instantly rose to the extreme, and his gaze became much colder with it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Yi Tian shouted angrily in a deep voice and swung his arms across the air in succession. Chapter 136 Golden Crow Blazing Sun Chop 2 Piercing silver on suddenly cut through the void, fiercely bombarding the green-robed man. Two muffled sounds spread across the void, and the green-robed man's body trembled wildly as blood splattered and almost fell. Shit! Get the fuck out of my way! In a furious bellow, he slapped his palms together, and two strands of furious spiritual energy exploded in the air, transforming into two clusters of spiritual light that wildly blasted out, accompanied by two furious loud bangs. Two spiritual lights instantly pierced through the void and headed straight for Yi Tian. Sculpture! The corner of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed as he swung his right palm in the air and 5 or 6 long knives whistled out. Violent booms instantly filled the surroundings as the two waves of spiritual energy frenzy twisted each other and burst apart. Ha 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 ha, kid, I admit that your battle power is strong, but in front of me, you'll always be nothing more than an ant. Laughing maniacally, the green-robed man swept down once again, his spiritual energy around his body running wildly. Lie down for me. In a wild roar, he shook his right hand, and a piercing golden light suddenly materialized, devouring towards Yi Tian as if it was a poisonous snake. Yi Tian's face sank as he let out a cold snort and called out the yin-yang sword with a flip of his right palm. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. He did see that these people just wanted to take him for an example. It was a bit of a surprise, but he'd seen this sort of thing a lot. It just made him wonder who the other person was. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and he had made a decision between the flashes of lightning and fire. With a flick of his wrist, the yin-yang sword immediately emitted a blinding red light and a layer of blazing spirit flame rose around it. Golden crow blazing sun slash. The roar suddenly resounded as Yi Tian's fire attribute spiritual energy around his body poured into the yin-yang sword as much as he could, causing the blade of the sword to emit a dazzling red light, as if it was burning up. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and he was speeding towards the green-robed man. The corners of the green-robed man's eyes contracted, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he subconsciously retreated away. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian was not chasing after him. Instead, he circled around from the side in a flash. I don't know how to die. The green-robed man coldly spat out 3 words. The golden light around his body suddenly lit up, and with one step he was going to block in front of Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian did not pay any attention to him, but instead used the momentum of recluse to rapidly approach several other people who were traveling with him. The green-robed man's eyes jumped out of the corner of his eyes and he stopped. Just then, Yi Tian took the opportunity to urge the yin-yang sword to attack and kill. A round of blinding red light suddenly flashed, and a powerful sword momentum suddenly swept out, instantly engulfing the 3. Miserable screams suddenly rang out. The 3 people's flesh collapsed, and they fell to their deaths on the spot. Asshole! The green-robed man roared in fury, his face turning blue, the golden light around his body flashing madly more than just trying to block this round of blinding red light. But Yi Tian's moves were really fast like lightning. His moves could not catch up with Yi Tian's sword blade. After 3 more muffled sounds, the 5 martial artists around Yi Tian instantly perished. No good. The green-robed man's face changed drastically. Horrified, the strength Yi Tian displayed was clearly deeper than before. After a short period of stunned silence, he decisively abandoned Yi Tian and swept away with a little swipe of his toes. With a rumbling sound, the stone wall above the boulders suddenly cracked open a gap, and the green-robed man's figure swayed before he was about to rush into the stone gap. But he had only just swept into midair when his face suddenly sank, and a strong look of scorn passed through his eyes, because a huge black claw shadow suddenly poked out from the gap and grabbed fiercely towards him. The green-robed man gritted his teeth and sighed, and without any further ado, he used a powerful technique. A deafening roar suddenly spread out, and the entire stone mountain seemed to shake dramatically for it. Hiss! In the stone forest, Yi Tian was swept away by the powerful fluctuations, and could not help but let out a pained whimper as blood gushed wildly from his chest. He still used his fastest speed to collect that storage bag in his hand. I'm not playing with you. With that, he ran towards the outside of the prohibition, ready to leave this mountain forest. However, the green-robed man had obviously been prepared, and when Yi Tian fled, he quickly returned to stop him. Oh, what? Want to run? It's too late. The green-robed man smiled grimly. His breath around his body surged again, and his right fist blasted out. Whoosh! A huge golden light broke through the air and attacked, blasting towards Yi Tian's undershirt with an unrelenting and domineering aura. Yi Tian's face changed and he swung his sword to resist without hesitation. Bang! In an instant, a dull roar resounded among the dense forest. The golden fist shadow not only blocked this attack, but also hard shook him so much that he flew out backwards and crashed into a tree trunk not far behind him. But he also took this opportunity to rush out of the forbidden range. Count on you to run fast. The green-robed man shook his head and snorted, his face slightly grave. Although he was able to crush his opponent, Yi Tian was, after all, at the 6th level of Jindan, and he definitely could not take advantage of him in a real fight. If they continued to pester, they might even draw other people over, and then they would be in big trouble. So even if he was strong, he had to give up. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with surprise. Why don't you stop me? The green-robed man's face sank at his words. Why should I stop you? The corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Shouldn't he run away and find himself in someone else's bad luck? But listening to the tone of the other side, It seems like they don't care to do that at all. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched slightly, cursing the other party for pretending to be limitless and simply shameless. Our feud isn't over yet. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled coldly, not waiting for the other party to reply before his body shifted and sped towards the outside of the prohibition. Looking at Yi Tian's background, the green-robed man's brows flashed with killing intent, and the cold light in his eyes flourished. But in the end, he didn't go after them. At this moment in the outside world, the saints had all gathered at the top of the barren mountain. One could only see the three great saint realm powerhouses of the 3,000 Tao states, led by Venerable Baibo, besieging a man whose body was covered in black aura. Qing Dian, you actually dared to intrude into this place. It seems that there is something you want here. Venerable Baibo's arms danced, and a huge spiritual energy swung out wildly. In the void, they converged into two large waves of water-blue spiritual energy, blatantly bombarding down with the sound of waves beating against the shore. In the face of this ferocious and unusual attack, the man named Qingdian turned a blind eye to it, his expression calm to the extreme. Ha ha, a cripple who had his path cut off, and 3 early-stage saints. You guys can't help this king. Qingdian bellowed furiously and steeply clenched his right hand, accompanied by a violent roar. The pitch-black spirit mist that enveloped the entire mountain peak rolled up violently, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a hideous and terrifying black giant net. You think that's going to help? Venerable Baibo replied angrily in a deep voice, and his palms shook repeatedly, blasting out furiously towards the huge black net. In a dull roar, 4 huge waves of water-blue spiritual energy ruthlessly crashed on top of the black giant net, bursting out into 4 astonishingly huge waves. The black giant net shook violently throughout its body, but it wasn't damaged too much. Chapter 137 Manhwa's Captivity. In the meantime, Qing Dian, on the other hand, did not hesitate to double his arms and leap up in the air. Immediately afterward, a thick and unparalleled black light suddenly flashed out and blasted towards Venerable Baibo. Venerable Baibo's face sank, both sleeves raised in unison, and 2 huge waves of water-blue spiritual energy immediately greeted him. After 2 loud bangs, the 2 strands of spiritual energy intertwined and collided, generating a mighty energy that completely flooded the summit of the mountain. Give me the town. Venerable Baibo took a step out and swung his palms violently. Dozens of long turquoise-colored vines whistled out as if they were giant dragons strangling towards the black spirit mist. At the same time, several other sacred realm experts also launched a furious attack with their own secret techniques, including Yi Tian's master, Ferryman Meow. Roar roar roar. Bursts of bizarre and strange whistles suddenly emanated from the black spirit mist, causing people to be creeped out. In the next moment, a streak of black light flashed out, as if it was a sharp blade madly chopping the long turquoise-colored vines. Damn! Why are this guy's methods getting weirder and weirder? What's the use of being weird? Our joint efforts are enough to kill him. That's right, as long as we can destroy this Fong, we will be able to find that treasure as soon as possible. The crowd snapped angrily, their confidence increasing. The long turquoise-colored vines coiled vertically and horizontally, frantically dancing and stabbing at the black light. At the front end of the turquoise-colored long vine, a small foot-long turquoise wooden staff was quietly suspended, emitting a strange light all over. It existed, and it was clearly a manifestation of that black spirit mist. This thing, the Venerable Baibo frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Life essence. The delicate body of the manly fairy trembled lightly, and an exquisite light shone in her eyes. What? This is life essence? Hiss. It's something like this? Good boy. I've lived for 500 years, and today I've finally opened my eyes. Upon hearing the manly fairy's words, the crowd was stunned. So, this thing is his true hidden means. How surprising. More than surprised. This is a heavenly treasure. That's right. It's said that this thing contains rich wood attribute spiritual energy, and it's a dream cultivation resource for us. The crowd breathed deeply, their eyes filled with greed and fire. Who cares if it's a heavenly gift or not? Since we've come across it, no one can take it all for themselves. Venerable Baibo broke off in a deep voice and swept forward first. The other 3 looked at each other, and while nodding their heads, they quickly followed him and rushed up. In an instant, 7 Saint Realm powerhouses united to strike, erupting with earth-shattering might. The black spirit mist instantly annihilated, turning into black smoke that dissipated into the sky. Qingdian's face turned white, and a wisp of crimson blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. So it was clear that the struggle just now wasn't easy. Jia. You fools, you really think this thing can trap me? Qingdian let out a loud laugh, his gaze icy cold. Less fucking arrogant. Aren't you just relying on your slightly higher cultivation? I'll admit, you may be slightly better than us in a single fight, but now there are 4 of us. How long can you hold out? I advise you to be honest and hurry up and tie your hands. The crowd sneered and mocked. their eyes filled with contempt. In this area, Venerable Baibo was the strongest, followed by Fairyman Meow, and it was the other two's turn immediately after. Moreover, both the manly fairy and Venerable Bibbo had reached the second level of the Sacred Realm Cultivation Realm, although there was only a half-layer difference. For some reason, the duo's battle power was significantly stronger, especially Venerable Baibo. Although he was only at the early stage of the Saint Realm, his Gong method was special. The combined battle power even surpassed the vast majority of saintly powerhouses, and was no better than that of a great saint. If it wasn't for the fact that he was previously besieged by the 8 berserkers of the extraterrestrial region, he would have most likely broken through to the Saint King realm, and even stepped on to the Quasi-Emperor. Do you guys think that, with this king's current condition, he still needs to worry about your siege? Qingdian laughed indulgently, his words filled with rampancy. Don't you dream. Qingdian gritted his teeth and a gloomy killing intent came through his eyes. This killing intent also touched the likes of Venerable Baibo and Fairyman Meow. No way to die if you want to. Venerable Baibo's face sank as he immediately attacked. There's no need for nonsense. Go all out and take him down. Fairyman Meow coldly droned. Yes, together. The crowd nodded heavily, and with their breath soaring they were about to take down Qingdian in one fell swoop. Just then, a strange change suddenly arose. No! A mournful scream resounded through the void, and Venerable Baibo's face froze as his figure came to an abrupt halt. What's going on here? Shit! What the hell is going on? The crowd was horrified, their faces hard to see, only to see the black spirit mist surging madly, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a black vortex. The black vortex expanded dramatically, directly enveloping the crowd. Put! A pillar of black light flashed out of thin air, sweeping madly with a terrifying corrosive force, piercing through the bodies of the crowd without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, the crowd shifted, and one of the saints couldn't react fast enough, and his soul directly flew away. Shit! How did this happen? Venerable Baibo's eyelids jumped wildly, and his mind shook more than just violently. This sudden bizarre scene was completely beyond his expectations. The feeling of watching his companions perish and die without him having the chance to rescue them made him chagrined. Shit! What the hell is going on here? Venerable Baibo roared furiously. The purple light around his body flashed rapidly, trying to break free from the entanglement of those black light pillars, thus escaping from the danger. However, no matter how much he struggled it didn't help. The black vortex seemed to possess some sort of inexplicable imprisoning power, and no matter how he urged it, he was never able to break free. Shit! Venerable Baibo let out a furious curse, and both his fists shook in unison as he bombarded the surface of the black vortex, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The entire black vortex shook violently and violently through the body, yet it still persisted, as if it was solid and incomparable. What to do? What kind of evil thing is this? The other two were also in a state of panic. Qingdian's methods were already bizarre enough, and this bizarre vortex right now was beyond their imagination. Baibo, I'll take away this manly fairy. See you later. The black vortex suddenly contracted, and Cheng Mua's figure slowly revealed itself. Asshole! Get the hell out of here! Venerable Baibo was completely furious. His right palm slapped through the air, and a purple spirit flame suddenly rose up, instantly entangling Cheng Mua in it. Intense explosions spread throughout the void, and the purple spirit flame burned without stopping, but it was slow to help Cheng Mua. Old ghost Bibbo. I know you're angry, but my mission has been accomplished, so goodbye. Qingdian let out a wild laugh, a burst of excitement blooming in his eyes, accompanied by a surge of black gas. Qing Hei's figure emerged, with the already unconscious Manhwa fairy still in his hands. Who would have thought that this guy would break through the heavy restrictions in order to take a saint captive? Chapter 138. If you're here, you're here. Qingdian, you deserve to die. Venerable Baibo was completely enraged, but now even if he rushed out, he wouldn't be able to grab the other party back. After all, it was too far from the mouth of the valley to be that fast. Unless he could perform some sort of bizarre means like Qingdian and forcefully disappear within the black clouds. Unfortunately, this tactic was extremely treacherous, and even if he was Venerable Baibo he would never dare to try it easily. Venerable Baibo was so angry that his body was trembling, and he wanted to go wild with hatred. Manhwa is the master of that kid. This to the time. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse like Venerable Baibo was somewhat at a loss as to what to do at this moment. It was fine if Yi Tian's identity was average, but the key was that this kid was the son of the Heavenly Emperor. When the time comes, if he really starts to go crazy, it will definitely cause a storm, and he will definitely be unable to take a bite out of it. Whatever. Let's get rid of this scourge of Qingdian first. Venerable Baibo viciously spat out a mouthful of stuffy air, and a murderous streak leaked out between his brows. Inside the desolate ancient monument, Yi Tian quickly traveled through the dense forest, with 3 days left before the closure. And this dense forest was infested with demonic beasts, making the situation extremely treacherous. Phew, it's fortunate that I have the golden crow true spirit in my body. Otherwise I would be in trouble today. Yi Tian shook his head inside, secretly celebrating in his heart. It has not been practiced yet, and it is not easy to use each time. Several times, he was almost stopped by a 5th-ranked demonic beast. There seems to be movement over here. A moment later, Yi Tian's footsteps lurched as he heard a subtle noise deep in the dense forest to his left. After a slight hesitation, he quickly swept over. When he came closer, he could not help but contract at the corner of his eyes. The person in front of him was no other than Xiao 13. The opponent's body was covered in sword marks at the moment, and his injuries were quite grim. What surprised Yi Tian even more was that beside Xiao 13, there was a bloody corpse lying beside him. Hiss! Brother Xiao is injured? Yi Tian frowned and quickly leaned up, his gaze fixed on Xiao Xii's wounds. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but be shocked. There were no fatal wounds on this body. Very few even penetrating wounds, much less disabling ones. How come? Looking at the hideous wound on Xiao Xii's chest, Yi Tian frowned more and more tightly with a puzzled look. According to his judgment, with Xiao Xii's cultivation strength of the 6th level of the Jindan realm, even if he was undefeated, he would not be injured like this. Strange, Yi Tian muttered, his brows getting tighter and tighter. Xiao Xii's condition was truly somewhat abnormal, which caused his heart to throb as he vaguely guessed a certain possibility. No, it can't be? Yi Tian's brows furrowed greatly as thoughts tumbled in his heart, setting off waves of shock. Thoughts surged in his mind. Yi Tian pondered for a long time, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and sighed, suppressing the speculation. It's just a matter of making the best of it. Yi Tian shook his head and let out a cold cry as he raised his hand to throw away his cluttered thoughts and quickly sat cross-legged opposite Xiao 13. A stream of pure blazing yang qi was slowly injected into Xiao Xii's body to help him heal his injuries. Only, the situation seemed to be a bit bad, and despite Yi Tian's timely intervention, he still failed to help the other party get out of their predicament. A moment later, Yi Tian suddenly changed his face and realized the problem. Although Xiao 13 had taken healing elixirs, these elixirs obviously had limited effects, and the recovery speed of his wounds could not keep up with the wear and tear. What the hell? Yi Tian's face turned blue, and a fire was building up in his heart. Could it be related to the black qi that was devoured earlier? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes suddenly jumped as the thoughts flashed in his mind. His heart filled with astonishment and worry. He had originally thought that the black qi he had devoured earlier should have been some sort of evil spirit or an attribute power, but now it seemed obvious that this was not the case. If that's the case, things are in trouble. Yi Tian's brows were furrowed and his expression became grave. He hadn't forgotten that just after he entered the desolate ancient monument, that bizarre aura was rampant and roaming around in his body, causing him excruciating pain. If not for his strong will and the protection of the golden crow true spirit, I'm afraid he would have fallen there long ago. And right now, Xiao 13 is experiencing a similar predicament. Wouldn't this mean that he, like Xiao 13, had already touched that bizarre existence? No good. This is no way to go on. Yi Tian's face was incomparably unsightly. His heart and mind shook dramatically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If it wasn't for that bizarre aura, perhaps Xiao 13 wouldn't have become so wretched. No way. It must be stopped from continuing to spread or it's all game over. Yi Tian's face changed and he took out the jade talisman without hesitation. Phew, it's okay. Feeling the rich spiritual energy radiating from the jade talisman, Yi Tian suddenly let out a long breath of turbid air. But just moments later, his brow furrowed into a frown. What do we do? Can this thing hold? Yi Tian's eyes snapped open, and a color of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. Although the spiritual power contained on the jade talisman was majestic and vast, this level of spiritual power pressure still could not reach the point of sealing that bizarre aura. If he made a rash move, it might cause some terrible consequences. Going out on a limb. After a short period of weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tian ruthlessly gritted his teeth and prepared to take a risk. Boom! Yi Tian's aura around him soared, instantly breaking through the 5th level of the Jindan realm and stepping into the 7th level. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the golden crow true spirit slowly surfaced behind him. Go! Yi Tian roared angrily and slammed his right palm through the air. Buzz! The void trembled, and the golden crow true spirit let out a sharp and piercing roar, carrying a rushing flame as it surged towards the black gas in front of Xiao 13. The next moment, an amazing scene appeared. As soon as the golden crow true spirit swooped out a few feet away, it was as if it was caught in a quagmire, its speed plummeting and coming to a standstill in the twinkling of an eye. How come? Seeing the scene in front of him, the corners of Yi Tian's eyes jumped wildly and his face completely stiffened. The Golden Crow True Spirit was a special true spirit that possessed an extremely mysterious and unpredictable natural ability, which could be described as offensive and defensive, and was powerful. Even if he pushed with all his might, he would never dare to say that he would be able to securely defeat this Golden Crow. But now, it was actually stagnating beyond the range of that weird black aura shroud, and it looked as if it was imprisoned by something. It shocked and appalled him at the same time. What the hell is going on here? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes jerked as a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he smelled death. Back me up. Yi Tian whistled furiously with a stern voice and poured his body's spiritual energy into the Golden Crow True Spirit crazily. However, no matter how hard he tried, not much ever changed. Damn it! Yi Tian gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his face becoming unusually ugly. Right at this moment, the mass of black gas suddenly flipped violently, emitting an aura that was steeply strengthened. Just when Yi Tian was at a loss for words, these black chi looked as if they had encountered something terrifying. It instantly turned into a wisp of black gas and disappeared into Xiao Xii's body. It was at this moment that Xiao Xii's eyes abruptly opened. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Giant Sword. The moment he got a good look at Yi Tian, Xiao Xii's killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed as he opened his mouth and sprayed out a dark red mist. Hiss! Shit! Yi Tian's face changed once again and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dark red poisonous mist instantly pierced through his shoulder, dyeing his entire robe a vivid blood red. You're awake. Yi Tian breathed deeply, his heart bursting with surprise. Although he had expected it, he had personally felt the secretive threat of the poisonous mist, and he was still fearful. Cough. Xiao 13 coughed violently a few times, his gaze gradually calming down. However, the eyes that looked at Yi Tian were still mixed with strong gratitude and awe. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao 13 arched his hand in thanks, his attitude respectful and not the slightest bit disheveled due to the loss of his cultivation. After all, from the beginning to the end, for himself to be able to survive, Yi Tian had made a great contribution, and this did not need to be questioned. Cough. A show of hands is not enough. It's just, your situation is a bit grim. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly, his face slightly embarrassed. Xiao 13 frowned slightly, then revealed a puzzled expression. Are you okay? Nonsense. If you hadn't fended for me, I'm afraid that it would be me you'd be seeing right now. Yi Tian skimmed his lips and grunted in an unfavorable manner. Oh, Xiao 13 was stunned at his words and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings, realizing that everything around him remained as it was, and there were no other silhouettes present at all other than the two of them. How did you get out of danger? Xiao 13 asked with a strange smile on his face as his eyebrows twitched. Yi Tian gave him a blank look. What do you think? Xiao 13 pondered for a moment and said with a frown, could it be that you have a certain spirit weapon hidden in your body? You're quite clever to have guessed that. Hearing Xiao Xii's speculation, Yi Tian immediately brightened up and could not help but be overjoyed. Looks like the two of us are still destined for each other today. Yi Tian let out a wild laugh, with a joyful look on his face. Xiao Xii's brows furrowed greatly as he heard this, and his heart was even flooded with mutterings. Looking at the other party's reaction, it was hard to believe that he had some other strange encounter. The more Xiao 13 thought about it, the more it made sense, and the expression on his face became excited. In that case, you quickly take out your spirit weapon, and I'll help you with this brat. Are you sure? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao 13 with a smile on his face, his eyes rather teasing. Cut the crap. I'm telling you, this brat may be a little weird, but there are some limitations after all. Oh, tell me. Yi Tian smiled leisurely and put on a posture of listening. If you want to suppress it, you must first break its seal, and then smash it as fast as you can, or what awaits you will be an incomparably miserable end. So that's how it is. The corners of Yi Tian's eyes contracted as his face suddenly changed. Have you thought about how to break the seal? Xiao 13 asked with a cold smile. Yi Tian shook his head inside. I don't even know where it is now, so how can I break it? Essence flashed in Xiao Xii's eyes as his thoughts flowed rapidly. You stand up first. Hurry up. I'm telling you, if you miss this chance, you'll die for sure. Yes. Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and immediately leapt up and landed beside Xiao 13. Stay close to me. Go. Xiao 13 grabbed Yi Tian's arm and stepped out lightly on his feet, sweeping into the depths of the valley. At the same time, he waved his arms around and performed an odd gong method through the air, accompanied by the sound of the incantation recitation from his mouth. The mountains and forests suddenly resounded with dense crackling and crunching sounds, vaguely permeated with an eerie and horrifying aura. Right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly noticed that Xiao 13 was wearing a jade trigger that was emerald green and crystalline on the middle finger of his left palm. This jade trigger has a simple and rough shape and doesn't look too special. This jade trigger of yours is. Yi Tian gazed at it for a moment and suddenly realized that the trigger finger seemed to be inscribed with some sort of strange runes. Xiao 13 smiled indifferently and did not reply directly. Instead, he slowly reached out and pressed his hand on top of the stone wall to his right, groping toward the crack for a moment, then pressing down with a fierce force. Rumble! A low, loud noise spread across the valley, and a muffled, thunderous sound suddenly came out of the rock crevice, as if someone was banging a drum inside. Hearing this voice, Yi Tian's heart jumped and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He did not think that Xiao 13, in this state, still had the strength left to manipulate a magic treasure. Don't get me wrong, this is not an offensive weapon. Look! Xiao 13 shook his head and laughed as he raised his hand to point at the right stone wall. Yi Tian took a closer look, only to see that there was a narrow crack there. A yellowish luminescence faintly seeped through the cracks, as if something was embedded in them. Right at the other end of this crack, a 10-foot-long bronze giant sword was stretched across the mountain wall. Just now, Xiao Xii's palm was pressed on top of this huge sword. So it is. Yi Tian nodded his head and smiled, looking quite relaxed. You're really lucky. If I'm not wrong, you must have a similar storage spell or storage bag on you. Otherwise there's absolutely no way you could contain this huge sword. Hee, thanks to your help. Otherwise wouldn't I have to explain myself here? Yi Tian nodded his head with a smile full of gratitude. This giant sword should be your chance. Xiao 13 nodded his head in admiration. Chance? Yi Tian stared at the words. Hee, don't be so quick to rejoice. This giant sword is not as simple as you think, and there is also a special layer of seal protection. Oh, Yi Tian was surprised at his words. An ray of light flashed in his eyes. As far as I know, this kind of seal is specifically used to suppress demonic beasts or certain powerful evil things, and it's extremely overbearing. It's hard for an ordinary body of flesh and blood to withstand its pressure. Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air and nodded his head. It seems that we only have to fight hard. Ha. Don't rush your preparations. Let me test its strength first. Xiao 13 grinned as his right hand steeply exerted force, making a hard slap towards the huge sword. Buzz! The giant sword shuddered dramatically and swung away several messy sword awnings. Yi Tian's face sank slightly as a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. Judging from the intense fluctuations released by the giant sword, its power was far more appalling than he had imagined. Xiao 13, however, did not hesitate as he continued to frantically urge his spiritual energy and blasted at the giant sword with all his might. Drink! Blast me! A piercing pillar of purple-red light suddenly rose up, instantly illuminating the entire valley. Hiss! Feeling the piercing spiritual light, Yi Tian was immediately forced to retreat. Xiao 13 was also forced to retreat a few steps away, his face reddening. A moment later, the piercing spiritual light gradually faded away, and a hideous crack surfaced on top of the giant sword, accompanied by a crisp chipping sound. The giant sword completely crumbled apart. Chapter 140. The most magnificent 4 pieces of debris fell to the ground in all directions, revealing the body underneath. This giant sword was not a true magic treasure. It was just a special puppet forged by a refiner utilizing some kind of secret technique infusing heavenly materials and treasures. Because of the material and craftsmanship, this puppet's grade was not even comparable to the previous Red Sun Tiger. However, after the skillful design of the refiner, it still possessed a powerful combat power comparable to that of a peak Jindan, which was truly extraordinary. Awesome! Yi Tian couldn't help but secretly marvel after he regained his footing. You quickly put it away. We should also go out, in case if the two fellows Lin Ao Duan and Wang Daoshen come and can't find us. I'm afraid we'll miss out again. Xiao 13 reminded. It's natural. Yi Tian nodded heavily. His right hand pinched his knuckles and gently pointed towards the void, and a ball of spirit fire swiftly burned up. In the blink of an eye, this magic treasure that had been lost for many years was burned to the ground and dissipated into ashes in the sky. Go! After the words fell, the two of them each pinched their secrets and stepped into the air, leading towards the outside of the desolate ancient monument. Meanwhile, the outside world has changed radically. The original pale ancient tree had long since ceased to exist, and in its place was a majestic palace that stretched on and on. This palace complex covered a huge area of 1,000 acres, grand and magnificent, luxurious and brilliant. Within the palace walls as well as the surrounding enclosure, it was even more lush and green, with spirit flowers blooming, lush grasses and trees, and birds and flowers. The scale of the palace had just surpassed the so-called imperial cities and forbidden palaces of the sects and families, reaching a level that caused everyone to look up and be in awe. This palace was called Desolate Ancient 81 City, and it was the most magnificent power within 100 miles. However, this time the reason for the change here was because of the invasion of the extraterrestrials. By Bo, do you mean to say that Xiao Tian's master has been captured by Cheng He? An old crone wearing a white robe with white eyebrows sat on the main seat, looking grave and frowning as she asked. Opposite her was a stunningly beautiful woman in a black dress. Although she was not very old, her appearance was already not bad, and her pair of watery eyes were deep and bright, so that people did not dare to underestimate her. Not only was the woman's cultivation extremely high, but her appearance was overwhelmingly beautiful and graceful, clearly a rare beauty of the absolute generation. And at this moment it was no one else but Yi Luyun. I also didn't expect that this Cheng He's goal was actually to take away Yi Luyun. Venerable Bai Bo frowned slightly as a look of worry swept across his eyes. Yi Luyun, who was about to say something, suddenly looked puzzled. Xiao Tian has come out. After saying that, her figure disappeared within Venerable Bai Bo's palace and arrived at the square where the desolate ancient tablet was located. Only two figures slowly emerged in front of the desolate ancient monument, and it was none other than Yi Tian and Xiao 13. Sis, what brings you here? Yi Tian sensed Yi Luyun's presence at the first moment and hurriedly greeted her. This is Xiao 13. You've seen him before. Yi Luyun looked at Yi Tian and nodded her head in introduction. Her pretty eyes turned to Xiao 13 who was on the side. Your Tiny's friend? Xiao 13 nodded slightly and replied with a smile. I am Xiao 13. You're welcome. Hearing Yi Luyun's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel some embarrassment in his heart and hurriedly changed the topic. Sister, why did you suddenly arrive here? Shouldn't you be in front? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Tian noticed that there was something wrong with this sister of his face. Sure enough, the next moment Yi Luyun greeted him over. What's wrong, sis? When the two came to another place, Yi Tian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Your master's father has been captured by people from outside the domain. Yi Luyun had been paying attention to Yi Tian's expression when he said this, and as soon as she uttered these words, it instantly caused Yi Tian's extreme anger. What? Master has been taken? Who did this? Yi Tian clenched his teeth and roared lowly. His fists clenched tightly as his murderous aura rushed to the sky. Calm down for a moment. I've already gone to look for it. The other party has already left within the boundaries of 81 City, and has even left the desolate ancient road. Humph! Yi Tian gritted his teeth, itching to immediately catch up with that person and break him into pieces. However, after all, he couldn't stay in the vicinity of the desolate ancient monument indefinitely, and he soon had no choice but to stop his impulses. Sister, tell me, where exactly did the extraterrestrial cultivators appear from? What exactly is their purpose? Yi Tian's eyes were rounded as he clenched his teeth and angrily rebuked. Yi Luyun's brows surged with coldness as he shook his head and sighed. I don't know the specifics, but for the sake of your safety, you'll have to come back to the heavenly domain with me. What? Hearing Yi Luyun's words, Yi Tian's face steeply stiffened and his full of anger instantly vanished. Sis, Yi Tian's mouth twitched, wanting to speak. What? You don't want to? Yi Luyun's eyebrows were slightly knitted, his face a bit ugly. No, of course not. Yi Tian was startled and quickly waved his hand to deny it. Kidding aside, today's Yi Tian was not the same rash kid when he first entered the cultivation world. Now he has long been transformed. The strength has risen greatly. Will never be like before that, when things are reckless, capricious nonsense. If you're not, why don't you hurry up and follow me? Yi Luyun's face cleared up a little and he drank in a deep voice. Okay, here goes. The corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched violently for a few times, and he could only nod his head in agreement. Don't worry, your master's matter will be put on hold for the time being. When you settle down, we'll solve it slowly. Yi Luyun patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not worried about that. I just think it's too sudden. Suddenly? What's so sudden about it? Yi Luyun shook his head and laughed coldly at his words. It's hard to believe that you think that this master of yours is an unusual saint? Ahem. I didn't mean anything else. Don't get me wrong, sis. Yi Tian laughed dryly with slight embarrassment. Yi Luyun glanced at his brother and paid no attention. Anyway, you're not allowed to delay any longer, or else your master is really in danger. After dropping these words, Yi Luyun whisked his sleeves and turned around, walking straight towards the outside of the palace. Yi Tian's eyebrows twitched as a ray of light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and made a color towards Xiao 13, then hurriedly followed Yi Luyun. Half an hour later, Yi Tian bid farewell to Xiao 13. Originally he planned to let the other party go back with him. However, the other party wanted to continue practicing on the desolate ancient path, so the two went their separate ways. Yi Tian followed Yi Luyun to the teleportation array. Looking at this huge teleportation array in front of him, Yi Tian could not help but be secretly shocked. Although he wasn't sure what the origin of this stone tablet was, There was no doubt that it was a powerful magic weapon, especially that vast and unfathomable terrifying pressure that gave him a creepy feeling. Xiao Tian, go inside. Yi Luyun urged and pulled Yi Tian to step into the formation. Accompanied by a soft chanting sound, Yi Tian's figure dissipated in place. Chapter 141, the Yi family's most talented man. When Yi Tian reappeared, he had already arrived at the core area of the heavenly domain. This was one of the forbidden areas of the immortal region, the ruling center of the most powerful forces, Heavenly Alliance headquarters. Standing in front of the lofty and majestic complex, Yi Tian looked up at this magnificent complex as a flash of memories flooded his heart. It's been 2 years since he left. Sister, is father still in seclusion? Yi Tian collected his thoughts and inquired. The head of the Yi family, that is, his father. He started his death retreat 2 years ago. Yi Luyun shook his head in side. Alas, since father had a mutation 2 years ago. Yi Luyun's face paled at the mention of this matter. Sis, you've worked hard these past 2 years. Yi Tian took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone. Don't worry, I can cultivate now. Well, go. Soon, the two returned to the Yi family residence. Yi family is very large. The entire Yi mansion covers an area of 1,000 acres, and the place where the spiritual veins converge is comparable to a spiritual river. Because of the spiritual veins, this mountain range was rich in spiritual qi, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants were scattered throughout the gardens. Xiao Tian, from now on you'll live here. Passing through a garden, Yi Luyun pointed at a luxurious attic building and commanded in a deep voice. Yi Tian scanned around and frowned slightly. Sister, where is my courtyard? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Luyun could not help but sigh softly. Xiao Tian, your courtyard, it's been destroyed. What? Hearing Yi Luyun's words, Yi Tian's face suddenly turned gloomy. Although he didn't have much affection for this so-called courtyard, there was still a tinge of bonding in the end. Who the hell did this? Yi Tian wore a cold color on his face and his eyes were icy cold. Looking at Yi Tian's expression, Yi Luyun could not help but shake his head and sigh as he briefly recounted what happened 2 years ago. Oh, good for you. It seems like someone is determined to bring down my Yi family this time. But if they want to deal with me, Yi Tian, they're afraid that they've made a mistake. After listening to Yi Luyun's narration, Yi Tian laughed instead of being angry, and a morose chill surfaced on his face. 2 years ago, his father had problems with his cultivation, and as the number one waste of the Yi family, he naturally received cold stares from countless people, which was why he left the immortal domain. Now these people have actually destroyed even his house. If this matter were to spread back to the immortal realm, wouldn't it cause even more people to mock and taunt? Humph, daring to touch my Yi family's direct bloodline. I really don't know if they have their heads in the water. The corners of Yi Tian's eyes shrunk violently, his killing intent skyrocketed, and his expression was incomparably hideous. Yi Luyun slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Tian, don't rush this matter yet. Yi Tian shook his head and said, don't worry sis, I know what to do. Yi Luyun nodded silently and said in a deep voice, that's good. Remember, don't be impulsive. Understand? Don't worry sis. Yi Tian nodded heavily with a firm expression. Yi Luyun breathed deeply and turned around to swipe in the direction of the shrine. Looking at the other party's back, Yi Tian suddenly had his eyelids fluttering wildly and couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. Ha? What's that? As Yi Tian gazed out, there seemed to be a blinding and dazzling golden aura at the end of his sight, as if it contained some kind of palpitating and terrifying pressure. And this golden aura was getting closer and closer, stronger and stronger, as if it were a huge star that was rapidly approaching, and it was appalling. What's going on? Yi Tian's eyebrows blossomed as he subconsciously accelerated his pace, preparing to meet the attack. But the next moment, his footsteps suddenly lurched. Yi Qiankuan. Almost at the same time, he recognized the man wrapped in the golden aura. Not bad. In the golden light that was flying rapidly at this moment, it was clearly the grandson of the Yi family's grand elder. The other party could be said to be the Yi family's top genius, who had been wrapped in a halo since he was a child. And compared to him, a waste, it was like a heaven and a hell. A moment later, Yi Qiankuan arrived in front of Yi Tian. You're back. Yi Qiankuan's expression was calm, his indifferent gaze gazing at Yi Tian, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Only the depths of those eyes revealed a touch of condescension and complacency, as if they didn't put the other party in their eyes at all. A cold light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as he sneered. It seems like Yi Qiankuan, you are itching for me to disappear forever. You can live until today, all thanks to the Yi family's shelter. What qualifications do you have to question me? Yi Qiankuan shook his head and snorted, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. In that case, why should I be polite? A cold light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes and he abruptly shouted out violently. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body operated crazily, and a terrifying aura instantly rose up around his body and rolled wildly towards Yi Qianquan. Yi Tian, have you forgotten your own strength? Noticing this sudden and dangerous attack, Yi Qianquan's face flinched slightly and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body trembled lightly, and a brilliant light erupted from his body, as if he was a god in the dust. Looking down on the ants in contempt of Yi Tian, boom! As he waved his arm, a majestic spiritual energy surged out, turning into a rolling wave that instantly shook Yi Tian back several meters. But his expression was one of shock. How come? You actually stepped into the Jindan stage? Although Yi Tian's strength was not as high as his, the other party had only been gone for 2 years, and he had only reached the peak of Jindan after 20 years of cultivation. Yi Tian had actually reached the Jindan realm with only a mere 2 years of effort. Yi Tian's talent actually exceeded his expectations. You've been living a very dashing life these past 2 years, but it's a pity that you're just a mole cricket no matter how much you bounce around. Yi Qianquan laughed coldly, his expression filled with disdain. Really? Then let me see what exactly you have to rely on. The cold light in Yi Tian's eyes skyrocketed as his right leg crossed the void and viciously stomped on the ground. In the next moment, his entire body instantly transformed into a residual shadow and attacked furiously towards Yi Qianquan. Seeing this, Yi Qianquan couldn't help but sneer. Humph! Sculpture! His figure was slightly sideways, and he raised his hand and slapped it, smashing it right on top of Yi Tian's fist blade. Boo! Accompanied by a low explosive sound, Yi Tian's body shook dramatically and directly shot backwards. However, as soon as he landed on the ground, he catapulted up again and launched a ferocious attack towards Yi Qianquan. Ha! Yi Tian, do you think that these 2 years of hard training really worked on me? Yi Qianquan, I admit that I wasn't your opponent 2 years ago, but now, I'm long gone from the Yi Tian who let you bully me. Yi Tian hissed harshly. His right hand formed an iron fist and blasted towards Yi Qianquan with a thunderous momentum. Humph! Since you don't know how to die, I'll give you a ride. Looking at the imposing Yi Tian, a wisp of disdain flashed in Yi Qianquan's eyes, and his right palm flipped over to slap through the air. Stop! Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Immediately afterward, a figure in fancy dress descended like lightning and instantly blocked in front of Yi Qianquan. This person was clearly the grand elder of the Yi family, Yi Qianquan's grandfather. Yi Yunhai. Chapter 142. Brother-in-law. Looking at the grand elder who blocked the way, Yi Qianquan's expression sank slightly and he withdrew his hand. Yi Tian, on the other hand, stared at Yi Qianquan with cold eyes and a gloomy expression. Qianquan, you're being too nonsensical. Yi Yunhai frowned and rebuked, his expression looking displeased. Yi Qianquan shook his head and smiled, faintly saying, Grandpa, how do you know I'm fooling around? Could it be that you're just like him and think I'll harm the Yi family? Yi Yunhai stuttered at his words, and after squinting at Yi Tian, he said, Yi Tian, someone from the Su family is here, saying they want to see you. Yi Tian had thought that this old guy couldn't wait for him to die. Why did he suddenly come over? Turns out someone was looking for himself. Su family. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but think of the fiancé who had fingered him. Take me. Yi Tian snorted coldly and waved his hand impatiently. Well, you come with me. Yi Yunhai nodded and turned to leave. A few moments later, the two of them left the other courtyard one after the other and arrived at the entrance of the Yi family compound. At this time, many people had already gathered at the entrance of the compound. The person in the lead was a stout, black-faced middle-aged man. Beside him stood 2 youths with strong breaths, both peak Jindan cultivators. Mr. Yi Tian, I've heard a lot about you. The black-faced middle-aged man clasped his fists and greeted with a smile. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning up and down the black-faced middle-aged man. What is it that you want from me? Yi Tian, don't give your face away. Don't you know what we're here for? When these words came out, Yi Tian's face turned cold. What do you mean? What do you mean? The black-faced middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. His eyes splashed with killing intent as he said in a deep voice, Yi Tian, the bright people don't say dark words. The marriage contract between you and my young lady, it's time to break it. Hearing this, the anger in Yi Tian's heart skyrocketed, and his eyes became more and more icy. Let Suwaner come over and say it face to face. Humph, are you worthy? The black-faced middle-aged man snorted coldly. I'm telling you, Yi Tian, don't do this the hard way. It's not impossible to get me to break off the engagement. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party with a smile. It's simple. Hand over 1 million extreme spirit stones. Dream on. After hearing Yi Tian's conditions, the man immediately burst into a rage. These guys, they're like lions. They're like vampires. 1 million extreme spirit stones. Even if it was the Su family's bottom line, taking it out was afraid that it would hurt. Then there's no talk. Yi Tian said, turned around and walked towards the Yi family residence. He doesn't care what these people think. It's none of his business if the Su family wants to break off the engagement anyway, so do what you like. Good. Very good. Yi Tian, you remember, Su Ming, will definitely take revenge for today's disgrace. The black-faced middle-aged man roared with incomparable indignation, but Yi Tian didn't even bother to pay attention to him and entered the Yi family straight away. Seeing this, the black-faced middle-aged man's face grew even more furious as he turned his head and glared at Yi Qiankuan next to him. However, although Yi Qiankuan did not deal with Yi Tian, he could not allow others to gossip, especially an outsider. If you want to die, stay here. His words were filled with an icy, gut-wrenching coldness. Feeling this icy killing intent, Su Ming instantly hit a jolt. How could he dare to speak half-heartedly again? Humph. Let's go. Dropping a sentence, he immediately left with the other two youths. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already returned to the interior of the special courtyard, but at the moment there was an extra person in his yard. Brother-in-law. Yi Tian looked at the person in front of him. Wasn't it Yi Liuyun's husband's son-in-law, Xianyuan Breaking June? Brother-in-law. What brings you here? Yi Tian greeted with a smile. Xianyuan Breaking June glanced at him, an inexplicable light flickering in his gaze. You come with me. After saying that, Xianyuan Breaking June walked straight outside. Yi Tian's eyebrows were frivolous, and after a slight hesitation, he still took a step to follow. Within a short time, the two arrived at a remote hut. When he pushed the door into the house, he saw a tabletop with several pairs of stumps on it. Regulus sat down and casually picked up a white chess piece. Brother-in-law, are you trying to school me? Yi Tian grinned. Sort of. Xianyuan Breaking June spoke faintly and did not deny it. Well then, come on. Yi Tian nodded, and without any politeness, he immediately twisted the white disc to land on the board. After a fight, Yi Tian looked up at Xianyuan Breaking June and asked in doubt, Brother-in-law, are you letting me win on purpose? So what if it is? Regulus replied non-committally. Yi Tian froze for a moment, not expecting Xianyuan Breaking June to be so frank. Then he didn't say anything, and continued to pick up the black seed and drop it. For a while, the fight on the chessboard is fierce. The two people you fight for me. Quite a flavor of the dragon and tiger. It lasted for nearly a tea break before Xianyuan Breaking June slowly let go of his hand. Glancing at Yi Tian, Xianyuan Breaking June calmly spoke. I lost. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian revealed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up towards Xianyuan Breaking June. Brother-in-law is really great. Since you won me, then I won't hide it from you. I came today because I want to take you to go hunting with me. Xianyuan Breaking June sighed. Oh, why? Yi Tian looked at Xianyuan Breaking June in surprise. From his experience with Regulus Breaker, the other party shouldn't be this kind of person. I heard your sister say that now you can cultivate, and you're already at the 6th level of Jindan. You're no weaker than those little guys from other clans. Would you rather be called a loser all the time? Xianyuan Breaking June gave Yi Tian a deep look, and a touch of relief and appreciation appeared in his eyes. He was able to clearly perceive that the Yi Tian in front of him had undergone an earth-shattering metamorphosis. Brother-in-law, what is hunting? Yi Tian was stunned. Hunting is hunting demonic beasts to earn crystal cores. Xianyuan Breaking June patiently explained. Now that the heavenly fate has fallen, many demon races have also begun to wreak havoc on the edges. So hunting is one of the fastest ways to improve your strength. So that's how it is. Yi Tian nodded in realization. It wasn't that he didn't understand the meaning of hunting, mainly because he had just returned as well and was a bit transformed for a while. How about it? Going or not? Xianyuan Breaker asked. Hunting. This is quite interesting. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression as his mind spun rapidly. Hunting was something he was no stranger to. In the early years, the Yi family had also held a hunt, but the scale was nowhere near as large as today. Go why not? There's no point in staying at home anyway. Yi Tian nodded without hesitation and agreed on the spot. He knew that this kind of thing could not be delayed, and the sooner he went to obtain the resources, the better, lest he miss the opportunity. Seeing Yi Tian agreeing to do so, Xianyuan Breaking June's face was delighted as he pulled him up and swept towards the outside. Chapter 143, Suwan Air's Apology. Immortal Domain. Demon Beast Mountain Range. This mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers was one of the largest gatherings of demonic beasts in the entire Heavenly Domain. Therefore, the strength of the demonic beasts here are all extremely strong. Moreover, due to the years and years of killing, resulting in the surviving ones being top-tier demonic beasts, the level of danger was naturally not low. This time, Xianyuan Breaking June brought Yi Tian to the Demon Beast Mountain Range, precisely because he was preparing to hunt demonic beasts. After all, given Yi Tian's current realm, Ordinary demonic beasts no longer posed any threat to him. However, there were too many ferocious demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range, and it was not easy to find those that were weaker. Not only that, there were numerous demonic cultivators lurking around the Demonic Beast Mountain range. These guys constantly hunted and killed weak demonic beasts for cultivation as well as accumulating crystal cores. In short, between the major powers, the competition was very fierce, and there was hatred and resentment between each other. When Yi Tian and the two of them arrived near the Demon Beast Mountain range, it was already nearing dusk, and the sun was setting in the west, coloring half of the sky red. At this moment, Shen Yuan Breaking June led Yi Tian to a square where there were already many people. However, when Yi Tian looked ahead, he suddenly saw a silhouette inside. The other party seemed to have sensed someone spying and turned around to Yi Tian's side. Yi Tian was first stunned. Then he revealed a surprised expression. He didn't expect to meet Su Wan Air so coincidentally. Why is she here? Shen Yuan Breaking June followed Yi Tian's gaze and said with a frown. Yi Tian shook his head and was just about to turn around and leave when he heard Su Wan Air shout. Yi Tian, wait! Su Wan Air's pretty face flushed red as she called out in a somewhat hurried tone. Seeing this, Yi Tian stopped his steps and turned his head towards her. Su Wan Air stepped lightly and quickly ran to Yi Tian. Anything? Because of his inability to cultivate before, he rarely came into contact with the male and female sons and daughters of these families in the immortal domain. Since he was a child, the number of times he had met with Su Wan Air could be counted on one hand. I know that someone in my family has withdrawn their marriage from you, but don't worry, since my grandfather is engaged to your Yi family, then I won't be the kind of person who goes back on his word. It's just that I just want to focus on cultivation right now, so the engagement can only be pushed back. Su Wan Air's words were that she would marry Yi Tian, but now was not the time. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he sized up Su Wan Air with interest. This girl was indeed pretty. Although she was not as beautiful as Patriarch Yu Hua and Ferryman Miao, she was still considered to be beautiful and dignified, especially those big watery eyes, as if they could speak. As a result, from a young age she didn't have much affection for her biological parents, and could even be said to be a bit cold and detached. Just want me to be your licking dog? Yi Tian laughed playfully. Su Wan Air's pretty face chilled. What do you mean by that? Could it be that you suspect this young lady of being a liar? She didn't know what dog licking meant, but it was literally mind-numbing. Dare not dare. If you are willing, you are willing. If you are not willing, forget it, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders, no longer bothering with Su Wan Air, and walked towards the side. Su Wan Air froze. Yi Tian actually rejected her good intentions? No way. She was the Miss Su family, and a direct descendant of the Su family. And now she was being ignored? This Yi Tian even disliked himself. It was simply outrageous. Hey! Su Wan Air stomped her foot. Yi Tian didn't bother with Su Wan Air. Brother-in-law, should we get going? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan Breaking June instantly laughed as he patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said flirtatiously, going out for 2 years and coming back so manly? Humph. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth and said blandly, it's not manliness, I'm just too lazy to bother with certain people. After saying these words, Yi Tian moved his feet and continued to walk forward. If he wanted to count, he was afraid that the entire Yi family would not be at peace. This brat, he's really becoming more and more unlikable. Shen Yuan Breaking June shook his head. However, seeing Yi Tian regain his fighting spirit, his heart was filled with joy. Let's go. With that, the two of them sped up and entered the Demonic Beast Mountain range. Along the way, deep into the mountains, Shen Yuan Breaking June protected Yi Tian behind him. As he advanced, he continued to kill demonic beasts and absorb demonic beast crystal cores. Although the demonic beasts were huge, the pure energy contained within the crystal cores was nothing less than the spiritual energy within a cultivator's body. Moreover, absorbing the crystal cores of demonic beasts could temper the flesh and multiply the cultivator's combat power. Brother-in-law, just leave me alone and let me do it myself. Yi Tian looked at the Jiao Dragon Bloodline Turquoise Scale Jiao Python in front of him and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he left to urge. No, this time I have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. At the very least, I have to maraud by your side. Shen Yuan Breaking June firmly shook his head, not allowing Yi Tian to risk his life alone. Alright. Yi Tian had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Roar! The turquoise scale python opened its teeth and claws, emitting a deafening roar, and then it sprang out like lightning, pouncing towards Yi Tian. The beast seeks death. Yi Tian didn't ink it. He could beat it anyway, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. At that moment, he shouted angrily and swung his fist to smash the head of the turquoise-scaled python, preparing to blast it to death in one fell swoop. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Swish! The tail of the turquoise scale python was like a viper swinging its tail, instantly drawing towards Yi Tian's waist and abdomen position. Hiss! Yi Tian sucked in cool air. His pupils contracted dramatically. He did not expect that the strength of this blue scale Jiao python was so terrifying. At this time, it was obvious that he was deliberately trying to lure him into attacking the weak parts of his body. If it were a normal day, Yi Tian would definitely not bother to use sneak attacks, but at this moment, he had no choice. At that moment, Yi Tian hurriedly changed his fist stance and ruthlessly blasted at his opponent's tail. With a muffled sound, a strong impact shook Yi Tian several meters away. Put! He opened his mouth and spat out blood. His face was pale, and a stabbing pain was coming from his chest. The strength of this blue-scaled python was super strong, and it was difficult for Yi Tian to fight against it with his physical strength alone. Ow! The turquoise scale python let out a wild roar and flicked its thick tail, once again charging towards Yi Tian. At this time, Yi Tian was not hesitating and directly stimulated the Golden Crow Supreme Body. The flames of his entire body rose, emitting a scorching hot wave of air. The red flame fist gloves violently bombarded the body of the biscuit scale python, erupting with a dull and loud sound. However, the turquoise scaled python was not injured and did not even leave half a trace. Hiss! Yi Tian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He had already exerted his full strength, but he actually couldn't help the aqua scale Jiao python in the slightest. Roar! The aqua scale python roared once again, then opened its mouth and spewed out a blue-green mist. The rich, fishy odor was sickening, and Yi Tian immediately held his breath. Tian, do you need any help? Shen Yuan Breaking June looked at what was in front of him and shouted. No need. I can handle it. Chapter 144 Golden Crow Burning World Fist. Hearing Shen Yuan Breaker's shout, Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly stopped the other party's assistance. With Shen Yuan Breaker's strength, he only needed one strike to get this turquoise-scaled python killed. Good. Since you're able to handle it, I'll just watch the battle from the sidelines. Seeing this, Shen Yuan Breaker decisively stopped in his tracks. He believed that Yi Tian was definitely not the kind of person who was reckless and impulsive. He shouldn't be joking with his life. Phew! Seeing that the other party finally stopped interfering, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief, then gazed seriously at the aqua-scale Jiao python. The true spirit of the Golden Crow began to slowly emerge behind him, blazing with a light that illuminated the dark forest. Die for me! Yi Tian shouted violently. The muscles of his entire body quickly tensed up, and the veins of his right arm rippled. Then, a majestic and vast energy converged in his left arm, transforming into a rigid and domineering fist that fell. An ear-splitting roar suddenly exploded. A mountain of ferocious might suddenly swept. The air trembled violently. The surrounding tree branches and trunks brushed and snapped, emitting a crackling crunch. This attack carried the aura of destroying everything, instantly kicking to the 7 inches of the aqua-scale python. Boom! In a dull and loud sound, the 7 inches of the turquoise-scaled python was pierced through a hole, and bright red liquid gurgled and flowed. At the same time, Yi Tian only felt his body's chi and blood surging. His throat was sweet and a mouthful of blood was ejected. His face became extremely white. This move, the Golden Crow Burning Fist, was a martial skill that he had realized from the Golden Crow origin, with a grade that reached the heavenly grade. Even at Yi Tian's peak, the amount of spiritual energy consumed to execute such a punch was terrifying. After all, this was a martial art that required an all-out burst of power, and its power was not trivial. And at this point, it was simply impossible to sustain the execution with only the weak spiritual energy and physical strength stored in the Dantian. However, even if it was only for an instant, to Yi Tian, it was enough to turn the tide of battle. Take advantage of your illness. In the nick of time, Yi Tian seized the opportunity and frantically operated the Yuan Qi in his body and injected it into his fist. Accompanied by a low collision sound, the aqua-scale python suffered a heavy blow and its body was blown away. Not waiting for it to stabilize its stance, Yi Tian was chasing after it, his fists falling like rain, intensively bombarding it. Bang! A dense burst of sound came out, and the turquoise-scaled python was soon covered in fist marks. The originally large body was now in a sorry state, covered in bruises and wounds, miserable to the extreme, huffing and puffing. A few moments later, the blue-scale python finally could not support. Huge body fell to the ground, set off a sky of smoke and dust, breath completely cut off. Boo! Yi Tian's legs stomped violently, jumped up high, clenched his left hand into a fist, and slammed it down fiercely. In a crisp bone-cracking sound, the body of the turquoise-scale python separated on the spot, spilling blood into the air, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. After resolving the biscuit-scale python, Yi Tian was suddenly sweating profusely, panting, and full of fatigue. Although he had killed the biscuit-scale python, his entire body was also almost emptied, and his stamina was severely overdrawn. However, Seeing a fist-sized demonic Dan on the ground that was glowing with an eerie cold aura, Yi Tian instantly revealed an expression of joy and couldn't help but grin. This was the demon core of the blue-scale Jiao Python, which contained abundant energy, and the energy contained in the demon core was 100 times stronger than ordinary crystals. Just by refining this demon core, Yi Tian would be able to obtain a substantial increase and even break through the cultivation realm. Ha ha! Yi Tian was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up the demon core. Congratulations! I didn't expect to be promoted so soon. Looking at Yi Tian's excitement, Shen Yuan breaking June couldn't help but walk up and said smilingly, with your current strength, even if you look at the entire Immortal Region's younger generation, except for those few Dao Z level characters, I'm afraid there aren't a few people who are your rivals. Hearing these words, Yi Tian froze, his heart bitter and complex. Never mind. Without all that nonsense, you should recover your strength first. Yi Tian shook his head inside, unwilling to continue dwelling on the past. He hurriedly collected his mind and sat on the ground with his knees crossed to start cultivating. The energy of the demonic beast's demonic pills was too huge. It had to be refined early on. Otherwise, a little inattention would easily cause a backlash. Time rushed by and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a separate courtyard of the Yi family residence, a young man in brocade clothes and a straight figure was sitting on the head seat and resting his eyes. Qian Kuan, have you heard about Yi Tian? The figure of Yi Yunhai, the Yi family's grand elder, appeared in the courtyard. Aha! The teenager sitting on the first seat slowly opened his eyes and nodded indifferently. Simply don't know the heights of heaven. After relying on the fact that you can cultivate, you're so arrogant that you have no one in your sights. It's really a disgrace to our Yi family. A shade flashed between Yi Qiankuan's eyebrows, and there was a slight disgust in his eyes. For him, this behavior of Yi Tian was to pretend, to make up for all the face he had lost before. But don't worry, there's already a push for someone to step in when the time comes. As he said this, a flash of viciousness flashed in Yi Yunhai's eyes. Swish dash Yi Tian steeply opened his eyes, which were deep and sharp, with essence overflowing as if he could see into the void. It's still one last chance away from a breakthrough. Feeling the surging and raging aura within his body, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a color of relief. The demon core energy in the body of the blue-scaled Jiao Python was absorbed by him for the most part, causing his cultivation to advance even further. Reaching the 8th level of the Jindan realm, it shouldn't be far from a breakthrough, Yi Tian secretly pondered. Afterward, Yi Tian got up and walked out of the cave. Shen Yuan Breaker went out to hunt the Demon King after making sure Yi Tian was safe. Yi Tian actually didn't want the other party to follow everything he had. After all, the saint followed, afraid that it was estimated that even if he wanted to fight for his life, he wouldn't be able to do it, because there was always a thought in his mind that no matter in what, he wouldn't die, and that wouldn't inspire his potential at all. But there was no need to think about it much now. He didn't notice anyone following him after he ran out, so headlong into the middle of the Demon Beast mountain range. During this period of time, Yi Tian killed demonic beasts, absorbed demon core energy, and came to the mountain range every time he finished practicing. Here, he could unleash his killing chi with impunity, devour demonic beasts without reservation, and increase his cultivation speed once again. After a few days, Yi Tian's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of Jindan, and there was only one last layer of window paper left to condense Jindan. Roar! Deep in the mountain forest, 2 5th-ranked red flame tigers roared with ferocious might. At this moment, the 2 red flame tigers were back to back, cooperating with each other and surrounding one person. This person was clearly Yi Tian, who was heavily injured. His face was colorful, his clothes were stained with blood, and his whole person looked quite wretched. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the 2 5th-ranked demonic beasts with a vigilant expression. This is not going to work. Although he possessed a golden crow supreme body with superb defense and infinite strength, the red flame tiger had thick skin and flesh, and was incredibly resistant to beating. Chapter 145 Origin Explosion. He simply couldn't inflict fatal damage on his opponent, especially now that so much time had passed. The red flame tiger was getting more and more irritable, and its attacks were becoming more and more severe. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, he would definitely be torn apart. Is it possible to use a forbidden technique? Yi Tian furrowed his brows and hesitated. Roar! At this moment, the red flame tiger tilted its head and let out a roar. Its figure suddenly rushed towards Yi Tian and opened its mouth to spray out a ball of fire. Yi Tian was shocked at the sight and pointed his toes on the ground, instantly leaping up several meters and dodging the fireball attack. The red flame tiger took the opportunity to pounce on him, and his huge claws swept out horizontally, carrying a biting wind as it slapped down towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's face changed. He hurriedly raised his palm to resist. A muffled rumbling sound, a huge force shook Yi Tian out and fell more than 10 feet away. A fishy sweetness tumbled out from his throat. Yi Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as white as snow. The red flame tiger once again bullied up and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's face changed drastically, and as he panicked, he hastily drew back and retreated violently, avoiding the red flame tiger's attack, but he neglected his feet, and his body stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Roar! The red flame tiger seized the moment and jumped up violently, opening its bloody mouth and biting directly towards Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his head violently shifted towards the side, barely escaping the red flame tiger's attack. Huffing, puffing, the red flame tiger gasped for air and glared at Yi Tian from above, its scarlet tongue licking the remaining blood at the corner of its mouth, seemingly somewhat unfulfilled. Yi Tian's face was white as a sheet. Just now, almost, his own little life would be accounted for here, but just at this moment, the vision was steep. The originally clear sky suddenly drifted up with snowflakes, cold and piercing the bones, and a murderous aura filled the air, enveloping the entire Demon Beast mountain range. So cold, Yi Tian couldn't help but shiver a little. His body was protected by the Supreme Yang spiritual power, but he could still clearly feel the coldness around him. When he raised his head to look, he only saw that a powerful aura seemed to be erupting from the depths of the mountain range. What the hell is this? Are there saints fighting? Yi Tian's gaze was dull as he muttered, but he could not afford to think about it. The two red flame tigers were right in front of him, and there was a high possibility that he would lose his life if he was not careful. Bang bang! Yi Tian's feet powered up, transforming into a black shadow that quickly disappeared in place, almost dissipating at the same time as the snowflakes. Red Flame Tiger looked at the human who suddenly disappeared, first stunned for a moment, followed by a burst of anger. It did not expect to see the other party will be swallowed into the belly, but even slipped away again. Ow! The Red Flame Tiger let out an angry roar and chased Yi Tian all the way, not daring to stop. Deep in the mountain range, the coldness was piercing to the bone. Yi Tian had a shiver and was shivering, and he couldn't help but hug his arms. Fucking animal! Yi Tian cursed lowly and turned around to escape from here. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt as if his right arm was entangled by an invisible force, and his body was stiff. He felt as if his left hand was also bound by a strange force, unable to move. What's going on? Yi Tian's face suddenly changed. His heart was horrified. He had obviously gotten rid of the restraints, but his body could not move. At this moment, he was able to perceive a strange energy spreading out from within his body. This kind of power, filled with a killing aura, was very overbearing and seemed to swallow him whole. What the hell is going on here? Yi Tian's eyes revealed a strong uneasiness, and his forehead was sweating. Could it be that something went wrong with the Golden Crow origin? It was reasonable to say that the Golden Crow origin sealed in his body was already only 1/10 of its usage power. He never overused it, just because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to suppress the origin when the time came, and if the seal was broken through now, that's a real dead end. However, when he tried to mobilize this trace of Golden Crow origin, he turned out to be completely unable to do so. Even more, he felt the energy inside his body was frantically flowing away, as if it was being plundered away by some kind of power. Not only him, but also the sword he held in his hand, was humming and vaguely flickering with a light blue light. Yi Tian's face instantly twisted. His body seemed to have turned into another person, constantly struggling and hissing, his eyes covered in blood. At this moment, Yi Tian completely lost his usual gentle, modest and calm appearance. Instead, he looked like a wild and fierce beast. A huge feathered wing drawn by spiritual energy emerged behind him. It was a pair of wings that resembled a golden crow's feathered wings, black in color, glowing with a radiant light, and incomparably sharp, emanating a compelling sharpness. When the feathers appeared, Yi Tian instantly became even more hideous. A huge suction force burst out from the feathered wings, and the surrounding air converged at a terrifying speed, finally coalescing into a majestic vortex. The stone blocks under Yi Tian could not withstand the massive pressure and instantly burst into powder, and his body was pulled by a powerful force and slowly floated up. The eyes of those two red flame tigers revealed a touch of humanized panic as they sensed the danger coming and retreated, keeping their distance from Yi Tian from a distance. Click! There was a slight crunch. Yi Tian's sleeves crumbled inch by inch, and his skin crumbled into dense cracks with it, a trace of crimson blood spilling out, making him appear even more hideous. Immediately afterward, with a pfft sound, a tiny wound suddenly appeared on his chest, and blood gurgled out. Yi Tian's expression was agonizing and his face was distorted due to the extreme pain, but he clenched his teeth and carried on, because he knew that if he passed out, all that awaited him was death. Ah! Yi Tian suddenly shouted. His voice was like a flood bell crashing, deafening the wood and shaking the heavens. Immediately afterward, a blazing, incomparable fiery red light suddenly lit up at the center of his brow, and the golden crow true spirit shadow slowly emerged, radiating a devastating might. Seeing this, those two red flame tigers were so scared that their livers and guts wanted to break, and they fell to the ground on all fours, desperately retreating. Suppress me, Yi Tian roared as a scorching hot incomparable power erupted from his body, blasting out towards the two red flame tigers with unrivaled power. What he had to do now was to release it, and only by releasing that power within him would he gain a new life. The golden crow origin in Yi Tian's body was a rumored divine bird that was born at the beginning of chaos. The ancient divine bird golden crow, with monstrous strength, even after its fall, the strand of essence blood it left behind contained terrifying power. This was the unique inherited power of the golden crow clan, and unless one possessed a special physique, one simply could not cultivate it. Moreover, every 10,000 years, the golden crow clan would need to make a sacrifice, seeking the blood of a golden crow to help him activate a strand of his essence blood that he had left behind. Chapter 146, The people of the Luo family of the Sacred Mountain. And once the golden crow origin was awakened, it meant that the golden crow clan had once again ushered in hope. Put, with Yi Tian's finger pointing out, two groups of dazzling to the extreme blazing flames flew out and ruthlessly smashed on top of the heads of the two red flame tigers. The two red flame tigers instantly screamed miserably as their heads were pierced through, blood bursting out and spilling all over the ground, shocking to the eyes. Huffing and puffing, immediately afterward, Yi Tian opened his mouth and sprayed out a pillar of blazing fire that blazed. Yi Tian's body, too, burned with raging flames, searing his skin with a sharp pain that was incomparable, and the tearing pain almost made him faint. Hold on. Yi Tian clenched his teeth. He had to hold on. Otherwise, by the time he couldn't support himself, the pressure of that golden crow origin in his body would directly burn him into ashes, completely dissipating in smoke. At this moment, although Yi Tian was in a desperate situation, he still maintained a clarity and did not dare to slacken off in the slightest, continuously urging the golden crow origin. As Yi Tian kept expelling the incomparably violent golden crow origin power within himself, he finally gradually regained his composure, and his face gradually regained its rosy color, no longer as hideous and gruesome. At the same time, the blazing flames on his body began to diminish, returning to ordinary, huffing and puffing. When the last strand of golden crow origin was spat out of his body, he let out a long breath of air, his face pale and drenched, collapsing on the ground like a puddle of mud, no longer having any semblance of energy. Ahem! Yi Tian coughed a few times as he glanced at the corpses of the two red flame tigers not far from the side, his heart celebrating. Just now, if he hadn't been lucky and encountered some coincidences, I'm afraid that his soul would have already returned to the west. Is this even crossing over? Yi Tian was puzzled in his heart as he raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. This was a deep and gloomy valley, surrounded by strange rocks, filled with endless desolation and icy coldness. The space here was so vast that you couldn't see the end of it at a glance, and a thick layer of gray mist filled the air everywhere. Yi Tian didn't have a large range of vision, so he couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble as an unprecedented death crisis enveloped his entire body. Who? Get out! Yi Tian scolded sternly, his eyes staring at the surroundings, his body tensed, making a stance to attack at any time. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a hint of a response around them, except for the sound of the wind. Yi Tian's face became more and more gloomy. He could feel that something was staring at him, and that gaze was terrifying. He held his breath and scanned his surroundings warily. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Yi Tian roared angrily, his forehead veins rising. Suddenly, the moment his words hadn't even fallen, a bizarre red stream of light cut through the sky and sped towards him. Yi Tian's nerves instantly tensed, his arm raised, and a golden blade sliced out horizontally, chopping at the stream of light. Ding dash! A sharp and ear-piercing collision sound resounded in the silent space. Only hearing a loud clang, the stream of light was chopped to the ground by Yi Tian's sword. Bang! A blood-drenched demonic beast's head rolled to the ground, and the fishy, pungent smell of blood spread out. Hiss! Yi Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stared at the head on the ground with a face full of fear. It was the head of a red flame tiger, only its eyes had blown out and its brain matter was overflowing, the scarlet and sticky brain matter staining the ground and emitting a sickening stench. Yi Tian's heart was beating furiously. He couldn't figure out who had laid hands on this red flame tiger, and had actually managed to kill the red flame tiger silently. It was simply too appalling. Could it be that someone sneaked into the valley? Yi Tian said speculatively. No, there are definitely strong people hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move. He turned his head violently, his eyes dead ahead. Sure enough, Yi Tian's eyes reflected a figure that slowly walked out. It was a young girl, with a delicate figure, beautiful appearance, and a pink dress that danced as if she were a mysterious girl in the nine heavens. It was just that there was a rich color of curiosity flickering in those eyes of hers. "You're that punk from the Yi family, Yi Tian?" When these words came out, Yi Tiandu was instantly confused, saying that if you can't speak you can remain silent. Obviously, he had a face that could make people's hearts flutter instantly, but he said something that would send people into the freezing cellar. "I really don't know whether to say that this girl is simple or that she... Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" Yi Tian asked in a deep voice, a look of scorn appearing in his eyes. He always felt that this young girl was full of mystery. Moreover, this young girl's strength seemed terrifying, making him feel a great oppression. He, "Don't worry, I won't eat you." The young girl smiled and blinked her pretty, soulful eyes, revealing an adorable look. However, Yi Tian was even creepier after seeing her smile, for he read a note of intrigue in the young girl's smile. "I advise you not to play tricks, or I will make your life worse than death," Yi Tian said in a deep voice, his eyes becoming glazed over. "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any harm. It's just that I find this place strange." The young girl laughed softly. There are still 2 red flame tiger corpses here. It seems like you're reaping a good harvest." "Humph." Yi Tian coldly snorted, ignored it and turned around to leave. The young girl didn't mind, and followed slowly, continuing to press. "Hey, aren't you going to tell me where this place is? What do you care? It has nothing to do with you anyway," Yi Tian replied lazily without looking back. The other party refused to even tell him his name, so he didn't bother getting involved with the other party, lest he invite trouble. "Ouch. Little brother is quite hot-tempered." The young girl pouted. "I at least saved your life, so at least repay me, right? I didn't beg you to save me." Yi Tian rolled his eyes. "If I didn't help, I guess you would have been torn apart by the red flame tiger long ago," the young girl said softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's footsteps suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed, and he questioned in a deep voice. "Who exactly are you?" "Me, he. The young girl smiled sweetly. A hint of cunning flared up in her beautiful eyes. Then she said with a serious face, "Actually, my name is Luo Xian, someone from the Luo family of the Sacred Mountain." Yi Tian's mind was slightly shaken and his face gradually became grave. As a native of the Immortal region, he was aware of the urbane nature of those great clans of the Sacred Mountain, and would not move at all without benefits. Yi Tian was very clear that once he got involved with the Sacred Mountain, it was definitely not a good thing. Thus, when Luo Xian said her surname, a trace of vigilance immediately rose in Yi Tian's heart. "Little brother, you don't have to be afraid." Luo Xian smiled playfully and shook her head. "Actually, I'm only here for the sake of practicing, and I don't want to invite trouble, nor am I interested in dealing with your Yi family." Chapter 147 Elder Infant Monster Experiencing? Yi Tian froze for a moment and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the other party wasn't going to mess with him, he didn't need to put himself in danger. "That's right," Luo Xian nodded and explained. "There are many rare spirit medicines within the Sacred Mountain, and as long as I find them, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation and reach the martial exaltation realm." Hearing Luo Xian's words, Yi Tian's heart and mind fluctuated violently, and his eyes blossomed with a hot essence. "Really?" he asked sharply. "Of course." Luo Xian smiled playfully. "Little brother, I'll go first." Luo Xian left a sentence behind and disappeared into the dark night. Looking at Luo Xian's disappearing back, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth traced a faint arc, but his heart set off monstrous waves. "So it's a treasure hunt coming. That's no wonder." Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and murmured. He suddenly looked up in the direction of the mountaintop and muttered, "This should be the highest peak and the place of inheritance. It's just that there are dangers here, so I don't know if I can successfully break through up there." Yi Tian pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. Afterward, Yi Tian took a step and walked straight to the top of the mountain. The further up he went, the more terrifying the fury and resentment that permeated the surroundings became, making Yi Tian feel doubly overwhelmed. Yi Tian was panting heavily. His forehead was covered with dense sweat, and his whole body seemed to be soaked inside the mud. Suddenly, Yi Tian's gaze flickered as he saw a huge rock blocking the way. The surface of this stone was as smooth as a mirror, but if one looked closely, one could see many ancient and obscure symbols on it. Although Yi Tian did not understand a single one of these runes, the might that flowed from it made him tremble. Yi Tian took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to blast his right fist on top of the stone tablet. Afterwards, a majestic force erupted out, ruthlessly impacting on top of the stone monument. Only a clicking sound could be heard, and the huge stone monument collapsed. Dust drifted down in all directions and a brand new cave appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes. There was a hazy curtain of light shrouding the outside of the cave, and it was vaguely visible that a reddish, fire-like plant stood in the center of the cave, emitting a blazing, eye-catching light. "Is this the spirit herb that Luo Xian just mentioned?" Yi Tian's heart and mind were agitated. his eyes burning as he stared at the spirit grass. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and quickly came next to the spirit grass, reaching out and grabbing towards it. An invisible hindering force surfaced steeply, bouncing Yi Tian's arm away, making it difficult for him to get close by half a point. Yi Tian was stunned. How could he not have thought that this spirit grass had actually set up a guarding formation? Humph! Yi Tian snorted coldly as the yuan power in his body operated to the extreme and erupted violently, grabbing towards the spirit grass once again. Boom dash! The berserk energy instantly exploded, turning into a raging air force that spread out towards the surroundings. The powerful force shook the entire space, and even a few cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. But this time, Yi Tian finally managed to grab the spirit grass and was overjoyed. Ha ha! It's really mine! Yi Tian grinned widely and without hesitation. He pulled up the spirit grass and put it away in his arms. Just at this time, a sorrowful voice suddenly rang in the ears. Hey, little doll, the courage is not small. Actually dare to rob my things? Who? Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly turned around. He only saw a stooped old man with white hair and beard slowly walk out of the dimness, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Yi Tian in death. Yi Tian's heart and mind trembled violently. His face swished pale, and his mind was filled with horror. What kind of face is this? To put it simply, this hunched old man was like a walking corpse. His eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty, and his entire body revealed an endless aura of death. Just by his sweeping glance, Yi Tian's heart inexplicably generated a strong killing chance. Jia! The hunched old man gave a sinister cold laugh. The pupils of his eyes flashed with a bizarre bloodlight that was creepy. Little doll, obediently hand over the treasure, or you will surely die, the old man said morosely, his tone filled with endless killing intent. Hearing this cold and piercing voice, Yi Tian couldn't help but shiver for a moment. Involuntarily, he took several steps back and distanced himself from the old man. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the aura released by the other party just now had reached the peak of yuaning. Although Yi Tian has the golden crow true spirit protection, but people no matter how to say is also a yuaning old monster. Jin Dan to put it bluntly is still immortal, but yuaning is not the same. Flying to the sky to hide the law has long been cultivated. To say that he was a yuaning, then he definitely wouldn't give this old man in front of him an ounce of good face, but now he couldn't. If this old man goes crazy and cuts him to death, I'm afraid he won't even have a place to cry. Senior has taken the liberty of interrupting and has no malicious intent. He just wants to take this spirit grass, Yi Tian said with an arch. Kid, are you playing with me? This kind of bullshit can't even fool a 3-year-old child, can it? The rickety old man said coldly. Yi Tian immediately smiled awkwardly. Senior misunderstood. Senior really didn't lie. This spirit herb is indeed very special. It's worth it for Senior to try something. Humph, kid, you're tired of living, aren't you? How dare you tease me? The rickety old man shouted angrily, and a rolling murderous aura suddenly emanated from his body, sweeping out like the sky and the earth. Facing such a terrifying aura, Yi Tian only felt his chest suffocating, as if he was locked by some kind of flood beast. No, gotta run. This thought appeared in Yi Tian's mind, causing him to turn his head and flee without hesitation. Can you run away? The old man let out a fierce laugh. His aura around him increased steeply. His figure instantly broke through the void, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Yi Tian. Bang! The old man stretched out his dry, wood-like palms and slapped on Yi Tian's shoulders. Yi Tian was simply unable to avoid it, instantly spewing out a mouthful of blood as his body went limp. Young man, to be so indolent at such a young age, I really don't know how you survived until today. The old man shook his head and sighed. Yi Tian struggled to stand up, covered his chest, and said through gritted teeth, Senior, we have no grievances or enmity. Why are you making things difficult for me? The old man frowned slightly. I never need to explain my work to anyone. Besides, this is the spirit medicine that I have worked hard to cultivate. How can I allow you, an ant, to get your hands on it? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian froze. So it turned out that this old man was not targeting him, but because of this elixir. A flash of hope suddenly rose in his heart. Since Senior values this elixir so much, then please be generous with your hand. I only ask that you spare my life. Brat. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. The old man narrowed his eyes and laughed. The old man has already said that I have raised this elixir for 700 to 800 years. It is the crystallization of my life's work. Will I allow you to take it away? At this moment, he felt that this kid in front of him was quite funny, not to say anything else. Rushing this nagging strength, at least he would not kill anyone. Chapter 148 Blood Offering Venerable What? Yi Tian was instantly stunned. Raised for 700 or 800 years? Damn! 7 or 800 years counting. This old guy is 1,000 years old at least. 1,000-year-old demon. Actually waiting here for 700 to 800 years? It's fucking pitiful. Yi Tian almost vomited blood on the spot. Yet his heart was filled with deep scorn. 1,000-year-old monster. The strength could be imagined. You're still a baby monster? I'm afraid you're on the verge of becoming a saint. He is now completely on the chopping block. Even if he wants to resist, he doesn't have the strength to do so, unless he sacrifices his bottom card. However, this old monster seems to be a ruthless person. If he really used up his bottom card, he definitely didn't mind slaughtering himself to vent his anger. Kid, which family son are you from? Reaching the Jindan stage at such a young age. How come I haven't heard of you? The rickety old man stared at Yi Tian and asked indifferently. Yi Tian was instantly stunned, then smiled sarcastically. He, senior is laughing. My name is Yi Tian, a member of the Yi family. Yi Tian did not hide his origin. Anyway, with the other party's strength and experience, it was simple to check him. Fruity. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flickered slightly and he seemed to be somewhat surprised as he said, Yi family? Your kid is from the Yi family? I've only heard of one Yi Qiankuan. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Elder, the late generation is truthful in every sentence, and there is absolutely no intention of deception. Yi Tian hurriedly assured. Ha ha, kid, I believe you now. Since you are from the Yi family, then our two families should have a good relationship. How come you don't have an impression of the old man? The hunched old man suddenly burst out laughing. Yi Tian was helpless for a while. The logic of this old bastard's thinking was simply crushing. Elder, we've never met before. How could we possibly have any impression? Alas. The old man suddenly sighed quietly and shook his head. That's just it. Maybe you haven't met the old man before. This seed is called Zhang Xian. Some people call Xian venerable, and some people call me blood immortal fiend. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched. This old thing was actually an immortal offering venerable? Although he muttered in his heart, he still showed a look of dawning realization and respect on the surface. The late generation is foolish. Please forgive me, senior. Venerable Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, there's no need to be formal. Our two families are originally from the same clan and origin. What senior said is very true. Late generation has been taught. Yi Tian said in a respectful voice. The immortal consecration venerable nodded and continued. Yi family brat, if you do one thing for me, I can give you this blood grass. Oh, I don't know what it is. Senior, feel free to order. Yi Tian's gaze flickered as he said with a solemn expression. Venerable Xian stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, Yi family brat, do you know why I'm keeping you instead of killing you to silence you? Yi Tian shook his head. Because you have a strange flame in your body and cultivate a fire technique. As long as you help me find an inferno dragon grass from the inferno dragon pool, this blood grass will be yours. Ha! Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes widened violently. How could he have never imagined that this immortal consecration venerable one would actually want him to enter the inferno dragon pool to search for the inferno dragon grass? How is it? Kid, think about it, the opportunity is only this time. If you miss it, it will be difficult to obtain this blood grass again. The immortal sacrifice venerable said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Yi Tian's face changed a few times before he gritted his teeth and said firmly, thank you senior for making it happen. Immediately receiving the map given by the other party, Yi Tian arched his hand and turned to leave. Yi Tian didn't dare to hesitate and quickly ran wildly towards the mountain, fearing that the immortal sacrifice venerable one would change his mind, or else he might not even be able to save his life. This guy has a lot of guts. It's just that I don't know if that power in his body can withstand the flames of the Inferno Dragon Pool. On the other hand, Yi Tian ran wildly with all his might for several hours and finally came near a river. It was so hot here that the air seemed to be on fire with waves of heat. The river was crimson in color, tumbling like molten lava, emitting a fiery and scorching aura. Yi Tian stopped, took a deep breath and adjusted himself before leaping into the hot and boiling Yanlong River. Just after he landed in the river, Yi Tian felt a wave of heat coming over him, instantly making his body hot and dry. Immediately after that, he revolved the Sun True Scripture to neutralize the scorching hot airwaves coming from all around him. Unfortunately, the water of the Inferno Dragon River was too fierce for him to resist, and soon, his clothes began to melt, and his skin was even roasted red. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and continued to dive downwards. He had to reach the bottom of the river in a hurry, otherwise his body would probably be roasted and even in danger of bursting. But, as he continued to dive down, Yi Tian finally couldn't support himself and spewed out a large mouthful of blood, staining the water of the Yanlong River underneath him. Cough. Yi Tian coughed violently. He only felt as if his internal organs were melting away. It was unbearable. But even so, he still didn't give up, enduring the pain coming from his body and trying his best to swim downward. Suddenly, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. Just to his right bearing, a crimson color slowly surged. That? Yi Tian held his breath and gazed over with a deadly gaze. Gradually, he saw clearly what it was. It was actually a crimson-colored spirit medicine. This elixir was about 3 feet long, shaped like a coiled python, with a hideous snake head and a reddish body that looked like a flame. Inferno Dragon Grass. Yi Tian was so pleasantly surprised and excited that he almost jumped up. He didn't expect to come across the Inferno Dragon Grass so quickly, and it was also a spirit medicine that had already matured. Although it was only a mature Inferno Dragon Grass, its effects were many times better than ordinary Inferno Dragon Grass. Of course, compared to that blood grass, the Inferno Dragon Grass was still inferior to the matter. He then rushed directly into the depths of the Yanlong River, and a deep, bottomless hole appeared below him. Yi Tian walked inward along the cave wall, and the further inward he went, the more terrifying the temperature became, as if he had come to a furnace. Soon after, a giant pit with thick black smoke appeared in front of Yi Tian, filled with the scent of hot flames. With this kind of sizzling temperature, even if an innate martial artist entered, they would absolutely melt away in an instant, with no bones left. Not only that, Yi Tian even detected that the inside of this pit seemed to contain some sort of extreme pressure. Could there be some monster sealed here? Yi Tian secretly guessed up. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing wind-breaking sound resounded. Not good. Yi Tian's heart trembled and his hairs exploded in sweat. No wonder that old thing didn't dare to come over. But the Yanlong grass was right in front of him. Yi Tian really couldn't give it up, so he clenched his teeth, forcibly raised the spiritual energy in his body, and frantically urged his fire technique to condense a fire shield, and drilled in with a hard head. Chapter 149 Yan Jiaobang. Just after entering it, Yi Tian only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and a terrifying fire attribute power came crashing down on him. This fire attribute power was too terrifying, directly breaking down Yi Tian's flame shield and ruthlessly impacting above his chest. Ka! In an instant, the sound of bones breaking came from Yi Tian's chest, and his entire body directly shot out, smashing through a huge rock and falling several feet away. Yi Tian coughed violently and spat out a large mouthful of crimson rainbow blood. His breath wilted to the extreme. Luckily, he offered a flame shield in time and blocked it with his fire technique, and only then did he barely manage to save a life. So close! Yi Tian secretly celebrated while his heart palpitated. He had still underestimated the terror of this Inferno Dragon Grass. Roar! Just at this time, a furious whistling sound came from within the deep pit. Immediately afterward, a behemoth crawled up from within the pit, revealing half of its massive head, its scarlet eyes staring deathly at Yi Tian, emitting a frightening aura that suffocated people. Damn! Another demonic beast. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's face instantly turned gloomy, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today, because the demonic beast that appeared was too large, more than 10 feet tall, covered in greenish-black scales and armor, flashing with a ghostly aura, especially its eyes, glowing with bloodlust and brutality. Its icy gaze made Yi Tian feel a chill down his body, a feeling of falling into an ice cellar. Yi Tian recognized the name of this demonic beast as Yan Jiao. The Yan Jiao is a 5th-stage demonic beast, comparable to the realm of the human cultivators Jindan. With my current condition, I definitely can't beat it. Yi Tian's mind was racing. He was well aware of the gap between himself and Yan Jiao, so he didn't dare to make a rash move. After all, his current condition was too bad for him to fight again, and he would lose his life if he was not careful. What to do? Yi Tian secretly pondered, but was clueless. Just as Yi Tian was meditating, Yan Jiao suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. The sound waves shook out and shook the surrounding trees within a few hundred meters to break and collapse. Yi Tian's body shook violently for a few times, only to feel a heavenly rotation and a buzzing sound coming from his mind. Immediately after that, Yan Jiao's figure swayed and swooped towards Yi Tian. The Yan Jiao was incredibly fast, spanning dozens of feet in a flash and closing in on Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the Yan Jiao was about to tear Yi Tian in half, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hey! Yi Tian grinned, the corner of his mouth outlining a bizarre arc. In the next moment, Yi Tian's arms spread out and instantly rose up in the air, leaving the ground and avoiding the sharp claws and teeth of the Yan Jiao. Yan Jiao pounced and froze. Yi Tian took the opportunity to fly to the side of the Yan Jiao, reached out and grabbed the scales at its neck, and lightly shouted, "Collect!" Before the words fell, a cloud of purple fire appeared silently, attaching itself to the surface of the scales and spreading rapidly. Boom! The Yan Jiao's body trembled violently, its entire body emitting monstrous purple flames. Yan Jiao screamed in agony. The original fierce and vicious look of it instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a mournful wail that looked extremely tragic and painful. Yi Tian took the opportunity to draw back explosively and got out of the range of Yan Zhao's attack. And at that moment, Yan Zhao had already been wrapped in purple flames and was completely incapable of resisting. Oh, aren't you quite arrogant? Continue let's see who gets unlucky first. Yi Tian sneered. The Yan Zhao was in more than a little pain. It had no time to care about Yi Tian. It could only roar angrily, with sound waves spilling out in all directions. Humph, you think I'm really afraid of you? Get the hell in here. Yi Tian's eyes flashed. Then he leapt to the edge of the magma pool, and with a stomp of his legs, the whole person directly scurried into the magma pool before diving into the deep pit. Phew! In the next moment, raging and surging magma gushed out from the rock wall, directly engulfing the Yan Zhao. The Inferno Zhao struggled madly and screamed miserably. It struggled as hard as it could, but it was of no help at all. Eventually, the lava flooded its body and burned it to ashes, permanently remaining in the lava. The corpse of the Inferno Zhao was quickly dissolved, leaving only a pile of grayish-white powder, which floated away with the wind when blown. Phew! Finally done. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief as a pleased smile appeared on his face. Over the years, wherever he went and whatever dangers he encountered, he had to be careful for fear of encountering demonic beasts attacking him. After all, a ferocious existence like the Yan Zhao was definitely rare, and every time he encountered a demonic beast, he would have to expend 9 cows and 2 tigers to get away with it. Moreover, the intelligence of this kind of demonic beast is not low, and it often knows how to use the fire to cover its tracks and sneak up on its prey. If you don't have some means of defense, if you are not careful, you will be doomed and die in the mouth of a demonic beast. Yi Tian was relying on the fact that he possessed the Sun True Scripture and the Golden Crow Supreme Body, which was why he dared to roam around the magma region and search for weapon refining materials. Otherwise, with his Jindan cultivation, when he bumped into a demonic beast, he would only be waiting to die. Well, what is it? Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed that near the corpse of the Yan Zhao, there were actually 3 palm-sized plants growing with a dark red, crystal clear body. This is dragon blood grass? Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly walked over to check it out, excitement showing in his eyes. Although the dragon blood grass and the inflammable dragon grass are just 1 word apart, the effect of them is a million miles apart, completely one in the sky and one on the ground. This is the rare dragon's blood grass, which is worth thousands of dollars and even unattainable. Moreover, the dragon's blood herb is a precious medicine that enhances the strength of the physical body and the strength of the sinews and muscles. After taking it, it can make the physical body stronger. Yi Tian was very excited and immediately picked the dragon's blood grass and put it into his Jiankuan bag. Ow! Just then, a roar filled with an aura of tyranny and killing was transmitted. Yi Tian raised his head to look. He was scared out of his wits and his face paled. The Yan Zhao actually reared up and charged towards Yi Tian at an extremely fast speed. In that strike just now, although Yi Tian had broken Yan Zhao's flame pressure, he was still injured, causing Yan Zhao's strength to recover around 7 or 8 layers. If Yan Zhao was in his peak state, with his extraordinary strength, Yi Tian would not be able to block it at all. Not good. Have to withdraw. Yi Tian clenched his teeth and made an instant decision to pull out his legs and run. However, just as he took a step, he was caught up by Yan Zhao. Roar! The Inferno Zhao hissed and opened its huge mouth, biting fiercely at Yi Tian. Nima! Yi Tian's face sank as his arms protected his body against Yan Zhao's attack. The Yan Zhao opened its mouth and bit down. Yi Tian's arms were slightly numb and his body involuntarily fell towards the ground. Right at this moment, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a refined light flashed in his pupils. Swish dash pft. In the next instant, the Yan Zhao's open mouth came to an abrupt halt as it looked at Yi Tian's dagger with shocked eyes. Chapter 150 Purple Shen Spirit Crystal. Only the dagger was seen piercing through its throat and plunging straight to the bottom. Blood kept dripping down the dagger, staining Yi Tian's hands red. Yi Tian slowly pulled out the dagger before shoving the hilt into Yan Zhao's mouth. Oh, the Yan Zhao's eyes were rounded, and he muffled his screams in agony, his throat emitting a clicking and crunching sound that appeared extremely unpleasant. Humph, playing dirty tricks with me? I'm even better at it than you are. Seeing Yan Zhao writhing in pain, a cruel smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian had long known that Yan Zhao would retaliate against him, so he had prepared early. This dagger was his specially crafted weapon called the Dragon Slashing Blade, specializing in slaying spirit beasts. Put! Yi Tian violently turned around and swung his dagger once again to stab the Yan Zhao in the abdomen, penetrating through. The Yan Zhao was in agony and hissed to the sky before passing out completely. Yi Tian indifferently smiled and pulled out the Dragon Slashing Blade before throwing it into the distant magma pool, allowing it to slowly decay and turn into a puddle of sewage. Yi Tian then surveyed his surroundings and his brows tightened. How did I get here? As his memories gradually returned, Yi Tian recalled his experience in the magma pool and encountering the Yan Zhao. Forget it, since I've come all the way here, I can't return empty-handed. Yi Tian shook his head, no longer thinking much, and quickly jumped into the magma. Under the operation of the Sun True Scripture, the scorching heat around him was quickly expelled, and Yi Tian felt much more refreshed. The magma pool was vast enough to be several hundred feet square. Yi Tian searched along the shore of the lava pool for half an hour, but still did not find a single treasure. Not even a spiritual medicine. Ugh! What a waste of time. Yi Tian sighed and said in a somewhat depressed manner, "It seems like we have to search in a different direction." Yi Tian's position just now was only 10 meters from the shore. If there was a treasure, it would definitely be on the shore. But he had been wandering around in the lava for half a day. But he had never found anything, so he decided to find another way out. Afterwards, Yi Tian swam towards the center of the magma, hoping to find a way out. The deeper the magma went, the darker and colder it became. So Yi Tian had no choice but to offer fire attribute spells to illuminate the 4 directions in case of danger. Just like this, after traveling for tens of kilometers, Yi Tian arrived next to a huge rock. The stone was 100 feet tall, with a smooth surface, as if it were a mirror, mapping out endless magma, waves, and a majestic atmosphere. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the center of the stone and said in surprise, "This is Spirit Crystal," only to see a fist-sized piece of blue crystal body on the inside of the boulder, which was lavender in color and emitted a silky cold aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Yi Tian froze as he approached and took a look. This is a purple Xian Spirit Crystal. Surprisingly, it's a purple Xian Spirit Crystal. I'm not blinking, am I? Yi Tian was stunned as a beautiful picture appeared in his mind. It was rumored that the purple Xian Spirit Crystal contained the purest energy of heaven and earth, and after absorbing and refining it, it was an unavailable treasure for cultivators. No wonder Yan Jiao's strength has risen so quickly. It turns out that he recovered by sucking the energy from the purple Xian Spirit Crystal. It's really enviable. After a short period of surprise, Yi Tian could not hold back his excitement and desperately wanted to obtain this precious spirit crystal. Such a large piece of purple Xian Spirit Crystal is estimated to be worth 1,000 spirit-gathering beads. Yi Tian swallowed his saliva, then carefully climbed to the top of the boulder and prepared to excavate the purple Xian Spirit Crystal. Right at this moment, Yi Tian noticed 2 words engraved on the back of the boulder, Yen Di skill. Isn't this exactly the source of the Yan Jiao vomiting technique? Yi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and a strong look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Tian immediately sat down on the boulder with his knees crossed, then carefully observed this set of gongfu and analyzed it carefully. There were 9 styles in the Yen Di burning sky skill, and each style possessed the terrifying power of destroying the sky and earth, burning mountains and boiling the sea, and dominating the world. This technique is indeed powerful. Only if you want to successfully cultivate it, you must have a strong physical body. Otherwise you simply can't withstand this level of energy. Yi Tian whispered, his brows furrowing. This Inferno Emperor technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, and to cultivate the first stance alone, one needed to possess a supreme fire spirit body. What if it was the second stance or an even higher stance? Yi Tian didn't dare to think down. Still try to cultivate first, and then give up if you really can't bear it. After thinking for a long time, Yi Tian decided to continue trying. Next, Yi Tian discarded distracting thoughts, quieted his mind, condensed his mind, and then silently recited the gongfu mnemonic. Buzzing, accompanied by a soft chant, hot and fiery crimson breath suddenly emerged from the dantian within Yi Tian's body, flying through his meridians and finally converging into his palm. Boom! Yi Tian's right hand with 5 fingers clenched into a fist, erupting with a brilliant white golden light and an astonishing aura. What a terrifying power! Yi Tian was shocked in his heart. He completely did not expect that he would actually have such a terrifying effect just by practicing it once. Ha ha! Laughed Yi Tian in excitement. I finally understand why so many people are desperately fighting for the purple Xian Spirit Crystal, because this is simply tailor-made for me. Yi Tian was extremely fortunate in his heart. If he hadn't come here, he was afraid that he would never be able to cultivate the Yen Di skill. After all, a merit law of this level was definitely in existence at the heaven-defying level. Unless one possessed a heaven-defying bloodline and qualifications, it was impossible for anyone to cultivate successfully. Yi Tian was not worried that the Gong method would fail because he possessed a strong body that surpassed mortals. Although it was difficult to cultivate the Yen Di technique, Yi Tian believed that as long as he persisted, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Although this set of feats is very powerful, it is mentally draining. I must deal with it cautiously. Immersing his mind, Yi Tian began to silently recite the mantra of the Yen Di burning sky skill. As the incantations in Yi Tian's mouth became more and more fluent, the qi in Yi Tian's body became more and more abundant, and the entire magma world violently churned as if it was boiling up. At the same time, an invisible oppressive force crushed in from all directions, ruthlessly impacting Yi Tian's mind and shaking his soul. So strong. This kind of power is many times more powerful than my previous power. The moment Yi Tian thoroughly comprehended the Yen Di burning sky skill, Yi Tian only felt his blood boiling within his body, as if he had inexhaustible energy, and his desire to fight became extremely strong. Drink! Yi Tian looked up to the sky and snapped his eyes open, bursting out with an intimidatingly sharp gaze. Boom! Click! Bang! As his eyes opened, a burst of thunder suddenly exploded outside Yi Tian's body, and immediately afterward, endless lightning flashed up, so dense that it was like raindrops, and the sound was appalling. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yi Tian could not help but draw a breath of cold air. Although he had long guessed that his strength would definitely skyrocket after cultivating this technique, he had never thought that it would be exaggerated to such an extent. Yi Tian felt that the temperature of the air around him soared rapidly, burning his skin. His sweaty hairs stood up, and his body was hot. This is flame energy, Yi Tian exclaimed, his face full of incredulity. Chapter 151, The creator of the Yendi technique. Huffing, puffing, Yi Tian sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and once again entered a state of oblivion. This time, Yi Tian didn't waste any more time trying to figure out the meaning of the Gongfu mantra. Instead, he followed the instructions and silently recited the mantra, mobilizing the flame energy in his body. A moment later, the fire snake in Yi Tian's palm steeply leapt up to a height of 2 inches, and then quickly spread to his arm. It went down along the arms and finally covered the chest position, wrapping the entire body as if it was clad in a flaming armor. This time, the fire snake became even more condensed, and its color turned into a bright and piercing reddish gold, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power and was filled with a domineering and destructive majestic aura. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Tian only felt as if there was a volcano erupting in his body, an unprecedented heat wave rising from his dantian. It echoed with the layer of red gold flame armor outside his body, forming a subtle resonance. It was as if his consciousness was pulled by this force and entered a strange space. It was the secret cultivation realm unique to the Inferno Emperor technique, an ocean of flames, blazing and pure. In the midst of this sea of fire, Yi Tian saw an old man clad in flaming robes with a majestic face walking slowly. His eyes seemed to be able to see into everything in the world, revealing an ancient and deep wisdom. Young man, the old man's voice echoed in Yi Tian's heart, carrying an unquestionable majesty and kindness. You are. Yi Tian was shocked in his heart as he realized that this old man might be the creator of the Yen Di skill or the embodiment of its will. I am Yen Di, and this technique was created by my life's work, specifically for the purpose of controlling the fire of the world. Since you have obtained this skill, it is the destiny of heaven, and you need to cultivate diligently in order to correct the way, the old man slowly said. Every word was like heavenly music, making Yi Tian's mind tranquil and his comprehension of flames even higher. With the old man's guidance, Yi Tian began to cultivate at a deeper level in this sea of fire. He sensed that fire was not just a symbol of destruction and burning, but a source of life and creation. The flames contained endless vitality and change. Each burn was a cycle of life. Each burst was a harbinger of new life. Yi Tian tried to merge his soul power with the flames, and he found that when his consciousness was completely immersed in the flames, those flame energies that were originally difficult to control unexpectedly became docile, as if they had become part of his body and could be manipulated at will. I see. True mastery is not external suppression, but mind connection. Yi Tian came to a realization as he tried to use his mind to communicate with those flames, guide them to flow and change as they wish. Gradually, he realized that he was not only able to condense more complex and changeable flame forms, it could even coalesce the energy of the flames into a materialized means of attack, multiplying its power. Under Yen Di's careful guidance, Yi Tian's cultivation skyrocketed. Not only had he mastered a number of high-level skills of the Inferno Emperor technique, he had also comprehended the true meaning of the Way of Flame. He was able to manipulate the flames as he wished, whether it was forming a huge flame storm or condensing it into tiny flame pinwheels. It was all at his fingertips and incredibly powerful. You're already strong enough to go out into the world and practice. Yen Di's voice sounded once again with a hint of relief and anticipation. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and realized that he had returned to the real world, but the changes within his body were real. Senior Yen Di, thank you for your guidance. I, Yi Tian, will definitely not fail your expectations and carry forward the Yen Di skill. Yi Tian silently made a vow in his heart. Then he got up and checked. The Inferno Dragon Grass, Dragon Blood Grass were all there. However, the corpse of that Inferno Jiao had already obliterated in the Inferno Dragon Pool after it became inactive. It's time to go. After leaving the Inferno Dragon Pool, Yi Tian chased after the clues left by Venerable Immortal Consecrator without stopping. Half a day later, Yi Tian arrived at a wilderness. As far as the eye could see, there were rolling hills ahead and majestic peaks at the end of the line of sight. Yi Tian veered towards the left side for a distance of several hundred feet, and then found a peak to climb up. On the mountainside, a wide river valley stretches across it, heavy with water vapor. Yi Tian stood on the edge of the river bank and looked around, but he did not find anything special. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary other than the fact that the river was crystal clear. Ha! Senior Xian, I'm back! Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and was so excited that he couldn't help but shout loudly. Ha ha! You kid finally came back. Waited for you for a long time. As soon as the words fell, Venerable Immortal Consecrator suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tian out of thin air, his face full of smiles. Senior Immortal Offering, I'm fortunate to be able to fulfill my orders. Yi Tian arched his hand in thanks. Venerable Xian nodded. Good. However, he froze in the next second. Originally he thought that Yi Tian would be lucky to come back alive. You, got the Inferno Dragon Grass? Venerable Xian asked with glaring eyes. Aha! Yi Tian smiled and nodded his head, and removed the Inferno Dragon Grass from it. Venerable Xian sized up the Yanlong grass and then looked up at Yi Tian, his eyes getting weirder and weirder. Senior, what's wrong? Looking at Venerable Xian staring at himself, Yi Tian could not help but touch his face. Is there something dirty on your face? Thinking of this, Yi Tian hurriedly reached out and wiped his cheeks. Ha 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 ha, good. 3 good sounds in a row straightened Yi Tian's ears. Venerable Xian was so excited that he snatched the Yanlong grass and carefully examined it. Only then did he turn his head and solemnly patted Yi Tian's shoulder. Little friend Yi, old man owes you a favor. Yi Tian froze, not understanding what the other party meant by this. Senior is overstating it. Yi Tian waved his hand. You saved the old man's granddaughter, so the old man naturally has to honor his promise. Venerable Immortal Consecration said seriously. This favor is too great. The old me will definitely remember it. If little friend Yi encounters troublesome matters in the future, just ask. However, I also hope that little friend Yi can promise me that this matter must not be leaked out. In fact, 4 people in the realm of Xian Zunshi, killing and exterminating people came to be the best, but Yi Tian was a member of the Yi family. If he really got killed, in case he came to be a big one, he wouldn't be able to take it well at that time. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian also had some speculations in his heart, but he did not ask and nodded his head. Your old man, don't worry. This matter I must keep my mouth shut, but if I say out half a point, it's like this tree. As he spoke, he waved his hand and flames bloomed, burning that tree next to him directly into ashes. Tree, I deserve to be here, right? Seeing that Yi Tian was so understanding he didn't make a fuss. Venerable Immortal Offering took out the blood grass and handed it over. Here, it's a promise. Chapter 152 Absorbing Blood Grass. Yi Tian was not polite. After all, this was what he deserved. But if any other person came over, he would definitely not be able to get this Yanlong grass. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before they each took their leave. However, from the mouth of the Immortal Offering Venerable, Yi Tian learned that a secret realm would appear in the Demon Beast Mountain range recently. It's probably the secret realm where demonic beasts are baptized. It wasn't very appealing to someone on the level of an Immortal Offering Exalt. However, it was definitely considered a chance for Yi Tian. This old clapper person is also strange good Lu. Yi Tian muttered in his heart, but there was still about half a month before the opening of the secret realm. He was prepared to refine this blood grass first before making plans. After arriving at a cave, Yi Tian took out the blood grass and gently placed it on the stone platform in front of him. This blood grass was crimson in color, as if it contained endless life force and raging blood chi. Even within this dimly lit cave, it seemed particularly dazzling. Yi Tian took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated, preparing to start refining this precious medicinal herb. He revolved the Sun True Scripture, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like boiling magma. It circulated along specific meridian routes and gradually converged on top of the palm. With Yi Tian's soft drink, a blazing flame violently erupted from his palm, slowly wrapping the blood grass in it. In the midst of the flames, the blood grass began to slowly melt, releasing a rich blood chi and life essence. These essences gradually became pure and condensed under the calcination of the flames. It eventually turned into a stream of pure energy that was greedily absorbed by Yi Tian's body. His cultivation level even vaguely showed signs of a breakthrough at this moment, and an unprecedented sense of power arose. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Tian finally felt that the raging energy gradually calmed down and turned into warm spiritual energy flowing through his limbs and bones. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a refined light, and his entire body looked even more refreshed, as if it had been transformed. Is this the power of the blood grass? It really lives up to its name, Yi Tian muttered, feeling the spiritual energy surging within his body. 9th Jin Dan. just one step away from Jindan perfection. Not only that, the blood she contained in the bloodgrass was all refined by the physical body, which was now definitely comparable to those at the Yuaning stage. Phew! Yi Tian took a long breath of turbid air and suppressed the surging spiritual energy in his body, slowly leveling himself. After a long time, when he had completely stabilized his realm, Yi Tian suddenly frowned. Oops, forgot the time. It was only at this time that he realized that the originally scheduled 10 days had now passed 13 days. There were still 2 days before that demonic beast baptismal mystic realm opened. Shouldn't time be too late? Yi Tian pondered in his mind, but his steps were not slow, and after sealing the cave, he quickly swept towards the direction where the secret realm was located. At the entrance location of the demonic beast mysterious realm, there was a vast valley that resembled a chasm that stretched across the sky. However, when he stepped inside, he realized that there were already many people waiting inside. Among them there are also those he knows, such as Su Wanner. At this moment, Su Wanner was surrounded by disciples of some clans and great powers. These people were talking and laughing and it was quite pleasant. Not far away, there was a group of slightly older male cultivators gathered there chatting about something. Yi Tian scanned the circle and found the several older cultivators who were standing around each of the 7 boulders. The boulders were arranged in the form of the Big Dipper and 7 stars, looking away from each other, seemingly constructing some kind of formation. Although Yi Tian didn't quite understand all of this, he knew from the looks of it that it should be some sort of powerful formation. Yi Tian? Su Wanner suddenly saw the figure in the distance and her brows furrowed slightly. She didn't expect to meet the other party here. Not only Su Wanner, but the several young disciples beside her also looked this way with slightly surprised expressions. Wan Air, why is that kid here? Ha, who knows? I guess I just happened to run into it. These people had disdain in their eyes, as if Yi Tian was some kind of trash. However, when Yi Tian looked over, he noticed the killing intent in the eyes of a man closest to Su Wan Air's side. I don't think I've ever messed with this guy, have I? Yi Tian pondered in his heart, but did not think much about it. If the other party dares to have bad intentions, the big deal is to shoot them and be done with it. After sitting on his knees for a long time, an exclamation of surprise rang through the crowd. The secret realm is going to open. Accompanied by the sound of shrieks, the crowd rushed in unison towards the location where the crack was located. The crack was several meters wide, and it was overflowing with a faint black mist. From within the cracks emanated dangerous fluctuations that caused one's heart to skip a beat. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone must pay attention to safety. A cultivator droned in a deep voice, reminding the crowd to remain calm. The crowd was in awe and walked into the crack with their nerves tightened. Yi Tian followed closely behind one of them and walked into the secret realm. As soon as he stepped in, the scene around him changed. The place they were at was the top of a high mountain, and below it was a vast forest. Moreover, this mountain peak was extremely steep, and the mountain walls were covered with thorns and vines, with not an inch of grass growing, making it difficult to climb at all. One by one, the crowd held hands and struggled to climb the cliffs, struggling to move forward. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more serious the poisonous miasma that permeated the surroundings became, and the air thinned to such an extreme that breathing became a problem. Fortunately, Yi Tian had prepared for this and had taken a poison-removing pill, so he didn't have to worry about poisonous gas entering his body anymore. Just then, he suddenly heard someone behind him yell, "Not good, there's something odd about this miasma." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man twitched a few times, then fell limply. Yi Tian twisted his head and saw that the man's face was greenish. His lips were purple, and his eyes were tightly closed, obviously dead. The rest of the disciples' faces also changed drastically, with a terrified look, and there was even someone who panicked and directly fell off the cliff, falling into pieces. Looking at this bizarre situation, Yi Tian also frowned, feeling a little strange. It was said that with his strength, he wasn't afraid of these poisonous miasmas at all, but these ordinary disciples were not. Wani, here, in the middle of the line, the man from before pulled out a poured a hand to Su Wanner, his eyes filled with concern. "Thank you, senior brother Wang. You take it first. I also have the poison-resistant pill with me, so I'll distribute it to the group later." Su Wanner hurriedly shook her head and excused herself, stating that she also had defensive treasures and did not need the pills from the man surnamed Wang. "This is just as well." The man surnamed Wang hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and eventually took the pills back, while at the same time removing his defensive armor and handing it to Su Wanner. Seeing this, Su Wanner didn't make any pretense and directly put it on her body, and then continued to rush. Yi Tian silently followed at the end of the group, but his gaze was quietly glancing at the man surnamed Wang. The man was stocky and lanky, with average looks and those inverted triangle eyes that made him look a little uncomfortable. Chapter 153, Spiritual Spring Water. As the crowd stepped through the poisonous miasma, they finally got a good look at the dense forest in front of them, in which the roars of beasts were faintly heard. "Everyone be careful," someone warned, then took the lead. The others followed closely behind, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. Yi Tian didn't hesitate when he saw this and quickly expanded his pace to catch up, unwilling to fall behind. He was able to perceive that the dense forest was filled with all kinds of ferocious and strong beasts, and the strength of each one of them was feared to have reached the third-class level. If it wasn't for Yi Tian's current flesh strength being extremely tough, an unusual cultivator who rashly intruded into this dense forest would be afraid that they would directly fall. Just like that, after an incense stick, the team slowly reduced by about half. Not that they fell, but they were afraid of death and retreated back. "Brother, look, what is that thing?" Suddenly, a disciple pointed forward, his face flashing with excitement. The crowd looked in the direction he was guiding them, only to see that not far away, there were actually two jasper-colored vegetation. They grow in profusion, each one the size of a baby's fist. Leaves emerald green, like jasper carved from, in the night is emitting a ghostly green light, especially charming. And what attracted the most attention was that a crystal-clear liquid was flowing from within the trunk of one of the jasper trees. Spirit spring. It's actually really a spirit spring. A youth couldn't help but be shocked as he took a good look at the green liquid flowing from the tree trunk. This is a special kind of spiritual spring, a treasure of genius. It contained infinite energy and possessed the efficacy of cleansing the tendons and marrow and quenching the blood veins, improving the qualifications and increasing the speed of cultivation. It was said that some super sects or super families would spend a lot of money to specifically purchase this kind of spirit spring. Ha ha ha, I've made a big fortune this time, actually finding a spirit spring in the middle of these barren mountains. That's right, although this spiritual spring is not as precious as the sacred spring, it's definitely unattainable for us. A bunch of people were so excited that their eyes were wide open. They couldn't wait to snatch the spirit spring right away. Yi Tian carefully observed and made sure that there was no danger before he slowly walked over. "Kid, stand still, you can't go near the spirit spring." As soon as Yi Tian approached the spirit spring, someone immediately shouted out a warning in his tone. This caused Yi Tian to feel a slight anger in his heart as he turned around and swept the crowd with an icy gaze. "Humph, the spiritual spring doesn't have your name written on it, so why not let me see it?" Yi Tian laughed coldly and retorted in a tone that was not condescending. The man's face flushed red with annoyance and he chided. "Do you know what place this is? This is a secret realm. Where is it your turn to mess around?" Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but snort and mocked. "This is a secret realm? How come this looks like a grave to me?" When these words came out, the crowd was furious. "You seek death, asshole, what do you know? This is an ancient relic, not a grave. Are you out of your mind? Boy, just damn it." In a flash, several young men and women cursed angrily, their faces grim. Yi Tian was undaunted and said indifferently, "If you guys want to make a move, feel free to do it. I'll take it. If you don't dare, don't beep here anymore." The crowd's faces immediately turned red, gritting their teeth and staring at Yi Tian, but just no one made a move, because the environment here is so harsh that no one can guarantee that they will be able to get out in one piece. "Count yourself ruthless, kid. Remember the insults you've suffered today." A tall and thin man put down harsh words and then turned around to leave, and the others saw this and coldly grunted unwillingly as they left one after another. "Humph, pussy." Yi Tian looked at the group of backs with contempt and muttered secretly, then lifted his leg and stepped towards the spirit spring. The flavor of this spiritual spring was fresh and pleasant, inhaling into the lungs, intoxicating, as if being in the clouds. "This is spirit spring water," Yi Tian exclaimed, his heart thumping. Unexpectedly, he came across such a rare thing so quickly, and he couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart. Yi Tian squatted down and cupped the spiritual spring and took a sip. In an instant, his body's pores shot open, soothing and refreshing. Sure enough, it's spirit spring water. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, then he tilted his neck and gulped it down. This spiritual spring into the throat like a fire, like burning hot rolling hot, seems to burn the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The whole chest and abdomen is full of pure and rich energy. This energy traveled through the meridians and acupoints of his entire body, causing his skin to become smoother and more delicate, and his entire figure was pulling itself up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, his originally thin and short torso had already pulled up much higher, and even his body size had expanded by several times, and his entire person appeared unusually formidable. At the same time, Yi Tian felt that a magical power seemed to gush out from within his body, moisturizing his muscles and bones, flesh and blood, and organs, causing his fleshly body to become stronger and stronger. Yi Tian was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't expect that just drinking a little bit of spiritual spring water would have such an obvious effect. However, at this moment, The man surnamed Wang suddenly walked towards Yi Tian's side and greeted the crowd to follow him. Seeing the other party's movements, Yi Tian frowned slightly. What do you want to do? He asked. I heard that you are Wan Er's fiancé. The corner of the man surnamed Wang's mouth sketched out a hideous cold smile. Ha! What's it got to do with you? Yi Tian said with a cold smile. Of course it's relevant. Since you're Wan Er's fiancé, I can't kill you. Yet I can waste you. The man surnamed Wang revealed an evil smile, and a cold aura shot out from his eyes. You want to waste me? Yi Tian first froze when he heard this, followed by a sneer emerging from the corner of his mouth. He. You don't know yet, do you? I, Wang Jinza, am a direct descendant of the Wang family. It's as easy as a slap in the face to waste you. Wang Jinza smiled proudly, looking quite confident, a burst of arrogant and domineering ferocity in his eyes. Hearing this, a white-robed man next to him hurriedly pulled his arm and dissuaded him in a low voice. Brother Wang, don't be impulsive. This is a secret realm. You must not cause trouble. Yeah, this guy is strong. Let's avoid him for now. It won't be too late to find a chance to clean him up when we get deeper into the secret realm. The other two also hurriedly opened their mouths to persuade each other, fearing that Wang Jinza would lose out if he acted out of his will. Wang Jinza glanced at the trio disdainfully and coldly grunted. What are you afraid of? With me here, he can't hurt us at all. Alright, don't waste time. Hurry up and get rid of this kid to save the night. Wang Jinza gave a cold shout and directly rushed towards Yi Tian to personally teach him a lesson. Seeing Wang Jinza strike, the other few people stopped arguing and quickly took a few steps back, surrounding themselves from afar to watch the battle. They wanted to see just what Yi Tian was capable of. What's wrong with the Wang family disciples? Beat them up as usual. Yi Tian's gaze was morose, and the corner of his mouth arched with a touch of cruelty. He had wanted to fight Wang Jinza for a long time, and now that he had an excuse, it was just what he wanted. Chapter 154 Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint's disciple. An explosive sound suddenly spread. Wang Jinza fiercely stepped on the ground and rose up in the air. His right foot kicked out like lightning, carrying a powerful mighty ruthless attack. The power of Wang Jinza's kick was extremely strong, enough to shatter steel. If it really hit, Yi Tian would definitely have his ribs broken by the kick. However, Yi Tian was prepared and quickly moved back half a meter before the other party attacked, narrowly dodging away. Seeing Yi Tian easily dodging it, Wang Jinza's face turned cold before he continued his attack. Although Wang Jinza is grumpy, but the martial arts attainments are not bad, agile and flexible. Once the martial arts skills, the attack is fierce and ferocious. Never stay. However, Yi Tian did not choose to fight hard, but instead adopted a wandering fighting style, always detecting Wang Jinza's movements in advance every time. This tactic, which Yi Tian had tried time and time again, left Wang Jinza with no way to get started. Wang Jinza attacked dozens of times in a row without success, and a layer of anger and shame gradually surged on his face. Yi Tian was able to dodge in time every time, which made him feel embarrassed. Moreover, he realized that Yi Tian seemed to have perfect insight into his martial arts routine and handled it with ease. He couldn't even play to his strengths and was instead held back by his opponent. At this rate, he would only lose to his opponent. Thinking of this, Wang Jinza's heart became more and more anxious, and the spiritual energy in his body operated. Warfare. Open. This is a secret technique unique to the Wang family, where the practitioner stimulates the potential in his body to multiply his strength. With Wang Jinza's bellowing, a majestic aura rose steeply, instantly enveloping the four directions. Yi Tian's face became gloomy as he sensed Wang Jinza's strong strength and his eyes became grave. Wang Jinza's strength was even more terrifying than before. Wang Jinza's breath climbed crazily, reaching the peak of peak Jindan in the blink of an eye, only a hair's breadth away from consummation. Kid, take your life. Wang Jinza roared angrily. His figure shifted and instantly appeared in front of Yi Tian, and he blasted out a fist with a furious momentum. Is this your strongest strength? Yi Tian laughed coldly as his figure leaped, easily dodging this punch. Little scumbag. I want to see how many punches you can dodge. Wang Jinza cursed angrily. His figure disappeared again like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he had already reached Yi Tian's back. It's not enough. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled. Then his body flashed, once again easily avoiding one of his opponent's attacks. Damn it! Wang Jinza's anger was blazing, his forehead veins bulging, itching to kill Yi Tian immediately. He didn't expect his opponent to be so weak, but his attacks couldn't help him. I'll see how long you can hide. Wang Jinza shouted angrily and bullied his way up again. This time his attacks were even more ferocious. Wang Jinza's movements were extremely tricky and bizarre, and he was so fast that he seemed to be drifting as if he was a ghost. If it were an ordinary person, even if they possessed the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to capture the trajectory of Wang Jinza's whereabouts. Unfortunately, The person he met was Yi Tian. Wang Jinza, your strength is nothing more than that. It really disappoints me too much. Yi Tian could not help but let out a sigh as a strong look of contempt filled his face. How dare you? I am the top genius of the younger generation of the Wang family. How can I let you slander me? Wang Jinza gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked, his attack becoming more and more ferocious. Humph! I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as his figure flashed steeply, arriving behind Wang Jinza in an instant. With that, Yi Tian stomped the ground violently and his entire body rose up in the air. He swept out a whip leg viciously, containing a strong air-braking sound, and viciously smacked Wang Jinza's back waist position. There was a loud bang, and the dull sound of the impact resounded through the void, deafening and frightening. Ah! Wang Jinza screamed miserably and fell toward the distance like a kite with broken strings. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. No one expected that the super strong Wang Jinza would be stomped away by that country bumpkin, and by the looks of it, he's not badly injured, and is likely to be severely traumatized. Surprised beyond belief, the crowd looked up at the teenager above them, their eyes suddenly becoming complicated. A person who was said to be a waste by everyone, in the short time of going out for 2 years, actually already possessed such a terrifying strength, especially when they realized, after Yi Tian's cultivation, each one of them stared in disbelief. Unbelievable, he really broke through. Moreover, it's already at the peak of Jin Dan. My goodness, it's only been 2 years, that's too much, isn't it? This person is simply a demon, too terrifying. The crowd of onlookers were shocked and appalled when they saw Yi Tian displaying his powerful strength. They had never dreamed that the once useless person had now become a veritable expert. How is it possible? How did he suddenly become so strong? Suwaner also did not expect that Yi Tian, who she had recognized as trash, would actually become so powerful after 2 years. It was very clear in her heart that Yi Tian's strength was definitely much higher than hers, even far beyond Wang Jinza. Suwaner's pretty face was cloudy, her heart filled with doubts. Meanwhile, Yi Tian didn't stay too long after resolving Wang Jinza. He wasn't on the same page as these people anyway. He was going to go deeper to find a place for baptism, knowing that old clown, Xian, had said that there was a pool of blood in there that could wash the flesh. Stop! Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, a low, angry voice came from behind him. Who are you? Looking at the youth who was slowly walking towards him, a flash of doubt flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He didn't remember that the immortal domain had this character. After all, he was also a disciple of a big family, although he didn't come into contact with people from other forces, but on certain occasions, he had still seen them. And to be able to walk with people like Suwaner, he was bound to be a family disciple or a major power. Yi Tian's gaze narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the strange youth. It doesn't matter who I am. You just killed my brother. Do you just want to let it go? The corners of that youth's mouth flared up with a sardonic smile, obviously rushing towards Wang Jinza's murder. Oh, then what are you going to do? Yi Tian asked indifferently. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to make amends, or I'll take your life. That youth smiled coldly. His attitude was very brutal and overbearing. Hearing the other party's threat, Yi Tian's brows furrowed and his tone was icy cold. I don't think this is a wise choice. Ha. Thought you were so great, but you're a douchebag. For your information, I am the disciple of the cloudy mortal sword saint, Lu Hong. If you dare to mess with me, you are simply seeking your own death. That youth arrogantly laughed, his eyes filled with teasing and playfulness. Cloudy mortal sword saint's disciple? Hearing the other party's words, the onlooker cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 155. A man with an enemy's grudge. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So he has a backer. Humph. Others fear the cloudy mortal sword saint. But I don't. What is cloudy mortal sword saint? I'm only afraid it's a person who sells his name and reputation. The crowd of onlookers burst into discussion, their words full of disdain and mockery, not putting the cloudy mortal sword saint in their eyes at all. Humph. I don't care about your bullshit cloudy mortal sword saint. Yi Tian coldly smiled. Then he took a step forward, and his fist instantly burned with a flame, emitting an incomparable aura of scorching heat. You don't even know how to cherish the opportunity given to you. Now, go to hell. Lu Hang smiled coldly and instantly swept out. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hong arrived in front of Yi Tian. His right fist carried a majestic momentum and smashed into Yi Tian's chest without hesitation. Ka-ching! Without saying a word, Yi Tian directly met the battle, and a heavy fist fiercely blasted out, erupting with a thunderous sound. With a muffled bang sound, accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, Lu Hang's fist instantly crumbled. Put! Lu Hong screamed miserably, spewing out a large amount of blood, his entire arm completely twisted. What? It's so terrifying? The surrounding crowd was trembling in fear, each one of them showing a look of horror. With just one encounter, they were able to determine that Yi Tian's strength was far more powerful than they had expected. Even Wang Jinza was not a match for Yi Tian at all, simply because the gap between the two sides was too great to be comparable. Seeing this scene, Lu Heng's face suddenly changed. No longer daring to continue provoking, he turned around and fled. Yi Tian's eyes were slightly cold, and his body instantly turned into a residual shadow to chase after him. Kid, don't you bully people too much. If you push me any further, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Hong ran away while angrily shouting a warning. Noisy! Yi Tian let out a cold shout. His figure accelerated violently, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lu Hong, and immediately kicked out with his right leg. This kick contained an extremely terrifying power, as if a cannonball had roared in. Feeling the strong wind whistling behind him, Lu Heng's face changed drastically. In his haste, he could only mobilize his spiritual energy to condense a shield for defense, hoping to block his opponent's attack. Boo! However, when he gathered his spiritual power shield, Yi Tian's kick had already kicked over viciously. The shield was instantly shattered, and Lu Hong was instantly blasted tens of meters away. Wah! After landing, Lu Hong wailed in pain. Shit! Lu Hong gritted his teeth and stared at Yi Tian with a face full of resentment as intense scorn welled up in his heart. He really couldn't figure out where Yi Tian had come out from and why his strength was so strong. He understood that with his current strength, he was definitely no match for the other party, so he hastily pulled out a jade tablet and crushed it. Swish! Almost at the instant the jade tablet shattered, the surrounding spiritual energy surged madly towards Lu Heng's hand. Yi Tian also felt a deadly threat at this time. He had seen this kind of jade talisman before. It was usually the big brothers who sealed their power within a jade talisman in order to protect their disciples, and crushed it when the other party's life was in danger. In this case, the power stored within the jade talisman would be released, enough to exterminate any enemy. Damn, it's fucking dark. Looking at the raging and tumbling spiritual power fluctuation, Yi Tian's face was blue, and his heart was filled with irritation. Obviously, if he rashly made a move now, when the other party activated the jade talisman, he would surely detonate the energy there, and he would surely die at that time. However, it was obviously a bit unwilling to let Yi Tian retreat like this. After all, he had already demonstrated his powerful strength just now, and he was unwilling to suddenly withdraw at this time. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian's mind immediately converged all his aura while turning around and leaving quickly. How did it go? Seeing Yi Tian quickly disappear, Lu Hong was stunned. He had already stimulated the jade talisman. As long as Yi Tian dared to rush over, he would surely die. But now, not only did you waste the jade talisman given by the master, but you also failed to achieve your goal. Just like when you prepare a meal properly and someone else just doesn't show up. Yi Tian, get the fuck back here. Lu Heng gas explosion has been about to hysterical roar up. He knew that as long as Yi Tian stayed nearby, he would definitely be bombarded by the jade talisman and would be easily taken out by him taking advantage of the situation. But Yi Tian just left, making him mad, making him so mad that he wanted to cry. This asshole. Lu Hong gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his heart raging with hatred. Although he was angry to the extreme, Lu Hong still suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly left the area. After all, there were many people here. Now that his bottom card had been exposed, as long as others weren't fools, they would snatch the treasures on him. On the other side, Yi Tian sped all the way straight into the depths of the secret realm without encountering a single martial artist along the way. That jade talisman should be a special treasure, otherwise it would be absolutely difficult to stop me from striking. But it's a pity that I didn't get it. Some regret. Alas, if I had known this, I would have scrapped that guy even at the risk of exposing my identity. Yi Tian shook his head inside, rather depressed. He wouldn't give up such a good opportunity, but it was a pity that he missed it. Yi Tian was secretly pondering while rushing along. Looking at that expression on his face just now, he seems to have a grudge against a certain high-ranking person. Since that's the case, I can use him to get some revenge. After a short period of contemplation, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth spread a wicked cold smile, and a wry sneer flashed through his mind like lightning. Hey, it's decided. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Originally, he didn't want to stir up trouble, but now the situation was urgent and he had no choice. He himself was a person with a grudge, and now that the other party was looking for a fight, it was just the right time to go along with it. Since you want to find trouble, I'll fulfill you. The cold smile at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth was getting stronger and stronger, and a stern and fierce aura flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the central region of the mountain range in the depths of the secret realm, There was a giant lake here that was so vast that it was tens of thousands of square meters. The lake is crystal clear, with a turquoise blue surface and ripples. There was a woman standing next to a reef in the center of that lagoon. The woman was wearing a set of long red dress. Her skin was snow white and delicate. Her figure was shapely and delicate, and she had an exquisite and beautiful face that was full of temptation, though her appearance was overwhelming. Her demeanor was so cold and haughty that people couldn't help but tremble for her. In this woman's hand was a token, and at that moment, she was silently gazing ahead. Humph, Yi Tian, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The woman gritted her teeth and said, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold chill. Hiss. After half a pillar of incense had passed, Yi Tian finally arrived here and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air after he saw the scene in front of him. At this moment, his entire body was completely frozen. Shocked beyond words. Chapter 156, Demigod Beast. This. Yi Tian stared wide-eyed and confused. His heart shocked inexplicably. In front of him, an immense body stretched across the shore of the lake. This corpse was about 7 or 8 feet tall, covered in golden scale armor, emitting an aura of ancient vicissitudes. Its corpse was split into dozens of pieces, each part exuding an appalling majesty. The most crucial thing was that it was the corpse of an augur dragon that was about to transform into a dragon. This huge corpse was clearly the corpse of the augur dragon, only that it had been split up. Crap Nima ah, it's actually a legendary dragon. Holy shit, I can't be dreaming. This is a real demigod beast. Yi Tian swallowed his saliva violently and almost pissed himself in fear. He didn't believe this was real at all. How could he not have expected that he would be able to stumble upon the corpse of a demigod beast here? Suddenly, the huge augur corpse let out a low roar, as if it had sensed something. In an instant, the dragon opened its bloody mouth. Its scarlet tongue gulped and spat, and the pupils of its pair of copper bell-like eyes flashed with an intimidating ghostly light. It seemed to be in some pain, letting out a burst of low roars, then slowly sat up from the ground, its large dragon head raised. Crap! After seeing this scene, Yi Tian once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely, a strong color of fear rising in his heart. This was not a demigod beast. It was simply more terrifying than a true god king, simply sitting up set off a gust of wind. What was even more terrifying was that the aura of this augur dragon was so terrifying that it made Yi Tian feel endlessly threatened, as if an ant was standing in front of a divine dragon that was generally so small that it could not be fought against at all. Huffing and puffing, the dragon took a deep breath, and its huge body slowly rose into the air. That thick body snaked and hovered over the lake, emitting an endless aura of terror, especially the pair of lantern-sized eyes, bursting out with soul-stealing beams of terror. Word daunting. This is not right. This is not real, but an obsession left behind after death. Yi Tian suddenly reacted and his face instantly changed. He observed carefully and quickly confirmed that the augur was not a living being, but was merely a manifestation of the will that remained in the world. Such things are strange, for there is no spirit or mind, but only an instinct is maintained. Perhaps a fear of death, perhaps a desire for life, perhaps. In short, this augur possessed all sorts of emotions, but only no reason. They were all just pure desire to kill. The environment here is suitable for it to cultivate, and it has no way to eat, so it closes itself in here. Yi Tian muttered, his heart gradually becoming clearer. Since that's the case, I'll be the one to sing in this scene. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister sneer. In the next moment, Yi Tian leaped up and shot straight into the sky, instantly soaring several hundred feet. Roar! The dragon roared up to the sky, its voice resounding through the void. Immediately afterward, this augur dragon quickly pursued and flew towards the sky. It was extremely fast, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not even a shadow could be seen. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was even faster and fled without a trace in the blink of an eye. It was as if it had evaporated out of thin air, completely disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Thousands of feet away from this dense forest, Yi Tian stopped his footsteps, his brows furrowed in concentration. He scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on the top of a large, gnarled tree. Who? Get your ass down here. Hearing these words, a dark shadow immediately jumped down from that sky-high tree, and it was the same teenager from earlier. It was a young man in a black robe with an ordinary look, but his right arm was missing a section, obviously quite deeply injured. He stared at Yi Tian for a moment, and a puzzled look appeared in his gaze. Ha! You actually didn't run away? Hearing the words of the teenager, Yi Tian immediately frowned and asked, Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Who am I? Ha ha ha! The black-clothed teenager shook his head and laughed coldly with a mocking expression. I am the 4th Duke of Wuling Duan Tianai. Do you, a waste of space, not even know this young master? Duan Tianai sized up Yi Tian with a face of contempt. Duan Tianai, Yi Tian's face instantly grimaced as a trace of anger flared in his eyes. You're scared? Duan Tianai smiled indifferently with a playful expression. Yi Tian was instantly furious and said through clenched teeth, "You actually dare to count on me? Seek death." Yi Tian had long known that someone was trying to frame himself, originally only thought it was a group of playboys, but did not expect it to be the Duan family. "So what if I counted on you?" Duan Tianai shrugged his shoulders. "Unafraid. Today you must die. Otherwise, I swear not to be a man." Yi Tian's eyes glowed ferociously, his fists crunching. "What a big mouth. I admit that you're strong, but unfortunately your opponent is this young master, and I will make you pay for it today." Duan Tianya's eyes flickered as an icy killing chance filled the air. Although he was only at the Jindan realm, his combat power was at the peak Jindan level. Even among the same rank, it was definitely an invincible existence. Although Yi Tian's strength was strong, it was also far from his. What's more, Yi Tian was now heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Therefore, he concluded that Yi Tian was by no means his opponent and that he would definitely win today. "Humph, just by you?" Yi Tian glanced at Duan Tianai with a face full of disdain and coldly shouted disdainfully. "What's wrong with just me? You're already injured now, and if I were to strike again, you'd definitely be no match for me." Duan Tianai laughed coldly and said with a face full of disdain, "You'd better obediently go back with this young master, or else you won't blame this young master for being impolite. Wanting me, Yi Tian, to be your lapdog, are you worthy?" Yi Tian laughed coldly, his eyes filled with strong disdain and contempt. "Seek death." Duan Tianai burst into rage, his entire face hideous. "Yi Tian, do you think you're a genius? Let me tell you, I, Duan Tianai, am the one in a million heavenly pride. You'll never know just how vast the gap between yourself and this young master is. You're just lucky to have been born in the Yi family. Otherwise, with you being such a waste, could you still become a Jindan? It's easy as pie for me to kill you now, whether you believe it or not. Today you are destined to kneel at my Duan Tianya's feet and be my slave for eternity." Duan Tianyi let out a cold smile. His right hand fiercely probed out, and a harsh and domineering attack burst out. In an instant, the winds around them rose up and fluctuated violently, as if they were going to destroy the entire valley. Hiss! What a terrifying attack! Yi Tian was horrified, his face as white as paper. He hadn't expected Duan Tianya's strength to be so terrifying at all. His attack was like a mountain of mountains, shaking the void as if he could crush everything. Yi Tian was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, his opponent was seriously injured and his strength had fallen. Otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to hold out for 3 moves before he would be decapitated. Chapter 157 A Delicate Calling. No way. I have to hurry up and heal my wounds to regain my strength, or else I won't be able to stop Duan Tianya's attack at all. After a short period of shock, Yi Tian immediately collected his cluttered thoughts and fully activated the spiritual energy in his body to start healing his wounds. And in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Tian not only didn't have any retreat or fear, but instead displayed a resolute and tenacious determination and unyielding battle spirit, only to see his eyes red, his entire body's breath bulging and skyrocketing as he frantically swung his right fist, preparing to fend off Duan Tianya's attack. Yi Tian knew that he would not necessarily be able to resist even the attack of a Jindan stage expert, not to mention the fact that the other team is now in excellent shape and is a bigger threat than before. However, even if he died, Yi Tian was unwilling to be a slave to others, and even more so, he didn't want to live and die. Yi Tian was unwilling and became even angrier. This time, he put his best foot forward, poured out everything he could, disregarding everything, and struck out with all his might. Inferno Emperor Technique. Fiery fire burning body. Accompanying the fall of his words, the fiery flame burning body in the first layer of the Inferno Emperor Technique directly opened up, and endless golden crow flames wrapped him within. This was an almost life-burning technique that could instantly increase the strength and physical defense of the messenger, but it had great side effects. This kid has actually cultivated a forbidden art? Feeling the sudden strong power coming from within his body, Duan Tianai was slightly surprised. "Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you." A cold smile emerged from the corners of Duan Tianya's mouth, and a strand of ruthless coldness flashed in his eyes. "Break!" Yi Tian roared as he slammed out with both fists. A dull explosion suddenly arose. Berserk fist force ravaged the 8 directions, setting off a burst of ear-piercing whistling sound. The 2 fistons crisscrossed like a fiery red meteor cutting through the dark night, charging head-on towards Duan Tianyi. Dare to provoke this young master. Really looking for death. Looking at the berserk fist main that shot out, Duan Tianai sneered with a disdainful expression. However, the moment he was about to make a move to respond, he suddenly sensed something unusual and his heart leapt suddenly. "Nope. This aura. What kind of power is this?" After feeling the majestic power released by Yi Tian, Duan Tianye's eyelids were wildly jumping, his liver and gall blown apart in fear and horror. Damn it! He's obviously heavily injured, so why is he still able to exert such great strength? Duan Tianyi screamed in terror. You're full of crap. Yi Tian's eyes were rounded, and his blood was boiling as if he wanted to set his entire body on fire. His eyes were full of bloodlust and madness, and the muscles of his arms bulged high as if they had transformed into two hammers, exuding a frighteningly fierce power. At this moment, he was like a blazing sun war god descending to earth, filled with terrifying power. Yi Tian's entire body was drenched in hot sweat and his clothes were soaked to the skin as he exerted the Yen D skill with all his might. However, he still didn't care and continued to execute martial arts attacks as if he wanted to tear Duan Tianyi apart. Get the fuck out of here! In the blink of an eye, the attacks of both sides collided together, and violent booms suddenly resounded through the valley, as if thunderbolts were hitting the clear sky. Ah! Duan Tianyi screamed miserably, spewing out a mouthful of blood as his entire body flew backwards. In front of that powerful impact, he couldn't bear it at all, only feeling as if his chest and abdomen were about to explode. How can be so tough? Duan Tianyi hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with thick unbelief. In the duel just now, he had an absolute advantage and originally thought that he would win his opponent steadily, but who would have thought that the result would be completely beyond expectation, catching him off guard. However, when things came to this extent, Duan Tianyi didn't even hesitate or pause for a second, immediately reversing his direction and quickly retreating. Although he was unconvinced, he knew very well that judging by the power of Yi Tian's attack just now, at this moment, he could not carry the second attack at all. Yi Tian, remember, one day, I will personally send you to hell to repent. Ha 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 ha. After dropping a rampant and arrogant sentence, Duan Tianyi fled in a hurry, not daring to stay for a moment, looking at Duan Tianyi's back as he fled in a sorry state. A hint of shade flashed in Yi Tian's eyes and he did not pursue, because he knew very well that he was in a very bad condition nowadays, and once he chased out, he would definitely lose, and he didn't have the energy or the stamina to go after the enemy right now. Yi Tian needed to heal his wounds. I hope that after getting the washing, it will allow me to step into the Yuaning realm. Only then can I have to face what comes next. Yi Tian took a few deep breaths and slowly sat down, his eyes closed tightly as he began to heal his wounds. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Tian suddenly felt that someone was summoning him. Small days. Small days, small days, small days. Someone's calling? Yi Tian opened his eyes and quickly probed his surroundings, only to find that there was no other person sent, not even a demonic beast. Sky, it's me. This time, Yi Tian heard the voice clearly. It was coming from the jade pendant on his waist. Could it be? A brilliant light appeared in Yi Tian's eyes and his face changed violently. Then he pulled out his waistplate without any hesitation to observe it carefully, only to see that on top of the jade pendant, there were two ancient and simple characters engraved on it, Man Mao. After seeing these two ancient characters, Yi Tian was ecstatic and so excited that he almost cried out, Master, where are you? These were Yi Tian's first words, and at that time he was indeed about to go crazy after the other party was captured. If it wasn't for Yi Luyun stopping him, he would inevitably head straight to the first city. But it wasn't until after calming down that he realized, a small Jindan stage, going to the first city, looking for death? Any one of them could have crushed him. Right? Therefore, Yi Tian sought opportunities to enhance his cultivation while silently working hard to cultivate the Yen D skill, waiting for the moment when he could see his master again one day. And now, finally, his dream has come true. Xiao Tian, don't worry, my master is recovering her cultivation. She can't get away yet. I'll be back soon. The manly fairy's voice sounded once again, slightly weak. Can you tell me where it is? I want to go to you now. Yi Tian's heart was burning with anxiety, desperately wanting to see the manly fairy, but even with his best efforts, he still couldn't find any clues. You get well first, and when I recover I will definitely come find you. After a few soothing words from the manly fairy, her voice faded away into a long-lasting calm. Alas, senior, you mustn't be alright. Disciple will definitely find a way to save you out. Yi Tian gripped the jade pendant tightly and drank down with a resolute expression. He believed that if he worked hard enough, he would be able to find his master sooner or later. He didn't want to be like he was before though, at least he had a goal. As long as Man Mei was alive, then as long as he cultivated fast, then he could see each other quickly. Moreover, Yi Tian also believed that with the powerful strength of his master's father, he could never be captured easily. Maybe her old man was hiding in the dark to cultivate. After figuring this out, Yi Tian stopped imagining things and immediately collected his distracting thoughts to enter the cultivation state. Chapter 158, the eve of entering the blood pool. At this moment, Yi Tian's body was hot and dry, His blood was pulsating, and he was even more eager to fight than he was to fight with Duan Tianyi. In that state of extreme exuberance, his physical fitness reached an unprecedented peak. Is this rebirth by fire? Breakthrough? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but murmur, looking both shocked and excited. In his mind, there was a lot of information stored about the Yin Di secrets. In addition to cultivation techniques, Yi Tian also controlled a large number of secret arts, strange techniques and secret books, which could be called a treasure trove of martial arts. But they were things he hadn't used for a long time, because he had more important things to do. That was to enter the blood pool to wash his flesh and step into the Yuaning realm as soon as possible. With the passage of time, Yi Tian's spiritual energy had almost recovered. It's time to get going, or let those people get the jump on us. After a short rest, Yi Tian once again suppressed his own breath to the limit and then quietly sneaked out of the mountain forest. According to his current location, he was going to head to the location where the Augur Dragon's corpse was located and look for a bizarre place called the Blood Pool. The Blood Pool. Thinking of that name, Yi Tian's frown deepened. He was vaguely aware that this did not seem to be a good place. It was just that the arrow was on the string now, and there was no room for Yi Tian to back out. He let out a deep sigh, and then he leapt up towards the 100-flower ridge. Yi Tian's speed was amazing, and he arrived near the blood pool in just an hour. As far as the eye could see, a spacious river surrounded the perimeter. Its water was turquoise and clear, emitting a light mist and revealing a mesmerizing aura. This is the blood pool? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. However, as he carefully scanned his surroundings, he found that this blood lake was not as beautiful as he had imagined, but instead gave people a creepy feeling. The trees around the blood-colored lake towered over them, their branches so thick with foliage that they blocked out the sunlight. But this blood lake seems to have some kind of magic. Even the sun cannot penetrate the layers of the canopy. The light shone on its surface, forming a dense circle of blood-red mist. After Yi Tian gazed at it for a moment, his pupils suddenly tightened, and he wore a horrified look on his face. Could it be? This is the legendary blood lake? Yi Tian's brows tightened as he felt more and more unbelievable. As far as he knew, the blood lake was a forbidden thing from the ancient times, possessing infinite dangers that no one dared to approach at all. This should be the destination of those people. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and suddenly turned around and left. He had personally learned about the weirdness of the blood lake, and if he rushed in, he might lose his life. He didn't want to take that risk. Although his cultivation had just been promoted to the peak of Jindan now, he had enough confidence in himself, thinking that with his own strength and wisdom, he should be able to defuse the crisis in the blood lake. In any case, let's stabilize ourselves first, and then we'll plot. Thinking of this, Yi Tian no longer hesitated and immediately chose a secluded corner around the blood lake, sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yi Tian basically didn't take a step away from the vicinity of this blood lake. Due to his cultivation breakthrough, the blood lake's influence on him was getting weaker and we no longer needed to enter it every half a day. Moreover, he realized that the blood lake didn't help him as much as he thought it would, and at best, it could only enhance the strength of his physical body. But this did not hinder his interest. After all, for a cultivator, cultivation enhancement was an eternal theme. In addition to this, there is one other special feature of the blood lake. That is, the water of the blood lake contained majestic spiritual energy, which was simply an excellent treasure for him to cultivate. During these 3 days, Yi Tian continuously drew on the majestic spiritual energy in the blood lake, and the strength of his physical body continued to increase, until those cultivators who had entered the demon beast mystic realm appeared. Gradually, there were more people here. These cultivators were all here for the treasures in the secret realm, and they naturally refused to miss it. However, whenever someone entered the blood lake area, they would immediately cause a dispute and fight. After a short period of confusion, they went their separate ways and continued the competition. Among these people, Yi Tian saw quite a few familiar faces. Duan Tianyi was listed, and there were also a large number of other older clan elites. It looked like Duan Tianyi did not die under the claws and teeth of the demonic beasts, but also smoothly returned to the large force, which really made Yi Tian somewhat surprised. Humph, the grudge between us must be resolved with blood. Yi Tian's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes flashed with a cold and chilling aura, and his body exuded a strong fury, just like a bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Yi Tian was just about to take a step forward when he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look diagonally to the right. In the dense forest over there, several figures slowly emerged. The head of a person with a powerful and strong body, holding a long knife, full of flesh, a look of killing and cruelty. After seeing the person's face, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up and his eyes blossomed with a stern sharpness. Duan Tianyi, you're finally willing to come out. Hearing these words, The man across from him instantly burst into a rage. The cold light in his eyes skyrocketed, and a monstrous killing machine surged up around him. Yi Tian, I'll kill you sooner or later. The rolling killing machine was like a howling wind, rolling up smoke and dust in the sky. This man was none other than Duan Tianai, who had been badly injured in the demon beast mysterious realm, and had rushed over immediately after escaping with great difficulty. But what he never expected was that Yi Tian actually came even faster than him and had been waiting here for a long time. Kill me? Yi Tian shook his head and snorted. I advise you to better not act rashly, or else you're afraid you won't even be able to see tomorrow's sun. What? Duan Tianya's face was gloomy to the extreme, and endless killing opportunities erupted from his eyes. Surname Yi, you're too rampant. Do you really think this is the immortal realm? In this secret realm, even if I did kill you, your Yi family wouldn't know about it. At this moment he is really hardened. The dozen Jindan stage cultivators behind him, all of them are his people. He is afraid of a ball. Oh, Yi Tian smiled coldly. It seems like you are very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, I'd like to see what exactly you have to offer. You seek death. Duan Tianya's face suddenly changed as he gritted his teeth and drank low. Before the words fell, his feet accelerated steeply and swept straight towards Yi Tian. Seeing that his opponent was coming at him aggressively, Yi Tian did not hesitate to launch his attack. The two of them instantly battled together, and although Yi Tian's cultivation had just been promoted to the peak of Jindan, he had quite a lot of combat experience. He grabbed the lead right off the bat, forcing Duan Tianai to fall back step by step, in a sorry state. However, he was not impatient and remained patient as he fought Yi Tian. This was because he knew that Yi Tian's physical strength was very strong, and even if he put his best foot forward, he might not be able to take advantage of it. After 2 moves, Yi Tian suddenly grabbed the opening revealed by Duan Tianyi and slammed an iron elbow into his opponent's chest, accompanied by a muffled sound. Duan Tianyi's chest was in severe pain, and his entire body was knocked over and backward, stumbling and falling down next to the blood lake. Hiss! Damn it! Duan Tianyi cursed, a hint of annoyance flaring up in his eyes. However, he didn't stop attacking and still pounced towards Yi Tian unyieldingly. Oh, with this trick of yours, what can you fight me with? Yi Tian coldly smiled and kicked Duan Tianyi out with a throw of his right leg. Chapter 159, Su Yuechan. Duan Tianyi fell to the ground on his back, smashing the rocks on the shore of the blood lake in a sorry state. Surname Yi, you wait for me. I'll kill you sooner or later. Duan Tianyi roared with indignation and struggled to stand up. Yi Tian shook his head inside, his expression filled with contempt. Duan Tianyi, you don't really think that we are merely enemies, do you? Yi Tian coldly questioned. Hearing these words, Duan Tianyi froze. He stared at Yi Tian with rounded eyes full of astonishment, as if he did not dare to believe it. What do you mean by that? Haven't you always been thinking about what I have on me? Let me tell you, that magic weapon is right here with me, so if you have the guts, just come over and grab it. Yi Tian smiled faintly and turned around after saying that. It wasn't that he was deliberately provoking, but he knew that with Duan Tianyi's character and demeanor, he would never let it go. Sure enough, right after he walked out a few feet, Duan Tianyi rose from the ground and chased after him. Yi Tian laughed coldly and did not do any defense at all, just letting the other party's attacks fall on his body. After a dull popping sound, Yi Tian's chest shirt was instantly torn, leaving a hideous sword mark on his skin. However, these injuries did not constitute fatal damage to him at all, so he pressed on, instead taking this opportunity to speed up and vanish. Duan Tianyi misses with a strike and is once again in a panic. Yi Tian, on the other hand, took the opportunity to speed up his pace and move away from him. Yi Tian's target was the plant that was turquoise and crystalline in color. The grass was called blood lotus. It was said to be a once-in-a-lifetime rare medicinal herb, and its value was incalculable. It was just that there were a large number of cultivators present, and it was impossible for him to take that blood lotus all by himself. However, he had already thought of a plan, and as long as he passed the news out, he believed that there were many cultivators willing to share it with him. After all, it was a heaven and earth treasure that was hard to come by in 1,000 years, and no one would mind having too many treasures. What's more, in the depths of the secret realm, there might be certain heaven-defying wonders, and these were the temptations that drove people even more crazy. Just as Yi Tian was pondering on how to spread the news, a surprised dainty cry suddenly rang out behind him. Oh my god, there are actually blood lotuses here. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yi Tian's body shook and a charming and charmingly pretty face quickly swept through his mind. Su Yuechan? Yi Tian couldn't help but frown, feeling quite disgusted inwardly. Ha, this kid is even in front? Su Yuechan followed the sound and found Yi Tian leisurely advancing with his hands behind his back. At this time, she suddenly brightened up and shouted in excitement. Ha ha ha, it's really hard to find a place where you can't find it. Brat, I finally caught you today. Suyue-chan was so excited that she immediately leapt and flew, and in the blink of an eye, she rushed out 100 meters and stopped in front of Yi Tian. While looking at Suyue-chan, Yi Tian's face gradually became icy cold. Humph. Suyue-chan, Yi Tian said coldly, what do you want again? Suyue-chan was stunned at his words, and a trace of embarrassment and remorse flashed in his eyes. However, she soon regained her composure, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hey, brat, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Yi Tian frowned slightly. If you lose, hand over that long sword you're carrying and be my follower. What if I lose? I'll promise you one thing. Suyue-chan smiled wryly, with an air of determination. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian cursed in his heart. Truly speaking, this niece grew up with him from a young age, but she was picked up by the Su family when she was 10 years old. However, because Yi Tian was unable to cultivate since he was a child, Suyue-chan hung out with Yi Luyun every day, so he developed a very bad habit. That is, bullying him. Don't underestimate these 3 words. For Yi Tian, this was something 10,000 times more terrifying than bullying. It won't kill you, but can you imagine what it's like to have a grown man's soul cleaned up by a couple of little kids? That's really worse than death. But after so many years, Yi Tian had long gotten used to this routine. Even in front of Suyue-chan, he had learned to lower his eyebrows and constantly beg for forgiveness in exchange for the easiest and most comfortable life. But in his bones, Yi Tian was still an unruly tough guy. However, he didn't immediately explode, but only clenched his teeth and stared at the other party with a gloomy gaze. Hey, have you lost your mind? Why don't you say anything? Suyue-chan was furious for a moment at the sight. Yi Tian snorted coldly. Suyue-chan, I advise you to get the hell out of here or don't blame me for being impolite. Phew, little Tianzi, you're still threatening me? Suyue-chan furrowed her eyebrows, and a strong mocking look appeared on her face. What the hell are you, qualified to lecture me? The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as his anger rose. Suyue-chan, whether you believe it or not. In short, I'm telling you, don't pester me anymore or don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. You've got quite a temper. I'm determined to pester you. So what can you do? Suyue-chan did not show any weakness and did not retreat an inch. Yi Tian frowned, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly, then don't blame me. You still want to make a move? I'm afraid you can't take it. Suyue-chan's face was full of sneers, then her feet stomped on the ground, and her entire body was like a cannonball whistling and pouncing towards Yi Tian. Come on! Yi Tian was completely infuriated and greeted him with a violent shout. The 2 men's fists and feet collided, exploding with a dull thud, setting off a strong wind that swept in all directions. A few cultivators not far away were caught off guard and were almost caught in the wave, but fortunately they avoided it in time and were saved from suffering. Yi Tian slammed his fist out, forcing Suyue-chan back a few steps, but immediately after, he was approached by Suyue-chan and slapped his palm on his shoulder. Little Tianzi, if that's all the strength you have, you'd better follow me honestly. Suyue-chan had a mocking sneer hanging at the corner of her mouth, her expression extremely arrogant. Cut the crap and get out of my way. Yi Tian roared. His right arm steeply swung round and ruthlessly slammed down towards Suyue-chan. I didn't expect to be so strong after not seeing you for 2 years. Seeing Yi Tian's such a desperate move, instead of being half afraid, Suyue-chan's eyes were glowing and her spirit was uplifted. Good timing, Suyue-chan shouted, similarly waving her right arm, preparing to fight Yi Tian with a hard blow. The 2 arms heaved together with a chilling, muffled thud. Yi Tian felt the power of the other party. His heart could not help but be shocked. Half-step Yuaning. This woman has actually reached the half-step Yuaning? Worthy of being a top heavenly pride. Yi Tian took a deep breath as a bitter taste welled up in his heart. Originally, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of Jindan, he definitely had an advantage against a half-step Yuaning. Unfortunately, his physical body had just been tempered and was unable to function with the refuted spiritual energy in his body, so he was simply unable to utilize his maximum battle power. Chapter 160, Don't you want to give me some benefits? And he could sense that Suyue-chan's physique wasn't much worse than his, and similarly possessed the same strong strength to cross the ranks, which put him in a predicament. Little Tianzi, you're actually already at the peak of the 9th level of Jindan? The corner of Suyue-chan's eyes jumped, greatly surprised. Humph. Yi Tian coldly snorted, disdaining it, and continued to launch his attack. However, this time, Suyue-chan had raised her guard and was not as careless as she was just now. Instead, she exerted 7 points of her strength to maneuver around Yi Tian. The 2 fought fiercely in the jungle, each exerting their full strength and not giving way to the other. Hundreds of rounds had passed in a matter of moments. While resisting Yi Tian's frantic attack, Suyue-chan asked in surprise, "Little Tianzi, what exactly happened during this period of time? How did your strength suddenly become so strong?" Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Don't talk to me. Yi Tian is really difficult. This woman is also really annoying. Which pot, not mention which pot, is simply intentional. Ha 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 ha. Little heavenly son, it seems like I've hit the nail on the head. You must have encountered a chance encounter or eaten some rare elixir, causing your realm to rise, right?" Suyue-chan smiled smugly, her eyes twinkling. Hearing these words, Yi Tian's gaze suddenly dimmed a lot, obviously being guessed. In fact, it was not Suyue-chan's fault. After all, Yi Tian's past performance was too ordinary to attract any attention at all. And when Suyue-chan left, Yi Tian was still just a waste, but now that 2 years had passed, he was able to burst out with a combat power that was comparable to that of a half-step Yuaning. This is just too bizarre and unbelievable. Little Tianzi, since you're so powerful, then make out with your sister. No need to be embarrassed. Giggle. Suyue-chan changed her previous ferocity and threw a wink delicately, deliberately approaching Yi Tian. She was wearing a tool that was hidden from view, especially the snow-white neck and collarbone, which was even more seductive. "Suyue-chan, don't force me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." Yi Tian's eyes erupted with fire, his heart filled with anger, itching to strangle this vicious woman in front of him. However, Yi Tian knew that he couldn't, and the reason for all of this was because of his third sister's words in the beginning. In the future, he was allowed to be a child husband to Suyu Cicada, mainly because at that time, he was really a waste of space, so Yi Luyun wanted to find a good daughter-in-law with him. If Yi Tian's strength recovered, I'm afraid it would be more than that. Suyue-chan daintily spat out her fragrant tongue, fiddled with her breasts, and said in a feigned aggrieved manner, "Little Tianzi, I have begged you so much, can't I even give you this benefit? Welfare your ass." Yi Tian cursed angrily and instantly flung out a spiritual force pie. "Brat, how dare you sneak attack me?" Seeing the spiritual power pike breaking through the air and attacking, Suyue-chan's pretty face changed slightly and she immediately dodged to avoid it. Taking advantage of this, Yi Tian quickly rushed into the dense forest next to him. "Want to run? Yi Tian, I'm telling you, don't think about that woman Su-wan Air. I'll kill her sooner or later, and you can only be my husband. Your sister said so." While saying that, Suyue-chuan immediately chased after him. She had to seize this opportunity to take down Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, don't you dare leave!" Suyue-chan cried out delicately and quickly chased after him. However, Yi Tian's speed was clearly superior to hers, pulling away in an instant and leaving her far behind. "Damn! Yi Tian, stop!" Suyue-chan gritted her teeth in secret hatred and accelerated her steps to fly. Yi Tian listened to the voice coming from behind. Where he would listen, his steps were faster. Turning into a residual shadow, he swept through the mountains and forests, and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. As she watched Yi Tian disappear, Suyue-chan frowned greatly, her eyes filled with unwillingness and remorse. "I can't believe the speed has increased so fast," Suyue-chan muttered. Suddenly sensing something bad, she jerked her head to the side. All that could be seen was a dark shadow skimming over the treetops and quickly disappearing from sight. "Not good. It's that snake demon." The corner of Suyue-chan's eyes twitched, her face turning white with fear. Just now, she was only focused on chasing after Yi Tian and didn't even notice the situation around her. And now that she thought about it, she was suddenly appalled. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, this black snake should be the black Jiao that had devoured the corpses of numerous demonic beasts. "Yi Tian, you wait. After I clean up the black Jiao, we'll play slowly again." Suyue-chan viciously cursed a few times, then chased after the black Jiao in the direction it fled. Whoosh! The black Jiao sped furiously along the mountain road and arrived at a canyon in the blink of an eye. This was exactly where Yi Tian had once practiced. After the black Jiao came to the canyon, it didn't leave in a hurry, but lay down in the canyon and waited quietly, as if it was waiting for a rabbit. The movement of Suyue-chan chasing Yi Tian could not be hidden from its ears, and it had long been ready to meet the enemy, waiting for its prey to come to the door. Yi Tian on the other side was relieved in his heart after sensing that there was no one chasing behind him. Finally got rid of that demoness. He, there seems to be someone in front. Yi Tian suddenly swept his divine sense and discovered a familiar silhouette deep in the canyon. Yi Tian immediately performed the windy skill and quickly floated over as a gust of fresh wind, landing on an ancient tree in the sky. Through the lush branches and leaves, Yi Tian suddenly realized that there was a silhouette sitting on a flat rock deep in the canyon. This person was carrying a long sword on his back and was practicing with his eyes closed. His body was emanating thick aura fluctuations, as if he had already reached the consummate level. "This friend, I see that you have a decent qualification. Why do you have to stay in this poor countryside to cultivate? Yi Tian could not help but speak out to persuade him. Who? Hearing the commotion, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and incomparable. Yi Tian smiled faintly and pointed to the cliff in front of him, saying, I'm there. If your excellency is interested, you can go to the top of the cliff and talk with me for a while. Interesting. The corners of the young man's mouth hooked up in an arc, and he immediately leapt up. With the help of the rebound force of the cliff, he landed steadily beside Yi Tian. My name is Yuan Feng. Dare I ask what is your name? The young man arched his hand and cupped his fist as he asked. Yi Tian said blandly, I am Yi Tian. Oh, you are Yi Tian? Yuan Feng was stunned at his words. Then he looked at Yi Tian in surprise. You recognize me? Yi Tian was quite surprised. The vast majority of them had only heard of Yi Tian's name but had not seen the real person. This Yuan Feng even looked as if he was not surprised. It was quite peculiar. Ha. What? You don't remember your awesome name? Yi Tian was rather confused. His awesome name? Carefully searching his mind's memory, he really couldn't find half a trace of relevant memories. What exactly do you mean? Could it be that I once defeated someone from your family? Yi Tian inquired tentatively. That's for sure. Yu Wenfeng smiled bashfully. Chapter 161, Mist Erosion. So what do you mean? The other party directly gave Yi Tian a whole won't. He had indeed counted on the Yuan family before he came to the immortal region. But in his opinion, in fact, these great families were similar to the Yi family, with countless branches, who all wanted to be in that position, and could only unite when defending against foreign enemies. No meaning, just simply want to ask you a few questions. Yuan Feng shook his head. I don't dare to ask for advice. You ask. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, although he didn't fear the Yuan clan. After all, the Yuan clan only occupied the southeastern region of Immortal Martial City, with the north side near the Wilderness Mountain Range. Yi Tian also didn't like to cause trouble, and since the other party didn't look for trouble, he didn't want to actively provoke others. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment and said, Brother Yi Tian, I would like to ask, what realm is Yi Qiankuan in now? Yi Tian was slightly stunned and shook his head. I really don't know about this. You don't even know that? Why do you ask? Do you want to spar with me? Yi Tian frowned slightly and looked at the other party with a puzzled expression, vaguely irritated in his heart. Yi Qiankuan was the strongest genius of the Yi family, so how could Yi Tian not know his realm? It was simply inexplicable for Yuan Feng to ask this question, clearly doubting Yi Tian's strength, or the Yi family's combat power. Brother Yi Tian has misunderstood me. Yi Tian's brows furrowed as he indifferently glanced at Yuan Feng and coldly grunted. Just say what you have to say. Yu Wenfeng nodded and said solemnly, I want you to come with me to explore the blood pool. Blood pool. Hearing these two words, a ray of light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes and his expression became grave. He had come to the secret realm for some time now, but anything that involved the blood pool was bound to involve a wide range of people, and the crisis was extremely high. As long as we enter the blood pool, we will definitely break through the bottleneck. Yuan Feng said solemnly. Yi Tian's brows grew tighter and tighter as he said with slight hesitation, Are you the only one who knows about this blood pool? Of course not, but we just need to get into the blood pool. Hearing these words from Yuan Feng, Yi Tian was completely dazed. It turned out that there were other hidden secrets of the blood pool. Otherwise the Yuan clan's people would never have ventured into the secret realm in search of treasure. If that's the case, why don't you barge in alone and call me here? Yi Tian frowned slightly and rebuked in a cold voice. Brother Yi Tian, rest his anger. I also wish to be able to explore where the blood pool is alone, but as you know. What do you mean? Yi Tian glared at the other party with a gloomy expression. I also just got the news that the entrance to the blood pool is sealed, and it takes two people to open it. Yuan Feng shook his head and sighed. You want my help to open the seal? Not bad. As long as we open the seal we'll be able to enter the blood pool without any problems. Yi Tian's eyebrows twitched as he fell into silence. He was no stranger to blood pools, and his purpose for coming here was also to enter a blood pool to wash. As long as you help me, then I'll let you in first. Yuan Feng had a serious face and made a firm statement. Yeah, Yi Tian agreed without hesitation. He had already planned to go to the blood pool first, and now that Yuan Feng was willing to give the go-ahead, he was more than happy to do so. Then get ready, we'll go together later. Yu Wenfeng nodded with a smile. Without any nonsense, Yi Tian immediately took out the various magic weapon materials and spirit stones within his storage bag. Yuan Feng similarly took out a bunch of things and prepared to refine a spirit weapon flying boat before taking Yi Tian out of the secret realm. Seeing that Yi Tian was fully prepared, Yuan Feng secretly sighed in relief. Although Yi Tian was far younger than him, in terms of battle power, Yu Wenfeng was not a match at all. Thus, despite being slightly younger, He was still filled with a sense of awe towards Yi Tian and had never dared to have a sense of contempt. Come on, let's go. After packing up his things, Yi Tian couldn't wait to urge the other party to leave. Yi Tian and Yuan Feng harnessed a spiritually illusory flying boat and quickly rushed towards the location of the blood pool. 2 hours later, the flying boat stopped near a deep, dark canyon. The place was foggy and the space was filled with an extremely dense fury chi. Even with Yi Tian's cultivation level, he felt a little creepy. Yi Tian scanned the surroundings for a while and realized that not an inch of grass grew near the canyon. Not even a single plant. How come the fog is so dense here? And there doesn't seem to be any demonic beasts infesting this place. Looking at the extremely thick mist in front of him, Yi Tian could not help but feel a little disappointed. The blood pool was hidden in the central location of the canyon. He had long wanted to go in to see what was going on, but he had not expected the fog here to obscure his vision. I reckon the blood pool should be underground. We can only dive down, Yuan Feng said with a slight frown. Yi Tian shook his head and said, it's too dangerous to dive down with such a dense fog. I can't do anything about it. My cultivation is 1 rank higher than yours, and I can't even be eroded by the mist, Yuan Feng said with a bitter face. Yi Tian pondered for a little while, and suddenly a strange smile swept up from the corner of his mouth. Hey, that's hard to beat. Yi Tian lightly waved his right arm, and a golden circle instantly appeared in his palm, which was precisely a ground-level defense spiritual artifact that he had acquired in the beginning, the spirit-suppressing bead. As he moved his thoughts, the spirit-suppressing bead emitted a yellowish dazzling light, forming a layer of yellowish halo that enveloped his body. The corners of Yuan Feng's eyes jumped violently, and he couldn't help but suck in cool air, his eyes staring at the golden circle suspended in Yi Tian's palm as if he saw something that shocked him. Oh, no need to make a fuss. This thing is quite handy for me to use. You use it first and give it to me when it comes out. Yi Tian laughed and threw it directly at Yuan Feng. After saying that, he directly opened the Yen D skill, then inspired the Golden Crow Supreme Body and leapt into the mist. Hiss dash. This guy. He actually. Looking at Yi Tian's unscrupulous actions, Yuan Feng was horrified and shocked, and his entire body was instantly confused. However, he quickly reacted and immediately activated the pale yellow light emanating from the spirit-suppressing bead, forming a curtain of light to protect his surroundings. At the same time, he also performed the escape technique to catch up with Yi Tian and followed him into the mist. As soon as Yi Tian landed on the ground, he released a majestic spiritual energy to surge wildly, setting off a violent and powerful wind. The moment Yi Tian's feet stepped out amidst the berserk loud sound, the entire mountain peak shook violently, as if it had endured the force of 10,000 pounds. It's really strong enough. Yi Tian's eyes glowed with excitement. Although it was just a simple test, it allowed him to confirm the Yen D decree's strong power. Huffing, Yi Tian exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, relieving the depressing feeling caused by the running process. Turning his head to look at Yuan Feng, who was following closely behind, he grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. Yuan Feng, your recluse technique is really bad. Thanks to Brother Ye's help this time, or else I'm afraid I'll be corroded by the poisonous miasma and die before I even have a chance to enter the blood pool. Yuan Feng shook his head and sighed, looking rather grateful. Chapter 162, The Despicable Barbarians. Although he had already reached Jindan, he had been immersed in the art of formations and pills for many years, making him lack actual combat experience. So if he hadn't met Yi Tian this time, he would have definitely died under the poisonous miasma. Don't forget that we're grasshoppers on the same rope. It's only right that we support each other. Yi Tian smiled faintly and walked towards the depths of the canyon without any hesitation. Yuan Feng followed closely behind, observing the surroundings while reminding Yi Tian to pay attention to safety. The fog is getting heavier here. After a few moments, Yi Tian once again deeply exhaled a few mouthfuls of turbid air and finally became somewhat worried. The fog that was slightly thin not long ago had turned into a thick gray fog-like existence, and even the cultivator's field of vision was no more than half a zhang. Brother Yi, have you noticed that there's something peculiar about these mists? Hearing Yuan Feng's voice, Yi Tian immediately turned his head to look. He found that although these mists were incredibly dense, their color was not dim, and they vaguely flickered with a hint of bright red. Well, there is indeed something odd. Under careful observation, Yi Tian realized that there was a wisp of crimson breath mixed in with the mist. Instead of weakening, these mists became more and more condensed. Let's split up. I'll specialize in finding the entrance to the blood pool, and you'll be responsible for clearing the demonic beasts along the way. How about it? Yuan Feng suggested. It's okay. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Although both of them were Jindan stage martial artists, after all, they had different attribute techniques, and their efficiency in cooperating with each other would definitely be much worse. Since Yuan Feng was willing to act alone, Yi Tian was naturally happy to do so. Yuan Feng nodded, and then he leapt into the air, disappearing into the sea of fog in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian watched Yuan Feng leave. Then he operated the Yen Di skill to the extreme, emitting a blazingly hot and incomparable aura around his body. In the next moment, he lifted his leg and took a step, traveling straight towards the depths of the canyon. Every time Yi Tian took a step forward, the soles of his feet would ripple with a layer of ripples that were visible to the naked eye, shaking away the gray mist on the road ahead. Although Yi Tian only had to ensure that he was outside the range covered by the mists, he still did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that the entrance to the blood pool would definitely not be that simple, and it was likely that a powerful means of protection had been laid down. Sure enough, when he was several hundred meters deeper into the canyon, a burst of harsh air-breaking sound suddenly came from the front. What kind of person dared to trespass into the depths of the canyon? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There is indeed a problem. Yi Tian secretly snorted coldly and quickly strengthened his defenses as he continued to approach the location where the sound came from. Soon, Yi Tian saw a figure in the depths of the mists. The person was wrapped in silver armor, carrying a longbow on his back and holding a long arrow in his hand. Indigenous? So it's a lowly mole. Seeing Yi Tian's appearance, the opposite silver-armored warrior was filled with contempt. Before the words were finished, the silver-armored warrior pulled back the bowstring and hitched a sharp arrow aiming at Yi Tian. Shoo! The silver-armored warrior loosened the bowstring, and the silver glittering arrows flew like meteors, carrying an ear-piercing whistling sound. Facing the silver glittering arrows, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly contracted and his face changed slightly. He would have dodged, but the silver light was getting closer and closer to him, and there was no time at all. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted angrily as he blasted out with both fists in unison. Two clusters of radiant purple light instantly burst apart, turning into two huge waves of frenzy to meet the silver light arrows. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds were heard, and the two clusters of purple aura instantly collapsed, turning into a rolling tidal wave of frenzy that drowned out the silver light arrows. The corners of the silver-armored warrior's eyes jerked, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Yi Tian, with a mere Jindan cultivation, would be able to block his attack. One should know that the arrow just now, he had already used 70% to 80% of his strength, enough to exterminate any Jindan cultivator. It seems that I still underestimated you. The silver-armored warrior grunted coldly, and his hands opened once again. Two more sharp arrows knocked on the bowstring. The two sharp arrows cut through the void and came at a fast pace, rolling up harsh air-breaking sounds. Seeing the opposite silver-armored warrior's posture of constantly bending his bow and arrows, Yi Tian's eyes were suddenly flooded with cold killing intent. What a despicable barbarian! Yi Tian was completely enraged, and the murderous aura in his heart skyrocketed. Since you want to die, I'll send you to your death first. Yi Tian's right arm shook violently, and an inch-sized blue crystal core appeared in his palm. This object was none other than the water-based Yuan spirit stone he had obtained from the secret cave relics, which contained a rich and manic lightning spirit power within it. Feeling the furious aura emanating from the crystals in Yi Tian's palm, the silver-armored warrior couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, the corners of his eyes jumping wildly. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of might the spirit stone contained, he clearly felt that the aura was unusually ferocious. He could feel as if the power of thunder in the Yuan Ling stone might surge out wildly at any moment and devour him. Damn! Where did this guy get so many high-grade spirit stones? The silver-armored warrior cursed more than once in his heart, wishing to break Yi Tian into pieces. Die for me! Taking advantage of the fact that the spirit stone had not yet completely awakened, Yi Tian threw the crystal stone out with a furious roar. Accompanied by a dull roar, the crystals blossomed in midair with dazzling lightning. What terrifying lightning power! The corners of the silver-armored warrior's eyes twitched wildly, his face white with fear, his head buzzing. Damn! We can't fight it hard. Hurry up and dodge! The silver-armored warrior gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and without waiting for the crystal to land he swept to the side like lightning in an attempt to avoid its attack. The crystal stone smashed into the ground with a loud bang and exploded, and the scattered waves of spiritual energy instantly swept through the entire canyon. Pooh wow! The silver-armored warrior was caught off guard and took the brunt of the pain in his chest and abdomen, spitting out blood furiously, and his whole body staggered and fell down the mountainside. And it's still far from over. Accompanied by a loud roar, the terrifying thunder power accumulated in the crystals instantly poured out. Amidst the rumbling sound of thunder, a blue thunderbolt several feet thick split out wildly, ruthlessly chopping into the tumbling clouds. Click! Ah! A scream came out of nowhere, followed by an abrupt stop. Yi Tian's divine thoughts were fully open, instantly locking onto the location where the silver-armored warrior had fallen. Through the heavy mist, he saw a charred, mutilated body lying dead across the hillside. I don't care what kind of shit you guys are. Since you dare to provoke me, all of you will die. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked into a sinister smile as he slowly raised his palm and clasped his 5 fingers together, using his strongest means to shoot out through the air. Boom! A blue thunderbolt instantly tore through the void, furiously soaring towards the charred corpse at an astonishing speed, engulfing it in an instant. After a violent explosion, not even dregs of that corpse remained, completely turning into a piece of flying ash. Yi Tian frowned slightly disappointed. He had thought that this silver-armored warrior's strength was not bad. Perhaps it would allow him to find a breakthrough opportunity. But things were not as wonderful as he had imagined. With just 1 yuan lingstone, he was still far from being able to advance to Jindan perfection. That's just it. Let's find the blood pool first. Yi Tian shook his head inside, suppressing the distracting thoughts as he lifted his feet and walked out of the dense forest. Chapter 163, The Prohibition Opens. Yi Tian, come over here quickly. The blood pool's restriction has been opened. Yi Tian was about to go and continue searching for those natives when he suddenly heard Yuan Feng's excited shout in his mind. Hearing that, his eyebrows lightly raised. Yi Tian's gaze lit up. Finally found it? As he spoke, he immediately leapt up and swept in the direction of Yuan Feng, only to see that to the northeast of the valley, underneath a towering giant mountain, a dense blood-red smoke suddenly emerged, instantly enveloping a large portion of the open space. At the same time, a noisy clamor came faintly from beyond the valley. Yi Tian's eyes turned and he immediately turned his head and ran towards the other side of the hill. This is a great deal of money. At the other end of the hillside, 3 young men and women in flashy clothes stood in front of a giant tree, looking up at the blood-red mist surging out from the depths of the valley, their eyes filled with excitement. The aura fluctuations here are very odd. It should be a good treasure land. The gorgeous woman's pretty face rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Not bad. We must take it as soon as possible. The 2 Chinese-robed men nodded in agreement, looking rather impatient. This isn't hard. The woman smiled faintly and turned her head to the man on her left. Big brother, please follow him. If you run into him, just do it directly. Oh, okay. The man known as Big Brother grinned and nodded without hesitation, then took large steps forward, rushing towards the place where Yu Wenfeng had just stayed. Hey, third sister, you guys just watch. The man in fancy dress who stayed in place nodded with a heated and evil smile, then turned around and groped his way towards the depths of the mountain range on the other side. These 3 people were the last of the 3 groups of people that Yi Tian had encountered. As for why Yi Tian encountered them, because they just happened to block the only passage to the valley. Yi Tian knew very well that with the strength of a few of them, they could not resist the attack of the demonic beasts in the valley, so they had to choose to set up an ambush in the periphery. Now that Yi Tian had arrived here, these guys naturally couldn't resist their stupidity. Yi Tian, why haven't you come yet? If you don't come, I feel like someone is coming over. Yi Tian's voice came from Yu Wenfeng's mind, and it was obvious that he had already discovered the trio's trail. Hold your horses. They're not here yet. Just wait a little longer. Yi Tian calmly responded to Yu Wenfeng. Oh, well then. Yu Wenfeng hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Looking at the backs of those people, Yi Tian swung a palm violently at the valley behind him. Endless flames emerged from his palm and directly struck a certain rock wall at the entrance of the valley. Boom boom! A dull roar suddenly rang out, and the flames spread rapidly wherever they reached, and in the blink of an eye they expanded into a wall of fire that was more than 20 feet wide. But likewise the natives who were in the secret realm were invited out. When Yi Tian saw several figures rushing out from the valley, he was delighted and hurriedly concealed his figure. Those damn outsiders. One of the leading men, after coming over, noticed the 2 men and 1 woman, and his face immediately became extremely ugly. Damn you all. In the next moment, that native directly rushed out, launching a frantic killing spree. What are you doing? The woman yelled and drew her sword to meet the attack. What am I doing? Ha 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 ha. Indigenous man let out a wild laugh, as if completely out of control, as if crazy. Around the body is the rise of the red spiritual light, the aura of horrifying extreme. Looking at the scene across the street, Yu Wenfeng's face suddenly changed. What's going on? This native actually broke through? Yu Wenfeng's brows furrowed greatly, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. Although he didn't recognize this native, he knew that the other party had obviously broken through the bottleneck to reach the Yuaning level. His battle power had skyrocketed, and his strength had increased by more than 100 times compared to earlier? No good. Yu Wenfeng's face changed greatly, and he immediately turned around and retreated towards the back. At this moment, Yi Tian in the depths of the valley also saw the strange situation over here, and as his face sank slightly, he immediately dashed over the entrance to the valley. Yu Wenfeng's face wore a look of anxiety as he fled with his feet in the void, while his mind raced, thinking of a solution. He had already entered the blood pool, but it was incredibly difficult to get out. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. If you don't find a way to get rid of them, they will surely die here. Thinking of this, Yuan Feng sighed. Yi Tian, you can't screw me over. However, when he had just finished speaking, he felt someone behind him and hurriedly turned to look. Yi Tian? Oh, how could I possibly screw you over? Yi Tian smiled faintly and approached towards Yuan Feng with a leisurely pace. You boys are here just in time. Yuan Feng breathed a sigh of dark relief, but followed it up with a frown. But how did you get in here? Oh, if you can come in, why can't I? Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and smiled, with an air of entitlement. Yuan Feng was dumbfounded. Indeed, Yi Tian possessed strong strength and it was not difficult to enter the blood pool. But the problem was, with so many of them, what role could Yi Tian play by coming in alone? Don't worry, I have my own measures, Yi Tian said with a calm expression. Yuan Feng frowned, still not quite believing in Yi Tian's ability. After all, that native outside was at the Yuaning level. Fine. Yuan Feng gritted his teeth, and since persuasion was ineffective, he could only pin his hopes on Yi Tian. He took a deep breath and gazed at a few figures in the distance, then slowly opened an entrance on the prohibition again. The two of them, Yi Tian and Yuan Feng, followed the opening into the location where the blood pool was located, and immediately smelled an extremely rich and bloody odor coming from their noses. Raising his eyes, the golden-colored crafted altar came into view, with some exotic beasts carved on it, which were amazingly lifelike. At the same time, Yuan Feng and Yi Tian stared at the same time. This was because there were all kinds of spirit stones inlaid on the surface of the altar, each of which was worth a fortune. Yuan Feng and Yi Tian's breath instantly became scorched. So many spirit stones, it's enough for us to cultivate for a long time. Quickly put it away. Yuan Feng suppressed his inner excitement and spoke in a low voice. Then he walked straight towards the blood pool in the center of the altar. Yi Tian was also filled with joy as he swept towards the blood pool. However, just when he was only about 5 meters away from the blood pool, suddenly his entire body violently stopped. Swish! A sharp blade appeared out of thin air and silently rested on Yi Tian's neck. Immediately following, a familiar voice came from behind. Don't move, or your dog's head will move. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Tian turned around violently, and upon seeing the person in front of him, a cold aura appeared in his eyes. Chapter 164, I'm ordered to take your dog's head. This was a man with a rather exotic look, with skin as fair as snow and a handsome face with sharp angles, revealing a feminine beauty, especially his pair of slender Danfang eyes, which gave off a sense of viciousness and cunning, filled with a dangerous aura that made people not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. The most crucial thing was that this person actually possessed the cultivation of an early Yuaning stage. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Yi Tian stared at him with an icy gaze and said in a chilling tone, the corner of the man's mouth raised in an evil arc. My name is Nailin Ling. I have been ordered to take the dog's head on your collar. Nailin Ling? Someone from outside the domain. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart was shocked beyond measure, never expecting that the disciples from outside the domain would actually be able to come to the immortal domain. And the other party is obviously holding the intention to cut off the roots. Once he took the opportunity to absolutely certain death. Humph. Cut the crap. Take your life. In the next moment, Nailin Ling violently erupted, exuding majestic aura fluctuations all over his body, turning into a piece of terrifying pressure to suppress Yi Tian. Seek death. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's face sank. He had thought that the other party was from the immortal realm, so they should not dare to act rashly, and even if they had any grudges, they would definitely have to wait until the end of the secret realm. However, he had ultimately underestimated the level of despicability of these people from outside the domain. As Nailin Ling let out a furious cry, surging spiritual energy swept out, instantly forming a giant wave-like attack that swept towards Yi Tian. This huge wave of spiritual energy was several feet wide, surging and surging, as if it was a mountain crushing towards Yi Tian. Get out! Yi Tian snorted coldly and similarly erupted his body's aura, gathering it into a giant wave that collided with the spiritual power giant wave. The violent impact caused the entire altar to tremble. Puff! As the two collided, Yi Tian immediately let out a muffled grunt and sprayed blood out of his open mouth, staggering backwards and flying backwards, almost falling into the middle of the blood pool. Yi Tian. Seeing this scene, Yuan Feng had just stepped on and saw that Yi Tian had already fought with someone. Although Yi Tian had once helped him defeat a Yuaning-level senior member of the Martial Alliance, he was clear that it was the other party's lightweight enemy, and in a real fight, Yi Tian might not be a match for Nailin Ling. Yuan Feng scurried out in an arrow step and rushed to Yi Tian's side to support him, while at the same time running his body's spiritual energy to resist Nailin Ling's pressure. Brother Yuan, I'm fine. Yi Tian wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, stood up and stabilized his body shakily and opened his mouth. It was just that his face was pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and his forehead was covered in sweat. His condition seemed to be bad to the extreme. Yuan Feng couldn't help but frown at the situation. He knew very well that if he hadn't assisted Yi Tian, he would probably have fallen in the blood pool. You rest, I'll do the rest. After Yu Wenfeng pacified his sentence, he turned his head and swept towards Nailin Ling, his voice cold and piercing. Who are you? He was all set to enter the blood pool to wash, but now he encountered another uninvited one, which instantly caused him to burst into a rage. Will you be allowed to spread your wildness here? Nailin Ling Jiejie laughed strangely. There's actually one that came to die. Yu Wenfeng's fists tightened. Do you know who I am? No matter who you are, if you dare to stop me from killing, kill as you wish. Nailin Ling's arrogance was boundless. And don't you struggle. You're not my opponent at all. And this altar, it has long been sealed by me. Under the middle stage of Yuaning, it is impossible to enter or go out. You. After hearing this, Yu Wenfeng's face changed slightly, and then his gaze went to the blood pool. So it's for that thing. That's right. Nailin Ling spoke indifferently. Today, no one will be able to get out alive, including you. As the words fell, biting killing intent exploded from his body. Along with Nailin Ling's words, the entire altar shook violently, as if an earth dragon had rolled over, and strands of black mist continued to rise up. What's going on? Yu Wenfeng's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly urged all his strength to firmly guard Yi Tian. Humph, just a bunch of mole crickets. A mirror ray formation still wants to stop me. It's simply delusional. Nailin Ling snorted. Then he violently waved the folding fan in his hand. Shoo! In an instant, several pitch-black sword shadows erupted out, carrying a strong might and heading straight for the surrounding altars. Boom! The sword chi swept across the void, and several altars instantly exploded and crumbled, with chunks of rock splashing around. What a powerful move! But unfortunately it still can't break through my defense. Yu Wenfeng breathed a sigh of relief, but did not let his guard down. At this moment, Nailin Ling suddenly raised his head, his gaze looking towards Yi Tian, the corner of his mouth flaring up into a teasing arc. I know that you have someone secretly protecting you, but do you think that with him, he can protect you? Hearing these words, Yu Wenfeng's expression steeply stiffened. Unsightly, he reminded Yi Tian in a low voice. Be careful. I can't take care of you for the time being. Absorb it quickly. This formation won't be able to withstand it for long. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Yi Tian and violently leaped up to pounce on Nailin Ling. His arms unfolded like a sharp blade as he whistled and stabbed toward Nailin Ling. Sculpture! Nailin Ling coldly snorted in disdain, then flexed his fingers and flicked them. Several black chi shot out and hit Yu Wenfeng's palm blade head-on. Pop, pop, pop. A few crunching sounds came from Yu Wenfeng's palms, and his entire arm was paralyzed with intense pain. He gritted his teeth and swung his right hand again, slashing viciously towards Nailin Ling's chest. Yi Tian knew that he had to make a breakthrough now in order to do so, or else the two of them, he and Yu Wenfeng, would definitely be planted here. So despite being worried about Yu Wenfeng, Yi Tian held back and continued to condense his spiritual energy to flush his dantian. Swish! His spiritual energy flowed wildly and eventually surged into the sea of consciousness, pooling above the Yuan Shin in the sea of spiritual consciousness under Yi Tian's control. It was a wonderful feeling, like 1,000 soft threads were wrapped around his soul. They were warm and full, giving Yi Tian an unprecedented feeling of comfort. Yi Tian knew that this was a sign of soul metamorphosis, and he knew that as long as he persisted, with just the final step of fusion and tempering, Yi Tian would be able to completely get rid of the shackles of his physical body and advance to the Yuaning realm. Boom! Right at this moment, Yu Wenfeng once again battled with Nailin Ling, emitting a deafening thunderous sound that made one's eardrums ache and eyesore. Yi Tian slightly narrowed his eyes and looked into midair. Nailin Ling had an absolute advantage. Not only was his cultivation higher than Yu Wenfeng, but he was also good at using all sorts of insidious and bizarre techniques. Every time he struck out, he always caused Yu Wenfeng to dodge in a mess or even get injured. Even though Yu Wenfeng tried his best to deal with it, he was still losing ground and was powerless to fight back. On the contrary, Nailin Ling was calm and relaxed, lifting his weight. Chapter 165, Stepping into Yuaning. Obviously, Nailin Ling had long known of Yu Wenfeng's existence, and that was why he had deliberately picked a fight and provoked it, in order to deplete Yu Wenfeng's power. Bang! With another hard hit, Yu Wenfeng staggered back with a stifled grunt. Nailin Ling took advantage of the opportunity to approach, and again slapped out his left hand in succession. The three powerful palm winds pressed against the mountains and seas. Yu Wenfeng avoided its sharpness and dodged out with a turn of his body, only just dodging a blow. Nailin Ling was again pointing her toes, turning into a phantom shadow and forcing her way towards him. as fast as a meteor. Yu Wenfeng's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Yi Tian, hurry up! I won't be able to stop it for much longer. He tried to dodge again, but there was simply no way to escape, and he watched as Nalan Ling slapped out 3 slaps. Bang! With 3 loud bangs, Yu Wenfeng spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell out. Nalan Ling stretched out his right leg and hooked it, tripping Yu Wenfeng to the ground. Waste! Yu Wenfeng's ribs were broken and he fell to the ground with a miserable expression. Then he struggled to get up. What exactly do you want? He was filled with anger. We don't interfere with each other. Why do you have to kill us all? I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you don't deserve to ask that. Nalan Ling laughed out loud, then violently bent down and probed his hand to grab Yu Wenfeng, directly throwing him into the fire pit of the sacrificial platform. Ah! Yu Wenfeng screamed miserably as the hot molten lava instantly flooded his body, turning him into ashes in an instant. Yu Wenfeng is dead. Looking at Yu Wenfeng, who had been burnt into a pile of charcoal, Yi Tian's heart inexplicably stuttered. Although he hadn't been in contact with the other party for a long time, he was clear that the other party didn't have bad intentions, and he was even less of the kind of demonic sect member who liked to kill innocents indiscriminately. What happened to Yu Wenfeng made him unable to stop his sadness and anger. You also go down to accompany the burial. Seeing Yu Wenfeng die, Nalan Ling twisted his neck and revealed a bloodthirsty carnal smile. He then looked at Yi Tian again with a playful gaze. Get the hell out and die. Whoosh! Yi Tian didn't respond when he heard this. He just ran the Sun True Scripture to temper himself and let his spiritual energy slowly recover. Stubbornness! Since this is the case, then die. Nalan Ling was furious at the sight. Then he shook his spear and stabbed straight towards Yi Tian. The long spear whistled, powerful and heavy, containing a terrifying killing aura. In this instant, Yi Tian felt a throbbing in the Jindan. A crack split open on the Jindan and bloomed into a heart-stopping red aura. Woo! As this crack surfaced, Yi Tian felt energized, as if something was awakening, making his entire body feel filled with explosive power. He couldn't help but be surprised. This was the rhythm of a breakthrough. Yi Tian tried to suppress his agitation and waited for his body to calm down. And then he felt as if he had entered a world that was incomparably mysterious. It was so cloudy and white there that it looked just like fairyland. Yi Tian was slightly in a trance. He seemed to be in the middle of the sea of clouds, and he felt like he was standing on the top of the clouds, overlooking the multitude of people at his feet. At the top of this illusory yet real sea of clouds, Yi Tian's state of mind gradually returned to calm. He closed his eyes and concentrated, allowing the power that originated from the depths of the Jindan to slowly flow through his body. Each time it flowed through a meridian. As this force continued to grow, the golden dan within Yi Tian's body cracked more and more, and the red aura became more and more dazzling. It was as if it would burst open at any moment, ushering in a transformative metamorphosis. Is this the opportunity for a breakthrough? Yi Tian secretly said in his heart as he took a deep breath and decided to go along with this force and welcome his metamorphosis. He made seals with both hands and guided this power to circulate in his body according to the cultivation method of the Sun True Scripture. Each cycle made him feel more connected to the heavens and earth, as if he was a part of them. Boom! Finally, in a deafening roar, Yi Tian's Jindan completely exploded. These golden lights then quickly converged again, forming even more solid and radiant little people. There was even a faint golden flame flowing on it, which was the true fire of the sun, symbolizing the qualitative leap in Yi Tian's cultivation. And on the shoulders of the little man, there was actually a tiny golden crow settling. Yuan Ying realm. I've finally broken through. Yi Tian opened his eyes and a crimson glow flashed through his eyes, turning his head to look at Nalan Ling outside the formation. The other party was still attacking the formation where it was strong. Nalan Ling, your time to die has come. Yi Tian let out a low gulp as his figure stormed up and rushed towards Nalan Ling like lightning. His speed was so fast that it made Nalan Ling change color, only to see a golden figure cut through the sky and instantly arrived in front of Nalan Ling. Humph, just stepped into Yuaning and you want to fight against me? Nalan Ling sneered, but the color of vigilance in his eyes did not diminish. Yi Tian's expression was bland as he faced the overwhelming gun shadows. He took a deep breath and the Sun True Scripture revolved. The Sun True flame instantly wrapped around his entire body, forming a golden flame shield. He formed his hands into fists, and his fists were entwined with blazing flames, as if they could burn everything in the world. Yang fist. Yi Tian let out a low gulp and blasted out with both fists. The golden fist shadow and the gun shadow collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a deafening roar and dazzling light. At this moment, it was as if the entire sacrificial platform was shaken by this force, and the surrounding space was distorted. Nalan Ling's face finally became grave. He felt the terrifying power contained in Yi Tian's punch and did not dare to be careless. With a flash of white light in his hand, a long spear stood across his body, fully resisting Yi Tian's attack. But even so, he was shaken back and forth. his face as pale as paper. How is that possible? How did you become so strong? Nalan Ling looked at Yi Tian incredulously, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Originally, he felt that he could easily pinch Yi Tian to death. After all, there was a large realm difference between the two. However, he never expected that Yi Tian not only dodged away from his pursuit, but instead took the opportunity to break through to Yuanying in one fell swoop. This simply overturned Nalan Ling's perception. Unfortunately, you met me today. Yi Tian stood proudly in midair, like a god's residence looking down on the ants below. You deserve to die. Hubris and arrogance. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Nalan Ling laughed in anger. Sweeping away the previous gloom, I'll let you see what it means to be a high mountain today. Kill dash. After saying that, he shook his spear and roared as he lunged at Yi Tian. The long spear whistled, carrying a flash of silver-white cold light and swirling up the wind and snow in the sky. Bang bang bang! Yi Tian was pleasantly unafraid, and with a grip of his hands, he grabbed 2 stones and ruthlessly smashed them over. Catching dash. Only 2 crunching sounds were heard as the stone was shattered and split into pieces, but Nalan Ling was also forced to stop his footsteps. His face changed drastically. He did not expect Yi Tian to be so powerful, casually discarding 2 stones to flick the lance out of position. Chapter 166 Red Fish in the Blood Pool. Yi Tian struck the iron while it was hot. His body shape indulged and approached in front of Nalan Ling. His right arm swung round violently and his left hand grabbed at his chest. Nalan Ling waved his spear and blocked Yi Tian's attack. Only a muffled sound was heard, and Nalan Ling staggered back 7 or 8 meters, his tiger's mouth in severe pain. Swish dash. Yi Tian didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. His legs once again stomped on the ground. His whole body turned into an arrow and shot over, his fists raining down. Nalan Ling gritted his teeth and carried on, using the long spear in his hand to parry. Bang! Yi Tian threw a dozen punches in one breath, forcing Nalan Ling to keep retreating. What kind of medicine did this guy take? How could his combat power suddenly grow so much? The corners of Nalan Ling's mouth were tugging. He simply did not expect that Yi Tian would have such ferocious combat power, knowing that he was a Yuanying triple, and his weapon was still a spiritual treasure. How could Yi Tian suppress himself? Bang! Just as Nalan Ling was imagining things, Yi Tian punched him hard in the abdomen. Ah! Nalan Ling screamed miserably and fell 7 or 8 meters to the ground, his abdomen in excruciating pain. He raised his head and looked at Yi Tian, his expression filled with scorn, wondering how this guy did it. Nalan Ling, go to hell! Yi Tian didn't pay attention to him, but leapt up and stepped on his head to crush him under his feet. Nalan Ling desperately struggled, but since she was burned by the sun through fire and couldn't exert any strength, she could only close her eyes in despair in the end. After resolving Nalan Ling, Yi Tian reached out and picked up the lance. Although he had broken through to the Yuanying realm this time, it was still far from enough for Yi Tian. He had to improve his strength to do so. Yu Wenfeng, thank you very much. Don't worry, I'll protect the people in your family. Yi Tian looked at Yu Wenfeng's corpse and a flash of apology flashed in his eyes. Yu Wenfeng's dying wish. Yi Tian would definitely help to make it right. Suddenly, Yi Tian frowned slightly as he sensed a hint of fluctuation. He took a sideways glance, and the blood pool actually began to boil in the middle of it, and a rich spiritual energy was drawn from it. The blood pool boils and the aura turns into liquid. A heavenly chance. Yi Tian revealed an excited look. It was rumored that the water of the blood pool possessed the power to nourish the vitality of the body, and that taking a single drop could improve the sinews and bones and strengthen the physical body. Yi Tian had taken many supplements before, but none of them could compare to the blood pool. After all, it was pure spiritual energy, and now that the blood pool was boiling, it was obviously due to the aura transforming into liquid. This is the kind of thing that I have to collect some of. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed as he stared at the boiling pool of blood. Then his figure moved to fall into the pool of blood. After a few moments of silence, the pool of blood lifted a wave. Then, the color of blood tumbled up, and a small red fish jumped. They swam rapidly and seemed to be stimulated by the pool of blood. There were just too few bloodfish, and each one disappeared immediately after jumping into the blood pool. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes at the sight. No wonder the people of the demon race spent a huge amount of money to build the blood pool. It turns out that it also has the effect of gathering spirituality. If this continued, the number of bloodfish would increase, and the spiritual energy would be sucked up faster and faster. When Yi Tian drained the blood pool spirituality, it was estimated that he would be able to break through to the Yuanying third or even higher realm. With this in mind, Yi Tian accelerated his devouring speed. His movements were extremely rude and savage, but the pool of blood continued to tumble, as if there was an endless amount of blood pouring in. 1, 2, 3. Soon, a full 100 bloodfish jumped into the blood pool, and then scattered into blood mist with a crash, slowly integrating into Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian felt a wave of comfort. He greedily sucked in the blood mist, itching to finish sucking all the blood from the blood pool. Just as quickly, he realized that the blood pool's spirituality had weakened, and the flow of spiritual energy had become quite thin. Shit, it's really extraordinary. Yi Tian sighed and secretly breathed in a mouthful of spiritual energy from the blood pool, estimating that he would cultivate for half a day at most. He could only temporarily stop running the True Sun Sutra and focus on improving his strength. Whoosh! As Yi Tian slowly exhaled a long breath, it was time for him to go out now. Yi Tian leaped up and grabbed the lance and rushed out of the prohibition, knowing that there were still those natives outside waiting for him to solve them. Boom! Yi Tian had just rushed to the doorway when he only heard a thunderous explosion in his ears that shook his heart and mind. At the same time, the cave trembled as if it was about to collapse. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian saw that a brilliant light burst out from all parts of the cave. Dazzling and exciting. Yi Tian twisted his head to look and his face instantly changed dramatically. The originally dark rock walls were all as bright as day at this moment, and a glorious scene was presented in the field of vision. The top of the cave and the walls around it, as well as the walls in all directions, were all plastered with talismans and glyphs, one shimmering with luster. Wu Yi Tian condensed his eyesight and swept and found a native in golden armor standing outside the cave, and in front of him was a wide altar with a 9-meter-high, 6-meter-long golden statue. It was lifelike, carrying a sword on its back, with a hideous face and scarlet eyes, just like an evil ghost. Kid, you touched our demon clan's blood pool, and now you still want to leave alive? Do you think it's possible? Today is the day you die. The golden armored man laughed coldly as he stepped in step by step. As he took a step towards Yi Tian, the trembling of the ground became more and more obvious, and the clicking and crunching sounds were unceasing. Looks like a battle can't be avoided. Yi Tian smiled indifferently. Then his body-shaped sword and leaped up with a killing intent. Come on, I don't know what to do. Seeing Yi Tian's provocation, the golden armored man became furious and roared, raising the long sword in his hand to slash down. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Phew! A wave of intimidation came over him before the blade reached him. The air was split apart by this slash. This blade was powerful and overbearing. Die! The golden armored man roared, his eyes round and murderous, as if a demon king had descended. Yi Tian's eyelids jumped straight up, not half panicking as he waved his lance to block across. Dang! With a sharp roar, the golden armored man's aura slashed at the lance, and a large flurry of sparks erupted out. Yi Tian felt a wave of brute force coming at him and almost couldn't hold the lance. He stifled a grunt and retreated 3 steps before stabilizing himself. Ha! A few points of strength? It's a pity that it's still hard to defeat me. Seeing Yi Tian easily block his strike, a flash of surprise flashed across the golden armored man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Afterward, he once again bullied and pressed closer, slashing down at Yi Tian. The blade carried the wind and the killing intent was chilling. Yi Tian's eyelids jumped and his left hand slammed out. With a crunching sound, he stiffly resisted the golden armored man's slash while his right arm flung violently. The lance whistled out. Whoosh! The long spear drew an arc and viciously stabbed at the golden armored man's chest. Bang! The golden armored man's body veered to the side, dodging this thrust of the lance. He then kicked his left foot back at the end of the gun, causing the lance to spin and fly back. Yi Tian reached out and snapped the other end of the lance. A tug followed, a pull, a fling. A spear flew and viciously stabbed above the golden armored man's chest. Chapter 167 Bloodline Awakening Snort. A canopy of blood arrows sprayed out, and the golden armored man staggered back. The chest shirt shattered, leaving a shocking bloody hole. Yi Tian drank out. Kneel down, asshole. The golden armored man was furious and with a low roar, he raised his leg and kicked Yi Tian hard in the abdomen. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Tian stumbled and flew out, breaking a few trees and falling to the ground. The corners of his mouth tugged, and he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Although he used the kick from the golden armored man to remove most of the impulse and also nailed the golden armored man's wound with his lance, but the golden armored man's leg also contained a lot of strength, still shaking his internal organs badly. Yi Tian frowned slightly. This guy was stronger than he thought. He didn't give up on the attack, though, and struggled to get up, followed by another stab at the gold armored man. The tip of the spear carried a thunderous momentum, ruthlessly piercing through the void and poking at the golden armored man's head. The golden armored man's face clouded over. Then his feet stomped violently. The entire body suddenly flew up, blasting into the body of the lance like a cannonball. Bang! The lance shook violently, and the muzzle followed suit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden armored man blasted his fist at the gun. Pa-dash with a crunching sound. The lance broke into 2. Yi Tian stifled a grunt and retreated a few steps back against the pain. Yet he still maintained his composure before picking up a long sword. Whoosh! Yi Tian didn't have any nonsense. His wrist twitched, and he poured out his sword chi crazily at the golden armored man. And the rain of swords in the sky covered the golden armored man. A trace of disdain swept across the golden armored man's face as he moved his feet continuously to avoid the dense sword chi. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, he suddenly flung his body and instantly fell into the pool of blood. As he hugged the statue, he yelled at Yi Tian, "Get the hell out of here!" Yi Tian's face changed and he was about to block, but he felt a pain in his ankle. His body stagnated and he tumbled and fell out, falling right on top of the blood pool. Above the blood pool, the boiling blood chi was like being ignited by an invisible fire, tumbling and roaring, releasing a palpitatingly terrifying energy. Yi Tian's clothes were instantly drenched in this blood chi, and an indescribable burning sensation penetrated from the skin to the bone marrow, as if even his soul was going to be devoured by this power. This is some kind of evil magic. Yi Tian was shocked in his heart as he forced himself to endure the discomfort. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the golden armored man in the blood pool, only to see the golden armored man holding the statue with both hands. The surface of the statue was flowing with a weird bloodlight, echoing the blood chi in the blood pool, forming a powerful boundary that isolated Yi Tian. Humph! Ignorant child! This is my clan's holy relic, the Blood Soul Altar, which can draw the blood of all spirits and forge supreme divine power. Today, this is your burial place. The golden armored man laughed harshly, a hint of madness and triumph in his voice. Yi Tian's heart burned with anger when he heard this, and he knew that he must not retreat in the slightest at this moment. He took a deep breath and mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body, trying to find a way to break through this blood-soul boundary. However, the blood chi in the blood pool seemed to have a spirit, constantly eroding his will and causing him to feel unprecedented pressure. I can't just give up, Yi Tian roared in his heart. He recalled the hardships and difficulties he had experienced along the way, those struggles on the edge of life and death. All of this made him unable to say defeat easily. Right at this moment, a strange power suddenly surged within Yi Tian's body. It was the latent bloodline in his body that was stimulated at the critical moment. This bloodline power resonated subtly with the blood chi in the blood pool, and it actually allowed Yi Tian to sense the secrets and weaknesses of the blood pool in a brief moment. So, a hint of realization flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as he quickly adjusted his breathing and gathered his entire body's spiritual energy in his palm, forming a golden crow true spirit that had shrunk countless times. Golden crow. Incinerate! Yi Tian let out a low gulp, and with both hands, he violently pushed out the golden crow true spirit, pointing it straight at the blood soul altar. That golden crow seemed like a living creature as it swept towards the center of the altar. Boom! With a heaven-shaking ring, the blood-soul boundary trembled violently under the impact of the ball of light, and then a tiny crack actually appeared. The cracks rapidly expanded, spreading to the entire boundary like a spider web, and eventually shattered. The golden armored man's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Yi Tian to be able to break through the boundary of this blood-soul altar. He tried to counterattack with the power of the statue, but it was too late. Yi Tian's figure flashed, appearing in front of the gold-armored man like a ghost, and his long sword swung out. A sword pierced through the golden-armored man's chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the golden-armored man's body slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. You. The golden-armored man spat out a few words with difficulty, but he could no longer speak. Yi Tian withdrew his long sword and looked at the golden-armored man's corpse indifferently. I am kind, but the enemy pushes me too far. Before he could finish his recitation, there was a crunching sound from the golden-armored man's neck, and his head fell off from his body. Then, his body also fell from midair and smashed heavily on the floor, splashing countless dust and water. A generation of masters died on the spot. Yi Tian craned his stiff neck to look at the statue, trying to find its flaws. It was just that the statue was covered in bloodlight, like a mist that made it impossible to recognize. There seems to be something wrong with the statue? Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. He quickly locked onto one of the statue's cables. Yi Tian reached out and touched it and found that the iron rope was very thick and long, more than 3 meters long. Tied to the end of the wire was a small box, dark, with no idea what it contained. Yi Tian picked it up and opened it, and found it was a thin piece of parchment filled with flight-lettered characters. He scanned it and quickly read the meaning, and couldn't stop his eyes from bursting with light. What was written on the parchment was an ancient and mysterious heritage secret, and the real secret behind the Blood Soul Altar. It turned out that this Blood Soul Altar was not simply used for gathering blood chi and forging divine power. Instead, it was a sealing formation set up by a great power in ancient times to suppress an evil spirit. And the unexpected intrusion of Yi Tian and Yuan Feng not only interrupted this plan, he even inspired the ancient power in his own bloodline at a critical moment and resonated with the altar, thus cracking part of the seal. So that's how it is. This Blood Soul Altar is actually such a sinister thing. Yi Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. This parchment in his hand might be the key to unraveling all the mysteries and even obtaining great power. He carefully studied the contents of the parchment and found that it not only recorded the origin of the evil spirits and the method of sealing them. There is also an ancient cultivation method called bloodline awakening. This technique guides the practitioner to discover the potential in his or her own bloodline. It even resonates with a certain power in heaven and earth and reaches the realm of transcendence. Chapter 168, The Mystery of the Yen Di Decree Bloodline Awakening. Yi Tian muttered, an unprecedented light flashing in his eyes. He already possessed a great emperor bloodline, and now he merely contained the Golden Crow supreme body. But as long as the emperor vein awakened, he would certainly be able to suppress the Golden Crow. At that time, even advancing from the Golden Crow supreme body to the body of the sun wasn't something that couldn't be done. Just as he was about to follow the guidelines on the parchment and attempt a bloodline awakening, the blood chi in the blood pool suddenly boiled up again, even more surging than before, as if something was about to awaken. Not good. The evil spirit is struggling. Yi Tian's heart was flabbergasted, immediately realizing the criticality of the situation. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay and quickly sat down on his knees, closing his eyes and concentrating, following the method on the parchment to guide the spiritual energy in his body to fuse with the power of his bloodline. As Yi Tian guided him, a stream of warm power surged out from his body, flowing along his meridians and eventually converging in his dantian. This power was pure and powerful, contrasting with the blood chi in the blood pool. Awaken me! Yi Tian let out a low roar as his entire body's spiritual power and bloodline power reached the ultimate fusion at this moment. Only a faint golden light was seen surrounding him. Right at this moment, the blood chi in the blood pool suddenly violently churned. A pitch-black figure slowly rose from the blood mist, and it was the sealed evil spirit. Its face was hideous, its eyes red, and it let out bursts of mournful roars, as if it wanted to tear apart this heaven and earth. However, Yi Tian did not retreat in the face of this terrifying evil spirit. He clenched his teeth and made seals with both hands, condensing his entire body's strength into one point. Bloodline power. Awaken! Yi Tian let out an explosive cry, only to see the golden light around him flourish, and a huge golden crow silhouette emerged behind him, lifting its wings and singing. A heaven-destroying pressure instantly filled the air. The golden crow's shadow became more and more solid, and eventually transformed into a lifelike figure with round eyes staring at the evil spirit. Sensing this touch of aura, the evil spirit let out a furious roar and pounced over with the momentum of an unstoppable force. It seemed to have long been unable to endure, wanting to devour Yi Tian and restore its former divine valor. Rumble! Just before he could touch Yi Tian, the golden crow shadow swooped down and ruthlessly slammed into the evil spirit. A series of loud explosions exploded as the golden crow void sent the evil spirit flying. Ka-ching! The chains on the evil spirit's body snapped inch by inch, revealing white bones that were shocking to the eyes and palpitating to the heart. The evil spirit spewed out a few more mouthfuls of black smoke, wisps of blue smoke rising from his body, anger and despair filling his face. Ow! It let out a mournful cry, then turned around and scurried towards the blood-colored mountain wall with dazzling speed. Yi Tian frowned slightly, but still did not stop and continued to use his energy to push the golden crow shadow to impact. Boom! Another loud bang followed as the cage crumbled and collapsed. The golden crow's shadow flickered and disappeared into the night, leaving behind only Yi Tian and a pile of ruins. Yi Tian stood in place for a moment to catch his breath, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Although the consumption was overly large, it was even more gratifying that he elevated. The emperor vein in his body, which was dull and lightless, actually had a hint of golden light emerging faintly at this moment. Apparently the changes brought about by the bloodline awakening had also stimulated his body. This blood truly contains a powerful essence. Yi Tian sensed the metamorphosis of the emperor vein in his body and instantly shook his head with a smile. He gathered his emotions and looked at the ground of rubble and iron ropes. His mind swept over the angry eyes of the evil spirits before they left, and his heart suddenly jumped. Shit, I forgot to decapitate it. If it escapes, there will be a lot of trouble afterward. Yi Tian was a little chagrined in the bottom of his heart. Although this evil spirit was sealed, it still had a strong fighting power and could still fight him for a moment. If it escapes its cage, it will surely return for revenge. Whatever, let's get out of here first. Yi Tian took a deep breath and threw away the distractions in his mind, then carefully walked through the ruins and quietly climbed onto the altar. But when he passed by the blood pool evening again and was ready to go out, however, he squinted and skimmed his eyes to see an additional flame mark in the center of his brow at some point. The seal was golden red in color, with a layer of bizarre patterns on its surface, resembling a flame symbol that emitted a burst of ethereal light. Could it be due to practicing the Inferno Emperor technique? Yi Tian clearly remembered that when he was cultivating the Yen Di skill, there was likewise a mark on the brow of the middle-aged man in the dream world. He guessed that it was likely related to the bloodline. After all, there were many magical things in this world. Yi Tian reached out and touched the center of his brow and found that the flame rune was very hot. It seems that there are still secrets I don't know about within the Yen D skill. He didn't think much about it. Anyway, there were many things that he couldn't intervene or block right now, so he might as well cultivate. After making up his mind, Yi Tian no longer wasted any more time and immediately walked towards the outside of the blood pool. Meanwhile, in the immortal domain, have you guys heard? That loser from the Yi family can cultivate now. This news was like a wildfire in the spring breeze, quickly spreading within the immortal region. The immortal region, the holy land of transcendence and the pursuit of immortality, had long circulated various rumors about the Yi family's young master, a young man who was born with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate, and called waste by the world. What? That kid Yi Tian? Hasn't he never been able to condense spiritual energy? An old man in a gorgeous Taoist robe, holding a white jade bone-carving fan, frowned slightly, obviously surprised by this sudden news. It's true. It's said that not only has he regained his ability to cultivate, but he also obtained an extraordinary chance in a relic, and his strength has skyrocketed. A young cultivator next to him had an excited gleam in his eyes, as if he had witnessed this miracle with his own eyes. Humph, even if he can cultivate, so what? That guy Yi Qiankun is now at the 6th level of Yuaning. Even if that guy Yi Tian wants to sit in the position of the Yi family's young master from new, I'm afraid that it won't be an easy task. A young man from an ancient family, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain, his tone filled with contempt. Such comments did not stop the news from spreading, but rather fueled more curiosity and debate. Anymore, Yi Tian, as the youngest son of Yi Tian Emperor, had gathered a lot of attention since he was young. Yi Tian stepped out of the relics and was greeted by fresh air and warm sunlight. He took a deep breath and felt that flame in his body. Yi Tian, your journey has just begun. He recited silently in his heart and walked quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Just as he was about to leave this relic, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the distance. It was the rhythm of spiritual energy intertwined with space, as if some powerful existence was approaching. Someone's coming? Yi Tian frowned and quickly stealthily stepped aside into the dense forest, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Soon, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes and wearing ghost masks appeared in his sight. Chapter 169, The Underworld Chains. They moved quickly and silently. Clearly not ordinary cultivators. There were 8 people in total, but the lowest cultivation level of these people was around the 8th level of Jindan. People from outside the domain? No, it's impossible for the other side to come down with so many people at once. Yi Tian's heart was in awe. As he pondered, the team had already arrived at the entrance of the relics, and the black-robed man in the lead stopped and said in a hoarse voice, "Pass the order down. Blockade the entire relic. Anyone who tries to leave, shoot on sight." Yi Tian's heart tightened when he heard this, and he knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait for death. But facing such a powerful enemy, he had to be cautious and look for a chance to escape. It seems that this immortal realm is far more complicated than I thought, Yi Tian secretly said in his heart, while he began to think of a way to retreat. Only the other party was alert and quickly realized the abnormality behind him and shouted sternly, "Who? Get out!" With a wave of his right hand, a cloud of black mist exploded and tumbled out to the back. Whoosh dash! Almost at the same instant, a sword light shot out, powerful and unrivaled, piercing through the black mist that was surging out. Rumble! With a blasting sound, the black mist exploded into a canopy of smoke and dissipated. Then, Yi Tian's figure jumped into the crowd's view. Seeing this familiar face, the men in black were surprised in unison, as if they had not expected to meet Yi Tian at all. They then revealed a cold smile. "Yi Tian, we were waiting for you. We didn't expect to be sent to our door. Who are you people?" Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and scanned them, sensing the killing intent and the smell of blood on their bodies. His eyes flashed with a cold aura. He could smell that these 8 guys were by no means good. Dead people, don't need to know too much. As the words fell, the 8 men in black raised their hands in unison. Their palms, which instantly turned the color of ebony, were glowing with icy cold and intense poison. Yi Tian had prepared himself and slid his feet back, dodging the 7 poison needles. The remaining one whistled past the ear. Yi Tian's eyelids flickered, his wrist twitched, and a long spear crossed his chest. Tinker! The sharp arrows shot at the gun body as if they were hitting steel, bursting out countless sparks. It actually blocked it? Looking at the single poisonous needle that was bounced away, the man in black was clearly taken aback. A bunch of rats hiding underground are just a bunch of rats, and they dare to be arrogant in front of me. Yi Tian laughed coldly, holding his gun and charging with a stab. The black-clothed man was shocked but quickly reacted and swung his sword to resist. The moment the two fought, sparks flew and swords clashed, emitting clanging sounds. "Lie down for me." Yi Tian's legs kicked out in a series of kicks with a thunderous momentum, ruthlessly smashing down on the black-clothed man. Click! The man in black couldn't withstand it. The sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded, and the whole person was kicked 3 meters away. Yi Tian did not hold back and took advantage of the victory to bully his way in with his gun. A look of fear finally appeared on the black-clothed man's face, and he hurriedly shouted out, "Give it to me!" As the leader of the black-clothed men hissed, the remaining 7 were like activated beasts as they unleashed their respective bizarre martial arts. Some of the figures became blurred, like ghosts traveling through the forest light. Some of them made seals with their hands, and a gust of coldness filled the air, as if it could freeze one's soul. What's more, some directly offered a magic treasure that emitted an ethereal light and smashed it towards Yi Tian in an overwhelming manner. Yi Tian's face was grave. These people were Jindan-level characters no matter what, so there was no room for negligence. The long spear seemed to come alive in his hands, and wherever the tip of the spear passed, the air was torn open with a thin crack. Windswept, Yi Tian let out a low gulp. His body rotated violently, and his lance turned into a tornado storm that swept all the dark weapons around him into it. When the men in black saw this, their faces changed greatly. They didn't expect Yi Tian's strength to be so strong, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. Spectral chains, trapped. A black-robed man whispered an incantation, only to see the void behind him distort. Several pitch-black chains appeared out of thin air, twining towards Yi Tian like spiritual snakes. These chains were entwined with wisps of ethereal qi. Once stained, even Yuaning stage cultivators would feel their souls tremble. Yi Tian snorted coldly and retreated violently, while his long spear danced, forming an airtight gun net, while turning the Golden Crow Supreme body on, knocking down those underworld chains one by one. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a crisis coming from behind. It was a man in black that he had previously ignored. The opponent was approaching silently, holding a dagger with a cold flashing light in his hand, obviously aiming for a fatal blow. Humph, trying to sneak up on me? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up a cold smile. His figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared above the head of that black-clothed man, his long spear like a dragon, stabbing straight down. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrunk, wanting to dodge, but it was too late. He could only watch the tip of the gun penetrate his chest. Put! Blood splattered, and the moment the black-clothed man fell, Yi Tian had already returned to his original position, his gaze like a torch as he scanned the remaining enemies. What other means do you have? Feel free to use them. Yi Tian's voice was cold and chilly, as if it was a cold winter under the blazing sun. The men in black looked at each other with both fear and resignation in their eyes. They didn't realize that the task that they had thought could be easily accomplished had now become so difficult. But things have come to this, they can only fight to the death. Formation. The remaining 7 looked at each other and roared out a single word in unison, then raised their arms slightly. A palm-sized jade pendant emerged. It dripped and spun, blooming with a dazzling red aura, and also released an attractive wave. Subsequently, each of the 7 jade pendants was affixed to their heads, as if magnets were firmly attached to them. At the same time, the spiritual energy within the 7 people was madly injected into the jade pendant. Whoosh! In an instant, 7 fist-sized orbs rose up from the jade pendant. The round bead showed a greenish-white color, like a glaze, crystal clear. Each orb contained a surge of power inside, just like a nuclear weapon that could detonate at any time. Yi Tian, we'll use this soul gathering to kill you tonight. The 7 roared in unison and pressed their fingers against the runes on their foreheads. Bang! With a loud bang, the 7 orbs shattered at the same time, and boiling hot streams poured out. 7 swirl-like things erupted from the shattered orb. Go to hell! The 7 black-clothed men roared and pressed their hands together. The vortex immediately rolled over like a tidal wave, devouring everything around it and sweeping towards Yi Tian. Whoosh-humph! A mere soul-gathering technique. You want to trap me too? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and spiritual energy surged within his body. At this time of just blindly fleeing, sooner or later will be this vortex exhausted spiritual power. The only positive response. There is a ray of hope. Yi Tian violently stopped his footsteps, and with a display of his figure, he actually took the initiative to meet the 7 raging vortexes. Chapter 170. A rat in the gutter wants to turn the tables too? Yi Tian's hands quickly formed seals and his mouth whispered, "The law of the Golden Crow. Listen to my command." As his words fell, the Golden Crow true spirit within his body seemed to respond to his call. Points of flame converged into a stream, turning into a brilliant pillar of light that descended from the sky and directly infused into Yi Tian's body. The Golden Crow protects the body from all laws. Yi Tian let out a low gulp as his entire body was covered by a layer of faint flames. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the 7 seemed to feel threatened as well and intensified their release of spiritual energy. more furious energy attempted to break through the layer of protection. Burning sky. Yi Tian snapped his eyes open. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes as he swung his fists, actually directly condensing the flames into two sharp sword awnings, chopping fiercely towards those 7 vortexes. Wherever the sword blade passed, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a burst of ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, and those 7 vortexes exploded under the bombardment of the sword slash, turning into a sky of energy fragments that dissipated into nothingness. Yi Tian, on the other hand, stood steadily in place, his clothes a little disheveled, but his eyes were full of vigor. Humph, a bunch of gutter rats, do they want to turn the tables too? Yi Tian looked at the 7 black-robed men with a hint of disdain in his voice. Today, I'll let you all know what a truly strong man is. After saying that, Yi Tian's body moved like a cheetah and pounced on the 7 black-clothed men. His speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the limit of what the naked eye could capture. And every attack was precise and deadly. It left those 7 people with no time to react and could only passively defend. However, Yi Tian did not intend to stop there. Only by completely eliminating these threats can we ensure our own safety. Thus, he once again urged the Golden Crow true spirit. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see a man in black suddenly retreating in a violent manner, pulling out a black token from his bosom and fiercely squeezing it. Instantly, a strange fluctuation emanated from the token. No good. It's a teleportation token. Yi Tian was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that these black-clothed men would still have a backhand. However, things had come to a head, and he could only do his best to try to leave all of these people behind before the teleportation was completed. Golden Crow explosive fist. Yi Tian roared. His entire body boiled with spiritual energy, and his fist blasted out. The entire fist seemed to be wrapped in flames as he blasted towards the 7 black-clothed men. But in the end, he was still a step too late. When Yi Tian blasted out this move, the man in black had already taken out a teleportation token to activate it. Only a crunching sound was heard as the teleportation token instantly exploded. Boom dash with a dull collision. The entire night sky seemed to be shaken, and then a bright light enveloped the 7 men in black. Then they disappeared into thin air. Damn! Yi Tian's face was gloomy. He could not imagine that his opponent still had such a backhand. He instinctively wanted to go after them, but quickly stopped his thoughts, not to mention whether or not he could find the other party's location. Even if he could, there were bound to be more powerful people on the other side. Looks like I'll have to be more vigilant. Yi Tian rubbed his head in thought and headed outside, preparing to return to the immortal region. After all, after coming out for such a long time, it was estimated that Xianyuan Breaking June had already almost found to look for madness. Why does it smell like blood in here? Just after stepping out of the secret realm, Yi Tian smelled a bloody odor and looked up to see corpses strewn before him. All of them had their throats slashed and their necks broken, obviously suffering from severe poisoning. Yi Tian looked around and frowned. Who did this? He then shook his head, not bothering to think about it, and left this place of wrongdoing straight away. Half an hour later, Yi Tian returned to the entrance of the demonic beast mountain range. It was still cloudy and fairy-like, as if it were a pure land isolated from the world. Underneath this tranquility, Yi Tian's heart was flooded with layers of ripples. The immortal domain is not entirely peaceful. The dark currents surging, the forces of all sides of the fight, and he, as Yi Tian's son, had long been caught up in this endless whirlpool. Young lord, you finally returned. Just after stepping into the city at the edge of the immortal domain, a young boy dressed in green clothes hurriedly came running with an anxious expression. Lord Xianyuan is looking around for you, saying he has something important to discuss. Yi Tian heard this and pondered in his heart. What could Xianyuan Broken Army be looking for him? Could it be that the forces behind those men in black had already made a move against the immortal region? He nodded and said to the boy, lead the way. Along with the little boy passing through the many buildings and pavilions, Yi Tian arrived at the mansion where Xianyuan Breaking June was located. Xianyuan Breaking June, on the other hand, stood in the courtyard, revealing a trace of imperceptible worry between his brows. Yi Tian, you're finally here. When Xianyuan Breaking June saw Yi Tian, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to his usual composure. I just received word that your father is coming back soon, so you'll have to be present then and not wander off. Yi Tian nodded and responded respectfully. I understand. Not going anywhere. That's fine. Xianyuan Breaking June sighed in relief. Then he looked at Yi Tian with a smile on his face and asked, by the way, I heard that you won a big victory in the secret realm this time, and your strength has increased quite a bit compared to before. Just a fluke. Yi Tian responded modestly, although he knew that Xianyuan Breaking June was just being polite when he said this. After all, he was fighting those people himself. For the sage-level Regulus Breaker, it was just a child playing around. However, Yi Tian still went along with him. Judging from my cultivation process, it shouldn't take long before I can be in the third level of yuaning. He wasn't making this up. After all, Yi Tian possessed something as heaven-defying as a system, and his cultivation resources were abundant enough. Coupled with the assistance of the Golden Crow True Spirit, if he was still advancing slowly, it would truly be a disgrace. Well, the yuaning level is enough to compete with that brat Yi Qiankuan. Shen Yuan Breaking June nodded slightly, quite satisfied. But you shouldn't be proud. As far as I know, there are a few young juniors in the northern region whose strength is also very impressive. You need to continue to work hard before you can do so. I will, Yi Tian replied solemnly, a blazing light blooming in his eyes. By the way, have you had any epiphanies in the meantime? Shen Yuan Breaking June suddenly turned his words around and looked at Yi Tian with a smile. Yi Tian hesitated slightly, seemingly a bit hesitant. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Shen Yuan Breaking June waved his hand. Forget it if you don't want to say it. I won't force you. Yi Tian opened his mouth, but never uttered a word. He wanted to tell Shen Yuan Breaking June that he was actually ready to open the Emperor vein. However, this matter was of great importance. Yi Tian didn't dare to tell Shen Yuan Breaking June rashly, for fear of attracting the trouble of killing him. Moreover, Yi Tian was worried that if opening the Emperor vein would be targeted by Yi Qiankuan, that would be a big trouble. So after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tian eventually decided to suppress it for the time being.